Chapter 1. The arrival in the year 5963 of the continental calendar, within the city of Elsa, the capital of the Aran Empire, the guards were engaged in a changing of the watch under the leadership of Knight Nick. The deputy commandered at this hour, before dawn. The dewy chill of late autumn had already dampened the leather armor of the soldiers who had stood vigil through the night. The guards appeared somewhat weary. Yet they marched in orderly formation down the battlements. The relievers ascended the walls one by one, resolutely standing at the parapets, stamping their feet in unison, producing a crisp, harmonious sound, with determined gazes fixed ahead. They commenced a new day. Knight Nick surveyed the troops with satisfaction before making his way down from the wall. As the first light began to emerge from the east, preparations to open the city gates commenced. Nick hastened to the gate, directing the soldiers to clear the defensive caltrops. Several warriors strained to lift the heavy gate bolts, and the grand, formidable gates slowly creaked open. The soldiers took their positions, and merchants, adventurers, and mercenaries began to filter in and out, gradually filling the streets with life. Nick was a robust man in his 40s, with a towering physique and a crown of honey-colored curls. His gaze was piercing, as if capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul, rendering his soldiers too timid to meet his eyes. Clad in the armor of a high-ranking imperial officer, he epitomized the image of a standard soldier. Yet, at that moment, his expression bore a melancholic weight, hinting at an underlying sorrow. He stood in silence atop the battlements, his vacant stare lost in thought. Behind him, the guards noticed the black cloth bound around his left arm, a mark of mourning that had hung there for over a month, since the tragic day when Duke Caesar and his wife, Lady Anna, perished in a magical accident. He had not removed it. Indeed, Nick was a loyal subject of Caesar, a man known for his kindness and benevolence, beloved by his people. When the news of his death spread a month prior, all the citizens of the capital plunged into profound grief, mourning their gentle lord in their own ways. In his youth, Nick had served as the Duke's personal guard for a decade, and it was through the Duke's favor and recommendation that he had ascended to the ranks of the Empire's high officers. Yet, his sorrow was not solely for the deceased. It stemmed more from his deep-seated concerns for the future of the Caesar domain, particularly for the Duke's only heir. This anxiety resonated among all the subjects of Caesar, as well as within the highest echelons of the empire, including His Majesty the Emperor. It seemed as though the divine had conspired against the house of Caesar. Over a month ago, the Archmage Duke Marcus Caesar and his wife, Lady Anna, also a skilled mage, had undertaken an extremely perilous magical experiment, which regrettably ended in disaster. The resulting explosion obliterated the entire alchemy chamber. And due to the nature of their experiment, neither had employed protective magic, leading to their untimely demise. They left behind an only heir, an 8-year-old boy named Julius Caesar. The calamity did not cease there. When a servant hastily burst into the study to deliver the tragic news, young Julius was perched atop a 2-story ladder, retrieving a book from the shelf. Upon hearing the dreadful tidings, the poor child fell, sustaining severe injuries that left his life hanging by a thread. The Duke's estate descended into chaos, and the steward dispatched messengers to summon every priest in the capital, either by invitation or force, to tend to the young master's wounds. The injury on his head healed swiftly, yet he remained unconscious for over a month, leaving even the late Duke's godfather, His Holiness Pope Peter XIII, powerless. The great healing spell had failed to revive him. The future of the Caesar domain appeared grim. In a conference room within the palace, His Majesty King Clentino VI was engaged in discussions with several other hereditary dukes regarding the precarious situation of the Caesar domain, which was on the brink of losing its lineage. Faced with the dire circumstance of Julius Caesar's potential demise, the dukes found themselves at an impasse. If Julius were not to recover, the urgent task would be to establish a new heir from the collateral branches of the Caesar family. However, the family had dwindled in recent generations, with Julius being the 9th consecutive descendant. Finding a suitable heir would require tracing back through centuries, presenting numerous challenges. The Caesar domain has been in turmoil for over a month. We cannot afford further delays. We must establish an heir. I propose we send someone to seek out the collateral relatives of the Caesar family, suggested a burly man. But the legitimate heir of Caesar still lives. Do you truly believe the people of Caesar would accept a stranger, someone entirely unknown to them? Replied an elder seated to the burly man's left, furrowing his brow. What then? We cannot remain passive while chaos reigns. By the gods, who knows when that poor child might awaken? The Caesar domain borders the Celis Empire. I swear those rascals are surely plotting something. The burly man retorted, a hint of anxiety in his demeanor. The 100,000 troops at Toulon Fortress are on high alert, and another 100,000 are en route to provide support. They should be arriving soon. Those clowns from Celis cannot stir up much trouble, interjected King Clintino VI from his position at the head of the table. The priority now is to ensure the people of Caesar accept a new lord. Good heavens! The inhabitants of that territory are notoriously obstinate. They will only recognize the legitimate child, lamented the elder. Your Majesty, what does His Holiness say? The elder inquired. Everything is in the hands of the divine. I have done all I can, the aged king replied with a wry smile. Those were Peter's exact words. The healing spell he cast, even its residual glow, cured my chief guard, Baron Light, of ailments he had suffered for years, yet Julius Caesar remains unchanged. Your Majesty, we should prepare for both outcomes. Begin searching for Caesar's relatives as a contingency. If Julius awakens, it will be a cause for celebration. If he does not, the people of the territory will have no choice but to accept the reality, suggested another tall elder, his long beard cascading down to his chest. Gleaming silver. Then it shall be so that I will send Light personally to search for the Caesar lineage. Alas, to trace collateral branches from centuries past will require time. Who knows if any remain, sighed the king, noting that he had smiled more often in these past few days than in the years prior. Baron Batuin, your territory borders Caesar's. Please keep a close watch on the borders. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my legion is always ready that if Celis dares to invade, we can reach Toulon Fortress within a day. Those rascals will not take advantage of us. The burly man declared with conviction. King Clintino VI nodded, preparing to speak, when suddenly a series of knocks sounded at the door. Anger flared within him. This meeting was of utmost importance. He had instructed the attendants to allow no interruptions, so who dared to intrude? Enter, he commanded. The door swung open to reveal Baron Light, the chief guard. His face alight with joy as if oblivious to the king's dark expression, he hurried to the round table and knelt before the king, saying, Your Majesty, His Highness Julius Caesar has awakened. A collective gasp escaped the 5 hereditary dukes present as they rose to their feet. Baron, is what you say true? Indeed, Your Majesty, without a doubt, the duke's steward, Dean, has come to report he is currently in the adjoining chamber. Light confirmed. A wave of relief washed over the king and the dukes, as if they had all exhaled simultaneously. By the grace of the Light, our dilemma is resolved. This is truly splendid news. Light, why are you still kneeling? Rise, the king said, his smile returning as he forgot the earlier anger. Thank you, Your Majesty, the Baron replied as he stood. Gentlemen, let us go greet the future Duke of Caesar. He has been on the minds of so many this past month, the king proclaimed. The 5 dukes bowed in unison, replying, As you command, Your Majesty. Chapter 2. The awakening Lu Feng awoke at the very moment he fully occupied this body. However, he did not disturb the maidservant beside him. He needed time to adjust. The sudden change had come too swiftly. There is no turning back, no returning. How devastated my parents and elder brother must be. The thought of my mother's weeping, of my inability to fulfill my filial duties, pierced Lu Feng's heart with pain. Thankfully, there is still my older brother. Mother and father, I entrust you to him. I can only offer you my distant blessings for your future happiness. Forget me. It was all too mad, too absurd. What in the world had happened? Kidnapped. He had been kidnapped, and in a most peculiar manner. His very soul had been taken. The perpetrator was a divine being, heaven knows what kind of deity. Aided by a hypocritical old sage that he clearly remembered that day. Before the lightning struck, his soul had left his body, drawn into a small purple gold hammer. The thunder merely reduced his physical form to ashes, a complete obliteration of evidence. Subsequently, he followed the foreigner and the old sage to a Taoist temple. For reasons unknown, within the hammer, he could sense the outside world but could not hear the sounds of their conversation. The foreigner and the old sage conversed for quite some time, after which the foreigner took his leave, carrying the hammer to the rear courtyard of the temple. The courtyard was vast, the ground seemingly carved from a single slab of blue stone. Intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, he could vaguely discern that the designs resembled the Taoist bagua. The engraved lines were filled with an unknown metal, and the old sage performed several hand gestures, casting out beams of light. The patterns appeared to come alive, glowing brilliantly. The foreigner stood at the center of the design, waved a hand in farewell, and a burst of radiance enveloped him, after which Lu Feng lost all consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself in this body. The original consciousness had vanished, leaving behind only memories that it was akin to. An analogy that a computer system has crashed, the essence of the body. Yet the data preserved in other partitions remains intact, all memories, while Lu Feng's soul is akin to a newly installed system. Thus, it seamlessly assimilated everything. However, the process was excruciating. Lu Feng certainly did not wish to undergo it a second time. An overwhelming torrent of information was forcibly crammed into his mind, causing an agonizing headache that felt as if it persisted for half a century, until Lu Feng fully digested all the information. And only then did he gradually gain control over his body. He gently raised his hands and gazed at the tender, fair skin of his small hands, eliciting a bittersweet smile from Lu Feng. Indeed, he was but a child. The sudden transformation from a 30-year-old man to an 8-year-old boy was rather disorienting. Lu Feng propped himself up with his hands and attempted to survey his surroundings. The first sight to greet him was a beautiful young girl's face, albeit her expression was rather exaggerated. With wide eyes and a gaping mouth, Lu Feng managed a slight grin, offering a greeting of hi. Yet, the young girl disregarded his smile, abruptly leaping up from the bedside and exclaiming, "Tong, Tong, Tong," as she dashed out, shouting, "Butler Kelly, the young master has awakened. Young Master Julius is awake," leaving the awkward young master behind. Indeed, Lu Feng had taken possession of the body of Julius Caesar, the 8-year-old heir to the Caesar fief in the Aryan Empire. For the sake of convenience in narration, we shall henceforth refer to him by this name. The name Lu Feng shall be left behind, forever forgotten in the past. In a matter of moments, the outside became a cacophony, as it seemed all the servants, maidens, and guards crowded outside, eager to enter and pay their respects, yet hesitant to do so. With the arrival of hurried footsteps, a few reprimands echoed from outside, and the commotion quieted significantly. Then, a figure entered, his voice preceding him. "May the God of light bless, my master. You have awakened. Your loyal old Kelly has been beside himself with worried by the grace of the master, the blessing of Caesar. Oh heavens, you are up. Lie down quickly, it's cold outside. Don't catch a chill." He then shouted, "Where the devil has Mary gone? Hurry and bring in a warming stove. Do you wish to freeze our young master?" The speaker was a rather corpulent middle-aged man, around 40 years of age, whose round face bore no wrinkles and was currently adorned with a sycophantic smile. This was Kelly, the personal steward of young Julius. Speaking of him, there is an element of drama. We know that Marcus and his wife, the Caesars, were magicians, deeply enamored with their craft, leaving them little time to spend with their son. Although they showered little Julius with affection, one day, the couple finally carved out some time to accompany their son to a circus performance, where young Julius was utterly captivated by the antics of a rotund clown, laughing uncontrollably. Thus, the spirited couple conceived the idea of hiring a clown to entertain their son, hoping to alleviate their guilt over neglecting him. Consequently, the circus clown, as if overnight transformed from sparrow to phoenix, passed the rigorous vetting process of the Duke's household and became young Caesar's personal servant. The clown did not disappoint the Duke, nor did he squander this heaven-sent opportunity, striving to please his young master, which brought great joy to little Caesar. 3 years later, the clown was promoted to deputy steward of the Duke's household, now known as Kelly. "All right, Butler Kelly, there is no need to be so anxious. I merely wish to sit up for a while as my body feels sore from lying down," a bright, childlike voice chimed in. Caesar frowned, for although the memories of the previous soul held a fondness for Kelly, he could not comprehend why he felt an aversion towards that plump face. It was an instinct he could not articulate. Suddenly, Caesar realized a significant matter. He had been injured and fallen unconscious upon receiving dreadful news. Waking up without inquiring about his deceased parents would certainly raise suspicions. Alas, it seemed he had to put on an act once more. Thus, he quickly furrowed his brow and began to weep. "Woo-woo, dear Kelly, where is my father? I want my mother, woo-woo." It must be said that little Caesar possessed a remarkable talent for performance. As genuine tears flowed from his eyes and combined with his innocent visage, it evoked an indescribable pang of sorrow. "My young master, oh, my dear young master, do not be sad. You must be strong. My benevolent Duke and kind mistress have returned to the embrace of the divine, basking in the glory of the gods," Kelly hastily consoled, attempting to squeeze out a few tears of his own. Wiping his eyes with his sleeve, little Caesar continued to weep. Ignoring him, Kelly tried to offer more comfort, but to no avail, leading him into a state of panic. Young Caesar was exceptionally perceptive and intelligent. which left Kelly fortunate, as he had spent 3 years merely amusing his young master, rarely witnessing him cry, to the point that he now floundered in confusion, despite having a plethora of amusing ideas that could elicit laughter. However, the current moment was ill-suited for such antics. He lacked the audacity to jest. Finally, the entrance of another individual alleviated Kelly's awkwardness. An elderly man, approximately 60 or 70 years of age, entered, of short stature with a balding head. Save for a fringe of gray-black hair at the temples and back of his head, his forehead slightly wrinkled, exuding an air of sincerity. Upon entering, he hastily approached and knelt beside the bed, embracing young Caesar as tears streamed down his face. "God bless, my young master. You have finally awakened. Damn that old dean, 1,000 times damned, for I failed to protect you. I nearly became the eternal disgrace of the Caesar family. The god of light has taken my benevolent duke and mistress, yet now he has bestowed his glory upon you, returning you to us. The Caesar line is not extinguished, and the glory of the Caesar fief endures. Oh, thank the divine." It was evident that this was a loyal old man. Although he spoke in a rambling manner, his unwavering loyalty shone through. Originally putting on a fade, Caesar could not help but reminisce about his previous life as parents. And he too felt a wave of sorrow. The elder and the child wept together, embracing each other in grief. After a long while, as they gradually ceased their lamentations, the elder held the child's hand tightly, trembling slightly as he spoke. "My young master, your father and mother have returned to the embrace of the divine. The future of the Caesar fief rests upon your shoulders. I implore you from this day forth to shed no more tears. You must be strong. You must rise, for the glory of Caesar needs your inheritance. The people of Caesar require your protection. You are a descendant of Saint Caesar. You are the 93rd generation of the esteemed Duke Caesar." The elder rambled on, seemingly oblivious to the fact that an 8-year-old child might not fully comprehend his words. Nevertheless, his steadfast exhortation gradually warmed Caesar's heart. "Old Dean, my loyal steward, thank you that I will remember my responsibilities and my mission. The illustrious Caesar lineage shall endure. I vow it shall only grow in glory," Caesar declared with resolute eyes, his cheeks still glistening with tears. Dean Darcy, the chief steward of the Caesars, was a 70-year-old man who had served the family across 2 generations and now assumed the duty of serving the 3rd generation. The Darcy family, like the Caesars, boasted a long lineage. Since the first Darcy served as the steward to Saint Caesar, their family had loyally served the Caesars through the ages, for thousands of years. Their loyalty had remained unwavering, a remarkable feat indeed. The corpulent Kelly awkwardly lingered behind the two, his gaze flickering uncertainly. The two seemed oblivious to his presence, which made him acutely aware of his status as an outsider. It appeared that his efforts to gain more influence within the Caesar household were still insufficient. The elder remained the greatest impediment to his ambitions, but his position was unassailable, and he dared not act against it. Clearing his throat, Kelly coughed a couple of times to draw the attention of the two. Then ingratiatingly suggested, "Respected Steward Dean, since the master has just awakened, should we not summon the priest to ensure everything is in order? Moreover, given that the young master has subsisted on only a meager diet for a month, he must be quite hungry. Shall we prepare something for him to eat?" "Oh, yes, yes. Kelly, please call for the priest, and have the kitchen prepare some light food. The young master should not eat too much upon awakening," Old Dean hurriedly replied. Standing up, he turned to Caesar and said, "Young master, your body has yet to recover. Rest for a while. Do not get out of bed. Let Kelly attend to you that I must report to the palace. His Majesty has been quite anxious and has sent inquiries multiple times. Rest assured, upon learning of your awakening, he shall feel much relieved." "Very well, old steward, you may go," Caesar replied. Dean bowed and exited. Kelly hurriedly stepped forward to offer attentive service, just as the maid Mary entered, carrying a small bronze stove to place by the bedside. Inside, bright red coals were already burning, and a faint scent of charcoal wafted through the air, alleviating the stifling atmosphere within the room. As early winter approached, the capital grew progressively colder, but with the addition of the stove, the room soon became much warmer. Caesar reclined on the bed, leaning against a soft velvet pillow, covered by an exquisite white bear fur blanket, observing the servants bustling about solely to attend to him, and could not help but sincerely marvel. The life of a noble. Such a lifestyle is certainly worthy of a lifetime. After consuming a modest amount of food, He was subjected to the ministrations of the arriving priest, while the servants and guards outside took turns offering their greetings. Before he knew it, the day had passed in a flurry of activity. And as he finally found a moment of tranquility, nightfall began to descend. Chapter 3. Understanding this world. Yesterday evening, when the current attendant announced the emperor's arrival, Julius Caesar was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that Dean's visit to the palace was merely a formality, never anticipating that the emperor would hold him in such esteem. This revelation sparked a profound curiosity within him regarding the status of the Caesar family. After all, while dukes are indeed noble, the Oran Empire boasts a plethora of them, making it perplexing that the heir of a mere duke would warrant a personal visit from the sovereign. It would be unreasonable to expect the memories of a previous soul to clarify such complexities. An 8-year-old child would have no one to elucidate these intricate matters. It appeared necessary for him to thoroughly familiarize himself with this world and uncover the history of his lineage. Reluctantly, after another display of emotional performance, he managed to navigate the encounter. However, his curiosity reached its zenith upon discovering that he was not alone with the emperor. 5 hereditary grand dukes of varying ages accompanied him on this visit. Was it merely a matter of good relations for the Caesar family? Julius scoffed, aware that noble alliances are often rooted in self-interest, with genuine friendships being a rarity. Moreover, should any such connections exist, they would likely raise the emperor's suspicions. After bidding farewell to the emperor and his entourage, Caesar eagerly summoned Dean, wishing to fill the void of knowledge regarding the world and his family. Yet, upon witnessing the haggard visage of the elderly Dean, his eyes marred by bloodshot veins, he ultimately gestured for him to retire early. Dean had certainly endured sleepless nights over the past month, and Caesar could not bear to further torment him. After all, there was no rush. He could inquire the following day. Concerned for the health of his young master, Dean advised the guards at the estate's entrance to decline all visitors the next morning before making his way to Caesar's chamber. By that time, Caesar had already awakened and was attending to his morning rituals under the care of his maid. Married, he had enjoyed a restful night, leaving him quite invigorated in the morning. However, the early arrival of Clary severely dampened his spirits. Though Clary had committed no fault, his presence was nevertheless unwelcome. Sensing the young master's indifference since his awakening, Clary adopted an even more cautious demeanor. Due to Caesar's recent recovery, the priest had advised him to maintain a few more days of quietude. Thus he did not don overly formal attire. After changing into soft, white linen undergarments, he simply draped a cashmere robe over himself. The room was warm enough to fend off any chill. Once Mary had cleared away the washing implements, Clary instructed a servant to set a small table beside the bed, upon which breakfast was arranged. A bowl of thick rice porridge, a plate of smoked meat, a dish that appeared to be caviar, a bowl of meat broth, accompanied by several side dishes and slices of buttered white bread that were quite tempting. Caesar nodded to Dean and began his breakfast. It was not out of arrogance, but rather adherence to noble etiquette. Servants were prohibited from speaking while the master dined. The only sounds in the room were those of his solitary chewing. For the Caesar family had instilled such decorum from a young age, with Dean serving as his primary instructor in etiquette. Given the wealth of teachings left behind by his predecessor, it was no surprise that the old steward felt gratified rather than resentful. After a while, Julius finished his breakfast, rinsed his mouth with the cup handed to him by Clary, and cleared the table. He then ordered a wooden chair be brought for Dean and waved his hand, dismissing the servants, ignoring Clary's forlorn gaze as he did not permit him to remain. Thus began their journey of exploration into the realm of knowledge regarding this world and his family. Undeniably, old Dean possessed a bard's talent. Under his thorough narration throughout the morning, combined with the remnants of his past memories, Julius finally grasped a general understanding of this world. This world was a vast continent known as the Divine Grace Continent. Home to numerous races, humans, orcs, and elves were the predominant races, alongside the rarer giants, goblins, and gnomes. Of course, there were also the formidable dragons, albeit in even lesser numbers. The continent comprised 5 great empires and various smaller kingdoms, duchies, and free cities. Among these, 3 human-dominated empires were the Oran Empire, the Selras Empire, and the Desai Empire, while the Anosan Empire was composed of orcs, and the Elven Empire was home to the elves. As for the smaller nations, they were a lang of races, featuring a diverse populace. Nevertheless, humans held an absolute advantage across the continent. Beyond the continent lay an expansive ocean, dotted with numerous islands, both large and small, many of which were inhabited as for the distant seas. Apart from the mysterious Dragon Island, it was said that underwater dwelled the sea folk, though no definitive evidence of their existence had been substantiated. The general distribution of power across the continent was as follows. The Oran Empire, the mightiest, occupied the central fertile expanse, relying on the vast, boundless mountain range to the north, known as the Forest of Forgotten. To the northwest lay the Aenosen Empire, home to orcs, which claimed the grasslands and the expansive desert that followed, the land being the most barren, yet compensated somewhat by its proximity to the Forest of Forgotten. The western and southern regions extended to the coastline, encompassing a vast forest known as the Elven Forest, where the elves established their nation. Between Oran and the Elven Empire, several small nations and commercial alliances flourished in the southwestern corner of the continent. A long landmass extending into the sea, known as the Demon's Horn, stretched 1,000 miles long and nearly 100 miles wide. This region was perpetually shrouded in thick fog and fraught with perilous spatial anomalies, rendering it seldom visited. Yet it was crucial for the safety of the entire continent. For every 1,000 years, the stability of the Demon's Horn would last for a decade, during which time countless demons would surge forth to invade the Divine Grace continent. It would require the combined strength of all races to withstand the ensuing calamity. Thus it was termed the Demon Tide, or the Millennial Calamity. There were still several decades remaining until the next disaster would strike. The Oran Empire stretched across the continent from north to south, with its southern region directly bordering the sea, devoid of neighboring nations. To the northeast, it bordered the Selres Empire, with the two nations often embroiled in discord. The Selres Empire lay directly to the east, with the Forest of Forgotten to its north and the coastline to its east. The southeastern region was occupied by the Desai Empire, which primarily relied on coastal territory. The Desai Empire did not share a border with Oran, and several small nations existed as a buffer between the two. This outlined the general distribution of the continent. Julius estimated, in a private moment of reflection, that excluding the boundless Forest of Forgotten, the known landmass of the Divine Grace continent was astonishingly vast, several times larger than Earth's land area. With a long, relieved sigh, Caesar thought, the unknown and mysterious otherworldly continent awaits my unveiling of its enigmatic veil. Lunch was served within the confines of the room, and he deliberately invited Dean to dine with him. It was evident that the old steward was both apprehensive and unable to conceal his joy. For as the future Grand Duke, showing kindness to his steward was also a means of winning hearts. In the afternoon, Dean commenced recounting the history of the Caesar family. To understand the Caesar lineage, one must first be acquainted with the founding history of the Oran Empire. In the age preceding the era of the continent, the ancient Elven Empire ruled over the entire land, with other races serving as vassals. This ancient race had established its realm for nearly 10,000 years until the 10th millennial calamity, known as the Great Catastrophe, shattered the status quo. During that period, the stability of the Demon's Horn persisted for a century, and the continent endured an unprecedented disaster, with many races suffering severe losses, some nearly facing extinction. Although they ultimately withstood the onslaught, the elves lost their dominance over the continent. Throughout the century-long struggle against the demons, humans emerged as the foremost race, and it was during the final battle that the human alliance obliterated the elite demon legions. Among the most valiant human leaders were 7 heroes from the then obscure nation of Oran, the predecessor of the Oran Empire, led by the future Emperor Elsa Oran and the first dukes of the 6 great houses: Caesar, Crassus, Pompey, Sulla, Marius, and Batoon. They were said to be favored by the god of light, acting as divine emissaries upon the mortal realm. Under the leadership of the still Prince Oran, they fought valiantly, and the elite demon commanders fell victim to the 7 heroes, leading to the collapse of the demon forces. Following the retreat of the Demon Tide, the inherent flaws of civilized races resurfaced. The ancient Elven Empire sought to maintain its hegemonic rule, while humans demanded greater influence in light of their contributions to the continent. Thus, war erupted once more. After 20 years of conflict, the elves were defeated and retreated to the Elven Forest, relinquishing control of the continent, which was subsequently divided among humans based on their achievements in battle. During this period, the divine status of the 7 heroes was unanimously acknowledged by all temples across the continent, and they were bestowed with the title of saint, for it was evident that, despite the century-long demon tide and 20 years of civil strife, the 7 heroes showed no signs of aging. They remained youthful, even as the youngest among them had surpassed 150 years of age, clearly blessed by the gods. Unlike elves, who could live for 500 years, humans averaged a lifespan of only a century. Even the most powerful sorcerers or sword saints could only reach the age of 150 at most. Their appearances aging considerably. Thus, through their esteemed reputation and remarkable military accomplishments, they acquired the most extensive and fertile territory on the continent, what is now known as the Oran dynasty. The day of their nation's founding marked the official commencement of the era of the continent. As anticipated, Oran established the teachings of the god of light as the state religion. What fascinated the people of Oran most was that, due to their military exploits, the other 6 heroes could have easily established their own kingdoms. However, they chose not to do so, instead accepting titles granted by the empire, resulting in the 6 hereditary duchies. The wisdom of the 7 heroes was indeed beyond mortal comprehension. It was not until hundreds of years after their passing that people began to comprehend the profundity of their choices. Undoubtedly, the bountiful lands bequeathed by their ancestors were the rightful inheritance of the people. However, this does not guarantee that his descendants will be able to uphold it. There are many envious nations lurking in the shadows. Should the 6 heroes establish their own realms, it would undoubtedly dilute Aaron's strength. While they live, it poses no issue, but after their demise, they would inevitably be picked off by foreign powers. United, the 7 wield the might of the continent, allowing them to stand proudly above all others. Indeed, after their passing, many nations ignited wars, yet most were left in disarray when faced with the united Aaron Empire. The honor of the First Empire endures to this day, spanning nearly 6 millennia. Chapter 4. Understanding This World. Part 2. After recounting the history of the founding of the nation, Dean took a sip from the cup before him to soothe his parched throat. Caesar shifted slightly to find a more comfortable position and suddenly recalled a critical question, asking, "Butler Dean, where exactly are the 6 noble domains located within the empire?" The old butler was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, one of the main reasons he had shared the history of the continent with the young master was to distract him, hoping he would soon forget the sorrow of losing his parents and embrace a new life. It was akin to entertaining a child. After all, as the steward of the household, he had numerous matters to attend to, especially with the delayed memorial ceremony for the late Duke and Duchess taking place in 3 days. The workload was indeed heavy. However, he had not anticipated that an 8-year-old child would pose such a sensitive and pivotal question. Indeed, even if the 6 dukes were fiercely loyal to the empire, it was inevitable that their offspring might harbor dissent, as they once had the opportunity to become sovereigns themselves. Their illustrious achievements also indicated a greater challenge in governance. Caution was necessary, yet one could not instill too much fear. Thus, the empire established an entirely new aristocratic system. Ahem, young master, the 6 noble domains are all situated along the empire's borders. Their general distribution is as follows. The Crassus domain lies to the west, adjacent to the Orc Empire, while the Pompey and Marius domains are located in the southwest, bordering the Elven Empire and several smaller nations. The eastern border of the empire features the Sulla domain, followed by the Baton domain, and our own Caesar domain from south to north. To the north of Caesar lies the Forest of Oblivion, while Baton shares proximity with us in the Thales region. Sulla stands on the frontier with the Dees Empire, along with numerous kingdoms, principalities, and free cities. Haha, splendid. All positioned at the borders to safeguard the empire's territory. Very astute, Caesar remarked with a chuckle. What kind of privileges does the empire bestow upon us? Or rather, what rights do we possess? What about the area and population resources of the major domains? Are there not other dukes within the empire? Dean was genuinely astonished. Was this a question befitting a child? His depth of insight was akin to that of an adult. Goodness! Unbelievable. Dean unconsciously straightened his demeanor, now responding with the respect due to a future duke. My young master, the land area of each of the 6 noble domains is roughly equivalent. Even the smallest, Sulla, spans over 2 million square kilometers, while our Caesar domain boasts the largest area at over 3 million square kilometers. However, due to its adjacency to the Forest of Oblivion, 1/3 of our territory consists of mountainous and hilly regions. As for the population, I'm not entirely certain, but it hovers around 10 million. I can tell you, however, that Caesar's population stands at 8,240,000. Noticing the look of confusion on Caesar's face, Dean continued, Yes, young master, we have the fewest inhabitants due to our somewhat remote location. The interior of the empire possesses vast expanses of more fertile land, which naturally attracts more people. Is that so? With 3 million square kilometers, even after accounting for the mountains, there should still be 2 million available. Surely that can sustain 10 million. Caesar could no longer contain his curiosity. After all, on Earth, even 30,000 square kilometers could support far more than 10 million. Japan had managed to sustain hundreds of millions. Dean, well aware of the circumstances in his own domain, offered a wry smile. Young master, while we could cultivate much more arable land, our agricultural workforce is already at capacity. An increase in population would only lead to neglect of the land, as crop yields on the continent are quite low. Oh, Caesar replied, refraining from further inquiries, feeling somewhat relieved. After all, this world resembled Earth's medieval Europe, where agricultural productivity was indeed limited, given the vastness of the world. Fertile fields could be found elsewhere, making it unnecessary to settle in this somewhat remote area. Dean then shifted to the next topic. As for the other nobles, they do not possess hereditary lands. Only our 6 houses hold such titles of hereditary nobility. All other nobles operate under the grant of titles system. Dean spoke with a tone of pride. The empire employs 2 systems of nobility. How fascinating. Do elaborate. Caesar responded, intrigued. This system was jointly established by the founding emperor and the 6 heroic figures. Only these 6 families enjoy hereditary noble status, while all other nobles receive a different form of grant of title. Dean paused before continuing. Nobles are categorized into 5 ranks: duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron, each further divided into 3 tiers, totaling 15 ranks. The distinction lies in the fact that titles can be inherited for 1, 3, 6, or 9 generations based on merit or imperial favor. This means that a title can only be passed down for 1 generation, 3 generations, 6 generations, or 9 generations before it must be demoted 1 rank until it ultimately becomes a commoner. For instance, a 3-generation earl can pass down the title to his son, who in turn can pass it to his grandson for a total of 3 generations. After that, the title must be reduced by 1 rank. An earl becomes a viscount becomes a baron, and eventually, it leads to commoner status. When it comes to their territories, they differ from hereditary nobles. The 6 hereditary domains possess a high degree of autonomy. Provided they do not contravene the empire's laws, they can establish their own legal codes and maintain their own regular military forces. They can also confer noble titles to those ranked 2 tiers below them, albeit only for life and at their own expense, as long as they pay a nominal annual tax. They face no restrictions from the empire. Forgive my indiscretion, but aside from foreign affairs and certain military powers, they operate almost as independent kingdoms. In contrast, grant of title nobles lack jurisdiction over their territories. Their authority lies with the various officials appointed by the empire. They merely receive tax revenues from their lands and are afforded a residence. Once their title's inheritance concludes, the royal family reclaims the land. Lastly, there are the 2 lowest noble titles, knight and squire, which are referred to as commoner nobility, and these are only for life, with the least privileges. Brilliant. Our 7 ancestors were truly wise and farsighted. This system maximally curtails the growth of noble power and mitigates the risk of local lords declaring autonomy. The royal family also remains strong, as they do not lose power by granting extensive lands. However, the initial implementation of this system must have faced significant resistance. Caesar sighed. Nevertheless, he felt no concern, as he had grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, young master, resistance was considerable at the outset. Several rebellions occurred. However, under the suppression of the royal family and the 6 noble domains, these disturbances were swiftly quelled. After several centuries of implementation, the system gradually gained acceptance. Caesar nodded. This was as it should be. The royal family could not confront the myriad individuals whose interests were adversely affected alone. The 6 beneficiaries would undoubtedly support the crown. After all, the fewer people who share power, the more illustrious it appears. The founding figures had bound their descendants together through shared interests. Although it slightly tarnished their reputations, it ensured the longevity of future generations. Additionally, the major domains were all located along the border, alleviating substantial pressure on the empire's defenses. The calculations were astute. The 2 continued to discuss various finer points, and the day passed swiftly. Caesar found it amusing that, in the 2 days since he regained consciousness, he had not stepped outside even once. Even his calls of nature were attended to within the confines of his room. Caesar gently stretched his arms and took a deep breath. The discomfort and soreness from his initial acclimatization to his body had greatly diminished over these 2 days. Perhaps tomorrow I can venture out for a stroll, he contemplated. Noticing the young master's movements, the old dean, ever perceptive, rose to take his leave. Young master, it is getting late. Shall I have them prepare a meal for you? Caesar nodded in agreement. A.S. Dean took a few steps away. He suddenly recalled an important matter he had forgotten to mention. Young master, there is one thing I neglected to report. November 9th, which is the day after tomorrow, marks the memorial day for the late Lord. Presided over by His Holiness Pope Peter XIII himself. Moreover, there are several ceremonies you must personally partake in. Tomorrow, the chief priest of the temple will come to instruct you in the rites. Do you have any specific instructions? Caesar's expression momentarily darkened as he inquired. Have my father and mother been buried? Dean hurriedly replied. No, young master. The temple rites are merely a necessary formality to ensure that the souls of the Duke and Duchess ascend to paradise and embrace the light. Their remains will be interred in our domain. This is a long-standing tradition of the Caesar family. We have our own family burial grounds and do not inter them within the temple. Among the empire's nobility, a certain funerary practice had gained popularity, interring remains within the temple's soul hall. They believed this proximity to the divine would expedite entry into heaven. Of course, only royal family members or high-ranking nobles could be buried in the soul hall of the Divine Light Cathedral in the imperial capital. Very well. I understand. Do not neglect the chief priest tomorrow, Caesar instructed. Dean bowed respectfully and withdrew, while the sycophantic visage of our portly clerk made a timely appearance. Chapter 5. The Memorial Ceremony and Meeting on November 9th. In the year 5963 of the continent's calendar, the day was overcast, with a light rain beginning to fall, within the soul hall of the Divine Light Cathedral in the imperial capital of Elsa. A memorial ceremony was underway. The soul hall was a grand, gray-white square structure, adorned with numerous angelic statues, each uniquely formed, but most bearing serene expressions, lending the space an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. The interior space is exceedingly vast, supported by a multitude of towering black stone columns that uphold a soaring dome. Within, apart from a soul-recalling angel statue positioned at the true north, there exists nothing else. At this moment, the hall is filled with people, most of whom wear expressionless faces, either bowing their heads or murmuring softly as if in prayer. In the central position rests 2 enormous coffins made of black cedar. The final resting place of Marcus Caesar and his spouse, Pope Peter XIII, is intoning a lengthy prayer in divine language. He is an elderly man of over 80, with a long, pure white beard. And his demeanor is solemn. He is clad in a long black robe that extends to his calves, draped with a golden priestly cloak embroidered with subtle patterns at the edges. Atop his head sits an ancient crown woven from ordinary thorn flowers, which, despite its simplicity, emanates an indescribable and pure energy, subtly glowing with a faint white light that disperses imperceptibly. This is the sacred artifact of the temple, the blessing of the god of light, commonly referred to as the thornflower crown. Behind him stand His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor, along with His Highness, Prince Algernon Aaron, followed by several dukes of the empire, and other princes. On the outer fringes are the esteemed nobles of the empire, clearly delineated in rank. As for our Lord Julius Caesar, he is not afforded the privilege of standing. At this moment, he kneels beside the coffin, fulfilling his filial duty. By the way, on this continent, kneeling is reserved solely for the divine. He has maintained this position for half an hour now, his legs long since numb. However, he cannot rise until the ceremony concludes, much to the dismay of Old Dean outside the temple. Old Dean, merely a servant to the Duke, though he bears the title of Count, finds little distinction in the royal capital, where dukes and marquises abound. He can only observe the ceremony from outside and offer his prayers. Caesar pays no heed to his numbed, aching legs. He is engulfed in profound astonishment. At the outset of the intricate rituals upon entering the temple, he merely observed with a sense of wonder. Yet, when the Pope concluded his intonations, he was utterly dumbfounded to discover that the so-called divine language was none other than his mother tongue, Chinese. Indeed, the language spoken by the Pope, albeit somewhat, shall we say, mystical in tone, was indeed Mandarin. In the name of the Most High and Holy God of Light, all praise be unto my Lord, the Master of the world. Guide us along the righteous path, the path of those you assist, not the way of the forsaken. He caught only the beginning before his thoughts drifted elsewhere. The brown-haired white man who brought him to this continent must surely be a deity. Perhaps one closely associated with the Eastern Taoist traditions of Earth, though whether he is the god of light remains uncertain. As for his purpose and why he abandoned him without further guidance, he could not fathom, nor did he wish to dwell on it. In time, he would surely learn, and even if he never sought him out, it mattered not. He had yet to fully enjoy the noble and revered life on this continent. When the Pope concluded his final syllable, the ceremony reached its end. The Pope's attendant gently assisted the young Caesar to his feet. He could barely stand upright, yet uttered not a word of complaint. The onlookers silently marveled at how an 8-year-old child could display such maturity. Pope Peter XIII tenderly brushed Caesar's forehead and said, "May the God of light bless you, my child." Caesar, addressing the godfather of his father, the kindly elder, placed his right hand on his chest and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your blessing, your majesty." The elder embraced him gently, gazing at the only bloodline of his charge, and sighed, "The ceremony has concluded. Call me grandfather." Caesar paused for a moment, choked with emotion, and finally managed to utter, "Grandfather." The elder embraced him once more, both of them silently sharing their sorrow. The emperor and the dukes hastily offered their reassurances as they exited the Soul Hall. As for the coffins of the Duke and Duchess Marcus, they would remain there until the spring of the following year when the weather turned warm enough for their return to the family tomb in Caesar's territory. The noblemen who participated in the rites would subsequently pay their respects to the Duke's coffin before dispersing. After reassuring young Julius that he could approach him with any concerns and offering a few comforting words, the Pope took his leave, returning to the Hall of the God of Light with the Emperor and the Dukes. Although clergy typically abstained from mundane matters, the Pope still had numerous responsibilities. Following this, His Majesty Emperor Clentino VI, along with the 5 dukes and the 8-year-old prince, returned to the palace. They had a meeting to convene regarding Caesar's succession ceremony, along with many other matters to discuss. From an earthly perspective, the architectural style of this continent is quite distinctive, featuring soaring spires reminiscent of Gothic cathedrals and palatial structures akin to the bold, opulent Baroque style, even evoking the essence and artistry of classical Chinese gardens within the landscape design. This was Caesar's initial impression as he traversed the palace grounds. The palace is vast, encompassing extensive grounds, with sprawling royal gardens encircling the main buildings, interspersed with clusters of quaint villas resembling stars scattered across the night sky, homes for the emperor's various consorts. Here, symmetry is not paramount. The thoughtfully arranged buildings reflect the harmonious relationship between the people and their environment. After passing through the central halls of audience, the council chamber, and the offices of various ministers, Caesar crossed several gates guarded by royal sentinels, arriving at the emperor's private chambers that in the reception hall, where the emperor had previously conferred with the other 5 dukes. The attendees took their seats at the emperor's behest. One must note that the ancient stone round table was rather tall, and upon sitting, Caesar could barely reveal his head above its edge, feeling quite embarrassed under the teasing gazes of the emperor and the dukes. Eventually, the captain of the guards, Baron Light, procured a cushion for him, alleviating his predicament slightly. Once the attendants and other personnel had departed, the first imperial council meeting since Caesar's arrival on this continent commenced. The emperor's opening remarks were brief, as this was not one of those grand assemblies laden with protocol. The discussion swiftly turned to the matter at hand, the issue of young Julius Caesar's succession. Historically, there had never been a case of such a young heir assuming a dukedom since the empire's founding. Even 5 years prior, when Antonio Sulla succeeded to the dukedom, there were murmurs of his youth, as he was only 15 at the time. However, Caesar's unique status as the sole heir alleviated some of the concerns. Nonetheless, the necessary procedures still needed to be observed. After discussing various trivial details, the focus shifted to the main subject, Caesar himself. He straightened his posture, endeavoring to present himself more assertively, and spoke, "Esteemed Majesty, honored dukes, you are all my elders, my fathers or grandfathers. The Caesar family has endured great trials, and I am but a child, lacking in understanding. I initially had little to say in your presence. However, since I occupy this position, I must be accountable for my territory and my subjects. I also have obligations that come with being a hereditary duke of the empire." After a brief pause, Caesar added, "Of course, I also possess rights that I wish to be informed about. Regarding the ceremony of succession, I hope for simplicity. After all, my father has just passed, and I do not wish to engage in ostentation or extravagance. That would be disrespectful to my father." To his dismay, the imperial council meeting devolved into discussions over trivialities such as what garments to don for the ceremony, what insignia to wear, and how many cannon salutes should be fired. The issue of his rightful entitlements was scarcely mentioned. Did they think to bully him due to his youth? Fortunately, old Dean had thoroughly briefed him on the matters at hand the previous night. Otherwise, he might have been easily misled. If he did not assert his rights before reaching adulthood, he would likely never regain them. Emperor Clentino and the dukes were left dumbfounded, their expressions laden with embarrassment. This young lad was not easily fooled. How could he possess such knowledge at such a tender age? Was he born wise, a prodigy? Simultaneously, the faces of the assembled leaders conjured images of old Dean's honest visage. Old fox, they silently cursed. Ahem. Dear Julius, Emperor Clentino stammered, struggling for words. You see, there has been much to attend to these past few days, and we have all been inundated with responsibilities. We also wish to spare you from undue burdens. Considering your recent recovery, you are still quite young. Some matters necessitate a learning process. Clentino VI seemed to ramble aimlessly as he noticed Caesar gazing at him with pure, innocent eyes. Eventually, unable to fabricate further excuses, he forced a smile and said, Very well, my little fox. In this matter, we must apologize to you. Your due rights shall not be overlooked. We will explain everything to you. However, you must understand that our intentions are good. There is nothing nefarious at play. Indeed. Young Julius, you are still quite small. We fear that if we entrusted you with authority over the border fortresses, military powers, and finances, there might be unscrupulous individuals who would take advantage of your youth and deceive you. Moreover, if you were manipulated by the enemies from theirs, it could lead to immense losses and harm for the empire and its subjects. When I assumed my title, I too learned under the guidance and support of Duke Barton for 3 years before independently shouldering my responsibilities upon reaching adulthood. This was stated by Duke Antonio Sulla, a handsome and refined young man. His father had passed away early, and he had assumed the dukedom at the tender age of 15, still a minor, by the way, among the primary races of the Divine Grace continent. Humans are considered adults at the age of 18, while the majority of the orc population follows suit, with only a few special races differing due to their lifespan. Elves, on the other hand, who typically live for 4 to 5 centuries, are deemed adults at the age of 60. Your Majesty, Lord Sulla, I comprehend your good intentions, for I am indeed quite young, and the upcoming period will primarily focus on my education. Regarding the military affairs, might it be prudent to maintain the current status quo for the time being? That way, I would not need to concern myself excessively with border military matters, and it would also deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Dean had previously discussed the military mobilization of the Toulon fortress at the border within the territory of Caesar. In addition to the 10,000 garrison troops stationed by Caesar himself, the Empire had dispatched an additional 10,000 elite troops for reinforcement at the outset of Duke Marcus's demise. As a precaution, given the adversarial relationship with theirs, tensions at the border are not uncommon. Who knows whether they might seize the opportunity to incite trouble? Caesar's intention is to retain those 10,000 imperial soldiers, which would alleviate his burdens significantly. Dean mentioned that the commander of those 10,000 troops, General Conrad Pine, is from Caesar's territory, and thus he is deemed trustworthy. Dean spoke with a weighty implication. However, whether it was an oversight or a lack of understanding, Caesar neglected the critical issue of supplies and military pay for those 10,000 troops. The emperor exchanged glances with several imperial dukes, who remained silent. The emperor, feeling helpless, realized that he would have to accept this unfortunate situation. Having initially spoken so freely, he did not wish to hand over military authority at the border to a mere child. And now, it seemed, he was relegated to merely observing. Moreover, he was expected to provide his own sustenance. He chuckled inwardly. Ah, the little fox. Nodding in agreement, the emperor acquiesced. Caesar felt a surge of excitement. Half of the problem was resolved. Yet, there remained the matter of financial authority. Chapter 6. Have I taken advantage? It is necessary to recount the conversation that transpired last night between Julius Caesar and Dean, the steward. Old Dean had visited Caesar's chambers just as he was about to retire for the night, dismissing all attendants, and proceeded to enlighten Caesar about the rights and obligations that accompany his hereditary title as Duke. In essence, it was about the benefits he ought to receive and the rights he must never relinquish. Due to Dean's service to 2 generations of Caesars, he possessed a profound understanding of the Duke's entitlements. Following the memorial service tomorrow, the emperor would undoubtedly convene a council of magnates, during which, aside from discussing the ceremonial aspects of succession, they would need to find a suitable resolution to those sensitive issues. The two most critical points would be military authority at the border and fiscal duties. After all, Caesar was still quite young. The emperor could not possibly entrust military power at the border to an 8-year-old, regardless of his intelligence. Therefore, a compromise could be reached. General Conrad Pine, commander of the imperial reinforcements stationed at Toulon, would assume command of military affairs and manage all matters until Caesar reached adulthood. This arrangement would likely be more acceptable to both the empire and the territory of Caesar, as General Conrad, being a subject of Caesar's territory and a trusted confidant of the emperor, was expected to gain approval. At this point, Dean, with an odd expression, added that if the emperor did not bring it up, they should not mention the supplies for those 10,000 imperial troops. The implication was clear. Caesar seemed to regard Dean as if seeing him for the first time, studying him intently until the old man awkwardly shifted the topic. Caesar shook his head, reflecting, I never anticipated that the seemingly honest and straightforward Dean would turn out to be a cunning old fox. How misguided I was. However, I find it rather amusing. Dean's second point concerned the issue of tariffs. The elder cautioned him earnestly not to relinquish this right under any circumstances. The rights belonging to Caesar's side must not be compromised, even if Julius were to throw a tantrum. Caesar appeared somewhat perplexed, prompting Dean to elaborate on the rationale. The 6 territories serve as the empire's borders, guarding its frontiers. Consequently, the empire faces significantly reduced pressure at the borders. However, this gives rise to a considerable issue. It is well known that trade between nations constitutes a substantial portion of a nation's fiscal revenue. With tariffs playing a pivotal role, a dispute arose over the taxation rights along the borders of the 6 territories, with the dukes asserting that tariffs within their own domains should be collected by themselves. Clearly, the royal family would not willingly relinquish such a lucrative asset. They contended that this falls under the purview of diplomacy and that the empire should have full authority over it. Thus, neither party would yield, resulting in prolonged contention. Eventually, both sides were compelled to compromise, signing a tariff agreement between the royal family and the dukes, which essentially stipulated that tariffs would be collected by the dukes, while the empire would appoint individuals to coordinate and supervise, with the proceeds shared in proportion. The specific ratio of distribution was never disclosed publicly, but Dean, being a trusted advisor to 2 generations of Caesars, was privy to it. A division of 70-30 in favor of the empire. The dukes were somewhat at a disadvantage. After all, the revenue from border tariffs amounted to millions of gold coins for each territory. Thus, the annual tax remitted internally by each territory was merely a symbolic 20,000 gold coins. This practice has continued to this day. Should the empire decide to temporarily reclaim the right to levy tariffs under the pretext of Caesar's youth, the interests of Caesar's territory would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Caesar suddenly inquired, since the distribution of fiscal revenue is already established, what difference does it make whether the collection rights are reclaimed? Is there something I am unaware of? Even within the confines of the room, Dean lowered his voice. Young master, the legitimate tariffs we collect are bound by agreement. Yet there are always loopholes in the law. Smuggling persists at the borders, and foreign merchant caravans must pay certain fees clandestinely to Caesar's territory to pass through. After all, we are the rightful owners. Naturally, these payments are significantly less than the legitimate tariffs. All of this occurs under the noses of the empire's inspectors. Thus, Caesar still receives no less than half of the tariff revenue annually. If the empire were to reclaim the collection rights and deploy its own officials at the borders, the smuggling caravans would be unable to cross, resulting in a loss of this income until you reach adulthood, which amounts to nearly 300,000 gold coins annually. Therefore, you must hold on tightly to this matter. Caesar pondered carefully before coldly remarking, surely the losses would not be mine alone. If they cannot enter, certain individuals within the territory would also be unable to exit. Old Dean shivered at the boy's chilling words. This child is astute. Dean realized that Caesar had grasped the crux of the matter, hastily affirming, indeed, my wise young master, there are some nobles and merchants within the territory who engage in smuggling under the oversight of the Duke's house. However, they dare not touch sensitive items. Moreover, given the numerous interests at stake for many within the territory, the Lord has previously turned a blind eye to such activities. Caesar sighed, saying, very well, I understand that in this matter, I shall adhere to my father's methods, but the prerequisite is that the bottom line must never be crossed. That is absolutely intolerable. Let them consider the consequences. Old Dean promptly agreed, sweat beading on his forehead. This boy is beginning to reveal his sharpness. Under the gaze of those clear, azure eyes, Dean felt an inexplicable sense of dread rising from within. Only when Caesar relented did old Dean regain his composure. I must return and ensure the family members are kept in check, he thought. Indeed, the Dean family also has a stake in smuggling. Given the alluring profits, Dean regretted not having confided in his young master earlier. Now, his young master must harbor some resentment, no? But who can be blamed? Who would expect a child to consider such matters? Meanwhile, Caesar contemplated, there are too few trustworthy people around me. I must cultivate my own confidence. Old Dean may be loyal, but who can guarantee that his kin are equally reliable? This matter was thus brushed aside, at least for the time being. The following day, during the Council of Magnates, Caesar truly capitalized on his youthful advantage, feigning ignorance and playing the victim, almost to the point of tears, resolutely refusing to yield. Ultimately, the emperor, feeling exasperated, allowed the matter to dissipate amidst the bizarre expressions of the dukes, who struggled to contain their laughter. Throughout the entire ordeal, the dukes maintained their silence. After all, it was not their concern. So why offend anyone? In the end, Caesar emerged victorious, while our dear Emperor Confrontation VI was left with little substantial benefit from his machinations. Oh, except that military authority now temporarily rested in the emperor's hands. Yet, the emperor found himself in a somewhat absurd situation, tasked with watching over another while also having to provide his own sustenance. My god of light, have I truly taken advantage? The emperor lamented. Simultaneously, both the emperor and the dukes began to regard Julius Caesar in earnest as the duke he was destined to be. This child had earned the respect of all through his performance. Truly solidifying his rightful place among the 7 great powers of Caesar's lineage, intelligent individuals are valued, while wise individuals command respect. Once the sensitive issues were resolved, the atmosphere of the meeting lightened considerably. His Majesty the Emperor, along with the dukes, began to inquire about the particulars of the succession ceremony from our esteemed Julius Caesar. After all, with such a young duke ascending, there were bound to be oversights. And any missteps during the ceremony would reflect poorly on the emperor and the dukes. Duke Nubi Pompey, the elder with a white beard, chuckled as he asked, our young duke, have you decided what attire you shall don for the succession ceremony? Do not say you intend to wear that childish garb of yours. As a duke, you must don your ceremonial robes for the occasion. I wonder if that old dean has prepared anything for you. Caesar bowed respectfully and replied, Grandfather Pompey, I appreciate your concern. Dean is quite diligent in this regard and would never let me worry. Just a few days ago, he sought out the finest tailor in the empire to ensure that everything will be ready before the ceremony. The emperor interjected, and do ensure you send Dean to return your father's scepter tomorrow. The esteemed Master Dumpos, the Grand Alchemist of the Imperial Royal Academy, has completed the creation of your staff. It shall be bestowed upon you during the ceremony. As for the staff of Marcus, shall it be returned to the Holy Hall? Upon hearing this, the old emperor let out a sigh. Caesar silently nodded in agreement. Among the imperial regulations regarding hereditary dukes, there exists a stipulation that the duke's succession is marked by the royal bestowal of a golden staff, symbolizing the emperor's vast grace and the legitimacy of the imperial nobility. Each staff is exclusively for the use of its owner, upon the duke's passing or transfer of title. It must be returned to the empire, where it will be preserved in the Holy Hall, established in honor of the 7 founding heroes, for future generations to admire. The retrieval of Marcus's staff is, indeed, appropriate. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Duke Sulla hastily changed the subject. Julius, I recommend you take some time to strengthen your body in the coming days. That golden staff is quite weighty, and you will have to hold it for an extended period during the ceremony. We wouldn't want you to collapse before the event concludes. Emperor Confrontation VI and several dukes exchanged peculiar glances but chuckled in agreement. Is it truly that heavy? Caesar questioned, gazing at them in bewilderment. Despite his skepticism, he had never laid eyes on the staff. The robust Barton bellowed. Young Caesar, don't doubt it. That staff is as thick as your wrist and over a meter long. It must weigh at least 100 pounds. Just ask Sulla. He nearly exhausted himself during the succession ceremony. Sulla, pulling at his lips, shot Barton a glare, yet nodded in acknowledgement. Julius's expression began to darken. Damn it, who designed this staff? A nouveau riche. Is there a shortage of gold? While cursing inwardly, he grew increasingly anxious and cautiously inquired. Is it permissible for someone to hold it for me? The emperor's countenance turned grave as he replied, the staff represents the authority granted to you by the empire. If someone else holds it, then does that mean your rights are also conferred to another? Caesar quickly shook his head, thinking, what a jest. The rights I fought for with my life cannot be relinquished to another. Not even in jest. In his heart, he felt that his rebirth into the Caesar family was a divine recompense for his prior demise. However, why does it seem that those old geezers are smiling with a hint of malice? I must return and inquire with Dean. Caesar pondered over the peculiar expressions of those present. Adhering to the principle of simplicity, the ceremony was stripped of numerous elaborate rituals, significantly reducing the preparation time. Thus, the succession ceremony was scheduled for November 15th, merely 6 days hence, to take place in the Grand Council Hall of the Palace. Chapter 7. The banquet. The continent of divine grace is vast. Or rather, this planet is immense. Yet, one thing perplexed Caesar. This land experiences the 4 distinct seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, mirroring Earth, with a year comprising over 360 days divided into 12 months. The moon, too, waxes and wanes much like that of Earth. Were it not for the moon's unusual hue, he might suspect he had been transported to Earth. Of course, these thoughts were merely idle musings born of ennui. Why, you ask? Just look at his current predicament. Caesar had endured nearly an hour of torment. He stood in the center of his opulent chamber, 2 maids attending to his hair, while 2 others adorned him with various ornaments upon his lavish robe. A maid knelt at his feet, polishing non-existent dust from his specially crafted calfskin boots. Even more ludicrously, 2 individuals stood before him, wielding an array of unnameable powders and oils destined for his face and hair. Caesar hastily waved them away, exclaiming, "What jest is this? I am a true man. I shall not be smeared with such effeminate concoctions." Was Caesar preparing for the succession ceremony? No, that was several days prior. Reflecting on that day made Caesar's teeth grind in frustration. During the summit, the matter of the staff's weight had troubled him greatly. After all, how could an 8-year-old child bear a 100-pound rod for an extended period? Upon returning to the ducal residence, he intended to consult Dean, but was interrupted upon encountering the elderly steward, who awaited the results of the meeting with bated breath, concerned for the interests of the ducal territory. Reluctantly, Caesar began to explain the situation in detail to his loyal steward. Upon concluding, the old man's earnest face radiated joy, his mouth agape in astonishment. Julius, concerned, feared the elder's jaw might unhinge, observing Dean's uncontainable delight. Caesar found his own spirits lifted. After all, the empire had not gained the upper hand in this matter, and naturally, he forgot all about the staff. The following day, when he remembered, Dean had long since departed to return the former duke's staff. The numerous tasks surrounding the succession ceremony kept the old man exceedingly busy, leaving him little time to return home. Caesar regretted forgetting about his own staff. He could only inquire with Clee. However, Clee had only seen it, never held it, and certainly lacked the audacity to do so. How could he possibly know its weight? Frustrated and anxious, he awaited the day of the ceremony. The preceding proceedings concluded smoothly. When it came time to receive the staff, His Majesty raised the over a meter long, entirely golden staff, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, a magnificent symbol of ducal authority, gritting his teeth under the emperor's teasing gaze. Caesar summoned all his strength to grasp this emblem of power. Almost immediately, he nearly strained his back. The staff felt as though it weighed only a few pounds, easily lifted with one hand. Is this a counterfeit? Caesar mused. Yet as he caressed the ornate, ancient designs, he sensed a gentle breeze swirling around his hand. Upon noticing the large aquamarine gem at the top, he dismissed his initial thoughts. The emperor, witnessing his comical antics, flushed a deep crimson. The mischievous dukes behind him stifled their laughter with great difficulty. Something was amiss. With lingering questions, Caesar proceeded through the remaining rituals, officially becoming the hereditary duke of the empire. The 93rd master of the Caesar domain. Once the ceremony concluded, he excused himself from the emperor and the numerous noble guests, swiftly retreating amidst the peculiar expressions of the hereditary dukes. Upon returning, Caesar eagerly summoned Dean to voice his bewilderment. The old man, upon hearing the tale, could hardly contain his grin. What kind of people were these? The emperor and several aged dukes banded together to play tricks on an 8-year-old child. Had he not seen the pout on Caesar's face, Dean might have burst into laughter. Thus, he hurriedly explained to the young duke that it turned out that the staff weighing 100 pounds was indeed true. However, when the emperor commissioned its creation, he had the base of the staff engraved with a wind-type magic array, through which the gem at the top provided magical power, generating a lifting force. This allowed the 100-pound staff to be easily held in one's hand. Caesar then realized he had been outwitted by those old scoundrels. Was it merely a matter of gaining a small advantage? They could keep it. How petty of them. a bunch of mischievous elders. However, this incident ignited an immense curiosity within Caesar regarding the magic of this continent. He resolved to study it diligently when time permitted. As he indulged in his thoughts, his servants finally completed his preparation. Our young Julius let out a sigh of relief, only to be startled anew. The maids gazed at him in unison, their expressions and eyes seemingly glowing with a hunger that threatened to devour him whole. Caesar felt a chill run down his spine, bewildered by their intensity. When the male servants brought forth a tall dressing mirror, he finally understood the reason. The Caesar family had long been renowned for producing handsome men throughout the empire. The legendary Saint Caesar, one of the 7 founding heroes, had been proclaimed the most beautiful man on the continent, surpassing even the most elegant elves. Julius had inherited all of his ancestors' commendable traits. His hair was golden, smooth and straight, cascading to his shoulders, with 2 slender strands pinned back by small silver clasps to prevent them from drifting. Bangs brushed just above his brows, delicately framing his forehead. The length of his hair reached his shoulders, held back by a simple purple ribbon. Although still youthful, his facial features displayed a gentle contour, highlighted by a nose as sharp as a sculptor's chisel and eyes as pure as the finest sapphires, set against a flawlessly pale visage, creating an exquisite appearance. The slight upward curve of his chin and his pursed lips added an extra touch of adorableness and innocence that in summary. He appeared so innocent and pure that the maids could hardly resist the urge to pinch his cheeks and nibble on his small face. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Caesar felt an overwhelming sense of delight. This body was truly stunning that it seemed that the middle-aged foreigner who had abducted him had treated him rather well. Unaware of his name, he could only refer to him in such a manner. Julius cleared his throat and asked, "Clee, is it time to depart?" "Yes, my young master, we are ready to set off," replied the portly Clee hastily. The poor fellow had endured considerable distress in recent days. Given Caesar's indifference, he feared he had fallen from favor and would soon be sent home. Unlike those servants brought from the Caesar domain, hiring a servant in the imperial capital was fraught with difficulty, let alone trusting them as confidants. Today, the young duke's sudden summons greatly surprised him. They were to attend a banquet hosted by the emperor in celebration of Caesar's succession as the new duke of the Caesar domain. Numerous imperial relatives and influential figures were expected to attend. Naturally, as the guest of honor, Caesar was obliged to go. Julius nodded, saying, "Then let us be on our way." The elder dean had some affairs concerning the Caesar domain to attend to that evening and could not accompany them. Thus, Clee finally had the opportunity to prove his worth. The carriage, drawn by 4 magnificent steeds, was ready. Once Caesar settled into the opulent carriage, Clee took his place at the front, instructing the coachman, "Let us depart." With a gentle flick of the whip, the coachman called out, "Giddy up," and the carriage began to roll forward leisurely. The retinue of grand dukes behind him thus commenced their synchronized march, swiftly surrounding the carriage in a display of their protective duties. To speak candidly, the ostentation of the nobility is merely a manifestation of vanity. The distance between the ducal residence and the palace could, in truth, be traversed in a brisk morning stroll, merely the time it takes to enjoy a meal. Caesar felt as if the carriage had scarcely begun its journey when Cleo softly proclaimed from outside the door drape, "My lord, we have arrived at the palace. Please, disembark." He then lifted the curtain of the carriage door. The coachman hastily brought forth a double-layered stool. Caesar stepped onto the stool and descended slowly. Cleo promptly draped a silver fox fur cloak over Julius, for the air had grown frigid, and without such protection, one would easily succumb to the chill. The carriage and guards remained stationed outside the palace gates, while within, the servants awaited eagerly at the entrance. Upon noticing their arrival, they hurriedly approached to lead the way with great enthusiasm. Following Cleo, Caesar entered the royal palace. The banquet was to be held in a lavish villa within the palace grounds. Though it was Caesar's second visit, the palace's vastness was such that without the guidance of a servant, he would surely lose his way. After a brief passage, they arrived at a resplendent palace aglow with radiant lights. The servant smiled obsequiously, "Your Grace, the banquet is to commence here. I am unable to enter, but I have brought you thus far. All the guests have gathered. You are the last to arrive. May you enjoy a delightful evening." Caesar offered a slight smile and nodded, then turned to Cleo, saying, "Cleo, check if my coin pouch contains 10 gold coins. This diligent servant deserves a drink to warm his spirits." Cleo quickly retrieved an exquisite small pouch from his attire and presented it to Caesar. He casually bestowed it upon the servant. "Thank the god of light, your grace. Your generosity shines as brightly as this evening's blue moonlight." The servant was taken aback with joy, having entertained numerous nobles throughout the night. He had only received meager gratuities from a select few, perhaps 3 to 5 gold coins. He had not expected such a splendid reward, knowing well that even in the imperial capital, an average citizen earned but 10 gold coins a year. This bounty was nearly equivalent to an entire year's salary. How could he not be elated? Clutching the delicate velvet pouch, the servant tucked it into his bosom, a token of pride, amidst the flattery of the servant. Caesar stepped into the grand hall, the venue for the evening's festivities. Before entering the banquet hall, in a lavatory reserved solely for hereditary dukes, Caesar removed his outer cloak. The room was equipped with excellent heating, and he now felt quite comfortable. Cleo took the cloak and hung it in a nearby wardrobe, then said, "My lord, please proceed on your own, for my station does not permit me entry. I shall await you in the servants' lounge outside. Should you have any requests, you may instruct the attendants within to inform me, and I shall promptly return to serve you." "Very well, I understand. You may go," Caesar replied. Cleo bowed respectfully and retreated a few steps before exiting. Caesar took a deep breath and turned to follow the maid into the main banquet hall. Upon entering, Caesar was momentarily overwhelmed. A sensation of luxuriousness enveloped him. The hall was expansive and rectangular, supported by numerous grand white stone columns that reached towards a high dome, intricately adorned with vibrant designs and embedded with precious gems, resembling a dazzling starlit sky. Lavish draperies hung along the walls, and every 10 paces there was a magical crystal lamp, casting a luminous glow throughout the hall, illuminating it as brightly as day. On either side of the hall, long wooden tables were laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, an assortment of pastries, a variety of fruits, numerous wines, fruit beverages, and even inconspicuously placed small barrels of fine ale. The main courses featured whole roasted lambs, chickens, and geese, alongside exquisite grilled delicacies of magical beasts. The beautiful palace maids flitted about like butterflies, carrying trays filled with goblets of fine wine, while guests could freely take a drink, ensuring to return empty goblets to the silver trays. Caesar gazed upon the numerous noble ladies and young maidens within, compelled to admire the spectacle. It seemed as if all the beauty of the empire had congregated this night, each woman adorned in magnificent evening gowns, their elaborate embroidery dazzling the eye, with various neckline styles revealing ample, fair bosoms, captivating the ardent gazes of the gentlemen present. Caesar scanned the hall, searching for familiar faces. Among the several hundred attendees, each engaged in their own conversations, Julius found himself feeling somewhat disoriented. Having only a few acquaintances in the imperial capital. Is that not our esteemed guest of honor, the illustrious Julius Caesar? All alone, have you become lost amidst the throng of beauties in the capital? A sophisticated voice suddenly interrupted from behind, laced with a teasing tone. Turning to see, it was Antonio Sulla, who approached with a wine glass in hand. Caesar pouted and retorted, "You are no good. Do not speak to me." It is worth noting that since assuming this body, our protagonist has grown increasingly childlike, as if his mindset has regressed with his physical age, a possible side effect of his transmigration. He remains blissfully unaware, as if it were only natural. Sulla, observing Julius's childish demeanor, could not suppress a chuckle. "Dear little Duke, are you still sulking? Come, do not pout. How about I introduce you to some lovely ladies? Tonight is a gathering of beauties. Do not miss the opportunity." With that, he took Julius's small hand and led him further into the hall, entirely disregarding his age. Little Julius had no choice but to follow, grumbling, "Do not tug at me like that. Be mindful of your influence, lest you tarnish my reputation." Sulla stumbled slightly, nearly colliding with a passing maid, spilling wine across the floor. What manner of child is this? What sort of upbringing has he received? Sulla mused internally while snatching another glass of wine from the maid's tray. Feeling parched, Caesar, having never tasted the local wines since arriving in this land, discreetly reached for a goblet. However, Sulla gently swatted his hand away. "Children are not permitted to drink. Your beverage is here." He shot Julius a glance while procuring a cup of juice from another maid's tray and handed it to him. Caesar, rather vexed, accepted the cup of orange juice and took a sip through the straw. The flavor was quite delightful, at least pure and natural without preservatives. Sipping his juice, Caesar inquired, "Have most of the guests arrived?" Sulla replied, "Aside from the emperor and empress, you are the last to enter. Little Duke, you certainly have a prominent standing, do you not?" Caesar paused, then understood. In a wonder, Cleo was sending waves of guards ahead to scout the guests' arrival. It seems he sought to ascertain that I would be the last to arrive before urging the carriage to hasten. I had thought he was being overly cautious that it appears Cleo is quite competent, perceptive, and diligent, even if a tad too sycophantic. Yet, that is merely in service to his master. My disdain for him seems somewhat unwarranted. At a gathering of high-ranking nobility, the more esteemed guests tend to arrive later, and as the protagonist of the evening, Caesar's arrival just before the emperor and empress undeniably emphasized his status. As they conversed, the two approached a small gathering of 5 individuals. Sulla smiled and declared, "Ah, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce tonight's star, His Grace, Julius Caesar, the hereditary duke." Caesar appropriately bowed slightly to the individuals before him. Truth be told, upon his entrance to the hall, he had captured the attention of nearly everyone present, especially the noble women, who gazed upon him with the fervor of predators eyeing their prey. His appearance was simply too handsome and charming, making him irresistible to women of all ages. Were it not for his status and the constraints of etiquette, he would have undoubtedly been surrounded by admirers. After all, as a figure of high standing, it would be exceedingly rude for others to approach him without prior introduction. The individuals before him hurriedly returned the greeting, and Sulla began to introduce them one by one. He pointed to a white-haired elder and his lady beside him, saying, "This is His Excellency, the Marquis Ebner, the Minister of Finance, and his wife." They both hastily bowed. "Greeting, we pay our respects to you, esteemed Duke." Caesar returned the gesture with a dignified nod, unknowingly adding a touch of youthful charm in the eyes of the Marquis's wife. Sulla then introduced another middle-aged couple. "These are His Excellency, the Earl Adel, the Minister of Agriculture, and his wife." Another round of respectful salutations followed. Caesar began to truly sense the weight of his esteemed position. It is essential to note that the ministers of finance and agriculture are indisputably significant figures in the empire, and their deference to him, without regard for age, highlighted the great authority that came with his ducal title. Finally, when it came to the last introduction, a stunning woman in her 30s, Sulla announced, "This is the 3rd wife of Duke Austin, the beautiful Lady Novia." He added, "Lady Novia is renowned as the fairest beauty of the fox tribe of the Brook Prairie." As Caesar was about to bow, he was taken aback, and, as if compelled by some unseen force, he glanced at the shapely figure of the beautiful woman before him. Indeed, hidden beneath the folds of her dress was a pale yellow foxtail, and atop her head, adorned with a headdress that concealed her ears, there were no signs of her furry, pointed ears. My goodness, I have finally encountered a beast man. Ahem, ahem. Lady Novia gently cleared her throat, casting him a mildly reproachful glance. Caesar immediately recognized his impolite behavior, and his cheeks flushed to deep crimson. Lady Novia, amused by his embarrassment, found herself charmed. Had it been a grown man acting so brazenly, she would have doused him with a glass of wine long ago. Yet, facing this exceptionally handsome young boy, she felt an inexplicable fondness. "Goodness, the lovely Novia, how could your duke bear to leave you here all alone?" Sulla's timely inquiry alleviated young Julius's awkwardness. "Oh, you mean Austin? He has gone to meet with several hereditary dukes over there. Men always have endless matters of state to discuss," Lady Novia replied, her voice soft yet laced with a hint of allure. Quite enchanting to that moment, Caesar regained his composure and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Beautiful lady, are you not from the Onosan Empire?" Lady Novia responded with surprise. "Why must one necessarily be from the Beastman Empire? Can't beastmen reside elsewhere?" Caesar was left bewildered. Sulla chuckled. "It seems our Duke Caesar is still quite ignorant of the distribution of races across the continent. Haha." Nearby, Marquis Abner interjected to clarify, "Your Grace, on this continent, races do not inhabit a singular location. Our Oran Empire is home to various races, all of whom are citizens of our empire, serving in the military and government with no difference in treatment compared to humans. For instance, the Imperial Armaments Supervisor, Marquis Mackey, is a dwarf. This holds true in other nations as well. The Chancellor of the Beastman Empire is often a human. Even the extremely conservative Elf Empire frequently appoints human officials for foreign trade matters. Moreover, intermarriage among races is not heavily frowned upon. The union of our Duke Austin and Lady Novia was quite the spectacle among the Empire's elite back in the day. Haha." Upon hearing this, Caesar came to a realization, thinking to himself, though this world may seem somewhat less advanced compared to Earth, it is devoid of racial discrimination, which is something Earth can never compare to. As the group conversed, a slightly hoarse yet subtly arrogant voice resonated. "Isn't this our Duke Caesar? Oh, I haven't yet congratulated you." Congratulations, the youngest duke in the empire. He continued, Sulla, your title of the youngest has now been usurped. The crowd promptly bowed respectfully, their bodies bending at a 45-degree angle, while Caesar and Sulla merely inclined their bodies slightly. The hereditary duke enjoyed such privileges. Even the emperor himself would only bow a bit deeper. It turned out to be Crown Prince Algernon Orin, who approached with a few companions. The prince raised his hand slightly, signaling the crowd to rise. Caesar observed Sulla furrow his brow slightly, and then turned to face the imperial heir. Though he had seen him briefly during Marcus's memorial service a few days prior, he had not paid much attention at the time. Overall, the crown prince was quite handsome. After all, individuals of royal blood are seldom unattractive. He exuded an air of elegance and a countenance of sincerity and integrity. However, in the prince's somewhat shallow gait and slightly puffy eyelids, there were hints of indulgence in wine and pleasure. And beneath his seemingly amiable expression lay a condescending demeanor. Though he masked it well, Caesar felt an instinctive dislike for him, a feeling that was almost intuitive, like all those who traverse to another world. He possessed certain unique abilities, and he sensed that his intuition was remarkably sharp, possibly due to his strong spirit as for any other abilities. He had yet to discover them, having not spent much time here and being preoccupied with various matters, leaving him little time to reflect. Surely, the divine being with brown hair would not neglect himself, Caesar mused. After the formalities, Caesar humbly expressed, "Thank you for your congratulations, Your Highness." Algernon nodded in acknowledgement and said no more. In his view, a mere child was not worthy of much attention, and he turned to converse with others. Sulla subtly made a face at Caesar, who nodded in understanding. Indeed, the crown prince was excessively arrogant, despite their differing ages. It was unnecessary to treat two hereditary dukes with such indifference, especially when even the emperor regarded them with kindness. After all, he is not yet the emperor, Caesar thought, following a brief exchange with the two imperial dignitaries. Algernon's gaze shifted to Lady Novia, who stood alone, and he said in a very gentle tone, "Oh, Novia, you remain as beautiful and enchanting as ever. Tonight's moonlight pales in comparison to your radiance." Lady Novia quickly replied with respect, "Your Highness, you flatter me that I am but a humble village woman unworthy of such praise. Before the esteemed Duchess, I am but a flickering firefly, insignificant and trivial." Something was amiss. Caesar clearly saw that the prince's gaze upon Lady Novia held something different, an intense, greedy, and lewd look. Although Algernon believed he concealed it well, Caesar easily discerned it seemed the crown prince had not come merely to congratulate him, but was instead drawn to the enchanting foxwoman. While Lady Novia's response was filled with respect, the displeasure and coldness in her words were evident to those present. Algernon's expression faltered, and he became visibly annoyed, his demeanor darkening. One of Algernon's companions, noticing his discomfort, quickly interjected, Your Highness, you have yet to introduce Duke Caesar to me." "Oh, right, Duke Caesar. Allow me to introduce you to the Empire's promising young talent, Marquis Lister, the rising star of our empire," Algernon hastily said. Eager to dissolve the awkwardness, he added, "Lister is currently a valuable assistant to the Empire's Minister of Commerce, Count Adonis, serving as the 4th deputy minister." The man behind him promptly bowed to Caesar, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Duke Caesar." Lady Novia's expression darkened. Julius returned the bow and took a moment to appraise the man. Marquis Lister was indeed handsome and youthful, not yet 30. He appeared refined and composed, standing behind the prince without a hint of obsequiousness. "He is quite a figure," Caesar thought. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Caesar found himself favorably inclined towards him. Why now? Algernon had completely forgotten his earlier embarrassment and engaged in conversation with the two imperial dignitaries. Sulla was engrossed in light-hearted banter with Lady Novia, showing no concern for the crown prince. After a few exchanges with Marquis Lister, Caesar joined Sulla's conversation, feeling less inhibited as a child in such company. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached with Duke Barton, and before he could speak, Lady Novia eagerly approached, linking her arm with the middle-aged man's and playfully chiding, "My dear, have you finished your business?" It turned out to be Duke Austin, a handsome and tall middle-aged man. Barton and Austin first bowed to the crown prince, and then Austin gently patted Novia's hand, apologizing, "I am very sorry, my dear, for making you wait so long." The boisterous Barton laughed heartily. "Austin, do spare us the lovey-dovey exchanges. Who in the empire does not know your romantic history?" Then, casting a playful look at young Julius, he quipped, Don't set a bad example for the child. All right. The group chuckled discreetly. Caesar felt a bit vexed. It seemed these mischievous dukes found pleasure in teasing him that moment. Austin finally turned to Caesar with a bow, acknowledging him due to Lady Novia's influence. Caesar felt a genuine fondness for Austin and exchanged a few courteous remarks. Even the oblivious crown prince sensed his awkwardness in this small circle, where despite the respect shown, there was a palpable distance. He then graciously excused himself from the gathering. Marquis Lister followed suit, while a few others, presumably Algernon's personal guards, remained silent throughout. Once the prince departed, the atmosphere brightened. Martin's boisterous laughter and Sulla's witty remarks frequently elicited laughter from the group. However, Caesar was lost in thought, puzzled by the fleeting glance Lister had cast in his direction as he departed. While the others seemed oblivious, Lister believed he had concealed it well, yet Caesar's keen eyes detected the malevolence. A deep-seated jealousy and outright loathing. As if there were a significant enmity behind it. Caesar could not fathom why a mere child like him would be the target of such animosity, but his initial fondness for Lister evaporated entirely. There are no inexplicable hates or loves in this world. Perhaps it is a grudge left by my late father, the Duke. Damn it, don't provoke me. I am not one to be trifled with just because I am a child. Just as he pondered this, a palace attendant suddenly announced loudly, "The Emperor and Empress have arrived." The hosts of the banquet had finally made their entrance. His Majesty Clentino VI and Her Majesty Empress Josephine gracefully entered. Hand in hand, followed closely by several other young empresses and imperial concubines, with a retinue of maidens and eunuchs trailing behind. The assemblage bowed in respect as they made their way to a slightly elevated dais at the northern end of the hall, where the rest of the attendees halted below, allowing the Emperor and Empress to ascend. That moment, Caesar finally beheld the visage of the Empress. It struck him like a dagger to the heart. Her beauty was beyond description, rendering his vocabulary woefully inadequate. The Empress appeared remarkably youthful, leading Caesar to question if she had even surpassed her 20th year. She was tall yet not slender, her figure accentuated by an exquisitely tailored gown of lavender and pink, which emphasized her enchanting curves. Her deep chestnut hair, adorned with natural waves and glistening with auburn hues, cascaded down her back to her waist, secured by a crown that prevented it from scattering. Her skin was as radiant as milk, complemented by a high, elegant nose, delicately tinted lips, and eyes that glimmered like black jewels, all harmonizing with a countenance sculpted by divine artistry, leaving the gentlemen present in a state of profound awe. It was indeed an unparalleled beauty. Sulla softly murmured, "Our Empress truly deserves the title of the Empire's most exquisite beauty." Caesar wholeheartedly agreed, yet a hint of confusion lingered in his mind, prompting him to quietly inquire, "How can the Empress be so young?" Sulla replied in a hushed tone, "The former Empress passed away 2 years ago, and Empress Josephine was appointed by His Majesty thereafter. She is not yet 20, the unrivaled beauty of our empire." Caesar silently cursed, an old bull grazing on tender grass, a fresh flower planted in dung. Sulla, observing Julius Caesar's expression, seemed to understand his thoughts and nodded in agreement. The two shared a profound connection, akin to kindred spirits. Indeed, Caesar found a certain camaraderie with Sulla, perhaps due to Sulla being the youngest among them. At that moment, His Majesty Clentino commenced his lengthy opening speech, which stretched on for over 20 minutes, leaving Caesar to wonder where this octogenarian found such vitality. Fortunately, the sight of the beautiful Empress provided a delightful distraction from the monotony, a sentiment likely shared by many of the gentlemen present. Even the Crown Prince Algernon cast gluttonous glances at his nominal stepmother, revealing a lewd gaze that, despite his efforts to conceal it, did not escape Caesar's notice. The wave of revulsion washed over him, prompting an instinctive desire to distance himself from the Crown Prince. Such a man was unworthy of alliance, even if he held the title of heir apparent. Praising the divine, the Emperor's speech finally approached its conclusion. "Well then, I shall not speak for too long. Let us now welcome our esteemed guest of the evening, the young and handsome Julius Caesar, to introduce himself." With that, he stepped aside, gesturing toward Julius, who stood among the front rows. The Empress then linked her arm with his, maintaining a serene and dignified smile throughout. Without uttering a word, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, warmly welcoming Julius Caesar's debut before the Empire's elite. Caesar was momentarily taken aback when the Emperor beckoned him to the stage. While he had anticipated being introduced to the Empire's nobility, he had not expected to speak. He had not been informed, and with no preparation, A sense of panic began to settle, and a glance at the emperor's teasing expression revealed that this was yet another of his impromptu whims. Igniting a simmering resentment within Caesar, how petty to remember that he had not allowed the emperor to take advantage of him. What was so daunting about speaking? Was he, a mere child, truly afraid of embarrassment? He straightened his attire and, undeterred by the scrutinizing gazes of several unsavory nobles, confidently ascended the dais. Fortunately, the platform was elevated. Otherwise, his line of sight would have only reached the chests of the assembled crowd. Clearing his throat, Caesar addressed the audience in a clear, melodious voice. First, I extend my gratitude to His Majesty and the Empress for their gracious hospitality, and to all of you for your presence. I am Caesar, Julius Caesar, the current Duke of the Imperial Caesar domain. Due to widely known circumstances, I find myself rather youthful for this position, perhaps some might say, still wet behind the ears. At times. I question my capacity to shoulder such responsibilities, yet I find no answer, nor do I seek one as a member of the Caesar lineage. Being the last of my bloodline, I must fulfill this duty. It is my obligation to the empire and to the people of Caesar. The audience gazed in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as they watched the charming boy deliver what resembled an impromptu speech or oath of allegiance. Was this a child speaking? He exhibited no trace of stage fright. As if he had rehearsed countless times, the sheer incredibility of the young boy left those maternal noblewomen in the audience starry-eyed with admiration, aware that he must not prolong his remarks. Lest he reveal too much, Caesar continued, "Tonight, the moonlight is splendid, and I shall not take up more of your time to enjoy the festivities, faced with the multitude of beauties of the empire. Should I continue to speak endlessly, I fear many esteemed gentlemen would find themselves grumbling about this child's incessant prattle. So, I wish you all a memorable evening. Thank you." Upon concluding, he bowed and turned to face the emperor and empress. The applause thundered in response. Overall, he felt he had acquitted himself well. His Majesty Clintino chuckled. "In that case, I declare the banquet officially commenced." Chapter 10. The Imperial Banquet. 3. No court banquet is complete without dancing. Thus, the court musicians, well prepared, struck up gentle and soothing melodies. Under the guidance of the emperor and empress, the empire's nobility, accompanied by their wives or partners, gracefully took to the center of the hall to dance. As for Caesar, he was far too young and lacked a partner. After all, no noble would bring their child to such an event. Thus, he found himself indulging in the sumptuous feast on the side. Faced with a plethora of delicacies, he was somewhat dazzled, his mouth hardly idle as he sampled various exquisite roasted magical beast meats. Just as he was enjoying his feast, Sulla appeared from an unknown corner. Prompting Caesar to curiously ask, "Why aren't you dancing?" Sulla replied with a smile, "I came alone. Without a partner, I can only watch the first dance." The first dance at a court banquet is typically reserved for gentlemen with their wives or female companions. Caesar smirked. "What? Still reluctant to bring your wife? Worried about what others might think? Besides, with your status as a duke, can you truly not find a dance partner?" Though young, Sulla was already married, which prompted Caesar's teasing inquiry. Sulla shot him a glare and whispered, "Linda is pregnant. Do you think I can bring her along? Besides, with so many beautiful women here, do you think I lack the charm to find a dance partner?" Caesar regarded him with disdain. Returning to his roasted meat, Sulla, seemingly a fellow opportunist, also launched an assault on the roasted magical beast meat. In this world, animals are categorized into two types: ordinary beasts and magical beasts. While everyone understands ordinary beasts, magical beasts warrant a brief introduction. Magical beasts are those capable of casting spells, and thus, their danger far surpasses that of ordinary beasts. For instance, a soldier of the Empire can easily slay an ordinary gray wolf without injury. But a magical wind wolf is not something a single soldier can handle. It typically requires 2 squads of soldiers, including several skilled warriors, to bring one down, often resulting in significant casualties. The peril is evident. Consequently, magical beasts are quite rare. Even among the great nobles of the continent, consuming them at every meal is a luxury. However, with the emperor, such concerns are negligible. One may indulge as much as they desire. Should they possess the audacity, Julius looked at Sulla with immense admiration. "Damn it, it's understandable for a child like me to indulge, but you, a grown man and Duke of the Empire, can be so brazen." Sulla, unfazed by Caesar's expression, replied, "Don't look at me like that. Do you think my territory is as close to the forgotten forest as yours, abundant with wild magical beasts? My land is surrounded by the Desert Empire and other duchies and kingdoms, most of which are coastal. I've grown weary of seafood, and the taste of magical beasts from the sea is simply dreadful. If I don't take this opportunity to indulge, how can I support myself? With that, he took another bite of the roasted water blue magic rabbit meat. Caesar fell silent. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, how much do you know about Lister?" He had not forgotten the venomous glare Lister had cast his way. Sulla looked at him oddly and asked, "What brings this on?" Caesar replied, "Curiosity. Anyone would want to know about the crown prince's favored confidant." Sulla responded, "Oh, him. There's not much to say. He's the most outstanding young member of the Lister family. The current head of the household. A young high-ranking official in the empire. Of course, one with real power. As for his standing with the crown prince." Sulla lowered his voice. "His favor stems from the wealth he has generated for the crown prince. The Lister family has its own trading company, but few know that the crown prince holds the majority of its shares, while Lister serves in the empire's Ministry of Commerce. Do you understand the implications?" Caesar's eyes widened in realization. So, Lister is essentially Algernon's little treasury and custodian. Serving in the Ministry of Commerce truly opens the doors to prosperity, leading to boundless wealth. It is impossible not to attain fame. Yet, does your majesty truly allow the crown prince to indulge in such frivolities? Earning a bit of money for personal expenditures does not harm the foundation of the empire. And naturally, such trivial matters are overlooked by your majesty. Many are well aware of this. Otherwise, who would appoint a 30-year-old from a modest family to the esteemed position of fourth minister of commerce? Sulla remarked disdainfully. It was evident that he harbored discontent towards the emperor's indulgence, though it was merely a venting of frustrations, for the empire does not interfere with local governance in the 6 principal territories. And the 6 lords merely hold ceremonial titles without engaging in political affairs. Let them do as they please, as long as they do not hinder us, Caesar nonchalantly replied. Sulla sighed, finding it difficult at times to regard the young boy before him as a mere child. His intellect was akin to that of an adult. What kind of teachings had Malgus imparted upon him? Suddenly recalling Malgus, Sulla's heart stirred, and he said, "By the way, there is something about Licite that you are unaware of. Don't blame me for gossiping." "All right." Caesar looked at Sulla with curiosity, as Sulla chuckled mischievously. "Interestingly, Licite was once a rival of your father. Did you not know? Ha!" Julius Caesar's interest was piqued, and he quickly pressed for details. Thus, Sulla recounted the story. It is known that Julius's father, Malgus, was a wizard, an exceedingly obsessed archmage, who devoted so much time to magical experiments that he had yet to marry even in his 40s. On a fateful occasion, while attending the graduation ceremony of the Imperial Royal Academy, he encountered Julius's mother, Anna, a graduate not yet 20 years of age. Thus unfolded a melodramatic tale. The over 40 Malgus fell head over heels for the youthful Anna, and they swiftly fell in love, married, and had children. This romance became a topic of admiration in the imperial capital, for although Malgus was significantly older than Anna, his status and the striking looks he inherited from his ancestors matched well with Anna, who was often hailed as the most beautiful woman of the Royal Academy. However, their union shattered the heart of another, Licite, a student at the academy at the time. It was common knowledge that Licite was madly pursuing Anna, and many believed that, had Malgus not appeared, Anna would have ultimately chosen him. Yet, there are no what-ifs in this world. Duke Malgus obliterated all of Licite's hopes and dreams. Consequently, Licite faced utter defeat, both in status and appearance. He held no advantage, and when his small family learned of his pursuit against a hereditary duke for a woman, they sternly forbade him, for no member of a modest family would dare provoke a powerful duke. Thus, Licite's tragedy was complete. Despite winning the sympathy of many noble ladies in the capital, he gained little in return. Perhaps the emotional turmoil was too great. After graduation, Licite served under the crown prince, earning recognition for his talents and significantly advancing his family's status from modest to respectable. He also inherited his father's title, becoming the youngest family patriarch in the capital. After hearing this, Julius felt utterly vexed. His parents' romantic escapades had left him with a legacy of enmity, for undoubtedly, Licite harbored resentment towards Malgus, which he projected onto his son, and oh wonder Licite's gaze towards Caesar was so venomous. Caesar silently noted this. Individuals like him were utterly incomprehensible, Essentially, they were treacherous, with Malgus and his wife deceased. If Lycite sought vengeance, it would inevitably fall upon Julius. One must never underestimate such individuals, if they can direct their malice towards the offspring of their deceased adversaries. Their hatred has undoubtedly not dissipated, and they may resort to underhanded tactics. Dealing with a child is never too difficult, even if he is clever. Perhaps Lycite would think this way. After all was said, at least Lycite had not yet provoked him, so Caesar did not worry too much. Taking a bite of a roasted chicken leg, Caesar suddenly recalled something and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, leaned towards Sulla and said, "Hey, there's a splendid opportunity coming up. If you wish to partake, you should bribe me quickly." Sulla, cautious, inquired, "What is it?" Caesar scoffed, "Do you think I would deceive you? There is indeed a good matter at hand. Do not assume I am as unscrupulous as you." Sulla tilted his head in annoyance. "Do tell." Caesar pointed to his own diminutive frame and explained, "As per tradition, the second dance is reserved for the host's wife. But clearly, I cannot dance, so according to the rules, I may invite a noble of equal standing to replace me, with the host's consent, of course. However, if I were to ask you, I doubt it would be refused. What do you say?" Sulla's eyes gleamed like a predator's as he eagerly asked, "What are the terms? Speak quickly." After all, dancing with the empire's most beautiful queen was an opportunity too grand to decline. Caesar cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, "Well, you see, we in Caesar's domain are from a humble background and have not encountered many treasures. Did you not mention that your neighboring country is by the sea? Surely your estate must be abundant in underwater treasures. Thus, I do not require anything too precious. Just procure for me 7 or 8 stalks of a meter-high crimson coral and about 7 or 8 pounds of pigeon egg-sized pearls." Upon hearing Caesar's outlandish demands, Sulla's blood pressure surged, almost causing him to collapse. "You little brat, you might as well attempt to rob the palace of the Deus Empire. That is likely the only place where you could gather 7 or 8 stalks of crimson coral." Caesar sheepishly scratched his nose. "I am well aware of the market value. You know? Besides, business is all about negotiation. What do you propose?" Sulla was left speechless. This little rascal was bound to become a shameless merchant, and one would have to tread carefully in dealings with him. Resigned, he replied, "I do not have crimson coral, but if you want golden coral, I can part with the one I have in the imperial capital. Is for the large pearls. I can give you 10. But no more. That is my bottom line." Caesar pretended to contemplate, while secretly delighting in his good fortune. "And indeed, have I just struck gold? It seems Sulla is a prime example of a fool with abundant wealth. I must cultivate this relationship further." He then feigned reluctance and agreed. Both were calculating in their hearts, yet wore smiles on their faces. At that moment, the first dance concluded with the music, and during the intermission, Caesar led Sulla, both sporting silly grins, Sulla, and sly smiles, Caesar, toward the queen. Chapter 11. A misadventure in the garden. The currency across the nations of the Divine Grace continent is standardized, with the exchange rate being 100 copper coins for a silver coin, 10 silver coins for a gold coin, while the highest denomination, the amethyst coin, exchanges at a much higher rate, 1,000 gold coins for a single amethyst coin. Amethyst coins are rarely circulated in the market, primarily used for significant transactions or inter-country trade. Why introduce the currency conversion? Because our young friend, Julius Caesar, is currently calculating the value of the treasures extorted from Sulla. Oh, not extorted, but rather an equitable exchange. Please forgive my careless wording. I in the empire. A stock of crimson coral could fetch an astronomical price of 10,000 gold coins, while golden coral, though slightly inferior, is still valued in the thousands of gold coins, and a pigeon egg-sized pearl typically costs around 100 gold coins. By such calculations, Caesar had seemingly profited around 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins this time. Sulla, almost without batting an eye, had handed it over. The rumors about the wealth of the 6 principal lords proved to be true. Caesar eagerly anticipated the opulence that awaited in his own territory. Lost in his daydreams, he did not notice the drool escaping his lips until he was interrupted by a soft, melodic laugh nearby. Turning, he discovered it was Duchess Austin's third wife, the Foxkin beauty. Novia, taking a keen interest in the sight of Julius Caesar drooling adorably, playfully said, "Little Duke, are you thinking of a certain charming lady? Tell Auntie, and I shall introduce you." She disregarded Caesar's ducal status and referred to herself as Auntie. Flustered, Caesar quickly wiped his drool. embarrassed in front of such beauty that he awkwardly deflected. "Why is Lady Novia not dancing with Duke Austin?" Novia sighed. "Men, truly, they are always preoccupied with state affairs. He has been summoned by His Majesty. I know few here and do not wish to dance alone, so I sought our little Duke." "Why, am I not welcome?" "Not at all. You are most welcome. I am delighted. It only shows that my charm remains undiminished by my youth." Caesar began to charm her. Taking advantage of his youth, knowing no one would hold it against him, it would likely earn him a smile from the beauty. Indeed, Novia giggled behind her hand, charmed by the adorable boy. Unable to resist, she pinched Caesar's soft cheek and teased, "Such a little rascal." Caesar grinned and did not shy away, thinking to himself, "Indeed, a beauty's hand is incredibly smooth. One wonders who is truly benefiting here." Hee, a mutual advantage. Noticing Novia's laughter subsiding, Caesar asked, "Lady Novia, where is your homeland?" "The Brook Prairie, located within the empire. Is it far from here?" Novia looked surprised. "You do not know?" Caesar responded with confusion. "Should I know? By the grace of the beast god. You, the Grand Duke, do not even know about the Brook Prairie. Everyone in the territory of Caesar is well aware of it," Novia said. Caesar responded with a wry smile. "Please, when I left the Caesar territory for the imperial capital, I was still cradled in my mother's arms. How could I possibly know?" Only then did Novia seem to understand. The Brook Prairie lies in the northeastern part of the empire, adjacent to the Forest of Oblivion, and is several thousand kilometers away from the capital, Elsha. After a pause, she added, "1/3 of the Brook Prairie is within the Caesar territory. Now do you understand why you should know about it?" Caesar realized, "Oh, so we are neighbors then. What tribes of beast men are there on the prairie?" Novia chuckled. "Actually, there are not many orc tribes on the Brook Prairie. Aside from our Moonfox clan, the largest group is the Minotaurs, with only 3 or 4 smaller tribes, and their populations are quite limited as for being neighbors, while the portion of the prairie in Caesar's territory is indeed the most lush and fertile. We, the orc tribes, dare not wander over casually, as it is your sacred ground." Caesar eagerly pressed on. "What sacred ground? How come I am unaware?" Novia replied, "That's an internal matter of Caesar, and I wouldn't dare to meddle. Perhaps you should inquire with your family's steward when you return." Seeing this, Caesar refrained from further questioning, pondering what stories might lie beneath, and resolved to ask Dean upon his return. It was evident that Lady Novia was quite fond of the adorable little boy, particularly his earnest demeanor, which was utterly endearing. Meanwhile, Caesar, motivated by the presence of a beautiful woman, engaged in amiable conversation with her. The ball continued, and as the second dance concluded, Sula, after elegantly dancing with the lovely queen, respectfully escorted her back to the designated resting area for the two sovereigns. In a buoyant mood, he then plunged into a throng of beautiful women, enthusiastically chatting with a group of noble ladies, eliciting peals of laughter from them. Julius had long been cast aside, and little Julius, from a distance, cast him a disdainful glance, muttering, "Without the opposite sex, one loses their humanity." Ah, our Grand Duke was now alone again. Earlier, Duke Austin had whisked Novia away to partake in the third lively and orderly formation dance. It must be said that although Austin was in his middle age, he remained remarkably vigorous. Formation dances were typically the domain of young noblemen and ladies, showcasing the exuberance and vitality of youth. Austin's presence at such festivities demonstrated his occasional childlike exuberance. At least Lady Novia entered with a bemused expression. Was Caesar now free and clear? No, not at all. He was now encircled by a multitude of beautiful women, who seemed to have forgotten his noble identity, recognizing him only as a charming little boy, and thus flocked to tease him. Caesar experienced a blend of joy and discomfort. The pain arose from the delicate hands of the ladies never leaving his cherubic face, which had turned a rosy hue from their playful pinches. As for the joy, several bold ladies, in their merriment, even scooped him into their embrace. We know that the ladies were clad in evening gowns, which often had plunging necklines, leading to Caesar's little face being nestled amidst a sea of softness. Pure bliss. He felt an uncontrollable urge, as if some liquid might escape his nose. Alas, this child had fallen from grace. However, Caesar could not indulge for too long, not out of desire, but because his stomach began to protest from consuming too much free roasted meat, necessitating a hasty retreat to the restroom. After resolving his predicament, Caesar did not return to the banquet hall but instead ventured into the palace's vast and extravagant garden, where magical crystal lamps illuminated the path. Banishing any concerns of darkness, Caesar sighed at the opulence as winter had set in. Most flowers had withered, yet the garden remained lush with an array of evergreen plants, meticulously shaped into various forms, showcasing a unique artistic sensibility from another world, which was quite captivating. With a mind to digest his meal, Caesar meandered through the garden, occasionally encountering passing maids who greeted him with bows, for the empire's youngest Grand Duke was well known to all. As he leisurely admired his surroundings, the number of passers-by dwindled, and eventually, when he came to a halt, he found himself enveloped in silence, utterly alone. Uncertain of how far he had wandered, he resolved to return. Thinking his stomach could use some more food, one cannot deny this lad as penchant for seizing opportunities. However, as Julius Caesar contemplated his return, he found himself befuddled by several seemingly identical paths, rendering him lost in his earthly existence. He had been directionally challenged, and it seemed this trait had carried over to this new realm. Caesar reassured himself, it's all right, not knowing the way is no concern. I can always gaze at the stars to discern my direction. Thus, he looked up at the sky and saw a large blue moon. Curse it! This is another world, not Earth. What a predicament! I cannot call for help. Otherwise, those mischievous dukes would surely laugh me to scorn. Resolutely, Caesar dismissed the thought of calling out. The cute little Julius then flitted about the palace garden like a headless fly. Fortune smiled upon Caesar, for after navigating countless paths through the grass and thickets, he finally spotted a brilliantly lit palace. He dashed toward it, much like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. After all, he had not donned a cloak when he left, and had endured the cold for so long that his hands and feet had grown numb. However, as he approached the palace, a sharp voice rang out, "Who goes there?" A squad of guards, weapons in hand, swiftly surrounded him, showing no sign of leniency simply because he was a child. Caesar hurriedly called out, "It is I, Julius Caesar, the Grand Duke of the Empire." How foolish! Caesar suddenly remembered that one could not wander freely within the palace. An outsider meandering about the emperor's domain was a grave breach of etiquette. He regretted his impulsiveness. The leader of the guards, upon recognizing the little Grand Duke, promptly saluted and inquired curiously, "What brings you here, your grace?" Relieved that he was recognized, Caesar set aside his embarrassment and, with a sheepish grin, explained, "I was merely taking a stroll in the garden, but I lost my way and ended up here. I apologize for the inconvenience. May I ask where this is?" The guards could hardly contain their amusement, silently thinking, the little Grand Duke got lost in the garden. Either a genius or utterly directionless. Surely he could follow the magical crystal lights. They even have directional signs. Of course, such thoughts were unspoken, but their expressions said it all. Caesar felt somewhat embarrassed. The guard leader chuckled, "This is Her Majesty the Queen's chamber. The Queen has been feeling unwell and just returned. We are her personal guards." "So we recognized you, your grace. Had it been another squad, you might have found yourself in a bit of trouble." Caesar quickly responded, "Since Her Majesty is unwell, I shall return promptly. Might I trouble you to assign someone to guide me?" Just as the guard was about to comply, a female attendant emerged from within and inquired, "What is all this commotion? You are disturbing Her Majesty's peace." The head guard approached the young lady, stifling a laugh, and whispered, "Miss Annie, you may inform Her Majesty that the little Grand Duke has gotten lost in the garden and somehow wandered in here." He grinned widely, trying to contain his amusement. The beautiful young lady named Annie glanced over at Julius and smiled, her bright eyes narrowing into slits, before nodding and returning inside. Moments later, she reappeared beside Caesar, giggling, "Your Grace, the Queen requests your presence. Please, follow me." Caesar promptly expressed his gratitude and waved goodbye to the guards as he followed Annie. This lad would never pass up an opportunity for a close encounter with a lovely lady, especially the most beautiful in the empire. Besides, he was utterly freezing. Chapter 12. An intimate encounter with the Queen. Upon entering the palace, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and Caesar sighed in relief, gently rubbing his numbed hands while casually surveying the chamber's decor. The interior was predominantly adorned in shades of pink, with pink drapes covering the walls and windows, accented by delicate pale yellow tassels, while red wooden furniture added to the gentle, warm ambience. Perhaps the Queen's youth contributed to this decor, which retained a girlish charm reminiscent of a maiden's boudoir. After passing through several rooms, Caesar arrived in the Queen's reception chamber, an intimate yet cozy space. Within were a few sculptural pieces and several paintings depicting vibrant spring landscapes, bursting with blooming flowers. In the center of the room sat several sofa-like arrangements adorned with pillows featuring intricate, opulent designs. On the largest sofa, casually reclined, was none other than Her Majesty the Queen herself, Josephine, who greeted the entering Julius with a radiant smile. This moment, the Queen had changed out of her cumbersome and lavish evening gown, replacing it with a light, pale white linen garment suitable for indoor wear. The slightly loose clothing did little to conceal her graceful and alluring figure, and given the privacy of her chamber, the deep V-neck revealed a generous expanse of her snow-white bosom. Upon encountering the Queen for the first time, Caesar found himself in a state of stupor. The Queen, having gracefully seated herself on the sofa, revealed her alluring curves through the taut fabric of her attire. The striking whiteness of her bosom and the profound cleft between her breasts dazzled Caesar, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes yet remained a virgin. He was utterly bewitched. Caught off guard by the suddenness of temptation and the unexpected joy it brought, observing the charmingly foolish expression on the face of this handsome young boy, the Queen could not help but chuckle. Feeling quite pleased with her allured, in a teasing tone, she remarked, "Little rascal, why are you in such a daze? Come here and sit down. Must I come over and invite you?" Caesar, startled, regained his senses, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment as he silently chastised himself. How humiliating! How can I be so taken aback by a beautiful woman? This bad habit must be corrected. I should maintain my composure in the presence of beauty. If I continue like this, I shall be branded a lecher in the future. My glorious image will be ruined. Though his thoughts were tumultuous, he dashed over to the Queen, sweetly greeting her with, "Hello, Queen sister." The Queen laughed warmly. "What a sweet tongue the young prince has. No wonder you're so adored in the banquet hall. Even I, an old woman, am called sister by you. How flattering." Feeling somewhat awkward, Caesar realized with chagrin that the Queen had witnessed his antics with the other lovely ladies in the hall. He immediately feigned indignation, saying, "Who dares to say that my sister is old? Where are they? I shall teach them a lesson. How blind they must be. If my sister is old, then all the women of the empire are ancient." The Queen, amused by his mock anger, felt a genuine fondness for the young boy and, extending her delicate hand, beckoned him to sit beside her, smiling. "Very well. If you like to call me that, then I shall accept you as my little brother. But if I were to spread your sweet words, do you think the ladies of the capital would not devour you? My dear little brother, ha." Caesar, feigning fear, replied, "Sister is so kind, you will surely protect me. Right? You won't tell anyone." He leaned closer to the Queen, his small hand firmly held in hers, unwilling to withdraw. Alas, this boy is beyond salvation. Queen Josephine, pretending to be reserved, responded, "Well, that depends on your behavior. Should you choose to bribe me, I might just forget everything in my delight. Conversely, if I am displeased, who knows when I might let something slip." Caesar suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Why did this scenario seem so familiar? Cautiously, he inquired, "What does sister like?" Sure enough, Queen Josephine suppressed her laughter and replied with utmost seriousness, "Oh, nothing much. Just 7 or 8 stalks of crimson coral and about 7 or 8 pounds of pigeon egg-sized pearls will suffice." Caesar was left dumbfounded, on the verge of tears, wishing for nothing more than to find a block of tofu to bash his head against. "Curse Sulla, may your family be damned. I curse you with a circle. Wishing your son will never support you in your old age. You sold me out, my glorious image, ruined," he silently cursed. Meanwhile, Sulla in the banquet hall suddenly sneezed several times, pondering who might be speaking ill of him. As Josephine observed Caesar's embarrassed, flushed face, she could no longer contain her laughter. "This little rascal is simply delightful." Attempting to ingratiate himself, Caesar grinned and said, Sister, you truly have a knack for humor. The weather is quite pleasant today, isn't it?" After which he found himself at a loss for words, the awkwardness palpable. Queen Josephine chuckled for a while, seeing that she had sufficiently teased Caesar, before ceasing her jests and gently taking his hand to engage in light conversation. It must be said that Caesar's obedient demeanor and sweet words were endearing. Josephine realized she had laughed more tonight than in the entire past year, wholeheartedly accepting him as her little brother. Although Josephine held the esteemed title of empress, second only to the emperor, her life was not filled with joy. After all, a girl not yet 20 wed to an octogenarian would find little happiness, despite his status as emperor. However, facing familial pressures and the emperor's authority, What could a young girl do to resist? Though the emperor had showered her with affection over the past 2 years, the loneliness and sorrow in her heart had never faded. Tonight's playful banter with Julius marked her happiest moment in 2 years, a poignant irony. After conversing for a while, Josephine asked, "Julius, are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you to eat?" Caesar patted his belly, which had digested most of the meal, and replied, "I am indeed hungry. What delicious treats do you have, sister?" Josephine, with a gentle smile, instructed her maid, Annie, to fetch some food. Shortly thereafter, Annie entered with 2 attendants, each bearing a red food box, and began to set the small wooden table before the sofa. Gleaming silverware adorned the enticing feast. A dish of glistening caviar, several plates of roasted beast meat, a platter of cheese, small buttered breads, exquisite pastries, and a large bowl of fragrant rice porridge. Caesar's stomach began to rumble in response. Josephine smiled and said, "Good little brother, eat if you're hungry. Do not hold back in my presence." Caesar insisted, "But sister should eat too. It feels strange to eat alone." The queen nodded. Having grown a bit hungry herself, Annie served them each a bowl of rice porridge and prepared their utensils, and the siblings began to feast. It must be noted that while Caesar possessed a charmingly handsome face, he also had an appetite akin to that of an elephant. He consumed 4 times the amount of food the queen did. It seemed their appetites were inversely proportional to their sizes. After finishing, he set down his napkin, unable to bend over due to his full belly. Meanwhile, Queen Josephine found her own appetite stirred by the sight of this glutton, having enjoyed several small breads and 2 bowls of porridge herself. Annie, watching from the side, felt quietly pleased, thinking, "The queen hasn't enjoyed a meal like this in ages. This little prince truly is her source of joy." Once the servants cleared the table, the siblings reclined on the sofa, Josephine gently embracing Caesar's small shoulders while he leaned comfortably against her, savoring the breathtaking warmth of her gentleness. They seemed to relish this tender moment, lying in silence. Time, as it often does in moments of bliss, slipped away swiftly, and the banquet was nearing its end. Caesar, having lingered long enough, knew that if he did not return soon, chaos would ensue. Reluctantly, Queen Josephine resolved to escort him back to the banquet hall. Caesar nodded in silence. Indeed, who would not wish to spend a little longer in the company of beauty? The others in the banquet hall could manage without them for a while. The queen donned a sky-blue fur cloak, concerned that Caesar might feel cold, and draped a smaller pink cloak over his shoulders. There were no men's garments available, so the young prince had to make do with the queen's attire. Once they were ready, they set off towards the banquet hall, accompanied by a guard of palace sentinels. After walking for over half an hour, they finally emerged from the garden, the dazzling lights of the banquet hall visible in the distance. At that moment, Caesar tugged at the small hand the queen held and softly asked, "Sister, may I come to visit you again?" Queen Josephine's body tensed, and a resigned smile crossed her lips, unsure of how to respond to the innocent inquiry from this young boy. She was the empress, while Caesar was a powerful regional lord. Their statuses were too sensitive. If they maintained frequent contact, it could lead to scandalous gossip, despite the fact that no one would suspect their relationship of any romantic nature due to Caesar's youth. However, rumors of political intrigue or the queen colluding with powerful nobles would surely arise, and the waters of politics were murky. She had become empress at merely 10 years of age, inciting envy among many concubines. And there were countless eyes watching for her to falter. Having spent less than 2 years in the palace, she had yet to establish her position firmly. Yet, she could not bear to reject this adorable little brother she had just acknowledged. Caesar seemed to grasp her predicament and added, "Sister, do not worry. I understand our situations are somewhat delicate. However, I will not put you in a difficult position that I simply wish to visit you if the opportunity arises. Is that agreeable?" Josephine gazed at the boy in astonishment, as if seeing him for the first time. This child is far too perceptive. Is he truly only 8 years old? The emperor spoke truly when he said he was wiser than most adults. While she marveled at Caesar's intelligence, Queen Josephine gently patted his head and nodded in agreement. The young prince, elated by her consent, jumped with joy, prompting a smile from Josephine, who felt a warmth blossom within her heart. As Queen Josephine remarked. Chaos reigned in the banquet hall. The guest of honor, young Julius Caesar, had not returned since visiting the restroom. Initially, no one noticed his absence. After all, he was just a child, perhaps off playing somewhere. However, as the banquet drew to a close and he still had not appeared, the emperor and various dignitaries grew anxious. They ordered a search, But despite scouring the entire palace, no trace of him was found. When news of the young duke's disappearance reached him, the servant, Chry, nearly collapsed in fear. If the duke was lost, his own head would be on the line. Eventually, it was a guard who had spotted Caesar in the garden who mentioned the matter. The emperor promptly commanded everyone to search the garden. What a joke it would be if, in such cold weather, a small child were to lose his way in that vast, intimidating garden and succumb to the elements in some thicket. Amidst the bustling crowd, as the people were about to enter the garden in search of the missing, the queen, accompanied by Julius, returned just in time. Faced with the chaotic throng, the queen hurriedly explained the situation to the emperor, which brought a collective sigh of relief from the assembly. Our young Caesar, at that moment, cowered behind the queen, shrinking further as if afraid of being seen. The embarrassment was palpable. The sight of him evoked laughter among the adults, resulting in a joyous conclusion to the banquet. As for the minor incident, the nobles took it as a source of amusement, and unbeknownst to them, the tale of Caesar's misadventure spread among the imperial aristocracy. Chapter 13. Domestic affairs. 3 days had passed since the banquet concluded, and it seemed that all tumultuous matters had quietly dissipated. Old Dean, after allowing Caesar to enjoy a few leisurely days, finally arrived to present the first report on the complex territorial affairs to the new duke. Upon seeing the mountain of documents and ledgers in Dean's arms, Caesar felt overwhelmed and suddenly realized that his domain was a colossal entity. Boasting nearly 10 million subjects across millions of square kilometers, the multitude of affairs could be utterly suffocating. If this were the case, he feared he would never enjoy a carefree childhood. Thus, Caesar inquired of Dean, "Pray tell, steward, how did my father manage such a plethora of ledgers? Must one truly engage with this mountain of paperwork daily? How could my father ever find time to study magic?" Dean respectfully responded, "Young master, it is not necessary to review these documents daily. The Grand Duke's office employs dedicated clerks and aides to handle such matters in the territory. It is merely to familiarize you with the affairs, especially as we approach year-end statistics, so that you are not entirely ignorant of your domain." Caesar replied, "In that case, please provide me with a general overview. The ledgers and year-end reports can be handled by those who are accustomed to them. At present, even if I were to peruse them, I would not comprehend their contents. I am but 8 years old. There will be time to learn later. Focus instead on ensuring that no one engages in any misdeeds." Dean, recognizing the impracticality of burdening an 8-year-old with such daunting ledgers, refrained from further comment and began to outline the general situation of the territory. Julius gained an understanding of the locations of his domain's cities, the distribution of the populace, resources, various industries, and taxes. However, he became particularly intrigued by the most prosperous entryway into the Forest of Forgetfulness. The border town of Talons. It is known that the northern border of the Aran Empire nearly entirely adjoins the Forest of Forgetfulness. Yet the towering mountains surrounding the forest make traversal exceedingly difficult for humans. Adventurers hunting magical beasts, mercenaries, dwarves seeking precious minerals, and mages in search of rare flora and fauna, all those who dream of sudden wealth, eagerly venture into that mysterious, bountiful, and perilously treacherous forest. Consequently, the few access points into the forest have become extraordinarily prosperous. The entryway in Caesar's domain is the most expansive. Upon entering a gorge approximately 10 kilometers wide, one encounters a considerable plain where a small yet remarkably sturdy town, Talons, has been constructed. Due to its advantageous location, the tax revenue from this area constitutes a significant portion of the taxes collected from Caesar's domain, making it a source of envy for the imperial royalty. Although Julius yearned to witness the enigmatic visage of the Forest of Forgetfulness, he was keenly aware that, being in the imperial capital and under Dean's watchful eye, any adventurous foray was unlikely. Thus, he decided to defer such aspirations until his return to the territory next year. After Dean had provided a general overview of the territory, Julius inquired, "Steward Dean, are there any particular matters to be mindful of while in the imperial capital?" Dean pondered carefully before responding, "Young master, as an inherited duke, you are not permitted to meddle in the affairs of the capital, just as the empire does not interfere in the internal matters of various duchies. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with political affairs. Our main focus in the capital is commercial transactions, managed by our own merchant guild. When you have the leisure, you might visit the headquarters of the Caesar Guild in the capital. Furthermore, You may also wish to meet with representatives of the Caesar subjects living or trading in the capital to offer them some words of comfort. After all, every Caesar citizen harbors a deep affection for their homeland, and they hold great admiration for Duke Marcus, so you will surely garner their support. Dean paused for a moment before continuing, as for the Caesar subjects serving in the military or in political roles within the capital. Dean hesitated, then added, you may wish to limit your interactions with those in the political sphere. Noticing Julius's puzzled expression, Dean elaborated, you may approach the military with confidence, for they are primarily the elite troops trained by your father during his lifetime. Even in his time, he often visited those soldiers of Caesar lineage. The emperor would not object, as you possess no authority to command troops. However, regarding political figures, while it is not that they are entirely off limits, it is prudent for you, as a duke, to avoid becoming too closely associated with imperial officials. While you might be safe, they would face numerous unfounded rumors that could jeopardize their prospects. Julius nodded in understanding, and Dean continued, additionally, there are several important individuals in the capital whom you should make an effort to visit and inquire after. Julius asked, who might they be? Dean replied, first and foremost, there is your father's godfather, His Holiness Pope Peter XIII. He was a close friend of your grandfather, the late Duke, and held great affection for Duke Marcus during his lifetime. Thus, it is essential for you to pay your respects. Moreover, there is Master Dempus, the alchemist from the Royal Academy. As you know, your mother, Lady Anna, lost her parents at a young age, and it was Master Dempus and his wife who raised her. Therefore, visiting him is also a way to honor your late mother. Caesar nodded repeatedly. Both of these individuals were elders of his former parents. Although his soul was not that of their child, their blood and flesh were intertwined, making it entirely appropriate to extend filial piety in their stead, after ensuring he had covered all pertinent reminders for the young master. Dean finally raised one last matter. You mentioned wanting to return to the territory. Why is that? The weather is growing increasingly cold. It would be best to stay here until spring arrives. And we can return together then. Upon hearing Dean's suggestion to return to the territory, Caesar was taken aback. Dean's expression darkened, and he spoke with a hint of sorrow. Young master, I must return. The affairs of the territory have accumulated excessively this year, and I must assist you in managing them. Furthermore, my son, Alan, is taking charge of the territory for the first time, and I am not entirely at ease with that. Most importantly, I must prepare for the arrangements regarding the burial of Duke Marcus and his lady. Delaying this until next year would be too late and would show disrespect to the late Duke. Dean's son, Alan Dorsey, was the principal steward managing affairs in Caesar's domain, and was the heir that the late Duke Marcus had approved. Dean had previously reported this to Julius. As Dean mentioned his deceased parents, Caesar felt a pang in his heart and nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor and mannerisms had increasingly adopted the traits of a youthful child. As if he had truly become Julius. Perhaps the lingering consciousness of this body was subtly influencing him. Julius pondered before saying, Steward Dean, since you must return, would it not be better to utilize magic for your journey? It would be swift and spare you the discomfort of a bumpy ride. If there were one aspect of this continent that captivated Caesar's interest above all, it would undoubtedly be magic. Particularly the teleportation circles that belong to the realm of spatial magic. The thought of such a mechanism, reminiscent of a spatial wormhole, fascinated him, for the man who had abducted him had likely utilized a teleportation circle to arrive on this continent. This technology would be a boon for space colonization, and if Earthlings were aware of it, they would surely go mad with excitement. However, since such technology was not currently found on Earth, it seemed the deities wished to keep it from humanity. The only drawback was that teleportation circles consumed magical crystals excessively, preventing widespread use. Only nobles and the affluent could access them. Moreover, due to technical limitations, they could not transport large numbers of individuals at once. The largest magic circle outside the capital could only manage to teleport 100 people, which was its absolute limit. Dean replied, Young master, I will be traveling back with the merchant convoy of the Caesar Guild. They have procured a significant quantity of essential supplies and seeds for the coming year. By accompanying them, I can spare them the expense of hiring mercenaries for protection along the way. I will bring a detachment of soldiers who are returning to Caesar's territory after 3 years of service in the capital, to provide the convoy with security. Oh, I see. Very well. When do you plan to depart? Caesar inquired. I hope to leave as soon as possible. The merchant convoy is prepared to set off at any time. Likely in 3 days, Dean replied. Caesar nodded. Suddenly, Dean recalled another matter and asked, "Young master, regarding your studies?" "Oh, we shall discuss that later. I will be returning to the territory next year, and I have already covered much of what I need to learn regarding etiquette. Soon, I shall delve into the study of magic and martial skills that I can find a few teachers in the territory, so there is no need to trouble anyone here in the capital." Caesar hastily remarked that the previous owner of his body had been taught by several renowned scholars in the imperial capital. That fellow had been utterly bewildered by books. He had no desire to be tethered by studies, especially since he had yet to properly explore this city, known as the finest in the continent. Elsa, Dean chose not to bring it up again, for he understood that the young master had formed his own opinions and was no longer merely a child engrossed in play, once the matters were reported. Dean intended to take his leave when Caesar suddenly spoke up, his expression grave. "Dean, return to the territory and bring back a young member of the Darcy family whom you deem worthy next year." Dean's body trembled, and his face lit up with joy. The elderly man, over 70 years of age, knelt respectfully before Caesar and said, "As you wish, my lord. The Darcy family appreciates your trust, and this old servant is grateful for your favor." He spoke with a hint of emotion. Dean understood this as the young master acknowledging his loyalty. Thus the Darcy family would commence the selection of personal servants. Should this descendant earn the Duke's trust, he would undoubtedly inherit the position of steward of the Duke's household and succeed to the title of Earl. A few days prior, the issue regarding the smuggling of individuals from Caesar's territory had caused considerable discontent in the astute young master. For days, Dean had felt anxious, fearing that Caesar might harbor a poor impression of the Darcy family, jeopardizing their future. Today, Caesar's words finally allowed the old man to breathe a sigh of relief. The master's trust remained intact. Caesar gently helped Dean to his feet, offering a few encouraging words before Dean exited. Outside, Dean exhaled deeply, reflecting, "Such a balance of grace and authority, an 8-year-old child. This young master is truly extraordinary. Yet for the Caesar family, it heralds great fortune." Chapter 14. The Caesar Territories Guard Corps, a hereditary duke. Regulations permit him to bring a guard unit of no more than 3,000 when returning to the imperial capital. Thus, Caesar had stationed a contingent of 3,000 guards in the imperial capital. Of course, not all could enter the city, having brought 300 to protect the duke's residence. The remaining 2,700 were stationed 30 kilometers outside Elsa in a military fortress allocated to the Caesar territory, with all military supplies and provisions to be arranged by the duke, as the empire would not provide for them. The same applied to the other 5 dukes. Caesar stood outside the military fortress, watching Dean and the Grand Caesar merchant convoy gradually embark on their journey home. Observing the figure of the elderly man, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy for the loyal steward. To employ him was not only a stroke of luck for the Darcy family, but also for the Caesar family. Such sentiments, however, were but fleeting. Once the convoy departed, Caesar entered the family's designated military fortress, marking the first occasion he would inspect his troops. Aside from the guards at his side and those remaining at the Duke's residence, the remaining 1,700 soldiers were already lined up neatly in the expansive training ground, awaiting the new Duke's review. The army commander, General Andre, a robust man in his 30s, emanated an imposing aura filled with the spirit of a soldier. Caesar's intuition suggested that this man had seen bloodshed, and not in small measure. He was a true warrior forged in the crucible of battle. Standing on the review platform, as Andre sought his command, Caesar nodded, prompting the man to bellow. Training begins. The originally intended inspection of military appearance was abruptly transformed into a demonstration of tactical training, an impromptu challenge. Ultimately, Caesar needed to ascertain whether his guards were truly the elite of the elite or merely a fade. Military appearance was merely superficial. It could not reveal the true essence of this unit. Andre, showing no surprise or apprehension, was merely astonished by the young duke's astuteness and felt a sense of validation regarding Dean's remarks about the young master's intelligence. Given the prolonged peace within the empire, some military units had gradually succumbed to corruption, with numerous instances of soldiers feasting on empty pay and neglecting their training. During inspections by the Imperial High Command, many engaged in deceptive practices. Bright armor, orderly ranks might fool the similarly corrupted noble bureaucrats, but it would never pass muster before genuine soldiers. Having never encountered military affairs, Caesar could only gauge the quality of his guards by their appearance. Relying on his keen instincts to discern their true capabilities through practical drills that as the command was issued, the soldiers swiftly divided into two large teams, due to the withdrawal of 300 to remain with Caesar. Both teams were short-staffed, each comprising only 850 men. Under the leadership of their respective captains, the two teams assumed a charge formation, seemingly abandoning all defense. Once arranged, the captains waved their command flags, and the two groups surged forward, engaging in fierce combat upon contact. High spirits seemed to invigorate every soldier, and amidst the intense struggle, each shouted out victory cries, filling the air with smoke. Caesar watched in astonishment, his heart racing. This was real combat, genuine bloodshed. Had it not been for the soldiers' weapons being wrapped in cloth to dull their edges, he feared half would perish on the field. Yet even so, within mere moments, a significant number had already fallen. The young duke's initial concerns dissipated as it became evident that these soldiers were seasoned warriors, not mere showpieces. Otherwise, they would not exude such a visceral intensity. Remarkably, even with half their number down, the remainder maintained their formation, demonstrating strict military discipline. Furthermore, Caesar recognized that his guard commander, Andrei, was undoubtedly a highly capable general. Duke Marcus had left behind a commendable legacy. Seeing the surprise on Caesar's face, Andrei felt a wave of relief. After all, this was his army. Should the Duke be dissatisfied, it would reflect poorly upon him and signify his incompetence. Caesar called out, "Are the troops in my territory all like this?" Andrei shook his head with a wry smile, replying, "My lord, these 3,000 men are the cream of the crop selected from the 300,000 regular troops in the Caesar territory. They are the elite among elites, and the soldiers in the territory cannot compare." Noticing Caesar's expression of disappointment, Andrei added, "However, the 30,000 soldiers in the territory are only slightly inferior. They far exceed those of other provinces in the empire. After all, our Caesar territory is on the frontier, close to the forgotten forest. Hence we are not lacking in opportunities for real combat. Soldiers who have seen battle are incomparable to those who have not." Caesar nodded in agreement that at this point, the two teams had determined a victor, perhaps due to their familiarity. Even the winning side had only a handful of individuals still standing on the training ground, a clear case of mutual destruction, evenly matched. With a commanding shout from Andrei, all the fallen warriors, regardless of injury, swiftly regrouped, forming a neat formation once more in no time. Caesar silently praised them. General Andrei, facing the soldiers below, called out loudly, "Caesar's children, today's sudden drill was to prepare you for what is to come. Yes, it is because our master, His Excellency Julius Caesar, the new Duke of the Caesar territory, is here to inspect you. You are all citizens of Caesar, the elite of Caesar's army. Your performance reflects our strength as Caesar's soldiers. As for how you fared, I have no say. Let our master, Duke Caesar, judge." With that, Andrei stepped back, inviting Julius to the forefront to address the assembly. In truth, Andrei harbored a small mischievous intent. How could an 8-year-old child not feel nervous before 2,000 fierce soldiers? He thought that if Caesar stumbled, it would be of little consequence, as no one would hold a child to such scrutiny. That it was a small act of retribution against Caesar's surprise attack. However, he soon found himself utterly astonished. Caesar calmly walked to the front, inhaling deeply, and with his youthful voice proclaimed, "My warriors, I am Caesar, Julius Caesar, your new duke, and the one you will serve in the future. Today marks my first encounter with my soldiers. To be honest, I am not as anxious as others might expect. Instead, I feel excitement and joy. Excitement because of your performance, joy because I possess such a formidable army. This is my assessment of you. I am very satisfied. As your master, I do not impose many demands. You need only remember one thing for the future: obedience, absolute obedience to me, Julius Caesar, your duke. Your execution of my commands must be resolute, without hesitation. Should anyone harbor doubts or confusion regarding my orders, my response is, to understand is to execute. To not understand is to deepen understanding through execution." At this juncture, Caesar surveyed the astonished soldiers and all accompanying attendants, including Andrei, and shouted with all his might, "My brave warriors, will you obey me?" The soldiers, snapping back to reality from their astonishment, replied in unison, "We will." Caesar thundered, "Louder! I cannot hear you." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, my lord." Caesar continued, "Have you not eaten? Speak louder." The soldiers, seemingly ignited by a surge of fighting spirit, cried out, Obedience, obedience, obedience. Their voices resounded to the heavens. Caesar, satisfied, raised his right hand, and the uproar came to an abrupt halt. Turning his head, Caesar smiled at the wide-mouthed Andre, who had yet to close his jaw, and said, "My general, I have finished speaking. Let the troops disperse. This noon, let us treat the soldiers to an extra meal, and each may have a cup of ale that I shall also dine here." He then waved his hand dismissively at Andre, who appeared about to speak, and added, "Do not fret about the wine. I have ordered it brought." Andre, feeling both grateful and obedient, went to carry out the command. Julius Caesar felt a secret satisfaction. "Oh, you thought to challenge me. I am a seasoned recluse in this world, well versed in the art of rhetoric. What melodramatic phrases have I not encountered? This group of youths, whose intellect is clearly disproportionate to their physique, will be easily swayed. What more is there to say? Even this prodigious child has foreseen everything. Honestly, is that the talk of a mere child? I could never utter such commanding words." Those soldiers were roused to fervor by just a few of his statements. In the end, he even remembers to treat them to extra food and drink to win their hearts. Goodness, when I was his age, I was still playing in the mud. The Caesar family is a bunch of anomalies. My little tricks are transparent to them. Oh, how utterly mortifying. Andre mused to himself, simultaneously worried that Julius might hold a grudge against him. After all, he was merely a captain of the guard, and mocking one's master could have serious ramifications. Should Julius's temper flare, he would find himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. However, Caesar was not nearly as petty as Andre imagined. He had long since forgotten the affairs of the training grounds and was currently reveling in the merriment of drinking with the soldiers. When Andre announced the midday feast, along with the provision of ale, a raucous cheer erupted from the ranks of soldiers, as if they had momentarily forgotten their aches and pains. Alcohol was strictly forbidden within the barracks, and even Andre was expected to set an example. Only on designated rest days could the warriors indulge their thirst in the imperial city, and as the month drew to a close, they were already parched. Thus, while a single cup of ale could not truly buy their loyalty, it did foster a favorable impression towards their charmingly handsome young master. Winning hearts is a gradual process, not an instantaneous one. Caesar had spontaneously decided to procure the ale on his way to see Dean off, emptying several taverns in the process. Enormous barrels were hauled by 2 large carts. Finally, he delighted in his first taste of ale from this new world, blissfully ignoring the earnest advice and prepared beverages from his loyal attendant, Cleary. Chapter 15. A lavish feast. To be frank, the ale from this realm bore little distinction from beer on earth. As Caesar took his first sip, he secretly exclaimed, "At last, I have found a shred of similarity between this world and my own." The familiar fragrance of the brew was intoxicating. Yet, he failed to notice that Cleary had poured his drink from a finely crafted small wooden barrel. Unlike the towering casks used by the soldiers, the quality was incomparable. Nonetheless, this did not prevent him from becoming inebriated. What might an 8-year-old boy experience after downing a cup of ale weighing 2 pounds? As Caesar sat in the carriage back to the imperial city, he felt perpetually drowsy, the world spinning around him. An experience familiar to all who have tasted the effects of alcohol. Naturally, this led him to exhibit various drunken antics. Being of noble descent, Caesar would not indulge in the common lowly drunken behavior of brawling and shouting as a commoner might. Moreover, as a child, being drunk was not a desirable state. Thus, in a moment of clarity, he suddenly recalled the debt that Sulla owed him. Upon entering the grand gates of the imperial city of Elsa, Caesar resolved to bring his entourage of guards and servants to demand repayment from Sulla, leading a procession of nearly 200 individuals straight to the Duke's residence. Cleary found himself in a state of helpless amusement. His young master's drinking habits were far from commendable. The Duke Sulla's south estate was in close proximity to Caesar's own, as the residences of the 6 dukes were clustered in the noble district of the northern city, adjacent to the palace. As they approached Sulla's estate, Cleary discreetly advised the captain of the guards to send most of their men back to Caesar's residence, leaving only a dozen or so to accompany Julius in his drunken escapades. This was not an abuse of power on Cleary's part. It was simply unseemly for a duke to bring a contingent of soldiers to another duke's estate to stir trouble. Even if that duke was a child, the potential for rumors to circulate about discord among the hereditary nobility could prove detrimental to the stability of the empire. Recognizing this, Cleary had given such instructions. Before long, they arrived before the imposing and stately gates of Sulla's residence. Caesar disembarked from the carriage, and with Cleary and others following, strode up to the entrance, calling out in a high-pitched voice, "Sulla! Sulla, I have come to collect my debt. Come out and greet me." With that, he swaggered inside, swaying unsteadily, leaving the guards at Sulla's door in a state of shock. Cleary hurried to provide an explanation. The Sulla guards, upon hearing this, wore expressions that were nothing short of priceless, and the leader hurried inside to inform Sulla. Moments later, Sulla rushed out, and upon seeing Caesar's flushed face from intoxication, he believed the guard's report. It was a comical yet exasperating scene. This young rascal is not easily dismissed, especially since he knows about my acquisition of Caesar during the palace banquet. Today, I shall have to pay dearly. Oh, is that not Julius? What brings you here today to visit your elder brother? Sulla said, forcing a smile despite his grimace. Spare me the pleasantries. I am here to collect my debt. Hurry and bring forth the treasures. My time is quite limited, Julius replied, his face betraying his displeasure, still flushed from drink. That can be arranged. Why not step inside for a drink? There is no rush. The gold and coral await you in the parlor. Just have your servants carry them when you leave, Sulla offered, glancing at Julius's tipsy visage with a hint of concern. This child, orphaned and without guidance, has taken to drinking. His servants are remiss in their duties. What a disgrace. His gaze turned cold as he eyed Cleary. Unbeknownst to Cleary, he had unwittingly drawn Sulla's ire. Julius, reflecting for a moment, decided not to press the issue and followed Sulla into the parlor, oblivious to the potential danger he was inviting. Struck gold. Sulla is indeed a nouveau riche. Why does he display all his treasures so openly? Unthinkable. I must seize more before I depart. It would be a disservice to myself otherwise. This was Julius's first impression upon entering Sulla's parlor. While he was truly intoxicated, he had not succumbed to complete drunkenness. Caesar was merely seeking that hedonistic thrill. Little did he know that Sulla, in his ignorance of the wisdom of discretion, had unwittingly invited a wolf into his den. Sulla's parlor, rather than serving as a mere reception area, resembled a museum of curiosities, an all too familiar trait among the nobility of the divine grace continent, who often displayed their collections of rare treasures and famous artworks to flaunt their erudition and refined taste. Had others visited Caesar's own parlor, they would have likewise been awestruck. However, since Marcus was a magic enthusiast, his parlor was filled predominantly with magical artifacts and various monster specimens, lending it a peculiar and somewhat shadowy atmosphere. In stark contrast to the opulence of Sulla's, the parlor was spacious, with a roaring fireplace on the left, bathing the room in warmth. Aside from a few sets of sofas and a wooden table in the center, the remaining space was filled with display cabinets, showcasing an array of dazzling gemstones, antiques, exquisite elven accessories, rare corals and pearls from the depths of the sea, as well as a multitude of enchanted armor and weapons. The walls were adorned with various famous artworks. In short, Julius was utterly captivated. Sulla paid no heed to the bumbling Caesar and instead ordered his servants to prepare a refreshing sour fruit beverage to help sober him up. "All right, little drunkard, come drink your beverage," Sulla said, handing a glass to Caesar, who gulped it down eagerly, his eyes never leaving the treasures around him. Sulla chuckled inwardly. After finally managing to seat Julius on a bearskin sofa, Sulla's wife, Linda, entered, accompanied by her maidservants. She was a gentle and beautiful woman, her slightly rounded belly betraying the joy of impending motherhood. Sulla smiled as he pulled her down beside him, saying, "Linda, look, this is the youngest and most handsome duke in the empire, Lord Caesar." A lost little duke indeed. Had it not been for that last comment, Julius would have been quite pleased. However, with those words, his expression fell. Linda, noticing the adorable yet discontented flush on Julius's face, turned to Sulla with a playful reprimand. "Is that how you introduce people? Come now, dear little brother Julius, come sit with your sister." She beckoned warmly to Caesar. Delighted, Caesar scampered around the table to Linda, sweetly calling out, "Hello, Sister Linda, you are so beautiful. You and Sulla are truly the epitome of Beauty and the Beast." Although this world lacked the fairy tale of Beauty and the Beast, both understood the sentiment behind his words, leaving Sulla feeling rather awkward, while Linda erupted into a fit of soft laughter. "This little one is simply too adorable," she remarked, taking Caesar's small hand and inviting him to sit beside her. Effectively shoving the now sulking Sulla aside. As with all women, she embarked upon the great journey of idle chatter, while Sulla, caught in the crossfire of Julius's teasing glances, was left to pour juice into his cup. feeling utterly exasperated. Of course, when Caesar departs later, he will completely cast aside any lingering dissatisfaction. After all, a far greater tragedy awaits him. What can women possibly discuss? It invariably revolves around trivial matters such as the age of little brothers, preferred delicacies, and the courses they have undertaken, tedious topics indeed. However, seated beside a captivating beauty, His Excellency Julius Caesar feels no tedium, effortlessly ignoring the discontent and jealousy emanating from a certain individual. After exchanging words, Linda, due to her pregnancy, begins to feel fatigued. She reminds Julius to visit often before retreating to her chamber, leaving the two noblemen to face each other and commence their serious discourse concerning the matter of debts. By this point, Caesar has nearly sobered up from his previous inebriation, and he once more articulates his claims regarding his rightful possessions and compensation for the Sulla leak incident. Upon hearing Caesar's audacious demands, Sulla begins to regret having invited him to the parlor, realizing the man has been motivated by greed. Thus, the negotiations commence, resembling a protracted tug-of-war, with Sulla steadfastly maintaining his original stance, while Caesar gradually intensifies his assault. After an interminable and tiresome argument, the two finally reach a consensus, an additional weapon and a piece of artwork atop the original debt. Naturally, Caesar is permitted to make his own selections. The young nobleman summons his servant, Cly, to carry away an exquisite coral standing over a meter tall, resplendent in golden hues, and to collect 8 of Sulla's largest pearls before beginning to choose his compensation. Selecting a piece of artwork proves to be relatively straightforward, as there is no possibility of counterfeit here. After inquiring which master's works are most valuable throughout history, he makes a beeline for a colossal 2-meter-high portrait of a solitary figure. Sulla hastily restrains him, for that is the likeness of one of his ancestors painted by a renowned artist. Regardless of its worth, it is uncommon for a noble to gift an ancestral portrait. Reluctantly, Caesar abandons that choice and opts for a similarly sized landscape painting. Upon reaching the armory, confronted with a dazzling array of weapons, Caesar feels at a loss. The immense swords encrusted with jewels, long swords, massive axes, spears, dwarven war hammers, and elven longbows are beyond his reach. He cannot even don the various enchanted armors, the intricately engraved daggers, rapiers, short swords, and rogues daggers, as explained in hushed tones by Cly, pale in comparison to the treasures in Sulla's own collection. Consequently, His Excellency Julius Caesar can only nonchalantly select a modest 20-centimeter-long dagger, which Sulla had previously introduced to him, an act of grace, albeit half-hearted. Although this dagger lacks enchantments, it is exceptionally sharp. Sulla, grimacing in pain, describes how this dagger, crafted by a dwarven artisan, is infused with a significant amount of refined gold, rendering it unmatched in sharpness. Even without enchantments, it can effortlessly sever a common heavy sword, a fact he has personally tested. Refined gold is an exceedingly rare metal in the continent of divine grace, merely a byproduct of ordinary gold mining. And not all gold mines yield it, making it extraordinarily expensive. Its properties enhance weapon sharpness and imbue them with anti-magic qualities, contingent on the amount of refined gold present, which determines the extent of its magical resistance. A mere trace mixed into ordinary steel can elevate the weapon's sharpness several notches. This dagger is exquisitely crafted, with the handle and blade nearly equal in length, the golden handle entwined with purple ribbons forming an intricate pattern, and adorned with dozens of tiny, radiant gemstones. The blade, due to the addition of refined gold, shimmers faintly with a luxurious gleam. Satisfied, Julius nods and nonchalantly sheaths the dagger, declaring, "Let it be so. It is getting late. If you do not intend to treat me to dinner, I shall take my leave." Without awaiting Sulla's response, he strides out with Cly. Sulla, suppressing a grimace, mutters to himself, "If I were to keep you for dinner, who knows what treasures I might lose? Quick, begone." After ushering the young nobleman and his sycophant Cly out the door, Sulla barely has time to catch his breath before hearing Julius boastfully address the guards outside. "This place is filled with fools and wealth. Remember to remind me to visit often." Sulla's fury ignites. He bellows at his servants and guards, more so at the debt collectors outside. "From now on, let it be added to the family rules that we must guard against fire, theft, and Caesar." Chapter 16. Grandmother's house having suffered a significant loss at Caesar's hands. Does Sulla intend to let the matter rest? The answer is a resounding no. Thus, this undaunted nobleman sought out Julius's maternal grandfather, the esteemed alchemist Master Dumpas of the empire. Oh, and of course, the master's wife. Miss Roland he embellished his tale regarding Caesar's drinking problem that as for why he did not approach Julius's godfather, His Holiness Pope Peter XIII. It is because the Pope was on a preaching tour of his subordinate parishes. Every winter, the upper echelons of the Church of Light venture into various regions to spread the glory of the God of Light, ostensibly to aid the impoverished faithful. To be fair, the religion on this continent is rather commendable, lacking the many sordid aspects found in Western religions on earth though. But I digress. Upon hearing Sulla's grievances, Master Dumpas, a venerable man in his 90s, was incensed, his beard bristling as he prepared to confront Caesar, though it was Miss Roland who restrained him. The two conferred and decided to send the master's attendant to summon our young nobleman to visit. Sulla, naturally, hastened to leave, knowing he would be devoured by that young man if he remained. As for the future, he merely desired to vent his frustration, not contemplating the long-term consequences. The oblivious Julius assumed the two elders had missed him, reluctantly leaving the warmth of his bed, dressing, washing, and having breakfast. By the time he set out, it was already noon. The Dumpas couple resided within the grounds of the Imperial Royal Academy. Both were highly respected grand magicians of the empire, and the emperor had prepared a villa for them in the North City. However, they preferred the ambience of the academy, which also facilitated their research and teaching. Thus they remained there. The distance between the North City and South City was considerable, requiring over an hour by carriage. Caesar, drowsily dozing in the carriage, while the unfortunate old Cly sat in the servant's seat, furrowed in worry. The attendant discreetly informed Cly of the reason for their visit. The accusation of failing to counsel his master was a mark against him. Heaven help him. Ever since the young master awakened from his severe injury, for some inexplicable reason, Cly felt intimidated by Caesar's gaze and dared not advise him. I have advised him before, but he must listen. Cly lamented internally, wishing the journey would stretch on forever, the further the better. Alas, the coachman remained oblivious to Cly's silent pleas, and an hour later, the carriage rolled through the gates of the Imperial Royal Academy. The guards at the entrance did not hinder them, having recognized the Caesar family crest, a majestic golden lion. The academy was vast, with towering buildings nestled within lush greenery resembling a garden. After navigating several turns, they reached the villa complex reserved for senior instructors, guided by the master's attendant. Julius disembarked still in a daze. The previous evening's revelries coupled with the excitement of his newfound wealth had led to a late night. As he stepped into Master Dumfas's modest abode, he was immediately enveloped in the embrace of an elderly woman who affectionately exclaimed, "My little Julius, your grandmother has missed you terribly. You little rascal never thought to visit. Have you forgotten me?" Drawing upon the memories of his former life, Julius recognized this as Lady Roland, his mother's adoptive mother, a kind-hearted elder. He quickly replied, "Hello, grandmother. Caesar has missed you dearly, but I've been too busy. But look, I'm here now. Wow, grandmother. You seem younger than ever. I almost didn't recognize you." Lady Roland's face instantly lit up with joy, her grandson's sweet words bringing her immense delight. Ignoring Master Dumpas' persistent coughs and subtle hints from the side, she continued to dote on her beloved grandson. The master, feeling helpless, redirected his frustration toward the unfortunate Cly. Julius, eavesdropping on the old man's intermittent scolding, soon realized his drinking had caused this uproar. Likely, Sulla had lodged a complaint, igniting his resentment. "That wretched Sulla, meddlesome woman. I shall have my revenge. Next time I visit your home, I shall incite Sister Linda to deal with you." Though secretly cursing Sulla, Julius also felt pity for Cly, who was bearing the brunt of the old man's ire. Thus, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Showering Lady Roland with flattery, which delighted her enough to silence Dumfas's tirade. "All right, enough. Old man, don't frighten my dear grandson. Little Julius is still young and made a mistake once. It's enough to discuss it. You, as a grandfather, must also share some responsibility." Faced with his wife's words, the ever-submissive old man could only acquiesce, though inwardly he grumbled. "I haven't even scolded your precious grandson yet. You're already so protective, if we're discussing responsibility. What about your role?" Finally liberated, Cly, with a sense of relief, quietly exited, leaving the three of them alone in the room. Master Dumpas, though of modest stature and hindered by severe myopia that obscured his two gray irises, bore a visage etched with wrinkles. Nevertheless, his long, silver-gray beard cascading down to his chest lent a certain gravitas to his otherwise unremarkable appearance. In stark contrast stood Lady Roland, who, despite her advanced age of over 70, radiated a vibrant complexion, unmarred by wrinkles save for a few at the corners of her eyes. Her amiable countenance hinted at a beauty that must have been striking in her youth. Such were the impressions held by His Excellency Julius, undoubtedly colored by his sentiments towards the elderly gentleman. Master Dempus paid no heed to the peeping Caesar, choosing instead to sit across from him on the sofa, and with a grave demeanor, addressed the young duke. "Listen, Julius, we share in your misfortune, for Anna is also our daughter. However, it is precisely for this reason that we cannot remain passive regarding your upbringing. With your parents departed, we are now your closest kin, and thus I have resolved to assume the responsibility of your education." Lady Rowling, gently stroking Caesar's small head, nodded in agreement with a nurturing smile. Perceiving the seriousness in their expressions, Caesar straightened his posture and replied, "But grandfather and grandmother, I am to return to my own territory next year that I have duties as a duke and cannot remain in the imperial capital indefinitely." Master Dempus sighed, aware of the heavy burden this child carried. Yet, he acknowledged that he could offer no assistance in matters of governance. His expertise lay in magic and alchemy. Thus, he continued, "Even if you are to return to your territory, that is a matter for next spring. During these months in the capital, your grandmother and I will impart to you all the foundational knowledge of magic that you ought to acquire. As for your affairs upon your return, I trust your steward Dean has made suitable arrangements so. Focus on your studies while you are here." Caesar nodded in acquiescence, recognizing the concern that the elderly couple held for him. Moreover, he had long harbored a yearning to delve into the arcane arts, and the prospect of learning from a master was enough to ignite envy among his peers at the academy. The Dempus couple, observing their grandson's maturity, felt a mixture of joy and sorrow, joy that their family line would continue, yet sorrow for their dearly departed daughter and son Law that as the evening drew to a close. Lady Rowling noted that it was too late to study, and thus sent young Clyde to the Duke's residence, while Julius remained behind, much to the delight of his grandmother, who insisted he stay. After partaking in a dinner prepared by Lady Rowling herself, the two elders escorted Caesar to the bedroom prepared for him. The room allocated to Julius was none other than the chamber of his mother, Anna. During her childhood, though Anna was an adopted daughter, the couple had no other children, pouring all their affection into her, making her untimely death an unbearable blow as Caesar wandered about the quaint yet cozy room. Lady Rowling could not contain her emotions and covered her face, tears streaming down her hands. Master Dempus gently embraced her shoulders, guiding her quietly out of the room and softly closing the door behind them. Inside, the bedding and other essentials had been meticulously arranged by Lady Rowling, allowing Julius to simply lie down and sleep. As Caesar lay on the petite wooden bed, he caressed the soft velvet quilt, his gaze drawn to the ceiling adorned with charming trinkets and numerous wind chimes that he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, pondering the tenderness and skill his mother must have possessed as a young girl. The decorations and several paintings on the walls were likely the creations of her own hands. Notably, one self-portrait depicted a little girl, perhaps of Caesar's own age, with two small braids, a large bow, and a shy yet playful smile, her hands propping up her face with mischievous fingers that eye in her eyes. Caesar glimpsed himself, realizing that his azure gaze was inherited from his mother, a gentle, beautiful, and spirited girl. This was Caesar's impression of his mother in her youth, as well as the memory of his own mother on the evening of the palace banquet, after listening to Sulla recount the romantic entanglements of his parents and Lister. Caesar felt an inkling of discomfort. He had initially believed that the union of his mother and father was primarily influenced by his father's status, and while Anna had not formally courted Lister before meeting Duke Marcus, their relationship had been amicable, and Anna had harbored a fondness for him. The arrival of Marcus had forcibly displaced the then insignificant Lister, leading Caesar to wonder if his mother's affection for the Duke was tinged with ulterior motives. Yet, reclining in his mother's childhood bed, Caesar reconsidered Anna's memories. He suddenly found his previous notions rather absurd. Dempus held a prestigious position within the empire, and with a noble title of Marquis spanning 3 generations. Anna, being his sole heir due to the absence of male descendants, was entitled to inherit under imperial law. Thus, she was destined to become a future marchioness, a match well suited to Marcus, eliminating the need for any calculated social climbing. It dawned on him that perhaps his parents had indeed experienced a quintessential love at first sight, unencumbered by AGE.AS. For the unfortunate Lister, affection did not equate to love. With these reflections, Julius seemed to relax, for every child harbors a desire for their parents to be flawless, Whether in his past life or present, he shared this sentiment concerning any perceived unfairness towards others, such as Lister. Caesar scoffed. After all, Anna had never engaged in a relationship with him, and he could hardly expect her to reciprocate his unrequited feelings as long as he didn't provoke him. It mattered little to Caesar whether Lister was a favored confidant of the crown prince or a future imperial statesman. He would have to contend with Caesar's wrath. Amidst these scattered thoughts and the anticipation of tomorrow's magical studies, Julius gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 17, An Introduction to Magic, Part 1. The following day, Julius was roused from his slumber by his grandmother Rowling's gentle prodding. During his time at the Duke's residence, he had grown accustomed to sleeping in, undisturbed. Groggy, he dressed, washed, and made his way to the small kitchen for breakfast by the time he arrived at Master Dempus's study. The elderly gentleman was already exhibiting signs of impatience. Yet, under the indulgent gaze of Lady Rowling, he refrained from reprimanding Julius too harshly, knowing better than to provoke her. After instructing Caesar to take a seat, the elder stated with gravity, "Julius, before we embark on your formal studies of magic, I must instill in you the importance of a proper attitude towards learning. Magic is not a pursuit for everyone. First, we must ascertain whether you possess the aptitude for its practice. Furthermore, the study of magic can be exceedingly tedious. You may find yourself seated for days on end, merely to enhance your mental fortitude and resilience. Therefore, prepare yourself mentally for this challenge. Moreover, before you truly engage with magic, it is imperative that you familiarize yourself with its origins and developmental history, as well as some fundamental principles and concepts." Upon finishing his lecture, the old man retrieved several hefty tomes from the shelves behind him and handed them to Caesar, saying, "These volumes delve into the origins and history of magic, while these others elucidate the foundational principles and classifications of magic. I expect you to read these before we proceed with any practical instruction. You have a few days, so do not rush." With that, the unyielding elder exited, leaving Caesar in a state of disbelief. Staring at the closed door, Julius muttered under his breath, "What a cantankerous old man. Is this truly how one teaches? He might as well have left me to self-study. This is nothing but a form of rote learning, which I detest." Despite his grumbling, he had no choice but to pick up the top volume, titled The Origins of Magic, and begin reading. Unbeknownst to him, Master Dempus and Lady Rowling were discreetly observing from outside, keenly monitoring Julius's actions. Their intent was not to shirk their educational duties, but rather to cultivate Caesar's patience, for magic is a profound discipline that demands perseverance, especially during experimental practices, given that Julius was still a child. Dempus aimed to temper his impulsive nature. Seeing Caesar engrossed in his reading brought a nod of approval from the elderly couple, who quietly departed. However, had they lingered a moment longer, they might have found their tranquility disrupted, perhaps even bursting through the door in a fit of rage. Despite being in his 80s, Master Dempus remained active in teaching at the academy, leading an advanced class in the alchemical division. His rigorous and responsible approach to education contributed to his esteemed reputation throughout the empire. Lady Rowling, being over a decade younger and brimming with vitality, also continued to teach, though she had taken a sabbatical to care for Julius until his return to his territory. What was Julius up to? He was reading, though his approach was more akin to flipping through the pages at a rapid pace, turning 2 pages per second. Julius Caesar was reveling in his newfound abilities. Much like the countless others who had traversed into another world, he was discovering a remarkable gift, superb memory that as he casually flipped through the hefty tome, he suddenly realized something peculiar. The content he perused was being imprinted vividly in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar fully utilized his newfound talent, memorization, or what some might call rote learning. Finally, after completing the last book, he exhaled deeply, relieved to have finished, although all the knowledge had been etched into his mind. He began to experience a throbbing pain in his head that seemed that even with a sharp memory, the mental exertion from extensive reading took its toll. Thus, he reclined in the grand armchair of the study, leaning against the wall beside the roaring fireplace, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Meanwhile, his thoughts wandered back to the content of the books he had just perused. Through his readings, Caesar discovered that the Divine Grace continent was a realm steeped in magical civilization. The earliest recorded usage of magic traced back to the ancient Elven Empire's precursor, the era of the Elven tribes thousands of years ago. At that time, the elves were far from the powerful beings they are today. one might describe them as weak and oppressed by the myriad races inhabiting the continent. The elves could only lament to their revered deity, the elven goddess. Eventually, the elves' sincere devotion moved the goddess, and thus this great and benevolent deity descended to teach the elves the art of magic. This marks the earliest account of magic, which is why the elven goddess is also known as the goddess of magic, venerated by all practitioners of magic across the continent, regardless of race. As for the elves, once they mastered magic, they finally found a foundation upon which to stand, gradually consolidating their racial cohesion. After countless generations of development, they ultimately triumphed over the ancient Orc Empire, the dominant power of the continent, around 20,000 years ago, thereby establishing their own supremacy. In the early days of their empire, the elves maintained strict secrecy regarding magic, permitting only their own kin to practice it. However, as time passed and the empire grew stronger and more stable, the once conservative and arrogant elves began to relax their grip on magical knowledge, gradually imparting some lower-tier spells to the subservient races that had submitted to them, including the diminutive race of humans. The elves, despite their meticulous calculations, could never have anticipated that the seemingly weaker humans would possess such remarkable aptitude for learning and comprehension, armed with only a few elementary spells and foundational principles. Humans astonishingly replicated all the advanced magic the elves knew, even inventing countless spells of their own. Thus, it was only natural that, after a millennium of their empire's establishment, the humans would eventually dethrone them from their position of dominance. In this way, while the goddess of magic bestowed her gifts upon the elves, empowering their race, they ultimately fell to the humans due to their own conservatism and lack of ambition. To say the elves were conservative would be an understatement. They seemed oblivious to the fact that their stagnation was the root of their decline. Throughout the millennium of elven rule, not a single elf created even the most rudimentary magic. They merely passed down what the elven goddess had taught them ages ago. In stark contrast, humans exhibited a fervent passion for magic, with those possessing magical talent, regardless of their origins or financial status, receiving unwavering support from the higher echelons of human society. It was this farsightedness that led to the emergence of numerous magical prodigies among humans. Within just a few centuries, they successfully reconstructed all mid to high-tier magic through reverse engineering, based on low-tier spells. Subsequently, exceptional individuals arose, creating their own unique magics. Thus, since the goddess of magic imparted her wisdom, it was humans who ultimately expanded upon it, establishing a comprehensive set of rules for magic and categorizing various systems. This framework has since been universally acknowledged and revered across all races of the continent. Persisting to this day, regarding the classification of magic, it can broadly be divided into two categories: elemental and special. Elemental magic is further subdivided into 7 schools: earth, water, fire, wind, wood, light, and darkness. Special magic encompasses spatial magic and the martial energy practiced by warriors. Elemental magic, as the name suggests, harnesses the ubiquitous elements around us to cast spells, representing conventional magic. However, human geniuses, through their innovative practices, have developed hybrid magics, combining 2 or more types of spells. A prime example of this is the fusion of light and water magic, which through special techniques can produce the most devastating lightning magic. As for special magics, a detailed introduction is warranted. Spatial magic is regarded as the most enigmatic form of spellcraft, extensively utilized in magical alchemy. All teleportation circles and storage devices are founded upon spatial magic, yet its mysterious nature has rendered it inexplicable. To this day, no one has provided a universally accepted explanation for its principles. Regarding martial energy, it is well known that not everyone possesses the fortune to learn magic. This is entirely contingent upon innate talent. The ratio of individuals capable of practicing magic to those who cannot is approximately 1 in 1,000, meaning that for every 1,000 individuals, only one can learn magic. It would be a misconception to assume this ratio is substantial, since, among those who can learn magic, the majority can only master the most basic spells, often stagnating at the apprentice stage, as they can only connect with the limited elements of the natural world. From this pool, only a fraction remains, with merely 1 in 10 individuals advancing to become official magicians. However, do those who remain at the apprentice stage equate to ordinary individuals? The answer is a resounding no. The wise ancients, after countless years of research and failures, eventually devised a unique method of utilizing magical elements known as martial energy. If magicians are considered extroverted manipulators of elemental forces, Then martial energy practitioners can be viewed as introverted users of these elements. Unlike magicians, who strengthen their mental faculties to manipulate the external magical elements, martial energy involves drawing external magical elements into one's body and refining them through special methods, thereby enhancing one's physical constitution. The transformed magical elements manifest as martial energy stored within the abdominal region, which can be directly extracted for use. Thus, we observe that due to their divergent paths, magicians are often physically frail but possess powerful mental prowess, excelling in ranged attacks, while martial energy practitioners are robust, reigning supreme in close combat. Finally, we delve into the classification of magic and its practitioners. Magic is categorized into 3 tiers based on potency: low tier, mid tier, and high tier, with each tier further divided into 3 levels, totaling 9 ranks. Above these exist the forbidden spells. All magicians across the continent are limited to utilizing these 9 levels of magic, with the use of forbidden spells existing only as a theoretical possibility throughout history. No individual has ever successfully cast a forbidden spell, hence the term divine magic. The hierarchy of magicians is straightforward: novice magician, intermediate magician, advanced magician, grand magician, and mage sage. Apart from the mage sage, the other 4 categories are subdivided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. The title of magic tutor is conferred upon those esteemed magicians who possess profound knowledge and have educated numerous outstanding students. For instance, Master Dimpus is recognized as a magic tutor. The classification for martial energy practitioners mirrors this, comprising novice warriors, intermediate warriors, advanced warriors, grand swordsmen, and sword saints, also encompassing 5 tiers, with the honorary title of martial energy tutor available as well. After perusing all the historical and foundational knowledge pertaining to magic, Caesar also familiarized himself with the classification of magical beasts on the continent. Magical beasts are similarly categorized into high, mid, and low tiers, with each tier containing 3 levels, corresponding to the 9 levels of magic. This implies that a level 1 magical beast can unleash level 1 magic, while a level 2 magical beast can invoke level 2 or lower magic, and so forth. When classified by their characteristics, magical beasts can be divided into various categories, including earth, water, fire, wind, plants, light, darkness, and space, among many others. It is evident that magical beasts are exceedingly diverse and vibrant. It is essential to emphasize that one should not underestimate low-tier magical beasts. While humans must chant incantations to cast spells, which consumes time, magical beasts possess the significant advantage of instantaneous magic casting. This is a primary reason why magical beasts often surpass equally ranked magicians. As Julius reflected on the contents of the books he had absorbed, he gently rocked the armchair and, unbeknownst to him, drifted off to sleep. Chapter 18. An Introduction to Magic, Part 2. Mrs. Rowland, while delivering some light refreshments to Julius, discovered him fast asleep. The elderly woman could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at her little grandson, who had managed to sneak in a nap after less than 2 hours of reading. How lazy he was, and it wasn't even noon yet. Quietly, she approached him and playfully pinched his adorable little nose. Moments later, Caesar, gasping for breath, was jolted awake to find his grandmother's mock-serious face before him. The young duke immediately smiled ingratiatingly, saying, "Ah, is that not my youthful grandmother? What brings you in? I was just a bit tired from reading and was merely resting my eyes." Huh. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Caesar was uncertain how long he had been asleep. Mrs. Rowland poked his forehead and chided. "Resting your eyes, were you? More like snoring. You little rascal. If you don't study diligently, you'd better beware of your grandfather's return." "I shan't come to your aid then," Caesar quickly protested. "Grandmother, I object. Grandfather is being unreasonable. How can he expect me to learn when he leaves me with a pile of books and vanishes without a trace?" He then smugly added, "Besides, I've already finished reading all these books and memorized them. With grandfather absent, I had no choice but to lie down for a moment, and, before I knew it, dozed off. That it was not laziness." Mrs. Rowland, suspecting he was fibbing, shot him a disapproving look. "Children must not lie. Can you really finish such thick volumes so quickly? If you keep this up, I might have to give your backside a little smack," she exclaimed, raising her hand in mock threat. Julius mused that geniuses are often misunderstood, and thus addressed his grandmother. "You may test my knowledge. Feel free to select any passage from those books, and I can recite it back to you." Madame Rowling regarded his self-assured demeanor with a blend of skepticism and intrigue. Therefore, the elder picked up a book and casually opened a few pages, reciting a passage. Julius promptly continued with the text, mirroring it flawlessly, much to Madame Rowling's astonishment. She then switched to another book. And once again, Julius recited it with remarkable fluency. When Madame Rowling finally set down the last book, the elderly gentleman, filled with delight, had come to a profound realization. His grandson was indeed a prodigy. Previously, when she had heard tales of individuals with photographic memories, she had dismissed them as mere exaggerations. However, witnessing such an example before her rendered disbelief impossible. She affectionately ruffled Caesar's hair and sighed contentedly, reminding him, "My dear child, even with your exceptional talent, you must not become complacent or lazy. The study of magic is not simply about memorizing spells. It requires rigorous mental training as well as a deep understanding and familiarity with various incantations, achieved through arduous practice. Thus, you have merely taken one step further than others. There can be no room for laxity. Do you understand?" Julius nodded earnestly. Seeing her little grandson's understanding brought Madame Rowling immense joy, prompting her to recall the snacks she had brought and eagerly beckoned Julius to indulge. Caesar savored the treats baked by his grandmother. A thought struck him, and he inquired, "Grandmother, why did you and grandfather not conduct a talent assessment for me before I began my studies in magic? Are you not concerned that I might be an ordinary person incapable of learning magic, or that I might only be suited for martial energy? In the realm of divine grace, everyone could undergo a talent assessment at the magical academies to determine their aptitude for magic and martial energy, as well as to identify their elemental affinity, essentially revealing which magical elements they were most attuned to for focused training. That a successful assessment allowed one to pursue the study of magic and martial arts. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. Hence, Caesar's question was quite reasonable. Madame Rowling chuckled and replied, "Oh, do you truly believe your grandfather and I have forgotten? In fact, we conducted your talent assessment when you were very young. And our little Julius, being the genius that he is, passed with flying colors. As for your elemental affinity, well, that remains a secret for now." The elderly lady playfully teased her grandson. Julius grinned and remarked, "Are you hoping I discover it myself while learning to cast magic?" "No problem at all." Madame Rowling laughed and scolded, "You little rascal, nothing escapes your notice." After Julius finished the plate of pastries, he wiped his mouth and eagerly said to his grandmother, "Grandmother, since I've memorized the basics of magic, let us not linger indoors any longer. Could we go outside so you can demonstrate the application of magic for me? I've never seen what magic looks like." Despite both of Julius's parents being magicians, they had never performed for him. One reason was their concern that the power of magic might frighten a child, and the other was that they were both so engrossed in magical experiments that they preferred to engage in those rather than entertain their child. In this regard, although Marcus and his wife adored their son, they were not particularly attentive parents. Madame Rowling nodded without hesitation at Julius's request, since her grandson had already committed the intricate foundations of magic to memory. The next step was to gradually teach him the methods for cultivating mental strength and the simplest of magical incantations. Allowing him to witness the power of magic would also enhance his interest, preventing him from abandoning his studies due to monotony. The two exited the study and arrived at the garden behind the small building, where Madame Rowling asked Julius, "Little Julius, tell me, what magic would you like to see your grandmother perform?" Caesar casually replied, "Fire magic. I remember that fire magic is the most spectacular." Madame Rowling acknowledged his request with a nod. The elderly lady gently raised her right hand, her expression focused as she chanted a few obscure syllables. Caesar vaguely sensed a flurry of vibrant, minuscule particles converging towards Madame Rowling, coalescing into a brilliant red orb the size of a fist in her outstretched hand. With a delicate wave of her hand, the orb shot forth like a bullet, exploding upon striking a small tree several meters away, which promptly snapped in half. Caesar, filled with exhilaration, thought to himself, "Goodness, I finally witnessed magic." On Earth, such phenomena are the domain of eccentric individuals who wear their underwear on the outside. Yet here, anyone can learn it. Truly, the competition is fierce. After casting the spell, Madame Rowling explained, "This is a basic first-level fire magic spell. The fireball. Its power is not constant. When cast by a low-level magician, it might only char the tree bark, but I, as a high-level magician, can shatter a tree of this size. The key difference lies in my superior mental strength and magical perception. Thus, During battles, a low-level magician must never underestimate the initial spells of a high-level magician. Otherwise, they risk their very lives. You must always remember this. Julius nodded vigorously in understanding. Next, Julius named several other types of magic, and Madame Rowling demonstrated each one while providing detailed explanations. Before long, noon arrived, and their magical demonstrations concluded, prompting them to return indoors for lunch. The servants had already prepared the meal. Master Dempsey, who returned for lunch every day, entered the room and noticed the two already seated at the table, asking casually, "Julius, how are your studies progressing? Have you memorized everything? Are you slacking off?" Before Caesar could respond, Madame Rowling cheerfully interjected, "Old man, do you think you can play the teacher, leaving behind a few thick books and then running off? Those few books are hardly sufficient for my dear grandson to learn from. Little Julius has memorized them all." Dempsey thought to himself, "This was your suggestion, to challenge Julius's patience with thick books, and now you're blaming me. Women are truly incomprehensible." Although he thought this, he dared not voice it. Mistaking his wife's jest for seriousness, Dempsey feigned a stern demeanor and said, "Stop joking. He memorized such thick books in just one morning. You must not spoil him like this. Learning magic requires patience. It's not something that can be mastered through shortcuts." Noticing that Dempsey was about to ramble on, Madame Rowling quickly interrupted. "All right, enough of your prattling. Shall we finish our meal first, and then we can discuss this later?" Thus, the disgruntled Dempsey could only vent his frustrations upon his food, while Caesar stifled his laughter. After lunch, once Madame Rowling instructed the servants to clear the table, she took Dempsey's hand and led Julius back to the study, where they reenacted the earlier scene, much to Dempsey's astonishment. After witnessing Caesar's performance, Master Dempsey rubbed his somewhat numb face and sighed, "Goodness. If I had such a remarkable memory, I wouldn't have wasted half my youth memorizing lengthy and obscure incantations. Had I spent that time on magical research, I might have become a sage by now," he mused. Shaking his head repeatedly, Madame Rowling, with a sense of pride, replied, "With your wooden brain, you dare to compare with my little Julius? What a ridiculous notion! Now, to the matter at hand. Since our grandson has extraordinary talent and a head start, the most time-consuming task of memorizing complex magical incantations has become the simplest of tasks. Therefore, I believe we can skip the basics and directly teach Julius the mental refinement method in basic magical incantations. This way, when he communicates with the magical elements in nature, learning to cast spells will be far more efficient." Master Dempsey pondered for a moment and found no fault in her reasoning, so he nodded in agreement. Thus, Julius Caesar embarked on his genuine journey of magical study in this foreign realm. Of course, thanks to his formidable memory, the process became considerably easier. The Dempsey couple restructured Caesar's curriculum, which primarily consisted of studying the mental refinement method and practicing it from the moment he woke up until dinner, with only the 2 hours after dinner reserved for learning the pronunciation of magical syllables and reciting low-level spells. Consequently, Caesar diligently studied the mental refinement method under Dempsey's guidance during the day and focused on magical syllables and spell recitation in the evenings. One cannot deny that his extraordinary memory spared Caesar considerable hardship. The casting of magic is a meticulous and exacting process. Each syllable must be pronounced correctly, for any mistake could lead to failure or even self-harm. Many have faltered at this hurdle, as the reckless chanting of incantations has led to numerous fatalities. After mastering all the foundational syllables, every time Julius recited a magical incantation, it felt as though a deep imprint was etched into his mind, making it impossible to forget. Such an extraordinary talent sparked envy in the hearts of the Dempsey couple. Were it a tangible object, there existed a 90% chance that the two elderly individuals would disregard their dignity to seize it. As for the mental refinement method, Julius found it rather unremarkable, as he perceived it to be a rehashed version of the Taoist internal cultivation methods from Earth, with the only distinction being that the internal cultivation on Earth focuses on the dantian, whereas in this foreign realm, it concentrates on the mental sea situated between the eyebrows, known as the sea of consciousness on Earth, scientifically referred to as the pineal gland, thanks to the pervasive influence of various so-called martial arts on Earth. Caesar had perused an abundance of material. It was quite unexpected that the seemingly worthless detritus of Earth could prove immensely beneficial to his cultivation in another realm. Consequently, his progress was swift. Merely 10 days had passed before he began to sense a throbbing pressure between his brows. When he shared this with Master Dempsey, The elderly man gazed at him as if he were a monster, leaving Caesar feeling quite unnerved. The old man muttered a few words, the essence of which was, "In my day, it took me 2 months to perceive the initial mental transformation, and I was hailed as exceptionally gifted. You, young man, are truly a marvel." Julius was left speechless. Envy is not to be entertained, he thought with a hint of pride. Half a month later, Caesar had mastered nearly all the elementary elemental spells, retaining them with clarity as for mental refinement. He could now faintly sense the sea of consciousness. However, to truly refine it to the point of communicating with the sea of consciousness and wielding mental power to manipulate the elements of nature was not something achievable in a short span. It demanded relentless practice and steadfast patience. Regardless, the 3-month curriculum arranged by the Dimpus couple had been completed ahead of schedule by Caesar, allowing our young duke to graduate preliminarily and enjoy newfound freedom. Chapter 19. Murder after being away from home for half a month. Julius Caesar found himself yearning for home. After bidding farewell to his doting grandparents, he boarded the carriage that had come to collect him, where the portly Cly had eagerly awaited his arrival since early morning. Although Cly had visited daily to inquire about his well-being and to discuss matters of the estate, he could only catch a glimpse of Julius in the mornings, after attending to various tasks. Caesar would promptly send him on his way, which left Cly somewhat nostalgic for his young master. Though he remains somewhat aloof towards me, at least there has been some thawing. My loyalty must have pleased Master Caesar, Cly mused. Upon returning home, Julius did not engage in any activity but instead threw himself onto his grand bed, rolling about under the velvet coverlet and the white bearskin blanket. After the discomfort of a small wooden bed, nothing compared to the comfort of his own spacious bed. After lying there for a while, Caesar turned over, and his devoted maid, Mary, was the first to come and greet him. He held a fond regard for this girl from the continent of divine grace. Not for her delicate beauty or her proximity in age, but rather for her endearing simplicity. Recalling how she had ignored him upon his awakening to seek help, causing him considerable embarrassment, a smile crept onto his lips. After exchanging pleasantries with Mary, Caesar casually inquired, "Mary, are you from the imperial capital? How is it that your parents allowed you to serve others at such a tender age?" Mary replied in a timid yet melodious voice, "Master, my parents passed away when I was very young. It was my uncle and aunt who raised me. Before I entered the Duke's residence, our family was very poor, and my uncle and aunt had to care for my little cousin, who had just turned 1. I did not wish to burden them further. So I implored my uncle to bring me to the Duke's estate. It has been 3 years since old master and mistress assigned me to care for you." Caesar calculated that this young girl had only been 10 when she arrived at his household. Truly, a poor child learns to take on responsibilities early. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of curiosity and asked, "Who is your uncle?" Mary replied, "That would be Cly, the deputy steward." Julius understood now. This girl had indeed entered through a back door. 3 years prior, Cly had only just joined the Duke's household and had quickly earned the trust of Duke and Duchess Margus, even bringing his niece along. Regardless of his character, he must possess exceptional qualities. Curiosity piqued, Julius inquired, "Do Cly and his wife treat you well?" Caesar could not help but ask, given the many tales of mistreatment by step-parents and aunts he had encountered on Earth. Mary, with tears brimming in her eyes, replied, "Yes, they are very good to me. Even if my parents were alive, they would not care for me as much as they do. During our hardest times, we often survived on coarse rye porridge for days. Uncle Cly worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, and Aunt Bella was pregnant at the time, yet they still shared their meager rations with me. Though we were poor, I truly felt happy." Perhaps moved by her own memories, Mary began to cry, and Caesar found himself profoundly affected. He had always looked down upon Cly's obsequious demeanor, associating it with a lackey's character. However, today, those perceptions shattered, a man who could still show love and care for others in times of hardship, even at the cost of his own niece's well-being, could not possess a truly vile character. Perhaps Cly's ingratiating behavior was simply a reflection of his gratitude for their current abundance. After all, Duke Margus was, in essence, his benefactor and savior. Unbeknownst to Cly, his niece's heartfelt words had entirely transformed Julius's perspective of him, but it seemed that good deeds were indeed rewarded. Ignoring his own diminutive stature compared to Mary, Julius approached and gently patted her shoulder, offering a few words of comfort. Mary soon ceased her tears, repeatedly apologizing to her young master for her lack of decorum. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Caesar could not help but chuckle softly. What a charmingly straightforward girl she was. With time still on his side, Julius did not wish to linger indoors any longer, so he encouraged Mary to attend to her duties while he made his way to the study. After all, it was in that very study that he had occupied this body due to a fateful fall. Relying on the memories of his predecessor, Caesar strolled toward the study. The Duke's estate was vast. The distance from the independent building where Caesar resided to the main structure, the former residence of Duke and Duchess Margus, was considerable, necessitating a passage through an expansive garden. Even if Caesar were directionally challenged, he could not possibly lose his way in his own home, so he ambled leisurely through the garden, although winter was approaching. The evergreens and hardy plants remained lush and vibrant. The meticulously crafted horticultural designs exuded an artistic flair, and wrapped in his silver fox fur cloak, Caesar felt quite comfortable, taking pleasure in the scenery. As he approached a cluster of shrubs, he paused, intrigued by a particular bush that retained its fiery red leaves even in the depths of winter that he crouched down to observe it closely. The bush had been trimmed into a semicircular shape, allowing Caesar to remain unnoticed in the flower bed. He observed for a while until his legs grew numb and he decided to stand. Suddenly, a commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Concerned for his appearance, he refrained from standing up immediately, hoping the commotion would pass. However, the footsteps halted just outside the shrubbery, and a girl's frantic voice rang out. "Sandy, I warn you, this is the inner courtyard of the Duke's estate. As an outer guard, you cannot just waltz in here. Get out." Though her tone was stern, the tremor in her voice betrayed her fear. "Isla, stop hiding from me. I've harbored feelings for you for a long time. Do you not recognize my intentions? Heaven forbid. Just feel my heart. It beats wildly for you. Oh, come here and touch it." "Little beauty," came a lewd voice, accompanied by actions as he attempted to grasp the hand of the girl named Isla. Isla recoiled, trembling as she said, "Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll scream." The man named Sandy scoffed. "This garden is so vast. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come. Just yield to me, haha." With that, he lunged forward, seizing the girl's arm. Isla cried out in terror, "If you dare to harm me, I will report you to Duke Caesar. You know the rules of the Duke's estate. You will surely be executed." She struggled fiercely as she spoke. Sandy dismissed her threats, saying, "That little brat Caesar. Do you think he will listen to anyone? Even if you manage to see him, you might not even get a moment with him. My brother Sam is the captain of the guards. Even Clyde the steward must give him some respect. When the time comes, he will easily manipulate that little boy." With that, he eagerly dragged the struggling Isla into the dense thicket. She cried out for help, but the garden was too expansive for her voice to carry. Julius Caesar's face turned ashen as he crouched behind the bushes, fury coursing through his veins that he could not believe that his estate had descended into such chaos. An outer guard had audaciously intruded upon the inner courtyard to assault a maid. All while disregarding his presence. It seemed that the Duke had been underestimated, perceived as a mere child to be toyed with. If even the elite guards of the Duke's estate behaved in such a manner, one could only imagine the disorder that must exist in the outer guard camp and beyond. It appears that without establishing my authority, others truly believe I am just a puppet to be manipulated. It seems only through bloodshed will they grasp their true positions, Julius mused, his expression growing increasingly cold. It is necessary to elaborate on Caesar's character during his time on Earth. How shall one describe it? He possesses a certain timidity. For as long as he can remember, he has been aware of his mild schizophrenia and depression. In moments of despair, he can become profoundly pessimistic, even harboring a disdain for life itself. His temperament is so pliable that he is often subjected to the whims of others. However, once someone crosses his psychological threshold, he undergoes a dramatic transformation, akin to a ravenous wolf poised to devour. A surge of destructive and murderous desire wells up within him. This propensity for violence has led to countless altercations, resulting in an incalculable number of lost jobs. Yet he remains unchanged. To speak candidly, such a temperament is utterly incompatible with a world that prioritizes wealth and materialism. Although he strives to suppress his rage, it only serves to exacerbate his explosive anger and deepening depression. After arriving in the Divine Grace continent, the shift in his status and the subtle influence of the innocent memories from his childhood have gradually alleviated his despondency. Nevertheless, his explosive temper persists. Albeit now under his control, the figure before him, named Shandy, a guard from the outer court, ignites within him a primal urge to kill for the first time since his arrival on this continent. Do not doubt it, His position and power grant him the authority to execute any individual from the Caesar family without consequence, regardless of their noble status, even those from other parts of the empire, provided they are not of high nobility, may find themselves subject to his wrath, as he possesses the right to pardon himself for any transgressions. This represents the apex of authority for the hereditary dukes of the empire. Second only to the emperor. As he witnesses Shandy dragging the weeping heir into the thicket, Julius Caesar steps forward, brushing the dirt from his garments and, in a voice that retains a youthful innocence, calmly declares, "Shandy, the weaned Julius Caesar is here. Come, entertain me with your antics." As he speaks, he discreetly conceals the exquisite golden dagger inherited from Sulla within his sleeve, preparing for the unexpected. Shandy, taken aback, turns incredulously towards the outside. Upon recognizing the familiar child's silhouette, he is instantly struck with terror, his nefarious intentions evaporating. Releasing his hold on Hera, he rushes to kneel before Caesar, pleading for mercy, his already grotesque visage contorting further in desperation. Caesar, ignoring him, watches as the panicked Hera emerges from the thicket, her sleeve torn, revealing her fair arm, as she approaches him, sobbing and offering her respects. Hera is indeed quite beautiful, which explains Shandy's lascivious thoughts. Julius speaks coolly. "Return and summon Butler Clee and the 3 captains of the guard. You need not concern yourself further, now go." Hera promptly bows and dashes away. Julius then circles around the kneeling Shandy, mockingly inquires, "What is this? Weren't you supposed to amuse me? Go on, I am a Navi child, easily deceived. Give it a try." Shandy, whose appearance is as unsightly as his robust physique, leans forward with a face full of sycophancy. "My lord, I was merely jesting with Hera. She is quite easily frightened, truly. You see, I have not harmed her at all. That I beg for your forgiveness. My vile tongue has betrayed me. I must have been raised on dung. Please spare my life." Caesar coldly dismisses him, and Shandy continues to plead for mercy, when it becomes apparent that the young master will not relent. The darker side of Shandy's nature surges forth. "I entered discreetly, unseen by anyone. If he does not spare me, I am as good as dead. It would be better to kill him now." Then swiftly pursue Hera and silence her, leaving no witnesses. "Even if the emperor were to retaliate against the guards, it would not be a death sentence. I could always become a mercenary afterward." With that thought, his hand slowly reaches for the dagger at his waist. "What's this? Are you contemplating murder to silence me? Alas, it seems you are a tad late." Suddenly, Caesar's chilling voice resonates from behind him. Before Shandy can react, he feels a sharp pain in his back as the weapon pierces his heart. The blade is then withdrawn, and with a brutal slash across his throat, he hears the gurgling sound of blood filling his lungs. Helplessly clutching his throat, he collapses to the ground, convulsing a few times before becoming still. Julius Caesar stands impassively beside the corpse, silent as the blood soaks into the ground, while the golden dagger remains pristine, untouched by a single drop of blood. Chapter 20. The fury of the young duke when Clee received Hera's report. He nearly fainted in terror. The young master was far too reckless. The guards of the outer court were a cadre of proud and defiant soldiers, transformed into protectors of the ducal household. What manner of individuals could they be, if the young master insisted on passing judgment on one of them? It was plausible that the soldier might act out of desperation. It was far too perilous. With that thought, he rushed out, leaving the esteemed knight Dawn, who had come to deliver a message from His Holiness, waiting in the reception hall. After only a few steps, Clee suddenly turned back to Dawn, bowed, and said, "My lord, I apologize for my rudeness, but I implore you to accompany me. That I am concerned for the safety of Lord Caesar." The elegant and scholarly knight Dawn was already aware of the situation's origins. He promptly stood and replied, "Lord Clee, you are too courteous. We must not delay. Let us proceed swiftly." Thus, the two hurriedly made their way out. Along the way, they encountered the 3 captains of the guard, who had also received Hera's notification, and together they raced towards the estate gardens. Remarkably, the portly Clee managed to keep pace with the others. Upon reaching the pathway near the thicket Hera had mentioned, the group was rendered speechless by the sight before them. Caesar gazed down at the lifeless body, his heart racing. Today marked his first act of killing in 2 lifetimes. Rather than fear, he felt a chilling exhilaration. He marveled at his own calmness and indifference. After all, this was murder. It felt akin to slaughtering a mere chicken. Why was there not a shred of terror? Am I perhaps a natural-born killer? He pondered, shaking his head. He was no madman. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion that was not quite an answer. This man's actions were vile, and he infringed upon my authority. Thus, he deserved death. Perhaps, in this world, the authority and rights of a hereditary duke of the empire represent my psychological threshold. As Caesar was lost in thought, Clee and the others arrived. After a moment of surprise, Clee rushed to Caesar's side, disregarding all formalities, grasping the young duke's hand and anxiously searching him for injuries, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. "My lord. My dear master, are you hurt anywhere? By the light god. Old Clee is terrified." Julius felt a warmth spread through him. Although Clee remained sycophantic, it seemed to stem from his nature. His loyalty to his master was unwavering, which was commendable. Indeed, even if Clee lacked talent and character, his loyalty would overshadow all. Julius replied softly. "It's all right, Butler Clee. I am unscathed, so do not worry that it is quite rude to leave our guest unattended. Should you not introduce me to this knight?" He then turned to Knight Dawn. Clee quickly wiped his eyes and introduced. "Young master, this is the messenger from His Holiness Pope Peter XIII, the esteemed Knight Dawn. He has come to convey a message from the Pope." Dawn stepped forward, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing at a 45-degree angle, speaking in a gentle and refined tone. "I salute you, Duke Julius Caesar." He offered a proper, knightly greeting to Julius. Caesar inclined slightly, returning the gesture. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Knight Dawn. May the light goddess glory shine upon you." He reciprocated the courtesy, recognizing the amiable scholar-like knight. Dawn quickly responded, "The light goddess glory be with you, esteemed lord." After the formalities, Dawn proceeded to the matter at hand. It turned out that Pope Peter had concluded his preaching and blessings in the provinces and would be returning to the capital in 3 days. The Pope requested that Julius meet him upon his return at the Temple of the Light God, specifically instructing him to bring the golden scepter, a symbol of ducal authority. Curious, Caesar inquired, "Why must I bring the scepter?" Dawn explained, "My lord, His Holiness intends to pray for blessings upon you and your scepter, thereby allowing it to bond with you uniquely, ensuring that no one else can wield it, while also providing divine protection." After a pause, he added, "In our church, this ceremony is known as the consecration, and it represents the highest honor bestowed upon the faithful by the Pope. The scepters of the 6 dukes of the empire have all undergone this consecration by His Holiness." As is tradition, it was clear that Dawn was a trusted confidant of the Pope, well versed in the customs and traditions of the empire's upper echelons. Caesar nodded, indicating his understanding, then apologetically said, "I am sorry, my lord. There are some matters within the estate that require my attention, and I must not neglect you." Upon sensing Julius's subtle dismissal, Dawn was about to take his leave when Clee interjected, "My lord Dawn, what the young master means is that he requests you to wait a moment. He wishes to invite you to lunch as a token of gratitude for your efforts." Dawn was taken aback, momentarily at a loss, casting a puzzled glance at Caesar, silently questioning, could it be that I misinterpreted his words? Was he not dismissing me, but rather extending an invitation? Not only was Dawn perplexed, but Julius was also bewildered. Uncertain of Clee's intentions, Clee quickly leaned in to whisper a few words into Julius's ear. Immediately, Caesar's expression lightened, and he could not hide the appreciation in his gaze towards Clee, clearing his throat. He turned to Dawn and said, "Yes, my lord Dawn. I hope you will accept my invitation and stay a while longer, if you would be so kind." Though unaware of the peculiar exchange between the two, one could hardly refuse the invitation of a hereditary duke of the empire, which was a tremendous honor. Thus, Sir Dawn elegantly bowed and expressed, "Thank you for your invitation, your grace. Please do not let my presence hinder your busy schedule. I shall await your arrangements here." Caesar nodded in satisfaction. The 3 captains, left to the side and utterly disregarded by their master, were drenched in sweat, their hearts heavy with despair, gazing upon the lifeless body on the ground and the spreading pool of blood. They were acutely aware that their fates were sealed, and their lives were likely forfeit. Particularly for Sam, the sight of his brother Sandy's cold corpse evoked a tumult of pain, hatred, and overwhelming fear. In short, the trio was engulfed in a myriad of emotions. After concluding his conversation with Dawn, Julius Caesar finally turned his attention to the 3 captains, advancing a few steps toward them. Clerk hastily followed behind. Casting a complex glance at Dawn, initially taken aback, Dawn surveyed the scene and then realized, these 2 have retained their presence here to act as bodyguards for them. Truly, they are 2 cunning foxes. While the situation was both absurd and amusing, As a high-ranking warrior, he instinctively remained on guard and cautiously shifted a step closer to Caesar, positioning himself strategically. Julius Caesar, observing the three, scoffed, "Oh, are these not the esteemed captains I sent for you?" And to my surprise, "You actually came. You honor me greatly, though I apologize for the trouble." The three could scarcely maintain their composure, collapsing to their knees. The eldest captain, trembling, implored, "My lord, we deserve the utmost punishment. Please, mete out your judgment upon us." The other two echoed their apologies fervently. Caesar chuckled derisively, "My heavens, how could I punish you? As long as you do not bully this orphan child, I shall consider myself satisfied. Do you know how this fellow has spoken of me?" He gestured towards Sandy's corpse. Continuing, this guard named Sandy, during an unlawful intrusion into the Duke's private quarters, brazenly declared that I am merely a weaned child, and that even if he were to assault the maid named Ella, he would suffer no consequences, for even the steward clerk would have to yield to his elder brother's influence, allowing him to toy with some minor duke, after I caught him in the act. He even attempted to silence me. Is it true that, within the Caesar residence, he could act with impunity, Sam? The last question erupted from Caesar's lips in a furious roar, his voice tinged with a chilling childishness that sent a shiver down Dawn's spine. This child is no ordinary one, thought Dawn. The most unsightly captain among the kneeling trio, drenched in sweat, stammered, "My lord, please forgive us. Those were the ramblings of the wretched Sandy. I was unaware. I have failed in discipline. I beseech your mercy." Driven by fear, Sam cast aside any sense of brotherly loyalty, prioritizing his own survival, and resolutely denied any complicity in Sandy's words, regardless of their truth. Caesar disregarded him and inquired of the remaining two, "Well then, gentlemen, do my guards possess such a character? Do not deceive me. You may conceal the truth for a time, but not for eternity. If you value your lives, feel free to lie. Should I uncover any deceit, I shall not hesitate to purge the entire squad." As he spoke those last words, his tone remained eerily calm, causing Clerk and Dawn to shudder once more. By this point, Dawn regarded Caesar with a mixture of fear and awe. As if gazing upon a monstrous entity, the other two exchanged horrified glances, and the elder captain bowed his head, replying, "My lord, we have brought shame upon Caesar's glory, but please believe us, while there are indeed rotten apples among our ranks, I swear by the light God that the majority of our men are loyal warriors to Caesar. We would unhesitatingly sacrifice our lives for the glory of the Golden Lion. Please punish us for our lax oversight, and spare the soldiers of Caesar." Upon concluding his plea, the two began to prostrate themselves, their foreheads thudding against the ground with a series of sickening sounds, leaving them bloodied and bruised. Caesar remained silent, merely standing, while the two continued to strike their heads against the floor. Sam felt utterly defeated. He knew his end was nigh. It was not until their foreheads bled and revealed bone that Caesar finally pronounced his verdict. "You two shall return to your squad and cleanse it of all the rotten apples. Remember, execute them on the spot, and discern right from wrong as you see fit. Additionally, you shall each receive 30 lashes and a 6-month salary deduction." The two appeared to exhale in relief, promptly expressing their gratitude, secretly thinking, "At least we have saved the majority." This exemplified their devotion as officers who cared for their soldiers, which was also the reason Caesar spared them. Julius then turned his gaze towards the despondent Sam, stating, "As for you, and your own life, your family shall remain oblivious to your disgrace. They will only know that you died valiantly fighting against bandits." In the end, Caesar's heart softened, sparing Sam's family, whom he had intended to eradicate. Do not misconstrue Caesar's actions as cruelty. He had every justification to annihilate Sam's entire lineage due to the treasonous intentions against the Duke. Even should Caesar have slaughtered his entire family, it would have been a mild judgment. Sam was acutely aware of the mercy bestowed upon him by the Duke, recognizing it as the best possible outcome. Thus, he silently bowed to Caesar and, turning away, drew a dagger and plunged it into his heart. After a brief convulsion, he fell silent. Caesar sighed, addressing the remaining two, "Retrieve their bodies and provide their families with a report of their honorable deaths in battle. Ensuring all compensations are duly allocated. Inform Commander Andre of today's events. As for his squad of guards, each shall receive 20 lashes, be dismissed, and escorted out of the imperial capital back to Caesar's territory." The two responded affirmatively. Only then did Caesar turn apologetically to the still ashen Dawn, stating, "My apologies, Lord Dawn, for the spectacle. A family disgrace, indeed." With that, He shook his charming little head repeatedly. This moment. Don no longer found that head charming and understood Caesar's underlying intentions. Hastily feigning ignorance, esteemed Duke, I have recently suffered from an eye ailment and saw nothing. What do you mean, may I ask? Julius Caesar smiled contentedly. Oh, I see. Then there is nothing further to discuss. By the way. Clerk, has lunch been prepared? We must not let our guests stand idle. It would be most discourteous. Clerk promptly stepped forward, warmly inviting Don to the Duke's dining hall, sweet-talking as he went. Don followed the two cunning foxes back. Speechless, leaving the other two to silently clean up the aftermath, the cold outside could not quell the fear that gripped their hearts, and from that moment on, they never dared to defy Caesar's orders again. Chapter 21. An unexpected interruption. The lavish lunch prepared for Don was abundant, yet both diners lacked an appetite. After hastily finishing their meal, Don took his leave, and Caesar personally escorted him to the main entrance before returning indoors. Julius, now devoid of any good spirits, lost all desire to retreat to his study, instead lying down to take a nap under Mary's attentive care. However, he found himself restless, plagued by an overabundance of thoughts. First and foremost, he reaffirmed his position regarding his future. In light of the recent events, Julius recognized that he must make a choice: to immerse himself in the affairs of Caesar's territory or to delve into the study of magic. For he could only pursue one path. It was clear that both managing the intricate military and political matters and studying magic would demand vast amounts of time and energy. Even the most brilliant of minds could only choose one. While Julius held a profound interest in the magic of this world, he was equally unwilling to relinquish his rights to govern his own domain, as that was the foundation upon which he stood. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. Should he forsake magic, he might regret it for the rest of his life. Yet, if he neglected the management of his territory, he would merely follow in the footsteps of the former Duke Marcus, allowing his land to decay and deteriorate, thereby failing his future descendants and sowing the seeds of endless misfortune. Although the former Duke Marcus garnered the unwavering affection of his subjects, it was not due to his exemplary governance, but rather his overly lenient nature. To save time for his magical experiments, he had delegated all trivial matters to Dean, handling only those affairs that required his decision with a policy of laissez-faire and indulgence. Consequently, the power of Caesar's territory gradually dissipated into the hands of local and functional departments. Thus, upon returning to Caesar's territory next year, Julius's primary task would be to reclaim authority, a proposal secretly suggested to him by Dean before his return. After agonizing over this for an entire afternoon, Julius ultimately made his choice: to abandon the study of magic. He understood that while he could not advance in magic purely out of interest, he could still dabble in it during his leisure time. However, the urgent need to rectify the chaos within his territory could not be postponed. The fact that chaos had ensued in the Duke's estate merely 3 months after Marcus's passing was a dire sign, and further delay would lead to catastrophic consequences. I hope my grandparents will not be too disappointed, Julius thought to himself. Having chosen to forsake magic, he now prioritized his personal safety, given that the former Duke Marcus was a powerful sorcerer. Caesar's residence in the imperial capital lacked a dedicated Duke's Guard mage, known as the territorial vassal. Julius was still too young and had lost faith in his own guard, making it imperative to swiftly find reliable bodyguards. Although Caesar's territory had a contingent of hundreds of mages in a vassal group, he harbored grave doubts about their integrity and character. There were 2 paths before him. The first was to seek Master Dempus, requesting his grandfather to recommend a few of his outstanding and reliable students. The second was to implore his godfather, His Excellency Peter, to assign several temple knights or battle priests to serve as his protectors. However, human hearts are inscrutable, and both options bore the risk of being subject to the whims of others. In the end, faced with such a dilemma, Caesar called upon Kelly to offer some advice. Upon hearing the young master's quandary, Kelly felt a surge of gratitude for his master's trust, and his mind began to devise a strategy. After careful contemplation, Kelly proposed a solution that, while not a solution per se, was simply to cultivate his own protectors. Caesar rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "This is something I already know. However, it requires time, and we are currently in a vulnerable defensive period. How can we address this gap?" He disregarded the matter of his own protection, as an entire afternoon had passed without the guard captain, Andre, coming to apologize to him, the young Duke. Such behavior was either excessively arrogant or indicative of a profound disdain for him, this young Duke. For a moment, Caesar felt an urge to punish the insubordinate head of the guards outside the city, But he ultimately restrained himself. There would be time for that later. Prudence was paramount for now. Kelly, noticing the look of helplessness on his master's face, hastily interjected, "My lord, if you do not wish to cultivate your protectors at present, there exists a compromise. We could purchase a few skilled slaves. If we could inspire them to feel gratitude and loyalty towards you, it might yield unexpected rewards." Julius looked at Kelly and smiled. "Speak. Share your thoughts. I believe you must already have an idea in mind. Do not hesitate. I possess the discernment to judge for myself." Kelly sighed inwardly at his master's exceptional intellect and continued, "Indeed, my lord, prior to entering the Duke's residence, I worked at the lowest tier of the imperial slave market in the Western City. Thus I am quite familiar with it. If you seek a few proficient warriors as protectors, I may have a way. With some financial expenditure, I can assure you I will find suitable candidates. You need not worry about their loyalty and obedience." Caesar inquired with interest, "Are there skilled warriors among the slaves? Why have they not been purchased by others? Moreover, on what basis do you assure me of their loyalty and obedience?" Kelly replied, "There are a few rather unique slaves in the market that have remained unsold. Although their temperaments are somewhat peculiar, deterring others from purchasing them, I am well acquainted with their characters. If we can win them over, they may serve you devotedly." Caesar pressed further, "Why would such strong warriors end up as slaves? And how can you be certain I would elicit their loyalty?" Kelly smiled and responded, "My lord, whether in the Elf Empire, the Orc Empire, or among the various human empires and smaller nations, as long as there is warfare, there will be no shortage of slaves that ask for my confidence in you. To be honest, I cannot articulate it. I simply possess this conviction, guided by my intuition." Kelly spoke truthfully. He had witnessed many extraordinary qualities in this young duke, whose adeptness in handling affairs and resolute decisiveness commanded respect, leading Kelly to develop a blind faith in Caesar. Julius was momentarily at a loss for words, as Kelly had preempted his thoughts. Nevertheless, he grew intrigued by the prospect of the slave market and resolved to visit the Western City the following day. The next morning, Caesar rose early, not to prepare for his visit to the Western City, but rather because he was roused by the two captains of the guards. Upon returning, they had spent the night rigorously executing Caesar's orders, conducting stringent checks on the malcontents, resulting in the severing of over a dozen heads before they ceased their actions. The soldiers of the two squads were left trembling, and the military discipline shifted dramatically. After instructing his subordinates to keep a close watch on the imprisoned guards under Captain Sam, they reported back to Caesar. Julius, stifling a yawn after hearing their report, asked, "What did you inform Andre?" The two captains exchanged hesitant glances before finally replying. "Your Grace, General Andre said nothing. He merely instructed us to return." Caesar nodded, choosing not to say more. Andre had indeed become excessively arrogant, a consequence of the former Duke Marcus's lax delegation of power. After offering a few words of consolation to the captains, who departed joyfully, Caesar prepared to leave the estate with Kelly, as was customary, accompanied by a contingent of guards. Although Julius felt disillusioned with those ruffians, he recognized their necessity and reluctantly ordered Kelly to arrange for a squad of guards to accompany him. He then leisurely made his way to the carriage in the outer courtyard, where the coachman awaited him on the path. At this juncture, allow me to briefly introduce the military structure of this continent, which is quite straightforward. 10 soldiers form a squad, led by a squad leader. 100 soldiers form a company, commanded by a company leader. 1,000 soldiers form a battalion, overseen by a primary and a secondary battalion leader. 10,000 soldiers constitute a brigade, with both a primary and a secondary brigade leader. The brigade leader may also be referred to as a commander, a title that elevates them to the rank of general. A corps comprises 100,000 soldiers, led by a primary and 2 secondary corps leaders, with 3 to 5 corps forming an army group, commanded by a marshal. The distinctions in rank and treatment between primary and secondary positions are subtle. Additionally, special units have slightly different organizational structures due to their unique characteristics, which will be elaborated upon later. As Julius exited the inner courtyard, the coachman promptly approached, eagerly preparing the mounting block and lifting the carriage curtain. Just as he was about to board, a sudden commotion erupted from the side of the outer courtyard, filled with shouts and the sound of whip strikes. Moments later, a tall young man stumbled toward him, pursued by a dozen guards, including Kelly and the two captains. The young man shouted breathlessly, "Your Grace, my lord, please wait. I have something to say to you. I beseech you to pause." Before he could finish, His voice was abruptly cut off by a piercing scream as one of the pursuing captains, enveloped in a flash of yellow light, surged ahead and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending the young man sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. Julius furrowed his brow, observing the approaching figures, and inquired with displeasure, "What is happening here?" Kelly, visibly anxious, replied hastily, "My lord, it is as follows. I went to arrange for the guards when the two captains were overseeing the imprisonment of the soldiers under Sam's command, preparing to take them out of the city." Pointing toward the young man collapsed on the ground, Kelly continued, "This soldier, upon hearing me mention your departure, recklessly rushed out. Thankfully, they pursued him in time to prevent any harm from coming to you. I am truly at fault." With that, he repeatedly apologized. Julius waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Kelly as he approached the fallen youth. The two captains and Kelly hurried to follow, ready for any unforeseen developments. Julius regarded the young man on the ground, who appeared to be in his 20s, possessing a rather ordinary appearance, yet with a robust physique. His body bore several lacerations from the whip, now seeping blood, and compounded by the recent blow, he was unable to rise. Julius spoke. "Why do you wish to see me? Are you seeking vengeance for your captain, Sam?" The young man, struggling to prop himself up, knelt before Caesar, rasping, "My lord, I am a citizen of Caesar, not a subject of the deceased Sam, a rebel. How could I commit such treasonous acts? I merely wish to speak with you and request that you listen to the lamentations of we, 100 condemned souls, that we seek to present our humble plea to you. Please grant us the opportunity to express our sorrow." With that, he bowed repeatedly. Julius's expression softened slightly, as it was merely a matter of words. It was not a significant concern. Had they harbored resentment and intended to cause a ruckus, he would not hesitate to execute all 100 of them to establish his authority. Nodding, Julius replied, "I grant you this opportunity. You may speak now." The young man, grateful for his lord's kindness, continued, "My lord, we acknowledge our guilt for our negligence and indulgence. This is beyond our defense. However, due to this, you have lost faith in us and have exiled us, 100 souls, back to our homeland. Caesar, we cannot bear to face our parents and kin in shame, and we dread living our lives branded with this disgrace. That we implore you, our Lord, grant us one more chance. Even if you do not wish to forgive us, we beseech you to allow us to die. Bestow upon us the honor of dying in battle. We do not wish to bring disgrace upon our families and parents. Please, my lord." At this point, he was unable to contain his tears. The two captains exchanged glances before kneeling as well, pleading, "My lord, please grant them another chance for redemption. The loyalty of the people of Caesar is beyond question." Chapter 22. The Slave Market, Part 1. To speak truthfully. Julius had long regretted his decision to expel this group of soldiers, for it was only in the morning, when the two captains reported back to him, that he realized he had overestimated the severity of the situation. Among the guards who had lost their heads, the gravest offense had merely been the harassment of the maidservants in the inner courtyard, and none had descended into chaos like Sam did. Thus, it could be said that Sam's unfortunate first misdeed coincided with Julius's hand, rendering the fates of the deceased, including Sam's brother, somewhat unjust. Upon hearing the lamentations of the young man, a sense of compassion welled up within, further intensified by the pleas of the two squad leaders, and with the supportive words of Kelly beside him. Julius finally relented. He declared, "In light of these circumstances, I shall grant you one final opportunity. However, you must still face punishment. In addition to receiving 20 lashes, your pay will be suspended for a year, during which you will only receive sustenance. Can you accept this?" The young man, overwhelmed with a mix of joy and gratitude, swiftly replied, I accept. I am eternally grateful for my Lord's mercy. Our loyalty shall forever be pledged to the bloodline of the Golden Lion. Our lives are ever ready to be sacrificed for His Highness Caesar." The other two squad leaders, equally elated, bowed in thanks. Julius nodded with satisfaction and instructed the two leaders, "One squad shall remain to oversee the punishment, while the other shall accompany me on an outing." He then turned to the young man and inquired, "What is your name?" "My soldier," the young man respectfully responded. "My lord, my name is Dulu." Julius replied, "Very well, Dulu, a loyal and brave soldier. Your virtues have moved me. You shall lead that squad of soldiers. There is no need for you to leave the city. You shall guard within the estate." At this, the older squad leader nudged the still stunned Dulu and whispered, Shouldn't you express gratitude for your lord's grace, you fool? Coming back to his senses, Dilla hurriedly expressed his heartfelt thanks for Caesar's benevolence. Julius waved them away and, with Kelly's assistance, mounted the carriage, where a prearranged escort promptly surrounded him. Kelly instructed the driver to set off, and with a light command, the splendid four-horse carriage rolled out of the grand gates of the ducal mansion. En route to the slave market in the western city, Julius suddenly had a thought and ordered a visit to the Caesar Chamber of Commerce located in the imperial realm, since the chamber also resided in the western city. It was convenient. After traveling for a while, they arrived at the expansive and imposing structure of the Caesar Chamber of Commerce. Upon disembarking, Julius was swiftly greeted by the chamber's officials, due to the president and several key members accompanying Dean back to the Caesar territory. The responsibility for the chamber's affairs in the imperial capital had fallen to a man named Owen. Under Owen's attentive service, Julius casually explored the headquarters of the chamber. The Caesar Chamber was a private merchant alliance, with Caesar's official role being one of oversight and protection of their interests. Thus, even Julius, as the Duke, would not exert arbitrary control over them. After a casual inspection, he found the establishment primarily dealt in ordinary consumer goods and various Caesar specialties, which left him somewhat disappointed. Owen, perceptive to Julius's sentiments, remarked, "My lord, this location primarily handles common goods that if you seek precious and rare items, you should visit the Caesar branch in the eastern city, as it serves as the market for luxury and expensive goods, such as artworks, magical artifacts, various magical crystals, magic cores, magical beast pets, rare metals, and many other exquisite items. Almost all the major merchant guilds and family-owned shops have established storefronts there. It is truly the most bustling area of the imperial capital." Julius understood and inquired, "Then what is the primary trade here in the western city?" "Aside from the slave market," Owen responded, "this area mainly serves as a trading hub for bulk goods, including large quantities of grain, everyday necessities, army feed, and weaponry. Our Caesar territory requires substantial annual procurement of these items. Hence we established our headquarters here. The other 5 major territories do the same." Julius casually asked a few more questions, and upon realizing the time, called for Kelly to depart. Knowing Julius intended to visit the slave market, Owen quickly suggested, "My lord, if it pleases you, might I accompany you? I have many acquaintances among the buyers at the slave market and could perhaps offer valuable advice." Julius, seeing the benefit of having a knowledgeable guide to avoid unnecessary detours and possibly save some coin, agreed. Thus, the party was joined by Owen, the chamber's official. As they walked, Julius suddenly asked Kelly, seated at the front, "Kelly, did you previously reside here? Where exactly?" Kelly replied, "Young master, I lived in the slums here before entering the ducal mansion. The western city, being a hub for bulk goods and the slave market, requires a significant labor force. This is the primary reason why, despite their hardships, many of the impoverished in the imperial capital manage to make a living. I grew up here and worked for many years before joining the circus. Without your father's recognition, I likely would have remained merely a jester. With my lord's untimely passing, my loyalty is now solely devoted to you, my young master, as a way to repay his kindness." At this point, Kelly's eyes were moist with tears. Julius sighed and said, "Enough, Kelly, do not grieve. If your parents see your loyalty from the heavens, they shall surely be comforted." Kelly quickly wiped his tears, repeatedly apologizing for causing his young master distress. Julius then inquired whether Kelly had any family remaining. Kelly shook his head, revealing that his parents had passed away when he was a teenager, and it was the kindness of neighbors in the slums that had helped him through his difficult youth. Julius declared, "In that case, once our business is concluded, I shall gift you 100 gold coins to purchase some presents for those neighbors who cared for you back then. One must never forget their roots." Kelly was overwhelmed with gratitude for his young master's generous offer. Although Kelly made an effort to visit them several times a year, he could never afford to give much, as his annual salary was 50 gold coins, which was already quite substantial in the imperial capital. However, receiving a single 100 gold coins from Caesar to repay those who had aided him was a testament to the unparalleled kindness of his master. Finally, they arrived at the slave market, an expansive square seemingly without end, divided into numerous plots of varying sizes, each featuring a display platform for slaves being showcased. Behind them stood a large tent, serving as the holding area for the remaining slaves and the negotiation space for slave traders. Slavery was legal on this continent, with the majority of slaves being war captives, captured bandits, individuals selling themselves due to poverty, and officials or their families who had been convicted, among various other sources. However, There were certainly no so-called capture squads illegally abducting free individuals for slavery, as a unified decree had been established centuries ago across the continent to combat the rampant slave trade. Any individual caught abducting free citizens for slavery would face annihilation of their entire lineage. Even the most powerful nobility would receive no clemency. Of course, in the early days of this decree, some disregarded the law and tested its limits. But after several noble families, at least marquis rank, were executed, the fervor for capturing slaves was quelled. This law had been in effect for thousands of years, and after extinguishing several kingdoms that covertly supported the slave trade, there was now no trace of slave capture squads. Nevertheless, the number of slaves obtained through legitimate channels remained plentiful. If one could not capture free citizens, they would simply resort to war as a legitimate means to create slaves. Julius could not help but reflect on the true nature of this continent. Feudal society was not as glamorous as it seemed. The slave market was crowded, chaotic, and exceedingly filthy. As Julius stepped out of the carriage, he furrowed his brow at the unpleasant surroundings. Seeing this, Kelly hastily directed the guards to clear a path in front of them. Due to the cramped conditions, most of the guards remained outside the slave market, with only a dozen or so robust escorts accompanying them to forge a path. Finally, under the protection of these soldiers, Julius entered the market. He was immediately hit by the nauseating stench of sweat from the numerous slaves, mingled with the foul odors of excrement from the animals on the dirty streets, causing him to feel queasy. Julius regretted entering, realizing he was seeking unnecessary hardship. Kelly, noticing his discomfort, quickly reassured, "Young master, please bear with it for a moment. Once we pass this stretch and reach the center of the slave market, it will improve significantly." Julius inquired, "Why is that?" Kelly explained, "The slaves are categorized by rank. The outermost area contains the lowest-tier slaves, suitable only for the most menial tasks, lacking any notable skills. The central area features those with specialized skills, ordinary war captives, and household servants of convicted officials. These are comparatively higher-tier slaves. At the very heart of the market are the highly skilled war captives, family members of the condemned, and rare high-ranking artisans, among others. Therefore, the slaves you wish to purchase will be found within the innermost area." After finishing his explanation, Kelly added, "The slaves here represent almost all races from across the continent. The few I intend to introduce to you are orcs. I hope you do not harbor any aversion to them." Kelly spoke with a hint of apprehension, as orcs often appeared quite unappealing from a human perspective. Julius Caesar smiled gently. "I care only for their loyalty. Appearance is of secondary importance." Kelly felt reassured. After navigating through a winding path past numerous slave display platforms and witnessing the diverse array of foreign slaves, Julius finally entered the inner market with Kelly's guidance. The inner market was separated from the outer area by a fence, and upon stepping through the wooden gate, the environment improved significantly. At least the air was less foul. Here, there were no display platforms, only individual tents, and to purchase a slave, one had to enter the tents. Klee pointed to an immense and towering giant tent before him and said, "Young master, here lies the largest and most reputable slave market in this area. The individuals I mentioned are all inside." Julius nodded and replied, "Take me there. Let us conclude this swiftly, for I am not fond of the environment and atmosphere here." Klee hurriedly led his master inside, with Orin following closely behind, while the dozen or so guards waited outside. Upon entering the grand tent, Julius was taken aback by the opulent decor, which exuded a sense of ostentation reminiscent of nouveau riche extravagance. It appeared that the slave traders here were fervent gold enthusiasts, as nearly all the ornaments were crafted from pure gold. Wholly vulgar in nature, this was the reception area. The slaves were confined to the back, leaving only a few attendants present. Upon noticing the arrival of customers, one of the seemingly authoritative attendants swiftly approached Klee, inquiring with eagerness, "Might these esteemed gentlemen be in search of slaves? Pray tell, what type do you desire? Our inventory is the most comprehensive in the imperial capital, with a guarantee of quality." Upon hearing the attendant's words, Julius felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Having traversed from modern Earth, he found it difficult to acclimate to the customs of this place, and the casual commodification of slaves was particularly unsettling. Noticing his master's displeasure, Klee quickly interjected, "We need not purchase any slaves. We shall select them ourselves. Please lead the way." The attendant, realizing that Klee was not the leader of the group, but rather that the charming young boy was the true master, extended his hand to invite them into the so-called slave quarters where the captives were held. Have you ever visited a zoo? The sight before Julius evoked such a comparison, as the area housing the slaves resembled a menagerie. Rows of sturdy iron cages, barely 1.5 meters high and measuring 2 to 3 meters in width, felt excessively cramped for the individuals inside. Some of the towering orc slaves could scarcely fit within, such as the minotaur in the cage to Julius's left, who, despite sitting on the ground, had its 2 curved horns protruding beyond the confines of the cage. The scene was both poignant and absurd. This was Julius's first encounter with a minotaur, and he could not help but steal a few curious glances. The minotaur, glaring with its massive bovine eyes, bellowed in a deep voice, "Child, what are you staring at? Be careful lest I swallow you whole." Though the words were a reprimand, they bore no malice, instead carrying a playful undertone. Julius was taken aback. This creature was quite amusing, retaining a childlike spirit even in servitude. Thus, he playfully feigned ignorance and, with his youthful voice, asked, "O great Minotaur, I did not intend to stare. I merely have a question that piques my curiosity. Could you share the answer with me?" Perhaps Julius's charming and endearing demeanor was universally appealing. The Minotaur, upon hearing this adorable child's inquiry, responded in a tone that, while still rough, attempted to be gentle. "Little one, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Uncle Barton will answer anything I know." Julius grinned mischievously and said, "I am simply curious how someone of your size manages to address the necessities of nature while confined in such a small space." Their conversation, though somewhat crude, was imbued with a sense of innocence, and the volume of their exchange drew the attention of nearly everyone in the slave quarters. Following Julius's remark, a brief silence ensued, only to be shattered by uproarious laughter among the slaves, particularly those in nearby cages, who erupted into uncontrollable fits of mirth. The Minotaur Barton's thick face flushed a deep shade of red and purple, manifesting his embarrassment, as he inwardly lamented, "This little imp has utterly humiliated me. How could I have lost face in such a manner?" Yet, despite the embarrassment, the large creature displayed no signs of anger. Observing Barton's expression, Julius felt a surge of affection for him, silently deciding to acquire him. Meanwhile, Clee had located the few beastmen he was previously acquainted with and beckoned Julius over. Julius briefly departed from the Minotaur Barton. The beastmen Clee referred to were huddled in the corner of a cage consisting of 3 individuals. One was a leopard man, adorned with a layer of short fur and marked with rings of white and yellow spots, with a tail coiled behind him. His stature was relatively shorter than that of the orcs, yet he possessed a remarkable muscular build that radiated latent power even while seated. The other 2 were tall and imposing wolfmen, distinguished by their fierce expressions and shaggy wolf tails, crowned with spiky black manes akin to steel needles. Clee introduced them to Julius, saying, "Young master, these are the beastmen warriors I mentioned," before Clee could finish. One of the wolfmen interrupted, "Enough, Fatty. Let your master speak for himself that if he lacks the ability to command our loyalty, we have no qualms about spending our days here. Otherwise, purchasing us would simply lead to chaos." The wolfman's words rang true. Clee had previously recounted the misfortunes of nobles who had attempted to buy them, all of whom had suffered unjust beatings, merely for treating them with cruelty. Julius chose to disregard the wolfman and, intrigued, turned to Clee. "Clee, did he just call you Fatty? Is that your nickname? How apt." "Ha ha." Clee was left speechless. After jesting with Clee, Julius faced the beastmen, speaking in a tone that, though youthful, carried an air of authority and calmness. "Very well. Let us speak candidly about your expectations for an ideal master. I shall see how many of those conditions I can fulfill. If I fail to meet your requirements, I assure you I will take my leave." The 2 wolfmen exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, as Julius's approach was unlike that of typical buyers, who often either stormed off in frustration or boasted of their grandeur, while Julius encouraged the slaves to voice their conditions. After a brief contemplation, the wolfmen turned their gaze towards the leopard man, suggesting he might be the leader of their trio. Finally, the leopard man spoke, his voice deep yet not gravelly, resonating with a pleasant timbre. "Are you, then, Julius, the esteemed Duke of the Caesar domain that Clee serves? Before we pose our inquiries, might you enlighten us as to why someone of your noble standing, seemingly unacquainted with a shortage of capable guards, would venture to the slave market to procure slaves? Is it that you have lost faith in the loyalty of your own subjects?" Julius replied with a smile, No, I believe you are mistaken, but I lack for nothing in terms of guards. Indeed, I have hundreds of mages at my disposal within my territory, not to mention my well-trained army of 30,000, filled with skilled individuals from whom I can select as for my subjects. I have never doubted their loyalty, nor will I ever, just as they shall not waver in their loyalty to me. The reason I seek to personally acquire slaves to cultivate into trusted guards is quite straightforward. Pausing for emphasis, Julius continued, have you heard the saying, a new emperor brings new ministers? I am, after all, a newly appointed duke, inheriting all my subjects from my father. Moreover, I am but 8 years old. Oh, soon to be 9 after the spring festival. Honestly, if you were to encounter a naive child as your master, would you not harbor some reservations? Human nature can be treacherous, and I cannot place my safety solely in the hands of trust for my subjects. Therefore, before I truly seize the power that belongs to me, I must establish an unwaveringly loyal and formidable guard, which means I will accept anyone, provided they pledge their absolute allegiance to me. Listening to Julius's words, the leopard man fell into silence, while the 2 wolf men regarded him intently, seemingly taken aback by the prospect of serving as the trusted retainers of a regional lord in the Alien Empire, an undeniable honor. After a moment of contemplation, the leopard man spoke again. What kind of treatment can we expect from you? The 2 wolf men exhaled in relief. The discussion of terms indicated their acquiescence. Julius replied with gravity, the foremost condition is this: I shall grant you your freedom, thus dissolving your status as slaves. Furthermore, based on your conduct, you shall receive the same treatment as my guards, with those who demonstrate greater abilities receiving my utmost regard. That is all. The leopard man and the wolf men were visibly moved. Genuinely intrigued, in the realm of divine grace, a saying prevailed among slaves, once a slave, forever a slave, implying that once one became a slave, unless freed by their master, their descendants would also be bound in servitude, regarded as the master's property. Consequently, few would ever consider releasing slaves, for doing so would render the offspring free and beyond the master's control. You might argue that slaves would not attempt to escape. However, one must remember this is a world of magic, where every slave bears a magical brand that ensures their return, no matter how far they flee, often leading to dire consequences. Ultimately, the leopard man acquiesced, and the 2 wolf men followed suit without contention. At that moment, Julius suddenly interjected, since I have passed your test, may I pose a question of my own? The leopard man paused momentarily, then spoke, please, do go on. We are listening. Julius replied coldly, if you agree to become my guards, how can I be assured of your unwavering loyalty? How can I trust that my commands will be executed without the slightest hesitation? What I demand is absolute obedience and fidelity. How will you guarantee this? The leopard man fell silent, contemplating. This young duke is no ordinary figure. He seeks to establish an ironclad guard, a legion that knows only obedience and never dissent. Only under such assurance can his future decrees flow unimpeded. What a cunning child. However, following him may not be utterly dull. Having come to this realization, the leopard man knelt on one knee before Caesar in the cage. And after a moment's hesitation, the 2 werewolves also knelt. The leopard man declared, I, Brian of the Cloud Leopard tribe, hereby swear before the beast god Ares, in the name of my bloodline, that I shall be loyal to my master, His Excellency Julius Caesar, obeying his commands without hesitation, selfishness, fear, or cowardice, remaining steadfast even unto death. Should I violate this oath, may I be spurned by generations of my descendants and fall victim to divine retribution from the beast god, enduring eternal suffering. The other 2 werewolves echoed his words, albeit with different names, one called Caius and the other Shoes, both of the Black Wolf tribe of the Anosen Beastman Empire. After completing the oath, Brian turned to Caesar and said, my master, I require your blood, just a drop, upon my forehead. Thus, the oath will be fulfilled. Julius, without hesitation, produced a golden dagger and lightly sliced his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon Brian's brow. Then repeated the act for the werewolves, thus completing the oath. Though he scoffed at the binding nature of such vows, Julius nevertheless placed his trust in them, for within the memories of his former self lingered impressions of the blood oaths of beastmen. Once a beastman swore a blood oath, it would become more precious than life itself. Never had a beastman willingly breached such a vow, for to do so would invite scorn and expulsion from all beastmen, including their kin, rendering life a fate worse than death. Julius had once found these beastmen endearingly foolish. In contrast to humans, who often treated promises as mere trifles, their essence was refreshingly pure. With 3 beastmen now in his company, negotiations with the slave trader were in order at this juncture. Orin's role became apparent. As he approached the attending staff for negotiations, Julius casually added the bull-headed man, Barton, whom he had just been teasing. After some haggling, the 4 slaves, originally priced at 2,000 gold coins, were acquired for 1,500, largely due to Brian and the others being in a hurry to be rid of their predicament. Chapter 24. Caesar's new guards. Once Orin and the attendant finalized the price, Julius instructed Clee to make the payment. Clee produced a small purple velvet pouch from his robe, untied the string, and poured out 2 thumb-sized purple crystals, the highest currency on the continent. The purple crystal coin, each worth 1,000 gold coins. The attendant's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted them, promptly returning 500 gold coins to Clee, along with the magical contracts of the 4 beastmen slaves, which had naturally dissolved the trader's claim over them. This was the emblem of their former status as slaves. Clee handed the contracts to Julius for his inspection. Once Julius left his mark upon them, Brian and his companions would officially become his slaves. Julius glanced over the contracts, pinned on specially treated beast hide, and lifted his gaze to the pitiful expressions of Brian and the others still confined in their cages. That a smile crept upon his face, and he instructed the attendant to release his newly acquired slaves. Having received the payment, the transaction was complete. The attendant approached and unlocked each of the 4 iron cages. Brian, Caius, and Shoes emerged, while the elder bull, Barton, had to crawl out due to his considerable height. As the 4 beastmen approached their diminutive master to kneel in reverence, Julius waved his hand and handed the contracts to Brian, casually saying, "Tear them up, and you shall be free. This hide is too tough for me to rip." The 4 were filled with excitement. Freedom was within reach, especially for Barton, who had been in a daze since Julius purchased him. His large, cow-like eyes brimmed with tears. With a gentle motion, Brian rubbed the 4 contracts, and with a flash of light, they shattered into fragments. A faint silver magical array appeared upon their foreheads, vanishing as the contracts were destroyed. Thus, they were free. At this moment, Brian regained his composure, refraining from further words, simply bowing to Julius and taking his place behind him to fulfill his duties. The werewolves and Barton quickly followed suit. Observing the completion of the transaction, Julius wished to linger, but Orin quietly urged, "My lord, unless there are further matters, perhaps we should leave this place." Noticing Orin's unusual expression, Julius, though puzzled, acquiesced to his suggestion. The group departed the tent with the attendant's courteous send-off. Outside, guards quickly gathered around, astonished by the subtle power emanating from the 4 beastmen behind Julius. Yet they dutifully resumed their protective roles. At this point, Orin discreetly addressed Julius. "My lord, these 4 beastmen are quite renowned in the slave market. From what I know, Brian and the others were certainly not worth merely 2,000 gold coins." That attendant was likely new and unaware of the local intricacies, thus mistaking Brian for an ordinary high-ranking slave. "If the owner of this slave market returns, we may encounter unnecessary trouble. It would be prudent to depart swiftly, leaving no trace." Realization dawned upon Julius. Everyone relished a good bargain. He promptly instructed the group to make haste. Once outside the slave market, Julius furrowed his brow. It was now the peak of the morning rush, and the market was teeming with people, the stench more unbearable than ever. This moment, the bull-headed Barton, unusually astute, suggested, "Young master, if you don't mind, you could sit upon my shoulders. That way, you need not fear being jostled." Julius's eyes brightened. This was indeed a splendid idea, and he agreed. Barton knelt down, his towering frame nearly 2.5 meters tall, and gently lifted Julius onto his shoulders. Thus, the journey out of the slave market proceeded smoothly, thanks to Barton's brute strength. Julius Caesar found the experience amusing, embracing the bull's sturdy form. Along the way, Orin took his leave from the group. Upon returning to Caesar's residence, Julius instructed Clee to arrange accommodations for Brian and the others and to tailor armor and weapons for them. Meanwhile, he hurried to his bath to wash away the lingering stench. In the days that followed, Julius remained at home, engaging in heartfelt conversations with his new beastman guards, thereby learning of their past identities. First was Brian, a member of the Cloud Leopard tribe, a high-ranking general in the Anosan Beastman Empire, captured during border skirmishes with the Elven Empire and sold into slavery in the Aran Empire. Next were the 2 werewolf brothers, Caius and Shoes, a revelation that Julius would later learn. The brothers were born of the largest race in the Aenosen Empire, the Wolf tribe, specifically the Black Wolf clan. Tragically, they were the illegitimate sons of their clan leader. It is well known that illegitimate children are often viewed with disdain by the rightful heirs, and if they exhibit exceptional talents, their plight worsens. After their father's passing, the newly appointed clan leader concocted an excuse to dispatch the brothers to the border forces embroiled in conflict with the Elven Empire. Thus, the two brothers ended up enslaved alongside Brian. In summary, they were unfortunate victims of their brother's scheming. As for Barton, he was a native of the Arran Empire, hailing from the bull-headed tribe of the Brook Prairie, despite his rugged appearance. He was merely in his 20s, just stepping into adulthood. Julius was left nearly in stitches upon hearing the endearingly naive explanation from the simple-hearted Barton. The leopard and werewolves laughed uncontrollably. It turned out that Barton, being the only son of an elder in the bull-headed tribe, was doted upon by his father. Yet, due to the nature of bull-headed folk, often perceived as somewhat simple-minded, Barton, too, possessed a degree of foolishness. After being swayed by a few words from a human merchant selling goods to their tribe, this sheltered giant secretly left home to explore the world. Of course, the world was not as idyllic as a fairy tale. The first group he encountered was a band of petty robbers. The leader of the robbers, upon spotting this naive giant, easily deceived him with a few words. Thus, Barton joined what he believed to be a mercenary band. The outcome, however, was that during his first mission with them, they engaged in the robbery of a passing merchant caravan. They encountered formidable opposition. The caravan's guards were far superior in strength, resulting in the complete annihilation of the band of thieves. Those who survived, aside from the deceased, were taken as spoils by the mercenaries. Consequently, Barton's dreams of the continent were shattered, replaced by the grim reality of enslavement. Had it not been for Julius's intervention, this foolish fellow's fate would have been exceedingly lamentable. The leopard men and werewolves envied the fortunate ignorance of this bull-headed simpleton, whose mere jest with the current young master abruptly concluded his brief existence as a slave, a stroke of luck that was truly enviable. It is worth noting that Brian and his companions had languished in the slave market for a full 8 years, although they had been sold several times. They were ultimately returned for their insubordination, spending most of their time confined within cages. Caesar once jested with Barton. So, do you wish to return home? If you desire, I can arrange for your immediate departure. Barton grinned and replied, Oh, dear young master, I cannot return now. My father would surely beat me to death. Everyone in the tribe knows of that old bull's temper. Besides, the food at home pales in comparison to what we have here. Here, I am well fed with generous portions of meat, while back in the tribe, during a year of famine, there would be times when I couldn't even fill my belly, and now, with deep winter upon us, I fear there may be scant provisions left at home. Upon hearing Barton's words, Julius chose to remain silent. Winter in the prairie is notoriously harsh, and aside from the scarcity of food, blizzards can lead to fatalities. This was knowledge gleaned during an idle conversation with the beautiful fox noblewoman, Lady Novia, on the day of the palace banquet. Julius then inquired of the other 3 seated nearby whether they wished to return home, should they desire to do so. He would not hinder them, and he would generously provide for their travel expenses. Naturally, the werewolf brothers had no intention of returning to meet their demise. In truth, Caesar's inquiry was directed at the leopard man. Brian. Without hesitation, Brian shook his head and articulated his reasoning. Caius and his companion are doomed, and I am no less so. That confrontation with the forces of the Elven Empire was deliberately instigated to eliminate dissent. Thus I too was betrayed by my own superior. Ultimately, the 3 beastmen spoke in unison, declaring their most significant reason. Having sworn a blood oath of loyalty to Julius, they would not depart from their master's side until death. And they were wholly willing, for they held great expectations for this young lord's future. Caesar was naturally pleased with this outcome. Had they chosen to leave, Julius would have unhesitatingly granted their freedom, for he could not place his trust in those with divided loyalties. Nevertheless, the results were wholly satisfactory to him. Chapter 25. The blessing. 3 days later, Julius rose early, for today he was to meet His Holiness Pope Peter, and he could not afford to indulge in sloth. While Mary attended to Julius's grooming, Clee ensured that everything was prepared. This meeting was particularly significant, as the Pope was to consecrate Caesar's golden scepter, necessitating a multitude of offerings and tokens of gratitude. Although the Pope was Caesar's godfather, Clee meticulously ensured that everything was in order, which greatly pleased Julius. After all, one can never be too diligent in matters of courtesy. Upon exiting the estate, the carriage bearing Caesar made its way toward the temple of the god of light in the southern city, accompanied by an added contingent of 4 beastmen guards. Upon arriving once more at the temple of light, Julius marveled anew at its grandiose architecture. The towering columns and statues loomed dozens of meters high, rendering any human standing before them as insignificant as an ant. The temple complex, comprised of numerous lofty edifices, served as the sacred ground of the Church of the God of Light in the Oran Empire, a sanctuary for the souls of billions of devotees. Julius Caesar first visited the memorial hall to pay his respects to his parents' remains before proceeding to the Pope's residence. In the audience chamber of the main temple, Caesar once again encountered His Holiness Pope Peter XIII. As he was hosting the son of his godson Marcus, the elderly Pope was dressed quite casually, donning a simple black robe that reached his ankles, complemented by a thick fur cloak. A modest priest's cap rested atop his head. And as was customary, a large silver cross hung from his neck, all of which did not detract from his serene and transcendent demeanor. After the Pope's attendants and Julius's steward Clee exited, without waiting for Julius to offer his greetings, His Holiness spoke earnestly. "My child, do you comprehend the peril of your actions? A mere 8-year-old child daring to confront a warrior trained in combat is indeed audacious. A slight misstep could have cost you your life." Julius understood that the Pope was referring to the incident from a few days prior when he had slain Sam. He replied, "Grandfather Peter, I am aware of the risks. However, it was a matter of necessity. That guard had already revealed malicious intent, and I had no choice but to strike first. Fortunately, I managed to keep everything under control. So it was not excessively perilous. I apologize for causing you concern." The Pope shook his head, saying, "I do not refer to that incident. The true danger you face is perhaps beyond your understanding. Do you know the greatest characteristic of a warrior trained in combat?" Julius shook his head, genuinely unaware. The Pope continued, "The most notable external manifestation of combat training is an extraordinarily high level of defense, which can be activated at any moment. This means that a warrior can summon their inner strength in the instant they are attacked, thereby mitigating harm. A common person with a regular dagger or sword would find it exceedingly difficult to catch a fully prepared warrior off guard. Did you employ a special weapon to slay that guard? If it were an ordinary weapon, you would not have succeeded." Julius nodded and retrieved his golden dagger from his waist. The Pope examined it, and, even with his extensive experience, remarked, "Indeed, a fine weapon. It is crafted with no less than 1/4 of pure gold, and it conceals a unique magical formation that enhances its sharpness by 20%. Julius, puzzled, inquired, "Grandfather, is this dagger enchanted? The person who gifted it to me claimed it was merely an ordinary dagger, devoid of any special qualities beyond its sharpness." The Pope chuckled. "Only a child unfamiliar with magic would believe such a thing. The magical formation inscribed on this dagger possesses remarkable wind attributes, designed to breach magical defenses, particularly against combat training. The most peculiar aspect of this formation is its latent activation. It only triggers upon contact with magical elements or combat energy, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. This dagger is undoubtedly the weapon of an assassin, yet it is indeed quite suitable for your protection, my young child. The one who gifted it to you is remarkably generous. This is a high-grade magical weapon, and if auctioned, it could fetch no less than 50,000 gold coins." Julius was taken aback, suddenly recalling the pained expression on Sulla's face when he had presented the dagger. It seemed he had known all along. Truly, Sulla was a commendable individual. Julius Caesar genuinely regarded Sulla as a friend. After discussing the events of that day in detail with the Pope, Julius came to realize how reckless his actions had been. Had he wielded a different dagger, he might have lost his life that day. Sulla had effectively saved him. Observing that Caesar recognized his error, the Pope cautioned him against further recklessness and chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. The two then turned to the matter at hand regarding the consecration of the scepter and the blessing he would receive. Julius found himself quite at ease. The Pope would handle everything. He merely needed to raise the scepter while standing at the center of the temple's Hall of Light. A task that would not take long, perhaps just 1/4 of an hour. However, the preparations were rather intricate. Fortunately, the Pope had managed all of them, leaving Julius to simply observe a day of fasting and bathing. The ceremony would take place the following morning. The Pope then rang the handbell in the hall, prompting the attendant priest outside to hurriedly enter and await his instructions. Pope Peter commanded him to lead Julius to the inner sanctum for bathing and to ensure that until the ceremony, Julius would abstain from all meat. subsisting solely on the simplest and coarsest of rye porridge. To demonstrate the piety of the blessed, Julius raised no objections. He merely bowed to his holiness before departing with the attendant. In the expansive bathing pool of the inner sanctum, Julius took a quick wash, as he had already bathed upon his arrival, making this merely a formality. His splendid noble attire and accessories could not be donned for the time being. The Pope's attendant provided him with a small gray tunic made of coarse linen, exceedingly plain in nature. Once fully dressed, Caesar was led to the Hall of Light in the temple, where a small chamber awaited him until the ceremony the following day. The room was modest, containing only a hard wooden bed and a somewhat worn blanket. After apologizing and taking their leave, the Pope's attendant exited, leaving the young lord alone in the chamber. Fortunately, the room was adequately heated, and Julius felt no chill. Otherwise, the thin blanket would have offered little comfort through the long night. It was still early afternoon when he found himself confined there, and the thought of spending an entire day in such a small room filled him with a sense of dread and monotony. Reluctantly, he lay down on the bed to catch up on the sleep he had lost from rising early that morning. To his surprise, he soon dozed off, and aside from rising at noon and evening for a bowl of coarse, unpalatable rye porridge, he spent the entirety of his time in slumber, awakening only at dawn the next day, roused by hunger. The meager bowl of porridge had done little to satiate his appetite. The ceremony took place at 9 in the morning, with Pope Peter already positioned at the altar in the center of the Hall of Light, softly murmuring sacred blessings with his hands crossed over his chest. Today, the Pope donned the complete formal vestments of a cleric, crowned with the sacred thorned crown, also known as the blessing of the divine light. The altar was adorned with a complex array of interlocking hexagrams, and the Pope stood at its heart, while Caesar occupied one of the star points to the south, cradling his golden scepter. Caesar could afford to wait, but Pope Peter was not so leisurely. As he recited the prayer with increasing speed, his voice grew louder, and around him, countless tiny points of light began to materialize, converging upon the altar. The gathering grew denser, enveloping the altar in a soft glow. Simultaneously, the sacred crown upon the Pope's head illuminated, sending waves of milky light radiating outward from Peter. As these ripples reached Julius, he felt a surge of energy that effortlessly dispelled any discomfort caused by hunger. Remarkably, the scepter in Julius's hands seemed to absorb the waves of light, forming a vortex of radiance upon it, which trembled gently, the intensity of the vibrations increasing until Julius could no longer maintain his grip. The scepter floated above the altar, continuing to absorb the white light without pause. As Pope Peter's prayers approached their conclusion, the brilliance enveloped the altar entirely, rendering it invisible from the outside, akin to a resplendent nebula. With the final syllable uttered, the prayer concluded. Ignoring the sweat-soaked visage, the Pope turned to Julius, asking, "Julius Caesar, do you earnestly beseech the divine for blessings with your devout heart?" Julius hurriedly mimicked the gesture, crossing his hands over his chest and reciting the sacred language, which was actually Mandarin, the blessing phrase that the Pope had taught him beforehand. "O most benevolent and merciful Lord of Radiance, your faithful servant Julius Caesar stands here seeking your blessing. My heart is unwaveringly devoted to you. Just as my ancestors, the holy Caesars, once walked the earth in your service, their descendants shall surely be under your protection. Praise be to the omnipotent deity." While teaching the prayer, the elderly Peter was astonished by Julius's linguistic prowess. It is known that the sacred language is notoriously intricate and difficult to master. Only a handful of clergy across the continent could be deemed proficient, while most merely imitated without grasping the meaning. The fact that Caesar managed to learn this prayer in just half a day, without a single mispronunciation, was nothing short of extraordinary. Little did the old man know that this young man's mother tongue in a previous life was the very sacred language itself. After memorizing the somewhat saccharine prayer, Julius knelt at the altar, awaiting divine favor. Though he would have preferred not to kneel, the watchful gaze of the old man compelled him. Suddenly, a blinding beam of white light pierced through the high circular dome of the Hall of Light, illuminating Julius's scepter. The floating scepter trembled more violently in the radiance, accompanied by a low humming sound. After a while, the white light gradually dimmed until it finally dissipated, revealing the scepter, which had transformed from its original golden hue to an unobtrusive pale yellow. Yet it retained a lustrous, subdued brilliance. Observing the now normal altar, dome, and the scepter resting quietly on the ground, the typically composed Pope Peter appeared bewildered, a sentiment that did not go unnoticed by Julius. He quietly inquired, "Grandfather Peter, has the ceremony concluded?" The Pope, regaining his composure, urgently asked, "Child, do you sense anything different?" perhaps a heightened awareness of certain elements in the environment, or any changes within your body. Julius examined himself and probed the depths of his consciousness but found nothing amiss. Shaking his head in response, Peter's expression shifted dramatically, and in a state of alarm, he urged Julius, quickly, pick up the scepter and see if you notice anything unusual. The Pope's tone had become somewhat frantic, as if something untoward had occurred. Although Julius was confused, he could not help but adopt a serious demeanor and lifted the scepter from the ground. As Julius firmly grasped the golden scepter, a radiant light surged forth from within it, swirling as if alive, enveloping him in a golden glow. He experienced again the sensation akin to being bathed in the milky waves of light. Observing this effect, Pope Peter sighed in relief, and upon addressing Julius's confusion, he offered an explanation. It turned out that the beam of light that had penetrated through the dome was indeed a blessing from the God of Light. However, curiously, the divine favor was bestowed solely upon the golden scepter, which was consecrated, while Julius himself received no blessing. If the God of Light disapproved of Julius as a follower, it would make sense. Yet, how could Julius still activate the scepter's divine capabilities? This was a point of perplexity for the Pope. In any case, Julius had not been blessed, nor had he been forsaken by the divine. And yet his scepter had been consecrated in all his decades of serving as Pope. This was a first for Peter, who momentarily forgot his fatigue as he stood there deep in thought. Julius, equally perplexed, remained by the side, bewildered. Suddenly, the Pope had an epiphany, clapping his hands, which startled the distracted Julius. The elderly man exclaimed, "I understand now. I see the reason." Julius quickly pressed for clarification, but the Pope posed another question instead. "Do you have any particular reverence for a certain deity?" "However, I, like you, am a follower of the God of Light." Julius, taken aback by the Pope's inquiry, replied curiously. The question revealed that the Pope was asking Julius whether he revered or worshipped any other deity, which could explain why the God of Light had not blessed him. Julius shook his head vigorously, joking that he hadn't even discerned which deities existed in this world, let alone whom to worship. Had it not been for the Pope's intervention, he might not have even considered believing in the God of Light. Pope Peter, with a gentle yet firm demeanor, reassured him, "My child, do not be alarmed. Even if you worship deities from other lands, it matters not. Our God is merciful and will not harbor ill will against you for choosing to honor another, unless you are a follower of the demonic adversaries. There will be no harm befalling you." Julius, intrigued, asked, "Grandfather, what deities exist across the continent? Could you enlighten me about their relationships? Surely they do not vie for followers." Pope Peter chastised, "From where have you gleaned such nonsensical notions? One must never speak disrespectfully of the deities. The gods share a bond of kinship. They do not become displeased over their followers' choices." Reflecting for a moment, the Pope began to elucidate the origins and interrelations of the pantheon. It turned out that the deities of this world formed a small kinship, born of the Creator God and the Earth Mother, after the Creator God, having wielded immense power to establish the divine realm, returned to the celestial realm with the Earth Mother. He entrusted the continent to his numerous offspring for stewardship. Thus, the offspring of the Creator God developed their respective followers among the myriad races of the continent. Fulfilling their duty to protect the world, the Creator God had one remarkable decree. Upon his return to the celestial realm, he instructed his children not to infringe upon or coerce the belief freedoms of the continent's myriad races, allowing them to choose their own deities. His children never disobeyed their father's will. The Pope then introduced several major deities. The God of Light, Thomas, primarily worshipped by the humans of the Aryan Empire, the elven goddess. Also known as the goddess of nature and magic, Phyllis, the eldest daughter of the Creator God, whose followers included not only the elven race but also many mages from the continent's diverse peoples, the god of war and beasts. Ares, revered chiefly by the orc race, the dark god, Muir, worshipped by the humans of the Thales Empire, and the sea god, Poseidon, a mysterious protector of the sea-dwelling folk, also worshipped by coastal humans of the Desai Empire. There were also numerous lesser deities, such as the goddess of the blue moon and the god of forging, each with their own respective followers. Thus, while the deities of this world did engage in competition for followers, they did not impose their will, which allowed even the lesser gods to flourish. After absorbing the Pope's explanations, Julius inquired, "Grandfather, what does my situation signify?" Pope Peter replied, "There is but one answer. The God of Light is aware of the deity you venerate, and thus he has chosen not to bestow blessings upon you. As for why you remain unaware, perhaps you should reflect deeply to see if there is a particular deity you have held in special reverence or awe, as that too constitutes a form of belief." Julius turned his mind in circles, his brow furrowed in confusion, pondering which deity he ought to revere. In exasperation, he could not help but mutter, "Damn it. I am a genuine devotee of the Taoist Sanqing from Earth. Why on earth would I believe in you? If I weren't kidnapped and brought here, I wouldn't even give you a second glance." Just as this thought crossed his mind, a jolt ran through him, and he suddenly understood whom he truly feared. It was none other than the middle-aged man with brown hair who had abducted him. Why him? If your body was reduced to ash by lightning and your soul was then captured, wouldn't you hold this person in awe and dread? Julius cursed inwardly. Julius Caesar casually recounted a series of fabrications to Pope Peter. "Grandfather, perhaps I have an inkling as to who it might be. However, I am unaware of his name or which deity he represents. He has never disclosed this to me. During the month I was unconscious, I frequently encountered him in my dreams. He demonstrated numerous divine arts and even taught me the language of the gods. But once I awoke, I never saw him again. I wonder if he might be that very deity." As Julius spoke, his demeanor remained composed, yet he thoroughly astonished old Peter. A recipient of divine grace. This lad is a vessel of divine favored, heavens. The embodiment of a deity who has not graced the continent for millennia has finally reemerged. Pope Peter's mind raced with excitement, his face flushed with fervor. Noticing the bewildered expression of his little godson, Peter realized he had lost his composure and quickly steadied himself, trembling as he inquired of Caesar, "Good child, do you recall the appearance of the deity you encountered in your dreams?" Julius replied, "I only remember him as a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with brown hair. His appearance was quite ordinary." Pope Peter meticulously reflected on the deities he knew that matched this description. After a prolonged silence, he had yet to find any match. Frustrated, he pressed on, "Do you recall the nature of his divine arts? For instance, what elemental spells was he adept at?" Julius responded earnestly, "Nothing particularly remarkable, but his mastery lies in lightning. The lightning spells he conjured were violet, immensely powerful. In my dream, I recall him effortlessly summoning a bolt that cleaved the earth, creating an unfathomable rift stretching hundreds of miles." The lad continued to spin his tale. Pope Peter, taken aback, fell into deep contemplation. No deity he knew possessed mastery over lightning. Furthermore, judging by his little godson's description, this deity's power seemed almost otherworldly. Could it be that a new god was to establish a following on the continent? Pondering this, Pope Peter decided to cast aside his thoughts and said to Julius, "Child, your situation is rather unclear to me. How about this? Since you have received teachings from that deity in your dreams, you must be favored by him. Why not beseech him here for divine grace? Perhaps it will yield unexpected results and surprises." Old Peter intended to use him as a test subject to ascertain whether Julius was indeed a recipient of divine favor. If so, during this solemn and formal highest-level blessing ceremony on the continent, the unknown deity would surely bestow upon the child some extraordinary gift. This could manifest as immense divine power, an unparalleled affinity for a particular magical element, or even an extraordinary ability for magical immunity. The possibilities were endless. Divine grace was undoubtedly potent. Unaware of the Pope's intentions, Julius, in his muddled state, agreed and then asked, "Grandfather Peter, how should I recite the prayer without knowing the deity's proper name?" The Pope himself was uncertain. Thus, he vaguely suggested, "When you pray for blessings, simply describe the appearance of the deity you saw in your dream. Surely, the all-knowing deity will recognize that you are praying to him." As he said this, old Peter inwardly chastised himself for lacking precedent. He was unsure if such a ludicrous form of prayer would offend divine authority. Julius, oblivious to the Pope's concerns, merely sought to placate the old man. Since they had come this far, a few more words would not hurt. He then assumed a serious posture, secretly amused, and in a voice both devout and youthful, solemnly declared, "Omnipotent deity, your divine grace envelopes millions of beings across the continent. Thus all things in the world must be blessed. The humble believer, Julius Caesar, humbly prays to you, seeking to bask in your supreme radiance. The modest believer, Julius, is unaware of your proper name but has had the fortune to behold your true visage. For you are that middle-aged foreigner with brown hair." In that final phrase, Julius infused a multitude of complex emotions, hatred, fear, venting, and a hint of mischief. Pope Peter, however, was somewhat perplexed. Had he not instructed Julius to pray in the language of the gods? Yet the boy spoke fluently and without pause, truly remarkable. Julius and Pope Peter, one young and one old, awaited on the altar. After a moment of silence, Julius inquired about the lack of response. The old pope, not being omniscient, could only awkwardly murmur, Perhaps the deity is not home today? Julius shivered at such a nonsensical excuse, feeling it was a feeble attempt to placate a child, just as the old pope blushed and prepared to explain further. Suddenly, without warning, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, akin to a torrent of gravity crashing down from the heavens. Both men collapsed to the ground, utterly incapable of resisting, drenched in sweat as if they had been ravaged countless times. Experiencing excruciating pain, though it may have lasted but a moment, to them, it felt like an eternity. Just as they reached the brink of unbearable agony, the pressure began to dissipate, and a voice of authority echoed from the immeasurable heights. "Ignorant mortals. My name is Isaac." The reverberating voice shook the entire hall of light. After the oppressive force and sound faded, a beam of violet light descended from the heavens, enveloping Julius, then seamlessly merged into his being. Pope Peter and Julius lay sprawled on the altar, gasping for breath. Once they regained some strength, they slowly sat up, their expressions a tapestry of uncertainty as they pondered their thoughts. Chapter 27. The recipient of divine grace. Julius sat on the ground, his heart still racing with trepidation. He had never imagined that the deity who had kidnapped him, Isaac, remained attentive to his fate. After jesting lightly, he had been subjected to a harsh trial. This divine being was truly vindictive. He resolved to be cautious in the future. When that purple light descended, he had feared he would once more be obliterated by lightning. Thankfully, it merely penetrated him, although he did not understand its effects. It was fortunate he had not perished, was it not? Meanwhile, Pope Peter contemplated far more deeply. Upon learning the name of the deity, he realized the gravity of the situation. His usually composed demeanor was shattered by shock. For the name represented omnipotence, a being revered even by other gods. He was none other than the creator god of this continent, known as Isaac. Since the dawn of creation, the creator god had left no doctrine upon the earth. And thus, aside from a vague awareness of such a powerful entity, the myriad races knew next to nothing about him. However, as the Pope and a servant of the God of Light, he was privy to some secrets regarding the deities. It was widely understood that the creator god shunned the mundane affairs of mortals, delegating such matters to his progeny. Yet, what most did not know was that under exceptional circumstances, the creator god would also heed the state of the continent. What constituted such exceptional circumstances? Only one scenario, when the continent faced an unprecedented crisis, for instance, during the demonic invasion of 6 millennia ago, and even further back. A cataclysmic event a millennium prior. In summary, the creator god would only bestow divine grace in times of dire straits for the myriad races. The sudden actions of the creator god, occurring well before the usual millennium, cast a tremendous shadow over the old pope's heart. Was there some impending crisis foreseen for the demonic tide? 30 years hence, noticing the anxious expression on Pope Peter's face, Julius inquired, "Grandfather, is something amiss? Do you know which deity Isaac is?" Peter, returning to the present, pondered for a moment before gravely addressing Caesar. "Julius, my dear grandson, I implore you to heed my request. You must comply, for it may concern the safety of the entire continent." Julius was taken aback, shocked by the gravity of the Pope's words. "Grandfather, please do not frighten me. Is it that serious? Could this deity be the demonic god you mentioned earlier? What should we do?" Seeing that Julius had misunderstood, Pope Peter hastily clarified his prior thoughts and shared his speculations. Concluding with a note of concern, the old man cautioned, "Thus, I beseech you, do not disclose to anyone that you are the recipient of the creator god's divine blessings, for it could incite panic across the continent, leading to chaos in the world." Julius then asked, "What role did previous recipients of divine grace play? Who was the last one, and why is there no record of them in the history of the continent?" The Pope responded, "The primary role of recipients of divine grace is to communicate with the Creator God in times of crisis, thereby enabling the Creator God to dispatch his divine offspring to assist the world. The ancient cataclysm, which transpired eons ago, remains somewhat elusive even to me. However, I am well aware of the identity of the divine benefactor during the last cataclysm. It is a closely guarded secret of the continent, and you must not disclose it to outsiders. That individual is none other than one of the 7 saints of the founding of Aaron, Saint Caesar, your ancestor." At this point, the Pope smiled enigmatically and whispered, "Indeed. It is your forebear, Saint Caesar." Julius was taken aback and inquired, "Wasn't my ancestor a messenger of the God of Light? How then did he become a divine benefactor of the Creator God?" The Pope replied, "Such truths have been concealed from the public. The Creator God prefers to keep his existence shrouded in mystery. Thus only those directly involved, along with high-ranking clergy from various races, are aware of these matters." Julius continued, "Did my ancestor communicate with the Creator God during that cataclysm? Did the deities descend upon our world at that time?" The Pope stated, "In the most perilous battle, Saint Caesar indeed communicated with the Creator God, who dispatched his third son to save humanity. There are intricacies you need not concern yourself with. Simply remember not to reveal the identity of your divine benefactor." Caesar eagerly asked, "Are we to keep this secret hidden indefinitely? If your speculation holds true, how shall we confront the impending crisis in 30 years without preparation? Even if the Creator God can send his offspring to rescue us, should the continent suffer grievously, would we not be deemed guilty?" "This seems utterly untenable." Julius spoke from the heart. If the secret were merely suppressed to avoid inciting panic, and the continent became lax in its preparations, the ensuing tragic losses and the deaths of millions would haunt him with regret for a lifetime. Though he had been hot-tempered and timid in his previous life, with a somewhat narrow-minded disposition and a tendency for petty revenge, he nevertheless retained a fundamentally kind nature. In this life, he still possessed a heart filled with compassion. Pope Peter looked upon this clever and astute young grandson with appreciation, recognizing that even at such a tender age, he could consider the greater good and the welfare of the entire continent. Perhaps this was the very reason the Creator God chose him as his earthly representative. With a gentle smile, Pope Peter said, "My child, I am heartened by your thoughts, for they demonstrate your benevolent spirit. However, there is no need for concern. The secrecy I speak of pertains to the common populace. As for preparations, I shall take charge. I will meet secretly with the leaders of the various divine sects next year. This matter cannot be concealed from them." Noticing Caesar hesitating to speak, the Pope added with a smile, "Perhaps you are unaware, the primary function of the temples of the various races is to lead a united front against the invading demons during the demon tide. If, as I suspect, there are indeed forthcoming upheavals, informing them would enable them to prepare accordingly. Our task is to build strength within the Aryan Empire." Julius fell silent upon hearing this. As their strength gradually returned, the two of them rose from the ground. The Pope chuckled wryly, saying, "Now do you understand why I insisted you show reverence to the deities? The might of the divine is unparalleled. Henceforth, you must be mindful of your words and actions." Caesar wholeheartedly agreed. Once standing upright, the old Pope casually glanced at Caesar, suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, my child, do you feel any difference now? The Creator God has bestowed his blessings upon you. Take a look at your countenance." Upon finishing, the Pope gestured with a wave of his hand, conjuring a sphere of water that floated in the air, rippling into a mirror that reflected their faces clearly. Caesar leaned in to scrutinize his appearance for any alterations. Indeed, there was one notable change. A single strand of hair, amidst his flowing golden locks, had transformed into a deep purple hue, adding an unusual elegance to his already striking visage. He further assessed his mental and physical condition. While his body felt intact, his spirit had experienced a breakthrough, as he could now enter the sea of consciousness, signifying he had crossed the threshold into the realm of mages and could officially wield magic. Other than this, nothing else seemed amiss, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He conveyed his situation to the Pope, who offered little concern, merely comforting him. "You are still young. Perhaps it will take time for you to discover the unique abilities the Creator God has granted you. Do not lose heart. The divine does not deceive his faithful." Though Julius harbored his doubts internally, he dared not voice them, nodding in acknowledgement, picking up the staff from the ground, which had now regained its subdued radiance. Caesar and Pope Peter exited the Hall of Light. Due to the solemnity and ritualistic nature of the blessing, there were no others present in the chamber aside from the two of them. The servants outside, having overheard the Pope's emergence, hurried to greet him. Observing that both the Pope and the young Duke Caesar were drenched in sweat, the perceptive attendants promptly draped thick, plush cloaks over them to prevent chills. They then escorted the elder and the younger to the bathing chambers. Pope Peter casually inquired of several attendant priests whether they had heard any unusual sounds, receiving negative responses, and thus refrained from further comment. The divine power of the Creator God, Isaac, seemed to have been directed solely at the two of them. As for the strand of purple hair on Julius, since those graced by divine favor often exhibited some unusual traits, no one was particularly astonished. After bathing, Caesar donned his noble attire, and Creel, who had been waiting outside for 2 days, entered to offer his greetings. After casually inquiring about affairs at home and finding nothing amiss, he decided to take his leave. Upon bidding farewell to Pope Peter, the elder granted him a significant honor, one that would be regarded as a great privilege by others. The full name of Pope Peter XIII is Saint Augustus Abraham Peter. The term saint is a title of respect for the Pope, while Peter is his surname. When he recognized Julius's father, Marcus, as his godson, he had bestowed upon Marcus his own name, Augustus. Thus, Julius's father's full name is Augustus Marcus Caesar. In the continent, it is a tremendous honor when a divine servant grants another the use of their name. The Pope conferred upon Julius the same privilege, allowing him to use the name Augustus. Julius found this somewhat tedious. Yet he graciously expressed his gratitude for his godfather's blessing amidst the envious gazes of the surrounding attendants and Creole. Henceforth, calling him godfather would indeed be fitting. After parting ways, Julius returned home. While Pope Peter had no such leisure, he needed to start contacting the divine servants and priests of various gods, aiming to convene with them next year to discuss in detail the sudden selection of a divine benefactor by the Creator God and to unify their perspectives. However, the elder was not overly worried, as there were still over 30 years until the next demon tide, ample time for people to prepare. Julius, too, did not dwell on it. He had yet to fully savor the joys of this world. There was no need for concern at present. He would address it in 3 or 4 decades. Upon returning home, Caesar's first order of business was to summon his 4 orc guards, as he intended to assign them some tasks. Since he would be managing the affairs of the Caesar territory from now on, he would begin by reclaiming military authority, regardless of the capabilities of those left by Marcus. If they were to feign loyalty while harboring ulterior motives, it would be prudent to eliminate such disobedient subordinates sooner rather than later. Brian and the others soon stood before Julius. They had enjoyed a comfortable few days, not only sleeping in warm beds and feasting daily, but also receiving several sets of fine clothing and custom-fitted armor and weapons. This sudden transition from slavery to freedom left the orcs feeling somewhat unaccustomed and bewildered. Naturally, the positive changes also made them grateful for having followed the right master. Once all were gathered, and after dismissing the remaining servants while instructing that no one was to enter without permission, Julius announced, "I have summoned you today to assign you several important tasks to be executed over the coming period." He began to solemnly outline their duties. Creole and the orcs listened intently. This was their inaugural mission as Caesar's trusted confidants, and it was imperative they performed well. Otherwise, even if Caesar did not voice his disappointment, they would feel ashamed and risk losing his trust. Julius stated, "First, I harbor deep dissatisfaction and distrust towards my current guard unit, as they have instilled no sense of security in me. While it may be manageable within the imperial capital, I am deeply concerned about my ability to exercise the authority of a duke once I return to my territory. If my personal guards are so lax, how can I expect loyalty from those stationed far away in Caesar's domain? Therefore, your task is to reclaim the military authority of the Caesar Guard and establish absolute control, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to me, with no defiance of my orders. Furthermore, we must eliminate any potential security threats that may linger in my vicinity, allowing me to focus on other matters." Chapter 28. The first step of reclamation upon hearing their master's words. Each individual exhibited varied reactions. Brian and the Wolfman brothers fell into deep contemplation, while Creole wore a look of concern as for the Minotaur. Barton, his mental capacity did not permit him to ponder such complex matters, so he simply stared blankly, content to follow along behind. One must admit, even the simple-minded possess their own methods of handling affairs. After a while, Brian was the first to speak up, saying, "Master, first and foremost, thank you for your trust. Since you hold such faith in us, we shall do our utmost to alleviate your concerns. However, what kind of identities will you grant us? Or in what manner will you allow us to engage with the soldiers of the guard?" Julius smiled and replied, "I have already devised identities for you. Observe your splendid guard uniforms. These are the attire befitting a captain. My plan is for 3 of you to venture to the Caesar Guard camp outside the city tomorrow. There are only 3 captains among the 3,000 men stationed there, with no deputies appointed. You shall inform Andre that it is I who have bestowed upon you the honor of serving me, thus granting you entry into my guard. As for your roles, whether you serve as primary or secondary captains, let Andre grapple with that dilemma. Your first step is to present yourselves with as much arrogance as possible before Andre and several commanders, deliberately provoking them to foster a sense of enmity. Regardless of the means, strive to secure the position of primary captain. You are all seasoned leaders, so I am certain you possess your own strategies for establishing authority. Once that is accomplished, you must win the hearts of the soldiers under your command. When everything is nearly in order and Andre has been marginalized, I shall create an excuse to tidy up the mess. Do not presume that Julius overestimates these orcs. In truth, They possess remarkable abilities. Not only are they high-ranking warriors, but Julius learned quite a bit about Brian, Shoes, and Caius during their previous conversations. Before his capture, Brian held the position of centurion and commanded a legion, a title that can indeed be likened to that of a general, and he achieved this before reaching the age of 20. He had once made quite a stir in the military of the Anocen Orc Empire. And even now, he is yet to reach 30. His accomplishments are entirely self-made, as his family is merely of modest noble standing, offering little assistance in his career. This clearly attests to his exceptional capabilities. As for Shoes and Caius, although they are known to be illegitimate children, their noble lineage afforded them a quality education, unlike the typical brutishness associated with common werewolves. They are renowned for their intelligence within the Orcish noble circles. When dispatched to serve in the border troops by their half-brother, both had already graduated with distinction from the Orc Empire's military academy and attained the rank of centurion, captured at the ages of 16 and 17. They had not yet reached adulthood, highlighting their extraordinary talents. Caesar values the three of them for these reasons. At this moment, the leopard man Brian interjected. "Master, may I inquire if we are permitted to use all means available? I mean, even methods that might harm others." Caesar replied succinctly, "As long as it does not result in death or permanent disability, you may act as you see fit. I grant you that authority." The werewolf Shoes let out a hearty laugh and said in a gruff voice, "Then there is no issue. In the military, nothing surpasses the might of a fist. As long as we inflict pain and instill fear in that group of wretches, they will have no choice but to submit." Caius, listening to his brother, added, "In the military, strength commands respect. If we can dominate the soldiers and uphold strict military discipline with clear rewards and punishments, winning their hearts will be easy." Although the youngest of the two, Caius exhibited a steadiness that surpassed his brothers. The leopard man nodded in agreement with their proposed strategy. Julius then waved his hands dismissively, stating, "I only require results. As for how you achieve them, I trust your judgment." The group fell silent. At that moment, the Minotaur Barton, looking somewhat bewildered, asked, "Master, what is to be my role?" Julius smiled and replied, "You shall remain by my side as my guard and, in your spare time, train the household guards. Or not allow them to grow complacent. You have the authority to command them." Barton nodded eagerly, delighted by the prospect, for he had often disturbed the household guards during his leisure. Insisting on engaging in contests of strength, given his towering physique, the soldiers typically avoided confrontation with him. Now, with the authority of Julius, he felt justified in his actions. Chris, however, voiced his concerns, saying, "Young master, do you not think this might be a hasty decision? Andre and the three captains have commanded the guard camp for years and have earned the soldiers' loyalty. Perhaps it would be wiser for Brian and the others to proceed with caution." Julius, however, firmly asserted, "There is no time to waste. I must fully seize control of my guard before returning to the territory next year. Otherwise, I may find myself powerless upon my return, here in the imperial capital. Even if they harbor grievances, they must keep them to themselves." Chris continued, "Young master, I have never been to the territory, so I am unaware of the situation there. However, Steward Dean has returned, so it may not be too dire." Although Chris had once entertained thoughts of usurping Dean, it was merely a benign rivalry among servants and would not undermine his respect for Dean's capabilities. Julius paused for a moment, then smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, "I trust Steward Dean, and I wish to extend that trust to his descendants. However, Darcy is not solely comprised of his direct lineage. There are numerous collateral branches entrenched in the region. I must remain vigilant at this point. I hardly know whom to trust completely." Chris, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "Young master, I am your loyal servant. Everything I possess has been granted by you and your father, Duke Marcus. You can trust me, though I may lack remarkable skills or martial prowess. My life is yours to command." Julius smiled kindly, though it only added to the charm of his youthful visage. He replied, "Very well, Chris, my good steward. I appreciate your loyalty. If I did not trust you, I would not have left you here." Chris respectfully stepped aside, and Julius then entrusted him with another task. "Chris, they have their duties, and yours is not light either. From today onward, you shall take full charge of the logistics for the 3,000 guards stationed outside the city, including the distribution of supplies and military pay. For years, my father has been uninvolved, and those managing the military provisions have grown too complacent. Conduct a discreet audit. Gather evidence of any corruption or collusion with the military commanders. Keep it to yourself. It may prove useful to me." Chris was overjoyed and immediately agreed, realizing that being granted such authority by his master was a positive development. and he was determined to excel. After some contemplation, Caesar further advised, when assuming control of the logistics, be cautious in your approach. Perhaps you should first acclimate yourself for a few days, familiarize yourself with the procedures, and then proceed. There is no need to act hastily and alert certain parasites. Chris nodded repeatedly in agreement. Once Julius felt he had delegated enough tasks, he prepared to send them away when the leopard man Brian suddenly inquired, "Master, who shall lead us to the guard camp outside the city tomorrow?" Julius casually replied, "Any one of the 2 squad leaders can take you with my orders." Brian, however, looked perplexed and said, "But neither of them can go." Julius was taken aback, unsure of the reason. Chris, standing behind him, quietly reminded, "Young master, you have forgotten about the 30 lashes." Julius then understood and instructed, "Then let the newly appointed squad leader, Dolu, take you." It seems he also received the 20 lashes. The young duke felt somewhat embarrassed. As a master, he had inadvertently punished all his subordinates, leaving him without anyone to assign. The military's punishment is notoriously severe. 20 lashes can incapacitate a robust man for a week. And both squad leaders and Delu were currently bedridden, gritting their teeth in pain. Reluctantly, Julius decided to have Chris escort Brian and the others to the guard camp the following day, after they departed. As they reached the door, Julius added, "Chris, please fetch a priest from the temple to treat the injuries of the 2 and Dulu. They are all bedridden now, and it would be rather inconvenient if no one is on hand to supervise." Faced with the master who had a sharp tongue but a kind heart, Chris smiled and acknowledged the request. The healing magic of the temple priest could restore the injured in an instant, which is why Caesar instructed Chris to summon one, if a mere apothecary were to treat them. Recovery would take several days, during which the injured would still endure suffering. As Brian opened the door and was about to exit, he nearly collided with a young girl named Mary. Chris's expression darkened as he scolded, "Damn it. Little girl, did not the master command that no one approach this place? What are you doing here?" Julius intervened, stopping Chris from continuing his reprimand, as the girl was already on the verge of tears. Looking at the distressed Mary, Julius smiled and said, "Enough, Chris. Go about your business. Mary may have something urgent to discuss. Do not berate her further. I have yet to say anything myself." Chris was about to interject when Mary piped up, "Yes. Young master, I have come to inform you of something urgent, and I did not even enter the room. It was that leopard man who nearly knocked me over." She then defiantly pointed at Chris. Chris, seeing this, could only chuckle helplessly. This little girl was certainly being spoiled. Fortunately, the leopard man came to her defense, saying, "Indeed, Chris, it was I who nearly collided with Miss Mary. I was just about to apologize. You, in your ignorance, scolded her, and that was your fault." Chris felt immensely frustrated. This orc was indeed ungrateful. He had helped him, yet was now being scolded in return, making him feel like an outsider. Julius laughed heartily and then asked Mary what matter had prompted her to seek him out. Mary hurriedly exclaimed, "Young master, Butler Dean has sent a multitude of items from the territory, and his grandson Parker Darcy has also arrived, accompanied by several wizards." The young girl chattered on, and Julius felt somewhat dazed, promptly interrupting her with a question, "Where are they?" Mary replied, "They are in the servant quarters of the outer courtyard, awaiting your summons." Caesar then smiled at Chris and the others, saying, "Come, let us go and see what delightful gifts Dean has sent." Chapter 29. Unintentional authority. Parker Darcy, at the tender age of 16, is Dean's legitimate grandson and the eldest son of Alan Darcy. The young man bears a striking resemblance to his grandfather. Not tall, with an exceedingly ordinary appearance that would easily render him forgettable in a crowd. Yet, much like the genial, yet cunning old Dean, Parker possesses a remarkably astute mind. Otherwise, he would not have caught his grandfather's eye and come to the imperial capital to serve the master, Caesar, thus securing his place as the designated heir. Upon seeing the individuals emerge from the inner courtyard of the Grand Duke's residence, Parker quickly approached them. Kneeling on one knee before Caesar, he respectfully declared, "I, Parker Darcy, eldest son of Alan Darcy and grandson of Dean, pay my respects to you, my lord." Parker's age ensured he could not mistake Caesar. Julius observed Parker, whose youthful visage mirrored that of the young Dean, and said, "Rise, Parker, you have traveled far. Did Dean select you?" Caesar referred to Dean's choice of a successor to take over his duties. Parker bowed, stating, "My lord, my grandfather Dean has sent me to serve the Caesar family, and I humbly seek your permission." Julius responded solemnly, "Then stay by my side. I hope you will not disappoint your grandfather Dean's expectations and continue the loyal legacy of the Darcy family." Parker repeatedly expressed his agreement. his heart finally at ease, for at least the master did not disdain him, a promising sign. Outside, the cold lingered. Chris invited Julius back to the inner courtyard sitting room, and Parker, along with the dozen or so companions who accompanied him, followed suit. Upon returning to the warmth of the room, Parker hastily introduced the group of individuals who had come with him. 14 people promptly stepped forward to pay their respects to the master. Among them were 10 high-ranking wizards clad in black robes, along with 4 elite warriors. This mere handful of individuals could rival the combat strength of 3 to 5 entire battalions, showcasing their formidable power. Out of respect for strength, or perhaps to win their favor, Julius greeted each warmly. Once the formalities were completed, Julius inquired with curiosity, "Parker, did Dean have any message for me? Why have these high-ranking wizards and warriors accompanied you?" Julius was puzzled as to why such elite forces had been dispatched to the imperial capital by Dean. If it were merely to escort Parker, it would indeed be excessive. Even some of the great nobles in the capital would not command such a display. Parker replied respectfully, "My lord, with the spring festival approaching in less than 10 days, my grandfather's primary purpose in sending me was to bring you the items necessary for the celebration, along with the customary tribute to His Majesty the Emperor, as well as various gifts required for the exchanges during the festive season. I have a detailed list here." He began to reach for the lengthy list containing numerous pages. Caesar gestured repeatedly for him to continue without showing it to him. Parker continued, "As for these wizards and warriors, they have been selected from the Caesar Mage Corps as your personal guards, responsible for your safety." Julius's suspicion grew, and he asked, "How did Dean know I required protection?" Parker lowered his voice, "Due to the recent unsavory incidents and the laxity of discipline among the guards. My grandfather Dean grew concerned for your safety, which is why he specifically dispatched elite personnel from the Caesar territory to fulfill this duty." Julius's expression darkened slightly, and he spoke in a low tone. "Does Dean know about the matters from a few days ago?" Parker, taken aback by his master's sudden change in demeanor, responded, "Yes, my lord. It is precisely for this reason that my grandfather—" "Enough!" Julius suddenly bellowed. Though not yet 9 years old, the abrupt fury of the young duke sent a chill through Parker and the others present, including the elite guards, as they beheld the youthful countenance of their master flush with indignation. One by one, they knelt, fearful to breathe loudly. The shock was particularly profound among the orc warriors, who had come to view Caesar as benevolent and charming during their days together. The sudden outburst shattered that perception completely. Though Julius's ire was not directed at them, the chilling authority he exuded compelled them to bow in instinctive submission, feeling a profound sense of dread. The elite wizards and warriors shared a similar sentiment. Their initial reserve and slight pride were swiftly cast aside. The realization struck them that this young master, despite his youth, wielded power as formidable as a mountain. Beyond reproach, the consensus among those kneeling was one of trepidation, acknowledging Caesar's remarkable talent. Julius paid no mind to the prostrate figures around him, his teeth clenched as he spoke coldly. "So, Dean dares to play spies beside me, thinking I am but a puppet. Truly, a loyal servant indeed. Ha!" Hearing Julius's icy words, Parker, disregarding his own fear, hastily defended, "My lord, please allow me to explain. The Darcy family has always remained loyal to you. My grandfather Dean did not send anyone to monitor you." Julius replied indifferently, "Reasons." Parker stammered, "It was His Eminence, the esteemed Pope, who conveyed the message to our cardinal at the Temple of Light in the Caesar territory using a magical array. The cardinal discreetly informed my grandfather Dean. Apart from my grandfather and a few of us, even my father Alan was completely unaware." Julius paused, a wave of relief washing over him, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having misjudged Dean. Facing the throng kneeling before him, he cleared his throat awkwardly and then said with newfound ease, "I see. Ah, it seems I have wronged Butler Dean. Parker, please convey my apologies to your grandfather Dean." This left Parker utterly astonished, and even the kneeling assembly found it hard to believe that their master would apologize to a servant, a most extraordinary occurrence. Julius paid no heed to the incredulous expressions, asserting, "A mistake is a mistake, and a right is a right. It is not my style to sulk in shame and refuse to acknowledge my errors. Now, rise. Do you not find the ground chilly?" Laughter erupted as everyone stood. Parker gained a profound understanding of his grandfather's words. Indeed, my grandfather was right. This young master is remarkable. Casting aside all ulterior motives and serving the master with unwavering loyalty is the true path for the Darcy family. At this moment, Julius shifted the topic, asking with a hint of confusion, "How long did your journey take?" The distance from Caesar to the imperial capital is nearly 10,000 miles. Even at haste, it should take at least 2 months. Parker responded, "My lord, due to my grandfather Dean's concerns for your safety, and with the spring festival only days away, time was of the essence. Thus, after selecting these guards, we utilized the magical array for transportation." After a light cough, Parker added, "Given the vast amount of goods we carried, we had to make 3 separate transmissions, which consumed a considerable amount of magic crystals." Julius waved his hand dismissively, intrigued. "Magic crystals are of little concern. What matters is where you arrived in the capital. Why have I not seen you around the city?" Having long been familiar with the renowned magical transportation, Julius saw this as an opportunity to learn more, considering perhaps to try it himself. Although he had traversed through a transmission array upon his arrival, it had only been his soul, and he had been unaware of the details due to his fading consciousness. Before Parker could answer, Chris interjected with a smile, "Young master, there are regulations in the capital. Magical transmission arrays cannot be constructed within the city. For if an enemy were to invade and seize control of the outer magical subarray while the main magical array within the city remained intact, it would leave the capital defenseless. Therefore, all magical arrays are established in outer towns located dozens to nearly 100 kilometers away from the capital. The remaining distance must be traversed on foot to enter the city." Julius nodded in realization, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "So, I must trek a considerable distance to try the magical array?" Glancing at the sky, noticing it was getting late, he abandoned the thought. Chris, ever perceptive, sensing his master's disappointment, suggested, "Young master, how about this? It is already late today, and tomorrow you plan to visit Master Dempsey at the Royal Academy, correct? I believe there is a pair of small magical arrays situated between the Academy and the Royal Mage Guard's tower. Since both are within the capital, and the Mage Guard's loyalty to the royal family is renowned, His Majesty has permitted the existence of these arrays. You could easily ask Master Dempsey to accompany you for a ride. It would also satisfy your curiosity." Julius, who had indeed intended to visit his grandfather the following day, was eager to explore the potential of magic now that he could communicate with the Sea of Consciousness and wield magic himself. Yet, for safety's sake, he would still do so under his grandfather's protection during his inaugural magical demonstration. Upon hearing Chris's suggestion, he readily agreed. Afterward, the group chatted for a while longer, during which Parker briefly mentioned the tributes he had brought along, as well as some gifts intended for others. As Caesar listened, he felt a mixture of sympathy and admiration. The reason for his sympathy was that both the tributes and the gifts were of considerable value. It pained him to think that he had yet to enjoy his own possessions before having to give them away. As for his admiration, Parker explained that due to the exorbitant costs associated with the Magic Circle's teleportation, coupled with the limited capacity for each trip, Dean had only managed to teleport 3 times, resulting in nearly 1,000 assorted gifts. If all of Dean's preparations were to be sent, it would require 10 transports or more, and even so, the worth of these gifts already exceeded 200,000 gold coins. This clearly illustrated the immense wealth of Caesar's territory. Could Julius, as the Lord, refrain from being astonished? Unable to suppress his curiosity, or perhaps his greed, young Julius eagerly instructed Parker to bring all the items indoors. Upon witnessing the mountain of exquisite treasures, Caesar felt that his eyes might have turned the same golden hue as his hair, radiantly golden. There were dozens of the purest magic crystals from various elements, each the size of his small fist, an array of colorful magical beast furs, and over a dozen large boxes filled with rare magical plants that would make any wizard envious. These items lay casually strewn across the floor, alongside numerous rare minerals meticulously categorized in delicate little bags, each labeled accordingly. These were merely the gifts designated for the noble wizards. More extravagant were the various splendid beast skin cloaks, outer robes, and finely crafted enchanted leather armors and jewelry, gifts for the noble ladies of the imperial capital. There were also nearly 100 exquisite magical weapons, swords, daggers, staffs, hammers, bows, and spears naturally prepared for the military nobility. Additionally, there were works from renowned scholars and artists hailing from Caesar's domain, intended for the aristocrats with a penchant for the arts. In summary, Dean had thoughtfully considered every type of recipient. Of course, Parker ultimately presented Julius with a small velvet pouch containing nearly 100 amethyst coins, meant as a reward for the servants, which utterly overwhelmed the inexperienced youth. He was quite literally astounded by the amount of wealth. Chapter 30. Advancing in Magic. I apologize to all my dear readers. Last night, I was unable to access the Authoress section, and I am uncertain whether it was an issue with my computer or the website. Consequently, I could not upload the new chapter. Now that I have finally gained access, I will make up for yesterday's absence. And there will also be a chapter tonight. Thank you all for your support. The following day, Julius rose early, eager to visit the Dumpless couple at the academy and to officially commence his studies in magic. His excitement rendered him unable to remain in bed any longer. After hastily finishing breakfast, he set out with Parker, 2 knights, and 5 senior wizards. Parker accompanied him because Chris had already departed with Brian and others for the Caesar garrison before dawn. And he would not be negligent in managing the army's logistics. With Dean sending his grandson over, Chris felt a sense of urgency that spurred him into action. As Parker's entourage consisted of elite members of Caesar's forces. Julius was finally able to travel light without the need to parade through the streets with an entire company of soldiers. The 14 elites were divided into 2 teams, each consisting of 5 wizards and 2 senior knights, taking turns to guard him. Due to their status, horses were provided for their outings, allowing them to reach the Royal Academy in just an hour. In less than 10 days, the annual Spring Festival would arrive. And the Academy had already dismissed its students. The Spring Festival is a holiday celebrated by all races across the continent. So aside from the domestic students, the international scholars at the Imperial Royal Academy also took advantage of magical teleportation to return home. Consequently, the once bustling academy was now eerily quiet, with only a few professors occasionally seen patrolling the premises and a handful of resident teachers remaining. Naturally, the young man nicknamed Lost Little Prince, Julius, had difficulty locating the Dumpless residence. Fortunately, he offered a gold coin to a gatekeeper for guidance, allowing him to reach his grandmother's home without incident. The previous night, Chris had sent word to the Dumpless couple, so upon hearing the sound of the carriage, Mrs. Rowland was already waiting outside. As Julius jumped down from the carriage and had yet to greet his grandmother, Mrs. Rowland enveloped him in a warm embrace, showering him with affection. Young Julius giggled as he entered the house alongside his grandmother. The Dumple servant promptly attended to Julius's entourage. One must commend the servant for his keen awareness. Although fewer in number, the guards were of high status, comprising senior wizards and knights, a significant upgrade from their previous visit. Upon entering the room, Julius greeted Master Dumpless, who was already seated on the sofa. Dumpless casually invited him to sit, while Mrs. Rowland kept her beloved grandson close, unwilling to let him go. Julius then explained his purpose for visiting, prompting Master Dumpless, who was sipping water, to nearly choke upon hearing his words. After a bout of coughing, the old master exclaimed, "You can enter the Sea of Consciousness now. Don't tease me." Julius replied with confusion, "Yes, I can enter. It's quite empty in there, aside from a faint, breeze-like 7-colored light swirling around a stationary light orb in the center. I can't perceive anything particularly unusual, which is why I came to see if I can cast magic." Upon hearing Julius's description, the Dumpless couple exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh. How unfair. This boy had only been studying magic for less than 2 months and was already capable of casting spells. If those who had spent decades with little progress were to witness this, they would surely be envious to the point of bleeding. Mrs. Rowland affectionately ruffled Caesar's little head, only then noticing the glimmering purple strand of hair on Julius. Curiously, she asked, "Julius, what is going on with your hair? Why has this strand changed color?" Julius cleverly omitted the part about the creator god and concocted a tale about seeking blessings from the god of light. The elder accepted this as divine favor and ceased her inquiries. For it was common knowledge that the heirs of the 7 saints of the empire could petition the god of light for blessings. Naturally, even if some felt envious, they could only swallow their jealousy. Who would dare complain to the god of light? One would need considerable audacity to do so. Once Dumpless regained his composure, he addressed Julius, saying, "Child, since you can access the Sea of Consciousness, you should also be able to cast magic. However, have you discerned your innate talent? Only through personal discovery can you master your elemental magic more fluidly. It also serves as a form of training for your consciousness." Julius's expression turned somber, although he had resolved to prioritize the affairs of his territory and regard magic as merely a hobby. He found it difficult to express this to the Dumpless couple, fearing the disappointment that might flash across their faces. After a moment of silence, Julius carefully articulated his intentions and reasoning, leaving nothing unsaid about the recent incident. The Dumpless couple's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing about Caesar's act of violence against the guard. Mrs. Rowland instinctively tightened her grip on his small hand, speechless with concern, while they were astonished by their grandson's ruthlessness. They also came to understand a vital truth: Julius Caesar's future lay not within the realm of magic, unless he, like his father Marcus, neglected his territorial responsibilities for the sake of magic. It was evident that Caesar had made his choice. And the Dumpless couple believed it to be the right one, that if he continued to disregard the governance of Caesar's territory, the future heirs might find themselves reduced to mere puppets. Dumpless thus acquiesced and, in an effort to lighten the mood, said with a smile, "Even if you lack the time to practice magic extensively in the future, it is still essential to learn the fundamentals. After all, a diverse skill set is invaluable. Moreover, it will enhance your personal safety. Now, come, let me teach you how to cast your first spell." Julius joyfully took his grandmother's hand and dashed outside, once positioned in the courtyard. Dumpless spoke earnestly. "Given that you haven't had much time to grasp your innate talent, I shall inform you now. Your elemental affinity is within the light category, the rarest and most prestigious of talents. This is also the innate talent shared by nearly all heirs of the 6 major territories and the royal family, a testament to the god of light's favor upon you. The most basic light magic is glow, which is widely used and considered the safest spell. You have already memorized the incantation. Now, give it a try." With that, he began to instruct Julius on the foundational techniques for manipulating the elemental forces surrounding them using the mental energy of the Sea of Consciousness. Since each individual Sea of Consciousness is unique, the application of these techniques varies accordingly. Each wizard is taught only the basic methods by their mentors during their studies, with more advanced applications left for them to explore independently. Ultimately, the categorization of a wizard's rank largely depends on their proficiency in utilizing mental energy, their dexterity in manipulating magical elements, and the speed at which they can summon these forces. After Julius had grasped the foundational method, he stifled his excitement, raised his hand, and softly chanted the briefest incantation. Simultaneously, he delved into his consciousness, skillfully manipulating his mental energy to gradually summon the elemental forces of light surrounding him into his palm. Finally, he exclaimed, "Appear, glow." In an almost instantaneous moment, a radiant sphere of light, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, illuminated his outstretched hand. Dumfries and Madame Roland clapped their hands in delight, amazed by the boy's incredible talent to succeed on his first attempt. Truly deserving of the title of genius, with newfound interest, Dumfries and the exhilarated Julius became utterly engrossed, disregarding the confines of conventional magic, eagerly exploring the 7 elemental schools. Whenever the old man taught a basic spell, Julius would promptly experiment, astonishingly succeeding each time that he mastered the most rudimentary spells, such as Water Sphere, Fireball, Wind Gust, Earth Spike, and Dark Mist, even managing to learn Sprouting, a spell typically reserved for the elusive wood element, which is often disregarded by humans. No elemental school was left untouched, and had it not been for Julius's mental fatigue, old Dumfries would have eagerly begun teaching him complex combinations of spells. Observing the perspiring Julius, Dumfries, with a hint of disappointment, finally shook his head, saying, "This is enough for today. You need not practice the other basic spells, as they pose no challenge for you. Besides, you have committed the incantations to memory. Take the time to further hone your mental strength. Once you elevate your prowess, you can learn advanced composite magic. As it stands, even among the higher echelons of low-level sorcerers, you surpass them." After the initial excitement, Dumfries found it increasingly difficult to cope with such an extraordinarily gifted student. It was disheartening. Julius too sensed he had reached his limit. His mental energy felt utterly drained, leaving him weak and fatigued. He returned to the house with Dumfries, who, unbeknownst to them, had already slipped into midday. The morning having passed unnoticed, Madame Roland had prepared lunch, as she always did when her grandson visited. Starved, Julius felt he could consume an entire cow, observing his voracious appetite. Madame Roland admonished him to eat slowly lest he choke. Caesar mumbled in acknowledgement, yet his speed remained unabated. Dumfries chuckled from the side. With the academy on break, Dumfries had no classes to attend. After lunch, he and Madame Roland settled into the warmth of the fireplace, engaging in light conversation. At this moment, the fatigue in Julius's body began to dissipate, and his overwhelming curiosity resurfaced. Thus, he requested Dumfries to allow him to experience the magic teleportation array, without a moment's hesitation. Dumfries agreed, as the Royal Academy's magic subarray was situated within the Grand Alchemical Laboratory where he taught and conducted experiments. After donning their outer garments, Dumfries led Julius toward the alchemical laboratory, while Roland called after them, "Come back once you've had your fill of novelty. I'll have some pearl rice porridge waiting for you." Julius nodded eagerly, not questioning what pearl rice was. After parting ways with Parker and others who wished to accompany them, Julius and Dumfries walked for nearly half an hour. weaving through countless flower beds and groves, until they finally arrived at the imposing structure of the alchemical division. Julius had little time for admiration and hurried ahead of Dumfries, leaving the old man feeling quite vexed. As the most senior instructor in this division and the sole alchemical master, Dumfries was granted unfettered access. Upon entering the grand hall, he casually inquired, "Julius, would you like to visit my alchemical chamber?" Julius shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "Let us save that for another time. Today, I wish to indulge in the teleportation array." The old master, having anticipated this response, ceased to press him further. After passing through exquisitely decorated railings and descending several flights of stairs, they arrived at the central platform of the hall, slightly sunken compared to the surrounding area. The ground was inscribed with a hexagram measuring several meters in diameter, its intricate grooves filled with shimmering metallic hues, and each vertex adorned with a magical crystal, forming a lavish and complex design. Just as Julius wished to take in the sight further, Dumfries called him to stand in the center of the hexagram. The old master then waved his right hand, revealing a dark ring on his ring finger. As if rippling through water, a transparent magical crystal materialized in his hand, which he then placed into the vacant slot at the center of the magic array. In an instant, the magical crystals at each node illuminated, each corner radiating a different hue: red, yellow, green, blue, black, and white, alongside a seemingly transparent light in the center, forming a dazzling orb of brilliance. Before Julius could retract his covetous gaze from Dumfries' ring, he suddenly felt the world spin around him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Chapter 31. The Consequences of Curiosity. The Royal Mage Corps stands as the most elite sorceress force of the Aran Empire and is also the largest assembly of mages across the Divine Grace continent. With over 50,000 mages of intermediate rank and nearly 8,000 of advanced rank, this formidable strength is the foundation upon which the Aran Empire asserts its dominance over the continent. It is noteworthy that in some smaller nations, even the total number of mages, including low-level ones, seldom reaches 3 figures. Such a powerful force is naturally entrusted to the direct oversight of the emperor. Therefore, the headquarters of the Royal Mage Corps is located alongside the Imperial Palace, an imposing tower nearly 100 meters high, adjacent to the palace walls, allowing the emperor to maintain control. Additionally, the Mage Corps is responsible for the palace's internal security, with specialized mage towers stationed at each corner of the palace city. Today, His Majesty Emperor Clintino VI was in high spirits, for in just 6 days, the spring festival would commence. The end-of-year reports from local officials had all been concluded, and overall, the year had passed relatively smoothly. Aside from minor droughts and floods, no significant events had disturbed the empire, and relief funds for those small disasters had been dispatched promptly, preventing any civil unrest. Thus, with newfound leisure, the emperor took his beloved Empress Josephine to inspect and commend the arduous work of the imperial mages over the past year at the headquarters of the Mage Corps. The grand structure known as the Tower of Heaven. The commander and senior officials of the Mage Corps were quite thrilled by the emperor's visit, leading the imperial couple into the tower's interior. As they passed through the central hall on the first floor of the Tower of Heaven, Josephine could not help but gaze curiously at a small teleportation array inscribed on the floor. Noting the empress's inquisitive expression, a nearby female mage smiled and explained, "Your Majesty, that is a small-scale teleportation array. Due to imperial law, this is the only teleportation array in the entire capital, with the corresponding sub-array also located within the city." The beautiful empress inquired further, "Where is the sub-array situated?" The female mage replied, "It is located in the building of the Royal Academy's alchemical division, facilitating our communication with the Academy." After a brief pause, she jested, "Our Empire's most esteemed alchemical master, Lord Dumfries, teaches there and conducts magical alchemical experiments, allowing our Mage Corps personnel to conveniently learn from him." Laughter erupted among the attendees, including the emperor. While the empress smiled warmly, they exchanged jovial banter. A mage standing by the teleportation array suddenly exclaimed, "Strange, someone is activating the teleportation array to come here. Isn't the Academy on break?" The others quickly turned their attention to the central hall, witnessing the magical crystals at the array's nodes illuminating one by one, followed by the magical patterns shimmering with vibrant colors. With a sudden burst of brilliant light, 2 figures appeared in the center of the array. One was the elderly Dumfries, while the other, oh, poor child, was Julius, sprawled on the ground, retching uncontrollably. As previously mentioned, traveling via teleportation arrays can induce a form of motion sickness known as array sickness. Not everyone adapts to such travel seamlessly. Some individuals emerge disoriented, nauseous, and exceedingly uncomfortable, though a brief rest usually restores them. However, Julius seemed to be suffering far worse than most. Upon seeing his grandson in such a wretched state, the old master was at a loss, hastily assisting him to his feet, but the boy lacked the strength to stand. The nearby Empress Josephine, touched by the sight of her newly acquainted little brother in distress, rushed to help Dumfries support him as they exited the teleportation array. As they moved, the old master lamented, "My heavens, how could I forget that the Caesar family has a hereditary tendency for array sickness? This poor child." Julius, in a daze, could hardly discern who was aiding him. Faintly hearing Dumfries's words, he weakly protested, "You knew I would get sick from the array. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Ugh, I feel awful. I'm going to tell Grandma on you." Ugh. Before he could finish, another wave of nausea hit him. Dampus immediately donned a furrowed brow, while Mrs. Rowling was well aware of the Caesar family's hereditary tendency towards dizziness. However, had she not forgotten to inform Julius about it? Yet, the elder gentleman dared not voice this complaint to his wife, for he had spent a lifetime under her thumb and lacked the audacity to challenge her. Resigned to his fate, the old master attempted to placate Julius. The young grandson, with a smile, saying, "Julius, perhaps it would be best if you refrain from mentioning this to your grandmother. If she finds out, she will surely scold me." He offered a litany of compliments. But Julius merely shook his head. Just as Dampus felt despair, Julius suddenly remarked, "Unless you grant me a favor to keep quiet." Dampus was taken aback, cursing inwardly, "You little fox, after all this, you're only after a benefit. What a waste of my breath." He then inquired about Caesar's terms. Upon hearing Julius's demands, Dampus leapt to his feet, nearly straining his aged back, and exclaimed, "What, you want my ring?" "Absolutely not. That is my lifeline. I can part with anything but my ring." He shook his head vigorously. Julius, seeing this, chose to ignore him and began to call out loudly, complaining of discomfort and insisting he seek his grandmother. This infuriated Dampus, who began to stomp his feet in frustration. The onlookers, including the emperor, who resembled wooden statues, stifled their laughter at the amusing antics of the grandfather and grandson duo. Finally, Queen Josephine could no longer bear it and intervened. "Dear brother Caesar, the space ring is exceedingly rare and precious. Do not trouble Master Dampus further. Why not request something else from him?" At this, Julius noticed that to his left stood none other than the empire's most beautiful woman, Queen Josephine, and he promptly cast aside any thoughts of compensation. Managing a smile, "Oh, sister queen, is that you? I thought I was heading to the Mage Tower. How did I end up in the palace?" Meanwhile, King Clentino VI felt utterly dejected as the two siblings engaged in jovial banter, rendering him, nearly at the same age as Dampus, quite miserable. What could he do? Would he have Julius call Josephine grandmother? The queen smiled charmingly, exuding grace. Were it not for Julius's ongoing dizziness, she might have found him utterly adorable. She remarked, "Indeed, dear brother Caesar, you are currently in the Tower of Babel. However, I am here today to accompany His Majesty in visiting the hard-working magicians of the empire." Upon hearing the queen's words, the surrounding mages bowed in gratitude. Spotting the emperor's presence, Julius quickly straightened up to pay his respects, only to be overcome by another wave of dizziness. Collapsing once more, Queen Josephine hurriedly caught him in her arms. Calling out in alarm that a potion master specializing in magical remedies rushed over to examine him, Dampus's face contorted as if twisted in a towel, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth from his wife. Who would have thought Julius's dizziness would prove so severe? Truly extraordinary. After a thorough examination, the potion master declared, "There is no significant harm. He has merely fainted and will recover with a few days' rest. However, it appears that His Highness has some aversion to magical arrays. This is not merely a case of dizziness. It would be prudent for him to avoid using mental energy to cast spells unless absolutely necessary." With the news of Julius's condition alleviated, Josephine sighed in relief. She held a deep affection for this little brother, a sentiment she had never felt even for her own sibling. Gazing at the sleeping Caesar, she turned to King Clentino VI and said, "Your Majesty, Caesar cannot endure any more jolting. My chamber is not far from here. Would it not be better to carry him there for a day's rest? Once he awakens, we can return him to the Caesar residence." The emperor had never refused any request from his beautiful queen, and given that a child of 8 or 9 years would not incite his jealousy, he readily acquiesced. After thanking the emperor, Josephine opted to carry Julius herself rather than summon a servant. As for King Clentino VI, he continued with his visitation duties, while Dampus, initially intending to return home for a scolding, was detained by his old friend, the emperor, who insisted it had been too long since they last shared a drink, and that they ought to indulge to their heart's content. The master, who was strictly monitored by his wife regarding his alcohol consumption, promptly retracted his previously taken step, who would leave when they could drink freely. Thus, the emperor's inspection team escorted the queen away before joining alchemist Dampus. Although the queen claimed her palace was nearby, it still took them half an hour to reach her private quarters. Upon entering her chamber with Julius, she was already glistening with perspiration and her arms ached from the effort. After instructing her maidens to prepare a bath, she gently placed Julius on the sofa in her small sitting area. Queen Josephine's personal maid, Annie, recognized the sleeping child as the lost Caesar and looked at her mistress with curiosity. Josephine casually explained the situation, and Annie smiled as she departed. A short while later, she returned with an intricately carved wooden basin filled with warm water and a towel, delicately wiping Julius's small face. Meanwhile, Josephine removed her outer cloak and the formal garments befitting a queen, while the other maidens hurried to assist her in shedding the extravagant ornaments. She then donned more casual attire, allowing her hair to cascade freely. As she intended to bathe soon, just then, a servant announced that the hot water was ready. Josephine instructed Annie, "Take Julius to the bathroom. We shall give him a good wash, and his clothes must be removed for cleaning." Annie inquired, "What shall we dress the young prince in after his bath?" Queen Josephine playfully replied, "Do I not possess a few small outfits? Let us dress him in one of those." Annie responded with a dazed "ah." The queen laughed, chiding, "What are you ing about? Julius has worn them before. Did he not look splendid in the pink cloak last time? This time, we will change the garments beneath as well." Faced with the whims of her playful mistress, Annie could only smile and agree. Thus, the mischievous queen and her maid carried the still-sleeping Caesar towards the royal bath. Chapter 32. The first flirtation. Though the queen's private bathing chamber was not overly large, it was extraordinarily opulent. The floor was laid with exquisite pale pink and costly red cloudstone tiles, while the walls were adorned with drapes of pale yellow and lavender, their tassels swaying gently. The lighting within was softened, with magical crystal lamps illuminating the corners, casting an enchanting and hazy glow upon the drapery. Apart from the central rectangular bathing pool, a redwood tub was installed on the northern side. Various bathing products, a dazzling array of which were specifically for the queen's use, were neatly arranged on the shelves. The grand bathing pool was currently in use, as the large redwood tub was filled with pleasantly warm water, releasing steam, and adorned with a layer of fragrant red flower petals, a customary preparation by the maidens for the queen. Upon entering the bathing chamber, Josephine and Annie dismissed all attendant maidens and requested a selection of the smallest garments. Once they were alone, the two mischievous young women began to remove Julius's clothing. The room was warm and inviting, and they had no fear of him catching a chill. Though Julius was still a mere child, both Josephine and Annie felt a touch of awkwardness. The nearly 16-year-old Annie's cheeks flushed crimson, while Josephine, not much older herself, felt a bit flustered as she faced the task of removing his trousers. Ultimately, the authoritative queen directed Annie to assist in undressing Caesar. The reluctant girl, inwardly protesting, could only bow her head and, after a struggle, managed to remove Julius's undergarments. The two of them sighed in relief, hastily averting their eyes from Caesar's modesty, and carefully placed him into the wooden tub fair. These two were indeed engaging in a form of self-deception. Pretending not to recognize the situation. Of course, the oblivious Julius remained blissfully unaware of his sudden exposure. After placing Julius in the tub, Josephine and Annie began to ladle water over him, scrubbing his body. As they beheld his fair, smooth skin resembling polished jade, Josephine felt a pang of envy. Truly, a sight to make any woman envious. His golden hair, straight and cascading to his shoulders, compelled the queen to pinch his adorable cheek, only to notice a peculiar strand of purple hair glistening amidst the golden locks. Puzzled as to why she had not seen this unusual hair before, she curiously reached out to tug at it for a closer inspection. However, the moment she did, it was as if she had stirred a hornet's nest. Julius's body jolted violently, and that singular hair emitted a brilliant flash of light, casting an eerie purple hue throughout the bathing chamber. Startled, both Queen Josephine and the bewildered Annie froze in their tracks. The queen, fearing she had caused a grave mishap, turned pale, completely oblivious to the large wet patch on her garments from the splashing water. Julius lamented his unfortunate fate, feeling utterly cursed. His debut performance with magical arrays in this foreign realm had resulted in such embarrassment. Was the colossal teleportation array he had traversed during his crossing of worlds of inferior quality, leaving him with lingering effects? Or had the lightning strike somehow scrambled his brain? Dazed, he could only recall preparing to bow to the emperor before fainting, with no memory of what followed. Suddenly, a resounding clang reverberated within his mind, akin to the toll of a great bell, gradually restoring his consciousness. Accompanying this awakening was a brilliant flash of purple light that illuminated his mental realm, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Yet, within the condensed sphere of mental energy, a delicate purple thread-like pattern inexplicably merged, continuously swirling and gradually expanding with each rotation. Julius stirred, and the sound of splashing water reached his ears, causing him to pause in bewilderment. Who was bathing him? Struggling to shake off the lingering numbness, he opened his eyes to behold two exquisite faces, particularly the one on the left, whose beauty was unparalleled. However, the lovely visage was marked by an expression of shock. Her mouth agape, but unable to utter a word. As clarity returned to Julius's features, he recognized the enchanting lady as his elder sister, Queen Josephine. With a smile, he greeted her. "Hello, dear sister." He attempted to rise, but as soon as he lifted a leg, he froze in place, then quickly dove back into the water like a mouse scurrying into its hole. Internally, he lamented, "Goodness, who stripped me bare? Did someone take advantage of me? My youth, my innocence, all lost just like that." Setting aside this young man's impure thoughts, Queen Josephine had remained in a daze since the purple light had appeared. She was uncertain whether her actions would have dire consequences for Caesar, and her heart was heavy with regret. It was only upon witnessing Julius's awakening, seemingly unaffected, that she finally relaxed. With a sigh of relief, the queen chuckled at Julius's flustered demeanor, teasing, "Little rascal, what are you so shy about? Your bare backside has been seen long before. Hiding is futile. Besides, what's embarrassing about your sister bathing you? You could at least express some gratitude for my efforts." Truly heartless. Upon realizing that it was the beautiful sister who had bathed him, Julius's expression of surprise and joy resembled that of a typical lecher, or rather, a budding one. The queen and the now revived and exchanged knowing glances, but soon noticed that the boy's demeanor had shifted. What had begun as exaggerated silliness was now genuine lust shining in his eyes. Queen Josephine, with a mock frown, gently poked Julius's forehead with her delicate finger, saying, "Little rascal, what wicked thoughts are brewing in those lustful eyes?" Julius remained silent, merely grinning at the queen. Josephine, perplexed, pondered whether her little brother was still dazed from his earlier state. At that moment, and gently tugged at the queen's sleeve, casting a peculiar glance at Julius. While pointing towards the queen's attire, Josephine casually glanced down, only to gasp and quickly cover her chest with both hands, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. It turned out that in her private quarters, the queen dressed quite casually, wearing a light gray, low-cut one-piece indoor gown that revealed a glimpse of her fair, voluptuous bosom. In her flustered state earlier, she had inadvertently soaked her front, causing the fabric to cling to her skin. To make matters worse, she had planned to bathe herself after tending to Julius, hence she had removed her undergarments, rendering her entirely unclad beneath her outer garment. Julius's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the damp fabric clinging to her curves, almost transparent, revealing the tantalizing blush of her skin beneath, overwhelming temptation momentarily overshadowing his youthful innocence. Unfortunately, before he could feast his eyes further, the queen hastily shielded herself and, in a mix of anger and embarrassment, pinched his ear sharply, scolding, "You little rascal, already learning such mischief at this tender age. How will you grow up? Watch how I discipline you." She proceeded to playfully tug at the poor boy's ear, her irritation evident. Amidst this, Julius was caught in a delightful agony, pleading for mercy. Eventually, it was Anne who, sensing the escalating playful chaos, stepped in to rescue Julius. With a smile, she said, "Your Majesty, the water is growing cold. We should let the young duke out to avoid catching a chill. Besides, we still need to dress our Julius." She winked knowingly at the last remark. Queen Josephine, understanding the hint, chuckled and relented, instructing and to fetch the clothing prepared for Caesar from the nearby clothing rack. Seemingly unfazed by Julius's lingering gaze, she crossed her arms, casting a watchful eye on him as he remained submerged. Julius, feeling quite guilty, averted his gaze, though his azure eyes could not resist stealing glances at the queen. Once Anne returned with the garments, she cheerfully urged, "Little Duke, come out. Are you planning to spend the night in there?" Julius awkwardly stammered, "Could you perhaps turn away for a moment?" Evidently, he had a sense of modesty after all. The queen scoffed, "Oh, what is there to be shy about? Haven't you seen everything during the undressing? Hurry up, or I might just pull you out by your ear." She gestured playfully with her immaculate hands. With no other choice, Julius turned his back, covering his vulnerable parts with his hands, and slowly emerged, and quickly wrapped him in a large, soft towel, which allowed him to relax slightly. After drying off, he took the clothing handed to him by the queen, only to pause in confusion, exclaiming, "Did I grab the wrong one? This is a woman's outfit." The pink garment was adorned with floral lace, unmistakably feminine. Josephine huffed lightly, languidly replying, "There are no men's clothes in my chambers. Wear it, or remain naked. Besides, your own clothes have long been washed." Confronted by this teasing sister, Julius weakly asked, "Is there anything in a more subdued color? This one is too flashy." The queen merely motioned towards it, and Julius resignedly sifted through the pile of clothes she held, ultimately concluding that this mischievous sister was repaying him in kind. The assortment of garments was even more extravagant than the initial pink dress. In the end, Julius emerged from the bathing area clad in a pink dress, trailing behind the queen while awkwardly lifting the hem to prevent tripping. After evading a few maids along the way, he finally settled onto the sofa in the queen's small reception room. Feeling somewhat unwell from the earlier ordeal, he inwardly cursed his tendency to feel dizzy, realizing he would need to avoid magical teleportation in the future. Noticing Julius's dazed expression, the queen inquired with concern, "Brother Caesar, are you still feeling unwell?" Julius shook his head, replying, "Just a bit fuzzy, like there's a bee buzzing in my head. It's rather bothersome, and my stomach feels off too." Upon hearing this, the queen tenderly stroked his head, suggesting, "Would you like to rest here for a while? If you're worried about the journey being bumpy, we can wait until tomorrow to return home, that I can have someone inform your household staff." Julius, feeling drowsy, agreed absent-mindedly. Drifting off again, the queen lovingly caressed his face before lifting him gently and carrying him towards her bedroom, and hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, should I prepare a new set of bedding?" Josephine paused momentarily before responding, "No need. Although he is young, his status is unique. He cannot sleep in the outer chamber's large bed. Let him rest in my inner chamber instead. My bedding will suffice." Though surprised, and nodded in agreement without further inquiry, secretly pondering how close the bond was between the young duke and the queen, as even the queen's own brother had never received such attention, let alone rest in her private quarters. Chapter 33. Caesar's significant discovery. Queen Josephine entered her expansive bedroom, cradling the slumbering Julius. The room was lavishly adorned, breathtakingly opulent, especially the grand bed crafted from fragrant cloud wood, which left one in awe. This rare species of tree, found solely in the Elven Empire's enchanted forests, grows just an inch every decade, characterized by its delicate grain reminiscent of clouds in the sky, exuding a subtle, elegant fragrance. Its presence alone rendered the room refreshingly serene. Due to its calming scent, it was favored by nobility for crafting beds and furniture. However, its overexploitation had led to its near extinction, and the Elven Empire had since prohibited its harvesting, making it extraordinarily precious. The queen's bed was a magnificent creation, likely requiring the wood from several thousand-year-old trees to construct. This was merely an observation of the material, when considering the intricate gold and silver carvings enveloping the exposed wood. The cost was beyond extravagant. The velvet quilt atop the bed was embroidered with golden threads and silver designs of blooming flowers, appearing more like a work of art than a mere covering. The room's decor predominantly featured masculine items, with several male garments and hats hanging on a nearby rack. The overall impression was one of grandeur, yet it lacked the gentle warmth and delicacy typically associated with femininity. Before the grand bed, Josephine paused with Julius in her arms, but she soon moved deeper into the room. Curiously, her chamber contained a narrow hallway, merely 3 to 4 meters long, leading to a door at its end. Upon entering, she closed the door behind her with a gentle click. The diminutive room exudes an air of simplicity, infused with a distinctly feminine touch, embodying the queen's long-standing preference for a palette of soft hues. The interior predominantly features shades of pink and warm yellow, complemented by a cloudwood bed that is notably smaller than the grand bed outside, adorned with charming linens embroidered with small animals. A nearby vanity is adorned with an array of adorable plush toys resembling small creatures, showcasing the queen's playful innocence. Josephine gently placed Julius on the bed, drawing the covers over him, and sat at the edge, her gaze tenderly fixed on her handsome, yet youthful little brother. Recalling the earlier scene in the bathroom, where she caught Julius stealing glances at her with a mischievous expression, a smile involuntarily crept across her lips. This little rascal, already so cheeky. I wonder how many young girls he will ensnare in the future, she playfully murmured, her hand instinctively brushing against Julius's tender, slightly chubby face. Suddenly, as if reminded of something, the young queen felt her cheeks flush. Glancing at the already closed door with a hint of unease, she leaned down and gently kissed Julius's small face, whispering shyly to herself, This little one has truly taken advantage of me today. He has even stolen my first kiss. Humph, you naughty boy. Despite her playful complaints about her godbrother, she failed to recognize that she had willingly offered herself to him. In truth, Julius was the one at a disadvantage. Yet, as is often the case, a beautiful woman possesses the privilege of distorting the truth, and thus we must affirm Queen Josephine's sentiment, agreeing that indeed, the nefarious Caesar had taken considerable advantage of her, after having her fun with the slumbering Julius. Josephine recalled her own need for a bath and decided to leave him be, tucking the covers around him before softly exiting the room. Meanwhile, Julius found himself wandering, or more accurately, drifting within the vast expanse of his own consciousness. After succumbing to slumber in the Queen's reception room, he was drawn into this realm where space was defined neither by dimensions nor by gravity, enveloped instead by thick, cloud-like mist. The consciousness of Caesar attempted to push through the seemingly thin fog, only to be met with a powerful force that rebounded him. A small orb of pearly light continued to hover in the center, its size having increased to that of his fist. Sitting cross-legged in midair, Julius gazed at the orb, pondering the nature of others' cultivation methods. He sensed a divergence within himself, for he had not employed any secret techniques of cultivation. Yet the orb persisted in drawing colorful strands of light from the surrounding fog, merging them within its core and transforming them into a radiant white luminescence, thus growing larger. I suppose that mist represents the various magical elements of the outside world, Caesar mused internally. The notion that he could enhance his consciousness without arduous training felt like a fortunate twist of fate, a concept only found in the fantastical novels of his past life. Now, blessed with this extraordinary boon, he found himself sincerely grateful to the divine, casting aside all resentment that had once lingered from his lightning strike. With the luxury of leisure, he began to orbit the light orb, initially at a slow pace, but as he accelerated, he soon discovered he could not halt his spinning. The world around him blurred into a streak of light, the speed unabated. The piercing pain coursing through his consciousness threatened to render him unconscious, but as a spiritual entity, even that function eluded him. Under the throes of agony, Julius lamented his predicament. What folly it was to engage in such aimless circling, only to entangle himself further. However, as the protagonist, he would not meet his demise. Finally, as the speed reached its zenith, he abruptly came to a halt, colliding violently with the trembling orb, producing a deafening bang. As the vibrant light subsided, it revealed a scene of Caesar, akin to a lifeless dog, floating amidst two orbs of light, one white, the other purple, swirling in tandem. The pain dissipated, and the spinning ceased, allowing Julius to rise and observe the transformation of this space. The once small area had expanded to more than double its original size, and now there were two orbs of light, one white and one purple. Julius, filled with bewilderment, reflected on the recent events, unable to grasp their significance. Could it be another stroke of fortune? But what of this purple orb? Is this the divine blessing bestowed upon me by the creator god Isaac? He pondered, questioning how to utilize it. It seemed he would need to visit the Hall of Light to consult with Grandpa Peter about the matter of divine beneficiaries. Lost in thought, he resolved to seek out Pope Peter for clarity. Smoothly exiting his mental realm, his transition seamless and without delay as he regained control of his body, he felt two soft, delicate objects press against his face, followed by a faint voice that he could barely discern. It seemed to whisper something about my first kiss being stolen. This revelation left Julius utterly stunned, to the point where he did not react when Josephine pinched his cheek, allowing the mischievous sister to tease him without resistance. It was only when Josephine exited to bathe that Julius snapped back to reality, his mind racing with questions about the unexpected turn of events. Why had the queen referred to it as her first kiss? Hadn't she been married to Emperor Clintino for 2 years? Could it be that, as these dark thoughts surfaced, he speculated with a degree of malice whether the emperor might have lost his potency, leaving only longing gazes for the empire's most beautiful woman? After entertaining various possibilities, he ultimately concluded that the first scenario held the most weight. Strangely, a sense of relief washed over Julius, as if the discomfort within him had significantly lessened, leading him to smile wryly. Indeed, this young man had developed feelings for the queen. Yet, even if the queen remained untouched, she was beyond his reach. Though his status was noble, it paled in comparison to the emperor's firm grasp on power. Was rebellion a consideration? Even if he were bold enough, his youth would render him unheard. The Aaron royal family held an unshakable position in the empire. Moreover, the age gap between him and Josephine was far too substantial. Frustrated by his thoughts, Julius, having exhausted all avenues, resigned himself to embrace the queen's pillow and succumb to sleep. After all, a small advantage was better than none. He slept soundly until dusk, with Josephine checking in once without disturbing him. It was only when hunger stirred him awake at dinner time that he rose. Groggy, stretching languidly, he stepped out of bed and opened the door, finding the small corridor illuminated by magical crystal lamps. As he made his way to the larger bedroom, he observed the decor and confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the emperor must have some hidden ailment, necessitating his separation from the queen. This room unmistakably belonged to the emperor. After all, an 80-year-old man had already enjoyed the pleasures of life for decades. With a smirk, Julius silently derided the situation before entering the small reception room, where Annie was setting the dinner table with delectable pastries and steaming rice porridge. His stomach grumbled audibly, prompting both the queen and Annie to look up in surprise, erupting into laughter. The queen teased, "Oh, little duke, you're up before anyone called for you. What, has the aroma tempted you?" Julius approached and sat beside the queen without answering, inhaling the delightful scents before exclaiming, "Sister, your cooking is simply divine. Tonight, I shall feast to my heart's content." The queen huffed playfully, then turned to Annie, saying, "Annie, I believe our Lord Julius is well enough. Perhaps we should notify his servants to take him home?" Annie replied with a mischievous cheer, making Julius's face fall. However, a sudden idea struck him, and he leaned against the queen, feigning weakness as he whimpered, "Oh no, my head is spinning again. I can't move. No one can make me." The queen, bemused by his antics, replied, "Enough of your drama. No one is chasing you away. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." With a swift movement, Julius sprang up and dashed to the small shelf by the door where Annie had already prepared the washing supplies. He quickly washed his hands and hurried to the dining table. The queen and Annie exchanged exasperated glances at the impish boy. After consuming the meager lunch he had earlier, Julius devoured his dinner with great enthusiasm, prompting Josephine to admonish him not to choke. Once he could eat no more, he set down his utensils. The queen, having eaten sparingly, spent most of the time watching Julius's antics. After he finished, she instructed Annie to clear the table. As the sovereign of a nation, Josephine seemed to shun grandiose displays and an entourage of attendants, exhibiting a natural aversion to the inner court. In her presence, there were no officials, only maids attending to her needs. Ultimately, her lifestyle was refreshingly simple, perhaps a reason why the emperor held her in such high regard, appointing this young girl as his queen. Noticing Julius's bulging belly, Josephine realized that allowing him to rest was not beneficial for his health. So she engaged him in casual conversation to give Caesar a moment to digest. Julius, reluctant to retire early, engaged in a lively conversation with the beautiful sister, exchanging words on various topics. His charming demeanor elicited continuous laughter from her. Chapter 34. A gentle night time, it seems, slips away unnoticed during moments of joy. Julius and the queen conversed for quite a while until the maid, Annie, could no longer contain herself and approached to announce that night had deepened, and it was time to rest. Their laughter came to a halt. Josephine glanced at the hourglass, realizing that the 6 segments representing the first half of the night had drained completely, and the second half was already losing a portion of its sand. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, is it so late? It feels as though hardly any time has passed." Annie, with a wry smile, replied, "Your Majesty, you and Duke Julius have been so engrossed in conversation that time slipped your minds. Had I not reminded you, I fear you would have continued your discourse with your brother Caesar until dawn." The queen, momentarily embarrassed, quickly redirected the conversation, asking, "Has His Majesty not come over?" Annie responded in a hushed tone, "Just a while ago. His Majesty's personal attendant informed me that he dined with Master Dempsey today and, having indulged a bit too much, is resting at the Mage's Tower and will not return." Upon hearing Annie's report, the queen felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she was puzzled as to why the news of the emperor's absence brought her such comfort. Was it perhaps that the presence of young Julius made her reluctant to encounter her much older husband at that moment? Josephine shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel such absurd thoughts. Sighing inwardly, she mused, "Perhaps it is the result of spending too long in the palace. To entertain such ridiculous notions is truly laughable." While the queen was lost in her thoughts, Julius, feeling somewhat drowsy, had not noticed his fatigue while chatting with the lovely lady, but now that the conversation had ceased, he felt a wave of weariness wash over him, yawning repeatedly. Annie, noticing Julius's sleepy demeanor, gently tugged at the queen's garment. Josephine snapped back to attention, casting a glance at Julius and smiling. All right, little one, you look utterly exhausted. Let us retire for the night. She took his small hand and led him toward the bedroom. Instructing Annie, who had intended to follow, Annie, you should rest as well. There is no need to accompany us. I will take care of Caesar. Annie hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist asking, where will your majesty sleep? Her implication was clear, since the queen would not allow Duke Caesar to sleep in her royal bed. Fearing it might create an unfavorable impression, it seemed she would instead occupy her smaller chamber. But did that mean the queen intended to share a bed with Julius? Annie knew the queen would never spend the night on that grand bed. A hint of embarrassment colored Josephine's cheeks, and she chuckled lightly. And if we do share a bed, what of it? He is but a small child. What harm could it possibly cause? Who would dare to gossip? The queen's casual words struck a chord with Annie, who, interpreting them differently, quickly interjected, Your Majesty, I would never speak of such things. Please trust me. Hearing the young maid's panicked plea, Josephine realized she had unintentionally caused a misunderstanding. She waved her hands in reassurance, laughing. All right. You are simply overthinking. I have yet to say anything. Do not fret, shall we? After offering a few comforting words to the loyal maid, Annie felt reassured. The queen's authority was not something a mere maid like her would dare to challenge. Having learned her lesson from this unintentional misunderstanding, she said nothing further, curtsied, and withdrew. Josephine then guided the seemingly half-asleep Julius back to the bedroom, passing the opulent grand bed without a moment's pause. Once inside her chamber, Josephine affectionately patted Julius's cheek, asking, Little Caesar, are you ready for bed? Would you like to change into your nightclothes? Julius, suddenly alert, realized he was in the queen's small chamber. Responding to her question, he replied, Of course, I do not wish to sleep in this oversized women's garment. What if I were to awaken and find myself transformed into a girl? It was clear that Julius harbored a deep-seated disdain for the attire he wore. The queen, amused by her little brother's childish response, chuckled and teased, Are you truly insisting on changing? But I must inform you, I have no nightclothes suitable for a man. Without thinking, Julius retorted, Then surely there must be something in a lighter color. If not, I would rather sleep in the nude. It seemed the lad had grown weary of the pink attire and its accompanying delicate fragrance, while he might enjoy the scent of garments worn by beautiful women, such as his sister the queen. Wearing this garment himself was decidedly uncomfortable. Josephine's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smirked. Is that what you wish for? Then you shall go without clothing. Julius, bold and unashamed, declared, Isn't it just sleeping without clothes? What's the big deal? Now, please step outside while I undress. He insisted, attempting to usher the beautiful queen away. It appeared he had completely missed the implications of the earlier conversation between the queen and Annie. With a dismissive huff, the queen replied, Do you think I enjoy watching? This is my bedroom. Where else would I sleep? So, she let her voice trail off deliberately, adding in a teasing tone, Hurry up and undress. I need to get to bed early. Otherwise, you shall sleep on the floor. With that, she began to remove her own clothing. Having bathed, the queen had already donned her nightgown, but she wore a slightly lighter blue robe over it, merely shedding the outer layer. Julius stared, dumbfounded, at the prospect of sharing a bed with the queen, feeling a mix of joy and confusion at the unfolding scenario. Stammering and unsure, he found himself at a loss for words. The queen, having completed her preparations, wore a light blue nightgown that revealed a hint of her fair skin, captivating in the dim light of the magical crystal lamp. She casually tossed her deep chestnut curls, her fingers twirling a lock before letting it fall back, and approached the mesmerized Julius, lowering herself slightly, her voice dripping with allure. Do you wish to sleep on the floor? In a daze, Julius shook his head vigorously. The queen, her lips curling into a sly smile, suddenly scooped him up and playfully tossed him onto the soft, springy bed. Watching her little brother flail in confusion, she laughed heartily before declaring, If you won't undress, then I shall help you. Before Julius could fully comprehend the situation, she lunged at him, tugging at the oversized pink garment that seemed far too large for him. Caught off guard by the queen's assertiveness, he could only think of one term, reverse push. Yet, the little rascal, unwilling to be outdone, leaped onto the queen in defiance, shouting, Oh sister, you bully me. I shall strip you of your clothing. The queen, however, was not one to be outdone. With a hearty laugh, she pushed him back down, and despite his best efforts to resist, Julius, being small and lacking strength, found himself at a disadvantage. They played and tussled for what felt like an eternity. until both were exhausted, lying on the bed, panting for breath. The scene was rather comical. The queen pinched Julius's cheek with one hand while the other smacked his bare backside. Julius, on the other hand, could only extend his legs awkwardly, wrapping his arms around the queen's slender waist. His left cheek was pressed into the queen's soft, ample bosom, a delightful yet bewildering experience. As they exchanged glances, both burst into laughter at their absurd positions. The queen released her grip on his face and gently patted his now slightly flushed cheek, whispering, "All right, little rascal, it is quite late. Shall we sleep?" Julius, feeling the weight of sleepiness upon him, nodded in agreement. They tidied the disheveled bed and lay down together, sharing a single pillow, their heads resting closely as they snuggled beneath the soft velvet coverlet. Julius nestled against the queen's chest, casually wrapping his arm around her. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and soon he drifted into a peaceful slumber. Josephine gazed tenderly at her little brother, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind his ear. Her hand caressed his youthful yet strikingly handsome face. And for a moment, she seemed entranced. If only she were not a queen. Josephine's heart ached with longing. Yet, she soon chuckled bitterly, pondering, if that were the case, I would have long been wed to another and would have never crossed paths with him. Is it a blessing or a curse? Such thoughts are truly tormenting. Lost in her musings, she realized that these were merely fanciful dreams, utterly unrealistic. Their statuses were too distinct, and the significant age gap between her and Julius formed an insurmountable chasm. Suddenly, she felt a surge of self-loathing, questioning whether she was being shameless. Though she still bore the form of a woman, she was indeed married, and her husband was a ruler of a nation. Yet, here she was, entertaining such thoughts. How utterly disgraceful. Josephine, overwhelmed by a sense of shame, struck herself forcefully, causing the quilt to flutter and stir a breeze. The slumbering Julius instinctively nestled closer to his elder sister. The queen, Josephine, quickly adjusted the blanket for him, cradling her little brother against her chest. Realizing that her feelings were unreciprocated, the queen ultimately relinquished her tedious thoughts and held on to Caesar without letting go. And thus the two drifted back into slumber. The small magical crystal lamp emitted a soft, gentle glow, enveloping the pair like a protective divine light, creating an atmosphere of warmth in their hazy dreams. Both siblings envisioned their future. Julius dreamt of himself grown up, participating in the coming-of-age ceremony led by Caesar, while his elder sister Josephine lovingly styled his hair, securing a red ribbon symbolizing adulthood. In his dream, he gazed tenderly at his beautiful sister and resolutely declared, "Sister, I have grown up, I love you, and I wish for you to be my wife." The queen responded with a radiant smile, beaming with happiness. Meanwhile, Josephine's dream mirrored this, with Julius as a young man, riding a sacred unicorn clad in splendid attire, approaching her with a youthful smile and gently asking, "Sister, will you marry me? I shall love you for all eternity, with the light of the divine as my witness." The beautiful sister also laughed joyfully, lost in bliss. Unbeknownst to anyone, tears of crystalline clarity trickled from the corners of Josephine's closed eyes, drop by drop, moistening the embroidered corner of her pillow. Chapter 35. The emergence of crisis. On the following morning, when Josephine awoke, she felt a bit stifled. She shook her head and attempted to rise. She suddenly sensed a weight resting upon her chest. Looking down, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her face flushing crimson. It turned out that the restless Julius had unknowingly rested his head on the queen's left breast, his left hand grasping tightly onto her ample right side. It was no wonder she felt stifled. With a gentle huff, Josephine scolded him lightly. "This mischievous boy has taken far too many liberties since last night. Several of my first times have been lost just like that." Carefully, she moved his flushed little head off her side and struggled to free his tight grip. Suddenly feeling a surge of heat and discomfort, she hastily got out of bed and left the room, leaving Julius still in deep slumber. Once Josephine finished her morning routine and donned her attire, she returned with Annie, holding Julius's freshly washed clothes, to wake him. The garments had been dried and neatly pressed by a dedicated servant after being washed the previous night. Josephine seized the dreaming Julius, regardless of his state of awareness, and pressed him against the silver basin to wash his face, seeking to vent her frustrations over the previous night's inconveniences, startled awake by the splash of water. The dazed Caesar had no choice but to submit to the unexpected ordeal. After washing up, and amidst the teasing gazes of the queen and Annie, a bashful Julius crawled under the covers to dress. Only then did the queen take him to breakfast. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it lunch, as the sun hung high in the sky. The palace was ultimately not a place where Julius, the hereditary duke, could linger for long, and thus Josephine could not retain him. She prepared the queen's carriage and instructed the captain of the palace guards, who had been waiting outside, to convey Julius back to Caesar's residence. Julius looked back at his elder sister with reluctance, several times on the verge of speaking but ultimately refraining, only to express with a complex expression as he boarded the splendid 8-horse carriage, "Sister, please take care of yourself. If the opportunity arises, I shall come to visit again." Josephine offered a faint, bittersweet smile, pondering the possibility of seeing Julius again during the spring festival celebrations. Yet, what of the future? The queen knew that as an imperial hereditary duke, Julius would not remain in the capital for long. He would eventually return to his own territory, where his roots lay. Then, it would not be a matter of a year or two. Perhaps he would not return until 10 years later. When he had come of age, 10 years, Josephine felt a pang of bitterness. Perhaps Julius would have long forgotten her. Even if he remembered, what would it matter? By then, she would be a queen in her 30s. While he would be a young, ambitious duke in his prime, the thought carried a profound sense of helplessness and regret. Noticing his sister's distant expression, Julius, disliking the oppressive atmosphere, suddenly leapt down from the already mounted carriage and approached Queen Josephine, tugging at her fair hand. Startled, she bent down in confusion, and Julius whispered in her ear, "Beautiful sister, let me tell you in secret. You sleep far too restlessly. You kicked off the covers several times last night. If I hadn't held onto the blanket and embraced you to sleep, you would have surely caught a cold, so please remember to wrap yourself tightly in the covers when you sleep." "All right," His laughter was playfully loud, and then Julius quickly hopped back onto the carriage, urging, "All right, let's go," leaving behind a queen whose expression shifted from surprise to a deepening blush, ultimately settling into a mock fierce scowl. Perhaps this parting scene made the separation more palatable for both. In any case, the queen was indeed distracted from her earlier gloom, turning back to her chambers with a hint of joy in her demeanor. Upon returning home, Julius generously rewarded the palace guards who had escorted him, graciously accepting their flattery and gratitude before entering the inner courtyard of his residence. Parker, who had already returned from the Royal Academy of Dempsey, hurried over to greet him. As they walked, Julius casually inquired, "Is Cleary back yet?" Parker replied, "Butler Cleary has been busy attending to the logistics of the army since he sent Captain Brian and the others to the military camp outside the city. He has been leaving early and returning late for the past 2 days, rarely staying at the estate. However, he instructed me to convey a message to you. Brian and the others are adapting well to military life and have successfully integrated. But Commander Andre's demeanor has not been very good lately, perhaps due to overwork. Please keep an eye on General Andre." Parker recounted this message without any particular expression, as he had just arrived and was still unaware of the subtle atmosphere within the estate. Upon hearing this, Julius understood that Cleary was updating him on the situation over the past 2 days. He was still somewhat cautious about Parker. He spoke somewhat ambiguously. However, it was quite simple for Julius to grasp the meaning. Brian and the others were progressing well, while Andre's discontent was evident, and Cleary was busy with his own logistics work, leaving him no time to personally report to his master. Nodding, Julius entered the house, dismissing all unrelated servants before sitting in the living room, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Parker. "Parker Darcy, since you were recommended to me by Dean, I place my trust in you out of loyalty to him. Tell me, can I trust you?" Parker recognized this as a critical moment. He needed to earn his master's trust, or he would have to return whence he came. He promptly knelt and replied reverently, "My lord, I swear by the loyal souls of the Darcy lineage that I am worthy of your trust. Otherwise, my wise grandfather Dean would not have chosen me among his many grandchildren to serve you. He only imparted one thing to me: loyalty, unwavering loyalty to Duke Caesar. This is our family creed and our belief. I have now taken on the honorable burden passed down by my grandfather, awaiting your recognition, my lord." Julius felt a measure of satisfaction, although Parker did not use grandiose or solemn words akin to a formal oath. A sense of sincerity resonated with him. Such a servant seemed quite promising, and given the Darcy family's heritage, Parker's rather unremarkable appearance might prove advantageous for discreetly outsmarting others. Thus, a smile broke upon his face, and he commanded, "Very well, my loyal servant Parker. From this day forth, you shall be my personal attendant, remaining by my side. I look forward to your performance." Parker was overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Yet, in his heart, he too felt a twinge of anxiety. With several brothers watching closely for any misstep, he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Thereafter, Julius assigned him his first task, gift-giving. With the spring festival approaching, it was customary to reciprocate gifts with the imperial nobles and officials who maintained amicable relations with the Caesar family. In recent days, Cleary had received numerous gifts from various families. And now it was Parker's responsibility to ensure proper return visits. The nearly 1,000 gifts sent by Dean needed distribution, and Julius himself could not remain idle. He intended to personally return visits to those of similar status or slightly higher. Thus, in the days leading up to the spring festival, Julius found himself incessantly busy, either visiting this duke's residence in the morning or that imperial minister's estate in the afternoon, exhausted to the point of feeling like a lifeless dog. Meanwhile, in his study, the fourth deputy minister of the Imperial Ministry of Commerce, Marquis Lister, was entertaining a mysterious visitor. Looking at the figure cloaked in a black robe, he felt an inexplicable sense of aversion but maintained a steady tone as he asked, "Have the materials been refined? Do not let me down again that I have invested enough in you. If you fail once more, I will consider replacing you." The figure, whose face was obscured by a mage's hood, chuckled harshly and rasped, "Replace. Replace. If you were to be absent from my side, do you truly believe you would find another demon sorcerer? Moreover, you have already invested a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Would you simply allow that to go to waste? Enough of this idle chatter. I have come to present you with the results." Upon finishing his words, the peculiar figure emerged a hand from the voluminous folds of his black robe. Its skeletal fingers resembling a desiccated chicken claw, grasping a small black vial. Lister, filled with fervent anticipation, reached out to take it, but the figure abruptly recoiled, ominously stating, "Have you prepared what I requested?" Lister retorted, "How can I be certain this is genuine?" The figure dismissed his concerns with disdain. "You may certainly call upon someone to test it. I can wait here." With that, he casually tossed the black vial towards Lister, who hastily caught it, disregarding etiquette as he rang for a servant. Shortly after, a subordinate entered, bowing respectfully. Lister commanded, "Where is that wretched slave who violated the house rules yesterday?" "Bring him to me." The servant replied, "My lord, that slave is currently bound in the servants' quarters of the backyard. I will fetch him at once." With that, he hurriedly exited. Before long, he returned, escorting a battered slave. Bruised and bloodied, into the study, Lister dismissed all other servants, leaving only the trembling slave. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, he turned to the cloaked figure and inquired, "What dosage is required?" The figure's voice was cold as he replied, "A single drop is sufficient for death. If the intent is merely to render him an imbecile, then reduce it to 1/10 of that amount. To ensure it goes unnoticed, divide that 1/10 into 6 doses." Upon hearing this, Lister uncorked the small black vial, dipped a quill feather into its contents, gauging the appropriate amount before letting it drip into the wine glass. After swirling the mixture, he indifferently instructed the slave, "Drink it." The slave, trembling with fear, fell to his knees, pleading, "My lord, please spare my life. I swear I shall never offend again. Have mercy." Lister scoffed, "Refuse to drink, and you shall die immediately. Consume it, and you might yet cling to a thread of life. The choice is yours." The slave's face turned an ashen hue, his body quaking uncontrollably. After a brief moment of hesitation, the terror of death overwhelmed him, and he lunged towards the wine glass. Gulping it down greedily, he then slumped to the ground, eyes closed, awaiting an uncertain fate, though the twitching corners of his mouth betrayed his utter despair. After approximately half an hour, Lister, growing impatient, addressed the cloaked figure, "How long will it take to take effect?" The figure chuckled mockingly, "It has already taken effect. Your silence speaks volumes. And I, too, have no inclination to elaborate." Lister's expression darkened momentarily but was quickly suppressed as he scrutinized the slave, who now wore an expression devoid of fear, replaced instead by a vacant, dazed look. Lister kicked the slave lightly, commanding, "Fool, stand up." The slave blinked vacantly at Lister, ignoring him entirely as he began to pick his nose. That a surge of joy filled Lister. The potion's efficacy was indeed remarkable. With a vigorous kick, he sent the slave staggering. The slave rolled on the ground for a moment before bursting into tears, wailing, "Why are you hitting me? I haven't done anything wrong. I must tell my mother." Boo-hoo! Witnessing the slave's regression into such childishness, Lister's lips finally curved into a smile, but he then asked, "After consumption, will it be undetectable?" The cloaked figure huffed dismissively. "Unless you disclose it yourself, not even a master alchemist would detect the slightest trace of the day's liquid. This is a substance deemed taboo across the continent. If not for the magical materials you possess that I require, and my remaining stock of soulflower, do you believe a mere 100,000 gold coins could procure such an item?" Lister remained silent, seemingly conceding to the figure's words. Nonchalantly, he removed a ring from his finger and tossed it over, stating, "The items are within. Inspect them at your leisure. The ring is part of the transaction. Once you leave this door, we are but strangers. I have never met you, and you do not know me." The figure, satisfied after inspecting the contents, smiled. "This is for the best. I shall take my leave." And with that, he made his way towards the exit, pausing to issue a cautionary reminder. "For the sake of the items, I advise you to use this substance with caution. Once administered to another, there is no remedy. Not even the Great Radiance technique of your Pope Peter XIII can restore an imbecile's mind." With a final, eerie laugh, he exited, conjuring a black mist with a wave of his hand, vanishing without a trace as the fog dissipated. Chapter 36. Conspiracy after summoning a servant to dispose of the now dim-witted slave. Lister reclined in his study, lying back in a comfortable chair, eyes closed in deep contemplation. The fluctuating expressions on his face revealed the turmoil within his mind. Those familiar with him would surely recognize that he was concocting some nefarious scheme. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Lister, irritable, barked, "What is it? Was it not made clear that I am not to be disturbed? Have you lost your hearing?" The voice from outside quivered. "Esteemed master, the steward Devitt, responsible for external trade affairs, has an urgent matter to report." Lister sprang to his feet, his voice low and serious. "Let him in." Before the servant could respond, a sharp voice called out, "My lord Marquis, your servant Devitt stands ready to heed your command. I apologize for disturbing your rest." Lister replied coolly, "Enter." With a creak, a stout middle-aged man of average height stepped inside, bowing to Lister. Lister inquired, "What is the matter?" Devitt, visibly anxious, whispered, "My lord, our trade convoy has been detained upon entering the Caesar domain from the Ceres Empire. We have lost contact with the convoy." Lister's expression shifted dramatically. "Why were they detained? Did we not secure the cooperation of the local officials? Which link in the chain failed, damn it?" Clearly, Lister was agitated, his noble demeanor slipping. Devitt hurriedly clarified, "My lord, it is not as you fear. I have uncovered the cause. The issue lies with the steward of Caesar." "The cunning old fox, Dean." Lister steadied himself, elaborate. He could not afford to remain composed. This convoy represented the largest smuggling operation of his family, accounting for nearly a quarter of their income. This last smuggling run before the year's end was valued at a staggering 500,000 gold coins. Unlike the 6 great hereditary dukes, Lister's family could not afford to disregard such a loss lightly. Furthermore, a third of the stake belonged to the crown prince, Algernon. To fail in this endeavor would mean alienating his powerful ally. Devitt continued urgently, "It is as follows. My lord, we had bribed all the border officials in Caesar, ensuring everything was foolproof. However, after Dean returned with the Caesar merchant convoy, he suddenly summoned all military leaders of the Caesar domain, claiming he wished to conduct a large-scale drill to observe any negligence in duty or military incompetence. He asserted it was to make a good impression for the new duke arriving next year. No one paid this news much heed. Subsequently, he gathered local officials for various admonitions, all concerning their own territories. But ultimately, he convened a secret meeting with the prominent and influential members of his Darcy family. The contents of this meeting remain undisclosed, as those involved have kept their lips tightly sealed. After these events, there was a sudden silence. The smuggling teams waited for 7 or 8 days, and some bolder small trading groups began to test the waters, successfully crossing over. Consequently, the larger convoys gradually resumed operations. Our convoy entered after a few similar groups had passed without issue, but just 2 days into the Caesar territory, they were intercepted by an unexpected military force. All larger trading groups that had yet to cross were likewise ensnared. Pausing to catch his breath, Devitt added, "In hindsight, this was all the old Fox Dean scheme, capturing 1/3 of the smuggling teams while allowing the majority to escape, ensuring we could not unite to pressure the Caesar domain. If we do not devise a countermeasure, those goods will be lost." He sighed heavily. The Empire and the 6 major territories had decreed that any captured smugglers would have all their goods confiscated and face severe penalties. With all involved parties punished without mercy, the Caesar domain could not act against individuals within the empire, so Lister was safe. However, the 500,000 gold coins seemed destined for ruin. Lister's face darkened, and he fell silent, brooding. Devitt, having finished his report, stood quietly, not daring to breathe. They remained in silence for a quarter of an hour until Lister slammed his palm onto the desk, causing the bottle of wine he had previously opened to shatter on the floor. With a chilling tone, he declared, "In that case, it appears my plans must be executed ahead of schedule." Upon hearing this, Devitt's face blanched, trembling as he protested. "My lord, are you truly considering such a course of action? That would involve the hereditary dukes of the empire. If exposed, our family would be finished." The dread emanated from his words. List declared with a fierce intensity, "We have no retreat left if we lose this shipment. My position as chieftain will be forfeit, and the crown prince, Algernon, will show me no mercy. That we have no choice but to take risks." After a pause, he grinned menacingly. "Let old grievances and new wrongs be settled together. Marcus met his end too soon. Let his son repay the debt." Such a petty mindset, he still stubbornly believed that Marcus had stolen his beloved Anna, who was none other than Caesar's mother. Devitt understood that his master had made up his mind, and as a loyal confidant, he had no choice but to accompany him in this perilous endeavor. He inquired, "My lord, if that is the case, have we secured the potion?" List, satisfied with his faithful subordinate, produced a small vial, saying, "Heaven aids us. That accursed sorcerer just delivered this. Now we must figure out how to administer it to that wretched Julius without being discovered, while also obtaining his seal, so that old Dean may release my caravan." Devitt fully embraced the role of a cunning strategist, and after much contemplation, he whispered his plan to his master. List nodded vigorously. And eventually, moved, he proclaimed, "Should this plan succeed, your identity shall be forever altered, but fret not. I shall take care of your family. I will adopt your son as my own, ensuring he acquires a noble title, allowing you to bring honor to your lineage." Devitt expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. That I, in truth, if we succeed, I may not suffer at all. I might even wield great power." The two shared a sinister laugh. Devitt then posed a crucial question. "My lord, if we have determined the course of action, should we not proceed to the outskirts of the city without delay? The sooner I alter my appearance, the sooner I can adapt." List nodded in agreement, rising to leave the study with Devitt. After instructing the servants to prepare the carriage, the two climbed aboard, instructing the driver to take them to their estate. Though the Marquis, who valued rank and decorum, was surprised that Devitt dared to share the carriage with him, he said nothing, and the driver, after a moment of astonishment, obeyed the master's command. The carriage sped away from the estate, swiftly disappearing from view. Before the residence of the empire's Minister of Commerce stood a grand carriage, opulent and exuding an air of authority. Two gatekeepers were engaged in hushed conversation, their focus entirely on the lavish vehicle. For servants such as themselves, it was likely that a lifetime of toil would not suffice to purchase even a single wheel. They gazed with fervent eyes at the gilded embellishments adorning the carriage's axle. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the two turned in unison, momentarily astonished. Emerging was none other than the young Julius Caesar, heir to the duke who had come to visit the Count of Adonis. Behind him, the Count's voice could be heard calling out. Julius lamented his misfortune. Having navigated numerous visits with the empire's nobility without incident, he felt it unnecessary to visit the Count, merely a baron. However, due to his remarkable abilities and status as a significant figure in the empire, he had whimsically decided to stop by after leaving the Chancellor's residence, treating it as a casual visit, especially after the Chancellor's banquet had left him quite stuffed. Of course, our young Julius, in his youthful ignorance, paid no heed to the Chancellor's bewildered expression or the fond gaze of the Chancellor's wife. Upon being ceremoniously welcomed into the Count's abode, Julius was pleasantly impressed by the seemingly affable and humorous middle-aged man. However, things took a peculiar turn. Initially, in the parlor, Count Adonis engaged him in light conversation about news from the capital. After a short while, a beautiful girl, not yet 10, entered to pay her respects to the Count. After she completed her greeting, Adonis warmly introduced her as his younger daughter, born of his first wife. Julius politely acknowledged the evidently shy girl, who returned the courtesy, leading to an awkward silence where neither knew what to say. Adonis, noticing the lack of conversation, eventually instructed the girl to leave. Shortly thereafter, another charming girl entered, repeating the previous ritual, and was similarly introduced as the count's daughter. Thus, the count's female offspring began to parade in and out, each exchanging pleasantries with Julius. He could not help but wonder why the count had not fathered a son. Finally, it dawned on Julius. This charade was a matchmaking endeavor, a rather blatant attempt to promote his daughters. Julius could not help but admire the count's foresight in such matters. Realizing this nobleman understood the value of long-term investments, which explained his rise from a modest noble to one of the most influential figures in the empire. However, Julius found the situation absurd and hastily excused himself. Staying longer might mean encountering the count's adult daughters, a prospect he found terrifying. Ignoring the count's pleas to stay, he hurriedly departed. Adonis thought to himself, having welcomed the Duke, I must ensure my daughters are properly introduced. Perhaps one might catch his eye, solidifying our family's standing. Thus, he hurried after Julius, resulting in a repeat of the earlier scene, ultimately, under the count's eager gaze. Julius promised to return at a later date, thereby escaping the overly enthusiastic minister and returning home in his carriage. On the way, Julius wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Count Adonis was truly formidable. He would need to take a detour in the future. Upon returning home, Julius was greeted warmly by the portly Cly, who approached with a broad smile to inquire after him. Julius, having undergone a change in perspective, no longer found the overly obsequious face repulsive. Rather, he had grown accustomed to this oily presence. Entering the inner chamber, he found the servants absent, but Mary lingered nearby. Cly scolded, You wretched girl, why haven't you left? I have matters to discuss with the young master. Julius chuckled at Cly's demeanor, recognizing that despite his harsh words, Cly was quite fond of his niece. However, his unpleasant disposition meant he had never uttered a kind word to her, and Mary had long since grown accustomed to it. As expected, the girl haughtily pouted, huffed, and exited, closing the door behind her without sparing her uncle a glance. Cly was left feeling disgruntled. Julius laughed heartily and asked, So, how have things progressed these past few days? What of Brian and the others? Cly promptly replied, Young master, I have nearly completed my tasks here. I have discreetly investigated the individuals managing the logistics of the guard unit. Pausing for a moment, he continued with an appreciative sigh, I must commend old Dean. The individuals he selected are honest and straightforward, local folk with no ulterior motives. Thus, there has been no embezzlement, merely some personal indiscretions involving drink and revelry, which are not grave issues. Upon hearing this, Julius nodded in acknowledgement of the loyal Dean's diligence. Cly continued, As for Brian and the others, things have gone even more smoothly. On the first day at the guard unit, Caius and Cyrus, the two werewolves, deliberately provoked trouble, taking down 2 of the 3 captains. Andre was poised to punish them, but due to the cunning of the werewolves, who acted first, Andre found himself unable to vent his frustration, and the matter was left unresolved. However, the orcs were not to be pacified. Shortly after the werewolves bested the captains, Brian openly challenged Andre during a collective training session, with all eyes upon them. Andre had no choice but to accept, resulting in a duel between the two. Both were high-ranking warriors, and their skills were closely matched, leading to a stalemate. Andre managed to save face, yet the soldiers began to accept the orcs, recognizing them as formidable opponents, and many have gravitated toward them. The debate over whether the 3 should hold official or auxiliary positions has stirred considerable discussion within the ranks, but Andre has yet to reach a conclusion. Julius smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Brian and his crew have not disappointed. The more chaos in the guard unit, the easier it will be for me to clean up the mess later. Cly, I shall remember your recommendations. Knowing that his master was pleased with the orcs he had suggested, Cly was overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly insisting he could not claim credit. His joy was evident. Suddenly, Julius slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, Oh dear, how forgetful of me. I recall promising you 100 gold coins to visit the slums and check on those kind souls who once assisted you. Having completely forgotten. He lamented, You didn't even remind me. After a moment's contemplation, Julius continued, In that case, go to the treasury and withdraw 100 gold coins, then head to the storeroom to procure several sacks of wheat flour. Also, bring along some cured meats and such, and deliver them to your neighbors, telling them it's a gesture for them to celebrate the spring festival in good spirits. Although the residents of the slums in the imperial city managed to meet their basic needs, their circumstances were far from affluent. Their daily sustenance primarily consisted of black bread, coarse wheat porridge, and shockingly poor quality salted meat. Occasionally, they might indulge in a bit of white bread and a cup of inferior ale. which they considered a treat. A few sacks of wheat flour were an unimaginable luxury for them, as such provisions were typically reserved for nobles and wealthy merchants, let alone the meticulously cured meats from the Caesar estate. Clear found himself choked with emotion at his young master's generosity, unable to utter a word. Julius playfully scolded, "Come now, you're over 40 years old and still so prone to tears. I'm less of a softy than you. Since the afternoon is free of engagements, you should go. Spring festival is just 3 days away. You have much to do." Clear hurriedly wiped his eyes in gratitude and exited with excitement. Julius, as was his custom, engaged in light conversation with the serving maid, Mary, eliciting peals of laughter from the young girl. It appeared that he possessed an innate enthusiasm for the company of beautiful women, perhaps indicating the emergence of yet another lecher. After a while, Julius began to feel drowsy and decided to take a nap. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Lister estate, a corpulent figure lay atop a black stone platform. Beside him, an oddly dressed old man was kneading the face of the reclining individual, intermittently revealing a faint, nebulous glow from his hands while reciting obscure incantations. Occasionally, he would apply various potions from a nearby tray onto the fat man's visage. The rotund figure twitched and convulsed, as if enduring excruciating torment. Not far away, Lister sat tensely in a chair, his hands clenched. After a moment, the old man ceased his chanting and stopped manipulating the fat man's face. He then poured a prepared bottle of purple liquid over the grotesque countenance, which emitted a hissing sound. The fat man could no longer contain his cries of agony. Once the liquid had mostly seeped into his features and he fell silent. The old man gently peeled away the thick layer of black substance from the man's face, revealing a brand new visage. Lister had already approached, and upon seeing the transformed face, even though he had anticipated it, he gasped in astonishment. "It looks just like him." Observing Lister's shocked expression, the old man declared with pride, "And we're just getting started. Surprised already?" With that, he produced a bottle of black potion and administered it to the fat man. The latter choked and coughed violently, his face turning a deep crimson. Once he regained his breath, he turned over and angrily exclaimed, "You scoundrel, what did you just make me drink?" Just as he finished speaking, the old man's smug demeanor intensified, while Lister stood in delighted astonishment. The fat man, perplexed, stammered, "My lord, what?" Before he could finish, he too was struck dumb. Finally realizing the cause, his voice had completely altered. It was clear to everyone now who he had become. Indeed, it was David. In order to execute the secret plan devised with Lister, he had transformed himself entirely into another person, both in appearance and in voice. Lister, satisfied, remarked, "Thus, our plan is complete as long as you infiltrate the Caesar estate. Everything will be within our control." The old man beside them impatiently inquired, "Well then, I have fulfilled your request. If there are no objections, shall we settle the payment? I have endured considerable hardships to observe the original owner of this face almost getting discovered." The old man's complaints were merely a pretext to demand additional compensation. Lister exchanged glances with the now unrecognizable David, who grinned and said, "Rest assured, Master Caesar, my lord's generosity is renowned throughout the imperial city, and I guarantee you will be pleased, exceeding your expectations." Lister nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Caesar's face lit up with delight. "Excellent, excellent. Why not settle the payment now?" he suggested, pinching his fingers together as if counting coins. Lister quickly replied, "No rush, no rush. I have prepared a banquet especially for you, master. How about we discuss it after the meal?" The old man, unsuspecting, cheerfully followed Lister, leaving David to subtly reveal a sinister smile. He then rose from the stone platform and entered the inner chamber of the secret room, where a table covered with documents awaited him. David picked up a stack of meticulously detailed papers regarding the fat man and muttered to himself, Quite thorough information on the rotund fellow." After inviting Caesar to the dining hall, Lister warmly gestured for him to take a seat. Caesar's eyes sparkled at the sight of the lavish spread, and he couldn't suppress a gasp of delight. Lister smirked subtly. Just as the atmosphere between the host and guest became harmonious, an armed guard burst in, disregarding etiquette. Before Lister could reprimand him, the guard urgently exclaimed, "My lord, the target has moved. This is an excellent opportunity." He abruptly halted mid-sentence upon noticing the fearsome expression on his master's face. Recalling that there were outsiders present, Lister cleared his throat and, with an apologetic tone, addressed Caesar. "Esteemed Master Caesar, please enjoy your meal that I must attend to a minor matter in the estate. I shall return shortly. My sincerest apologies for the interruption." He then bowed slightly. Caesar repeatedly assured him it was no trouble. Allowing Lister to exit, the old man thought to himself, as long as the feast remains, your absence is of no concern, provided my payment is settled first. Lister led the guard to his side chamber and asked in a hushed voice, "What is the situation?" The guard quickly replied, "My lord. The target unexpectedly moved out this afternoon, and he even drove a cart to the western slums alone, with no one from the Caesar estate accompanying him." Lister's expression shifted as he inquired, "Have you determined his purpose?" The guard answered, "I uncovered that the young duke rewarded him handsomely with gifts and gold coins. Instructing him to visit his former neighbors in the slums, that I followed him to the western district and saw a throng of commoners cheering for him. I left him there, and he is unlikely to return until late." After finishing, the guard's eyes gleamed with eagerness. "My lord, this is an ideal opportunity. Striking now would conceal most traces, and it is unlikely anyone would notice." Lister closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before suddenly opening them with resolve. "Very well. Go to the basement and find Devitt. Inform him that the plan is commencing, and be sure to emphasize the phrase aftercare work repeatedly, making it clear that I instructed you to say so." The guard bowed and accepted the command, while Lister waved him off. Once alone, Lister pulled out an inconspicuous grayish-brown vial from his sleeve. Inspecting its contents closely, he chuckled darkly to himself, "Master Caesar, let us test this lethal poison on you first." The guard arrived at the underground chamber and found Devitt engrossed in reading the documents. He relayed Lister's instructions and repeated the final phrase, "Aftercare work." Upon hearing this, Devitt paused in contemplation, then smiled at the guard, his expression tinged with pity and mockery. He quickly masked it and donned a hooded cloak to conceal his face before departing with the guard. Chapter 38. The conspiracy strikes in the evening. On a secluded street leading to the western district of the imperial city, 5 individuals lurked in the shadows, shivering in the cold wind. One robust man, trembling, complained, "Damn it, this weather is freezing. Why hasn't that guy arrived yet?" He stomped his feet in frustration. Another person, heavily cloaked, admonished him, "Keep your voice down. Do you want to draw attention? If this jeopardizes our master's plans, you'll have to answer for it." The burly man, seemingly intimidated, fell silent. The other 3 remained quiet, and the fat man, satisfied with the cautious demeanor of his companions, pulled out a small vial from his pocket. Offering it to the burly man with a gentle tone, "It's a bit chilly tonight. Why not drink this warming potion to help you feel better?" The burly man gratefully accepted, uncorked the vial, and took a hearty swig, exhaling contentedly as he passed it to the others. After each of them expressed their thanks and took a sip, the fat man pocketed the vial, though none noticed the cruel, sinister smile lurking beneath his lowered face. Suddenly, the individual at the front whispered, "I hear something. The target's cart is approaching." The fat man quickly instructed his companions to prepare for action. A cart drawn by 2 horses, laden with goods, ambled slowly from the distance. The driver, Kelly, wore a tipsy expression, occasionally letting out a loud belch. Today, he was in high spirits, having received not only 100 gold coins from his master, but also an ample supply of flour and cured meat. Just the thought of visiting his former neighbors, pulling that heavy cart filled with gifts, brought a smile to Kelly's face. The joy on those old folks' faces when they learned that everything in the cart was intended for them. TSK, Kelly smacked his lips. The opportunity to repay those who once helped him filled Kelly with pride, especially the genuine gratitude and envy reflected in the eyes of those simple folk upon seeing him. Such feelings greatly satisfied his vanity. All of this was the grace bestowed upon him by 2 generations of the Caesar family. Kelly had always been one to cherish gratitude, although he sometimes engaged in flattery. It was a necessity imposed by life as circumstances. Deep down, he remained a kind-hearted individual. Kelly recognized that the significant improvement in the young master's attitude towards him stemmed from this very act of kindness, reinforcing his belief that perhaps the adage, "good deeds beget good rewards," held some truth. Lost in thought, Kelly suddenly pulled the reins urgently, causing the horses to whinny a few times before coming to a halt. Lying motionless in the middle of the road was a man, seemingly unaware of his fate. Kelly mused, "Just as I was contemplating doing more good deeds, I stumble upon this. What a coincidence." Disembarking from the cart, he hurried over to the man, tapping his shoulder and calling out several times. When there was no response, he checked for breath. Thankfully, warmth lingered. With great effort, he lifted the man's body and dragged him toward the cart. Having indulged a bit too much under the influence of his neighbor's hospitality, Kelly was already sweating profusely by the time he reached the cart's axle. Gently, he laid the man on the ground beside the wheel and sat down to rest. Before he could catch his breath, he heard the man chuckle and say, "Heh, you're quite strong for a fat fellow. You managed to drag me quite a distance. That must have been exhausting." Kelly was taken aback, exclaiming, "How come you haven't passed out? What are you doing lying in the middle of the road? Aren't you afraid of being run over by a speeding cart?" The man grinned slyly. "I was waiting for you." Kelly, puzzled, replied, "But I don't know you. Why were you waiting for me?" Before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud sent him crashing into unconsciousness. A burly man emerged, impatiently saying, "Are you still playing around with this fatso? Hurry up and finish this. Dwight the steward is growing impatient." The man lying on the ground quickly got up, and together with the burly man, they shoved the unconscious Kelly into a large sack that had just been brought over. They carried him to a dark corner by the roadside. The masked figure, seeing their success, urged them, "All right, let us go. Take him out of the city to dispose of him. Remember to be thorough. It's best to bury him in a place far from the imperial capital. Then you all should lay low for a few months until things calm down, and here is your reward." The masked figure handed over a bulging pouch of coins to the men. The four of them expressed their gratitude eagerly, and the man who had lured Kelly took the pouch, stuffing it into his clothing. They hurriedly departed down a dim alley, carrying the large sack and bidding farewell to the masked figure. Once they were gone, the masked figure glanced around the street before leaping onto the driver's seat of the cart. He then ripped off the black mask, revealing a plump face that was astonishingly identical to Kelly's. This imposter Kelly cleared his throat, adopting the charming, sycophantic smile that Kelly was known for, and murmured to himself, "Master, Kelly has returned to pay his respects." After a self-satisfied grin at his own performance, he tightened the reins and urged the horses forward, the cart slowly rolling away. Julius's dinner menu for the evening consisted of a rich soup made from high-quality monster leg bones, exquisite small red sausages, a plate of expensive caviar from the Dace Empire, roasted veal, roasted goat, and a platter of wild boar marinated with various spices including mint, summer savory, and fennel. There was also chicken pudding. And finally, a selection of small breads smeared with fine butter, accompanied by a dish of honey fruit jam. In addition, as was customary, there was a bowl of rice porridge. Of course, this was just the main course. Dessert had yet to be served. Looking at the table laden with sumptuous dishes, Julius felt somewhat helpless. Goodness, how could these denizens of another world be so fixated on roasting, smoking, and pickling? Could they not stir-fry? Furthermore, it was all meat, and more meat. Even someone as fond of it as he would soon grow weary, with his appetite diminished. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say, overwhelmed by the excessive meat, Julius merely nibbled on a few pieces of bread and sipped a bowl of porridge, leaving the meat largely untouched. Casually, he ordered that the feast be given to the Minotaur, Barton, who was guarding the Duke's estate outside, before retreating to his chamber. Winter was far too cold, and the nights in this foreign land offered little in terms of entertainment. The warmth of his bed was far more inviting. Barton felt truly fortunate. Indeed, he believed his decision to run away from home was a stroke of genius. Had he not done so, how would he have found such a splendid master? Every day, he was well fed, and when not on watch at night, he could enjoy a drink. His master would occasionally reward him with exquisite delicacies, which brought him to the brink of tears from sheer happiness. Thus, Barton had resolved to spend the rest of his life in this place, enjoying his golden years. Another source of satisfaction for Barton was that all 300 guards in the estate had been placed under his command. Now, whenever he felt restless, he had fresh meat targets available. Such a thrill. Tonight, he had once again received a reward from his master, those precious delicacies, even with a stomach that felt like an endless abyss. He found himself a bit bloated. There he stood, outside the estate, pacing to aid digestion. A cart approached from afar. Barton squinted his bovine eyes, exclaiming, "Oh, it's the fatso Kelly returning." Regarding Kelly, Barton felt a sense of gratitude. For without the plump steward's counsel to his master, he and his companions, the leopard man and the werewolf, would not be enjoying such comfort. Hence, although the four beastmen often treated Kelly with a degree of irreverence, they held him in high esteem in their hearts. To clarify what holding in high esteem meant, it is known that the Caesar family was vast and influential, with all servants and local officials revolving around the master's household. Over time, this naturally led to the formation of smaller factions. The Dean family was undoubtedly the most powerful, followed by the various cities within the fiefdom, each forming its own little power center. Due to the previous Duke, Marcus, being lax in overseeing the territories, the military, which had always been directly governed by the generations of Caesars, had also unwittingly become an independent force. This was a source of great concern for Julius. Thus, when Julius expressed his desire to reclaim authority to the beastmen and Kelly, the group quickly banded together to fulfill their master's mission. They would inevitably come into conflict with the local powers of the Caesar fiefdom. And as outsiders, they could only hope to unite to overcome these obstacles and realize their master's intentions. The cart came to a gradual stop in front of the estate. Barton stepped forward, grinning widely. "Fatso, looking quite impressive today. How is it that your neighbors didn't manage to get you drunk this time? How odd." The Kelly figure's expression stiffened slightly before he feigned drunkenness, replying with a laugh. You big-headed bull, are cursing me. When have I ever been drunk? This fat belly didn't grow for nothing." He patted his large, round belly for emphasis. Barton was about to tease him further when Kelly impatiently interjected. "Enough of that. Bull, I need to go greet the master. We can chat later. It's freezing out here. Let me in." Kelly stamped his foot, revealing his discomfort with the cold. Even in winter, Barton wore only a thin outer coat. And as he ordered the side door open to let Kelly's cart inside, he dismissively remarked, "With all that blubber, you can't even withstand a little chill?" Kelly retorted, "I don't have as much fur as you." Barton felt utterly vexed. After instructing the servants to move the cart, Kelly straightened his clothes and walked through the grand garden to Julius's residence. Taking a deep breath, he gently rubbed his tense, stiff face before pushing the door open and entering. Julius lay comfortably on a soft bed, wrapped in a fur blanket, casually perusing some books on continental knowledge. Meanwhile, Mary was helplessly sorting through a thick stack of red books. She found her young master's whims quite troublesome. How could one read in such a haphazard manner? Flipping through pages before tossing the book aside, claiming to have finished, it was quite tedious to have to organize them one by one. Of course, Julius did not feel the need to explain his unique abilities to Mary. It seemed unnecessary. Who would expect the master to justify his actions to a servant? Kelly knocked softly on the door, his tone dripping with sycophancy. "Master, Kelly has returned to pay his respects." Julius felt a wave of discomfort. The phrasing reminded him of that servile tone from the past. Reminiscent of a certain dynasty, he lazily replied, "Come in." As Kelly entered, bending slightly, he was about to speak when Julius inquired, "How are your neighbors faring? If they're facing any difficulties, do let me know that I would be glad to lend a hand if I can." Kelly expressed his gratitude hastily, his eyes brimming with tears of appreciation. Julius, for reasons unbeknownst to him, found Kelly particularly irksome this evening, and thus, upon realizing that Kelly had no pressing matters, he dismissed him. Kelly bowed respectfully as he retreated, and before exiting, he offered a gentle smile to Mary, who had come to see him off, saying, "Mary, please take good care of the young master. I shall be returning now." Mary was taken aback, while Julius raised his head in surprise from his bed, chuckling. "What has gotten into Kelly today? He seems unusually kind towards Mary. Has the sun risen in the west?" The young girl nodded in agreement. Kelly felt a chill of cold sweat trickle down his back, and he quickly offered an awkward smile as he explained, "It is merely that, my lord, I am returning to my hometown today. My neighbors have expressed their fondness for Mary and urged me to bring her along whenever I have the chance. So upon seeing her, I couldn't help but say a few extra words. I hope I haven't offended you." Julius and Mary, without a hint of suspicion, accepted his words. Kelly hastily took his leave. Outside, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, finally breathing a sigh of relief, inwardly reflecting, "That was close. I nearly slipped up. Until the task is complete, I must keep my lips sealed." With that thought, he returned to his own home in the outer courtyard. There, a plump woman, the true Kelly, awaited him to manage. Chapter 39. Poisoning today marks the spring festival, heralding the end of winter and the imminent arrival of spring. This day, the transition of the year, is the most significant holiday in the Divine Grace continent, transcending all races and nations. The citizens of the capital city of Elsa have paused their labor, regardless of wealth or poverty, joyfully preparing for the festivities. Wealthy nobles and merchants have their servants handle all arrangements, while ordinary folk have laid out treats they usually cannot afford. Dainty pastries, soft white bread, and enticingly fragrant sausages, much to the delight of the eager children, who could hardly contain their anticipation. The spring festival occurs but once a year, and even the most impoverished individuals don new attire, simple yet fresh, radiating a spirit of joy that is palpable. Caius stood in the courtyard, his expression somewhat glum, perhaps even sorrowful. As he longed for home, he yearned for his earthly abode, his parents, his elder brother, and his recently 5-year-old niece. Alas, returning was a dream forever out of reach. The melancholy etched upon his face tugged at Mary's heart, for she believed the young master must be missing the late Duke and Duchess Marcus. Mary attempted to console him, but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, several guards, led by Barton, entered, carrying a wooden frame, followed by a few others who bore a robust goat. From a distance, Barton laughed heartily at Julius, declaring, "My lord, young Duke, everything is ready. Tonight, prepare to savor my culinary prowess." "Ha!" Julius's spirits lifted, and he playfully retorted, "Just don't let your bravado get the better of you. If you char the goat, I shall ensure you eat it all yourself. Bones included." Barton grinned widely, stroking his curved horns, and boasted, "By these horns of mine, I swear, I am renowned as a barbecue gourmet on the Brook Prairie." The young maidens gaze at me with adoration, wishing to take me home as a suitor. In the Minotaur tribe, it is customary for men to prepare meals while women partake. Thus, finding a husband skilled in the culinary arts is among the criteria for young maidens. If Barton's talents prove genuine, the likelihood of being whisked away as a coveted spouse is considerable, especially given his robust and handsome appearance, though Julius reserved judgment on the latter, as he failed to perceive any particular charm in Barton. He instructed Barton to set the grill in a cleared space in the courtyard, while the others began arranging various utensils. Indeed, this young man intended to celebrate his first spring festival in this foreign world with a barbecue. A lively affair that would not only lift his spirits but also dispel his homesickness, a dual benefit. Furthermore, he had already instructed Clee to notify Brian, Shoes, and Cows to return before nightfall to join in the festivities. For these initial confidants, he spared no effort in bestowing favors, knowing their potential for future utility. His instinct told him that these individuals were true talents, previously overlooked, and he sought to help them shine. Clee tread cautiously on his return to the capital city. Having been tasked by Julius to summon Brian and the others for the celebration, he felt a bead of sweat as he recalled the intelligence he had gathered, which, while thorough, conspicuously lacked information on the guard camp outside the city, a military stronghold where the soldiers were native Caesarians, making it exceedingly difficult to bribe informants. The Caesarians were notorious for their conservatism and unity. Clee feared that any slip would expose his deception, yet fortunately, the commander, Andre, seemed to harbor some disdain for Clee and did not appear. Instead, it was the leopard and wolf men who welcomed him. Now, the three of them had risen to the rank of captain, having bested their predecessors, who relinquished their positions, leaving Andre with a belly full of ire but no outlet. He now regretted his earlier actions. Realizing that he merely needed to apologize to his lord, his arrogance had blinded him to the fact that these soldiers were ultimately subjects of Caesar, loyal only to their lord. He was merely a commander leading them, and none would defy their master for his sake. There are no remedies for regret, and Andre's path was now limited, though he had yet to comprehend this truth. After delivering his message to the orcs without incident, Clee took his leave, and the jubilant Brian and the others remained blissfully unaware of Clee's peculiar demeanor. The scheme continued to unfold smoothly, now reaching a critical juncture. Tonight as night descended, the bustling inhabitants, whether noble lords or humble townsfolk, gathered joyfully in family units. They laid out an array of prepared delicacies, and the tables bore an abundance of wine, mead, and beverages. Children, having settled down, sat beside their elders, eyes wide, watching the sumptuous feast with eager anticipation. Julius had positioned himself early on a soft cushion prepared for him in the courtyard, observing the men and women around him busily preparing for the evening's meal. Finding the scene amusing, Barton had already cleaned and hung the plump goat on the grill, now roasting it slowly over a gentle flame, the skin turning a golden hue and releasing an enticing aroma that made the onlookers' noses twitch in delight. Eager to capture the savory essence, Brian and the two brothers busied themselves moving a large beer barrel, nearly half a person tall, while two of them lifted the heavy wooden barrel onto a high stool. The spout still sealed. This was the finest ale from Caesar's own territory, specially procured by Julius earlier from the Caesar Merchant Guild. They had also brought back several bottles of wine, aged over 50 years, as a gift for Julius. Though the merchants had not considered whether this young child would partake in alcohol, they were simply fulfilling their duty. Mary was directing the maidservants to arrange an assortment of treats and relatively extravagant fruits on the low table before Julius. While the meat dishes were kept to a minimum, knowing that the young master had recently developed an aversion to meat. As for Klee, he was overseeing the servants as they added wood to the burning bonfire in the center of the clearing. His demeanor calm and untroubled. At last, as everything neared completion, Barton announced that the goat was ready. At Julius's signal, Klee clapped his hands to quiet the crowd. Clearing his throat, he said, "Thanks to the grace of our Lord. This year the young master has decided to celebrate the spring festival with us all. So tonight, everyone may revel to their heart's content. There will be plenty of meat and drink. No man may leave sober. And ladies are free to indulge as they wish. That is all the orders from our master. Let the festivities commence." As soon as Klee finished speaking, the crowd erupted into joyous laughter, spontaneously saluting Julius in gratitude for his generosity. Traditionally, the master would deliver a speech, but Julius, disliking such formalities, chose to remain silent, allowing Klee to represent him. The Caesar estate, along with its guards and servants, numbered nearly 500 people, yet only a few dozen were present at the table with Julius. Primarily heads of the household and managers, as he had permitted them to bring their families to join in the celebration. Thus, most attendees were gathered in familial groups around low tables. Although the leopard's Brian and his companions enjoyed a bit more freedom. Despite Julius's command for everyone to indulge in merriment, the individuals present were not foolish enough to behave recklessly in front of their host. Thus, they initially exhibited a degree of restraint, aside from a few orcs and several head guards who were boisterously challenging one another to drinking contests. The remaining guests whispered timidly, hesitant to speak aloud. Julius, aware of their apprehensions, dismissed them with a loud call. "Burton, is your roasted goat ready? Don't just focus on drinking. Bring it over for your master to sample." The Minotaur, engrossed in a drinking bout with Cyrus, hastily set down his cup and scurried to the side, slicing off a prime piece of meat from the roasted goat to present to Julius. This elicited an eye roll from Julius, who thought, such rustic ignorance of decorum. The meat was indeed delectable, affirming Burton's culinary skill, yet Julius felt something was amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he realized it was the absence of chili. Although this otherworldly cuisine favored barbecued fare, it lacked the myriad of seasonings found on Earth. The flavor suffered greatly, particularly due to the lack of chili. The roasted meat was typically seasoned with a spice akin to pepper. Yet Julius found it rather unappealing. He longed for the fiery sensation of spiciness. Kelly, with a countenance fluctuating between dark and light, observed a child gnawing on roasted lamb, his hand tightly gripping a small pill. This was a specially crafted sugar pill infused with dementia liquid, which dissolved upon contact with water. A total of 6 pills had been made, containing precisely 1/10 of a drop of the liquid. If administered to Caesar, the young duke would gradually become more and more obtuse, ultimately devolving into an imbecile, beyond the reach of even the continent's most skilled alchemists. Resolute, Kelly rose from beside his plump wife, Bella, and approached Julius's table. Bella cast a forlorn glance at her husband, who had departed without so much as a word, her expression betraying her discomfort. Kelly arrived before Julius, lifting the now empty golden goblet from the table with his right hand, which still clutched the small pill, and ingratiatingly remarked, "Young master, tonight is the spring festival. Allow me to pour you a glass of wine. It is a rare 50-year-old vintage, a tribute from the Caesar Trading Company. Especially for you." Julius, engrossed in a soft, sweet roll, mumbled a vague agreement to Kelly's proposal, not giving it much thought. Kelly then took the opened bottle of wine from the table with his left hand, gently pouring the deep crimson nectar into the goblet held in his right hand. Stopping only when it was a third full, he set the bottle down and offered the goblet to Julius with both hands. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Kelly's left hand steadied the goblet, his concealed right hand discreetly flicked the tiny pill into the wine, which dissolved at a visible speed, vanishing without a trace. Julius accepted the goblet, first inhaling its aroma, then allowing a small sip to roll across his tongue. He closed his eyes in savoring contemplation. Kelly felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, his hands silently clenched in anxiety, his face taking on an especially ghastly hue in the firelight. Finally, Julius opened his eyes, exclaiming with delight, "This is indeed splendid. It is rare for Oren, the steward of the Caesar Trading Company, to show such thoughtfulness." Kelly quickly interjected, "Even so, young master, you should only indulge in this 1 cup. Too much would not be good for your health." Kelly was employing a strategy of retreating to advance. As expected, after Julius drank a third of the goblet. He smiled at Kelly and said, "Since it's a festival, let us have another cup." He extended the goblet back to Kelly. Kelly's heart soared with joy, though his face feigned reluctance as he refilled the goblet. He then placed the bottle down and excused himself to return to his own table. Thus, the plan had progressed significantly. As long as the remaining 5 pills were administered, everything would be conclusively settled. Chapter 40. Success. The bonfire celebration continued, and Julius appeared entirely unfazed, indulging in food and drink. Glancing at the many tables of still restrained guests, he suddenly called out in his youthful voice, "Once the spring festival is over, I will be 9. Let us raise a toast to my growing another year." The servants promptly stood with their goblets. Even the non-drinking family members were pulled to their feet by husbands and fathers, all offering their blessings to Caesar and downing their drinks. It was a great honor to drink from the host's cup. No one would dare refuse. Even those unfamiliar with drinking swallowed their wine with pinched noses. Julius laughed heartily and addressed the still-seated guests. "You all look so stiff. Allow me to rearrange things. Men sit together, women sit together, and children gather as well. Tonight, I pardon your breaches of etiquette. No husband is permitted to fuss over his wife or children. Let them enjoy themselves. Your only task is to get drunk." Upon hearing their master's words, the heads of households exchanged glances, then with resigned smiles nodded to their wives and children. A cheer erupted as children of all sizes grouped together joyfully. While the women shed their shyness, finding friends to converse with, the atmosphere transformed, banishing the prior stiffness. The men also loosened up. After a year of seldom celebrating, they decided to indulge in revelry tonight. They called out to friends and initiated drinking games. The orcs, in particular, were boisterous and raucous, thinking, "Now this feels like a festival from home." As time slipped away, Kelly, who had been observing Julius intently, finally perceived the desired effect. The young duke was indeed responding to the drug. However, in his concentrated state, he failed to notice Bella, sitting beside him with their 4-year-old son in her arms, casting a suspicious glance in his direction. Kelly, who typically doted on their precious son, had neglected him for 3 days. Was this truly Kelly? Julius felt a throbbing in his head, as if he were on the brink of slumber, struggling to stay awake. He repeatedly tapped his head with his hand. Now was not the time to sleep, if he left early. These individuals, who rarely found such joy, would surely disperse, and he did not want to see the disappointment on the faces of the merry children. Mary, noticing the young master tapping his head, rushed over to grasp his hand, chiding, "Oh dear, young master, why are you tapping your head? Are you finding yourself too clever? If your wisdom is indeed excessive, why not share some with me?" Julius, typically gentle with Mary, chuckled sleepily. "Wisdom cannot be divided. I'm merely a bit weary." "It's no trouble. Please pour me a glass of cool drink to refresh myself. The evening is only halfway through." Mary complied, pouring a glass of green liquid from a large, curved bottle and handing it to Julius. He took a sip, the icy coolness coursing through him, invigorating him somewhat. Although they were celebrating together, propriety dictated that no one would dare indulge alongside their master, so aside from Mary, Julius was alone at his table. After satisfying his appetite, he gazed at the cluster of children in the distance and instructed Mary to share all the assorted delicacies from his table with them. These treats were akin to unattainable luxuries for those children. And upon Mary's delivery, a chorus of delighted exclamations erupted, even surpassing the noise of the boisterous minotaur, Burton. The men cast displeased glances at their children, but recalling their master's edict, simply exchanged wry smiles and resumed their drinking. Ultimately, the spring festival concluded successfully by midnight. Although Caesar had commanded that no one return intoxicated, not a single soul was utterly inebriated. They merely enjoyed a mild tipsiness. For the following morning, they would present their New Year's gifts to their master. A most significant affair, with red envelopes to be received. Julius had already drifted into a slumber, and when Mary informed him that it was past midnight, he hastily instructed everyone to feel at ease. With Mary and the hastily arrived Kelly assisting him, he returned to his chamber, fully clothed, collapsing onto the bed into a deep sleep. Kelly wore a satisfied smile internally, yet outwardly, he discreetly cautioned Mary to attend to Julius well before taking his leave. Leaving the young girl perplexed by Kelly's peculiar demeanor, with the master gone, the servants naturally dispersed, each returning home contentedly, having shared an unforgettable spring festival with their master, perhaps a tale they would boast of for a lifetime. The following morning, Mary arrived early at Julius's bedside. After seeing him to sleep at 3 o'clock the previous night, She had risen at dawn. Observing the still slumbering young master, she gently called out to him. When there was no response, she shook Caesar's shoulder, prompting Julius to awaken, bleary-eyed. Julius felt that the heaviness in his head had not dissipated. Rather, it seemed to intensify. Everything he looked at appeared shrouded in a misty haze. And his reactions had become markedly sluggish. When Mary finished dressing and washing his face, he remained in a dazed stupor, as if lost in a trance. Mary complained, "Young master, I told you not to drink so much wine. Now you have a headache. Uncle Clee is truly something, pouring more wine for you. Please bear with it. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a hangover soup, and it will be ready shortly." Before she could finish her sentence, Clee entered from outside. Carrying a small food box, he approached Julius with a smile, saying, "Young master, the hangover soup is ready, and I happened to bring it over for you. Drink it while it's hot." The sluggish Julius accepted the bowl of soup from Mary and gulped it down in a few hurried sips, prompting Clee to smile even more brightly. Feeling somewhat invigorated, Julius asked Clee, "Are all the servants assembled?" Clee promptly affirmed. Julius then stood and declared, "Let us go outside," and walked ahead, though his steps were somewhat unsteady. Clee hurried to follow. Mary had intended to remind the young master that he hadn't had breakfast yet, but he had already walked too far, leaving her no choice but to abandon the thought. Outside in the courtyard, hundreds of individuals stood in orderly lines, grouped by their respective duties. Upon seeing their master emerge, they promptly ceased their quiet chatter and regarded Julius Caesar with what appeared to be reverent gazes. Today, Julius was to visit the palace to present New Year's gifts to the emperor and to attend the Grand New Year assembly. Thus, he did not deliver any lengthy speech. Rather, he acknowledged the achievements of the servants over the past year and encouraged them to continue their diligent service to the Caesar family in the coming year. He then instructed Clee to distribute red envelopes. Clee summoned 2 servants to bring over a small wooden box, which, upon opening, revealed a neat stack of gleaming gold coins. The eyes of the servants glistened with excitement. Clee further announced the master's grace, declaring that this year's New Year envelopes would be doubled. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Previously, each servant received 1 gold coin. Now, they would receive 2 for these ordinary servants, whose monthly income was merely 1 gold coin. This was akin to receiving an additional month's salary. How could they not rejoice? After the distribution of coins, the servants dispersed. The heads of the household received 10 times the ordinary servant's amount, totaling 20 gold coins, while the dozen or so high-ranking mages and warriors received 100 coins each. As for Clee, Parker, who had worked the night shift and missed the banquet, and the orcs, they were all granted 200 coins without exception. Parker and the orcs expressed their gratitude with exuberance, while Clee inwardly sighed, "The hereditary duke is indeed wealthy." Even the thousands of soldiers from the outpost and the hundreds of servants in the estate received over 10,000 gold coins in red envelopes alone. At the Lister estate, such a sum could provide 10 years' worth of envelopes for the servants. Once the household matters were settled, Julius instructed Clee to prepare a carriage. He wished to visit the palace to present gifts to the emperor. However, in his heart, he primarily longed to see his sister, Queen Josephine, whom he had missed dearly after several days apart. Clee hurried to the stables to instruct the servants to harness the horses and prepare the carriage. Parker intended to accompany the leopard men, Brian and others, to distribute red envelope gifts at the military camp outside the city. Originally, it was Clee's duty to go, but he reasoned that allowing Parker to familiarize himself with their military soldiers would be beneficial for future communications of the master's orders. Ultimately, Clee was reluctant to leave Julius's side even for a moment before administering the medicine, fearing that suspicion might arise, jeopardizing all his efforts. Once the carriage was brought out and Julius climbed in, the driver set off towards the palace, followed by 5 high-ranking mages and 2 elite warriors on horseback. Protecting their master was their solemn duty. Upon arriving at the palace, Julius, clutching his head, entered on his own, leaving all the attendants outside the inner palace gates. Guided by a chamberlain, he made his way to the queen's chamber. He should have gone to the emperor's main hall, but the fog in his head led him to follow his heart's desire. Instructing the chamberlain to take him to the queen instead, the guards outside the queen's chamber recognized the young duke, prompting them to send someone inside to report to the queen. The head guard soon approached to greet Julius with a beaming smile, offering New Year blessings. After dismissing the cheerful chamberlain with a small velvet pouch, Julius casually bestowed upon the head guard a larger pouch, which the guard gratefully accepted, secretly weighing it in his hands and discovering it contained over 20 gold coins, a truly generous gift. It was equal to several months of his salaried at that moment. The queen's personal maid, Annie, stepped out, greeting Julius with a smile. After inquiring about his well-being, she teasingly remarked, "Duke Caesar, why have you come here instead of visiting His Majesty in the main hall? Have you lost your way again?" Haha. Julius's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "I just wanted to see my sister the queen. Besides, it wouldn't be too late to visit the main hall after greeting her. And there's no real distinction between the queen and the emperor." Observing the young duke's feeble excuses, Annie smirked slightly, saying, "All right, Your Grace, you need not explain further. Please come in." Shortly, Her Majesty will be heading to the main hall to co-host the New Year Assembly with His Majesty. So you can accompany her. Julius patted his confused head, inwardly questioning his state of mind. Why was he feeling so fatigued and drowsy? However, upon hearing Annie's words, he set aside his doubts and followed the young girl inside. Chapter 41. A fatal flaw. The New Year Assembly of the Aryan Empire was held in the Grand Council Hall, with all the noble dignitaries and powerful officials in the capital in attendance. The spacious hall buzzed with energy as the elegantly dressed nobles engaged in hushed conversations about the new year, occasionally punctuated by low laughter, creating an atmosphere imbued with festive cheer. Lister, somewhat distracted, exchanged trivial banter with several colleagues while frequently glancing toward the main entrance, where Julius had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, Duke Sulla had already taken his place at the front, occasionally greeting officials and nobles who approached him. Warmly exchanging the customary New Year blessings, Sulla maintained his composure, welcoming each visitor without a hint of impatience, embodying the dignified demeanor of a hereditary duke, which elicited a mix of admiration and envy from some of the prominent nobles who gazed upon the 6 slightly lower-ranking seats reserved for the hereditary dukes. Longing to occupy one of those positions themselves someday, as other dukes had returned to their territories to celebrate the spring festival, only Sulla and Julius remained in the capital, leaving 4 seats unoccupied. The crown prince, Algernon, also cast his gaze upon those seats, feeling quite disgruntled. Despite his status as the crown prince, he had no seat to claim. Why should a few ministers be granted such honor? He had no right to question the arrangements made by his ancestors. Instead, he directed his resentment toward the dukes, particularly that young Caesar, who was merely 9 years old. When could he finally take his place upon that coveted throne? Nevertheless, pondering his father's vigor, Algernon felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He could only wait, but setting aside the thoughts of the various attendees, Emperor Clentino VI and Queen Josephine finally made their entrance. Eliciting a chorus of blessings and cheers from the crowd in the solemn hall, the emperor could afford to share laughter with his subjects, while the attendees were free to offer witty and elegant blessings. With those who could elicit the most laughter from the 2 sovereigns basking in the glory of their triumph, people gathered around the 2 sovereigns, and even the crown prince cast aside his grievances, warmly assisting the elderly emperor while greeting the officials with enthusiasm. At last, Lister spotted the young Duke Caesar, who had entered alongside the empress. The sight of Caesar's demeanor filled Lister with uncontainable joy, and he mused, "It seems D. White has found the opportunity to strike. Success is drawing ever closer." Observing the lethargic, swaying child of his enemy, Lister's gaze swept over the diverse assembly of nobles before settling on the 6 seats at the front. He snorted disdainfully, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he thought, "Though I may not occupy that position, in the near future, I will have the power to manipulate one of those seats. What difference does it make whether I sit there myself? Ha ha." The New Year Assembly was not a time for discussing state affairs. It was a day for the emperor and his subjects to revel together. After a day filled with jovial conversation among the bustling crowd, noon arrived, and the emperor graciously hosted a banquet for the nobles and ministers. At that moment, Julius could no longer endure his fatigue. He hastily apologized to Emperor Clentino, neglecting to bid farewell to Queen Josephine, and stumbled back to the estate, leaving her with a look of concern and confusion. As he exited the palace gates, Clee approached him. Julius said nothing, leaping into the carriage and collapsing onto the soft cushions, where he promptly lost consciousness. Clee smirked, then quickly concealed his expression, informing the approaching high-ranking guards, "The Duke drank a bit too much last night and stayed up late. He is merely fatigued. It is nothing serious. Let us return to the estate." The group ceased their chatter and proceeded to escort the carriage back to the residence of Duke Caesar. Upon their return, Kelly casually appeased the servants who expressed concern for their master, then placed Julius upon the bed, instructing Mary to attend to him diligently. ensuring that no one disturbed the young master's slumber before departing. Throughout this time, none considered seeking out an apothecary or a priest to attend to their lord, for they believed the young duke was merely fatigued. Divider. Bella was profoundly sorrowful, for her husband Kelly had undergone a drastic change in temperament since his solitary visit to their hometown to see old neighbors. He had grown distant from her, his wife, and indifferent towards their chubby son, as though each return home was merely a formality, accompanied by a few casual remarks before he hurriedly left again. Never spending a single night at home, perpetually citing the pressing matters of the estate as his excuse, Bella began to suspect that Kelly might be weary of her as his humble wife. Indeed, Kelly now held the esteemed position of deputy steward at Duke Caesar's estate, a man of considerable authority beneath the true master. Even lesser nobles, upon encountering Kelly, would greet him with smiles and flattering words. Thus, if he desired to replace his wife with a younger and more beautiful companion, it would be a task of little difficulty. Moreover, Kelly's family had once belonged to the nobility, only to fall from grace during his father's generation. Ultimately residing in a slum, that Kelly's childhood had been rather blissful. Otherwise, he would not possess such refined knowledge and understanding of noble etiquette. Bella, too, had grown up in the slums of the western city. And though she was plump, she was by no means unattractive. Rather, she was quite beautiful and well known in her neighborhood, pursued by many suitors. Why had she ultimately chosen Kelly, a man of rather ordinary appearance and abilities, who was also a decade her senior, as her husband? It was because Kelly possessed a kind heart. When Kelly's brother and sister-in-law succumbed to the overwhelming pressures of their sudden change in status and lifestyle, leaving behind a 3-year-old niece, many assumed that this once pampered man would sell the little girl for money, a common plight in impoverished communities, ensuring some financial gain while sparing the child from an early demise due to poverty. As for what would follow, well, it was left to fate. However, they were mistaken. Kelly did not resort to such an act. This once privileged man resolutely took on the responsibility of raising his niece. Each morning, after entrusting the child to a neighborly woman, he worked tirelessly to earn a living, never pausing even in the harshest winters. His resilient character not only allowed him to navigate the most challenging early years with the child, but also captivated Bella. Then a young girl, who had been quietly observing him. Eventually, she fell deeply in love with him, and, upon reaching adulthood at 18, married Kelly despite her family's objections. Now, 7 years had passed since they had shared both joy and hardship. Their son was 4 years old, and Bella was nurturing a 5-month-old life within her womb. Bella found it difficult to accept the reality that Kelly might have changed his affections, for his love for her had once been profound. As if he wished to cradle her in his hands with utmost care. Since the birth of their son, Kelly would return home each day, embracing the little boy as if he could not get enough of him. If it could be said that Kelly had grown weary of his plump wife, it was acceptable, but to reject his own flesh and blood, that was inconceivable, utterly impossible. Bella resolved that today, even on the first day of the new year, when others were still basking in the joy of the festivities, she would confront Kelly. Regardless of whether Kelly truly wished to rid himself of her, she would fight for justice for their son. As usual, Kelly returned home and, after attending to his master, proceeded to his own quarters, a privilege afforded to the deputy steward, which offered a pleasant environment. He found himself increasingly impatient with the presence of Kelly's plump wife. Yet this was a critical moment, and he could only endure. Once affairs with Caesar were settled, he would devise a way to dispose of this woman, as well as the young girl who lingered near Caesar. With these thoughts, he entered the courtyard. Bella did not greet him as she typically would, and the 2 coarse servant women Kelly had previously employed had been dismissed by her for the day. Thus, only the couple and their 4-year-old son remained in the yard, along with a 5-month-old fetus nestled in Bella's womb. Kelly pushed open the door to the bedroom, indifferent to Bella's lack of welcome, and nonchalantly stated, "I have returned," leaving it at that. Due to his unfamiliarity with this woman, Kelly spoke sparingly, fearful of revealing any slip-ups, unaware that his reticence was altering his very demeanor, faced with the man she loved. Bella found herself at a loss for words. She was frightened, terrified that if Kelly truly no longer desired her, she would lack the courage to leave. The answer was a resounding no. Thus, as words hovered on the tip of her tongue, Bella abruptly changed her approach, her mind racing. She smiled and inquired about a trivial matter. "Kelly, the other day you were too busy to discuss your visit home. Now that you have some time, could you tell me about our neighbors? Oh, by the way, has Aunt Carol's gout improved? Is she still taking the medicine we provided her?" The very subject of Bella's inquiries regarding the past was what Kelly dreaded most. For he could not possibly know. Therefore, he quickly replied with a smile, "Oh, Aunt Carol, she took our medicine and is feeling much better now. This winter, her flare-ups have been significantly reduced. She has been insisting that I convey her gratitude to you." Kelly fabricated a few more statements. Bella responded with a smile. "That's wonderful, wonderful." And, before she could finish, Kelly interjected hastily. "Oh, I forgot. My master has also tasked me with addressing the provisions for the guards stationed outside the city for the first month of the new year. I cannot chat any longer. I must leave now. You should rest well at home." With that, he stood and made his way out, deliberately avoiding the outstretched hands of his son, who had just awakened, causing the little one to whimper in distress. Watching Kelly rush out, leaving the door ajar, Bella could no longer contain her grief and broke into tears, cradling her smiling son as tears streamed down her face. After weeping for a while, she despondently comforted her son. Despairing in her thoughts, "So be it. If you no longer desire our son, then I shall take him and leave. You may enjoy your wealth and comfort. We will return to our hometown. And I will raise our child alone. The kind-hearted neighbors will not allow us to suffer. And once the child is born, I shall have Aunt Carol and the others take care of him while I work, ensuring they endure no hardship." With her resolve firm, Bella stood resolutely with her child in her arms, preparing to gather their belongings. However, after taking a single step, her body trembled violently, nearly causing her to drop the child. Sending the little boy into a fit of terrified wails, Bella seemed oblivious to her son's cries, frozen in place as a chilling realization struck her, an urgent and dire matter. Aunt Carol had passed away last October. A date alarmingly close to the tragedy that befell the Marcus couple. Hence, Kelly and Bella had not returned to attend the old woman's funeral. How could Kelly be unaware? And yet, he spun a web of deceit. Was he truly Kelly? Could it be? Chapter 42, A Hair's Breadth from Disaster, Part 1. Time rewinds to 3 days prior. It was the night Kelly was abducted. A group of servants from the Lister estate transported Kelly, bound and bagged, to a secluded location. As dawn broke and the city gates opened, they concealed Kelly within a dung cart and pushed it out of the city. The guards, having been bribed, posed no obstacle. Once outside the city, the group hurriedly drove the oxen along a slow route, covering only 70 to 80 miles by nightfall. One of the burly men among the servants voiced his complaints to the others. "We haven't eaten all day. We are far enough from the imperial capital now. Why not find a place to dispose of that fat pig? The weather is freezing." The other two nodded in agreement. The one who had initially feigned death to lure Kelly seemed to be the leader. Pondering for a moment before acquiescing to the group's request, he, too, was cold and preferred to resolve the trouble swiftly, dividing the loot amongst themselves before seeking their own pleasures. With a consensus reached, they drove the cart to a desolate and remote grove, where they carried Kelly inside. Upon extracting him from the sack, they found the once robust middle-aged man in a pitiful state, bloodied and battered from the blows dealt by the burly man. His face and body were marred with bruises from the jostling during transport, presenting a truly tragic visage. The burly man grinned wickedly at Kelly. "Fatty, if you have any last words, now is the time to speak. Otherwise, there will be no further opportunities. Next year on this day, you shall be commemorated." Kelly trembled in fear, for he was not ready to die. He had a wife and children to care for. He stammered, "Why are you capturing me, brothers? I have wronged none of you. If it's money you seek, I can offer you 100 gold coins. Please, let me go. My family needs me." The burly man remained silent, while the leader sighed. "You have not wronged us, but you must die. Only in your death can our master's secrets be preserved. We are merely following orders. Blame your ill fate." Having finished speaking, he disregarded the pleas of Kelly and ordered the burly man to take action. The muscular man drew a dagger and slowly approached Kelly. A cruel smile etched across his face, despite Kelly's confusion at the man's words. He could only helplessly shut his eyes, feeling an overwhelming guilt for being unable to care for his beloved wife and chubby son any longer. Just as the burly man was about to strike, a servant behind him interjected, "This fat man is the steward of Caesar. He must be quite wealthy. Search him. There might be some extra money on him. Do not strike yet, lest blood tarnish the coins and bring ill fortune." The burly man's eyes lit up with interest, and he sheathed his weapon, beginning to rummage through Kelly's pockets and waist. To their surprise, he indeed uncovered a heavy pouch of coins. The group rejoiced and hurriedly gathered around as the burly man emptied the contents onto the ground. Revealing a pile of silver coins, a dozen gold coins, and a rolled parchment made of sheepskin. The illiterate burly man handed it to the leader, who opened it, his eyes widening like saucers, and he exhaled sharply. The others, noticing his reaction, inquired, and the leader, panting heavily, explained, "This is a withdrawal order. Young Caesar has stamped it with the ducal seal. As long as this fat man signs his name, he can collect money from the Caesar Trading Company." The burly man foolishly asked, "How much is it?" The leader, suppressing his excitement, replied, 2,000 gold coins. A collective gasp escaped the group, stunned by the sum. They knew that for the four of them to kill for their master, the steward Dwight had only offered a mere 100 gold coins, and their yearly salary barely amounted to 7 or 8 gold coins. Even if divided among them, 2,000 gold coins would suffice to purchase a small estate in their hometown, allowing them to live a leisurely life as landowners. The leader whispered, "We cannot kill this fat man now. We must find a place to force him to sign, and then we can retrieve the money." The others eagerly nodded, for such wealth was indeed tempting enough to take risks. One individual suggested, "The estate of Lord Lister is not too far from here. I recall a cemetery 30 miles north of the estate, which is only 7 or 8 miles from here. It is certainly secluded, and with the spring festival approaching, the gravekeeper must have gone home, leaving the place deserted. Let us take him there." The others agreed, recalling the location and deeming it a suitable choice. So they hastily lifted Kelly onto the cart and rushed towards it. Upon arrival, they found the small wooden house empty. They quickly carried Kelly inside, concealing the cart in a hidden spot before beginning to coerce Kelly into signing. While in the woods, Kelly had overheard their conversation. Although the leader's last words were spoken in a low tone, Kelly understood their intentions. Thus, upon entering the cemetery's small house, he remained silent, tightly shutting his lips. He knew that if he refused to sign, he might survive a few more days. However, signing would mean certain death. The group employed threats and temptations for hours, yet Kelly remained resolute in his silence. Finally, the impatient burly man could no longer contain himself and began to torture him. Kelly endured the brutal beatings without yielding, leaving the others in a state of frustration. Fortunately, in this other world, there was no practice of thumbprints. Otherwise, they would have forcibly pressed his hand to the paper. After 2 days of torment, Kelly was on the brink of death, yet the group had still not succeeded. Eventually, the leader lost his patience, since they could not obtain the gold. They might as well complete their master's task. The burly man, filled with malice, gazed at Kelly, compelled to obey orders. In his view, Kelly was merely obstructing his path to wealth. It must be said that Kelly perhaps truly had divine protection. Just as the burly man was about to strike for the second time, a sudden knock echoed from the small wooden house. Halting his actions, the group was startled. Who could possibly be at the door at such a moment? The visitor seemed unconcerned with the master's orders, knocking a few times before entering unceremoniously. Upon observing the scene inside, he was momentarily taken aback. The leader, focusing intently, exclaimed, "Master Caesar, what brings you here? Whereunto you visiting at the estate?" The newcomer was none other than Caesar, the potion master who had cast a permanent transformation spell on Dwight. However, Caesar appeared disheveled, his face extremely pale, and his body covered in dirt. The gaunt old man, upon hearing the leader's words, instantly changed his expression, fiercely retorting, "Indeed, I was a guest at Lister S, but that shameless scoundrel plotted against me. This bastard even poisoned my drink to silence me. Truly a warm welcome. Alas, this fool should not have used my own poison against me. I possess resistance to it, and I have narrowly escaped with my life. I vow revenge for this betrayal." It turned out that when Lister had hosted Caesar, he had poisoned his wine, catching the old man completely off guard, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose and lose consciousness. Lister had then ordered the servants to carry him out of the estate and bury him in this cemetery. The weather was cold, and the servants hastily dug a shallow grave, leaving the task incomplete. Unbeknownst to Lister, Caesar had a peculiar habit of testing every poison he developed on himself in minute doses, which over time had granted him a remarkably high resistance. Thus, the poisoned drink did not kill him, and after 2 days in the grave, he gradually awoke, pushing away the loose earth that barely covered him, and entered the small wooden house. Upon learning that Caesar had been buried alive by the master, the leader's mind raced. Since the master wished to kill him, he must have known something he shouldn't have. Now that he has returned to life, if I deal with him now and report back to the master, I shall surely be richly rewarded. Taking advantage of his weakness is an opportunity not to be missed. With this thought, a fierce expression crossed his face. However, Caesar, a clever individual, was not oblivious to the leader's intentions. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, "What? Do you wish to kill me to curry favor with the master? Huh? Fool. Think for a moment. Lister is so intent on secrecy that he even wants me dead. Do you truly believe he would spare your lives? Look at your faces. You've all been poisoned, and it should be manifesting by now." The group was alarmed, glancing at one another and realizing their pallor. Indeed, their faces had turned ashen, and blood vessels in their eyes had darkened. With a clang, the burly man suddenly dropped his dagger, clutching his stomach as he collapsed, writhing in agony on the ground. The others, still dazed, soon began to feel excruciating pain, falling to the ground one by one, and in mere moments, they were spitting blood, their eyes wide open in death's grasp. Kelly, barely clinging to consciousness, was taken aback by the swift turn of events. Though the unfolding situation was overwhelming, he gleaned from their conversation that they were embroiled in a conspiracy linked to the Marquis Lister and the Caesar family. After Caesar and the others succumbed to the poison, he suddenly collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, muttering to himself, "That was close. If the poison had not taken effect in time, I would have lost the life I just regained." After resting for a moment and regaining some strength, he sat cross-legged and began to survey the room. Kelly, struggling against excruciating pain and the urge to faint, felt as though several of his ribs had broken. He knew that if he succumbed to unconsciousness now, he might never awaken again. With great effort, he lifted his head to look at the frail old man and pleaded, "Esteemed sir, please, can you save me? I am the steward of the hereditary Duke Caesar's household. And if you rescue me, I assure you I will reward you handsomely." Caesar, seemingly just noticing Kelly's presence, turned to him with a perplexed expression, asking, "Did you say you were the steward of the Caesar household?" Kelly nodded. Caesar fell silent, contemplating, "Isn't this the prototype that Lister wanted me to transform for his steward? How did he end up here?" He remained lost in thought for a while, just as Kelly was on the verge of losing consciousness. Caesar suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "I understand now. How audacious of Lister to dare act against the Caesar family. Does he not fear annihilation?" Upon hearing Caesar's words, Kelly, who was barely alive, felt a surge of energy. Urgently inquiring about the reason, concern for his master's safety drove him to act. Caesar appeared somewhat more agreeable and recounted his experiences and suspicions. Upon learning that someone had altered his appearance to infiltrate the Caesar family and that he had indeed been kidnapped, Kelly's anxiety made him forget his pain that if this were true, young Julius was in grave danger. Kelly implored Caesar to take him back to the imperial capital of Ayrshire as quickly as possible. Fueled by his hatred for Lister, Caesar readily agreed, thinking that if he did a favor for the Caesar family, it might yield unexpected rewards in the future. Yet he hesitated, adding, "However, I am somewhat unwelcome in the capital. If I am spotted, I might end up in the Imperial Security Office's prison." Undoubtedly, this old man's past was less than honorable. Kelly, in a state of desperate urgency, hastily responded, "Head towards the West City Gate. There, the commander, Sir Nick, is one of our Caesar kin and will not obstruct us. Furthermore, we can request his assistance. Behind the house, in the woods, there are 4 of their men hiding with the ox cart. Please, make haste and bring them out. Every moment of delay endangers my master." Caesar, quick on his feet, immediately sprang into action and darted out the door. Before long, he had returned, driving the ox cart. Straining to lift the incapacitated Kelly onto it, with a sigh of concern, Caesar cautioned, "Loyal steward Kelly, I must remind you, your injuries are far too grave. Should you endure this jarring journey, it may well cost you your life." Kelly, with unwavering resolve and not a trace of hesitation, replied, "If I can return swiftly to save the young master, then I shall accept death. It would be a fitting way to repay the kindness bestowed upon the Caesar family by 2 generations of masters. As for my family, the master will ensure they are well cared for." Caesar felt a surge of respect for this stout man, his admiration genuine. Nodding in agreement, he deftly cracked the whip and urged the oxen onward towards the imperial capital. While the ox cart moved at a slow pace, they finally arrived at the West City Gate of the Elsa imperial capital by the evening of the following day. Chapter 43, A Critical Moment, Part 2. Thus, the first day of the new year passed uneventfully for the Caesar household, devoid of any disturbances, save for the visiting nobility from the capital they leased, amidst the deep slumber of the young duke. No one had sensed the looming crisis but there was one person who had caught a whiff of something amiss and had begun to act in secret. Kelly's wife, Bella, as we have mentioned. Bella had finally grown suspicious of Kelly's strange behavior. After pondering throughout the day, she could no longer contain herself by evening. Thus, after entrusting her son to the maid for care, disregarding her pregnancy and the biting cold, she stealthily sought out the Minotaur, Barton. Though Barton bore a somewhat simple demeanor, Bella had heard Kelly speak of these beast men as exceptionally cunning. While Barton appeared somewhat foolish and carefree, he was astute when it came to significant matters. Upon finding Barton, who was patrolling the inner courtyard, Bella dismissed the accompanying individuals and voiced her concerns, recounting every detail of Kelly's recent actions. At first, Barton dismissed her worries, considering it merely a domestic quarrel between Kelly and his wife. He inwardly scoffed at the notion of Kelly's wife seeking him out for solace. Did she consider him more like a woman? Such thoughts stung the pride of the man among men, Barton. Yet, when Bella mentioned that Kelly was unaware of a person who had passed away last year, Barton furrowed his brow. Something was indeed amiss. However, the nature of this oddity eluded him, and in a state of perplexity, he advised Bella, "Sister Bella, at present, we cannot ascertain much. Return and observe closely for a few more days. Should anything seem amiss, do not disturb him, but come to find me immediately, and I shall address it." Bella felt a twinge of absurdity. Perhaps she was being overly suspicious. Distrust towards her own husband and seeking assistance from others to resolve her issues felt rather trivial. She casually replied, inadvertently adding, "Even if I observe closely, I doubt I will uncover anything. Ever since our visit to the old home, he has been absent from the house these past few days, always claiming to be overwhelmed with tasks. Just like today, he returned home at noon, barely spoke a few words before declaring he must handle the provisions for the guard camp, disregarding our son entirely before he left." Barton's expression sharpened, and he inquired urgently. He said he was managing provisions, but that was completed days ago, and I accompanied him to take care of it. A sense of foreboding washed over Barton. Bella, taken aback, then ruefully remarked, "It seems he cannot even speak the truth to me anymore. At this rate, my son and I will not remain here for long." Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Barton, wishing to console her, found himself at a loss for words, clumsy in his attempts to provide comfort. Just then, a young girl named Mary hurried past, seemingly oblivious to the toot Bella could not hold back, and called out. Mary turned, startled, and upon recognizing Aunt Bella, rushed over to offer her greetings. Bella inquired about her haste. Noticing her troubled expression, Mary, with a furrowed brow and a heart laden with worry, replied, "Aunt, what has become of Uncle Kelly? For some reason, the young master has been lethargic since last night, forgetting everything. He has slept the entire day today. I wanted Uncle Kelly to fetch a priest or an apothecary to examine him, but Uncle insists it is nothing and forbids anyone from disturbing the young master. Just a moment ago, I attempted to wake the young master, only to be scolded by Uncle Kelly. That I cannot fathom why he has been so peculiar these past few days. Previously, even the slightest sneeze from the young master would cause him great concern." Bella and Barton exchanged glances, their apprehensions deepening. Barton meticulously reconsidered Kelly's actions over the past few days. There was nothing overtly suspicious, yet a sense of dread persisted. Just as their confusion mounted, the captain of the outer guard, Dulu, rushed in, exclaiming, "Captain Barton, trouble brews. Steward Kelly has been grievously injured and is barely clinging to life, brought here by a frail old man in an ox cart. You must come see." With a thunderous crash, Bella felt her mind whirl, and she promptly fainted, while Mary, quick-witted, rushed to support her aunt, indignantly retorting, "Captain Dulu, what nonsense are you spouting? Uncle Kelly is inside caring for the young master. How could he have gone out and been harmed? My aunt is with child. You have frightened her." Barton hurriedly instructed Mary, "You tend to Sister Bella. I will go see for myself. Dulu, assist Mary in caring for Lady Kelly." With that, he bounded outside, his unease robbing him of composure. In the outer courtyard, Barton indeed encountered an ox cart and a frail old man, accompanied by an imperial officer and a contingent of soldiers. He rushed to the cart, lifting the grass curtain, and beheld a portly figure, battered and bruised, lying as if lifeless within. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Kelly's visage. Just as he was about to inquire, the gravely injured man managed to force his eyes open. Summoning his last ounce of strength to rasp, "Barton, quickly, go see the master. Someone means him harm. The one inside is a fake. He seeks to harm the master. Hurry." A deafening realization struck Barton. He finally understood the root of the young master's peculiarities these past few days. Blood surged to his head, and his eyes blazed crimson with fury, plunging him into a frenzied state. In a final moment of clarity, He barked an order to the guards beside him. Hasten to the outskirts and alert the guard camp's Brian, informing him of the master's peril and to return immediately. Command all guards to seal off the Caesar residence. No one is to enter or exit. Any who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. Before he could finish, he had darted into the inner courtyard. The imperial officer accompanying Kelly and Shiza also commanded his soldiers to assist in securing the estate's gates. Suddenly, a wave of earthy, golden light enveloped him, and with a powerful push, he leaped over the towering estate walls, swiftly following Barton into the inner sanctum. The imposter Kelly reveled in his success. He had not anticipated his plan would unfold so smoothly. Since last night, he had administered the drug to Caesar 4 times, and the young master's unusual condition had gone unnoticed by others. Even the young girl, Mary, who had expressed concern, had been easily deceived. This evening, when Mary attempted to rouse Caesar, a few harsh words from him had sufficed to send her away obediently. This provided the perfect opportunity to administer another dose to the young duke. By tomorrow morning's breakfast, he would deliver the final dose to Caesar, and his grand design would be accomplished. Lister had once confided in him that this soul-loss elixir would render a victim an imbecile within a quarter hour if 1/10 of a drop were consumed at once. However, if divided into 6 doses, the victim would initially only feel fatigued and drowsy, with no discernible symptoms or traces of poison. Once all 6 doses were administered, the victim would gradually awaken, slowly descending into idiocy, a process that could persist for many days, even over a month. During this time, the imposter Kelly could erase any suspicion cast upon himself. Gazing at the slumbering Julius, the imposter Kelly chuckled softly, placing a small pill into a cup of water, swirling it gently before approaching the bed to prop the child up. Even the imposter Kelly could not help but admire Julius's beauty. Though the sleeping Caesar appeared pale, his striking features reflected the powerful and noble lineage he inherited. His finely chiseled face resembling the most exquisite sculpture, his tightly sealed lips formed a determined line, sharply defined. It was evident that he would inevitably captivate countless young maidens, becoming the object of their secret affections. An amusing thought struck the imposter Kelly. Should this handsome young duke become an imbecile in the future, would women still flock to him? He chuckled to himself, with this thought in mind. He pried open Julius's mouth and tilted the cup to his lips, allowing the water to flow slowly into the boy's mouth. With a sudden and thunderous bang, the door, which had been firmly closed from within, was violently thrust open by an overwhelming force, flying out and crashing into the fireplace, splintering wooden fragments that scattered across the floor. Before fake Kelly could react, a thunderous roar echoed from outside, and a towering giant, standing 3 meters tall, burst in. He seized fake Kelly by the hands that were supporting Julius, hoisting him into the air as if he were merely a small chick. At that moment, another humanoid figure, suffused with a dusty yellow light, rushed in to catch the still unconscious Julius before he could fall to the ground. Realizing that the giant was, in fact, Barton, fake Kelly hastily shouted, "Barton, you mad bull, have you lost your mind? Put me down this instant. Are you revolting?" Barton, with a gaze ablaze and his eyes crimson, roared, "Damn you, imposter! Are you still pretending? You intend to harm my master, and I will tear you apart right now." With that, he tilted fake Kelly's hefty body upside down, grasping one of his legs, ready to rip him apart. The officer who had followed closely behind quickly set Julius down and intervened, using his significantly smaller hands, glowing with a rich yellow light, to firmly grasp Barton's massive hands, rendering the latter momentarily powerless. It dawned on Barton that this burly middle-aged man with honey-colored, curly hair possessed a martial prowess far superior to his own, a realization that filled him with regret for having underestimated him. Out of respect for strength, Barton ceased his actions but still growled, "Who are you? Why do you prevent me from tearing apart this treacherous scoundrel?" His previously frenzied state began to show signs of resurgence. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, dissipating the heavy aura surrounding him, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "I am Nick, the deputy commander of the Imperial City Guard, responsible for the defense of the Western District. Please, do not harbor hostility. I am a Caesar man, having once served as the personal attendant to the late Duke Marcus." Upon hearing this, Barton visibly relaxed, his demeanor softening. Nick pointed towards the unconscious fake Kelly, continuing, "This man cannot be killed just yet. He may provide crucial information regarding the mastermind behind this plot. Our immediate priority is to summon a priest or apothecary to administer an antidote to Duke Caesar. Time is of the essence." Displaying a rather careless side, Barton exclaimed. "I will leave this to you. I shall fetch the priest." With that, he dashed out through the gaping hole he had created. Nick watched the retreating massive figure with a bemused shake of his head. Meanwhile, word of the incident spread rapidly, and a throng of people flocked to the scene. Mary and the recently revived Bella accompanied the guards carrying Kelly into the room, while Caesar ambled along behind. Observing the chaotic scene, Nick furrowed his brow and commanded, "All unauthorized personnel, return to your quarters immediately. No one is to leave the estate or face dire consequences." Some of the older residents recognized this loyal attendant of the late Duke and understood his uncompromising temperament. Promptly retreating, soon, only Mary, Bella, and the guards surrounding the small building remained. Nick intended for Bella and the others to take Kelly downstairs for treatment, but Kelly, in a critical state, shook his head in refusal. He needed to see his master safe before he could find peace. Bella and Mary were already in tears. Nick felt a pang of frustration in his heart and sighed inwardly. Turning to Caesar, he quietly asked, "Master Caesar, is there truly no hope for the steward Kelly?" Caesar, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, "His injuries are too severe, and the delay in treatment has compromised his chances. Unless divine intervention occurs, ordinary remedies will be ineffective. Even the priest's light magic may not suffice." Nick sighed heavily. Suddenly, Caesar interjected, "I am an apothecary. While my expertise lies in poisons and transformation spells, I am also quite skilled in healing. Allow me to examine Duke Caesar's condition." Realization struck Nick as he slapped his forehead in exasperation. How could I forget? We have a master apothecary in our midst. He promptly led Caesar to Julius, who lay still on the bed. Caesar began his meticulous examination, which seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Barton had already returned with several priests and apothecaries, standing in a line outside, awaiting news. Just as impatience began to set in, Caesar suddenly shouted, "This is terrible. It's the demon's elixir." Chapter 44. A life at stake. Previously, we mentioned Caesar's alarming declaration. "This is terrible. It's the demon's elixir." The effect on those present was immediate. They stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the nature of this poison, including the few apothecaries among them. Caesar, with a grim countenance, continued, "It is also known by another name, narcotic elixir." A collective gasp resonated through the room as Nick's previously calm demeanor finally shifted. The demon's elixir, referred to as narcotic elixir, was a forbidden poison across the continent, derived from the soul-breaking herb, which grew only in the demoness corner, an exceedingly rare and nearly extinct plant. It was said to sprout from the graves of fallen demons during the past demon frenzy, nourished by the vengeful spirits of countless demons. Its most devastating effect was that even a small dosage could render a mage or martial artist into an ordinary person, sealing away their mental sea and chi sphere, completely severing them from all magical and martial abilities. Even the greatest sorcerers or sword masters were not exempt, and excessive amounts would lead to outright idiocy, rendering the great light magic ineffective. Thus, this poison was universally regarded as taboo, with any possession or creation of it resulting in enmity from all mages and warriors, carrying the death penalty. After hearing Caesar's words, Nick clenched his fists, suppressing the rage surging from within, and asked in a low, grave tone, "Master, how much of the elixir did Duke Caesar consume? Is there any chance for salvation?" Caesar offered a bitter smile. "I can ascertain that it is the demon's elixir, but I cannot determine how much Duke Caesar ingested, as this poison leaves almost no trace." In a frenzy, Barton rushed over, lifting the incapacitated fake Kelly, now reverted to his true name, Dwight, by both hands. He shouted, "Speak, how much poison did you give to the Duke, you scoundrel?" Dwight, now awakened, looked ashen, fully aware that he had betrayed his master, Lister, and that this spelled doom for him, Lister, and even the Lister family. Embracing a mindset of reckless abandon, Dwight grimly chuckled, "Consider yourselves fortunate. I had not administered the full dosage when I was discovered that there's still a little less than half that remains unused. Caesar won't die." A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. But Dwight's next words raised their spirits once more. Noticing their expressions, Dwight mockingly continued, "Although Caesar's life may be spared, he shall never again practice magic or martial arts. Whether he can even awaken remains uncertain. He might live in a state of semi-consciousness for the rest of his life. Ha ha." Hearing the rotund Dwight laugh despite the dire situation infuriated Barton, who violently threw him to the ground. With a sickening thud, Dwight collapsed like a sack of rotten potatoes, blood oozing from his mouth, nose, and ears, and he perished on the spot. Nick, unable to intervene in time, watched in despair as the crucial suspect breathed his last. Seething with anger as he pointed accusingly at Barton, rendered speechless by his rage. Only once Barton had vented his fury did he realize the gravity of his actions, his massive hands clutching his bull-like horns in regret as he sank to the ground. Tears streaming down his face. Nick, having been startled into silence, refrained from further reprimanding him, internally lamenting, "What kind of attendants has Lord Julius employed? Their caliber is far beneath what we had in our time." Meanwhile, Caesar, hearing that Dwight had not administered a full dosage, stroked his goat-like beard thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Fear not for Duke Caesar's safety. He is not in immediate danger. While it is true that Dwight's words may hold some truth, that Caesar may be severed from magic and martial arts, awakening him should not pose an insurmountable challenge." Nick's spirits lifted as he eagerly replied, "Thank you, Master Caesar. The Caesar family will forever remember your great kindness." He bowed deeply, and the members of the Caesar household followed suit, earnestly beseeching Caesar to treat the unconscious Julius. Caesar's vanity surged, and he chuckled with delight. "Very well, I shall proceed with the treatment at once, but I will require various medicinal herbs, so I kindly ask you to procure them." Nick, now the de facto leader of the Caesar household, promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare pen and paper for Master Caesar to list the necessary items, dispatching a swift rider to the Caesar Trading Company to gather the supplies immediately. Though night had fallen, the company manager, Oren, complied with the Duke's request, gathering all the required herbs in double quantities and delivering them to the Duke's estate within just 1 hour. Caesar hastily began to concoct the revitalizing potion, his heart racing at the sight of the priceless herbs worth over 10,000 gold coins. Disregarding any pangs of envy, after toiling away until the midnight hour, he finally completed the potion and, with utmost care, administered it to Julius. The group then entered a prolonged state of anxious waiting. Meanwhile, outside the city, Brian and the 3 orc warriors, along with Parker and 1,000 guardsmen, marched resolutely into Caesar's manor. Encircling it so tightly that not even a fly could approach, the 14 high-ranking magical knights stood vigilant in every corner of Julius's chamber, their expressions heavy with a profound sense of guilt over the incident that had befallen him. Their faces cast in shadows of despair. As the night wore on, Caesar routinely checked on the slumbering Julius. The elderly man, weary and nearly unable to stand upright, smiled at the gathered crowd and reassured them, "All is well, my friends. His Excellency Caesar's breathing has stabilized, and the pallor of illness has receded from his visage. He shall awaken by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Everyone, except for the guards, may return to rest." Nick, his heart finally at ease, seemed to place unwavering trust in Caesar's words and ordered the others to disperse. However, Cree, lying on the stretcher, weakly raised a finger towards the bed where Julius lay. His voice rendered mute, yet his intent was clear. He wished to catch a final glimpse of his master. Beside him, Bella cradled her chubby son, weeping hoarsely as the little one, blissfully unaware of the impending loss of his father, played with the tears cascading down his mother's cheeks. Brian and the other 3 orcs, their eyes red and heavy with sorrow, silently lifted Cree's stretcher and approached Julius, moving as if to avoid jostling Cree's injuries. Cree's eyes brightened momentarily as he tremblingly reached out, his hand finding Julius's arm, slowly enveloping the cold fingers with his own. In a faltering voice, he murmured, "My lord, old Cree, can no longer serve you. Forgive my shortcomings." The old servant must go to heaven to find Lord Marcus, and, lady, you must take good care of yourself. The final word faltered on his lips, and his hand slipped helplessly away. Brian let out a low, anguished roar, tears streaming down his rugged face. Bella, in a fit of despair, rushed forward, clutching her child, and cried out in heart-wrenching grief. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow. Suddenly, Julius, lying in bed, snapped his eyes open and sat upright, his handsome face ashen, coughing violently as he expelled a mouthful of blood. He had awakened. The room was filled with a tumult of mixed emotions, the intensity of the moment overwhelming. Master Caesar stood in shock, his mouth agape, speechless. How could the effects of the potion have taken hold so swiftly? As the crowd began to express their relief and elation, Julius boomed, "Parker, fetch my scepter from the great hall, quickly. Do not dawdle." Parker, momentarily stunned, hurriedly stumbled out. Julius turned and grasped Cree's limp hand tightly. his gaze fierce as he locked eyes with the flickering light remaining in Kree's OWNIN, a voice filled with urgency. He declared, "Kree, listen to me. Hold on. You cannot die. Can you bear to leave your wife and child behind? You promised my parents you would serve me for life. Do you intend to go back on that promise now? I know your ancestors were noble. You have long yearned to restore your family's honor. Now, I tell you, survive, and I shall grant you the title of Baron of the Caesar territory for 6 generations. Otherwise, you shall have nothing. Do you hear me? Open your eyes and breathe deeply. Yes, just like that." "Well done, Kree." Miraculously, upon hearing his master's impassioned words, the dim light in Kree's eyes reignited with the desire to live. His breath became more pronounced, his lips quivering as he began to draw in air. Bella, after a brief pause in her tears, was seized by fresh waves of joy. Everyone present witnessed this near-miraculous turn of events, their hearts racing as they marveled at the bond between master and servant. At that moment, Parker rushed back in, bearing a long staff wrapped in a black velvet bag, which he presented to Julius. Ignoring Parker's sweat-soaked form, Julius seized the scepter, unveiling it and grasping the golden handle with fervor. Instantly, a brilliant radiance filled the room, enveloping it in a milky glow. Threads of delicate light, as if imbued with life, streamed into the bodies of all present, imparting a sense of indescribable relief. Even those who were injured, like Caesar, felt rejuvenated, their vitality restored. The most profound transformation occurred in Kree. The external wounds he bore had already been tended to by the priests, and now the milky light permeated through his pores, bringing him comfort as he sighed in relief, his pain dissipating as he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The radiant glow persisted for a quarter of an hour before gradually fading. Exhausted, Julius tossed the scepter onto the bed and collapsed upon it. Breathing heavily, he spoke hastily, "I shall soon fall into a deep sleep. Do not worry. I will awaken around noon tomorrow. Seal all news within the manor. Not a word must escape. Prepare yourselves, for we shall seek vengeance on the morrow." With those weighty words, Julius's head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Without needing to be instructed, Caesar hurried to check on Julius, and after a long moment of contemplation, he reassured the others, "His Excellency is fine. He will awaken naturally tomorrow." Yet inwardly, he mused, "This young lord is shrouded in mystery. Even the day's potion could not overpower him. Could it truly be divine protection? The legacy of the 7 families of Aaron is indeed formidable." Caesar then examined Kree once more, his face breaking into a smile as he announced, "By the grace of the light god, Kree the steward has survived. Apart from some weakness, he will recover fully within half a month. This is truly a cause for celebration. You may all rest easy now. I am utterly fatigued." At Caesar's witty remarks, laughter erupted among the gathered crowd, and the tearful young girl, Mary, chimed in with a smile. "What are we waiting for? It is nearly dawn. Let us have breakfast first." Only then did they notice the light of dawn creeping in through the hole created by the earlier commotion. A night of turmoil had passed. One by one, people began to depart. Nick turned to Parker and said, "I have been absent for a day. I must return to report to my superior. Call me if anything arises. You know my whereabouts." Parker nodded eagerly. "Of course, Uncle Nick, I will." Clearly, Parker was well acquainted with Nick. Before leaving, Nick leaned closer to Caesar and inquired softly, "Master, is it possible to restore the deceased D. White to his former appearance?" Caesar was taken aback and replied, "It is somewhat complicated, but with the proper ingredients, it can be done. However, his face will inevitably be marred. Why do you wish to restore him?" Nick replied quietly, "There is no rush. First, gather the necessary ingredients from Parker. We may require them tomorrow." Caesar responded with a mix of skepticism and understanding. After exchanging a few hushed words with Brian, Nick departed with his soldiers, pondering how to concoct a plausible excuse to appease his superior. The Commander of the 9 Gates. Chapter 45. Matters following awakening. Why did Julius awaken suddenly at the moment Kree was on the brink of death? In truth, upon returning from the palace, Julius had sensed something amiss within himself, that a strong intuition warned him that calamity was befalling him. Yet he found himself helpless, conscious but unable to control his body, his awareness trapped between his mind and the sea of consciousness. He had attempted to delve into that sea of consciousness, but the space, once radiant like a divine temple, was now shrouded in a thick, oily black mist, rendering his awareness unable to penetrate. For 2 days, He remained in this limbo, during which the impostor Kree stealthily administered water to him twice. He was acutely aware of this, and it was then that he began to harbor doubts about the man's identity. As each time he was fed, a new wave of black mist seemed to envelop the sea of consciousness, further clouding his awareness that it was only last night that the impostor Kree attempted to poison him. An act thwarted by Barton. He heard everything that transpired thereafter, yet he was unable to move a muscle, let alone utter a sound. When Caesar finally administered the antidote, an awakening potion, Julius seized his opportunity. As the potion coursed through him, it transformed into a green mist that surged towards the edge of the sea of consciousness, engaging in a fierce battle against the black fog. Though the green mist was frail, it managed to create a minuscule opening, akin to a hair's breadth, and Julius seized the moment to slip through. Inside, he found the space much more intact than he had anticipated, though it had contracted significantly. The two orbs of light remained bright, continuously emitting purple and white luminescence to fend off the encroaching black mist. In a stroke of inspiration, Julius devised a plan to use his consciousness to command the two orbs to spin rapidly around him, mirroring a tactic he had previously employed in the Queen's chamber. Indeed, the spheres of light spun ever faster, ultimately transforming into two radiant streaks, one white and one purple. Seizing the moment, Julius forcefully collided the two spheres against a frail point of the dark mist. With a resounding boom, the black fog tore open like fabric, creating a substantial gash, through which the green mist surged in, swirling around the opening and forming a vortex. The vibrant beams of light could once again penetrate the space. Julius felt a slight sense of relief. At least he no longer had to worry about being trapped. Just as he was about to assess the situation, he was suddenly jolted by Bella's heart-wrenching cries from outside, and he realized that things were dire for Klee. Without a second thought for his surroundings, he dashed out of the green vortex, hurtling towards the direction of his brain. It felt akin to a leap into nothingness, as if he were weightless, and suddenly, his consciousness entered. Instantly, his external body jerked upright, regaining control. After addressing the matters outside, fearing any unforeseen changes, Julius promptly reclined, allowing his consciousness to return to the sea of spirit. Fortunately, no alterations had occurred. The dark mist showed no inclination to expand further. Upon entering the sea of spirit, he noticed the two spheres had dimmed slightly, yet this posed no significant concern, as various rays of light were replenishing them from the vortex, gradually restoring their brilliance. Julius understood that this was the only course of action available to him at present, so he settled into meditation within. It was not until the vortex solidified and the violent clashes with the dark mist subsided that a somewhat reassured Julius emerged from the sea of spirit, returning to his body. There were still matters to address outside. He must exact vengeance tenfold. Otherwise, as a traveler from another world, how could he bear to let those esteemed predecessors who thrived in this foreign realm mock him? His brutal nature stirred, combined with the supreme power he wielded. It was inevitable that a storm of bloodshed would engulf the entire imperial capital. The following day, as Caesar had foretold, he awoke at noon. Although his expression was weary and his complexion exceedingly pale, at least his consciousness was clear. Parker, who had been vigilantly waiting by his side, hurried over with joy to inquire about his well-being and instructed the servants to assist the young master with washing and dressing. Before long, Mary entered with several maidservants, carrying toiletry items through the hole created by the baton. Fortunately, it had been thickly covered with felt, sparing them from the cold. After a flurry of activity, Julius finally donned his attire after lying in bed for 2 days. He hastily consumed a modest meal and commanded that everyone assemble in the parlor for a meeting. Making his way there first, he could not bear the humiliation of this significant loss. It must be resolved immediately, and all those culpable must be punished. As for how many would perish, the awakened brutality within him was indifferent to such matters. Julius did not wait long. In merely a quarter of an hour, all those familiar with the situation had arrived. Sir Nick was absent. After all, he was currently an officer of the Empire and could not afford to be away for too long. Julius took his seat at the head of the table, lightly caressing a cup of steaming hot milk, occasionally sipping from it, seemingly disregarding the presence of others, enveloped in silence. With no tea available in this foreign realm, he had to make do with other beverages. The assembled individuals, including Master Caesar, who was not from the Caesar estate, stood in silent reverence with bowed heads, the atmosphere heavy with tension. They all understood that this young Duke Caesar was brimming with boundless fury. Akin to a dormant volcano. An unspoken pressure seemed to swell in the hearts of all present. The members of the Caesar household, having spent more time in the young master's company, knew he would not arbitrarily vent his anger on others. Thus they were mentally prepared. Though the atmosphere was daunting, they felt a measure of reassurance. In stark contrast, Caesar, as an outsider, was entirely overwhelmed by the presence of this 9-year-old child. Doubting his own perception of reality, was this truly a child? Even the adult nobles of the imperial capital had never instilled such psychological pressure upon him. Without dwelling on Caesar's astonishment, Julius remained silent for a considerable time, finishing the cup of milk, before finally sweeping his azure gaze over the gathered crowd. He then broke the silence, inquiring, "Parker, how is Butler Clee faring now?" Parker stepped forward, bowing as he replied, "Young master, Butler Clee is no longer in danger, but is somewhat weakened. He is currently recuperating under the care of Madame Clee." Julius sighed softly. "That is good to hear. Do not forget to regularly summon the apothecary to check on him. As for any necessary supplies, feel free to retrieve them from the estate without needing to report to me." Parker acknowledged and, seeing that his master had no further directives, returned to his position. Julius then turned to Brian and asked, "Have the household staff been thoroughly checked? Are there any other spies?" Brian replied solemnly, reporting to the master, "We conducted a thorough search of the staff yesterday, yet my subordinates failed to detect any suspicious individuals. However, we have not lifted the estate's lockdown, so the matters here have not yet reached the outside world." Seemingly dissatisfied with his subordinate's efficiency, Julius expressed his displeasure. Is it possible that the only intruder was that fake Clee? Was there no one to assist him? His abilities are rather extraordinary. Brian, the head of the guards, bowed his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. Upon seeing Brian's expression, Julius suddenly felt he had wronged him. For these military personnel, engaging in combat was their forte, and expecting them to perform the intricate task of uncovering spies was indeed a tall order. Thus, he chose to overlook the matter. After all, the true mastermind, Lister, must be dealt with, and he did not care much for a few minor subordinates. He then proceeded to inquire about various trivial matters, seemingly forgetting the immense hatred that simmered within him. Finally, Julius realized someone was missing. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Commander Andre of the Guard had not arrived, and he could not recall seeing him the previous night. He voiced his curiosity. Brian, with a hint of mockery in his tone, remarked, "My lord, is it not the spring festival these days? General Andre has been preoccupied with social engagements in the capital and has not returned to the barracks for several days. He has not informed his subordinates of his whereabouts, and I was about to report this to you." The tone of ridicule and disdain was evident to all present, and the orc guards could barely suppress their silent laughter. Julius let out a quiet huff, utterly disappointed in this somewhat capable, yet overly arrogant captain. The soldier disregarding discipline and leaving the camp without a trace was a sign of moral decay in the extravagant imperial capital. Turning his gaze to Caesar, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, Julius smiled and said, "Master Caesar, the Caesar family owes you a favor. Both my servant Clee and I owe you a life. You may now express your desired reward, and I assure you, I shall not disappoint you, provided it is within my power." Caesar hastily returned the gesture, not daring to accept the courtesy of a hereditary duke, and replied with a smile, "Your Excellency Caesar, you are too kind that I merely performed a trivial act and did not save your life. All credit must go to the blessings of the God of Light." Caesar referred to the healing radiance emanating from Julius's staff, which rivaled the greater light spell, a well-known divine gift among the royal family and the 6 great dukes in the capital. Then, Caesar added apologetically, "I must also express my regret towards your Excellency Caesar and the loyal butler Clee. Had I not been unaware of the circumstances and tempted by Lister's gold, I would not have performed a transformation spell for Dwight, thus causing all this trouble. That I am truly ashamed." Julius did not place blame. Speaking gently, "There is no need for you to reproach yourself, master. Ignorance is no fault. Fortunately, no great calamity has befallen us. Merely a bit of suffering for my servant and me. Your merit remains unblemished, and it does not affect the reward I have for you." Greedy as he was, Caesar seemed genuinely remorseful, insisting on refusing any reward. Julius, seeing his resolute rejection, suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Master Caesar, I have heard that you are currently not employed by any academy or noble family. If you would not mind, why not come to my Caesar estate? I can appoint you as a consecrated mage of the Caesar Mage Order." Would Caesar accept? The answer was an unequivocal yes. For this old man, who had committed an offense in the imperial capital and was forced to flee. This was a stroke of luck. Joining the Caesar Mage Order meant a status just below that of the Royal Mage Division, a vastly superior position compared to serving as a guest of the noble families in the capital. Both in rank and remuneration, the old man quickly expressed his gratitude to Julius, his obsequiousness rivaling that of Clee, immediately addressing him as master with fervor, much to the amusement of those present, who were left feeling a chill run down their spines, secretly cursing the shameless old man. Julius had never wished to be in debt to anyone, even if that person had now become one of his own. He retrieved a medium-sized purple velvet pouch from his pocket and said to Caesar, "Master, I have heard that you potion makers often require a vast array of precious materials for your experiments. Now that you are part of my Caesar estate, I shall provide for all your needs from this moment onward. Take this money to procure your experimental apparatus." With that, he casually tossed the pouch over. Caesar hastily caught it. There was no sound of metal clinking, and as he grasped it, he was astonished to find it filled to the brim with purple crystal coins. Heavens, the god of light has begun to favor me. With this money, I can finally complete my experiments. Truly, good deeds are rewarded, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. From now on, I, old Caesar, shall strive to perform acts of kindness daily, without mentioning the lecherous old man on the side. Seeing that the necessary inquiries and arrangements had nearly been made, Julius straightened his expression, clapped his hands, and rose with a flourish, his handsome face set in grim determination as he proclaimed, "Gentlemen, it is only proper to reciprocate kindness, since Lister has so generously attended to the affairs of the Caesar family. Should we not pay him a visit in return?" The crowd below erupted in enthusiastic agreement, their pent-up rage demanding an outlet, and they decided to commence with Lister's residence. Julius's delicate features twisted into a devilish smile as he spoke gently yet firmly. "So, what are we waiting for? Let us depart." Chapter 46. A Quest for Vengeance. Thus, Julius, accompanied by his ravenous pack of subordinates, set forth to seek retribution against Lister. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered the approaching knight Nick, who hurriedly intercepted the vast throng of 1,000 men. After bowing to Julius, he advised, "Your Grace, it would be prudent to return to your estate for further deliberation. Mobilizing such a large contingent of soldiers could have adverse repercussions for the Caesar family. Moreover, to seek vengeance against Lister with this many people would elevate him unnecessarily. I have a modest plan. Why not discuss it back at the manor?" Julius, ever respectful of the former guardian of his father, heeded Nick's counsel. Moreover, having heard from Brian that this middle-aged man was a master swordsman, he reconsidered and turned his horse back toward the estate. In the familiar sitting room, after everyone had taken their places and Julius was seated, Nick spoke in a low, somber tone. "Your Grace, while Lister is indeed deserving of his fate, and our quest for vengeance is just, we must remember that he holds the esteemed position of 4th Deputy Minister of Commerce in the Empire and is a confidant of Crown Prince Algernon. Therefore, before we proceed, it would be wise to gather irrefutable evidence of his crimes, rendering him defenseless and silencing the Crown Prince's pleas for mercy. This way, we can act with impunity." The room fell silent, including Julius, as they realized their oversight. In their blind hatred, they had forgotten Lister's powerful backing. The future emperor of the empire, it appeared that Nick's seasoned experience in the capital allowed him to see the bigger picture. Unlike these brash men, once Julius and the others grasped the gravity of the situation, Nick meticulously compiled the necessary evidence. First, they had the corpse of the folk Creedvid, along with the last vial of Day's elixir, discovered in his possession. Caesar had already prepared the necessary potions to restore the body's appearance, and the corpses of the servants who had abducted Creed were retrieved last night. This was a suggestion from Nick. However, they were still short one witness. Brian, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his lack of findings, admitted his failure. Nick chuckled softly and remarked, "This can be easily remedied. All those under Caesar's command can be ruled out. As Lister lacks the means to bribe them, that we can apprehend all the servants recruited in the capital who have been employed for less than 3 months and subject them to rigorous interrogation. We shall surely uncover something." Before Nick could finish, Julius had already grasped the implication. Lister would not dare to act against the former Duke Marcus, so if he intended to conspire against Julius, it must have been during the few months following the tragic demise of Marcus and his wife, making the spies most likely to be the newcomers of this period. Brian slapped his forehead in frustration at his own oversight and promptly set out to handle the matter. In less than an hour, A leopard man burst in, his coat shimmering like clouds, and exclaimed, "Master, we have uncovered the culprits. They are two new cooks who have confessed everything. They were sent by Lister. However," he added with a hint of disappointment, "yet their knowledge is quite limited." Even regarding the identity of the false creed, Julius remained unfazed, responding, "This can be explained. After all, Devitt's identity is a closely guarded secret, not something to be disclosed lightly. Only Lister and Devitt would be privy to that information. Otherwise, he would not have dared to poison Master Caesar. Nevertheless, it matters not. We only require a witness." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Nick regarded the young duke with astonishment and admiration, impressed by his sagacity. Indeed, the Caesar family bore no failures. With everything settled, they were ready to depart, and Nick decided to accompany them. Julius felt a twinge of concern regarding the potential impact on his career, as he was now an officer of the empire rather than the Caesar family. Nick, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, "I have already resigned from my imperial military post. I am now at leisure." Julius was taken aback, and a wave of gratitude surged within him as he resolutely declared to Nick, "In that case, let us return to our ancestral home next year. There is much to be done, and we shall surely find work." Nick chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the young duke's spirited determination, due to their desire for discretion. They opted to travel with fewer companions, the 14 high-ranking mages and warriors, Brian and his 4 beastmen, Master Caesar, Nick, and 2 squads of guards. Parker remained behind to safeguard the estate, given that Lister's residence was only a moderately affluent noble family home. They lacked the privilege of residing in the northern district of the capital, instead settling in the northeastern area designated for middle-ranking nobility. After traversing for over half an hour, they finally arrived at Lister's estate. The grandeur of Lister's residence paled in comparison to that of the Caesar family. The main entrance was merely half the size of theirs, and the guards at the door were only 2. However, the gilded plaque reading Lister Manor retained a semblance of dignity. Julius, disinterested in idle banter, subtly nodded to the werewolf, Shoes, beside him. Shoes grinned, his crimson tongue licking his lips, revealing his sharp canine teeth, and strode boldly to the entrance of Lister Manor, demanding of the bewildered guards, "Is Lister at home?" The 2 men, taken aback by Shoes's fierce demeanor, stammered, "The master is not at home." "Who are you? What business do you have with him?" Shoes frowned, ignoring their question, and pressed on. "Where has he gone? Speak quickly." A bellowing shout startled the guards, causing one to tremble and reply hastily, "We do not know." In a fit of rage, Shoes kicked one guard away effortlessly. Turning to the remaining guard, "Do you know now?" The remaining guard, witnessing his comrades sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, realized they were facing trouble and fell to his knees, pleading, "Please spare me. We are merely gatekeepers. Even if the master were to leave, he wouldn't inform us." Fearing he might share his comrade's fate, the guard added, "But the steward must know. He is inside right now. You may seek him out. I beg you to spare me." Though Shoes felt a twinge of disdain for the man's cowardice, he recognized that not everyone could be fearless. Thus, he spared the guard and returned to report to Julius. Without hesitation, Julius commanded, "Leave one squad to seal off Lister Manor. No one is to leave. Those who disobey shall face immediate execution. Shoes, take a few men inside to find the steward and ascertain Lister's whereabouts. Be swift." Shoes acknowledged the order and led a few trusted guards into Lister Manor, where they could faintly hear the anguished cries of those who had been unwittingly caught in the chaos. In a brief moment, Shoes emerged, hesitating slightly before Julius, and said, "Master, I have learned that Lister is currently at the Imperial Grand Arena, attending a beast-fighting spectacle. However, I have heard that the Crown Prince is also present, along with many of the Empire's nobility." Nick furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. Yet, Julius resolutely declared, "Today, Lister must die, regardless of whether the Emperor himself is present. Follow me." With that, he turned and entered the carriage. Nick could only manage a wry smile. This young duke was indeed as fiery as the ancestors of the Caesar family. What more could be said? They would go. The others showed no hesitation, for their allegiance lay with Caesar, not the Emperor of the Empire. The 4 beastmen displayed bloodthirsty glints in their eyes, eager for a challenge. Without a doubt, this journey would be fraught with unforeseen twists and turns, with blades clashing and shadows dancing in anticipation. The Imperial Grand Arena stands as the largest beast-fighting venue in the Aryan Empire and across the continent of Divine Grace. sprawling over hundreds of acres and capable of accommodating more than 100,000 spectators simultaneously. The tiered seating, crafted from gleaming white marble, glistens under the sun, resembling a blanket of snow, starkly contrasting with the vivid crimson blood that splatters across the arena floor from the ferocious battles below. Today marks the second day of the new year, and Crown Prince Algernon, accompanied by his consort, has graciously accepted an invitation to witness the beast-fighting spectacle. The Empire holds martial prowess in high esteem, even the Crown Princess, a lady of noble birth, appears undaunted by the savage clashes of beasts below, her interest piqued as she observes with keen enthusiasm. The royal couple occupies the esteemed position on the northern VIP viewing platform. Surrounded by the Empire's aristocracy, who frequently approach to pay their respects to the Crown Prince, their flattery bordering on obsequiousness. Yet, the Crown Prince seems to revel in this attention, displaying no hint of impatience. His fixation on vanity and prestige has evidently become an integral part of his existence. To his left sits none other than Marquis Lister, who shares the same rapt fascination for the spectacle as the Crown Princess. His demeanor composed and his focus unwavering. However, it is likely that this expression will soon transform into something entirely different. The central arena, shaped in a circular form, stood several meters lower than the spectator stands, surrounded by a sturdy iron railing to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Below, numerous entrances and exits served as passages for the beasts or for staff to clean the arena. The fierce combatants beneath this stage were a colossal bear and a gray lion, both of which were commonplace beasts. Magical creatures, considered too perilous and difficult to capture, were seldom used for such brutal contests. Even if one were caught, few would dare to pit them against each other for sport. Instead, most would be trained as magical pets or war mounts to fulfill greater purposes. After a fierce exchange, both beasts bore wounds, with blood dripping from their thick fur onto the black stone-paved ground, leaving behind a tapestry of dark crimson stains, both vibrant and gruesome at that moment. It seemed as if both titans were conserving their strength, circling each other, their fierce gazes locked, refraining from advancing further. The audience, sensing a momentary lull, engaged in hushed discussions about which beast would emerge victorious, creating a lively atmosphere filled with anticipation. Julius and his entourage had finally arrived at the majestic edifice before them. Overwhelmed by the grandeur of this stone structure from another world, Julius could only marvel, realizing that despite his extraordinary circumstances, he must not underestimate any denizen of this realm. The architectural splendor evoked a profound sense of nostalgia in him, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum on Earth. However, let us not dwell on Julius's past. This young duke had come seeking vengeance, not to admire ancient relics. Upon alighting from the carriage, he disregarded the lavish royal sedan chair and strode purposefully inside. The guard stationed at the entrance, lacking discernment, attempted to impede his progress, loudly proclaiming, "Who is this child? Go play elsewhere. His Highness the Crown Prince is here to enjoy the beast fights. Are you seeking death?" Frankly, the guards, despite their initial rudeness, showed some restraint upon observing Julius's opulent attire. Nevertheless, this consideration did not save them. Before they could react, they were effortlessly sent flying by the mighty fists of the Minotaur, Barton, leaving a flurry of blood in their wake. Throughout this commotion, Julius maintained his forward momentum, while several of his followers hurriedly cleared the path ahead. After dispatching several more individuals, they finally encountered the royal guards protecting the Crown Prince as they approached the VIP viewing platform. These guards could not be so easily brushed aside, prompting Julius to dismiss his subordinates and step forward to confront the royal sentinels blocking the entrance. Raising his golden scepter, he spoke in a grave tone. "You stand in the way of Duke Julius Caesar, heir to the Empire. Have you truly considered the consequences? My business here is of no concern to His Highness the Crown Prince. If you wish to avoid entanglements on his behalf, I suggest you stand aside." Upon catching sight of the scepter, the royal guards felt an unsettling shift. Hearing that the matter did not involve their prince, they hastily cleared a path. The 6 imperial dukes were certainly not to be trifled with, as offending them could lead to dire repercussions. However, duty compelled one of the Crown Prince's attendants to inform Algernon. Julius, unfazed, strode into the venue, flanked by his grim-faced warriors, causing the guards to tremble in fear, particularly as they noticed a corpse being carried and 2 bound individuals following closely behind. An ominous premonition loomed, hinting at impending chaos. Chapter 47. Confrontation. Crown Prince Algernon was taken aback upon receiving the attendant's report. He had not heard of any mention regarding Caesar's presence at the arena. Who would invite a mere child to witness such a bloody spectacle? Meanwhile, Lister's expression shifted dramatically, an ominous dread coursing through him, as for the first time, he felt genuine fear of the unknown. Abandoning the ruthless mindset he had harbored while plotting against Caesar, the single thought consumed him. Could the plan have been exposed? What should he do now? The crown prince, oblivious to Lister's distress, dismissed it casually, thinking, so what if Caesar comes? Perhaps the little boy will be frightened and cry before long. Julius, with his entourage, entered the viewing platform at a leisurely pace. The assembled imperial nobles, observing proper decorum, bowed to the young duke, who returned their greetings with poise, offering cordial smiles to the higher-ranking nobles while acknowledging the lesser ones with slight nods, embodying a blend of politeness and restrained pride. No resentment lingered in the air, for Julius's stature afforded him the right to such haughtiness. Turning a corner, Julius encountered yet another group of well-wishers, among whom stood Andre, the commander of Caesar's guard. He appeared visibly uneasy as he stood before Julius. Beside him, an exquisite woman, who was shamelessly flattering Julius. Deeply repulsed, Julius recognized that Andre's family remained in Caesar's domain and had not accompanied him to the capital. As for the alluring woman, her identity was evident. She was either a noble's wife or a socialite from the capital, well aware of the sordid affairs that plagued the imperial aristocracy. The noblemen were notorious for their dalliances, while the wives also engaged in their own indiscretions, both sides turning a blind eye to each other's betrayals. A truly corrupt echelon. Yet not all were so morally lax. The venerable old aristocrats still adhered to propriety. Julius cast a disdainful glance at Andre, his voice dripping with cold sarcasm. If at ISNT General Andre, your presence has been elusive. Since yesterday, my servants have scoured the military camp in vain to catch a glimpse of you. What a stroke of luck to finally see you today. However, I shan't trouble you further. Continue to enjoy the beast fights with this lovely lady. With that, he disregarded Andre and moved toward the crown prince. While his entourage suppressed their laughter as they followed suit, the contingent of 100 Caesar warriors remained outside the viewing platform, awaiting further instructions, along with the two bound individuals and the lifeless corpse. Andre's anxiety was palpable. Although Julius had instructed him to remain, he dared not behave foolishly at this moment, ignoring the charming woman at his side, wiping the sweat from his brow in the frigid air. He hastily trailed behind Julius and his entourage. The beautiful woman, disdainfully curling her lip, found her admiration for this seemingly imposing yet ineffectual man rapidly dwindling. Yet, Julius's strikingly handsome visage had left a lasting impression, lost in thought. She licked her enticing, crimson lips, offering a beguiling smile as she gazed at the young duke's retreating figure. As Julius approached the crown prince, he bowed slightly and stated, Your Highness, Caesar extends his regards. Despite his pride, Algernon was not foolish enough to disrespect an imperial duke. He promptly rose and returned the gesture, engaging in trivial pleasantries. Eventually, Algernon inquired, Are you here to witness the beast fights, Lord Caesar? You may join us. The battle between the lion and bear has reached its climactic moment. Let us sit and converse. With that, he gestured for Julius to sit beside him. After exchanging pleasantries with the crown princess, Julius turned back, offering an apologetic smile. My sincerest apologies, Your Highness, but I have come to discuss urgent matters with Lord Lister. May I take him aside for a moment? The surrounding nobles paused in surprise, while the crown prince glanced curiously at Lister, whose face was drained of color, a ghastly pallor tinged with ash. A sense of foreboding settled over Algernon as he wondered what Lister had done to provoke Caesar's ire so severely. However, Algernon brushed aside his concerns, waving for Lister to accompany Julius, in a state of alarm. Lister hastily exclaimed, Your Highness, I am unaware of why Lord Caesar seeks me. Perhaps he could discuss matters here. If there are any difficulties, Your Highness may be able to assist him. Clearly, Lister was determined to remain by the crown prince's side, discreetly summoning 4 elite guards for protection. Before Algernon could respond, Julius interjected with a cold laugh. Lord Lister, are you truly willing to involve His Highness in this? Have you given no thought to the consequences? If you believe such a tactic will save you, you are gravely mistaken. Even if the God of Light were present, your life would still be forfeit. The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly, all eyes turning to the audacious young duke, while the crown prince appeared bewildered, realizing the situation was far from what he had anticipated. Lister's actions had evidently incited Caesar's wrath to the point that his life was now at stake. Under the scrutiny of the assembled nobles, Lister, steeling himself, replied with a sinister grin, "Lord Caesar, your words are heavy. I am unaware of your intentions or where I might have offended you." He brazenly refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Julius silently smirked, nodding to Brian. The leopard man signaled towards the contingent, and soon several warriors arrived, carrying a stretcher along with the two bound individuals at a brisk pace. After laying down the stretcher and dragging two spies aside, Brian abruptly lifted the corpse cover, revealing a plump dead face. The surrounding nobles gasped in horror, retreating in alarm. Julius then mockingly inquired of Lister, "Does this corpse and these two living men evoke a sense of familiarity?" "Your Excellency, it is said that these individuals were once your servants. I wonder how they ended up in my abode." Lister, with a dismissive smile, retorted, "Oh, these individuals have long ceased to serve in my household. They are not slaves. They possess the right to go wherever they please. Moreover, that deceased individual appears not to be my servant, but rather your steward, if I am not mistaken. His name was, if I recall correctly, Clay. What has transpired here? Did he offend you and meet his demise at your hands?" Julius chuckled. "This is precisely the source of my confusion, and if you assert that this man is my steward Clay, why then do others claim he is your caravan manager, DeWitt?" A jolt of realization struck Lister as he pondered the leaked information about DeWitt's identity, wondering how it had been discovered when those in the know should have perished. However, according to the deceased Caesar, this transformation was irreversible. Resolutely, Lister sneered. "Who claims this corpse belongs to my caravan manager? Can you present him before us? Perhaps His Excellency Caesar has been deceived. Ha ha." Before he could finish, the veiled Caesar, hidden behind the Minotaur, spat venomously. "Do you wish to see me, Lord Lister? Then allow this old fool to confront you directly. You despicable wretch." Lister, upon seeing Caesar emerge, staggered back in fear, tripping over the stone steps and exclaiming, "Are you a ghost or a man? I thought you were dead. How can you be here?" Caesar, uninterested in Lister's plight, turned to Julius, bowed, and approached the corpse, solemnly stating, "I shall now reveal this man's true visage to you, and then let us see what you have to say." With that, he produced a vial of black liquid from his robe and poured it over the corpse's face, murmuring an incantation as his hands glowed red, massaging the face. Moments later, amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the face gradually reverted to its original appearance. Those who recognized him exclaimed, "It is DeWitt, Lister's steward." Lister, now pale and speechless, sat on the ground in a daze. Even the dullest minds could now grasp the general implications. All were astounded by Lister's brazen audacity. Did he not realize he was committing a grievous crime that could lead to the annihilation of his clan? Prince Algernon, now aware of the situation, perceived it differently. He felt as though he had been soundly slapped by Caesar. After all, Lister was acknowledged as his trusted confidant. Should Caesar condemn him to death, it would reflect poorly on Algernon, suggesting he was lax in his oversight and subject to public censure. Thus, his disdain for this insufferable young fool deepened. With a composed demeanor, Algernon demanded of Lister, "What is the meaning of this? Why did your steward disguise himself within Caesar's residence? Did you orchestrate this? Speak, you scoundrel." Desperately clutching at a lifeline, Lister crawled to Algernon, weeping, "Your Highness, I truly know not. I am entirely unaware of anything DeWitt has done. Perhaps Caesar has been misled and has come to seek my punishment. I implore you to absolve me." It must be said, Lister had utterly cast aside his dignity, refusing to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Nick, standing behind Caesar, sighed inwardly, realizing the situation had escalated. Once the prince intervened, chaos would ensue across the city. He wondered how the young master would navigate this storm, knowing Caesar's domain was on the brink of turmoil and needed fortification. Indeed, upon hearing Lister's lamentations, Algernon, having acquired a somewhat unsatisfactory excuse, smiled at Julius, remarking, "Caesar, this matter is rather intricate. It is difficult to discern right from wrong at this juncture. Perhaps we should send Lister and these suspects to the imperial capital's criminal justice department for rigorous interrogation to ascertain the truth, thus avoiding the wrongful condemnation of the innocent." Julius's expression hardened, recognizing that the prince intended to intervene. Humph, to refer this to the criminal justice department for questioning. It was clear they would arrive at whatever conclusion they desired. Taking advantage of Caesar's lack of actual authority here, thus, he would not spare Algernon any courtesy. With a gentle smile and a youthful tone, he replied, There is no need for your highness to trouble yourself. I have decided to handle this matter personally. It would be best for me to take Lister with me. Upon hearing this, Algernon's expression shifted dramatically to a sycophant nearby, sensing the prince's displeasure, seized the moment to interject. Caesar, this is the imperial capital, not Caesar's territory. You have no authority here to interrogate an imperial noble. In that moment, everyone present, including the prince and Nick behind Julius, felt the weight of shock, collectively cursing the foolish interloper. Indeed, Julius, upon hearing this, coldly retorted, "What are you? Do you have the right to speak here? It seems your upbringing has failed you that if your parents have passed, I would not mind taking it upon myself to discipline you, you foul-mouthed imbecile." Enraged, Julius's words were particularly harsh. The elderly sycophant, aged 50 or 60, turned crimson, rendered speechless. The onlookers murmured in silent agreement, and Algernon scolded, "Get out of the way. Do not disgrace yourself here with your lack of decorum." The old man, thoroughly chastened, slinked away into the crowd, never to reappear. Algernon, visibly displeased, addressed Julius, "Caesar, while this man lacks manners, his words do hold some merit. You ought to trust the empire's criminal justice department. They would not dare act unjustly." This statement carried an air of authority, hinting at a power struggle, and all present recognized it. Lister, kneeling aside, felt a flicker of hope that he might be spared. Julius, maintaining a slight smile, refrained from showing any anger, at least outwardly. He insisted gently, "There is no need for concern from anyone. I shall handle this myself. I kindly request the prince to entrust Lister to me." He completely disregarded Algernon's remarks, persisting as before. Algernon's fury mounted as he perceived Caesar's arrogance, feeling utterly disrespected. Finally, he replied coldly, "Do not make this difficult for me. Caesar, this is a matter of imperial law. It is getting late, and you should return to your residence. I will ensure you receive an explanation." With that, he turned to depart, ignoring the ongoing spectacle. Lister hastily followed in Algernon's wake. The pent-up rage within Julius erupted. The darkness lurking in his heart surged forth, rendering his previously pallid face, already ravaged by the day's liquid, even more ghastly. He turned to his subordinates, bellowing, "Gather the men. If the prince will not release him, we shall take it upon ourselves to retrieve him." As the saying goes, fools abound, but this year seems particularly rife. This sentiment rang true, as Andre, who had remained silent behind Julius, saw an opportunity to assert himself and rushed forward to counsel. "Your Grace, you must reconsider. Dispatching soldiers to seize him would be an affront to the crown prince. This would be a breach of decorum. Please think carefully. I believe the prince will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Algernon watched Julius with a mocking expression, relishing the exchange between master and servant, and delayed his departure. Regardless of the rationale behind Andre's words, they undoubtedly undermined his master's authority while subtly flattering the prince. Julius, consumed by his wrath, fixed a steely gaze upon Andre, watching until the latter broke into a cold sweat before darkly stating, "My parents have returned to the heavens. No one in this world has the right to speak to me in such a commanding tone. You are merely my subordinate. Do you believe yourself worthy of commanding me? If you enjoy flattering others, then go ahead and indulge yourself. As of today, you shall be expelled from Caesar's domain. Go wherever you please and squander your time." With that, Andre's career was irrevocably terminated. His complexion turned ashen, and he stood frozen in shock. Julius then turned back, bellowing, "What are you standing there for? Did you not hear my command?" The remaining individuals were not of Andre's ilk. They collectively surged toward Lister. Lister's 4 elite guards, ever dutiful, swiftly positioned themselves in front of their master, channeling their energy with a dazzling display of light, a vibrant red and 3 shades of blue forming a protective barrier. Nick, a master swordsman, scoffed at the sight, preparing to breach their defenses. However, the Minotaur, Barton, lunged ahead of him, transforming in an instant. Towering at over 3 meters, he lowered his head and let out a low bellow. A wave of yellow energy emanating from him as he charged forward. Nick was taken aback. This is the brutal charge. This beast is formidable. Clearly, he holds a significant position among his kind. It seems my young master has indeed acquired a true treasure. Indeed, under the impact of Barton's racial skill berserk charge, the 4-layered aura of energy was shattered through 3 layers, leaving the final layer of crimson energy significantly weakened and teetering on the brink of collapse. Barton yearned to strike again, but 2 figures suddenly emerged from behind him. They were the werewolf brothers, Each let out a wild howl, their claws instantly elongating to a foot in length, shimmering with a greenish hue, as they viciously clawed at the final aura of energy. With a sound akin to a bursting bubble, the last vestige of energy was torn apart, revealing 4 guards within and the horrified figure of List behind them. The werewolves showed no mercy. Before the 4 advanced warrior-level guards could react, they slashed through the air, leaving trails of light as sharp as green blades aimed at the group. That a scream pierced the air as the foremost individual, unable to evade in time, watched in horror as his body was cleaved in 2 at the waist, his innards spilling forth with a splatter, exuding steam in the chill of winter, a gruesome and nauseating sight. The onlooking ladies shrieked in terror, with some fainting from sheer fright. Shoes and Caius's eyes glimmered with a cruel green light, their crimson tongues flicking at the corners of their mouths, as if savoring the scent of blood in the air. Before they slightly bowed and lunged forward, the remaining 3, stirred by bloodlust, disregarded defense and charged into the fray. The 3 men clashed with the 2 werewolves, leaving List sprawled on the ground, seemingly oblivious to his identity as a high-ranking sorcerer, dazed and neglecting to cast any defensive spells. Observing such foolishness, the old bull Barton chuckled quietly, darting forward to seize List by the neck, lifting him as if he were pulling a radish back to Julius. With a broad grin, he exclaimed, "Master young Duke, look, this man is even more foolish than I, just sitting there waiting for me to catch him. What a fortunate find for me, haha." Julius, faced with Barton's foolish expression, allowed a slight smile to break through his otherwise sullen demeanor as he replied, "Very well, I will grant you credit for this deed and reward you with ale upon our return." Barton, overjoyed, repeatedly expressed his gratitude, never once releasing his hold on List. The werewolf brothers, despite being outnumbered, maintained the upper hand, yet Brian appeared dissatisfied with their sluggishness. He barked from the side, "What are you 2 lagging for? Hurry and finish this. It will be dark soon, and we won't make it back for dinner." His tone, while laced with discontent, also held a hint of languor and mockery. Upon hearing their leader's complaint, the 2 werewolves howled once more, this time unleashing their wind-based battle energy, their bodies suddenly glowing a vibrant green, their speed doubling as they circled around the 3 guards like 2 streaks of green light. The wind-based energy, known for its swiftness, combined with the werewolves' razor-sharp claws, led to a cacophony of screams as the werewolves executed their deadly assault. When they ceased their onslaught, the 3 men lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless, their wounds deep enough to expose bone, their necks severed by the claws, an utterly horrific sight. All of this transpired with astonishing speed, leaving no time for others to react before the outcome was determined. The patience of the Crown Prince Algernon finally reached its limit. He forcefully pushed aside the Crown Princess, striding to Julius's side, with his 4 royal guards hastily following behind, prepared for any eventuality. Infuriated and red-faced, Algernon shouted at Julius, "Julius Caesar, you have the audacity to kill in front of me, to unlawfully capture an important minister of the Empire. Do you have no regard for the law or the Empire?" Julius, unfazed, coldly retorted, "Your Highness, you exaggerate. This matter has nothing to do with the Empire or the law. It is merely a personal grudge. Should you insist on entangling it with grand principles, allow me to remind you, I am a hereditary duke of the Empire. And List, a mere noble, intended to harm me. By law, he deserves death. I am merely acting in accordance with justice." Algernon bellowed, "Even so, the Empire has its mechanisms for dealing with such matters. It is not for you, a vassal, to dictate. This is the capital of Ersa, the domain of the Aaron royal family." The Crown Prince, overwhelmed with rage, spoke with a certain recklessness. Julius smirked, "Your Highness speaks wisely, and I acknowledge your point. However, let me add that not only the capital but the entire Aaron Empire, including the 6 major principalities, belongs to the royal family, as a future emperor. You must treat all regions equally, while I may have no authority in the capital. If the clowns here wish to bully me, I am not one to be trifled with. Caesar has stood in the empire for 6,000 years without hearing of anyone as brazen as List. And I hereby declare once more, List must die, and I shall personally execute him." With those words, a chill swept through the hearts of the surrounding nobles, who gazed at the 9-year-old boy with a sense of dread. The Crown Prince, in a fit of rage, realized that the rift between them had become irreparable, and if List were indeed taken away by Julius, he would become a laughingstock among the nobles. Ever concerned with appearances and prideful, he barked orders to his 4 palace guards. "Come, bring Lord List back. Matters of the empire are not for outsiders to meddle in. The 4 guards, resolute, approached Barton, who held List. These 4 were no match for List's guards. They were elite warriors from the royal guard, each a master swordsman. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of these 4, Nick understood that Barton and the werewolves might struggle. Perhaps the leopard man could withstand one of them while he dealt with another, leaving Barton and the werewolves to barely manage one, thus leaving the master swordsman unguarded, leaving Caesar vulnerable, not to mention the 14 high-ranking warriors and sorcerers at Caesar's side. As the crown prince was now flanked by dozens of elite guards, thus their effectiveness diminished significantly. The situation had turned dire for Julius. As the imminent clash loomed, the nobles hurriedly retreated, clearing a space of several dozen meters around the podium. And yet, no one wished to leave, showcasing their insatiable curiosity and eagerness for entertainment. Do not mock their cowardice. A battle between master swordsmen could easily obliterate the entire podium, and those nobles, who were powerless, could find themselves victims of a stray energy blast. The relationship between the imperial family and the Caesar principality appeared to be growing increasingly delicate and complex due to this incident. Yet discerning who was right or wrong in this muddled affair was no simple task. Chapter 49, Wrath Unleashed, Part 2. As we shift our focus back to Crown Prince Algernon's 4 master swordsman guards. They prepared to strike at the Caesar faction. Nick and the leopard man Brian positioned themselves before Julius, standing alongside the 2 werewolves to shield Julius and Barton from harm, though the odds were unfavorable. None wavered at this juncture. It is necessary to examine the actions of Commander Andre, or rather, the former commander. This high-ranking warrior, thoroughly corrupted by the decadent capital, exhibited no noble demeanor. Upon sighting the 4 master swordsman guards, he quietly retreated into the crowd, disregarding the disdainful glances around him. He had long lost the valor he once displayed while battling enemies at the borders of Caesar. Suddenly, Julius erupted into laughter. Genuine laughter. His handsome visage, though pale, retained an undeniable charm as he chuckled, leaving everyone, including his own allies, utterly perplexed. Some nobles speculated whether this young duke had been rendered senseless by fear. While laughing, Julius drew forth his exquisite golden dagger from its sheath at his side. Gently wiping the blade's spine and flashing it in the dying rays of the setting sun, its brilliance unmarred and shimmering, he emerged from behind Barton and approached the left side of the Minotaur. Lightly pressing the dagger against List's throat, who was being forcibly held to the ground by Barton, with a childlike giggle, he addressed the crown prince. "Your Highness, are you truly intent on coercing me? Are you not afraid of the infamy that may arise from bullying the weak with your power? Such a reputation would not bode well for your future." Algernon, already feeling humiliated, coldly huffed. "That depends on your actions. Caesar, if you deliver List to the Empire's criminal justice department, I would have no reason to trouble you." Julius chuckled softly once more, his tone warm and deliberate as he stated, "Crown Prince Algernon, let me reiterate, I am Julius Caesar, the hereditary duke of the Empire. No one, aside from my parents, can command me, let alone threaten me. If you want this scoundrel, I shall deliver him to you now." As soon as the words left his lips, the exquisite dagger glided smoothly along List's neck, carving a half circle. His expression remained unchanged throughout, in the astonished gazes of all present. List's face contorted grotesquely as a thin line of blood began to seep from his neck, gradually widening and thickening until a torrent of blood gushed forth, splattering all over Julius. His youthful face, now streaked with droplets of blood, took on an even more pallid hue, exuding an eerie aura. Barton released his grip, kicking List towards the crown prince. List clawed at his throat in a frenzy, yet his efforts proved futile as blood continued to flood into his lungs. In his desperate struggle, he emitted a chilling, gurgling sound, rolling on the ground in agony. Within mere moments, his face became a ghastly sight. His body twisted as he lay motionless on the ground. All present, including the crown prince, swallowed hard, gazing at the child who resembled a demon, the atmosphere thick with silence. Julius smirked lazily and said to Nick, "The matter is resolved. Let us return to the estate." With that, he led the way toward the exit of the arena. And the dazed Caesar's entourage hurried to follow. The noblemen of the imperial capital instinctively made way, their expressions rife with fear as they beheld the devilish Caesar. The crown prince steadied himself, eyeing List's lifeless body, and turned to bellow, "Julius Caesar, you arrogant foreign minister, You dare to show disdain for the imperial authority. Demon, return to your Caesar domain. The imperial capital does not welcome you, should you linger here. I shall be your sworn enemy." Consumed by rage, he chose to sever all ties with Julius. However, one must ponder, this individual truly lacks the qualities of an emperor, displaying such rashness over a deceased person. Julius did not look back, continuing his stride down the corridor. That it was not that he wished to retaliate, but the mind-dulling elixir had struck again, rendering his mind a haze, as if the green mist were being consumed by an encroaching darkness. Indeed, after a few steps, his legs buckled, and he collapsed, sinking into unconsciousness. Master Caesar rushed over, lifting Julius and examining his eyes. The onlookers were bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and Algernon stood frozen, secretly lamenting. Could it be that my mere words had caused him to faint? This fragile creature can kill? Absurd. Caesar examined him for a moment before turning to the guards with a wry smile, saying, "It has struck again. My potion only provides temporary relief and does not cure the root of the issue. Moreover, excessive use will severely harm His Excellency's health." Nick, troubled, remarked, "Is it truly the case that our young master must endure this for a lifetime?" Caesar shook his head. The mind-dulling elixir is incurable. After thousands of years of research by countless potion masters, no antidote has ever been discovered. That I am powerless. The green divine pill, administered to His Excellency, is already the finest potion in the continent. Nick's heart sank, as did the expressions of the orcs nearby. What could be done? Enraged, Nick lost his usual composure, shouting towards the crown prince, "Your Highness, reflect deeply. Your confidant List has poisoned my master with the demon elixir. It is a great mercy that my master has not exterminated his entire family, and he has no desire to drag you into this. Observe your actions. If you wish us gone, we shall leave this vile and sordid place." With that, he turned and, with Caesar's assistance, carried Julius out of the arena, the guards casting a fierce glance behind them as they followed suit. The spectators felt their hearts racing, having endured a series of upheavals. In the end, Caesar had cast a thunderbolt into the fray, the demon elixir. List truly dared to act, and he deserved his demise. Yet the crown prince was now thoroughly humiliated. Algernon's face paled, and in his heart, he harbored resentment. Had he known that List had administered this forbidden potion to Caesar, he might have chosen a different course of action from the outset. Now, having offended everyone, it was too late. Ignoring the crown prince's complex emotions, we return to Julius and his entourage. Nick cradled the young duke into the carriage, instructing the driver to return to the estate, then sat in silence. Caesar, also in the carriage, retrieved a small vial containing green powder. His expression conflicted as he glanced at Nick. With a sigh, Nick inquired, "What dangers arise from excessive use of the green divine pill?" Caesar replied gravely, "The initial 2 or 3 doses pose no immediate danger. But every potion bears its poison. If used further, toxins will accumulate within the body, leading to increasing weakness until the poison culminates in a life-threatening crisis. This process is swift, unlikely to exceed 3 years." Nick chuckled bitterly. "So, if we do not administer the antidote to His Excellency, he will live a half-conscious existence for the rest of his life. Yet if we give him the green divine pill, he may remain alert like any ordinary person, but for only 3 years. Is that correct?" Caesar nodded in silence. Nick rubbed his face vigorously until it turned red, then closed his eyes and said, "Alas, we are still outsiders with no authority to decide on this matter. It is too grave. Upon our return, I shall inform Steward Dean to come and make the decision." Caesar silently agreed. By the time they returned to the Caesar estate, night had fallen, and the imperial capital was aglow with lights. Nick gently laid Julius on his bed, halting the frantic inquiries of Parker behind him, instructing Mary to attend to him well before leading Parker out of the room and shutting the now-repaired door. Upon entering the parlor, all those of status within the Caesar estate had gathered, and Nick shared his thoughts with them. The others, resigned, concurred that this was the only course. Without delay, Nick instructed Parker to leave the city at once, utilizing the magic circle to summon Dean back to the Caesar domain. Parker, visibly distressed, shook his head repeatedly, stammering, "Uncle Nick, please find someone else. Grandfather entrusted me to serve the master, yet I failed to perceive the treachery against him. That I cannot face him now. If he hears this dreadful news, he will surely end me." Nick nodded slightly, understanding that Parker spoke the truth. Dean, fiercely loyal to the Caesar family, would undoubtedly be enraged upon hearing such dreadful news, and might very well punish his grandson. Hence, Nick declared. In that case, I shall go myself. Brian interjected solemnly. My lord Nick, you cannot go. The defenses at the Caesar estate are currently weak, and we need your expertise to hold the fort. Should an unscrupulous rogue seize the opportunity for an ambush, we cannot guarantee the master's safety. Initially dismissive of Brian's warning, Nick reflected and broke into a cold sweat, while the crown prince might be ignorant. One could never be certain that those with ulterior motives would not seek to exploit this chaos. The events of the afternoon had attracted too many spectators, and word would have surely spread through the noble circles of the imperial capital. If foreign spies were to sow discord and take advantage of the instability within the empire, the chances of success would be alarmingly high. Realizing this, Nick fell silent. He was now the highest defensive force at the Caesar estate and could not leave. At least not until Dean returned. Ultimately, one of the 14 senior guards was dispatched to the Caesar domain to notify Dean and summon reinforcements. The senior warrior took the hastily pinned letter from Nick and galloped out of the estate. Although the city gates had closed, Nick's letter would ensure that those from the Caesar family could exit the city unhindered. Even at his fastest, Dean would not return until the following afternoon. Making these next hours critical, Nick and several orcs stood fully armed, vigilantly guarding every corner of the estate, while the over 1,000 Caesar guards maintained a tight perimeter, vigilant as ever. Time passed slowly, and by late night, all seemed normal. However, some guards began to relax. One soldier stationed at the side door of the back courtyard, bored, asked his companion, say, if the lords believe the master is in danger, why not seek aid from the pontiff or summon Master Dempus? With those two here, those petty fools wouldn't dare to make a move. The companion, seemingly privy to some insider knowledge, whispered back, do you think Lord Brian and the others do not wish to? But those two are both absent from the imperial capital. The pontiff has gone to the lower church to conduct the spring festival blessing for the faithful, and he won't return for at least 10 days to half a month. As for Master Dempus, he is traditionally preoccupied with his own fief and kin for the festival. For now, we must rely on ourselves. So keep your eyes wide open, endure this night, and once Steward Dean arrives with the elite guards, all will be well. The guard nodded in understanding, ready to ask another question when suddenly, with a whoosh, a sharp arrow shot through the air, piercing his throat before he could react, his body collapsing backward from the force. His companion, horrified, barely had time to shout a warning before another arrow struck, silencing him as he fell. The two men were unable to utter a single word. Shadows darted past the bodies of the two guards, swiftly infiltrating the inner courtyard, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 50. The Emperor's Disappointment. The Aaron Empire, established for thousands of years, continues to dominate the continent. Standing firm. A crucial reason for this is the close-knit relationship between the Aaron royal family and its 6 principalities, which ensures absolute stability within the empire. Even external forces attempting to sow discord among the 7 families have rarely succeeded. Thus, the current standoff between Julius and the crown prince undoubtedly presents an excellent opportunity for foreign spies, with lesser factions watching closely while agents from major powers have already begun their operations, particularly those from the rival Threes Empire. This nation, a mere millennium old and the second human state on this continent, has long coveted the hegemony of Aaron. For centuries, it has engaged in conflict with Aaron almost every decade, yet most endeavors have been in vain. This recent clash presents a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, the head of the Thracian spies in Ersa City resolved to exploit this moment to sow discord among the 7 families of Aaron. What course of action to take? Naturally, it involved further besmirching the reputation of the dim-witted crown prince. Consequently, the Thracian spies dispatched a small contingent of assassins to eliminate Julius and frame Algernon for the act. Of course, the head of the Thracian spies was not foolish enough to believe he could actually kill Caesar. His aim was merely to instill panic within the empire, fostering mistrust between the royal family and the vassal lords. For anyone not utterly ignorant would understand, the crown prince would never be so reckless as to assassinate the Grand Duke of the Empire over a dead confidant. Yet, as the saying goes, the fear of public opinion is formidable. If Caesar were to be slain at this critical juncture, all suspicion would inevitably fall upon the crown prince, leaving him with no defense. It was a simple scheme, yet one that proved effective. Perhaps the head of the Thracian spies was unaware of the frail defenses surrounding Caesar's residence. Had he known, he would have dispatched all his assassins to ensure Julius's demise. Regardless of whether the crown prince could be implicated, the balance among the 7 families of Aaron would inevitably shatter, leading to certain turmoil within the empire. Unfortunately for the assassins who infiltrated Caesar's estate, They triggered a magical alarm as soon as they set foot in the inner courtyard, the piercing shrieks summoning a throng of Caesar's guards to their aid. Unsurprisingly, the assassins were slain, though the guards suffered numerous casualties. Though these assassins possessed only intermediate skills, their assassination techniques were so peculiar that several guards were caught off guard, their throats cut before they could even react, leading to their swift demise. After the chaos was quelled, the soldiers dispersed to resume their patrols. Throughout the ordeal, Nick and Brian remained absent, as they stood vigil in Julius's chamber, utterly unconcerned with the battle outside, for the Grand Duke's safety was paramount, even if 1,000 guards were to fall. As long as Caesar remained unharmed, it would be deemed a victory. Fortunately, the night passed without further incident, and the farcical attempt on Julius's life merely stirred a ripple of unrest, allowing Nick and the others to finally breathe a sigh of relief. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattered objects echoed through the inner sanctum of the imperial palace. Baron Light, captain of the royal guard stationed outside, sighed heavily. This marked the 21st precious artifact that His Majesty, King Clentino VI, had shattered, and there seemed to be no sign of cessation. It was all the Crown Prince's fault. Inside the chamber, the elderly emperor, his face ashen, hurled a sculpture to the ground before taking several deep breaths. Bellowing at the kneeling Algernon, "You imbecile! How could I have such a foolish son? You threatened the hereditary Grand Duke of the Empire in front of numerous nobles for the sake of a despicable wretch. Have you lost your mind? That Lister deserves his fate. He harbors ambitions of manipulating the imperial vassals. Even if Caesar does not slay him, I shall see him executed, and I shall eradicate his entire lineage." The last words were uttered through gritted teeth. The Crown Prince, Algernon, knelt in silence, his sullen expression betraying his resentment. The old emperor, gazing at his son, who had committed a grave error yet remained oblivious, let out a disappointed sigh and weakly inquired, "Do you still not understand where you went wrong?" Algernon replied in a low voice, "Father, I truly do not comprehend. Why do you not deal with the rebellious subject who has offended a future heir of the empire, instead of directing your wrath towards me? Is the hereditary Grand Duke truly more important than the Crown Prince of a nation?" Clentino VI, unable to contain his frustration, delivered a fierce kick to Algernon's chest, sending the tall prince sprawling several meters away. Groaning as he rose, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The old emperor, exasperated, shouted, "Do you think I am angry merely over your reputation? You have greatly disappointed me. Use that brain of yours, which seems filled with frivolous thoughts, and consider this. Lister is universally recognized as your confidant. Would he dare to strike at the Grand Duke? Do you think the people of the Empire will not question his motives and whether he has a hidden agenda? All of this points to you, Crown Prince Algernon. If you had not obstructed Caesar's request for his people, it would have merely cost you some face. But now, everyone will assume you have something to hide, fearing that Caesar might uncover something, and thus you refuse to release him. Do you understand now?" Algernon's face turned pale, his expression vacant, his lips trembling as he struggled to find words, finally grasping the meaning behind Nick's earlier warning. Caesar had never intended to involve him, choosing instead to remain silent about the poison coursing through his veins, wishing only to escape with Lister to avoid further complications. Yet, his extreme desire to save face had spiraled the situation out of control, culminating in the worst possible outcome. The old emperor sighed. The idle chatter of the Empire's citizens can be disregarded for now. Once the matter passes, it will naturally settle. However, the other 5 Grand Dukes will not be so easily appeased. What will they think? If a crown prince dares to orchestrate an assassination against Julius Caesar, will they not fear they may be next? Can you provide a satisfactory explanation for this? If the situation is not handled properly, it will become the source of chaos within the empire. The arrogance that had once characterized Algernon had vanished without a trace. He did not even bother to wipe the blood from his mouth as he anxiously asked, "Father, what shall we do? You must believe me. I harbor no treacherous thoughts." The old emperor was profoundly disappointed by this now feeble heir that if such a panicky, naive individual were to ascend as the ruler of a nation, unable to manage relations with the vassals, the royal family's position would be in jeopardy. For the first time, the old emperor regretted having appointed the crown prince so prematurely. After a moment of silent contemplation, Clentino VI spoke. "The Caesar family has been irrevocably offended. Unless Julius, poisoned by the demon's elixir, can recover, do not expect to mend relations. The royal family is at fault here, and this matter requires careful deliberation. We cannot act hastily." As for the other 5 Grand Dukes, I shall go and explain. For the time being, you are to remain in the Crown Prince's palace and do not venture out without my explicit command." Algernon nodded repeatedly. Just as the two were about to discuss further details, the inner chamber door was thrust open with force, and Baron Light, visibly flustered, rushed in, disregarding his own rudeness, and knelt before the visibly enraged emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, it is dire news. Last night, assassins launched a surprise attack on Caesar's estate." Both the old emperor and the crown prince were taken aback. Clintino VI quickly inquired, "What of Caesar? Has he been harmed?" Light reported, "It is said that Grand Duke Caesar was unharmed, but the casualties among the guards were substantial." The old emperor seethed. "It is said, rumors. Do you possess no definitive information?" Light, trembling, replied, "Your Majesty, it is not that I have been negligent since the assassination attempt on Caesar's estate. The guards have sealed it off tightly, issuing proclamations that no one is permitted to approach within 10 meters or face execution. The furious Caesar's men have already slain several who dared to venture too close to the walls of the estate. Even those noblemen and high-ranking officials who are on good terms with the Caesar family have been unceremoniously turned away. The Caesar household has become a veritable hornet's nest. No one dares to disturb it." Clintino VI sighed heavily. He felt that in the past decade, he had never sighed as much as he had today. After waving Baron Light away, the old emperor slumped back on his throne, bitterly smiling at the crown prince. "You see, you have caused this trouble. Those foreign spies truly exploit every opportunity. Now, you have an indelible stain upon your reputation." Algernon, lowering his head in contemplation, suddenly murmured, "Father, since we have completely severed ties with the Caesar family, and there is no room for explanation, why not take decisive action?" As he spoke, Algernon's expression hardened, and he made a slashing gesture across his neck. With a resounding thud, the old emperor struck Algernon on the head with a jade paperweight from his desk. His face flushed with anger as he bellowed, "You fool! Is that the only solution your mind can conceive? What will happen to his territory if you kill Caesar? Do you think those obstinate Caesar loyalists will simply let it go? They will unleash an army of over 100,000 to fight to the bitter end against our imperial family, and the other 5 lords will not only refuse to assist the empire but may very well join in the assault against us. Viewing it as a favor from the divine, after we are mutually annihilated, will the foreign enemies not swoop in to take advantage? Have you considered the influence of the temple? And do you truly believe the Caesar family is so easily trifled with?" "They are." The old emperor abruptly ceased his words, as if some hesitation had overtaken him. Finally, he irritably commanded, "Return to your crown prince's palace. Do not step outside without my express permission." Algernon, realizing he had greatly angered his father, hurriedly submitted to Clintino VI's orders and retreated in dismay. The emperor remained seated in silence, deep in thought, murmuring to himself after a lengthy pause, "Perhaps this son is truly unfit to be the future emperor of the empire. My premature designation of him as crown prince may indeed be my gravest error. My late queen, what am I to do?" At last, the emperor, seemingly aged by several years, struggled to rise and return to his inner palace chamber. The family of Aaron would undoubtedly find little favor in Caesar's eyes. Thus, he resolved to have the young Empress Josephine send a trusted servant to visit Julius on his behalf, as a gesture of goodwill. The emperor was aware of the amicable relationship between Empress Josephine and Julius Caesar, to the extent that they referred to each other as siblings, and he presumed that the empress's maid would not be dismissed. However, had the current emperor known that the two, despite their considerable age and status difference, shared a relationship of a more intimate nature, his demeanor would surely have been far less composed. But that is a tale for another time, to be recounted years hence. Chapter 51. The iceberg of Caesar's power on the afternoon of the 3rd day of the new year. The citizens of the imperial capital, Elsa, witnessed the formidable presence of the Ware army, a sight not seen for decades on this New Year's midday. The residents of the northern city, who had indulged in their midday meal and were now napping, were abruptly awakened by the thunderous roars of wild beasts. Bewildered, they rushed outside to discover the cause, and the citizens, still rubbing their bleary eyes, were left utterly astonished at a great aerial squadron composed of nearly 100 griffins. Howled as they soared over the towering city walls, entering the city with great fanfare. Upon reaching the residence of the Duke Caesar, they descended en masse, effectively sealing off the estate. These griffins, adorned with golden-hued feathers, measured over 3 meters in length, excluding their robust tails, and their wingspan reached nearly 6 meters. A few gentle flaps would stir up a tempest, while their lion-like bodies, armed with sharp eagle talons, were topped with the menacing heads of vultures. Classified as a level 3 magical beast, the griffin was adept at wind magic and capable of unleashing powerful wind arrows in an instant. Each griffin bore a knight clad in magical armor, their heads protected by helmets, and wielding 6-meter-long, hefty metal spears, the intricate designs on which indicated their status as magical weapons that in essence. This squadron of 100 griffins possessed the might to shatter an army of 10,000 regular troops. But that was not the end of it. Following the entrance of this aerial force, another contingent of 100 soldiers approached the northern city gate, prompting those gathered to watch to retreat in fear. Before them appeared a group of lions, their size rivaling that of the griffins. Their bodies were cloaked in azure fur, save for the gray-white manes at their necks, which stood erect, exuding an imposing aura. Mounted upon their backs were a cadre of tall and sturdy warriors, who, unlike their griffin-riding counterparts, wielded double-handed broadswords. These massive swords, measuring 2 meters in length and nearly 20 centimeters in thickness, glimmered with a chilling light under the sun. Also enchanted as magical weapons, these lion mounts, known as the azure-maned gray lions, were classified as level 4 magical beasts. Like the griffins, they were also wind-type creatures, but their ability to unleash a spinning wind blade surpassed the griffins' wind arrows. Boasting greater power, this cavalry of war beasts entered the city after the griffin squadron. While the city guards dared not utter a word, the deputy commander hastily retreating to report to the grand commander of the 9 gates. It was likely that the grand commander was equally powerless, knowing he would inevitably have to alert the emperor. The Azure Lion cavalry marched into the city, reaching the Duke Caesar's residence, dispersing to guard the vicinity and effectively blocking off all surrounding roads. Faced with the overwhelming might of the Caesar forces, none dared voice their grievances. Otherwise, they would end up like those unfortunate souls who had met their demise against the walls, though their bodies had long been removed. The remnants of their blood still lingered. Eventually, a few dozen individuals entered the city, this time far more discreetly. These newcomers rode upon ordinary steeds, and aside from the elder leading the group, who appeared to be in his 60s, the others were dressed as mages or warriors, their attire much simpler. However, among the onlookers, some who were knowledgeable about mages were struck with shock as they recognized that the insignias worn by the warriors and mages, in addition to the traditional golden lion emblem of the Caesar family, bore marks denoting their ranks. Among them, there were no less than 10 grand sword masters and grand mages. When had such extraordinary experts suddenly converged in such numbers? Of course, no one was there to explain, and the leader, Dean, was in a state of anxious distress. He regretted allowing his lord to return to the territory alone. Now, the young master, who had just escaped peril, was faced with yet another dire situation. If anything were to happen to his lord, he would ensure that the empire would face the wrath of the Caesars, and the Lister family would await annihilation. Hastening along the not-so-distant path, Dean finally returned to the Caesar residence in the capital, his face grim, entering the estate without uttering a word. The few individuals who came out to greet him, including Nick, dared not breathe a word. They understood that the usually affable Dean, the Earl of the Border, was now seething with rage, and no one dared provoke him. Old Dean hurried through the garden, reaching Julius's bedroom, where he gently pushed the door open. Inside, Mary and Master Caesar, who was examining Julius, quickly rose to pay their respects. Dean, ever courteous to Master Caesar, acknowledged him with a nod before approaching the bedside to gaze upon his pale and unconscious young master. Tears welled in the loyal elder's eyes as he knelt softly, choking out, "My lord, Dean is truly to blame. I should never have left you alone in the capital. How can I explain this to the ancestors of the Caesar family? I would rather die than face my forebears in Darcy. Woe is me." The elderly man's sorrow was akin to that of a child, and both Caesar and Mary felt their eyes welling with tears as well. At that moment, a frail voice emerged from outside. "Steward Dean, I come to apologize on behalf of Clee. It is all my fault for not taking care of the master. Please punish me." Clee, still recovering, was helped in by his wife Bella. His face streaked with tears. Dean wiped his eyes and spoke gently. "Clee, this is not your fault. Had you not risked your life to return and with Master Caesar's assistance, the situation for the young master could have been far worse. Everything you did has not gone unappreciated by him, so do not blame yourself." Afterward, Dean instructed the others to leave and not disturb their master, inviting Caesar to join him in the parlor, leaving only Mary to tend to Julius. The area outside had long been secured by the extraordinary experts who had accompanied Dean back. Once in the parlor, Parker timidly approached to greet Dean, but Dean's expression darkened, and he swiftly slapped Parker to the ground, berating, "I entrusted you to protect the young master, and what have you done? Now he lies unconscious while you stand there and scathe. What good are you as a servant? Why don't you go die?" In his fury, Dean spoke without restraint. Parker knelt on the ground, trembling and speechless, while Nick and the others hurried to mediate, eventually soothing the elder's wrath, and Parker slinked away. Master Caesar, Julius's attending physician, presented the difficult choices they faced to Dean. Upon hearing this, Dean furrowed his brow, finding himself at a loss. No one wished for their lord to linger on for merely 3 years. Yet a life of perpetual half-consciousness was not a viable solution either. Dean felt particularly irritable that day, and the dilemma only fueled his frustration. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, "If we cannot find peace, then neither shall they. Bring forth the Azure Lion cavalry and annihilate the entire Lister family, without leaving a single soul behind." The room fell silent, everyone taken aback by his outburst. The captain of the cavalry, stationed outside, barked an affirmative command and stormed out, with Caesar's guards leading the way. Once the sounds of beastly roars faded away from the estate, the occupants understood that the Lister family had been eradicated from the continent. After venting his anger, Dean sighed and despondently stated, "Master Caesar, please awaken the young master. None of us can decide for him. He must choose his own path." Caesar bowed slightly and exited, now a member of the Caesar household. Naturally adhering to the appropriate etiquette towards Dean, the second-in-command of the territory. At long last, the slumbering Julius awaited the long-anticipated green mist, for after losing consciousness in the grand arena, he found himself situated between the brain and the sea of consciousness. The black mist once again blocking the pathway to the control area of his mind. The green whirlpool within the sea of consciousness had become tumultuous, rendering his awareness unable to penetrate. With no choice but to wander outside, he awaited Master Caesar to administer the green potion once more. As before, when the green mist rose, Julius stabilized the whirlpool, allowing the 2 orbs of light to absorb magical elements from the surroundings. Once everything appeared satisfactory, he hurried back to the control area of his brain, regaining control of his body and awakening. The first sight that met his eyes was Dean's honest old face. Still glistening with tears, Julius, perplexed, asked, "Steward Dean, why have you returned? Wasn't it said you would come next year?" Dean struggled to speak through his emotions, and in that instant, Julius comprehended the depth of the elder's loyalty. Feeling a warmth in his heart, after a casual stretch, he found himself only slightly weakened, and without further ado, he sat up to listen to Caesar explain his condition. Upon hearing the details, everyone was astonished to find that the young master exhibited no emotional reaction at all. Just as they were left in confusion, Julius smiled and remarked, "I have a general understanding of my condition, and there is no need for excessive concern. Perhaps I will find a way to resolve it. However, before that, let us first address the matters in the capital. We shall discuss everything upon our return to the Caesar territory. In the meantime, Master Caesar, do not forget to administer the potion when I am about to fall unconscious." Caesar nodded repeatedly, while the crowd regarded the young master's words with skepticism, believing them to be mere words of comfort. Julius pointed to his tuft of purple hair and declared, "Let us not forget that I am Caesar, blessed by the divine." The onlookers appeared suddenly enlightened, their expressions relaxing considerably. Did Julius truly possess a solution? Ahem, we shall discuss that later. Nick recounted to Julius the events of the past day and night. Upon hearing this, Julius scoffed dismissively. That Prince Algernon is not foolish enough to act in such a manner. It must be the work of others sowing discord. Investigate the mastermind behind this. If it remains elusive, so be it. In any case, I have little desire to linger here. Butler Dean will go to the Temple of the Light tomorrow to fetch my parents' coffins, and in a few days, we shall return to our territory. Dean, anxious, interjected, "Young master, your health cannot withstand the rigors of travel. It would be wiser to wait until spring. Moreover, I have brought elite troops from the Caesar domain who can ensure your safety." Julius did not acquiesce to Dean's concerns, as he genuinely wished to return to his own lands, which were, after all, his rightful domain. Seeing that the young master had made up his mind, Dean ceased his entreaties. However, Julius was quite curious about the elite troops he had brought. prompting Dean to explain each detail thoroughly. Julius listened with rapt attention, his eyes sparkling with excitement, initially thinking that the elite brought by Parker was already impressive, only to discover that it was merely the tip of the iceberg. The thought of his own beast army made him itch with anticipation to return to his territory. When Dean mentioned that outside there were over 10 grand sword masters and archmages from the Caesar army on guard, Julius felt a breathless sensation wash over him, but he mused to himself, just how formidable is my own power? No wonder the imperial family harbors trepidation. There is indeed some merit to this. But all of this belongs to me. Ha. I finally feel the thrill of standing tall in this foreign realm. At that moment, Barton, stationed at the gate, knocked and entered, buzzing. Young master, a group wishes to visit you. The leading young lady claims to be sent by Her Majesty the Queen. Julius, who was about to wave his hand and decline any visitors, quickly retracted his gesture upon hearing the last remark, saying, "Please allow them to enter, and let that young lady come to me. There are always exceptions to every rule. And the beautiful Sister Josephine is a prime example of such an exception." Chapter 52. The Queen's Proclamation. The Queen's personal maid, Annie, walked with trepidation along the path to the Caesar estate. The poor girl, having grown up without encountering such fierce beasts and formidable soldiers, felt overwhelmed. The soldiers casually holding the reins of griffins, though scattered, formed a solemn perimeter around the grand estate, their serious expressions and sharp gazes scanning every passerby, causing some timid individuals to lower their heads and hasten their steps, as if lingering too long might invite disaster. To be honest, this was indeed the case, if anyone were to deliberately stop and gawk. The expressions of those fierce soldiers would certainly haunt them in nightmares. As Annie cautiously sidestepped a griffin, her back grew damp with anxiety. That beast, towering to her height, stared at her with its deep green eyes, exuding an aura of ferocity despite its silence. The soldier holding the griffin's reins did not spare her a glance, as if she were invisible. Finally, having safely entered the Caesar estate, Annie let out a sigh of relief. The courtyard was heavily guarded, but without the presence of wild beasts. Annie made her way steadily to Julius's bedroom. She was there to meet the Queen's close attendant. Julius, both for personal and public reasons, was unwilling to be disturbed and instructed everyone to leave, leaving him alone in the room. After Mary knocked and ushered Annie inside, she promptly closed the door behind her. The two exchanged gazes. Both surprised, having witnessed the might of the Caesar estate, Annie felt a newfound reverence for the child before her, losing the casual demeanor she had held in the palace. Though he was small, he was ultimately a lord, commanding significant power in the empire. Thus, she greeted Julius with the utmost formality. Julius waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Enough, Sister Annie. There is no need for such formality. You may be as casual here as you were in the palace. I do not wish for our relationship to feel so rigid. It is rather discomforting." Upon hearing the young lord's words, Annie felt a sense of relief but maintained a respectful smile, replying, "You are of noble rank in the empire, while I am merely a servant. When no one is around in the palace, I can be more relaxed, but here, I must adhere to the proper decorum." Julius recognized that Annie's nature was somewhat timid and did not press further. He then inquired about her purpose. Annie suddenly smiled mischievously and said, "I have two purposes. Would His Excellency prefer to hear the formal or the personal?" Julius's interest piqued, and a faint smile graced his lips as he responded, "If I am not mistaken. On a public note, my sister the Queen wishes to convey goodwill on behalf of the royal family. As for the personal, it is undoubtedly that my sister is concerned for my safety and has sent you to check on me. Am I correct?" Annie nodded helplessly, internally lamenting. This young lord is indeed as astute as the emperor when addressing the Queen. Nothing escapes his notice. She nodded and relayed to Julius, "The Queen has asked me to convey that His Majesty King Clintino apologizes for that incident and asserts that the royal family bears no involvement. It was all a misunderstanding born of ignorance. And she implores you to believe this." Julius nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the implication behind her words. After addressing the formalities, Annie inquired about Julius's health, as Josephine had been exceedingly worried upon hearing that Julius had been poisoned by a demonic potion, to the extent that she wished to leave the palace to visit him. Annie exaggerated the Queen's concern significantly as she conveyed it to Julius. This time, Julius offered no response, merely bowing his head in silence. Observing the child, who was so attached to the Queen, show no reaction puzzled Annie. Julius then spoke softly, I shall soon return to my Caesar territory, and perhaps I may not return to the imperial capital for a long time. The only thing I shall miss here is my sister Josephine. Annie's expression shifted, her heart sinking. Since recognizing this brother, the queen had been much happier, but now her brother was about to leave. How saddened would the queen be? Would she once again fall into those gloomy days of restraint and melancholy? Julius, too, felt a sense of longing for the gentle beauty that was Josephine. If possible, he would truly wish to bring the queen back to Caesar with him, but that was merely a fanciful thought. Finally, Julius stood abruptly, his expression resolute, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, even if I return to my territory, I must see my sister once more. Let us depart now. Annie, taken aback by Julius's sudden determination, stood in shock. Julius urged, Sister Annie, hurry. If we delay, it will be dark, and my servants will not allow me to spend the night elsewhere, so we must be swift. Only then did Annie snap back to reality and hurriedly follow him out. Upon hearing that Julius intended to head to the palace, Dean and the others voiced their objections in unison. After all, it would be better to avoid potential troubles. Who could guarantee that nothing unexpected would occur? Regardless of their innocence, the Caesar family had already left a poor impression on this group. Julius remained steadfast in his decision, believing that this return to his territory might be his last chance to visit the imperial capital until he reached adulthood. If he did not see the queen, he would regret it immensely. Moreover, the beautiful sister would undoubtedly be saddened. Ultimately, Julius's stern expression silenced Dean and the others. Although Dean had arranged an exceptionally formidable escort, 10 grand sword masters and archmages accompanied Julius, and 2 additional squads of soldiers were dispatched to secure the perimeter. If not for Caesar intervening, Dean would have also sent a squadron of griffins to patrol the skies in protection. In any case, when Julius stepped out, he did so with an imposing air. Inside the luxurious carriage of the Caesar estate, Annie and Julius exchanged sentiments, marveling at what true nobility looked like in comparison to the baronial nobles of the imperial capital. Their aura and substance were incomparable. Upon arriving at the palace, the 2 squads of soldiers remained outside, while the 10 formidable protectors ignored any objections and insisted on following Julius closely, much to the chagrin of the palace guards. Young Caesar, with a wry smile, discreetly handed a bulging pouch of coins to the palace guard captain and murmured, Come now, General, let us find some common ground. You are undoubtedly aware of the current situation of the Caesar household. My guards are not easily dissuaded. However, I assure you that there will be no breach of decorum once we enter. You may send a few soldiers to accompany us for observation. The head guard, having heard the recent whispers in the imperial capital, understood the caution surrounding Caesar and acquiesced to Julius's request, dispatching 2 of his subordinates to follow them symbolically. That he knew that against those 10 terrifying masters, even an abundance of ordinary guards would be futile. As usual, Julius traversed the royal garden and arrived at the queen's quarters. This time, the 10 masters wisely refrained from entering, remaining stationed outside. Julius and the quietly observant Annie stepped into the queen's chamber. Approaching the small reception room, Annie, understanding the situation, halted outside the door, allowing Julius to enter alone. Josephine was utterly astonished by Julius's arrival. Having worried for 2 days, she grasped Julius's hand before he could even greet her, anxiously probing him and exclaiming, Caesar's brother, how are you now? Do you feel unwell? Should I summon the royal physician for a thorough examination? You have terrified me these past few days. Julius, touched by her concern, leaned his small head against the beautiful queen and grinned. I am fine now, dear sister. Please do not worry. Do not furrow your brow, or you will age prematurely. Upon hearing Julius's attempt at humor, Josephine retorted with a hint of anger. Is this really the time for jest? Have you not heard of the infamous demon's elixir? What shall we do now? Look at your pallid complexion. The queen, well versed in the dangers of the distraction liquid, was genuinely alarmed. If Caesar did not address the toxins in his body, he might forever be barred from magic and martial prowess. At worst, he could become a simpleton. How could she not feel anxious? Noticing his sister's distressed expression, Julius, while moved, responded seriously, Sister, you need not worry excessively. I have a method to counteract the poison in my body, truly. Observing the skepticism in Josephine's eyes, Julius pointed to his hair and continued, Have you forgotten the anomaly of this strand? Josephine began to believe him. Recalling the incident when she had bathed Caesar and touched his purple hair, which had resulted in a miraculous phenomenon that time, Caesar had explained it, as the blessing of the god of light. Naturally, Josephine now assumed that divine blessings could indeed counteract the poison of the demon's elixir. With her expression softening, Julius, however, remained serious as he mentioned his intention to return to his territory. This caused the queen's previously relaxed brow to furrow once more. Yet, she felt powerless. This child had endured 2 grave tribulations in the imperial capital, and no one could trust leaving their underage lord here any longer. The reluctance was evident on her face. She understood that it might be a long time before she could see Caesar again, and by then, he would likely have matured, while she would have aged. Suddenly, Julius turned around and embraced Josephine tightly, whispering, "Sister, you must take care of yourself while I am away. The intrigues within the palace are treacherous, and though the battles are unseen, they are as fierce as those on the battlefield. You are vulnerable, so be cautious. Avoid meddling in imperial affairs, and restrain your relatives from becoming arrogant due to your favor, lest they provide others with leverage against you." Josephine gazed at Julius in a daze, pondering, what could this younger brother possibly know? His familiarity with palace matters was astonishingly alarming that it seemed he was also well aware of the misdeeds of her own unworthy relatives. The queen pulled Julius into her embrace and sighed. "Good brother. Return to your territory and tend to your health. I shall be careful. Do not worry." After much consideration, Julius still felt a deep concern regarding his sister's relatives, particularly her boisterous younger brother. If these arrogant nobles were not curtailed, they would undoubtedly bring trouble upon the beautiful queen. In a solemn tone, he finally said, "If you ever find yourself in a perilous situation, do not hesitate to send word to me. I will resolve any grave matter." Josephine shuddered, saying nothing, but held her brother tightly. The two remained in silence, cherishing the warmth of their final farewell. As dusk fell, Caesar's elite guards grew uneasy about the young lord's well-being and sent a messenger to urge him to return home. Aware that he could not linger, Julius reluctantly bid farewell to Josephine. The queen leaned against the doorframe, her eyes misty with tears, watching him walk away as if she would never see him again. Her heart torn asunder as Julius walked down the corridor. He turned back to wave goodbye to the queen. Seeing her sorrowful expression and misty eyes, this young lord could no longer contain himself. He ran back, embracing the astonished queen, and urgently whispered in her ear, "Sister, wait for me. When I come of age, I will return to take you away, and I will ensure your happiness for a lifetime. No one can stop me. This is my vow to you that I love you, sister." Without waiting for Josephine to respond, he dashed out, leaving her in a state of bewilderment and emotion, joy, happiness, shyness, concern, or perhaps something else entirely. She could hardly discern. Chapter 53. Farewell, Imperial Capital. Apologies, I just got off work and have yet to eat. Allow me to update everyone first. Please give a recommendation and a collection. Upon returning home, the first sight that greeted Julius was the 100-strong battle lion cavalry stationed around his estate. The imposing, fierce blue lions, baring their sharp white teeth and glaring with their crimson eyes, left him deeply awestruck, dispelling any lingering sorrow from parting with Josephine. Such a formidable military force and immense power belonged to him. And this was merely a fraction of his family's military might, which was indeed renowned as the strongest among the 6 territories of Aaron. As Julius passed the 100-man detachment, each cavalryman stood tall and straight, eyes forward, gripping their reins with their left hands, and saluting their young master with their right fists pressed to their hearts. Unable to conceal his excitement, Julius waved dismissively. "No need for formalities, but why did I not see you all when I departed?" A burly captain stepped forward and replied respectfully, "My lord, we were executing the orders of Count Dean, which is why we were absent for half an hour." Julius, not particularly concerned, casually inquired, "What were you doing?" The robust captain answered in a deep voice, "My lord, by Count Dean's command, we were to eliminate the Lister family, who had offended you." Then, seeing the astonished look on Julius's face, he added, "Once we have eradicated all 138 members of the Lister family, the Emperor's guards will arrive to apprehend the remaining Lister relatives. However, they are merely here to clean up the aftermath, which spares us much trouble." Julius wore an expression that was a mix of bewilderment and amusement as he walked into the estate, leaving the enthusiastic captain scratching his head in confusion. To be fair, Julius had no intention of exacting vengeance upon the Lister family. Otherwise, he would have dispatched someone to annihilate them long ago. Unfortunately, Dean had taken matters into his own hands while Julius was unconscious. Although he understood that the Lister family's demise was a consequence of their own actions, the thought of the innocent elderly women, and children among the 138 souls weighed heavily on his heart. And no matter how cold-hearted he might be, he could never bring himself to commit such an act. Alas, perhaps this is the essence of a feudal society where the strong prey upon the weak. After entering the house, Julius did not bring up the matter again. Dean had done nothing wrong. There was no justification for reproaching him. All blame lay with the foolish ambition of the Lister clan, which had brought ruin upon themselves. Upon seeing their young master return, everyone felt a wave of relief. Caesar conducted another examination, finding no significant issues for the time being. After gathering everyone in the living room, Julius's expression turned grave, even fervent, as he addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you are the native inhabitants of Caesar's territory or my newly acquired subordinates in the imperial capital, we are preparing to return home. Apart from those remaining to guard the estate, all of you will accompany me back, for that is our true foundation. We shall endeavor to build our homeland, and in the future, we will undoubtedly astonish the entire continent with our accomplishments. We must also strive to strengthen our military might before the impending demonic tide. Many among us may never see the front lines of battle in 30 years, yet we must lay the groundwork for our descendants now. If we contribute our efforts, our progeny may shed less blood in the future. However, this hinges on uniting everyone in Caesar's territory under my command. I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices in my domain, much less any acts of duplicity. Therefore, upon our return, your first task is to reclaim the powers that my father's leniency allowed to slip away. No one shall challenge my authority, otherwise they are courting death. As he spoke, he noticed the anxious expressions on the faces of those before him, prompting Julius to soften his tone and continue. Of course, you need not worry excessively. I do not intend to turn my own territory into a scene of carnage. After all, they are my subjects, and I do not wish for them to suffer unnecessarily. The purpose of all this is to provide direction for your tasks in the coming years, so you will not feel adrift. As I will not have the time to manage territorial affairs for at least the next 3 to 5 years, and I can only trust you all. Dean, filled with concern and confusion, asked, Young master, what is it that will occupy you for 5 years? Can the old servant act in your stead? Julius shook his head with a wry smile, pointing to his head as he replied, None of you can assist me. It is a matter of my own mind. I have discovered a method to eliminate the poison from the demon's elixir, but it is an exceedingly slow process. 5 years is a conservative estimate. Moreover, you are aware that the green god pill should not be taken excessively, as it can harm the body. Therefore, during this detoxification, I will often be in a comatose state, leaving me no opportunity to manage military and political affairs. Dean finally understood, but still felt uneasy. Young master, will you be in danger? Julius shook his head with a smile. There is no danger, only the passage of time. Do not forget, I am a blessed member of the Caesar family, under the protection of the god of light. Seeing their young master's unwavering confidence, the others felt reassured, their faith in his status remaining steadfast. Dean thus bent deeply, his expression grave as he addressed Julius, saying, My lord, rest assured in your recovery. Matters of the territory shall be entrusted to us. And upon your return to health, you shall witness a reformed Caesar domain, devoid of the current disarray. Every citizen and official will be unwaveringly loyal to the house of Caesar and to you, my lord. The others, following Dean's lead, expressed their allegiance. Julius solemnly replied, I place my trust in you, which is why I have delegated this responsibility to you. Proceed with confidence. Should any obstacles arise, I shall personally resolve them. Ahem. Regardless of the serious atmosphere, Julius's final remark carried a somewhat underworldly tone. At least, that is my impression. Once the serious matters were concluded, Julius, in an attempt to lighten the mood, gestured to the portly Clee, who stood aside. Ah, is that not Baron Clee? Now that you are a nobleman, why have I not heard of you hosting a banquet? Laughter erupted, with the boisterous Spartan teasing. My lord, you have mistaken the person. I heard from a guard under me that this baron has never held more than a single silver coin in his hands, all kept by Sister Bella. It would be better to ask Lady Clee for a feast. Clee flushed, glaring fiercely at Barton, then awkwardly smiled at Julius, saying, Do not heed his nonsense. My lord, my Bella is not that kind of person. I possess considerable wealth. Just as Julius was about to commend Clee for his manliness, Clee added, Every time, Bella gives me 4 or 5 silver coins. Thud. Julius was left utterly speechless, collapsing to the ground. Realizing that Clee was merely a henpecked husband who relished his fate, there was no saving him. After the jesting, Dean presented Julius with the documents he had instructed him to handle. Julius casually handed them to Clee. Smiling, "Here you go, my Lord Baron. This is your noble identification. From this day forth, you shall be the legitimate Baron of the 6th border of the Caesar domain, and your descendants shall inherit your title a century hence. As for your fief, the steward Dean will allocate it upon our return to the Caesar domain." Clee trembled as he received the document, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Tears streaming down his face, leaving him speechless. From this day forth, he had truly revitalized his family, and he could once again bear his noble surname. Clee Hayden. The others looked at Clee with envy. Yet no one felt jealousy, for they understood this was a title earned through his sacrifice. He was deserving of this honor. Finally, 3 days later, Caesar was set to return home, aside from the 200 caretakers and guards. The rest of the entourage, along with the soldiers stationed outside the city, would accompany him. During these days, Julius had taken several doses of the Green God pill, mustering the energy to visit several noble dignitaries in the imperial capital, particularly the Duke Sulla, with whom he had a cordial relationship. He also left farewell letters for the Pope and the Dumpez couple. Once everything was arranged, they finally embarked on their journey home. The coffins of the Marquises Malgus had been retrieved from the temple the previous day, and under Julius's personal guidance, they were transported out of the city via a teleportation array back to the Caesar domains, where Dean would oversee the burial arrangements. Julius pondered the route home with great care. The quickest option was to use the teleportation array, yet after the terrifying experience, he had no desire to attempt it again. Moreover, he had heard that the further the teleportation distance, the greater the disorientation. He had nearly succumbed to sickness even over a mere few dozen miles. The thought of the long journey from the imperial capital to Caesar, spanning thousands of miles, was enough to terrify him. Should he choose not to use the teleportation array, he had two alternative routes. One was to set out from the southern city gate of the imperial capital, traveling 300 miles to the Amazon River, the longest and widest river in the continent of divine grace. This river, which traversed the entire continent, originated from the Forgotten Forest, flowed through the Orc Empire, entered Earthling, and then meandered through Caesar's territory before finally emptying into the sea in the eastern region, spanning over 50,000 miles. Their first route would involve sailing home. However, the distance was considerable, requiring over 10,000 miles of travel. Given their large number and the presence of numerous ferocious magical beasts, it was doubtful that enough ships could be procured for transport. The second option was to journey eastward for over 5,000 miles before veering northeast across the vast brook grassland, passing through Caesar's sacred ground, the Golden Lion Plains, to return to the Caesar domain. This route covered over 8,000 miles, though it was 2,000 miles shorter than the first option, much of it comprised of grasslands and forests, sparsely populated, with any inhabitants likely to be orcs or other tribal peoples. Supplies would be difficult to secure. After considerable deliberation, Julius ultimately made a compromise, allowing a contingent of ordinary soldiers and half of the blue-maned, gray-maned Lion cavalry and Griffin airborne cavalry to march back to the Caesar domain via the eastern route. Treating the arduous journey as a rigorous field training exercise, the remaining half of the magical beast army and several elite warriors of Caesar would collectively return by ship. This arrangement was met with unanimous agreement from those concerned for the safety of the Duke. As he gazed at the towering, majestic city gates behind him, Julius's expression hardened, and he silently vowed, "Farewell, imperial capital. Farewell, my sister Josephine. When I return, I shall embrace you and claim you as my own." Thus, Julius finally departed from the capital of Arolan Elsha, taking the first step on the path to his homeland, marking the initial footprint of his illustrious life. Chapter 54. The Lost 5 Years. This was the main hall of the Temple of Light, a space both simple and grand. The overall tone was white, with 6 towering columns supporting the high arched dome above, which featured only a complex hexagram magic circle carved into its surface. Devoid of any further adornment, at the center of the platform beneath the dome also lay a magic circle, which at this moment emitted a soft milky white glow. No, it wasn't merely emitting. Upon closer inspection, one could observe countless tiny points of light gradually converging from the surrounding air towards the center of the magic circle, millions of luminous orbs gathering within its confines to create such an effect. Yet, this was not the end. As the white light coalesced to a certain extent, forming a vortex of light, it spiraled into the brow of the young man seated cross-legged at the center of the magic circle. What a remarkable youth he was. Forgive my lack of words. I find it impossible to adequately describe his handsome visage. His face was extraordinarily perfect, akin to the finest sculptural masterpiece. Yet even that could not capture the brilliance radiating from his features, which seemed to shimmer with a divine aura in the embrace of the milky white glow. The only flaw was the pallor of his complexion, as if he had endured long suffering from illness. Even the most stone-hearted women would feel a surge of affection upon seeing him, but I refrained from commenting on the opinions of men, for any male would feel diminished in his presence, succumbing to intense jealousy and losing their sense of fairness. At this moment, he had his eyes tightly shut, his brow slightly furrowed. The prominent high cheekbones and jawline hinted at a strong and stubborn character, while the tense corners of his mouth suggested a decisive and resolute demeanor. He sported shoulder-length hair that gleamed like gold, with a single purple strand conspicuously woven into his locks, currently floating in a gentle, erratic motion, radiating a dazzling violet glow. Time seemed to stretch on, and the handsome youth's complexion grew increasingly worse, as if he were drained of all blood, taking on a terrifying pallor, and soon his entire body began to tremble violently. The vortex of milky white light at his brow spinning faster and faster until its form became indistinguishable, merely felt as a white arrow piercing through his brow. Finally, as if reaching a critical point, the youth suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of azure orbs that sparkled like the vast ocean. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "Entangled for 5 years, now be obliterated. Purple midnight, divine thunder, break." As the youth's words fell, a tremendous explosion erupted from his brow, releasing a dark, viscous mass of light that surged towards the magic circle on the ground. If imbued with life, this mass of black light shot upwards the moment it touched the ground, attempting to escape through the dome. However, it was not so simple. The magic circle atop the dome unleashed a fierce blaze, engulfing the black light in flames, and in mere moments, the dark mass was completely incinerated. The youth, now visibly relieved, lay back on the ground, disregarding the sweat on his face as he gasped for breath. At long last, it was over. A wave of joy washed over him, barely concealing his elation. After a brief respite, he managed to lift his aching arm, tugging at the slender rope attached to the bell nearby. In no time, a large group of people hurriedly entered the hall. This assembly was truly a gathering of talents, representing a multitude of races: humans, orcs, dwarves, little fairies, and even an exceptionally handsome male elf. One might mistakenly believe a grand exhibition of the 100 races was taking place. Leading the pack was an elderly human man, unremarkable in appearance yet radiating a friendly and trustworthy demeanor, who anxiously inquired of the youth lying on the ground, "Young master, how is it? Were you successful?" The others looked on with eager anticipation, relegating the temple's owner, a middle-aged man clad in a bright red clerical robe adorned with golden embroidery, to the periphery. The youth lay upon his back in silence for a time, before suddenly springing to his feet, his tall and robust physique now towering slightly over that of the elder. In his gaze, there emanated an aura of regal might akin to that of a lion. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed with exhilaration, "I am free. From this day forth, I can finally live with unrestrained joy." "Indeed, you are correct. I am grateful for the blessings bestowed by the god of light. I have completely eradicated the toxicity of the narcotic elixir, and now standing before you is a healthy and strong lord." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into a frenzy of jubilant cheers, their voices resounding as if to shatter the roof, all chanting a single name: "Caesar, Caesar, Caesar." Indeed, this youth was none other than Augustus Julius Caesar, the sovereign of the Caesar domain and the hereditary duke of the empire. It had been 5 years since he departed from the capital, Ersa, and he had now matured into a strikingly handsome 14-year-old. Reflecting on those 5 years, a profound sense of regret and bitterness enveloped him. During his journey back home from the capital, he had resolved never to consume the superficial green god pill again, which offered only temporary relief. Thus, apart from 2 hours of consciousness each dawn, the majority of his days were spent in a state of oblivion. The claims he had made to the populace in the capital about having a solution were mere words of comfort. In truth, he was utterly powerless. His consciousness lingered in the void between his mind and spirit, a state of helplessness that could not endure indefinitely. Hence, Julius resolved to contemplate a method of liberation, although progress remained elusive. He dismissed the notion of relying on external forces to dispel the poison, as he did not consider himself superior to the countless alchemists who had failed to solve this dilemma over millennia. Ultimately, the solution had to lie within himself, leading him to focus on the enigmatic purple orb. Despite its unclear origins, he speculated 2 possibilities. 1. It could be the divine halo granted by the creator god Isaac. Though Julius found this notion somewhat unconvincing, believing that such a deity, with a rather narrow perspective, would not so readily bestow favors upon him, though he kept this opinion to himself, fearing the repercussions of uttering it aloud. The second possibility, which he found more agreeable, was that the orb contained the essence of an artifact from Eastern deities of Earth, absorbed during a time when his soul resided within the purple golden hammer. For reasons unknown, in simpler terms, he might have devoured the nascent spirit of the hammer before it had gained consciousness. Whether this idea was absurd remained to be seen. Thus, on a fateful morning, Julius's consciousness ventured into the depths of the black mist that enveloped his spiritual sea, seizing a moment when the fog was comparatively thin. Inside, the environment remained minuscule, yet continued to contract. The two orbs had lost much of their former radiance. Julius paid no heed to the white orb, instead enveloping the purple orb with his consciousness and probing it meticulously, resulting in a surge of elation. Indeed, the small purple sphere bore intricate, densely etched patterns, arranged in the form of the Big Dipper constellation. Though the complexity was overwhelming, Julius, as a denizen of Earth, could discern the general configuration. Each node of the formation bore an ancient character. And despite his unfamiliarity with the script, he found himself intuitively grasping the meaning of those characters, which, when traced from the handle of the Dipper upwards, collectively formed a spell of purple night divine thunder. From that moment forth, Julius became completely engrossed, dedicating himself to mastering this divine incantation, ultimately uncovering that it was the incantation for activating the Big Dipper formation of the purple golden hammer, the very source of his tribulations back on Earth. Gazing upon this divine thunder spell, he realized that the key to breaking free from the black mist lay within its confines. Regrettably, when he attempted to summon the thunder through the purple orb, it was painfully evident that if divine magic were easily learned, then immortals would be soaring through the skies in abundance. Undeterred, Julius had a sudden inspiration. He bypassed the Dipper and the 6 stars preceding it, focusing solely on the subarray of the star at the handle, resulting in a fortuitous outcome. The subarray emitted a slender beam of purple light that pierced the black mist, managing to incinerate a portion of it before dissipating. The method proved effective but was immensely taxing on his spirit. This single thread of purple light left Julius feeling utterly drained. With no other recourse, he persevered in this manner, even as it drained him further. Upon returning to the Caesar domain, he neglected to inspect any towns, meet with officials or nobles, or even tour the capital city of Caesar, delegating all matters of governance and military oversight to his loyal confidants, Dean and others. He spent his days within the Lord's estate, relentlessly assailing the black mist. Thus, 3 years elapsed. Although the results were minimal, he managed to double the duration of his waking hours. One fateful day, Julius discovered that should his consciousness wane entirely, the light of the white orb could restore him swiftly. Henceforth, he alternated between unleashing the purple orb's array against the black mist while drawing upon the milky light from the white orb to replenish his own essence. The black mist gradually shrank, yet as time progressed, it grew increasingly stubborn, often taking an entire day to erode a mere fragment. The restorative power of the white orb began to falter in keeping pace with the depletion of his spirit. In the midst of his frustration, the arrival of Cardinal Theodore from the Church of the God of Light sparked a new idea. He requested the use of the temple's blessing hall for his own purposes. Naturally, Theodore could not refuse such a modest request from the Lord. Thus, Julius found himself within the very hall he now stood. In this hall, Julius instructed his attendants to embed the nodes of the magical array in the ground with the highest grade of light crystals. After activating the enhancement array, he seated himself at the center, absorbing the pure light energy to replenish his waning consciousness. 2 years passed in this manner. Ultimately, the black mist was reduced to a mere fist-sized orb, no longer able to ensnare Caesar's spiritual sea. Today, with one final effort, Julius eradicated the malignant entity that had bound him for 5 years. He could finally bask in the light of day once more and reclaim his normal life. Yet the 5 years lost from his childhood would forever remain a poignant regret. Julius welcomed the jubilations and blessings from those present: the leopard man Brian, the bullman Barton, the 2 werewolf brothers, the loyal Clee, Dean, and the knight Nick, who had succeeded in leading Caesar's guard, along with the sturdy young Parker, and of course, his personal physician, Master Shiza. The rest were officials and nobles of Caesar, all of whom, under Dean's subtle influence, pledged their unwavering loyalty to Julius. Filled with excitement, Julius could not contain his exuberance as he proclaimed, "Today, none of you shall return home. Come with me to my estate. I shall treat you all to drinks until we are thoroughly inebriated." A few jovial spirits, particularly Barton and a remarkably stout dwarf with a magnificent beard, enthusiastically shouted, "Long live Caesar," while others joined in the laughter. Julius cast a glance at the red-clad Cardinal Theodore, who was cautiously retreating towards the corner behind a curtain. The mischievous young duke jested, "Come along, everyone. Let us not forget to bring our esteemed Cardinal Theodore with us." Thus, Theodore's plans were thwarted, and with resigned expressions, he was escorted out by the grinning Dean and Clee. Finally, Julius departed the blessing hall, casting a final glance at the place where he had spent the last 2 years, stepping out with a heart filled with unbridled elation. The future awaits me. Chapter 55. A departure from an outsider's perspective. It must be said that the inhabitants of the Divine Grace continent exhibit a notable lack of talent when it comes to the serious matter of naming things. Take, for instance, the Aaron Empire. Its founding monarch was named Elsa Aaron. As a result, this emperor divided the name, bestowing it upon both the nation and its capital. In a similar vein, the 6 hereditary dukes emulated the emperor's style, assigning their own surnames to both their territories and their capitals, culminating in the capital of the Caesar domain also being named Caesar, hence Caesar City. Julius felt unqualified to critique the personal styles and dispositions of the continent's 7 saints. Yet he was entirely capable of offering his opinions on this ancient city steeped in history. Julius. Caesar City could be succinctly described in 4 words: rugged and majestic. The entirety of Caesar City, from its walls to its edifices, was constructed of stone, the reddish-brown, durable material imparting a hue reminiscent of crimson clouds to the city. As the setting sun bathed it in light, it seemed to meld seamlessly with the evening sky. Indistinguishable from one another, Caesar City could be considered a semi-mountainous city, as it was built upon the slopes of a mountain. In its inception, a significant portion of the towering, cloud-piercing Chuyan Mountain, which soared thousands of meters high and spanned 100 miles, had been excavated to provide the stone for the construction of the city walls. Thus, the northern face of the city, adjacent to Chuyan Mountain, bore the remnants of a smooth rock wall, a testament to the generations of labor that had gone into carving the massive stones. The vast rock face spanning dozens of miles has now become a renowned attraction in Caesar City. The exceptional quality of the stone has drawn countless sculptors, each leaving their mark, which over time has transformed the area into a veritable wall of art. Most visitors to Caesar City take the opportunity to admire it, and Julius is no exception. After 5 years of confinement, he relishes the chance to indulge in carefree revelry, dressed in simple civilian attire. With a hat pulled low to obscure his signature golden locks and shield his divinely handsome visage from prying eyes, he strolls leisurely along the artistic wall, pausing occasionally to absorb the intricate details. 2 master swordsmen or sorcerers discreetly accompany him, ever vigilant for unforeseen circumstances. The throngs of tourists have also attracted numerous vendors peddling trinkets and snacks, creating a bustling atmosphere. Julius, with a bulging pouch of copper coins at his side, is prepared to purchase treats or small curiosities at a moment's notice. He would never be so foolish as to carry a bag of gold coins out in public, especially when street vendors rarely accept such currency. And even if they did, change would likely be a challenge. Moreover, he has no desire to attract the attention of thieves at a stall selling intricately carved trinkets. Julius selects a stone bracelet adorned with various charming animal figures and slips it onto his right wrist. When he inquires about the price from the young vendor, a girl of approximately 15 or 16, she gazes at his face, seemingly entranced and oblivious to his question. With a wry smile, Julius instinctively adjusts his hat to further obscure his features, places a handful of coins on the stall, and departs, leaving the dazed girl to ponder in silence. This marks the 3rd time today he has inadvertently caused such a distraction. It appears that an excessively handsome appearance can sometimes be a burden. Feeling that he has sufficiently explored Caesar City, he waves to one of his guards in the distance and, upon their arrival, declares, "I've seen enough here. Let us return home." The guard, eager to comply, promptly gathers the others to escort their master back. The grand ducal residence of Caesar is situated on the northern hillside of the city, and a steep staircase carved from the mountain rock ascends for 100 meters to the magnificent Lord's Manor. This singular structure is the only one permitted to rise to such heights within the city, From the manor's entrance, one can gaze down upon the entire city, enjoying an excellent vantage point. As Julius steps through the manor's grand doors into the living room, he is greeted by Mary, now a young woman of 18. The passage of 5 years has transformed her into a strikingly beautiful and mischievous figure. Upon seeing this handsome boy, who is now taller than she, Mary feels a flutter of confusion in her heart, as unrealistic thoughts rush to the forefront of her mind, quickly shaking her head to dispel the absurd notion. She smiles, revealing 2 delicate dimples, and asks, "Young master, why are you back so soon today? Were you perhaps frightened away again by the gazes of those young ladies?" Julius, feeling a twinge of annoyance, regrets bringing Mary along on his first outing. Now, the embarrassing incident has become fodder for her teasing. Not wishing to be the subject of her jest, he feigns a mischievous grin and replies, "How could that be? I simply grew weary and returned early. Besides, none of the women in the city could possibly compare to my Mary in beauty. It is far more enjoyable to gaze upon you than them." Mary's cheeks flush crimson at his playful banter. Yet her heart swells with delight. With a shy pout, she retorts, "You are always teasing me. After seeing me for 8 years, are you not yet tired of it?" Julius, unabashed, responds, "Of course not. I could gaze upon you for a lifetime without ever growing weary," although his tone is casual. Mary feels her heart race with excitement, and she whispers shyly, "If that is the case, then let me serve you for all eternity." Her words, barely audible, go unnoticed by Julius, just as the atmosphere grows somewhat delicate. The arrival of Cleary interrupts the moment. Mary hastily steps aside, aware that in this household, decorum dictates that she cannot linger while her master discusses important matters, even if the person is her own uncle. Once Mary has departed, Cleary resumes his usual sycophantic demeanor, asking, "Young master, how was your day of enjoyment?" Julius, exasperated, replies, "Cleary, can you not alter your expression? Your rotund face is positively beaming. You look as if you could rival the bakery lady's oversized bread rolls." Unfazed, Cleary continues to smile ingratiatingly, refusing to engage with Julius's sarcasm. Ultimately, Julius resigns himself to defeat. Since arriving in Caesar's domain, he has assigned duties to Cleary and Dean, with Dean overseeing external affairs as the external steward, while Cleary manages all internal matters as the internal steward, with Parker serving as his deputy. After 5 years of diligent management, Cleary has become a veritable third-in-command in the Caesar domain, unbeknownst to them. The Darcy family has seen a significant portion of their powers siphoned off. However, Dean and his kin harbor no grievances, nor would they voice any, as Julius has, despite his absence from management, put an end to rampant smuggling. Numerous border officials and minor families have faced execution and demotion, serving as a clear warning to others. While the Darcy family remains intact, they are nonetheless shaken, and some overly proud members have become considerably more subdued, resulting in Julius acquiring a substantial portion of their authority, all in deference to Dean. Julius aims to elevate the Cleary-Hayden family to counterbalance the Darcy family, thereby preventing any single entity from becoming too powerful. Cleary is well aware of his master's intentions and has acted accordingly, albeit in a rather clever manner, in pursuit of rapidly expanding the Hayden family. Cleary's wife, Bella, has given birth to 3 more children in the past 5 years, bringing the total to 5 sons. This has led some officials in Caesar City, eager to curry favor, to discreetly seek his advice on fatherhood. After Cleary reports on various household matters, they suddenly realize it is time for dinner. The 2 men part ways, returning to their respective homes. Just as Cleary exits the living room, he collides with the imposing figure of the Minotaur, Barton. Poor Cleary stands no chance against Barton, who sends him tumbling back into the room like a ball. Eliciting hearty laughter from Julius, Barton, ever the good-natured giant, helps Cleary to his feet, apologizing profusely. Facing such an endearing oaf, Cleary can only ruefully accept his misfortune and limp home, his expression one of deep dismay. Barton remains an officer in Caesar's guard, though he has now risen to the rank of deputy commander. Meanwhile, his comrades, Brian and the Wolf brothers, have become generals commanding thousands. In his usual jovial manner, Barton exclaims, "Young master, are you not worried about being cooped up in the city? Today, I bring you good news. All I ask is for a barrel of ale." Julius, exasperated by Barton's audacity to leverage their relationship, is nonetheless intrigued by the prospect of good news and urges him to continue. "Speak quickly. Do you still want ale? The last time you drank too much, you broke one of my crystal goblets. And I have yet to see compensation. If the news is good, I shall consider it payment. If not, I shall dock your wages. Barton recoils, realizing the worth of the shattered goblet was far beyond his means to repay. With a defeated sigh, he explains, "Young master, spring has arrived. Every year in February and March, we host a grand hunting event in the Caesar domain. This is the time when the slumbering magical beasts of the Forgotten Woods emerge to forage. After a long winter of fasting, many of these creatures are quite weak, making them easier to hunt. The purpose of this event is to gather mercenaries and adventurers from across the continent to collectively hunt these plentiful beasts, maximizing our bounty while minimizing risk." Julius's eyes light up with excitement. This is the opportunity he has long awaited. For 5 years, he has yearned to explore the enigmatic Forgotten Woods, but has been unable to do so due to his physical condition. Now, this chance must not slip away, he hastily inquires. "Who will oversee this hunting event, and when will it commence?" Barton replies, "In the past, it has been overseen by Steward Dean, who would lead the ceremonial hunt, with skilled members from either the Golden Lion Brigade or the Demon Horn Legion guiding the expedition. This year, given your recovery, it is only fitting that you preside over the event. I expect Steward Dean will come to consult with you in the next few days." Julius ponders the implications, realizing that if he takes the lead, he will be unable to venture into the forest for exploration. Dean, Cleary, and the others would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on him, and the mercenaries would recognize him, leaving him no room for mischief. He must devise a plan to slip away unnoticed. Casting a glance at Barton, he recalls the latter's history of daring escapades, and a sly smile spreads across Julius's face. Resembling a fox that has just pilfered a hen, Barton shivers, sensing an impending misfortune. Indeed, Julius beams at him, declaring, "Barton, your news is splendid. It is worth a barrel of ale. Do not forget to claim it from Cleary before you leave." Overjoyed, Barton dismisses his earlier trepidation and hurriedly expresses his gratitude for the master's generosity. Julius continues, "I have heard that Dean is currently in Talon's City attending to business, so I have decided that you shall accompany me there tomorrow. After all, the hunting ceremony will surely be held there, saving Dean the trouble of returning here." Batten was utterly intoxicated by a barrel of ale, completely devoid of contemplation, and without hesitation, he responded affirmatively. Julius smiled radiantly, exceptionally bright. Chapter 56, Terrence. Due to the boundaries of the Forest of Oblivion being predominantly composed of towering, continuous mountain ranges, with steep peaks piercing the clouds that obstructed the advance of most, the only means to enter the Grand Forest was through the few mountain passes at the base. The mountain pass in Caesar's territory lies nestled between two mountain ranges, forming the most expansive entryway to the mountains on the continent. Spanning approximately several kilometers, within, a small plain emerges, upon which a sturdy little city stands, Terrence City, the northernmost border city of Caesar's domain, and the most prosperous place aside from the capital. Upon exiting the grand, robust gates constructed of massive stones, one must traverse several miles and cross a man-made barren expanse to behold the vast, ocean-like expanse of the Forest of Oblivion. At this moment, Terrence is bustling, as if celebrating a festival, with a continuous stream of people, far more lively than usual. The wide streets, capable of accommodating 4 horse-drawn carriages side by side, seemed somewhat congested, as individuals from various races strolled in groups of 3 to 5, most bearing weapons either sheathed at their waists or slung over their backs, with some even shouldering them. The sharpness of these weapons, not to mention their overwhelming size, was notable, much like the enormous sword shouldered by the burly human in front, which Julius estimated to weigh several times his own body. Lining the roads, countless small vendors hawked an array of adventure essentials from their makeshift stalls, purportedly secret herbal remedies for internal and external wounds. Sharp swords and armor claimed to be produced by dwarves, colorful and varied robes and cloaks worn by wizards, stripped of the dignity associated with such a noble profession, as well as enchanted bows and exquisitely crafted magical leather armor, akin to works of art. Though whether they offered any real protection remained debatable, Julius sighed inwardly, lamenting the unscrupulous merchants who transcended both region and nationality. Had there been city management or anti-counterfeiting departments in this other world, it was likely that 90% of those on the streets would face hefty fines and confiscation of their goods. Truly, the prowess of these fraudsters was unparalleled. Our young duke, clad in the most ordinary coarse black mage's robe, had tightened the hood to leave only a slit for his eyes, and despite being merely 14 years of age, his tall stature could rival that of an average adult, though his proportionately built physique was concealed within the robe. It nonetheless hinted at his robust form, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Indeed, a mage, typically known for their frailty, possessed a physique as strong as that of a warrior, prompting anyone to steal a second glance. As Julius moved forward, he inwardly lamented. Had he known he would attract such attention, he should have masqueraded as a warrior days prior. Now, he found it impossible to maintain a low profile. Setting aside Julius's vexations, let us turn our gaze to the unfortunate Mr. Batten, whose face was a portrait of distress, his brow furrowed in a manner that resembled twisted dough, reluctantly trailing behind his master. Regretting his decision deeply, had he known the young duke intended to sneak out, he would have certainly refrained from mentioning the spring hunting festival, regardless of his own desire for it was simply the consequence of his own loose tongue. Not only had the young duke absconded from home, but he had also coerced Batten into becoming an accomplice. Upon their return, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of their two stewards. And the prospect of ale for the coming months seemed utterly bleak. Fortunately, upon their covert exit, they were discovered by the duke's 4 elite bodyguards, and with no other choice, Batten was swept along by the duke. Finding solace in shared misfortune, moreover, the safety of Caesar was somewhat assured. Julius paid no heed to Batten's anxious thoughts, nor did he concern himself with the 4 elite guards surrounding him. Instead, he pressed vigorously through the crowd towards a tavern, with Batten and the others hurrying to keep up. After considerable effort, with Batten's imposing stature aiding their escape from the throng, Julius darted into the establishment adorned with a wooden tavern sign, awkwardly inscribed with Old Du Tavern. Upon entering, he was met with a wave of warm, steamy air, enveloping his body in a comforting embrace. The mingled scents of coarse ale, human sweat, and the smoky aroma of roasted meat surged forth, assaulting his nostrils, while a diverse assembly of patrons sat haphazardly at tables, loudly engaging in boisterous conversation and laughter, utilizing coarse, vulgar language, intermittently downing large mugs of ale. The tavern servers were predominantly scantily clad women, not necessarily striking, but generally possessing voluptuous figures that swayed enticingly as they moved between tables, replenishing empty mugs, often enduring crude advances from rough adventurers with playful banter and laughter. The atmosphere within was vibrant. Since Julius and his companions arrived rather late, no seats were available. Thus, they leaned against the tavern counter, each ordering a drink while listening to the ongoing chatter. Batten, however, indulged himself, gulping down the coarse ale that Julius found quite difficult to swallow. The tavern felt somewhat stifling, prompting Julius to adjust the hood that obscured half his face, revealing a pair of azure eyes akin to the depths of an ocean, illuminated by the dim light within. At that moment, a booming voice called out, "Old Du, any news today? Share it with us to accompany our drinks. Your roasted meat is simply dreadful." The surrounding patrons erupted in raucous agreement, echoing the sentiment of the loud voice. The tavern owner, a red-haired middle-aged man known as Old Du, retorted disdainfully, "You foul black bear, don't tarnish my reputation here. Who doesn't know that my roast is the finest in all of Terrence's taverns? Your inability to appreciate it doesn't imply others won't enjoy it, that if you dislike it, then why come at all? Get out." Unfazed by Old Du's harsh words, the burly man known as Black Bear chuckled heartily, casually groping the backside of a passing waitress, eliciting a mock protest from the ample woman. "I came here entirely because of Miss Taija, not for your reputation. Most of the people here share my sentiment. Just ask around." Old Du retorted angrily, "Stay away from my daughter, you filthy bear, or I'll have your skin for gloves." Sensing Old Du's rising anger, the black bear quickly added, "Oh dear Old Du, please don't take offense. Truly, if blame is to be assigned, it should go to your daughter for being so captivating. We are merely admiring, nothing more. Your precious girl is destined to marry a noble lord and become a lady of high standing. Are we not allowed to cast a few glances now, lest we miss the opportunity later?" Old Du's expression softened at the black bear's clumsy flattery. He had not been genuinely angry, merely seeking to enliven the atmosphere. Now, he proudly declared, "At least you have some self-awareness. I don't boast when I say that Taija is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in Terrence, rivaling those so-called noble ladies." An outsider mercenary jested, "I say, Old Du, why not marry your daughter off to your Caesar Duke? I've heard this young duke is only 14. Letting Taija wait a few years would be no issue. And the Caesar family is renowned for their handsome men. Your daughter would certainly be well treated." Julius felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had become the subject of jest here. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. However, the casual discussion regarding the esteemed lord, laced with mockery, did not sit well with the 4 guards in attendance. Julius noticed their discontent, repeatedly gesturing for them to remain calm and avoid taking action. The tavern patrons remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding dynamics. Old Du, upon hearing the outsider's words, quickly interjected, "I must insist, brave warrior, that while discussions are welcome, do not mock our duke. The Caesar family is the pride and noblest symbol of our territory, my daughter. No matter how beautiful, does not possess the standing to become a duke's wife." Most of the warriors, mercenaries, and mages hailing from Caesar's lands nodded in agreement, while those from outside seemed familiar with the situation and the topic was quickly dropped. The mercenary who had spoken earlier muttered under his breath, "The imperial duke can have 7 official wives. Surely your daughter could be the least among them?" Fortunately, his words went unheard, and he fell silent. However, Julius caught the remark, bewildered. "How could I marry 7 wives, all of them as official consorts? The marriage laws of this world certainly warranted further examination, though, I must admit, it piques my interest." After a brief lull, the tavern buzzed to life again as Old Du called out, "Brave warriors, are you all here to participate in this year's spring hunting festival? I bring good news, due to our duke's recovery. To celebrate, Count Dean has declared a royal decree. This year, the number of warriors selected for bravery and contribution will be doubled, totaling 20, with a prize of 500 gold coins for each. So, any warrior confident in their abilities, do not miss this opportunity to gain riches and fame." As soon as Old Du finished speaking, the tavern erupted in excitement. 500 gold coins could afford a small fortune, enough to purchase hundreds of acres of land. Adventurers, initially intending to follow the hunting party merely to scavenge, found themselves stirred by the prospect of glory. To elaborate on the hunting festival, it is an official event hosted by Caesar, welcoming all from the continent to participate without any restrictions. The sole stipulation is that all participants must sell their catches to Caesar's officials, who will purchase them at fair market value. Perhaps one might wonder, does the territory of Caesar gain no advantages at all? The answer is a resounding no, for the hunting teams are led by personnel dispatched from the Caesar military. Thus, the authority to decide which formidable beasts to hunt lies firmly within the grasp of Caesar's domain. The Commerce and Armament Department of Caesar can determine which magical beasts to pursue based on the scarcity of materials across the continent. In doing so, they position themselves advantageously in the market, thereby reaping substantial profits. In comparison, the reward of 10,000 gold coins for 20 individuals pales in significance against the potential gains. Old Du, seizing the moment amid the bustling crowd, called out, "Today marks the final day for registration. Those who do not wish to miss out on gold should hasten to register at the Lord's Manor." With a clatter, a majority of the patrons surged out of the tavern, racing towards the Lord's Manor in the heart of the city. At last, Julius and his companions could find seats to settle down. They chose not to register, as indulging the adventurous spirit of their young master was of utmost importance. To do otherwise would risk exposing their identities, rendering their efforts futile. They could simply follow at the rear of the throng, as many of the scattered low-priced mercenaries did, ensuring both safety and the opportunity to seize some bargains. The tavern became significantly quieter, allowing Old Du to return to the stage and silently begin polishing the wine glasses. Suddenly, the thick curtain behind him parted with a creak, and a young maiden emerged. Instantly, the gazes of all present converged upon her, including that of our noble Caesar. Even Julius, accustomed to the many beauties of the imperial capital, could not help but admire the girl. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with cascading waves of fiery red hair mirroring her father's, framing a striking visage adorned with deep brown eyes veiled by long lashes, a delicately sculpted nose, and a rounded chin. Her skin, though not overly fair, radiated a healthy glow, complementing her alluring figure, which was scarcely concealed by a simple gray gown that in both appearance and form, she could rival any noblewoman without a hint of inferiority. Old Du affectionately inquired, "Thesha, what brings you out? Do you not despise these foul men?" The young girl, Thesha, pouted disdainfully and replied, "Do you think I wanted to come out? The kitchen has run out of spices, and I am here to inform you to send someone to procure more, lest those foul men grow impatient and start their ruckus." Listening to Thesha's words, Julius discerned that she was a spirited yet cheerful young lady. Old Du chuckled helplessly and instructed the server stationed at the tavern's entrance to go to the general store to buy spices. Just as Thesha was about to turn away, someone within the tavern called out, "Oh, beautiful Thesha, could you not stay a while longer? Let us admire your beauty a bit more. That way I might indulge in another chicken leg." Laughter erupted among the patrons. many echoing the sentiment, while old Du chuckled, seemingly accustomed to such banter. Indeed, Thesha placed her hands on her hips and boldly retorted, "Is my face merely for your dining pleasure? If you wish to eat, do so. If not, then leave." The man feigned a dramatic gasp, exclaiming, "Oh, my god of light! Could you not show a bit of tenderness towards the lovely Thesha? My heart is utterly shattered." Another wave of laughter ensued. As a mage-clad adventurer interjected, "How many hearts do you possess? I distinctly recall you claiming to have broken 7 or 8 already. Do you expect them to regenerate?" At this remark, several mercenaries, gnawing on roasted meat, erupted in laughter, sending their food spewing forth. Thesha, too, laughed heartily and found a round table to sit at, positioning herself quite close to Julius on his left side. The man, undeterred, continued to jest, and the atmosphere remained lively yet decorous. Just as the merriment reached its peak, a voice laced with insincerity rang out. "Lovely Thesha, your presence here is truly delightful. I have come several times, only to be told by your father that you were unavailable. Today, he has no excuse. Come, do not mind those vulgar lowlifes. Join me for a drink." As he spoke, a young nobleman entered, flanked by 7 or 8 guards. Julius slapped his forehead, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh no. The Clich D drama has arrived. What tragicomedy will this unfortunate nobleman enact? Should I intervene, or merely observe? This conundrum warrants contemplation." The young man, appearing to be in his 20s, was undeniably handsome, though his lecherous triangular eyes and overly pale complexion considerably marred his appeal. His brazen demeanor further added to the distaste he invoked. Upon entering, he casually seated himself at Thesha's table, encroaching on her space. His entourage ruthlessly dispersed the nearby mercenaries, encircling the young man protectively. The displaced mercenaries seemed to regard this young man with trepidation, swallowing their anger and quietly relocating, with some opting to settle their bills and depart. Julius's table, however, remained undisturbed, perhaps due to the imposing presence of Barton, whose formidable stature instilled some caution in the young man and his entourage. Thesha cast a disdainful glance at the young nobleman, but chose silence, rising to return to the back room. The young man, with a malevolent grin, blocked her path, leering at her alluring figure, and remarked, "Do not be so hasty to leave. Share a drink with me first. Is this how you treat a high-ranking nobleman of the empire?" The last statement dripped with a veiled threat. Thesha appeared momentarily hesitant, caught in a standstill. An ordinary citizen, unless absolutely necessary, would not wish to offend a noble. Old Du hurried over, a forced smile on his face, addressing the young nobleman, "Lord Calvin Chad. As a man of noble birth, surely you would not wish to trouble us common folk. Thesha is still young and naive. Allow me to apologize on her behalf." The young man, Calvin, dismissed Old Du's plea with contempt, saying, "Old Du, it is not that I lack respect for you. Rather, your daughter is simply too rude to treat a first heir of an imperial duke with such a lack of basic etiquette. Do the people of Caesar's domain educate their children in such a manner?" Undoubtedly. Calvin's audacious words stirred a hornet's nest. Not only did the mercenary adventurers from Caesar's domain turn red with anger, but Julius too lamented that his intention of merely observing had been rendered futile. As expected, Julius's 4 elite guards erupted with fury. One, a master swordsman, stood abruptly and coldly declared, "If you wish to cause trouble, do not involve our Caesar domain. How we raise our children is not for you, an imperial noble, to dictate." Calvin seemed taken aback that anyone would dare retort, and in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "You lowly scum, who granted you the right to interject? Your impolite behavior only confirms the truth of my statement." One of the Caesar guards responded with scorn, "Indeed, we are mere brutes who know nothing of manners. We could never emulate the grace and poise of Lord Chad. Oh, by the way, what is the meaning of your obstructing this fair lady? Is this how your family teaches you to treat women? Is this some form of noble etiquette? If so, we truly cannot aspire to such standards." Laughter erupted once more, as all present, including Julius, found amusement in the guard's retort. While Calvin's face darkened with fury, his guards rose, ready to chastise the Caesar guard, while Julius's remaining companions also stood in solidarity, especially Barton, whose towering figure was particularly conspicuous. Tensions flared as both sides prepared for confrontation. Leaving Old Du and his daughter sidelined, Calvin soon noticed Julius, who remained seated, cloaked in a mage's robe, his face obscured save for his clear azure eyes. In an instant, Calvin realized that this too was a scion of a noble family. merely more discreet than himself. However, overconfident in his own strength, he felt no trepidation. Ignoring the guard's remark, he mockingly addressed Julius. Does this concealed figure educate his subordinates in such a manner? Is it customary for your family-as servants to speak to their masters in such a way? Truly disgraceful for a noble. Julius lazily turned his head away, casually muttering, I can't be bothered. The youthful timbre of his voice revealed a hint of immaturity, leading those present to perceive his demeanor as one of cowardice. Fear of provoking trouble. Yet, none looked down upon him. After all, even as a noble heir, one would naturally be cautious of Calvin Chad. In Calvin's eyes, Julius's disdain was a sign of weakness. With a laugh, he jeered, Little one, don't come to such places to seek justice before you have grown up. I am merely elevating this lowly woman by inviting her to drink with me. Do not reject my kindness. Thesha, seemingly reaching her limit, finally erupted. Get out. You are not welcome here. Return to your imperial capital and flaunt your arrogance there. This is Caesar's domain, where you cannot run amok. Old Duke gasped, urgently tugging at his daughter's hand, signaling her to silence. Provoking a noble from the imperial capital would yield no support for them. The few minor nobles he was acquainted with were of little consequence in the eyes of such a grand figure. Calvin sneered. Ah, to brazenly insult a high-ranking noble. It appears the people of Caesar are indeed lacking in upbringing that I do not mind imparting a lesson to your lord. Come, take this insolent woman away. As soon as the words left his lips, the 8 malevolent subordinates behind him surged forward with an intimidating ferocity. Old Duke's expression turned grave, and his anger finally erupted. A fierce crimson aura burst forth, sending waves of scorching heat that compelled the surrounding low-level mercenaries to retreat in haste. He was indeed a high-level fire-type combat warrior. Calvin scoffed derisively. Oh, you think being a high-ranking warrior makes you exceptional? My warriors, show him your strength, lest others underestimate you. At once, the 8 guards obeyed, unleashing a dazzling array of combat auras that toppled nearby wooden tables, clearing a substantial space in the center of the tavern. Remarkably, 7 of the 8 were high-level warriors, and the last, playing with a glowing orb, revealed himself to be a high-level mage. No wonder Calvin dared to be so arrogant. He truly had the means to back it up. It would indeed be strange if others felt no trepidation in the face of such power. Although Julius's table remained unscathed, its conspicuousness risked exposing his identity, prompting him to discreetly signal those nearby to topple their table and blend into the chaos. For reasons unknown, this boy, seemingly seeking to protect himself, moved closer to Thysia, who was ensconced behind Old Duke, and leaned in alarmingly close. Thysia, noticing the masked youth approach, mistakenly believed he was frightened, fixating on his enchanting azure eyes. She felt a surge of affection and softly reassured him. Don't be afraid, little brother. Come hide behind me, and I shall protect you. My father's martial skills are quite formidable. Julius felt a wave of frustration. He had intended to protect her. Yet the situation had reversed. Did he truly appear so weak? Despite these thoughts, he nonetheless expressed gratitude to Thysia repeatedly. While their clandestine conversation unfolded, Calvin's subordinates revealed their strength, leaving the mid to low-level adventurers in the tavern to lament their powerlessness. Even if they rushed to aid Old Duke, they would only create further chaos, as 2 high-level warriors could easily subdue everyone present, not to mention the additional threat of a formidable high-level mage. Old Duke, grim-faced, recognized the perilous nature of the situation, fearing for his life, and regretted allowing his daughter to venture out, inadvertently provoking the ire of such a powerful noble. Why had no one alerted the authorities in the city to mediate? The local lord was merely a viscount and could not interfere with the affairs of a future duke of the empire. Moreover, the lord was preoccupied with pressing matters, making his presence uncertain. As tensions escalated, and it appeared Old Duke would suffer defeat, Julius's instinct to protect his own erupted. He could not stand idly by while his people were bullied, especially by a noble from the imperial city, whom he despised. He subtly gestured to the initially speaking great swordsman, a rather unremarkable-looking warrior, who instantly understood and began to roll up his sleeves in preparation. Since Caesar's guards bore no insignia indicating their ranks and dressed in plain attire, no one realized they were a great swordsman and a great mage. Even the rather imposing Barton remained aloof, drinking quietly and ignoring the unfolding events, thus drawing little attention himself. After a brief standoff, the mage among Calvin's ranks launched the first attack, swiftly casting a slicing wind blade aimed at Old Duke with a sharp whistle as it cut through the air. This wind blade was instantaneous, indicating the mage's considerable prowess. Old Du enveloped his arm in fiery combat aura and struck out, his fist colliding with the wind blade, which dissipated after cutting a small gash through the red flames. Leaving no significant impact, however, it momentarily hindered Old Du, allowing the high-level guards to unleash their assaults upon him. Individually, Old Du was undoubtedly stronger, yet he was outnumbered and found it increasingly difficult to counter their coordinated attacks. The tavern descended into chaos, and the losses were substantial. Given that this was within the city, neither side resorted to devastating attacks to avoid collateral damage, allowing Old Du to barely hold his ground. Though the situation became increasingly dire, Thysia, anxiously stamping her feet, was powerless as a low-level warrior to make a difference. Julius whispered to her, "Thysia, if I help you deal with that scoundrel, how will you repay me?" Frustrated, Thysia dismissed him. "Don't make things worse that you're just a child, hiding your face from others. If you could resolve the issue, would we still be waiting?" Feeling belittled, Julius protested. "But I am a noble of high standing," Thysia retorted. "Can you truly surpass that scoundrel? Unless you were Duke Caesar, in which case, I would still be the Duke's lady." Julius chuckled silently and pressed. "Then why not marry him?" To quell Thysia's rising ire, he added, "How about this? If I can deal with that rascal Calvin, you must promise to marry Duke Caesar in the future. What do you say?" Thysia, both embarrassed and annoyed, pinched Julius's neck, scolding, "What nonsense are you spouting? What status do I have that would attract the Duke's attention? Even being a minor concubine might not catch his eye." Julius persisted, "I don't care. Just say whether you agree or not." Thysia, perhaps amused by the lively child's banter, nodded absent-mindedly, her gaze fixed on the fierce struggle involving Old Du. Julius grinned triumphantly, reminding her, "You agreed to this, so don't backtrack later." Thus, the boy had inadvertently secured a beautiful promise. Was it hasty? Perhaps the readers can decide as Old Du appeared on the brink of collapse. Julius gestured to the great swordsman. The unassuming guard, with a swift motion, dashed into the fray. With a series of dull thuds, 3 of Calvin's men were sent sprawling out of the scene, crashing into nearby tables, which splintered under the force. The rapidity of these events left the onlookers, including Old Du and the remaining 4, momentarily stunned. Calvin, regaining his senses, was struck with terror and instinctively sought refuge behind his mage. Despite being a high-ranking noble, he lacked magical talent and could not endure the trials of martial training, rendering him little more than an ordinary man. Now, all eyes turned to Julius, whose demeanor had shifted drastically. Calvin included. The great swordsman emanated a faint golden glow from his aura, signifying his esteemed rank. In the Empire, only a select few nobles of significant stature could afford to employ a great swordsman as a guard. Typically belonging to military aristocracies, Calvin realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Julius, unwilling to linger, coldly addressed Calvin, "Return to your imperial city. This is Caesar's domain, not a playground for you. Let this serve as a warning." With that, he disregarded Calvin entirely, handing Thysia a small velvet pouch and cheerfully declaring, "Thysia, don't forget your promise. This is a token for your Duke's betrothal gift. Farewell." Without waiting for her response, he beckoned his guards and dragged Barton out. Old Du, as he departed, couldn't resist snatching an unopened barrel of wine, grinning foolishly as he followed. Calvin, his pride wounded, could no longer remain, storming out with a dark expression, while his subordinates hurried to assist the fallen. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, Old Du surveyed the wreckage of the tavern. Feeling utterly despondent over the considerable losses incurred, he approached Thysia, who remained bewildered, and inquired, "Who was that child? What did he give you?" The remaining patrons leaned in. Eager for Thysia's reply, she shook her head, somewhat dazed, and handed Old Du the small purple pouch. He squeezed it, feeling several flat objects that seemed to be coins. Pulling the drawstring, he poured its contents into his palm. A collective gasp filled the room as 5 purple crystal coins, worth a staggering 5,000 gold coins, tumbled forth. Chapter 58. The Spring Hunting Festival, Part 1. The following morning marked the commencement of the annual Caesar's Spring Hunting Festival. As customary, Dean presided over the rituals honoring the forest goddess and the beast god, though his expression betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction, as if someone owed him money. Indeed, how could the steward not fret over his runaway duke? Thankfully, Julius had left a letter behind. Otherwise, chaos would surely have reigned in the Caesar domain. Dean knew that the capricious young master was likely mingling among the crowd beneath the altar, but could not instruct the soldiers to search each individual. Thus, he ordered the leader of the Demon Horn Legion, one of the two elite legions in Caesar's domain, to conduct a discreet search in the forest. The two elite legions, the Golden Lion Legion and the Demon Horn Legion, alternated in providing skilled warriors for the annual hunting festival, with this year falling to the latter. The appointed leader was a composed middle-aged general. Not far from the platform, Julius watched Dean's furrowed brow with amusement, chuckling quietly, while Barton, beside him, felt none of the same mirth. The angrier Dean became, the greater the trouble Barton would face later. After much anticipation, the ceremony concluded, and Dean delivered a brief yet encouraging address before announcing the commencement of the hunt. With a commanding shout from the general, the registered adventurers, armed and ready, ventured forth into the forgotten forest. Julius hurriedly followed the straggling adventurers at the rear as they exited the city. Thus, the journey of adventure began. Terrence City lies in the northwest of the Caesar territory, and the entrance to the forest here angles into the northern reaches of the Forgotten Forest, progressing along the gentle valley between two mountain ranges for 100 miles. They emerged from a small plain reminiscent of a canyon. Before them sprawled an endless expanse of vast forest, where undulating hills began to don their verdant attire. Towering ancient trees, some several dozen meters high and capable of encircling several individuals, were abundant. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, and due to the early spring, tender buds and blooming early spring flowers adorned the landscape, infusing the air with a delightful fragrance mingled with the scent of decaying leaves. The biodiversity here left Julius, a denizen of Earth, utterly captivated. Numerous small creatures frolicked about, seemingly unafraid of humans, with some boldly striding across the path of the adventurers. No one bothered to hunt these small animals, as they bore no economic value beyond sustenance. This was merely the edge of the Forgotten Forest, where magical beasts were seldom sighted. Thus, aside from potential dangers, it was undoubtedly a splendid locale for tourism. Or so Julius mused. Leading the charge was General Caesar, accompanied by his 500 subordinates, who marched with a clear purpose, well aware of the type of magical beasts they were to hunt. As they entered the forest, their trajectory gradually veered eastward. After several days of trekking, they slowed their pace, yet remained near the forest's edge. The depths of the forest were a forbidden zone even for a cadre of grand sword masters and grand magicians, who dared only to venture into the midsection, where safety was not guaranteed. Julius, the pampered young noble, remarkably displayed neither complaints nor signs of fatigue, eliciting quiet admiration from several of his guards for the impressive physique of the Caesar lineage, which seemed divinely favored. Julius, however, paid little heed to their thoughts. His robust constitution was a result of the 5 years spent in obscurity, during which he dedicated 2 hours each day to physical training. He had also taken lessons in swordsmanship from his captain of the guard, preparing himself for the unlikely event that he could no longer practice magic, thereby ensuring he possessed some means of self-defense. The inheritance of his family and his own diligence were now proving invaluable. Throughout the journey, he remained quite at ease, as all provisions and protective duties were handled by others. The necessary supplies were primarily carried by the sturdy Barton. Leaving our noble Caesar merely to feign participation with an ordinary longsword in hand, trailing behind the group, the experience felt more like a leisurely excursion than a hunt. As they delved deeper into the forest, carnivorous beasts became increasingly prevalent, their size and ferocity escalating. Those adventurers trailing behind the main party frequently faced attacks. Just yesterday, a group of 5 adventurers advanced calmly when suddenly, a sleek, black-furred leopard sprang from the underbrush, pouncing on one individual and viciously tearing at him. By the time his companions managed to drive off the swift predator, the victim was beyond recognition, having long since succumbed to his injuries. This incident heightened the vigilance of all, and the group gradually began to consolidate, which proved somewhat effective. Though injuries were inevitable, there were no further fatalities. In Julius's party, everyone aside from him were grand sword masters and grand magicians. And even Barton possessed his own racial talents, so they felt little trepidation as long as they were not confronted by magical beasts. Unknown to them, Julius held a trump card. The 5 years of suffering were not in vain. His daily exertion of mental energy to purge the toxins of demonic potions allowed him to continuously draw upon external magical elements when his mental reserves were depleted. Over time, his mental capacity had expanded to several times its original size, and even the 2 orbs of light he possessed had grown significantly, though the occasional dark tendril swirling within them raised some doubts. Now, his true strength rivaled that of any high-ranking magician, a revelation that would undoubtedly shatter Master Dempsey's confidence if he were to learn of it. After another 10 days of travel, the trees around them thickened, casting a more somber ambience over the forest, and more magical beasts began to appear. Yet, the atmosphere within the party grew increasingly buoyant, for magical beasts represented glittering coins. Julius witnessed firsthand the exhilaration of a group that had successfully slain a second-tier Earth-type magical beast. This beast resembled a wild boar and possessed the ability to cast elementary Earth magic. Yet its aggression was minimal, and the group managed to wear it down to death. He overheard his guards discussing the valuable magic core within the striped tusked pig, which, if preserved intact, could fetch dozens of gold coins, while its ivory tusks could be fashioned into magical artifacts, also worth a considerable sum. In short, a bounty of 100 gold coins was entirely plausible. Julius mused, no wonder so many were willing to risk their lives to hunt magical beasts. Earning money this way was far more lucrative than serving as guards for merchants or caravans within the empire. The commanding general seemed uncertain of his objective, continuing to navigate deeper into the forest. Julius had previously inquired of his guards regarding the target of this hunt. The two Grand Sword Masters, hailing from the Demon Horn Legion, were similarly uninformed, only mentioning that the territorial officials aimed to amass a significant stockpile of fire-type magical beast materials, likely involving a large congregation of such creatures. Having familiarized himself with the Forgotten Forest, Julius pondered and began to ascertain the aim of their expedition. Within the explored territories of humanity, only the eastern woods of the Forgotten Forest harbored such abundant congregations of fire-type magical beasts. Due to the contiguous volcanic mountain range, a vast domain rich in fire element flora, providing an ideal habitat for fire-type creatures, Julius's deductions proved accurate. After traversing for over 10 more days, the group finally arrived at the fiery Cloud Mountain range of the Forgotten Forest. This mountain range was colossal. From the map, Julius discerned that its expanse exceeded that of the Caesar territory by more than tenfold, and this was merely the explored region. Due to the volcanic activity, plumes of black smoke frequently billowed into the sky, with the heat waves casting a crimson glow upon the horizon. Hence the name Fire Cloud was truly fitting. Here, immense trees were scarce, replaced by swathes of reddish-brown grasslands and low shrubs, and the waters of the rivers and lakes bore a reddish hue. Caesar speculated that this water was likely undrinkable. However, he quickly retracted that notion upon witnessing the breathtaking spectacle of magical beasts drinking. To his astonishment, the majority of the fauna present were magical beasts, albeit most of low rank, with the highest being 3rd or 4th tier, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The herd of 3rd-tier fire-type bull beasts by the large lake numbered in the thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. Their fiery red hide swayed as they flicked their tails to ward off insects, resembling a rolling sea of flames. This was merely one species of magical beast. Countless others of similar scale populated the area. The hunting party, concealed atop a distant hill, observed the vast valley below. This was not the opportune moment to hunt. They awaited General Caesar to devise a hunting plan and allocate tasks before proceeding. Moreover, collective action was imperative. A solitary small team entering the mountain would only invite disaster. By evening, after finishing their dinner, Julius and his companions prepared to rest. The guard, returning from reconnaissance, brought the latest news. The hunt was set for the following day. Targeting the fire-type bull herd, the Grand Sword Master relayed that the commanding general, based on previous experiences, surmised that magical beasts typically exhibited territoriality, and the diversity of species drinking here indicated it was a communal area. Thus, after the bulls quenched their thirst, they would inevitably return to their lair, allowing the hunting party to intercept them midway and consume the stragglers. The panic that ensued among the fleeing bulls would render them oblivious to their companions, allowing for a successful encirclement without the threat of being flanked by magical beasts. This moment also presented an ideal opportunity for the trailing mercenaries, as even the most successful encirclements would inevitably leave some stragglers. Those scattered bulls would be their quarry. Julius resolved to try his luck, unwilling to merely spectate. He wished to showcase his martial prowess. Despite their shared bovine nomenclature, the Minotaur Barton exhibited no sympathy, brimming with eagerness to participate, even more so than Julius. The Grand Sword Master, who had brought back the news, wore an awkward smile, his expression peculiar. However, apart from the three guards, neither Julius nor Barton noticed. The trio subtly shook their heads, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Allowing their young master to enjoy his first hunt, confident that their protection would mitigate any significant peril from the second-tier magical beasts, excited at the prospect of his inaugural hunting experience. Julius rose before dawn the next day, prompting muffled laughter among his guards, who suspected he had scarcely slept a wink. The grand hunt was not an event they could partake in. They would have to wait until the hunt concluded successfully before they could spring into action. This was due to two primary reasons: the need for safety and the concern that their recklessness might jeopardize the carefully laid plans. However, no one voiced any objections. Julius and his companions meticulously selected an appropriate location for their ambush. Patiently awaiting the return of the fire elemental wild bulls, General Caesar had long since positioned his 500 elite troops along the inevitable path of the bulls, lying in wait for the opportune moment. At last, the sun broke the horizon, and the massive bull king, resplendent in fiery red with ebony horns glistening like jade, let out a resounding bellow, signaling the start of their homeward journey. The herd of wild bulls quickly gathered around him. Commencing their return, under the leadership of the bull king, the front line of bulls passed through the hunter's concealed trap with an air of lowered vigilance. The bull king let out another call, and the bulls in the middle hastened their pace. An hour later, with half of their journey completed, General Caesar deemed it the right moment. He gestured to his men and one of his subordinates. A herald bearing a rhinoceros horn raised his head and blew the horn of attack. In an instant, warriors concealed in all directions erupted with loud cries, charging forth, their fighting spirit manifesting in a kaleidoscope of colors, a dazzling spectacle. As the warriors surged forward, hundreds of mages, organized by the general, began to chant spells in unison, unleashing all the water magic they could muster. The wild bulls, naturally ill-suited to water and perhaps even fearful of it, descended into chaos, flailing about like headless flies. In their panic, many were trampled underfoot by their own kind, facing dire consequences. Even the bulls attempting to escape posed no threat, as they were swiftly struck down by the warriors' blows. The hides of the wild bulls were valuable magical materials, and no one wished to damage them unnecessarily, for that would be tantamount to harming their own fortunes. Meanwhile, the distant front line of bulls seemed to heed General Caesar's expectations, not turning back to assist, but rather quickening their flight. Thus, the 2,000 or so encircled bulls, save for a few hundred that escaped, became the spoils of reckless adventurers, resulting in a complete annihilation of their ranks. On the human side, only a handful of soldiers perished, most succumbing to trampling. The fire magic of the bulls, Flame Tornado, was subdued by the mage's water spells, inflicting minimal harm upon the human warriors, a clear distinction between a disorganized mob and a coordinated force. The hunt was an overwhelming success. What of Julius, you may wonder? He finally indulged in the thrill of the hunt as a reckless wild bull charged into his ambush, and the young noble, caught up in excitement, drew his sword and rushed forward, completely forgetting his identity as a mage. His retinue, in a state of alarm, hurried after him to provide protection. Alas, the bull, perhaps sensing the youth's lack of threat, charged past him without a hint of caution. Prompting Julius to feel a surge of indignation at being scorned by a mere beast. He swung his sword at the bull's neck with all his might, but the weapon was rather inadequate, merely deflecting harmlessly away without inflicting any damage. Julius, now flustered, in a fit of anger, raised his delicate fist and struck the bull's massive head. This time, several of his guards had restrained the bull, rendering it immobile, and they could only gaze skyward in disbelief at their master's erratic behavior, as if a divine figure had graced the heavens above. What transpired next left them all utterly astonished. The force of Julius's punch, while insufficient to harm the bull, unexpectedly transmitted a peculiar and familiar energy through his fist. This energy was sharp and domineering, imbued with a sensation akin to burning. Upon impact with the bull's head, that energy surged into the creature's brain, resulting in a pained bellow before the bull collapsed, motionless. Silence enveloped the scene as all present, including Julius himself, stared in disbelief at his pristine hands. Julius shook his hands, feeling nothing unusual. What is happening? He pondered aloud, awkwardly addressing the bewildered expressions of his guards. Could it be that this beast is merely feigning death? His companions fell to the ground in exasperation. They had never heard of beasts pretending to be dead. The steadfast Barton interjected, "My lord, the young duke must have struck the bull's head, causing its demise. We should sever the head to confirm." The others nodded in agreement, and Julius, still perplexed, consented. Old Barton, disregarding any sentiment associated with the creature's bovine nature. Wielded his axe with a resounding chop, blood spraying forth as the enormous head rolled away. Julius and his companions rushed to investigate, only to find nothing of interest. Unwilling to concede, Barton insisted, "We must retrieve the magical core. Let us examine the head." Without waiting for the others to step back, he swung his axe again, cleaving the head in two. Finally, they discovered something peculiar. Julius, undeterred by the grotesque sight of the brain matter, prodded it with a twig, noting that the viscous fluid within emitted a faint warmth, not the warmth of life, but a searing heat, accompanied by a faint scent of charred flesh. The mysterious energy Julius had wielded had evidently delivered a devastating blow to the bull's brain, leaving it alive only momentarily. Facing such an enigmatic force, both Barton and the other four felt a twinge of fear. Where had their young master acquired such a potent secret? No matter how high his level, it seemed utterly unfathomable. Could it be that the god of light had bestowed all its favor upon the Caesar family, leaving no room for others? Julius, ignoring the fearful gazes of his companions, was deep in thought about the source of this power. It was quite easy to deduce. A brief analysis would suffice. The energy penetrated deeply, accompanied by a burning sensation, and was something he was familiar with, leading him to contemplate the purple sphere of light. The Taoist secrets contained within the artifact he had brought with him were only partially unraveled, aside from the attack formation of the Big Dipper, which Julius had mastered and could apply with some finesse. The other 6 formations remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, the crux of the matter lay with the Big Dipper formation. Based on his 5 years of exploration, Julius had formed a rough outline. The continuous activation of the Big Dipper formation to attack the encroaching black mist had created an inherent momentum over time. When he struck the fire elemental bull, he had unknowingly and subconsciously activated the purple thunderbolt sphere within his mental sea, launching an attack. The layer of black mist had been thoroughly dispelled, allowing the energy emitted by the purple sphere to automatically channel through his arm into the object of his attack, inflicting internal damage. Moreover, Julius had an instinctive feeling that this purple sphere could discern his intentions, differentiating between friend and foe. Any creature or object posing a threat would be met with a fierce counterattack, while those without malice would remain unharmed. Perhaps this was the prowess of a Taoist artifact spirit. Though this spirit had been consumed by Julius, rendering it devoid of consciousness, the thought left him exhilarated. The possibilities were astounding. What if he could master all the formations of the Big Dipper and rearrange them within himself, using the purple sphere as a guide? Would he not become a living artifact? Who in this continent could rival him? After all, the purple gold hammer was a treasure brought back by the creator god from the eastern lands of Taoism. Surely, it was far superior to the so-called holy artifacts of this realm. While Julius entertained these outlandish notions, his companions busied themselves with the spoils, not daring to disturb the young duke lost in contemplation. The fire elemental wild bulls, being third-tier magical beasts, were laden with valuable resources. Their hides, tails, horns, and tendons all constituted fine magical materials, while the third-tier fire magic cores were particularly lucrative. Thus, driven by the desire to conserve every fragment of resource, they busied themselves with great enthusiasm. In all fairness, third-tier magical beasts were not typically so easily vanquished. Had they been another species, even a lower-tier beast with a herd numbering in the thousands, the general of the Caesar territory would never have dared to launch an attack against such a disorganized assembly. This was entirely due to the sheer stupidity and clumsiness of the fire elemental wild bulls. They appeared easily startled and, upon even the slightest provocation, would recklessly expend their magical energy in a frenzy. Once their magical power was depleted, even the lowliest of human warriors could outmaneuver and ultimately slay the bulls. This was the most advantageous consideration for General Caesar. Of course, the fire elemental bulls were still third-tier magical beasts. Confronting them directly in battle would be tantamount to courting death. Even 1,000 of Caesar's elite troops would be of no use. Meanwhile, the group, each lost in their own thoughts or focused on their tasks, failed to notice the approaching line of Caesar's soldiers. Marching briskly towards them, the 4 senior guards had seen them long before but feigned ignorance. Perhaps the Caesar soldiers were even drawn in by them. Just as Julius regained his senses, a robust middle-aged man at the head of the soldiers approached him. The warriors saluted him, their right hands pounding against their chests, bowing respectfully as they exclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to your grace, the Duke. Glory be to Caesar." Julius was taken aback. His mind momentarily blank as he realized that he had been discovered. This attempt to sneak away had ended in utter failure. Instinctively, he glanced at a few guards, who awkwardly averted their gaze from the Duke. Confirming his suspicions that they were the ones who had betrayed him, resigned, Julius bore no ill will towards them. After all, they were merely concerned for their own safety. He waved his hand to dismiss the formalities and inquired amiably, "General, may I know your name?" He recognized the individual before him as the commanding general leading the team. The distinguished middle-aged man, with silver hair and dark eyes, stamped his foot and replied respectfully, "Your Grace. I am Tonix, the commander of the 7th Legion of the Demon S. Horn Brigade." Julius waved his hand with a smile, saying, "No need for such formality. We are not in the city. An etiquette can be set aside. So, General Tonix, have you come to escort me home?" Tonix quickly denied it, stating he was merely there to serve as the Duke's guard. Julius forced a smile, with a battalion of fierce soldiers at his side. What joy could there be in leisurely wandering? He continued to exchange pleasantries with Tonix until the general suddenly furrowed his brow and glanced around warily. Noticing the Duke's puzzled expression, he hurriedly said, "Your Grace, please forgive my rudeness. It seems the ground has been trembling more violently than I merely feel a sense of unease." Beside him, the brash Barton interjected, "With so many volcanoes around, occasional tremors are perfectly normal. You seem to be overreacting." Tonix, ever the calm one, chuckled and replied, "General Barton is correct. Perhaps I am being overly cautious." He then turned back to Julius. "Your Grace, we have nearly finished dealing with the magical beasts here. May I request you to return with us to our unit? Once we gather the magical materials, we can set off for home. This has been one of the most successful hunts in years, and perhaps it is due to your good fortune." Julius smiled at the flattery and acquiesced to Tonix's request. The general visibly relaxed. If Julius had insisted on lingering, there would have been little he could do. A few soldiers carried the cowhide and other useful materials that Barton had stripped away as they walked ahead, with Julius and the others following towards their team's base, where the cleanup was in full swing, and every face bore an expression of joy at the bountiful harvest. After walking for a short distance, Tonix furrowed his brow again. The tremors were becoming increasingly pronounced, and even Julius and his companions could feel it. His keen intuition sparked a sense of unease. Perhaps the general was indeed correct. Something ominous was approaching. Julius calmly stated, "General Tonix, something feels amiss. Please instruct them to halt the collection of magical beast hides and seek higher ground for defense, that I fear we may be in grave danger." The general was of like mind, and upon hearing Duke Caesar's words, he promptly set about giving orders. Suddenly, a few of Caesar's soldiers came rushing toward them, breathless with excitement. General, we've captured a little calf, alive. The creature is barely as tall as my waist, with fur as red as fire, and its shiny black horns reflect the light. It's utterly adorable. Shall we take it back to present to Duke Caesar? I'm sure he would love it." Julius felt a surge of frustration. This bunch of soldiers still treated him like a child, capturing pets for him. Upon hearing the soldiers' words, Tonix's expression changed dramatically as he finally grasped the cause of the tremors. Disregarding decorum, he shouted in alarm, "Your Grace, find a place to hide. The herd of wild bulls is returning, and it is undoubtedly led by the Bull King. We have no means of defense." Julius hurriedly asked, "Wasn't it said that wild bulls are too foolish to return to rescue their companions once they flee?" Tonix replied in distress, "It was that calf they captured that caused the trouble. It is certainly the Bull King's offspring, the next heir to the herd. Ordinary wild bulls would not concern themselves, but they would risk everything to rescue the Bull Prince. Your Grace, quickly seek refuge atop that high rock. It is elevated, and the wild bulls cannot charge up there." As he spoke, the general pointed toward a distant rocky highland. Julius understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from causing further chaos, urgently reminding Tonix and the others to exercise caution before hastening away. Tonix promptly organized the soldiers and adventurers to prepare for defense, even releasing the captured calf in hopes of assuaging the impending crisis. The returning herd of wild bulls finally appeared, a fiery red mass that nearly blended with the horizon. The thunderous tremors caused by their hooves striking the ground echoed like the roar of a giant thunderclap. Everyone watched, palms sweating and hearts racing, anxiously hoping that once the Bull King found its child, it would depart immediately. Yet it became evident that Tonix and the others had underestimated the fury of the wild bulls. Upon reclaiming the runaway calf, the Bull King gently licked its fur with its tongue, then shielded it with its horns. Facing the human defense line, it let out a fearsome bellow and charged forward, followed by a collective roar from the herd as they surged forth from his vantage point atop the high rock. Julius realized the dire implications. Humans could not withstand such an assault and could not face them head-on, as it would surely lead to their demise. Fortunately, Tonix understood the predicament and, with no other option, ordered everyone to scatter and seek refuge on higher ground, hoping that once the Bull King's rage had subsided, they might survive the onslaught. Chapter 60. The dangerous magical beasts. It seemed that the god of light was not watching over the adventurers facing this crisis, as they were nothing more than an untrained rabble. Upon hearing Tonix's command to disperse for safety, they erupted into chaos, scattering like headless flies without a thought for their own legs, which were no match for the wild bulls. Tonix, filled with frustration, shouted at the fleeing crowd to seek refuge on the rocky heights. But the thunderous sound of hooves pounding the earth drowned out his voice, and none heard his pleas. Left with no choice, Tonix could only pray for their survival. The elite troops, however, remained composed. Despite the overwhelming might of the wild bulls, Tonix's 500 soldiers stood firm, unwilling to abandon their post without their commander's orders. Tonix led his men swiftly toward the higher rocky slope on the right, as the herd approached within 100 meters. Meanwhile, several mages lingered behind, chanting spells aimed at slowing the bulls' advance with quagmire and occasionally launching ice arrows at the front ranks. Tonix was not overly concerned for the mages' safety, for as the bulls drew near, they cast wind spells to lift themselves 10 meters into the air, slowly drifting toward a massive boulder. The wild bulls could only gaze at the rock in frustration, redirecting their wrath towards the adventurers still scrambling on the ground. Julius and Barton found refuge on the furthest rock, the safest location, and closed their eyes in despair as the wild bulls surged past them. Each bull began to unleash fiery whirlwinds from their mouths, which rapidly expanded, growing dozens of times larger in mere moments. Though the speed was slow, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Thousands of fire whirlwinds surged towards the crowd like an unstoppable wall of flame. The air was soon filled with the sounds of anguish. As the adventurers caught in the third-tier flame magic stood no chance of resistance, the single scream marked the end of their existence, their bodies reduced to a in just a few breaths. Thousands perished in the inferno, not to mention those trampled by the wild bulls, starkly highlighting the fragility of ordinary humans. The remaining individuals finally grasped the reality that they could not outrun the four-legged beasts. Scrambling for the safety of the higher rocks, thus preserving their lives, the bulls, frustrated by their inability to reach the towering rocks, eventually ceased their rampage after unleashing their magical fury. The Bull King surveyed the area. Realizing there were no surviving humans in sight, its rage seemingly subsided. It let out a low bellow before leading the herd back home. The survivors collectively breathed a sigh of relief, trembling as they wiped the sweat from their brows, and then collapsed onto the rocks like defeated dogs. Once the wild bulls departed, Caesar's soldiers hurried down the rocks to search for injured survivors. In this calamity, out of over 10,000 people, 3,000 had perished, with countless others injured. Had it not been for the corpses of the wild bulls still present, the loss would have been catastrophic. Even so, the compensation for the deceased would surely burden the territory's coffers. Naturally, those adventurers who had sought to profit at this cost would find no redress from Caesar's domain for their untimely demise. Julius surveyed the scene of mutilated bodies, twisted and lifeless, and felt a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow that he suddenly comprehended the hardships faced by these adventurers. Not everyone who entered the forest of oblivion could do so without peril. And the pursuit of fortune often came hand in hand with the constant specter of death. Here, Julius was unable to offer assistance. He left 4 guards behind to assist Tonix in tidying up the aftermath. He himself took Barton away to a distant thicket to clear his mind. Eager to escape the cacophony of wails and cries that filled the they entered the modest underbrush. Barton forged ahead, while Julius leisurely followed, occasionally plucking at an unfamiliar wild herb and chewing on a root out of sheer boredom. After a short while, Julius suddenly crouched down to scrutinize a plant on the ground. Noticing the silence from behind, Barton turned to see the plant in Julius's hands and grinned, saying, "My lord, you have quite the interest in herbalism, don't you? I recall seeing this herb in old Zer's laboratory. Though I can't recall its name or its uses, that it seems we have a patch of it right here." Julius appeared oblivious to Barton's words, chuckling to himself as he examined the plant with the fervor one might reserve for gold. This particular specimen was not fully grown, standing rather low, with green stems and leaves shaped like elongated ovals. Given the warm volcanic climate of the area, even in early spring, the plant bore a few delicate pale white flowers at its tip. Having grown up in the countryside on Earth, Julius was well acquainted with such flora. Was it not a chili pepper? Regrettably, in this continent, he had yet to taste the delight of spicy food. As the locals seemed entirely unaware of the existence of chili peppers, let alone their culinary potential. Even when roasting meat or making soup, they favored pepper, an ingredient he did not particularly enjoy. Now, gazing at this small plant, visions of chili sauce, hot pot, lamb soup, and spicy fish danced in his mind. Excitedly, Julius inquired of Barton, "Are you certain this plant grows in our territory?" Barton nodded affirmatively. Yet, Julius remained somewhat apprehensive. Their venture into the forest of oblivion was not without its challenges. Should it turn out that the plant in their territory merely resembled the chili pepper, would they need to make another trip? Thus, he instructed Barton to search the area meticulously for any unripe chili seeds or similar finds. Remarkably, they did uncover a few, discovering several dried pepper stalks with dozens of shriveled red chilies hanging nearby. Julius hastily retrieved his coin pouch, emptied its contents onto the ground, and carefully gathered the delightful red peppers. After securing the pouch tightly around his waist, he casually remarked to the astonished Barton, "Well, stop gaping. The coins on the ground are for you to buy some ale." "Goodness, that must be nearly 100 gold coins. I've never earned that much in a year." Barton snapped back to reality. Thud. He dropped to the ground, hurriedly stuffing the coins into his large pouch, even checking the earth for any missed coins. Julius playfully kicked Barton's rear, laughing, "You greedy, bull-headed creature. Rise. We must continue our exploration. Who knows what other treasures we might find." Reluctantly, Barton stood up, incessantly questioning his master about the plant's uses, to which Julius merely smiled and remained silent. Although the old bull felt a twinge of frustration, he ceased his inquiries. Barton resumed clearing the path, while Julius, now particularly attentive to the surrounding flora, noted the vibrancy of life in this volcanic haven. Various plants flourished, and butterflies and bees flitted about, a stark contrast to the still chilly climate outside. Yet, despite their diligent search, they found no more useful plants, as if their stroke of luck had run dry. Gradually, they ventured deeper into the dense woods, where the towering trees cast dim shadows, and with no significant discoveries. Julius began to feel disheartened. Barton, however, expressed concern. "My lord, it's becoming quite dark. We should be wary of any lurking beasts. Shouldn't we return?" Julius, unwilling to concede defeat, replied, "Let us press on a bit further. If we find nothing after another mile, we shall turn back." Reluctantly, Barton continued to hack away at the obstructing vines and bushes, and they pressed onward. After traversing a distance that felt neither short nor long, Barton halted. They had ventured well over 1,000 meters. And now the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of the lively sounds of insects and birds from outside, which made Barton uneasy. He urged Julius, "My lord, shall we return? It's too quiet here. I can't shake this feeling of dread." Julius, too, felt a chill run down his spine, but there was nothing amiss. Danger was palpable in the air. Hearing Barton's words, he quickly nodded in agreement. The two turned to retrace their steps back to the valley. But it was too late. As they turned, both let out startled gasps. Barton gripped his massive axe tightly, a golden glow emanating from his body as he began to channel his fighting spirit. Julius, however, was far from composed. He instinctively darted behind the bull-headed giant, paralyzed by fear. It was not cowardice that gripped him, but the realization that they were confronted by a colossal python blocking their escape. From his time on Earth, he had harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes. Even a harmless garden snake could send him into a panic. The immense creature before him was clearly a magical beast. Its scales a deep blue adorned with mottled gray-white patterns. It was difficult to gauge its length, but the visible portion easily exceeded 10 meters, its girth comparable to that of Barton's waist. Its massive head bore a pair of cold green eyes, and Julius had no doubt that its gaping maw could swallow him whole. He recalled the details from the monster compendium he had perused: the deep blue and white-spotted giant python. A level 4 water-type magical beast, capable of unleashing the formidable Water Wheel Heaven's Curtain, a group attack spell, and demonstrating immense strength, with scales impervious to blades and teeth laced with venom. An adult giant python could grow to 30 meters in length and the thickness of a barrel. Its weakness lay in its size, rendering it somewhat sluggish and cumbersome to turn, while a level 4 beast. It was more formidable than many level 5 creatures, known for its aggressive nature and relentless pursuit of prey. Barton's expression grew grave as he kept his gaze fixed on the python's eyes, quietly advising the trembling young master, "My lord, we cannot retreat. This beast is tenacious. I will distract it while you find another way back. With this creature here, we are unlikely to encounter any other ferocious beasts." Julius cursed himself for his trembling body, voicing his concern. "But what about you? I can't just leave you behind." Barton smiled confidently. "Fear not, my young master. While I may not defeat this beast, escaping is well within my capabilities that I can lure it out of this thicket. And when the time comes, our soldiers will assist, perhaps even providing us with some extra spoils. This python is quite valuable." Seeing Barton's unwavering confidence and his jesting demeanor, Julius felt a wave of relief wash over him and quietly acquiesced to Barton's plan. Barton instructed Julius to shift back slightly to gain a more advantageous position, saying, "When I launch my attack, you must run immediately without looking back, swiftly making your way through the thicket that I will follow close behind." Julius nodded in agreement. With his worries set aside, Barton turned his focus on the python, letting out a low growl that intensified the golden glow surrounding him, his eyes transforming to a fierce crimson hue as he activated Berserk. In that moment, both Barton and the python launched their attacks simultaneously. The python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of blue water toward Barton mid-air. The water morphed into a rapidly spinning, elongated form, transforming into a massive blue vortex with a diameter of several meters, hurtling toward Barton with lethal intent. This was the water wheel Heaven-S curtain, renowned for its devastating group attack capabilities. Barton bellowed, "Run, my lord. I'm about to strike." He planted his feet firmly and bellowed, "Barbaric charge," lowering his head to collide fiercely with the swirling blue vortex. He chose to meet force with force. Julius recalled Barton's urgent command. Realizing his presence was a liability, he heeded Barton's roar, turning to plunge into the underbrush, heedless of the thorns that might prick him. It was not cowardice. Under different circumstances, he would not have acted so timidly. However, his traumatic experience with snakes on Earth had left him with a profound phobia. The sight of such cold-blooded creatures sent shivers down his spine, making the thought of confrontation unthinkable. Perhaps this was what they meant by once bitten, twice shy. What a delightful scene it is, following the old bull, yet soon enough, you shall find yourself in tears. Thus, the old bull commenced to lead the python through the forest, weaving intricate circles. The python, though massive, lacked agility, growing increasingly agitated as it struggled to keep pace with the bull, unleashing a seemingly endless stream of magical bursts in its fury. However, within this dense thicket, the towering trees were numerous, and the fourth-tier spell, water wheel canopy technique, lacked the necessary swiftness, allowing the bull to evade each attack time and again. After a quarter of an hour, the python's magical energy finally waned, and it exhaled cold mist from its nostrils in exhaustion, reluctantly contemplating retreat. But how could the bull allow such an easy escape? In a fit of exasperation, it picked up a fragment of stone and hurled it toward the python, while deliberately emitting loud mooing sounds, provoking the flames that had just subsided to flare up once more atop its head, causing it to hiss and chase after the bull. The bull, clutching its head, fled with purpose. Retracing its steps back to the valley, the python, in a fit of rage, disregarded any potential danger and barreled forth from the thicket into the valley adorned with crimson grasslands that the bull ran. It called out frantically, having already attracted the attention of distant onlookers. Tonix, upon glancing up, was taken aback to see the bull-headed man racing ahead, pursued closely by a colossal blue python. Yet there was no sign of Duke Caesar. Had the monstrous serpent devoured him? In such moments, it is only natural to think the worst. Tonix felt a chill run down his spine, drew his sword, and cried out as he rushed forward with his soldiers. Along the way, 500 soldiers split off into a team to cut off the python's escape route. Tonix sprinted up to the bull and, in a fit of rage, demanded, "Where is the Duke? Where has he gone? Has he been swallowed by this beast? What kind of guardian are you?" The bull, panting heavily, replied hoarsely, "I instructed my master to flee ahead while I held the creature back. We've been running with this beast for quite some time. Surely the master has not yet returned?" Upon hearing that the Duke had not been consumed, Tonix's expression immediately relaxed. That moment, the python lunged forward, and the two men ceased their banter, opting instead to deal with the creature at hand. Thus, all the warriors of Will unleashed their varied auras, both dim and bright, wielding their swords against the giant python, which, sensing danger, attempted to flee. Yet, its sheer size rendered it unable to escape. In the time it took to turn around, it had already been encircled by Caesar's warriors. With its magical power spent and its stamina nearly depleted, the deep blue, white-spotted giant python was ultimately beaten to death by a swarm of soldiers, after ordering his men to collect this unexpected bounty. Tonix hastily inquired about Caesar's whereabouts. The bull succinctly recounted the perilous encounter in the forest, and as soon as he finished, Tonix, now devoid of his usual composure, furiously chastised the bull, saying, "You block-headed creature. Have you forgotten that our master gets lost even in the palace gardens? How could you possibly expect him to navigate such a vast forest?" It must be said that the reputation of Julius as directionally challenged spread swiftly. At least the generals of Caesar's domain were aware of it. The bull stood there, mouth agape, then smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten? Alas, the master must be lost in the forest. It was already past midday, with less than 3 hours until nightfall. The forgotten forest was fraught with peril after dark. In their anxiety, the two men disregarded any spoils and quickly summoned all available adventurers, including those who were slightly injured, to brief them on the situation before dispersing into the thicket in search of Duke Caesar. The adventurers, upon learning that the lord of Caesar's domain was among their ranks and was now lost, were filled with an irresistible zeal, each secretly contemplating the rewards that would surely surpass their current undertaking should they be the ones to find the esteemed duke. Thus, those capable joined the rescue efforts, while the severely injured lamented their misfortune, having missed the opportunity to curry favor with the powerful. Meanwhile, Julius, having plunged into the underbrush, ran desperately forward until he could run no more. He halted, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Once he regained his composure, he sat down heavily, cursing his own cowardice. How could he be afraid of a mere snake? If only he had been a little bolder and approached its head. With a punch imbued with the might of purple lightning, he could have inflicted severe damage or even slain it, and now he was forced to retreat in disgrace. Alas, returning would surely invite ridicule. But wait, returning? Oh heavens! The thought of going back to the valley filled him with dread. He scrambled to his feet, glancing around frantically at his surroundings, only to see a sea of green trees. Nothing but trees. It was hopeless. He was lost. This bull was truly a source of trouble. Did he not realize he was directionally challenged, and yet he had allowed Julius to wander off alone? Though aware that aimless wandering would only lead to further confusion, he resolved that it was better than sitting idly by, observing the sunlight filtering through the dense foliage. Julius cautiously selected a direction and proceeded. As time slipped away, the ancient trees grew ever more imposing, some so large that 3 men could scarcely encircle them. The ground beneath the trees, shrouded in shadow due to the sunlight being obstructed, was sparsely populated with vegetation, lending the area an eerie stillness that unnerved Julius. After pushing through a thicket of thorns, Julius found his garments torn and tattered, leaving him at a loss. What was he to do? Was he to spend the night here? Heaven forbid that he should become the evening meal of some beast. Since he could not escape the thicket, it seemed prudent to remain where he was, hoping that the bull and the others might find him and rescue him. With this thought, Julius decided to retrace his steps along the marked path. Just as he turned, he suddenly realized that his pouch containing the chili peppers was missing. A quick glance revealed that the cord securing it had been torn as he passed through the thorns, leaving it behind in the brambles. This was not something he could afford to lose. Julius hurried over to retrieve it, but as he bent to pick it up, he noticed the thorns before him quivering as if something lurked within. A chill shot down his spine, and he instinctively gripped his golden dagger tightly. The thicket trembled again before falling silent. After a moment's pause, Julius cautiously prodded the bushes with his dagger. The rustling resumed, and with a steely resolve, he tore aside the foliage. As twilight approached, the forest grew dim. Upon clearing the underbrush, he was met with a pair of eerily green eyes, no larger than beans. Another snake? Good heavens! Julius cried out, leaping back several meters, seeking refuge behind a tree, trembling with fear. However, a comically unexpected turn of events unfolded. The owner of those green eyes let out a high-pitched scream, darting to a nearby tree, and within moments, it had climbed up and hidden behind a broad branch, peering down in terror at the frightening human below. The sudden shift in circumstances momentarily stunned Julius. It was not a snake after all. His courage bolstered, he approached the tree once more. To his astonishment, he found it was an adorable little bear cub, small enough to reach only as high as Julius's thigh, its thick brown fur fluffy and inviting. with 4 plump paws that were utterly charming. Particularly striking was its cartoonishly expressive face, which at that moment bore an endearingly human-like expression, having always harbored a fondness for cute creatures. Julius was instantly smitten by this expressive, timid little bear. He paid no mind to the potential dangers surrounding him, nor the implications of encountering a bear that could climb trees. Instead, he offered the little bear a friendly smile, raising his right hand in a gentle wave. Speaking in a soothing tone akin to that of a child, "Come here, little one. Don't be afraid. Come down to your big brother. I have delicious treats for you. Come on, come on." The little bear clung tightly to the thick branch with its front paws. And upon hearing Julius's words, its green eyes turned, exhibiting a surprisingly human-like curiosity. Then, it did something that left Julius utterly dumbfounded. The little bear, in a sweet, childlike voice, spoke in the common tongue of the continent, saying, "My mother told me not to talk to strangers. I don't know you, so please don't speak to me." With that, Julius plopped down onto the ground, his mouth agape in disbelief that a magical beast could speak. By the gods, the astonishing revelation left him in shock, and as he reflected on the bestiary he had previously perused, a wave of exhilaration coursed through him. He understood now. The magical beasts of this continent were categorized into 3 tiers and 9 levels. The lower and middle tiers encompassed beasts of levels 1 through 6, which, though capable of magic, possessed intelligence akin to that of ordinary animals. However, the highest tier, levels 7 through 9, boasted intellect comparable to that of humans, and these creatures could learn and fluently converse in the languages of the continent. In other words, aside from their beastly forms, high-level magical beasts were not so different from humans that a legend had long circulated that deep within the Forgotten Forest lay a kingdom of magical beasts, ruled by a sovereign and its people, all composed of magical creatures, complete with their own laws and systems. Yet, no one had ever ventured into the depths of the Forgotten Forest, so the tale was dismissed as mere folklore, merely a story to be heard. Now, standing before him was a little bear that could speak human language, certifying its status as a high-level magical beast. The question remained whether it was of the 7th, 8th, or 9th level, which would require further inquiry. Certainly, Julius harbored no absurd notions of cuddling a teddy bear or anything so ludicrous as that. After all, the vastness of the Forgotten Forest was well known, and many adventurers from previous years had encountered high-level magical beasts. Moreover, this location was still a considerable distance from the heart of the forest, spanning thousands of miles. Who, in their right mind, would venture so far just for a leisurely jaunt? At this moment, Julius entertained such thoughts, unaware that one day, his words would be validated. Presently, his mind was consumed by a singular notion: abduction, abduction, and yet more abduction. The mere thought of raising a high-level magical beast as a pet filled him with exhilaration. Thus, he swiftly put his plan into action. With a warm smile, Julius gently addressed the little bear, saying, "Oh, little one, have you lost your way? Your mother told you not to speak to strangers, but did she mention that strangers can't take you home? Tell your brother where you live, and I shall escort you back, shall I?" The cunning Julius deliberately probed the naive little bear, keen to ascertain whether its family was nearby. Should they be, he would make a hasty retreat. If not, well, you know how it goes. The little bear tilted its head, pondering Julius's words with a surprisingly human-like demeanor. It seemed to find some sense in what this human said. But upon hearing the final remarks, it opened its mouth wide and began to wail. "Wah, wah," crying, it lamented, "I lost my way with my father, and now I cannot find my way home. Boo-hoo, I haven't eaten in ages. I'm so hungry. This place is so frightening. I want to go home." Upon hearing the adorable little creature speak in such a rudimentary tongue, the heartless Julius felt no inclination to comfort it. Rather, he secretly rejoiced. It appeared that his abduction plan was indeed promising. That he thought to himself, "Ah, my magical companion, come along with your brother." Chapter 62. The encounter of 2 directionally challenged souls beneath the tree. Julius smiled softly while coaxing the little bear. Pulling out a small bag of snacks he had on hand, he dangled a few glistening pink fruits in front of the bear. "Say, sweet baby, look at what tasty treats your brother has. Want to come down? I'll share this entire bag of goodies with you." The little bear's eyes widened in delight, sparkling like green peas, and its mouth began to drool uncontrollably, its chubby paws rubbing together in anticipation. In that moment, Julius felt a surge of confidence as his culinary strategy bore fruit. He deliberately slowed his movements, lifting a fruit to the sunlight and savoring its taste. producing a delightful crunch that would surely break down the little bear's final defenses. After finishing one fruit, he teased, "Aren't you coming down yet? If you don't, I might eat them all." The little bear, panicking, cried out, "Don't eat them. Those are mine. You promised to give them all to me." Julius waved his hand, winking. "Then come down, won't you? How can you eat if you stay up there?" With a clever glint in its eyes, the little bear exclaimed, "But aren't you afraid to come up? There are terrifying big dogs down here. They've been following me for days, and I'm too scared to come down." Julius chuckled at the little bear's innocent fibs, but decided to play along for the sake of gaining its trust. He feigned alarm, looking around as he called out, Where? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I'll climb the tree right now. Make some space for me." Upon realizing that its ruse had successfully deceived this human, the little bear erupted into laughter, quickly covering its mouth with its paws, as if afraid of spilling the secret. Julius, small and nimble, swiftly ascended the tree, which was hardly more than half a meter in diameter. And in a few swift movements, he reached a branch where the little bear had scurried to a smaller limb, moving with feline agility, completely dismissing its bear-like clumsiness. This branch split into two horizontal limbs, allowing Julius to balance perfectly. He brushed off the leaves and debris from his trousers and called to the little bear still perched above, "Come down. I'll hold you." As he spoke, he placed the bag of snacks on his lap. After a moment's hesitation, the little bear could no longer resist the temptation of the treats and slid down the tree trunk. Julius caught it in his arms, exclaiming, "Wow, you're quite heavy." The little bear was covered in soft, shiny brown fur, plump and delightful to the touch, its small green eyes sparkling with mischief. Its chubby paws, resembling soft pads, added a comical touch as it clung to Julius's head. Julius couldn't help but tickle the little bear's belly, eliciting a chorus of giggles that dispelled any initial fear, and they quickly grew familiar with one another. The little bear, however, did not forget its purpose for descending. It wriggled free from Julius's embrace, snatched the bag of snacks, and with remarkable dexterity, tore it open and began stuffing its mouth with the fruits. Julius watched with a mix of amusement and pity as the bear devoured the snacks in mere moments. After finishing, the little bear tossed aside the remnants of the bag and gazed up at Julius with expectant eyes. Julius sighed, "I have no more. If you want more, you'll have to come home with me to eat." The little bear's expression turned to one of disappointment, its childish pout emerging as it complained, "When will you go home? I haven't eaten in ages. This isn't enough to fill my tiny belly." Remembering something, it eagerly asked Julius, "Didn't you say you would take me home? Let us go back now. My mother loves me dearly. She must have prepared many of my favorite fruits for me. I'll treat you when we get there." "Okay." Julius then inquired, "But you must tell me where you live, so that I may take you home." The crafty prince, who couldn't even find his way home himself, maintained a straight face. The little bear looked around at the trees, a befuddled expression crossing its face, before finally mumbling, "I don't know. I'm lost. Boo-hoo. I miss home. I miss my father and mother." With a quivering lip, the little bear shed tears, prompting Julius to gently comfort the juvenile creature. Once the little bear had ceased its weeping, he began to inquire about how it had lost its way. The bear recounted its story in fragmented phrases, leaving Julius utterly bewildered, but eventually he pieced together the tale. It was all due to negligent parenting. The gist of the story was this: the little bear's father, a robust bear, had taken his son out for a day of play. In their exuberance, they had wandered far from home, and based on the bear's words, Julius estimated they had been out for over a month. Eventually, they stumbled upon a valley filled with massive beehives. Naturally, the honey-loving bears were ecstatic. The father bear, doting on his precious son, tucked him into a small tree hollow, instructing him not to wander off while he went to gather honey. As he scaled the enormous tree to approach the hive, the bees launched an aggressive defense, although the little bear could not see the commotion clearly from afar. Julius deduced that the father bear had likely suffered quite a bit, leaving his son utterly forgotten as he fled in a panic. The poor little bear, hiding in the tree hollow, quivered in fear as swarms of bees buzzed around the forest, holding its breath until the bees settled down and returned to their hive. Finally, the little bear cautiously emerged and fled the perilous area, only to realize it was hopelessly lost. Julius couldn't help but think, what a twist of fate. This little bear, like him, was a born wanderer, and a particularly exceptional one at that. What defines an exceptional wanderer? One who can get lost in their own backyard. The lost little bear had not received any rescue from its father, who was likely struggling to save himself. In its panic, it ran haphazardly until nightfall, only to seek refuge in a small hole until dawn, fortunate enough to have not encountered any ferocious magical beasts. The next day, it continued to wander aimlessly, and on the third day, the fourth, at this point, Julius interrupted the little bear's narrative, his curiosity piqued. "How many days have you been wandering in the forest?" The adorable little bear tilted its head, contemplating before humorously counting on its paws, seemingly falling short, and then raised its hind paws as well. By the time Julius was nearly bursting with laughter, the little bear triumphantly declared, "I remember that I haven't counted the 2 toes on my right hind paw. All the other toes mean 1 day each. So that's 18 days in total." Julius was taken aback, exclaiming, 18 days? What have you been eating to stave off hunger all this time?" The little bear, puzzled, replied, "I haven't eaten anything. If I had food, I wouldn't be asking you for some." Julius nearly fell from the tree, incredulous that this little bear had survived so long without sustenance. "How is that possible?" he pressed on. The bear proudly responded, "My mother told me that we are the great earth bears, one of the noblest magical beasts in the forest. Not only can we survive for days without food, but we could endure an entire winter without starving." Julius couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "You hibernate through the winter." It was rather audacious to boast about not eating anything at all, and the parents in question were utterly ridiculous. Naturally, Julius would refrain from uttering anything that might wound Little Bear's pride. For otherwise, the magical pet nurturing plan would likely meet an untimely end. However, Julius overlooked the preceding remark from Little Bear. Had he heard the term Earth Bear, he would have been driven to madness once more. As for finding the way home, it was best not to mention the prospect of being escorted back. After 20 days of experiencing the taste of food, Baby Bear was overtaken by an insatiable hunger, rendering thoughts of home distant and irrelevant. Clumsily, he urged Julius, "Did you not say you would take me to your home? Hurry, it becomes quite terrifying here after dark. I have encountered large dogs several times." Upon hearing Little Bear's insistence, Julius felt a wave of embarrassment. He nonchalantly replied, just a moment longer, someone will come for us soon," yet remained immobile, unfazed by the mention of someone coming. Little Bear, with his innocent demeanor, nestled comfortably in Julius's embrace and dozed off. After a considerable time had passed, night finally descended. Although no one had come to escort them, danger loomed ever closer. The large dog that Baby Bear had mentioned slowly emerged from the depths of the dense forest, advancing step by step towards the small tree where Julius had taken refuge. Both the human and bear, somewhat dazed, suddenly opened their eyes wide in unison. Danger! Extreme danger! Julius's instinctive awareness and Little Bear's keen animal senses simultaneously detected the approaching beast. Upon seeing the creature with its gaping maw revealing massive, jagged teeth, Julius felt every hair on his body stand on end. It was a wolf, an extraordinarily large wolf. Julius estimated that even the finest steed in his estate could not match its size. Its gray fur trembled with each movement like waves, and its 2 eerie green eyes glimmered with a cruel and excited light. 2 sets of formidable teeth protruded from its jaws, further accentuating its menacing presence. Gazing at the pair perched in the tree, the wolf curled its lip in a mocking manner, emitting a low, guttural sound as if to laugh. Little Bear clutched Julius's trousers tightly with his paws, his voice trembling with urgency. "You big dog, go away. My father is nearby, and when he returns, you won't be able to escape." Yet, despite his words, his hind legs trembled incessantly, revealing his profound fear. The massive wolf emitted a sound that seemed to mock, then rasped, "Cub, you have deceived me 3 times these past few days, claiming your so-called father was near, yet I have yet to see him. Your words hold no weight now. Today you shall obediently become my dinner." I have never tasted the flesh of a top-tier magical beast. It seemed to notice Julius for the first time and added, "And that human over there, do not think you can escape either. You shall join the cub in my belly." Roar. Upon hearing the wolf speak, Julius realized the gravity of his predicament. This was a high-level magical beast. Whether it was at level 7 or 8, it was certainly beyond what he could contend with. Little Bear's initial description of a big dog turned out to be painfully accurate. Had he known this, he would not have lingered here, casually chatting. Regrettably, it was too late to escape now. Truth be told, Julius did not feel overly anxious, aside from serpentine creatures that could induce sheer terror in him. He generally regarded other fierce beasts with a sense of caution, though he would not cower in fear. Moreover, he had a trump card at his disposal, since he could easily slay fire-type beasts. Surely he could approach the giant wolf and strike a critical blow to its head. With this in mind, Julius calmly asserted, "Dear wolf, It seems we harbor no animosity towards one another, given your status. You should not lack for food. Why must you insist on consuming us? Instead, why not propose a condition under which you would spare us? Upon returning to my territory, I can have someone fulfill your demands immediately. Swearing on my family's name. My name is Caesar, Julius Caesar. Chapter 64, Dancing with Wolves? Upon hearing Julius's words, the giant wolf's body noticeably stiffened. As a high-level magical beast roaming the outskirts of the forgotten forest. The frost giant wolf was well aware of the illustrious Caesar family. Julius's proposition indeed stirred its interest. After all, sparing this Caesar would surely yield a generous reward far exceeding the value of a mere meal. At that point, requesting several high-grade magical cores would hardly be an issue. However, compared to the cub, these considerations were secondary. The prospect of devouring the highest-grade magical beast cub would undoubtedly elevate the frost giant wolf to level 8, making it virtually invincible in this region. Contemplating this, the wolf let out a guttural laugh. Your proposal is indeed tempting, but alas, you should not have crossed paths with this cub. I have already set my sights on it. And to keep this a secret, you two cannot be allowed to live. What a pity. Now, perhaps pray to your god of light. I might wait a moment longer, but this is solely out of respect for your surname. Caesar. From the wolf's greedy gaze directed at Baby Bear, Julius understood that his proposal held little promise of success. He took the giant wolf's rejection in stride, knowing that high-level magical beasts often devoured one another to enhance their power. However, due to their formidable strength, they rarely engaged in combat without absolute certainty of victory, lest they risk mutual destruction and allow others to reap the benefits, given that this high-level magical beast cub possessed nearly zero resistance. It was highly unlikely the wolf would let it slip away so easily. Reasoning with it was futile. Combat was inevitable. If he could not win outright, he would resort to cunning. That was Julius's belief. Gently patting the trembling little bear, he comforted him. Stay up in the tree and don't be afraid. I will descend for a moment and return swiftly. The innocent cub, though frightened, anxiously called out, Don't go down. That big dog will eat you. Shouldn't we stay up here? It can't climb. Before he could finish, the giant wolf let out a long howl, unleashing a massive ice arrow that shot toward the trunk of the small tree where Julius and little bear were perched. With a dull thud, the whole tree quaked violently before settling back into stillness. Upon inspection, the trunk had been pierced with a gaping hole the size of a bowl, and the ice arrow continued its trajectory, penetrating a second, even larger tree before finally landing on the ground, where it melted away into water. The entire process transpired in less than 5 seconds, leaving Julius and Little Bear momentarily stunned. After executing the water-based variant of the ice arrow spell, the giant wolf mockingly rasped, What, did you think climbing a tree would make you safe? Don't be ridiculous, if it weren't for your so-called bear father. Do you think you would have lived to see today? You should thank this human named Caesar. Had he not inquired about your experiences, I would never have known you were deceiving me all along. Clearly, the giant wolf had been lurking at a distance, eavesdropping on Julius and Little Bear's conversation. Indeed, wolves were known for their keen hearing, making it easy for the giant wolf to catch snippets of their dialogue. Julius could hardly contain his regret. He realized he had underestimated the dangers of the forgotten forest. Now, it was too late for regrets. He needed to address this crisis first, given the giant wolf's formidable magical prowess. Julius had no chance of victory. Perhaps only by closing in and delivering a powerful blow to its skull would he have a slim chance of survival. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a rather simplistic yet practical plan. He would take a gamble. Leaping down from the 4 or 5 meter high tree, Julius brushed off the debris from his clothes and approached the giant wolf with a fade of nonchalance. The wolf narrowed its eyes warily at first, then revealed its sharp fangs in a disdainful grin, as if mocking Julius's audacity. Julius endeavored to remain relaxed as he approached the colossal beast, adopting a serious demeanor as he proclaimed, I am a noble of high standing. Although I may not be your match, surely you, dear wolf, understand that my pride as a noble forbids me from surrendering my life without resistance. For doing so would bring shame upon my family. Even if I were to ascend to the heavens, I would have no face to meet my ancestors. Therefore, I request that you accept my challenge to a duel. Upon finishing this declaration, Julius produced a white handkerchief and gently tossed it at the wolf's front paws. One of the rules of dueling among nobles dictated that the challenger would remove a white glove from their right hand and throw it before their opponent. If the opponent picked it up, it signified acceptance of the duel, while failing to do so would bring ridicule upon them, potentially staining their honor for life. Unfortunately, in the sparse conditions of the forest, Julius had no white gloves for decoration and had to make do with the handkerchief. The frost giant wolf seemed to be quite familiar with human noble customs. Although it found this human's arrogance laughable, it nonetheless accepted Julius's challenge, viewing it as a form of pre-dinner entertainment. It casually pawed the handkerchief behind it, signifying its acceptance of the duel. Julius inwardly rejoiced at having made progress with his plan and pretended to retreat, distancing himself from the giant wolf. Once he had created a 20-meter gap between them, he halted, turning to face the wolf with a grave expression. Given his current magical prowess, engaging in a magical duel with the frost giant wolf would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Julius assumed the standard noble stance for close combat. Lacking a dual sword, he could only substitute with a finely crafted dagger. The stance appeared somewhat peculiar and comical. The baby bear, anxiously perched upon the tree branch, gazed down at the towering figure of the older human, who could not help but speak in a babyish tone. "Big brother, please be careful. I don't want to be eaten by that big dog. You must chase him away, okay?" Julius turned his head to the little bear, offering a reassuring smile as he comforted. "Do not fear, little one, stay up there, and do not come down, that I will join you shortly after I resolve the situation here, and then I shall teach you how to sing." "All right," the innocent bear exclaimed joyfully. Yes, I love listening to my mother sing. I wonder if you can sing as well as she does?" A chill ran down Julius's spine. Comparing me to the mother bear certainly tarnishes my image. I spit. This little bear is leading me astray, speaking so casually. My voice is a pure baritone, clear as a bell. With a playful spirit, the giant wolf sauntered with leisurely strides, its thick paw pads making no sound at all. With a disdainful glance, it lazily remarked in a hoarse whisper, "Now, noble scion of the Caesar family, I have adhered to all your human duel rules, so do not waste my time any longer. As the most elegant among the high beasts, I am quite busy." Julius, no longer engaging in banter with the little bear, pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding to take a risk. He knew his strength was vastly inferior to that of the giant wolf. A prolonged struggle would surely lead to his defeat. However, if he could approach the wolf's head and land a solid blow, there might be a chance for a reversal of fortunes. With this thought, Julius stealthily summoned a flicker of purple energy from the purple twilight thunderball within his spiritual sea. Channeling it through his arm and gathering it in his left hand, he continued until his palm trembled, the pain swelling to its limit before ceasing the energy accumulation to at this moment. A faint purple lightning pattern began to manifest in his palm, constantly shifting in form, creating an eerie spectacle. Of course, all of this was concealed from view by Julius. Although the giant wolf sensed a hint of danger through its beastly instincts, its arrogance led it to dismiss the feeling. Maintaining a jovial demeanor, Julius feigned a loud shout, as if to bolster his own courage, and then, awkwardly gripping a small dagger with both hands, he charged towards the giant wolf while shouting, "I'm going to smash your head. Watch out." Yet, just a few steps into his run, he stumbled over a stone, flinging the dagger from his hand, which landed with a soft thud in the dirt. The atmosphere turned oddly tense. The baby bear quickly covered its little eyes with its chubby paws. Seemingly embarrassed for Julius, the giant wolf suddenly realized that its decision to accept the duel was indeed wise, for how else could it witness such a comical scene? By the beast god above, is this truly a descendant of that heroic family? Surely, it cannot be a pretender. Julius's face flushed a deep crimson, nearly purple, as he sensed the wolf's mocking gaze upon him. In a fit of rage, he bellowed and charged forward, holding up his frail hands while still shouting, "Look out! If you have the guts, don't dodge. I'm going to smash your head." The giant wolf, entertained by the spectacle, failed to notice the impending danger and mockingly lowered its massive head, laughing. "Come, I'll let you smash my head. Let us see how you manage to do that." The wolf was confident in the strength of its sturdy skull, recalling a previous encounter with adventurers in the mountains when its massive head had been struck by a heavy sword, resulting in nothing more than a few broken hairs and a sword that was sent flying, demonstrating the resilience of its bones. Seeing the arrogant wolf present its head so readily, Julius seized this rare opportunity without hesitation. A flash of purple light surged as he unleashed the full might of the purple twilight thunderstrike upon the giant wolf's massive, deep gray head. The frost wolf, lowering its head, suddenly sensed an overwhelming force threatening its very life approaching. And by the time it tried to evade, it was already too late. With a resounding clap, Julius's hand struck the wolf's head. Silence enveloped the scene. Both Julius and the frost wolf, as well as the little bear peering down through the branches, seemed momentarily frozen in time. After what felt like an eternity, The wolf's once glowing green eyes gradually dulled, its pupils dilating as its grand, powerful form slowly tilted to one side before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Dead. Upon witnessing the giant wolf's fall, Julius felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be immediately struck by excruciating pain emanating from his left hand as he raised his arm to inspect it, revealing that his left hand was drenched in blood, the result of ruptured veins. His sleeve was thoroughly soaked as well, indicating that the injury was severe. That it seemed that channeling the purple twilight thunder had exceeded his body's capacity, leading to the rupture of his blood vessels, a truly catastrophic sight. Julius hastily tore off his left sleeve and directed his only rudimentary healing spell at the horrific wound on his arm. Fortunately, the milky white light orbs from his spiritual sea continuously supplied the necessary magical elements, allowing him to utilize the basic healing spell to mend the ruptured veins, averting the dire fate of excessive blood loss. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he mused, "Such is the plight of a mage. My physique is too frail to endure the impact of that purple twilight thunder energy. It appears that defeating this beast was my limit. What incredible luck! Were I to encounter a beast even slightly stronger than this wolf, I would undoubtedly need to enhance the output of my purple lightning energy, and my left arm might very well be obliterated. Perhaps I should begin training my body. I wonder if mastering combat skills alongside magic would yield any success that I must not end up achieving nothing in the end. That would be disastrous." Seeing the giant wolf's body fall lifelessly to the ground, the little bear quickly realized that the human big brother had triumphed. With a joyful cheer, it slid down from the tree and ran over to Julius, who was deep in thought, and embraced his left arm, gleefully squealing. Julius winced in pain. The effects of the basic healing spell were limited, merely surface level. The injuries to the tendons and muscles within his arm would require the expertise of a professional healer to fully recover. With the bear tugging on his arm, the pain was indeed excruciating. He quickly withdrew his left hand, wrapping his right arm around the baby bear and pulling it close with a smile. "Little one. Am I impressive?" The bear bobbed its fluffy head like a rattle drum. Its furry face lit up with excitement as it exclaimed, "Big brother is so amazing. You defeated that enormous dog with just one slap. My father isn't as strong as you." Julius gazed at the exuberant little bear, his face adorned with a harmless smile, and spoke in a tempting tone. "Baby, since you cannot return home, why not come with your big brother? You can live with me, and I shall have my servants prepare countless delicious treats for you every day. Whether it be sweet fruits, savory roasted meats, or even your favorite honey, you can indulge to your heart's content." Chapter 65. Let us call you Wonkai. Will the little bear agree? The answer is undoubtedly yes, for this adorable creature seems to share the same hero worship mentality as humans, and upon witnessing Julius's performance in the duel, albeit secretly watered down, its admiration surged to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the promise of so many delightful treats was irresistible, prompting it to nod enthusiastically in agreement. Furthermore, it realized it could not find its way home and would surely be devoured by other beasts if it remained in the forest. Upon seeing the little bear nodding, Julius joyfully lifted it into the air, spinning around in delight. The plan to entice the bear had been a resounding success, yet this scheme proved to be quite arduous. Although fraught with danger, the rewards were immense. This high-grade magical beast was truly a treasure trove, particularly the magic crystal nestled within its brain. Due to its overwhelming arrogance, it had not expended a single ounce of magical energy before Julius cunningly struck it down. The quality of that magic crystal was undoubtedly top-notch, a rare gem of immeasurable value. Retrieving his finely crafted dagger, Julius circled the giant wolf's steed-like corpse, contemplating where to begin. Ultimately, he decided against harvesting it. He had heard that the blood of high-grade magical beasts could be utilized to create rare magical scrolls, making it exceedingly precious. Lacking vessels to collect the blood, he knew that eviscerating the beast here would waste a significant amount of its blood, an invaluable resource. It would be best to wait for Caesar's soldiers to find him and transport the giant wolf back to camp. The high-grade magical beasts possessed territorial dominion, and this giant wolf was clearly the local overlord, which is why no other high-level beasts roamed nearby. Thus, Julius and the little bear could finally relax without the need to climb trees, instead nestling against the thick fur of the frost wolf for warmth. It was indeed far more comfortable than being perched in a tree, and before long, both the man and the bear felt a warm sensation enveloping them. Julius sighed inwardly. Once the wolf's pelt is stripped for a blanket, It will surpass any ice bear pelt I have in my estate. If I were to auction it in the imperial capital, it would likely fetch 100,000 gold coins, with eager buyers lining up. As night fully descended, Julius, cradling the baby bear nestled beneath the giant wolf's belly, felt no fear of the cold, yet hunger began to gnaw at him. The sounds of their growling stomachs echoed, both the bear's and Julius's. Their eyes met, and suddenly, they burst into laughter. After their laughter subsided, Julius, seeking to distract himself from the hunger, playfully asked the little bear, "Baby, you haven't told me your name yet." The chubby little bear replied innocently, "My mother calls me Bear Cub. My father calls me Bear Baby, but I don't really know what my name is." Julius was utterly speechless at the parenting of this small bear. What kind of individuals are they? Not only did they teach their child a dialect that was utterly lacking in refinement, but they also failed to give him a proper name. It seemed likely that their combined intellect. Well, the intelligence of those two bears was hardly impressive, feeling an overwhelming sympathy for the little bear. Julius gently patted its fluffy little head and said warmly, "Since you don't have a name, why don't I give you one?" The bear, upon hearing this, joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, yes, big brother, please give me a name. I've always wanted to have my own name. My father used to say he would think of one when I grew up, but I overheard him whispering to my mother and realized he couldn't come up with one at all. He intended to find some other uncle to name me. My mother scolded him, calling him a big fool who couldn't read." Julius stifled a laugh in his heart. It seemed this amusing pair of parents were indeed illiterate. Fortunately, the little bear encountered him, or it would inevitably have grown up to be yet another illiterate beast in the world. Upon returning, he would arrange for a teacher to instruct the little bear in literacy. He could only imagine the astonishment that would ensue. Gently stroking the bear's silky brown fur, Julius pondered what kind of name to give it. What should it be? Teddy Bear, Winnie the Pooh, Bacon Bear, or simply Little Chubby? Clearly, Julius was at a loss, desiring to bestow a catchy and resounding name. Although he had many alternative names in mind, none seemed appropriate at that moment. After a moment's contemplation, an idea struck him, and he leaned back against the soft belly fur of the giant wolf. A sudden realization dawning upon him. It was only after meeting the little bear that he could slay this high-level beast that resembled a walking treasure trove. Thus, the bear truly seemed to bring good fortune to others. With a grateful nod to Stephen Chow, he thought to himself, if I only think of the benefits derived from slaying this beast, I've completely forgotten the immense danger I initially faced." With a mischievous smile, Julius looked at the little bear and cheerfully declared, "Little one, I have thought of a delightful name for you. From now on, you shall be called Wonkai. Because of you, I am able to hunt such a high-level beast like this big dog. Thus, you are my little lucky star, my little fortune bringer. This name is the most fitting." The poor, Navi little bear had no inkling of Julius's thoughts. Upon hearing his explanation, it joyfully clapped its pudgy paws and squealed, "Oh, I have a name now. I have a name now. From now on, I shall be called Wonkai." Indeed, we must say that Julius, this unscrupulous youth, had finally taken the innocent little bear aboard his ship. And from that moment on, the territory of Caesar was graced with a charming beast companion. In accordance with the will of Lord Caesar, it would henceforth be known as Wonkai, but in high spirits. Julius teased Wonkai, saying, "Wonkai, my name is Julius Caesar. You may call me Brother Caesar. If anyone inquires, just say you are my little brother, and then no one will dare to bully you, for I am quite formidable." Wonkai nodded enthusiastically, its round little bear head bobbing, causing Julius to burst into laughter and shower it with affection. Suddenly, Wonkai asked Julius, "Brother Caesar, didn't you say you would sing for me? At home, my mother sings for me every day." Julius was taken aback. His earlier words had merely been a comforting gesture, and he hadn't anticipated that Wonkai would take them seriously in his past life. He seldom sang due to his less than stellar voice, but seeing the pure, hopeful green eyes of Wonkai, he found it impossible to evade the request. Reluctantly, he yielded to the situation. Fortunately, this body was truly remarkable. Even his voice was clear and melodious. Now, due to his youth, it carried a hint of childish innocence, making any song he sang exceptionally charming. Nodding at the little bear, Julius contemplated the songs he knew and chose one by Zhao Chuan titled "I Am a Little Bird." Luckily, the common language of this continent bore some resemblance to Chinese, so he was able to translate the lyrics without too much effort. Otherwise, had it been in Western script, he would have certainly faced a headache. Clearing his throat, he began to sing. Sometimes I feel like I am a little bird, wanting to fly but unable to soar high. Perhaps one day I will perch upon a branch, only to become the hunter's target. I fly to the blue sky, only to find myself utterly alone. I am a little bird, wanting to fly yet unable to rise high. I search and seek, searching for a warm embrace. Such a request is not too high. Hello to all who know my name. The world is so small, we are destined to have nowhere to escape. When I have tasted the warmth and coldness of humanity, when you decide to burn for your ideals, which is more important, the magic of life or the dignity of existence? To be honest, Julius's voice did not reach the soaring heights nor the poignant resonance of Zhao Chuan's tone, which often brought comfort and emotion to listeners. However, in this life, with his noble and carefree status, he interpreted a brand new musical color with his clear voice. How should one describe it? It carried a sense of nostalgia and longing, perhaps because the song reminded him of his homeland. In any case, it was quite beautiful, and at the very least, Wang Kai was utterly captivated. Perhaps in its adorable little head, it had only been filled with the resounding voice of its mother, and now, listening to Julius's song felt like discovering a whole new world. As the song concluded, Julius was quite pleased with his vocal performance and turned to Wang Kai with a proud smile, saying, "So, how was that? Did you enjoy my singing? Do you want to learn? I have never taught anyone this song before." Wang Kai nodded vigorously, completely enamored with the song Little Bird and eager to learn it. It even wanted to sing it for its mother and father once it had mastered it. What an adorable little bear. Seeing the eager glint in Wang Kai's eyes, Julius began to teach it the song line by line. Thus began Julius's journey of imitation in this new world, which would grow increasingly uncontrollable and eventually lead him to earn the title of an artistic master. But that is a tale for another time. Perhaps due to its enthusiasm, Wang Kai learned the song after only 3 repetitions. However, I regret to inform you that the little bear's rendition was uniquely distinctive, as it ingeniously infused its own rustic dialect into the lyrics. The result was extraordinary. Julius could scarcely contain his laughter as he turned beet red. Let us listen to how it sang. Sometimes I feel like I am a little bird, wanting to fly yet unable to soar high. Perhaps one day I will climb up a branch and become the target of a hunter. I fly to the blue sky and discover I'm all alone. I am a little bird. Oh, wanting to fly yet unable to soar high. I search and seek, searching for a warm embrace. Is such a request too high? What kind of impact did that tender, milk-soaked childlike voice have on us? Julius was utterly mesmerized, filled with admiration for this little bear's talent. But a beautifully crafted song had been transformed into something unrecognizable. Were Zhao Chuan and Li Zongxing to hear it, one could only imagine their reactions. I would likely exclaim, "What a genius! No, a little bear." Of course, neither Julius nor the esteemed musicians would predict that this altered rendition of Little Bird would later sweep across the Divine Grace continent. Leaving the original version forgotten, little Wang Kai would rise to fame as a beast star thanks to this song. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Wang Kai proudly asked Julius, "Brother Caesar, how did I sing?" Julius enthusiastically nodded. "Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Better than my singing." The tendency for bad influence was growing stronger, and Julius felt it necessary to find Wang Kai a proper teacher of the standard language upon returning, lest he lead it astray. In high spirits, Wang Kai cheerfully proposed, "Then let us sing it together, okay?" As it shook Julius's arm enthusiastically, he had no choice but to agree. Thus, the joyous voices of the two, one human and one bear, resounded through the forest. Yes, it was indeed joyful. As I mentioned, they had completely altered the song's essence. The forgotten woods were perilous at night. Did they not fear attracting other beasts? One must say, Julius was indeed a divinely favored individual. For miraculously, no beasts appeared, but rather, he attracted the soldiers of Caesar who were searching for him. The first to hear Julius's song was the anxious Barton, leading a group of soldiers in frantic search. Poor old cow Barton, upon hearing the cheerful melody of his little master, was moved to tears and rushed toward Julius with the Caesar soldiers in tow. From a distance, they beheld Julius cradling a small bear, nestled in the embrace of a colossal beast, singing unabashedly, leaving Barton and the Caesar soldiers stunned, their limbs cold with shock. Chapter 66, A Peach Blossom Land. Shocked, Barton and the Caesar warriors did not take the time to appreciate the peculiar song of Wang Kai and Julius. They were petrified by the sight of the enormous wolf. This is the first impression for everyone. And the wolf appears to be asleep. The young prince, audaciously bold, dares to lean against it and make a ruckus. Does he not fear waking it? Both Barton and the soldiers, having never encountered a high-level magical beast, are ignorant of the wolf's origins. Otherwise, they would surely be startled. That beast is a frost giant wolf, a level 7 magical creature, the undisputed sovereign of this area, spanning hundreds of miles. Upon hearing the distant sounds of commotion, Julius raised his head abruptly and sighed in relief. Finally, help had arrived. He resolved never to venture out alone again and acknowledged the necessity of a guide. Patting the little bear, Wonkai, on the head, Julius said, "Wonkai, look, my servants have come to fetch me. Let us return home together." With that, he stood up, cradling the rather hefty little bear in his arms, uncertain of the giant wolf's fate. Barton and the others approached cautiously, gripping their weapons tightly. Julius, observing their wariness, chuckled and said, "Come now, Barton, there's no need for such stealth. This wolf is dead. Why not hurry and help carry it back to camp? Wonkai and I are famished." Hearing that the wolf had perished, Barton felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lowering his massive axe, he then turned his gaze to the little bear in Julius's arms. And the simple-minded Barton was instantly captivated by Wonkai's adorable appearance. Curiously, he inquired, "Young master, did you catch this fluff ball? How delightful. May I pet it?" With that, he reached out his large hand towards Wonkai's head. Infuriated by being referred to as a fluff ball, Wonkai tilted his head, his youthful voice tinged with indignation. "I am Wonkai, not a fluff ball. You big oaf, don't touch me." Barton's hand froze mid-air, his mouth agape in disbelief. While the soldiers nearby dropped their weapons in astonishment, the ability of Wonkai to speak undoubtedly left everyone in a state of greater shock, for it is well known across the continent that all talking animals are high-level magical beasts. Without exception, this implies that the little bear cradled in the prince's arms is a minimum of a level 7 magical creature. My heavens, what kind of fortuitous encounters has Lord Caesar experienced during his time lost? The minds of all were filled with such perplexities. Julius understood their thoughts, but felt weary of remaining in this place without explanation. He simply instructed everyone to gather some branches to construct a stretcher for the giant wolf's body to return to camp. Estimating that Tonix must be exceedingly anxious by now, Barton and the others quickly procured suitable means to carry the giant wolf back, knowing all questions would be answered upon their return. The current location was far too perilous. Under the guidance of Caesar's soldiers, Julius finally concluded his journey of being lost. It must be noted that Julius possessed remarkable stamina. He had ventured over 30 miles, and upon returning to camp, 2 hours had elapsed, with the hour now being midnight. Upon reuniting with the already slumbering Wonkai and Tonix, the composed general's expression of surprise mixed with relief caused Julius to feel a twinge of shame. However, he too was astonished, much like Barton, at the sight of the giant wolf's corpse. Tonix, an astute man, recognized the beast's level with a mere glance and exclaimed, "The frost giant wolf, a level 7 magical beast? My goodness, how did you manage to hunt it, Lord Caesar? By the light of the divine, your haul from this outing rivals the combined efforts of us all." This time, they had hunted over 3,400 fire-type bison, and the value of just this one high-level magical beast could equate to nearly 700 bison. It is evident how enticing high-level magical beasts can be. As word of Lord Caesar's return spread, the adventurers flocked around to witness the colossal wolf, expressing admiration and envy in hushed tones. None doubted that Julius had not captured this creature through mere strength. They attributed his success to the esteemed lineage of the light god's emissary. There existed a persistent legend among the people of the empire. The 7 families of Aaron were favored by the light god, who bestowed blessings upon each family head, allowing them to withstand any formidable peril. This accounted for the lack of uproar when Julius returned to his territory poisoned. All the vassals, including the elite dean, held deep expectations for their lord's identity. Later, when Julius expelled the toxins through sheer will, it fortuitously validated this legend, further enhancing the esteem in which the people of Caesar held him. Consequently, regarding the demise of the giant wolf, everyone concluded it was merely fate that the beast had dared to provoke the emissary of Caesar. Was it not a gift delivered to their doorstep? Julius succinctly recounted his experiences, omitting the details of the thunder of the purple night, as that was his trump card. Meant to remain a closely guarded secret, it was likely that only a few who witnessed him slay the bison would vaguely speculate about it. However, they were all astute enough to grasp the nuances in their lord's vague account and kept their mouths shut. Exhausted, Julius offered a brief overview before instructing Tonix to manage the miscellaneous tasks. He then cradled the sleeping Wonkai and entered the tent prepared for him, collapsing onto the fur blanket without even shedding his clothing, promptly falling into a deep slumber, forgetting to eat. The following day, close to noon, Julius was roused by Wonkai pulling at him, the pitiful little bear gazing up with eager eyes and murmuring, "Caesar, brother, I'm so hungry. Will you take me to eat? I can smell the delicious meat from outside." As he spoke, he smacked his little bare lips. Looking outside, Julius realized it was already the next day's noon, and preparations for lunch were underway. Amused, he patted Wonkai's head, saying, "If you're hungry, why not go ask them for food? They will surely give you plenty to eat." Wonkai pouted and hesitantly replied, "My mother told me that humans are very cunning and love to deceive us magical beasts. With so many humans here, I fear they might bully me." Julius chuckled, somewhat admiring Wonkai's mother. It seemed she had instilled in her son the importance of self-protection. The hearts of parents everywhere are pitiable. However, both had forgotten that they had only just met and were already addressing each other as siblings. Their current closeness rivaled that of blood brothers. With no thought of Wonkai recalling his mother's admonitions, Julius rose from the bed, taking hold of Wonkai's front paw with a smile. "Come, brother will take you to eat delicious food. You can eat as much as you desire." After resting for 2 days, the accompanying priest also re-administered mid-level light healing to Julius's left arm. Now, aside from avoiding excessive exertion, he was largely unharmed. During these 2 days, Tonix had organized everyone to prepare their bounty efficiently, each packing their share to carry on their backs. Thus, the jubilant group, thrilled with their substantial haul, embarked on their journey home. Having not traveled by horse on their way here, they could only rely on their own strength to carry the goods back. Naturally, Julius's 2 kills were carried by others, as he and Wonkai ambled along leisurely. The return route did not follow the original path. During their conversations over the past few days, Julius learned from Tonix that they had roughly scouted the territories of high-level magical beasts surrounding the forest. The previous route had taken a significant detour to avoid accidentally entering these territories, as high-level magical beasts fiercely protected their domains and would attack any humans or other races that intruded. Ordinary adventurers would undoubtedly face grave danger. However, now that Julius had slain the frost giant wolf, its territory was left vacant. Therefore, their hunting party could directly traverse the wolf's domain towards the southwest direction of Terran City, saving approximately half a month's travel time. 7 days later, the hunting party arrived at the entrance of a broad canyon approximately 3 to 4 miles wide. Tonix, observing the prince playing with Wonkai, remarked, "My lord, we have been traveling for 7 consecutive days. Everyone is utterly exhausted. Shall we rest here for 2 days before proceeding?" As he spoke, he pointed towards the canyon, which was steep and towering on both sides, revealing a spacious area in the middle. "If we walk about 2 miles inward, we will cross the canyon, where a vast plain surrounded by mountains awaits, a picturesque location with a climate akin to spring, ideal for recuperation." Upon hearing of such a discreet and splendid place, Julius, feeling regretful about his unsuccessful attempt to sneak away, eagerly nodded in agreement. It would indeed be a delightful experience to admire the boundless beauty of the forgotten forest enveloped in mountains. When news of the opportunity to rest reached the weary adventurers, they erupted in cheers, as these past days had truly worn them out. Had it not been for the enticing rewards awaiting them in Terran City, half of them might have fallen behind. Walking through the open and even canyon, Julius gazed in wonder at the towering gray-white cliffs that rose over 100 feet on either side. The canyon appeared as though it had been cleaved by a colossal axe, with the sheer cliffs standing at a right angle, while the path in the center, 3 to 4 miles wide, was entirely stone-paved, presenting no significant obstacles, sufficient even for horses to gallop freely. Were it not for Tonix's negative response, Julius might have almost believed this to be a man-made structure. Such orderliness was truly a marvel of nature. As Julius emerged from the canyon, he was suddenly struck by an expansive vista that seemed to magnify his perception infinitely. Before him lay an endless expanse of lush meadows, verdant and vibrant with life. Numerous ordinary beasts grazed contentedly upon the tender grasses beneath, while crystal-clear lakes, resembling mirrors, sparkled like stars scattered across the landscape. In the distance, majestic mountains loomed, shrouded in a delicate mist, creating a sense of true isolation from the outside world. Overwhelmed by the breathtaking beauty of this place, Julius found himself at a loss for words, finally exclaiming, What a paradise this is! Upon witnessing the Grand Duke's rapture, Tonix chuckled and remarked, "My lord, we are merely at the cusp of spring. This is only a glimpse of the plain's seasonal beauty. If you were to return in autumn or winter, you would find the valleys ablaze with the fiery hues of foliage, transforming the mountains into an ocean of flames, a sight truly beyond compare." Julius nodded in agreement, acknowledging the splendor that already surrounded them in early spring, with promises of even greater beauty in the summer and fall. After a period of admiration, as everyone arrived at their encampment by the largest lake nestled in the valley's heart, Tonix instructed them to set up camp and invited Julius to approach the towering peak that loomed in the distance. As Julius followed, perplexed by Tonix's intentions, he gazed up at the massive mountain, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although it was his first visit, the mountain seemed oddly recognizable. Just as he pondered this, Tonix, with a smile, inquired, "Your Grace, does this mountain seem familiar to you?" Julius, astonished, replied, "You feel it too. I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination. How curious." Tonix laughed heartily, saying, "My lord, your intuition is correct. You have indeed seen this peak before. However, it was from the other side. Indeed, this mountain is the backside of Chian, which lies just a stone's throw from Caesar City." Julius gasped, "Is this truly Chian Mountain?" Tonix nodded with a smile. The young duke gazed at the towering Chian, reminiscent of Mount Everest, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Finally, he sighed. "What a pity it is. If only we could tunnel through and connect this place with Caesar City, our capital would undoubtedly expand by more than double. With such fertile land and abundant resources, we could accommodate far more citizens. Alas, this mountain is simply too towering. Despite centuries of effort, we have only managed to carve away a small portion of it. Who knows how long it would take to forge a path through?" After expressing his discontent with a series of sighs, Tonix, a soldier accustomed to military matters, was not particularly invested in these concerns. Noticing Julius's despondency, he swiftly shifted the topic to a curious tale regarding Chian Mountain. "My lord, you may not be aware, but this mountain harbors an immense reserve of spatial magic crystals, effectively making it a colossal mine." Julius, who had always been somewhat obsessed with wealth, perked up immediately. Could it be a treasure trove? Wealth was within reach. The avid financier quickly queried Tonix, "What did you say?" "This mountain is a vast spatial magic crystal mine." "How is that possible? Why did my ancestors not exploit it?" Seemingly intimidated by the Grand Duke's fervent gaze, Tonix hastily replied, "Indeed, my lord, this mountain was discovered during the era of the first Grand Duke, Saint Caesar, 6,000 years ago. It caused quite a stir throughout the empire. Even the Oran royal family coveted a share. However, Saint Caesar commissioned a professional team of dwarven miners to conduct a thorough exploration, and the results were quite shocking. The most renowned dwarven team on the continent spent months excavating and analyzing samples, ultimately declaring that the mountain's magic crystals were indeed abundant, but regrettably of low quality. After removing the outer layers of rock, they found the interior filled with raw spatial magic crystals. However, the crystals were of inferior grade, requiring a complex and costly process to purify them for practical use. Calculations revealed that for every 500 carats of spatial magic crystals, a fee of 200 gold coins was necessary for purification alone, not including the costs of mining labor. The market price for spatial magic crystals on the continent was merely 50 gold coins per 100 carats. After accounting for taxes, transportation, and normal losses, there would be no profit to speak of. Upon hearing this, Julius felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. The fleeting joy extinguished. He recalled his readings, which indicated that magic crystals were categorized into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Low-grade magic crystals held little value due to the vast mineral wealth of the Divine Grace continent, making many low-quality mines ignored by prospectors. Clearly, Chian Mountain's magic crystal mine belonged to this category of lackluster resources. No wonder it had remained untouched for millennia. The wealth-obsessed Julius gazed at the towering mountain, lamenting, "What a shame. Why must you be so lackluster? Even if your crystals were of medium quality, they would be rare even on the Divine Grace continent. If utilized, they could bring immense profits to my domain. Now, besides adding a picturesque view to Caesar City, you seem to serve no purpose." As his dreams of wealth crumbled, his spirits dampened, and he lost interest in the surrounding scenery. Turning back to the lakeside camp with Tonix, after walking a few paces, Julius abruptly halted, deep in thought. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes alight with the flames of inspiration. Without uttering a word, he seized the perplexed Tonix and dashed toward Jingmao. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, panting, Julius pointed to its steep rock face and asked Tonix, "General Tonix, how thick is this mountain? Specifically, what is the straight-line distance from here to Caesar City?" Puzzled, Tonix chuckled wryly and replied, "My lord, I am merely a soldier and am not well versed in the specifics of this region." Noticing the disappointment on Julius's face, he quickly added, however, while enjoying drinks in the city. Someone mentioned that the dwarven team who explored Giant Mountain once presented a highly detailed geographical report to St. Caesar. This report encompassed all the geographical formations, dimensions, and topographies within hundreds of miles of Junmao. If such a document exists, my lord, you might consider retrieving it upon your return for further insight. Julius, intrigued by the possibility of an ancient document still in existence, resolved to investigate further. Thus, the two turned back. Having made a fruitless journey, why was Julius so intent on discovering the mountain's diameter? An epiphany had sparked in his mind, giving birth to an audacious and unprecedented notion. If this idea were to succeed, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent and yield tremendous benefits for his domain. His concept was this: since the mountain's magic crystals held no mining value, they should be utilized to their fullest potential. If spatial teleportation arrays could be inscribed upon the mountainous flanks of both Caesar City and the valley, using the entire mountain as an energy source, could a perpetual teleportation gate not be established? This would effectively incorporate the valley into the territory of Caesar City, expanding their domain while providing abundant fertile land. Furthermore, a portion of Caesar City's populace could be relocated, alleviating the growing population pressure in the increasingly crowded city. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Drawing from the vast knowledge acquired through his readings, Julius understood that this was not merely a fanciful dream. Although no perpetual magical teleportation array had ever been constructed on the continent, that did not mean it was impossible. The technology for inscribing teleportation arrays had already matured. The only factors concerning the construction of such arrays were distance and energy. Teleportation arrays were categorized into three types based on distance: short range, medium range, and long range, with each type's transmission distance progressing in hundredfold increments. Short range encompassed distances from 100 to 900 miles, medium range from 1,000 to 10,000 miles, and long range from 10,000 to 100,000 miles. This encapsulated the concept of distance. The critical factor limiting distance was the output of energy, which explained the categorization of magic crystals. High-quality magic crystals, being pure and unblemished, offered optimal stability and were typically used as energy stones for long-range teleportation arrays. Conversely, low-quality magic crystals could only provide energy for short-range arrays. Julius was aware that the spatial magic crystals on this mountain, unrefined and lacking purification, could not serve as energy sources, as such instability would result in catastrophic failures during teleportation, casting individuals into chaotic spatial currents, where they would meet an untimely demise. However, exceptions existed. Julius recalled a book detailing the relationship between teleportation arrays and various types of magic crystals, which noted that even the lowest quality magic crystals held some utility. Generations of alchemical masters had demonstrated that for teleportation distances within 40 kilometers, using inferior magic crystals as energy would not compromise stability. Moreover, due to the short distance, the consumption of the 6 elemental crystals, earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness, primarily used to stabilize the internal passage, would be reduced to negligible levels. Thus, Julius was keen to ascertain whether the straight-line distance to Mount Chuyan exceeded the utilization threshold of inferior magic crystals. If it fell within the permissible range, it would be feasible to inscribe magical teleportation arrays directly on the mountain walls on either side of Chuyan, extending into the mountain's interior to construct several energy transmission lines connecting the entire or deposit. This would ensure a continuous energy supply for the magical array. Given the remarkably short distance coupled with the mountain's vast resources, this teleportation array might very well remain inexhaustible for thousands of years. Julius resolved that upon his return, he would prioritize this matter among his future endeavors. The campsite had long been prepared, with tents erected and dinner nearly ready, save for the hearty bull-bone broth still simmering in the pot. Meanwhile, the little bear, Wang Kai, was comfortably seated on a fur blanket by the campfire, blissfully indulging in succulent roasted meat with his chubby front paws. Old Bull Barton was bustling about, attending to him with eager hospitality. Seemingly enjoying the task that I in light of the delectable roasted meat, Wong Kai chose to overlook Barton's teasing nickname of Furry Ball, and the two shared a surprisingly harmonious rapport, with his belly round and full. Wong Kai joyfully called out upon spotting Julius returning. "Brother Caesar, come quickly for some meat. This big silly bull has roasted it to perfection. I've already eaten so much, and if you don't hurry, there won't be any left." At that moment, Barton fell to the ground in utter dismay, feeling a pang of frustration. This little bear was relishing my roasted meat while still taking jabs at me. What an ungrateful creature. It was merely a playful nickname of Furry Ball, and yet, days later, he still held a grudge. Of course, Julius and Wong Kai paid no heed to Barton's disgruntled expression as he plopped down beside Wong Kai, casting aside any notions of noble decorum, and promptly seized a piece of fragrant roasted meat to devour. Although he yearned to crush a few peppers to sprinkle over it, they were being saved as seeds for future planting. For now, he would endure. Poor Barton had yet to partake in any of the feast. Faced with a scattering of meat bones and the brazen duo of master and servant, he could only swallow his resentment and continue roasting meat in silence. 2 days later, after the hunting party had completed their rest, they set forth on their journey homeward without further pause. 9 days later, the group finally returned to Tyrant's City, thanks to Tonix, who had dispatched soldiers days earlier to announce their return. A throng of welcoming townsfolk had gathered in a jubilant sea of faces as the party approached the city gates. At the forefront stood the old steward Dean, who typically would not attend such a welcome. But this occasion was different. Young Caesar was part of the entourage, and he had heard from the great sword master escort accompanying Julius that the young lord had singularly slain a high-level magical beast, a frost giant wolf of the 7th rank. While Dean was not overly concerned with Julius's accomplishments, the safety of the young master weighed heavily on his mind. The image of the young lord confronting the giant wolf alone haunted him, and he silently vowed to keep a closer watch on him in the future. Standing slightly behind Dean was the city lord, Baron Zizuo, a man in his 50s of modest stature and a slightly portly build. As he caught sight of the hunting party in the distance, he addressed Dean with a respectful tone. "My lord, the party has returned. Shall we proceed to greet them?" Dean had been contemplating the same, and upon hearing Zizuo's words, replied, "Indeed, the young master is among them. We cannot be impolite by standing idle here. Let us go." With that, he strode forward, and Zizuo signaled to the officials behind him, leading a throng of dozens to follow suit. At this moment, Julius had also moved to the front of the party, calmly awaiting the citizens of the city to extend their greetings, despite his desire for modesty. He could not hide his identity, as the members of the party were well aware of who he was. Moreover, the 20 hunting heroes selected days prior had unanimously implored that upon returning to Tyrants, the Duke Caesar himself should bestow upon them their accolades. Such recognition was a tremendous honor, a testament to their shared peril with the Duke. Faced with the eager and reverent gazes of more than 20 individuals, Julius naturally could not refuse their request. At last, the two groups converged. Dean and Zizuo hastened forward, bowing respectfully before Duke Caesar. "We pay our respects to you, my Duke. Welcome back from your triumph." The dozens of Tyrants officials behind them knelt on one knee, raising their voices in unison. "We salute you, your grace. Glory to Caesar." Their voices rang out in a harmonious and resounding chorus, as if rehearsed. Julius, fueled by vanity, felt a swell of satisfaction that he raised a hand in a gesture of acknowledgement, warmly responding, "Thank you all for your hard work. Please rise." He then turned to Dean with a wry smile. "Old steward Dean, I can only imagine the restless nights you've endured these past 2 months. Now that I am back, you can finally take a well-deserved rest." What could Dean say in response to the young master's subtle apology? He could only stammer, "No, not at all," suppressing an avalanche of admonitions. Upon spotting Barton, who was deliberately hiding behind Caesar's soldiers, Dean couldn't help but chuckle and scold. "Captain Barton, why are you lurking at the back? Come out. I haven't yet inquired how you managed to serve as a guard while encouraging our master to leave home. You'll have to answer for that later." It was evident that the great sword master had relayed the entire story to Dean. Hearing the steward's reprimand, Barton trembled again, instinctively shrinking back. The little bear, Wong Kai, protested from his embrace. "You big silly bull, you're squishing me." Julius chuckled softly, and after accepting the greetings from Baron Zizuo, he declared, "All right, Dean, let the party enter the city. We mustn't keep the welcoming crowd waiting too long." Dean shot a fierce glare at Barton before temporarily letting him off the hook. Thus, The triumphant party marched grandly toward the city gates. Naturally, Julius led the way, followed closely by Dean and Zazuo, alongside Tonix and the 20 heroes from this spring's hunting event, who were now the true focal point of the celebration, excluding Duke Caesar. Of course, Chapter 68. Distant distances. The overwhelming allure of power is akin to the intoxicating grip of a drug, rendering one unable to relinquish it, a truth that Julius now experienced firsthand. As he approached within 50 meters of Tyrant's city's gates, nearly 10,000 of Caesar's subjects knelt on one knee, paying the utmost respect to their lord, their voices rising in a fervent chant of glory to Caesar. Each gaze directed at Julius exuded reverence and submission. Even the adventurers from distant lands were swept up in this fervor, bowing deeply in acknowledgement of the moment. Those following Julius, including Dean and others, remained at a respectful distance, allowing the Duke's moment to shine. This was the first public appearance of the new Duke since inheriting the title and lands. The citizens of Tyrants felt a swell of pride, for their new Duke had chosen to survey his territory not from the capital, Caesar's city, but from Tyrants, instilling a sense of honor among the townsfolk. With a calm demeanor and a smile, Julius made his way into the city, occasionally extending a hand to lift the kneeling subjects, thereby easing their formalities. Those who caught his gaze felt a tremor of excitement coursing through them. However, in one corner of the crowd, a few individuals exchanged puzzled glances at the young Duke walking down the center of the road. Among them, a short adventurer could not contain his curiosity and asked his companions, "Say, don't you think Duke Caesar looks somewhat familiar? I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before." Upon hearing this, the others expressed their surprise, with one chiming in, "So you felt it too? I thought it was just my imagination, but I can't quite place where." They all nodded in agreement. After a moment, once Julius and his entourage had entered the city, the initial speaker smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I remember now. We saw Duke Caesar 2 months ago at Old Dew's Tavern, the masked youth, though we never glimpsed his face." Those striking azure eyes were unmistakable. The others gasped in realization, and one mercenary, tinged with jealousy, remarked, "No wonder he was so generous. It turns out he's our Duke. Old Dew truly hit the jackpot. I've heard his tavern has doubled in size since then, all thanks to divine favor." The short adventurer teased, "Don't be so bitter. If you had the talent, you could have produced a beautiful daughter too. I remember when the Duke gifted Lady Taija that bag of purple crystal coins. He leaned in and whispered something to her, and her face turned beet red. You all saw that, didn't you?" Henceforth, rumors circulated that Lady Taija had caught the eye of some noble heir. Some even scoffed at Old Dew for trying to curry favor with the powerful, but it seems there might be some truth to those whispers. One of the more composed mercenaries quickly intervened, lowering his voice to admonish, "Enough of this chatter. Do not speculate recklessly about matters involving Duke Caesar. Whether Old Dew's daughter is fortunate enough to receive such attention is of no concern to us. It is merely a matter of being mindful not to indulge excessively when visiting Old Dew's Tavern in the future, for the uncertainties of what lies ahead are known to no one." The other members of the group nodded in agreement with the prudent mercenary's suggestion, without delving into the idle chatter surrounding this band of mercenaries. Julius, upon entering the city gates, was promptly approached by Dean and Shazo, who inquired whether they should rest for a few days or if the awarding ceremony should be held the following day. Julius, feeling somewhat fatigued after his travels, decided to hold the ceremony 2 days hence, allowing the hunting team members a chance to recuperate. Dean and the others were in accord, especially considering the myriad of magical beast spoils that needed to be cataloged and stored in the estate's treasury, alongside ensuring fair compensation for the adventurers' efforts, tasks that would consume an entire day, not to mention the distribution of compensation and reparations for the casualties among the hunting team. That it seemed Shazo City would be quite busy for a while. Naturally, no compensation would be granted to those adventurers who merely trailed along to reap the rewards, as they should be well aware that the Caesar territory is not a charitable organization. However, upon hearing of this matter later, Julius pondered for a moment and ordered that each deceased adventurer's family be sent 5 gold coins as a token of condolence, to ease the grief of the living. If any family, solely reliant on the deceased adventurer, was struggling, he instructed Dean and Shazo to compile a list for annual assistance. Yet, he reiterated that the Caesar territory is not a benevolent institution. Thus, those who were not from Caesar would receive no benefits. This act inadvertently bestowed upon Julius a reputation of kindness in the hearts of the citizens, reminiscent of the late Duke Margus. On the following day, having entrusted all chores to Dean and Shazo, Julius, accompanied by his bear cub, Wankai, and his usual 4 guards, leisurely continued his masked wanderings that as for Barton, the hefty minotaur who bore the brunt of his master's misdeeds. He was sent back to Caesar City by Dean, rumored to be assigned to some official duties. As for what those duties entailed, one could only surmise by glancing at the dejected expression on the old bull's face. In truth, spending too much time in Terrence City was rather mundane. This place served as a crucial passage to the Forgotten Forest, frequented predominantly by adventurers and wizards seeking rare plants and minerals. Thus, few paid attention to the architectural styles, artistic ambience, or scenic beauty of the locale. Indeed, for adventurers, such concerns were trifling. They would rather hasten into the mountains in search of fortune. Who knows? They might stumble upon precious minerals or witness 2 magical beasts in battle, leaving them with an unexpected bounty. After wandering for a while, Julius purchased a few small trinkets to adorn Wankai's neck, eliciting delighted giggles from the bear cub. Of course, Wankai, mindful of Caesar's admonitions, refrained from speaking, lest he be recognized. Turning a corner, he arrived at Old Dew's tavern. Gazing upon the grand and tidy faade before him, Julius briefly questioned whether he had taken a wrong turn. The tavern was no longer the dilapidated establishment he had encountered previously. It now boasted a brand new redwood double door adorned with gilded edges, and the sign had been replaced with a freshly crafted one proclaiming Old Dew's Tavern in a much neater script than the last time he had seen it. Julius mused to himself. Perhaps the previous sign had been penned by Old Dew himself. Now that prosperity had graced him, how could he risk embarrassment? Though, it seemed, the current handwriting was not much better. Rough around the edges, indeed. Having assessed the exterior, he naturally felt compelled to enter. His sole purpose for venturing out was to catch a glimpse of the lovely and cheerful Miss Taija. However, to be honest, Julius held no grand expectations. The previous incident had merely been a jest, and the bag of amethyst coins, accustomed to extravagance, he truly thought little of it. Especially in the presence of a beautiful woman, he had no qualms flaunting it. Clad in a deep brown-gray, hooded mage's robe, only his striking azure eyes were visible. Wankai could not comprehend why Caesar, wrapped so tightly, would choose such an elaborate attire, considering how simple their kind was. Why not just be bare? With this thought in mind, the innocent cub turned its plump body, surveying its surroundings with satisfaction. The only indecorous aspect was its little tail, which wiggled a few times, eliciting a peculiar reaction from Julius and his 4 guards, whose faces flushed with embarrassment. Upon entering the tavern, Julius observed the bustling hall, now twice its former size. Though it was brighter and more spacious than before, the boisterous atmosphere of lively banter and laughter remained unchanged. This was the essence of a tavern. Julius chose a table at the farthest edge, cradling Wankai in his arms, while the 4 guards positioned themselves protectively around him. A lively and warm-hearted waitress hurried over to greet him, and Julius, remaining silent, simply nodded to one of his guards, who understood the cue. The guard ordered the best ale and some plates of sausages and roasted meats for the table, while also requesting a sweet treat for Wankai, leaving a silver coin as a tip for the waitress. The waitress, overjoyed, expressed her gratitude profusely before rushing off to fetch their order. As for the presence of the baby bear, the patrons in the tavern were not overly surprised, for it was common for people in this realm to keep pets, with many seen walking their companions on the streets. Thus, as long as Wankai remained silent, no one would pay him much heed. Julius sipped his ale, listening to the raucous conversations around him. His intention for visiting was solely to check on the lovely Taija, yet so far, not only had Taija not appeared, but even Old Dew was nowhere to be seen. Growing impatient, Julius decided it was best to return. He needed to prepare for the awarding ceremony the next day and must familiarize himself with the details of the proceedings. With this thought, he stood up, ready to exit, prompting his guards to rise in unison, while Wankai remained engrossed in his food, showing no inclination to leave. Julius chuckled in exasperation, realizing he would have to wait for Wankai to finish before making his exit. Interrupting the bear cub's meal would surely provoke a loud protest, which would risk revealing his identity. Through a small door leading to the kitchen, Taija and Old Dew were engaged in a heated discussion. Occasionally glancing in Julius's direction, the beautiful Taija wore a troubled expression as she insisted, "Father, why do you prevent me from meeting His Excellency Caesar?" Clearly, Julius had already been recognized by old Du and his daughter. After all, if those mercenaries could identify him, how could Taija, who had been in close proximity to him, not? Old Du's countenance was equally grim as he sighed deeply. My daughter, I act in your best interest. Consider our statuses. The disparity is too great. A union between you is impossible. You must abandon this notion. Taija retorted angrily. I am not as superficial as you presume. I merely see him as a younger brother. I only wish to meet and share a conversation. It is you who has misconstrued my intentions. Old Du smiled wryly. Then let me ask you, why were you so distracted after His Excellency Caesar's departure? And who was it that recklessly ran out to catch a glimpse of the Duke when news of his arrival reached us yesterday? My daughter, you are but a commoner, and significantly older than His Excellency. It is impossible for you to become the Duchess. Do you wish to become a concubine instead? The distinction between a concubine and a wife may be but a few words. Yet the chasm in status is immeasurable. The children of a wife inherit rights, while the offspring of a concubine merely receive meager favors from the Duke, contingent upon his whims. The disparity was akin to Taija's own mother. Thus, old Du felt compelled to speak to her in such a manner. Upon hearing her father's words, Taija's beautiful visage contorted in anguish. Old Du's observations were not unfounded. She had indeed become infatuated with Julius. Not for wealth, nor for power, but simply for the pure pleasure of his company. Even she found it amusing that, having seen but his striking blue eyes, she could not extricate herself from such an enthrallment. Perhaps the old adage holds true. Love requires no reason. Taija understood the vast gulf that lay between her and Caesar. The likelihood of their union was slim. Yet, this did not deter her from pursuing a chance. She wished to try. Even if it meant ultimately quelling her affections, with her stubborn temperament flaring, old Du realized he could no longer restrain her, and with a heavy heart, he relinquished his grip on the door latch, allowing her passage. Alas, he hoped his daughter would not suffer too greatly. Taija cast a resolute glance at her father, murmured a thank you, and hurriedly lifted her skirt as she dashed outside, having spotted Julius preparing to leave. Chapter 69. Bad news. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Kai finally finished the last morsel of his meal. Julius, with a wry smile, gently brushed the remnants of food from the cub's fur before scooping up the pleasantly plump little creature and turning to exit. Wang Kai, content, stretched his claws in Julius's embrace and tilted back to doze off. Just as they reached the door, a melodious voice called from behind. Little brother, are you leaving already? Aren't you going to come and see your sister? To her surprise, it was Taija who had chased after him. Julius, his expression brightening with joy, turned to the beautiful girl with fiery red hair and cheerfully exclaimed, Sister, you have wronged me. I came here expressly to visit you. Yet I have waited for quite a long time, and not only have I not seen you, but even your father, old Du, is nowhere to be found. Can you truly blame me for this? Taija knew that Julius spoke the truth, for she had observed for a considerable time from behind that small door. Despite his customary garb that concealed most of his features save for his eyes, his demeanor and actions were easily recognizable. The corners of Taija's mouth lifted in a modest smile, appearing more reserved than her usual vivacity. Since you say so, I shall refrain from blaming you. However, won't you come inside and sit for a while longer? After speaking, she awaited Julius's response, her demeanor tinged with a hint of nervous anticipation. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Julius naturally accepted the invitation of the lovely maiden, nodding in agreement. Taija beamed with delight and led him back into the room. This time, they did not remain in the bustling hall. Finding the noise outside bothersome, Taija, upon receiving Julius's consent, guided him through a side door into a more elegantly appointed chamber. Old Du had demonstrated considerable acumen. As patrons visiting for libations often wished to discuss personal matters in private, and the noisy hall was unsuitable for such conversations. Thus, this soundproof and secluded little room was conceived. Julius marveled at old Du's business acumen. It seemed this middle-aged man with red hair possessed a keen knack for commerce. The small room appeared somewhat cramped, adorned with a few poorly executed abstract paintings that Julius found rather lacking in quality. In the center stood a robust round wooden table accompanied by several wooden stools. And beyond that, there was nothing extraneous. After all, this was a place frequented by common folk, and one could hardly expect their taste to rival that of the nobility, seated on a wooden stool with Wang Kai. Julius had his 4 guards stationed outside the door. Before long, Taija entered with a wooden tray bearing several dishes of dried fruits and snacks. specialties from Terrence. The previously drowsy Wonkai suddenly perked up, his little eyes sparkling with excitement. With a determined effort, he wriggled free from Julius's grasp, using his front paws to clutch the edge of the table, with a push from his hind legs. He clambered atop the table, his plump body settling in, as his paws busily stuffed sweet fruits into his mouth, emitting delightful squeaks. Julius and Taija exchanged glances, both unable to suppress laughter at Wonkai's adorable antics. Observing Julius's still-masked face, Taija playfully chided, "Little brother, will you continue to hide your face? Do you not wish for your sister to see your visage? Or are you fearful that your looks might startle her?" Julius hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his identity to the girl before him, especially since he had previously made a jest that involved himself. If he were to be recognized now, it would undoubtedly be quite embarrassing. In the midst of his indecision, Taija, her expression slightly awkward, remarked, "Your identity is not difficult to guess, is it not, esteemed Lord Caesar?" Julius was taken aback and blurted out, "You know?" Taija brushed a loose strand of red hair away from her chest, her radiant face displaying a hint of deference. "Indeed, esteemed Lord Caesar, please forgive the rudeness of a humble citizen." Hearing the feigned deference tinged with resentment from the red-haired beauty, Julius could only manage a wry smile as he removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face that could ensnare the hearts of women. At least for Taija, gazing upon his flawless visage felt momentarily dizzying, quickly followed by a wave of self-doubt. The legacy of beauty within the Caesar family had indeed instilled a sense of inadequacy in many women, leading them to resent the favor of the divine for bestowing such a lure upon the men of his family. Julius, still grinning, said, "Sister Taija, let us continue to address one another as we always have. No need for such formalities. It would only create distance between us." Taija harbored a small wish within her heart, and hearing Caesar's words filled her with delight. The two then appeared to forget the disparities in their status, engaging in easy conversation and laughter. Observing Wonkai's voracious appetite, Julius selectively recounted his encounter with Bao Bao Xiong, emphasizing his bravery and wit while conveniently omitting Bao Bao Xiong's identity as a high-level magical beast. As for his formidable weapon, the Purple Thunder, and his ulterior motives for enticing Wonkai, those were deftly overlooked. After all, he was a noble, upright, and benevolent lord. How could he entertain such dubious thoughts? As the distance between them gradually diminished through their shared banter, Taija felt that this day was the happiest she had experienced. However, Julius seemed somewhat discontented, for the vexing Wonkai had somehow found his way into the embrace of the red-haired beauty. Watching the chubby little glutton wriggle in the arms of the alluring maiden, Julius felt a pang of jealousy. Internally, he chastised, "What a little rascal, forsaking friendship for beauty." Fortunately, Wonkai remained mindful of Julius's instructions. Despite his playful antics with the beauty, he refrained from speaking, lest he provoke a stir. Women possess an inherent fondness for adorable creatures, and observing the red-haired beauty teasing Wonkai, Julius couldn't help but reminisce about his sister, Queen Josephine, who resided far away in the imperial capital. It had been 5 years since they last parted. He wondered how she fared. Though he received annual updates on the political and economic landscape of the empire through the teleportation array, it was impractical for someone in his position to interact with the empress. One might ponder, had Julius not maintained contact with the Aaron royal family over the past 5 years? Indeed, he had not. It was a well-known secret among the citizens of Caesar that their lord had suffered poison in the capital. And regardless of the royal family's role in this affair, a gesture of concern was expected. Yet, 5 years had passed without a single envoy from the capital to extend condolences to the injured Caesar. This had incited considerable anger among the citizens, including Dean. Had it not been for Julius's strict orders against any rash actions, the imperial tax collectors stationed at the border would likely have been driven away long ago. Perhaps we should sever ties with Aaron and establish our own nation to avoid such indignities. Was Julius cowardly for refraining from confronting the empire? Clearly not, for he understood that while his people were furious, they would not take any extreme measures without direction from the ducal residents. However, recent attacks on imperial tax officials had alerted him to the fact that some among them wished to see Caesar sever ties with the empire. Thus, Julius would not allow those shadowy figures to succeed. Furthermore, he had assigned Dean a mission before departing the capital, to investigate who was behind the disturbances or, more specifically, who was stirring up the most trouble. The Duke of Caesar would not be a target for arbitrary mockery. When the time came, it would inevitably lead to a bloody reckoning. Julius observed Taija and Wonkai frolicking. He pondered these pressing matters, his expression, tinged with seriousness and maturity beyond his years, caught Tyja's attention, her gaze frequently drifting towards his countenance, seemingly enraptured. It is said that beauty captivates, but the striking allure of a handsome man can have an equally powerful effect on women. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted Julius from his reverie, startling both Tyja and Wankai. The sturdy wooden door was flung open with great force, and a soldier clad in armor burst into the room. Julius fumed, about to chastise his guards for their negligence in allowing such a breach, when the soldier abruptly knelt before him, panting heavily as he reported, "Esteemed Duke, I bring urgent orders from Baron Kelly. There is an emergency in the capital that requires your immediate return. I have already met with Count Dean at the Lord's residence. He has taken the magic array back to Caesar City and has sent me to apologize for his absence." Julius furrowed his brow. Sensing that something grave had transpired, he quickly inquired, "What has happened in the capital?" The soldier hesitated, casting a glance at Tyja, unsure of whether to speak. Tyja, perceptive as ever, immediately bowed to Julius and said, "Esteemed Duke, I shall take my leave." With that, she cradled Wankai and made to exit. Julius, recognizing the soldier's caution and the gravity of the situation, felt no desire to remain seated. He turned to Tyja with an apologetic expression. "Sister Tyja, I am truly sorry, but I must return due to urgent matters. Thank you for your hospitality. We shall converse again another time." Though Tyja felt a pang of disappointment, she graciously expressed her reluctance to see him go. Handing Wankai to one of the Caesar guards, Julius nodded respectfully to Tyja before stepping out, completely unaware of the longing and wistful gaze she directed at him. The soldier's rashness had certainly stirred everyone within the room, as Julius hastily exited. All eyes converged upon him, the atmosphere momentarily freezing before the crowd recognized his ducal status, erupting into exclamations of surprise and kneeling in respect. And no matter how pressed Julius was, he could not overlook the reverence of his subjects. He addressed them, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "My soldier has been thoughtless and disrupted your merriment. Let us proceed in this manner. Today, I shall treat you all to drinks. Let everyone indulge to their heart's content." The majority of those present were rough men, and upon hearing the public declaration from the esteemed Caesar, they were filled with joy, their sense of honor overshadowing any concerns for decorum as they erupted into cheers of "Long live Caesar." Julius, with a witty remark, added, "Of course, drink to your heart's desire, but do refrain from drunken antics. Otherwise, should you return home to be cast out by your wives, do not blame me." Laughter erupted among the crowd, their excitement for the amiable Caesar palpable. After all, he was the most esteemed lord of the realm, a grand noble of the empire. His ease in conversing with these rough commoners garnered him affection from all. The soldier, too, was greatly impressed by the composure of his 14-year-old master, who, despite knowing significant matters were afoot in the territory, maintained a calm demeanor and engaged in light-hearted banter without a hint of impatience. Truly a characteristic of the Caesar lineage. After a brief exchange, Julius instructed that a bag of gold coins be left behind before bidding farewell and departing. The crowd sent him off with respect, while Taishiyu did not emerge again. And even old Du remained hidden throughout, seemingly to avoid suspicion. Yet, this avoidance bore no fruit, for the whispers surrounding the relationship between Caesar and Taishiyu only grew more rampant. The direct consequence was that old Du's tavern experienced no further incidents of brawls or disturbances. Whenever people encountered Taishiyu, they involuntarily exhibited a measure of respect. Old Du could only respond with a wry smile. His daughter's fate seemed no longer in her own hands, and no one dared propose marriage to him anymore. Yet, was Caesar's intention truly as the people presumed? No one knew. Upon exiting the tavern, Julius hastened down a less crowded street, unable to contain his urgency, and asked the soldier in a low voice, "Speak. What is the matter?" The soldier's expression turned serious as he replied quietly, "My lord, the merchant convoy we dispatched to the Elven Empire for trade last year was ambushed on its return journey." Julius's countenance darkened, and even the 4 elite guards beside him were taken aback. Chapter 70. Rampant bandits. As we know, the Caesar territory lies on the edge of the Forgotten Forest, hence the abundance of magical beasts for hunting and the gathering of precious magical plants and minerals. Given the population and prosperity of his domain, it was evident that such resources could not be consumed entirely, necessitating the dispatch of grand trade convoys annually to sell the continent's sought-after goods. The Elven Empire, located in the southwest of the continent, was the second farthest from Caesar's domain, following the Orc Empire in the northwest, with a distance of nearly 20,000 miles. Thus, a trade convoy was dispatched every 2 years. With much of the time consumed on the journey, This particular convoy had been sent out last year, and it was nearly time for their return. Unexpectedly, they had been attacked. Julius grimly inquired, were there severe casualties? Who was responsible? The soldier grimly responded, My lord, although the specific number of casualties remains unclear, it is known that more than half of the 1,000-strong escort for the convoy has perished, and the majority of the supplies were plundered. Those that remained were set ablaze by the bandits. As for the identity of the bandit group, the ambush occurred at night, and amidst the chaos, no one could observe closely. Moreover, the bodies of the bandits killed by the escort were taken away by them. I learned that Baron Kelly was currently dispatching personnel to investigate, and the results are still unknown. Julius's expression grew even darker as he pressed further. What of the convoy's personnel losses? The soldier hurriedly replied, My lord, this is somewhat better, thanks to the escort's desperate defense. Apart from a few apprentices struck down by stray arrows, the majority of the convoy members are not in mortal danger. Upon hearing this, Julius's expression lightened slightly. The soldier and the 4 guards, noticing their master's demeanor soften, felt a sense of relief wash over them. Undoubtedly, as Julius matured, his innate regal bearing became increasingly apparent, exerting considerable pressure on those around him. After a moment of contemplation, Julius concluded that returning immediately would bear little fruit, as the culprits were still unknown and under investigation. The injured members of the convoy would naturally receive aid from the personnel dispatched by the Baron. And Dean had also returned. Surely, with their leadership, a satisfactory resolution would ensue. Ultimately, he decided against rushing back, opting instead to complete the award ceremony he had promised to the 20 hunting heroes. As this marked his first public engagement as the Duke of Caesar, he was determined to leave a positive impression of reliability. Having come to this realization, Julius instructed the soldier, return swiftly and convey my orders to Dean and Kelly. Inform them to proceed with caution, avoiding any hasty actions that might alert the enemy, and to investigate thoroughly. We shall address matters upon my return. The soldier bowed in acknowledgement. Julius smiled warmly and patted the soldier's shoulder, saying, You have my gratitude for your efforts. The soldier's face flushed suddenly, and he repeatedly waved his hands, insisting it was no trouble at all, his heart racing with excitement as if filled with immense honor. After sending off the messenger, Julius recalled that he had not taken the time to bid farewell to Taishia before leaving. Wondering if he would face her reproach upon their next encounter, lost in thought, he strolled back to the Lord's estate of Talons, carrying the beloved bear, Wang Kai, handed to him by his guard. Although he claimed not to be in a hurry, the following day, after successfully presiding over the award ceremony and delivering a brief speech to the gathered crowd, Julius boarded the carriage prepared for him by Viscount Siazwa and hastened back to Caesar City. As news of the ambush on the convoy had not been suppressed, by the time Julius returned to the capital 3 days later, the incident had spread throughout the entire city. Enraged citizens exchanged inquiries about the latest developments, expressing strong dissatisfaction toward the Duke's household for failing to ascertain the perpetrators. Even within the carriage, Julius could hear the loud curses directed at the despicable bandit group from the streets of Caesar City. Alongside complaints regarding the inefficiency of the Duke's administration, Julius maintained a stoic demeanor, instructing the carriage to proceed without uttering a word, which only heightened the anxiety of his 4 guards regarding the unruly citizens outside. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Julius was met by dozens of individuals of various heights and races, all coming forth to offer their greetings. Among them were the long-absent leopard man, Brian, and the Wolf brothers, all of whom were undoubtedly key figures in Caesar's domain, each overseeing vital departments. Their gathering was unmistakably in response to the attack on the convoy. Julius acknowledged them with a curt nod and continued on his way. Swiftly entering the opulently decorated meeting hall within the estate, the assembled individuals, sensing their master's displeasure, cautiously followed suit. Once inside, Julius took his seat at the head of the table without instructing anyone else to sit. And with a serious tone, he inquired, Now, explain the details of the situation. I wish to know who dares to stroke the tiger's whiskers in my presence. The standing crowd turned their gazes toward the stout head steward. The portly Kelly, who was responsible for the initial investigation, stepped forward and bowed, saying, My lord, I am in charge of the investigation regarding this matter. Allow me to report to you. Julius nodded impassively. Kelly began recounting the events surrounding the ambush. The situation was quite straightforward. The convoy had been attacked, and it had occurred within Caesar's own territory. To clarify this matter, it was necessary to introduce some basic knowledge about the continent. It is widely known that the continent of Shun-En is remarkably vast, characterized by sparse population density, with most of its desolate regions cloaked in dense forests. This gave rise to a significant issue. No nation could adequately oversee all territories. Consequently, this circumstance fostered the rampant presence of bandits. These bandits varied in strength, some numbering only a few dozen, while others commanded forces capable of contending with regular armies of 10,000. But the most troublesome aspect was that bandit groups lacked fixed abodes, complicating efforts for the authorities to suppress them that if pursued by the military, they could easily scatter into the depths of the forest, leaving the official forces in despair. With no viable solutions, the authorities could only issue bounties year-round to apprehend the most heinous criminals. In this context, merchant convoys traversing the continent, driven by concerns for their safety, increasingly hired mercenaries for protection, inadvertently boosting the mercenary trade. Given the strength of Caesar's domain, every trade convoy was accompanied by a military escort, and their routes were typically along well-traveled official roads, making them less likely targets for bandit groups, who would hesitate to attack for fear of annihilation and becoming mere tools for others to claim bounties. However, there is a saying, wealth stirs the heart. The goods brought back by the convoy visiting the Elven Empire were exceedingly enticing. In addition to the Elven Empire's exclusive enchanted armors and weapons, there were also a vast number of unique products from the Elven forests. More maddening was the prospect of acquiring 1,000,000 gold coins from the sale of these goods. Such a fortune ignited envy and greed within the bandits, serving as the primary motive behind the ambush. After Kelly succinctly outlined the origins of the incident, Julius inquired, which bandit group was responsible? It seems none possessed the strength to challenge my military. Do not doubt the arrogance of Julius, for the soldiers accompanying the merchant convoy are the epitome of elite warriors, all drawn from the ranks of Caesar's 2 formidable legions. Yet now, facing a disorganized band of robbers, they have suffered near total annihilation. Leaving Julius to wonder if there lies a deeper conspiracy at play, Clive then hastily continued, My lord, over the past few days, I have dispatched a considerable number of soldiers from the estate to scour the area surrounding the incident for hundreds of miles. Additionally, the Griffin Brigade has been tirelessly monitoring all the dense forests in the vicinity both day and night. At last, we have uncovered some clues and captured numerous scattered bandits. Through interrogation, we learned that the bandit group responsible for the attack on the convoy is not a singular entity, but rather a coalition of over a dozen varying-sized brigands, numbering more than 10,000. Julius, still unsatisfied with this explanation, retorted with annoyance, Do not tell me that a ragtag bunch could decimate my elite 1,000-man unit. A disorganized mob is just that, a disorganized mob. Even with another 10,000, they could not hope to slay so many of my warriors. There must be a mastermind orchestrating this incident from the shadows. After a moment's pause, he inquired, Have we questioned the surviving soldiers? Perhaps their encounters with the enemy may yield different insights. Clyde turned to Knight Nick, the captain of the estate's guards, who stepped forward and bowed, My lord. I have indeed questioned our soldiers, and their conclusions align with your suspicions. At present, the vice-captain of that 1,000-man unit awaits your summons outside the estate. Perhaps we should have him recount the events of that night. Julius felt it would be best to hear directly from someone involved, and he nodded in agreement. Nick then turned and exited. Moments later, he returned with a formidable warrior, whose presence could only be described as tragic, for his body bore no unscathed area, wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. And only one eye remained to behold the world, the other having been cruelly blinded. The warrior struggled against excruciating pain as he attempted to kneel in homage, but Julius quickly called out, No need for such formalities. My brave warrior. Indicating a nearby wooden chair, Julius smiled faintly. You have earned the right to sit there, adorned as you are in your crimson medals. The one-eyed warrior, seemingly unaccustomed to his lord's kindness, lamented, My master, please punish us. We have brought shame upon Caesar. We were vanquished by a mere band of robbers, and we can hardly face you. With that, he collapsed to the floor, tears streaming from his single visible eye. Julius rose and approached the towering figure, gently assisting him up while maintaining a smile and a soothing tone. This is not your fault. You have done your utmost to protect the majority of the merchant convoy against foes tenfold your number is itself a tremendous honor. Wipe away those tears. The men of Caesar may bleed and sweat, but they shall never weep. As he spoke, he urged the overwhelmed warrior to sit upon the chair. Once the one-eyed warrior regained some composure, Julius began to inquire about the events of that fateful night. In a hoarse voice, the warrior recounted the nightmarish ordeal. The Caesar convoy, returning from the Elven Empire, initially traveled in peace, passing through the realms of the Aran Empire and the territory of Batten without incident. Perhaps it was this smooth passage that lulled them into complacency. After crossing the colossal Amazon River, which separates Caesar's land from that of Batten, the soldiers, now so close to home, let down their guard. It was not their fault, after all. Having been away for nearly 2 years, anyone would feel a sense of urgency to return to it. Was during this relaxed state that the bandit group struck on the 3rd day after fording the river. The one-eyed warrior made no attempt to defend himself, for indeed, they had all been careless. That night, the first half passed in tranquility, but just as dawn approached, countless bandits surged forth with loud shouts. The captain of the escort swiftly roused all the sleeping soldiers, who, without donning their armor, took up their weapons and formed ranks outside the merchant tents. Each warrior, though startled and confused, displayed no fear. In truth, had these rabble been the only ones attacking, the Caesar soldiers would not have regarded them as worthy adversaries, for the captain saw nothing but a chaotic mass of bandits, none of whom formed a cohesive unit exceeding 100. Thus, the Caesar warriors, including the captain, were filled with disdain, and their newly heightened vigilance waned once more. However, the true nightmare was yet to unfold as the one-eyed warrior recounted their first clash with the bandits. He was overcome with regret, lamenting, "Our negligence sowed the seeds of our defeat. Our captain, Benson, repeatedly warned us not to grow complacent. Even if they were mere rabble, we must remain ever vigilant and prepared for battle." Yet, most of us dismissed his warnings, treating the bandits with contempt, and some even exchanged idle banter. At this, the man struck his thigh in anguish. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Disaster struck at that very moment. As soon as contact was made, those seemingly clumsy bandits transformed, the first 100 charging forth with an eruption of fighting spirit, launching a frenzied assault on our defensive line. Caught off guard, our frontline soldiers were nearly all slain. The soldiers behind them were momentarily stunned. Just as the formation was on the brink of collapse, Captain Benson rallied against the tide, plunging into the throng of 100 bandits, unleashing every ounce of his remaining strength to stem the onslaught. By the time our soldiers regained their senses and re-established their defenses, Captain Benson had exhausted the last of his fighting spirit and could no longer emerge. At this point, the one-eyed warrior was unable to speak through his tears. The atmosphere in the chamber grew heavy. Julius's face remained cold and silent, while several military leaders wore expressions of barely restrained fury. Even the few civilian officials clenched their fists tightly, realizing his impropriety. The one-eyed warrior quickly stifled his sobs, continuing in a hushed voice, "Captain Benson's death ignited the fury within all of us. We are the warriors of Caesar, the elite of one of the continent's strongest legions. The demon's horn. Should we fall to the hands of bandits, what face would we have left to live on?" Thus, every soldier abandoned defense, recklessly swinging their heavy swords at every enemy within reach. Even those mortally wounded clung to an enemy for a mutual demise. The bravery and bloodlust of my brothers ultimately intimidated the bandit group, causing their onslaught to wane as dawn broke. The bandits finally began to retreat. By this time, not a single one of our warriors remained unscathed. With the safety of the merchant personnel in the tents behind us at stake, we could only watch helplessly as the bandits made off with all the gold and precious items. And even as they set fire to the remaining supplies that were too cumbersome to carry, I ordered that no one was to break ranks until the enemy had fully retreated. Only then did I hasten to dispatch the few soldiers capable of movement to the nearest town for aid. The cursed bandits had stolen and killed all the horses, and by the time reinforcements arrived, an entire day had passed. With this, the one-eyed warrior concluded the account of the ambush. Julius remained silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a laugh, his handsome face betraying a glimmer of delight. Those familiar with his temperament felt a chill run through them, for they recognized this as a sign of Julius's fury. The last time they had seen such a countenance was when he personally severed the throat of Marquis List in the capital. It was clear that once the puppet master behind this incident was uncovered, that individual or organization would face the wrath of this ruthless and decisive duke. After a brief laughter, Julius spoke softly to the one-eyed warrior. "Well, my warrior, while you and your comrades do bear some blame for underestimating the enemy, your actions exemplified the qualities expected of a Caesar warrior. I am quite pleased with you. Do not dwell on guilt or regret. What we have lost will be repaid to us 100-fold by our enemies, and that day shall not be far off. Now, return and tend to your wounds. Inform your brothers that their duke is proud of you." The one-eyed warrior knelt on one knee, offering the most formal of knightly gestures, and declared resolutely, "Thank you for your trust. My lord, we shall forever remember your magnanimity. But my humble self and the 351 surviving brothers have a small request that we ask you to grant. Julius raised an eyebrow. Speak. The one-eyed warrior replied with fierce resolve, I implore you. Should you uncover the identity of those responsible, please allow us to partake in the retribution. We wish to avenge Captain Benson and the 649 fallen brothers ourselves, and we shall recover the honor we have lost with our own hands. Julius understood their sentiments and readily agreed. The one-eyed warrior expressed his gratitude before bowing and departing. Surveying those present, Julius inquired, Who among you can tell me what measures we have taken since the ambush? Is this all we have in terms of leads? Cly, being merely an internal steward, deferred to Dean, who was responsible for external affairs. Dean stepped forward to report, My lord, this matter is riddled with anomalies. Firstly, how could a band of warriors numbering over 100 descend into banditry? No one would believe it. And upon visiting the scene of the ambush, I found that the footprints left by the bandits during the attack, though chaotic, bore an underlying order. Clearly, this was a deliberate facade of confusion. Moreover, the band of marauders, which could number up to 10,000, retreated with remarkable swiftness after plundering valuables, exhibiting not a trace of hesitation, evidently having undergone rigorous training. The most significant point of suspicion lies in the question, why would they carry away the bodies of their fallen comrades? The only plausible explanation is to conceal their tracks. In the end, the old steward and several generals reached a conclusion. This was not a ragtag band of thieves, but rather a trained army in disguise. Julius pondered for a moment before analyzing. Since we are aware that someone is masquerading as robbers, the critical task now is to trace their movements. Firstly, we can rule out the territory of Caesar. For my army is firmly in the hands of those present here, and such a formidable force could not possibly be sustained by the local nobility. Upon hearing their lord assert that the army lay under their command, the three elderly men clad in military attire and knight Nick involuntarily shuddered, their discomfort palpable. Among them were two commanders of the Golden Lion Brigade and the Demon Horn Legion, while the remaining elder commanded the elite forces of 100,000 stationed at the pivotal fortress of Toulon. Even Nick, owing to his position as the captain of the princely guard, oversaw a total of 3 legions, thus wielding significant military power. The change in their expressions did not escape Julius's keen gaze. Julius continued, Next, we can dismiss the territories of Baton to the west and the Empire to the north, for if they intended to ambush the merchant convoy, they could have easily done so in the southern plains, where the chaotic multitude of small nations lies, just after the convoy departed the Elven Empire. There, they would be without our reinforcements and could easily pin the blame on other smaller nations, thus facilitating their escape. This leaves only the east. Clearly, the suspicion falls most heavily on Celestia. Furthermore, our border with them stretches for 1,000 miles, making it feasible for an army to infiltrate undetected. Dean promptly reported. The old steward issued a strict order upon his return from Terrence, commanding the blockade of all major routes in and out of Caesar's territory, allowing only entry but no exit. Even in the remote mountainous jungles bordering Celestia, we have dispatched ground patrols and aerial griffin scouts to monitor the area. Moreover, the weight of the 1 million gold coins and precious items they plundered has hindered their speed, so the leading band of thieves must still be within Caesar's domain. Julius nodded, satisfied with Dean's diligence, and rose to address the assembly. In that case, you all know what must be done. Set aside other matters and devote all efforts to tracking down this enemy. I shall not allow a single one to escape my territory. The group responded with a resounding affirmation, and Julius gestured for them to depart, but suddenly retained Dean. Observing Dean's puzzled expression, Julius casually inquired, Old steward, I have heard that some of your kin are idling about at home? Dean's body tensed, recognizing the implication of his lord's words, and hurriedly replied, Indeed, your grace, they were rather unruly, so I confined them at home for reflection. They have since become much more compliant. As he spoke, he began to perspire nervously. The two were engaged in a game of riddles, both fully aware that Julius was referring to the members of the Darcy family involved in smuggling. After Dean's stern punishment, the family's mischief had been curtailed, allowing Julius to overlook the Darcy family's transgressions in his crackdown on smuggling. Now, with the matter resurfacing, it clearly unsettled Dean. Julius waved a hand, signaling Dean to relax, and said with a smile, Do not be anxious. Old steward, I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire. Since they are somewhat familiar with the geographical layout of the border, it seems they could assist in the search for the enemy. If they have no pressing engagements, it would be prudent for them to accompany the searching forces. Their insights could prove invaluable. Dean exhaled in relief, grasping his lord's intent. Indeed, those who had previously engaged in smuggling along the border would possess knowledge of the hidden routes, whether by land or water, and quite possibly tunnels as well. It was highly probable that the enemy managed to infiltrate through such passages. Julius's directive effectively offered a lifeline to his wayward relatives. Should they succeed, their past transgressions would surely be absolved. Grateful, Dean exclaimed, "My lord. Thank you for your trust. It would be a tremendous honor for them to serve the territory. I shall return and assign them to assist the army at the border. And they will not dare to be negligent." Julius smiled in response and allowed Dean to take his leave. It must be noted that the now maturing Caesar had increasingly mastered the art of governance. With just a few simple words, he could both admonish the restless members of the Darcy family and engender their gratitude, achieving a dual benefit. Moreover, his reasoning was not without merit, as one could never entirely dismiss the possibility of an insider colluding with the enemy forces entering Caesar's territory. Of course, to ascertain the truth, one must await the army's discovery of the enemy's whereabouts. For now, however, Julius intended to check on his beloved pet bear, Wonkai. Upon entering, he had entrusted Wonkai to his personal maid, Mary, and observing the sparkle in her eyes, he felt a twinge of concern for Wonkai. It was said that women possessed an irresistible fondness for adorable creatures, and it appeared to ring true. He hoped that the throng of women in the backyard had not overwhelmed the poor bear. Julius returned to the inner courtyard. Just as he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by the sounds of laughter from a group of young women. Interspersed with Wonkai's signature, high-pitched voice. To his astonishment, Wonkai was singing, performing a rendition of Little Bird, albeit in a hilariously altered rural style. The lyrics rang out, "Every time the night falls silent, I find it hard to sleep. I wonder if tomorrow will be any better. Who knows what the future holds? Is happiness merely a legend I can never find? I am but a little bird, yearning to fly yet unable to soar high. Oh, dear heavens, please do not taint my beautiful girl's musical sensibilities." Julius silently lamented. As it was now May, the weather had become quite pleasant. The young girls were gathered on a row of lounge chairs in the garden, with the adorable bear Wonkai perched atop a stone table, basking in the attention. Surrounded by a plethora of delectable fruits and pastries, it was being fed by a dedicated attendant. Wonkai merely had to open its mouth to receive the treats. Naturally, the girls feeding it would often take the opportunity to pat its delightful head or chubby belly, causing Wonkai to wear an expression of utter bliss, prompting a twinge of jealousy in Julius. That little rascal has enjoyed more affection from my maidens than I have. Listening to the girls sing their rustic version of Little Bird, Wonkai, while devouring pastries, earnestly chimed in, "The sister on the left, your pitch is a bit too high. Try lowering it. And you on the right. You've mispronounced the lyrics. It should be Zhong Mu Yang, not Jimmy Yang. Learn from Sister Mary. She's already singing quite well." After offering his guidance, Wonkai resumed indulging in the peeled, crispy treats being fed to him. At this point, Mary had succumbed to the charms of Wonkai's folk music, and if this continued, there would be few left unaffected. Julius could no longer bear it. He deliberately increased the volume of his footsteps and cleared his throat lightly. The girls, startled by the arrival of the Duke, quickly composed themselves, adjusting their skirts and offering hurried curtsies, their hearts racing in trepidation, fearing that Caesar might reprimand them for their raucous gathering. However, Julius was not so trivial. He gently dismissed their formalities. Smiling at the group of young girls, whose average age was merely 15 or 16, and inquired, "What is this? Do you fancy this song? However, this song is not meant to be sung in such a manner. Do not let this rustic bear cub's countryside style tarnish it." Upon hearing the prince's remarks, the group of young maidens realized that their master did not hold them accountable for their rudeness, and they breathed a sigh of relief, stealing glances at Julius's face. One should not assume that only men are enamored by the beauty of women. Indeed, women too are captivated by the handsome visages of men. Just like now, standing before the dashing Caesar, who incites envy in all men, how could they possibly let this opportunity for visual indulgence slip by? Though they dared not gaze directly, a furtive glance from time to time was permissible. Julius was well aware of the covert actions of these maidens, yet he feigned ignorance. Should he blame others for being captivated by his appearance? Perhaps he should blame himself, as the head maid. Mary had naturally spent the most time by Julius's side and understood his character best, so she took up his words with a smile, saying, "Young master, you mustn't say that. Wonkai sings beautifully. We have never heard a song performed in such a manner before. Wankai mentioned that you taught it to him. Where did you learn this? Julius felt a wave of frustration and pretended to be displeased, saying, "Why must it always be about learning from others? Cannot I create something of my own? This song is undoubtedly my own composition." He spoke with such fervor that one would think he had not a hint of embarrassment. TSK, TSK. The scene erupted with gasps. The young maidens gazed at Julius with a fervor that transcended mere enthusiasm, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Indeed, Julius knew all too well that the cultural landscape of the divine grace continent was woefully lacking. To put it mildly, for thousands of years, only a handful of epics, legends, and poems had been recited by the so-called wandering bards, essentially itinerant performers. Even when a few new songs were created, the individual responsible would be immediately revered as a master, honored by the so-called refined nobility. The elves were recognized by the continent as the most elegant artistic race precisely because they had pioneered numerous art forms, the dramatic arts, dances, and so forth, which are now popular among the upper echelons of human society, are largely derived from the elves. Furthermore, the Elven Empire boasts the most prestigious academies for drama and dance on the continent, with nearly every royal family aspiring to recruit a teacher from an Elven academy to guide them in the pursuit of high art. Although every nation now has its own academies for artistic etiquette, they still pale in comparison to the Elven arts academies, given the elves' millennia of cultural heritage. Thus, the revelation that Julius could compose songs of his own, distinct from all other styles on the continent, was tantamount to the birth of a new art form. How could it not astonish the maidens? Mary, with a hint of playful reproach, remarked, "Well, young master, if you possess such artistic talent, why have you not revealed it before? After following you for so many years, you have never taught me a single song. Do you not think you are being unfair to Wankai?" Regardless, there was a hint of flirtation in Mary's words, suggesting that this 18-year-old beauty could no longer conceal her feelings for Julius. Among the girls present, many were already aware of Mary's unusual affection for their young master. As the saying goes, what maiden does not harbor youthful dreams? The maidens who entered the inner courtyard of the Caesar residence often harbored extravagant aspirations, dreaming of being favored by their master and soaring high like a phoenix. Even if they could not become one of the 7 noble wives, being a concubine would still secure a life of comfort and luxury for their families. Moreover, their master was an exceedingly rare handsome man, further driving them to madness. In the past, whenever Julius encountered a maiden alone, the fervent glances from those beautiful girls often sent him fleeing in embarrassment. Mary felt a sense of urgency. Having reached adulthood, the personal maid of the Duke of Caesar typically became a concubine. However, with a significant age gap between her and Julius, who was still underage, Mary worried that by the time Julius came of age, she would be in her 20s. Would he still want her then? Mary was in a state of uncertainty, and Julius, whether due to his youth or simple oversight, had never given any indication of his feelings. This left Mary in a state of worry. Just days ago, Uncle Kelly had alluded to this matter, implying that if Mary wished to stay, she would have to face an uncertain future. Conversely, if she chose to leave, he could request her release from the residence, after which Kelly would find her a suitable marriage, ensuring her a happy and fulfilling life. At that time, Mary had not hesitated to refuse, unwilling to part from young Master Julius, even if she could not be his woman. Being a lifelong maid was enough for her. Ultimately, it depended on young Master's stance. Julius sensed Mary's playful tone and felt somewhat awkward, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Wankai, ever the loyal companion, intervened on his behalf. The little bear, with its plump belly, called out in a high-pitched voice, "Caesar and I are quite close, so of course, he would teach me the beautiful song first, once I master it. I will teach you all. Aren't you doing splendidly with what you've learned so far?" Upon hearing this, Julius felt a twinge of irritation, thinking, "Oh please, don't let you be the one to teach. Otherwise, my beautiful maidens will all end up sounding like country bumpkins, and I would be the laughingstock." Though he had many internal complaints, Julius would never voice them, for he knew it would hurt Wankai's pride, and that little bear would undoubtedly shun him. There had been precedents for such behavior during their time in Terrence City. Addressing Mary, Julius smiled apologetically. "It's not that I do not wish to teach you, but in my previous state, I lacked the energy for singing. This song was composed only after my recovery. It just so happened that I encountered Wankai in the Forest of Forgetting, and thus I taught it to him first. If I create any other songs in the future, I promise to teach you first, all right?" Only then did Mary recall that young master had spent the past 5 years enduring the torment of poison, leaving him no opportunity to engage in singing. She realized she had misjudged him. As she was about to apologize, she noticed Wankai, dissatisfied that Caesar Gu was prioritizing teaching Mary, tugging at Julius's robe with its chubby little paws and shaking it incessantly. Wearing a rather forlorn expression, Julius quickly reassured Wankai, promising to teach both it and Mary together, after which the little bear was finally satisfied and returned to its culinary pursuits. Observing Wankai's adorable antics and Julius's mock display of nervousness, Mary and the other maidens stifled their laughter. Julius felt as though he were in a blooming spring garden, surrounded by dozens of lovely maidens, each unique in their beauty, leaving him entranced. This wayward child. After a while of playful banter, the maidens took their leave, as they each had their own duties to attend to and could not linger. The mere ability to engage in jovial conversation with the handsome prince had already delighted them immensely. Moments later, only Julius and Mary remained in the garden, along with the little bear Wankai, which was now making its final assault on the delicious spread before them. Julius and Mary fell into silence, with only the sound of Wankai munching on food breaking the stillness, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Mary continued to gaze at Julius with a look of longing, her feelings unmistakably apparent. She believed that since young master had not mentioned any plans regarding her role as a maid, she would employ this method to compel him to express his intentions. However, Mary seemed to forget that Julius was still a minor, merely a 14-year-old boy. Perhaps it was due to Julius's demeanor, which had always resembled that of a rational adult, that Mary overlooked his youth. Julius was well aware of Mary's thoughts. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with detoxification to consider such matters. Now that he was recovered and merrily engaging in hunting and exploration, it had inadvertently led to Mary feeling neglected. What were Julius's feelings towards Mary? It can be assured that he had never contemplated letting her leave his side. Julius was rather selfish. In his view, Mary had been by his side for so many years, thus she was already his woman. In the past, he had overlooked her feelings due to his youth. But now, he noticed the youthful girl had transformed into a beautiful young woman, and she seemed to be growing anxious. Her demeanor and actions exuded a sense of yearning. Stealing a glance at the voracious Wankai, who was oblivious to the interaction between Caesar Gu and Mary, Julius suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Mary. Though Julius was only 14, his physique was tall and robust, resembling that of a young man. Had it not been for the lingering traces of boyhood on his face, no one would mistake him for a child. Mary was taken aback by a sudden movement. Just as she was about to react, Julius's strong wrist encircled her waist, bringing their chests together. The delicate curve of Mary's neckline revealed her fair skin, creating two enticing arcs under the gentle pressure. Instinctively, Mary pushed against Julius, but how could she contend with Caesar's strength? Her face flushed crimson, and she felt as though her heart might burst from its rapid beating, a tumult of shyness, joy, and anxiousness coursing through every fiber of her being. Julius, momentarily entranced by Mary's enchanting beauty, soon leaned closer, his lips brushing against her glistening earlobe as he whispered, "My dear Mary, it seems you harbor quite the grievance against your young master for not providing you with a definitive answer. Am I wrong?" The mere sound of his voice sent shivers down Mary's spine, and she blushed deeply, casting a furtive glance at Wankai, who remained oblivious to the world, wholly engrossed in its feast. It is with a slight sense of reassurance that I softly confide to Julius. As a humble maid, how could I possibly harbor any resentment towards you? Moreover, I possess no lofty aspirations that would ever lead me to expect a response from you. Julius chuckled playfully, teasingly licking the lobe of Mary's ear, causing the young girl to shiver once more. He then tightened his embrace around her delicate waist, pressing her closely against his body, savoring the alluring waves of beauty before him. In a gentle tone, he remarked, "You still claim there is no resentment? I can feel it emanating from you like a tempest. Rest assured, my dear Mary, I shall never allow you to leave my side. You are destined to be mine for all eternity. I may be young now, but once I mature." He left the thought hanging. Yet Mary understood full well the implication behind his words. That moment, tears streamed down her cheeks, tears of unbridled joy. Julius, moved by her emotion, paid little heed to the curious gaze of the bear cub, Wankai, who seemed to sense the peculiar atmosphere. He gently lifted Mary's chin and pressed his lips against hers, tasting her soft, rosy mouth. Chapter 73, Discovery of the Enemy's Trail. Indeed, we must acknowledge that neither Julius nor Mary exhibited any concern for the feelings of others, namely, Wonkai, as the two, having tasted the sweetness of their connection, became increasingly engrossed in their embrace and continuous kissing. Their hands began to wander restlessly, both completely lost in each other's sweetness, seemingly oblivious to Julius's tender age of merely 14. Truly, I shall refrain from further comment. Wonkai, having long since abandoned his meal, stood wide-eyed, utterly astonished by the strange behavior of the two. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Ahem, it was Wonkai's innocent curiosity that shattered the tension as the little bear cub, with a bewildered expression, asked, "Caesar, brother, what are you and Sister Mary doing? Why are you nibbling on Sister's lips? Do her lips taste good?" Both were taken aback, suddenly recalling the presence of the little light bulb, Wonkai. Mary's embarrassment was palpable. She felt utterly mortified and attempted to escape from Julius's embrace. However, he quickly tightened his grip, stopping her. Internally, he sighed, realizing how close he had come to losing control of his desires had Wonkai not interrupted. It would have been quite inappropriate to act upon such urges with a form so youthful. Well, he mused, it would be wiser to wait a few more years. After all, Mary was not going anywhere. He chuckled inwardly. Casting aside his impure thoughts, Julius casually addressed Wonkai. "Wonkai, now that you have entered the human world, you must learn to integrate into our lives as a high-level magical beast. It is only fitting that you adopt noble manners and etiquette to showcase your uniqueness. Wouldn't you agree?" Noticing Wonkai's perplexed expression, Julius felt a pang of regret for attempting to explain such concepts to this country bumpkin. He thus straightforwardly stated, "What I mean is, you see, we humans wear clothes. And you should not be an exception, right? So, how about letting Sister Mary take you to get some clothing made?" Upon hearing this, Wonkai vehemently shook his head in refusal. "I don't want to. I am perfectly fine as I am. Wearing those fabrics is too bothersome. I see you all struggling to unfasten your pants to relieve yourselves, while I can simply go whenever I need to." Julius and Mary could hardly contain their laughter, nearly toppling over. This little bear cub was refusing simply due to such an absurd reason. Country folk, oh, the quality, determined to instill good habits in Wonkai. Julius stifled his laughter and feigned seriousness, saying, "Wonkai, rest assured, it won't be troublesome at all. I can have the tailor make you pants with an extra large opening, so you won't have to unfasten them to relieve yourself. And look," he gestured towards the dried fruits on the table, "I will ensure they sew a large pocket into your clothes, allowing you to carry these delicious treats with you wherever you go. Wouldn't that be splendid?" It must be said that Wonkai was swayed by the allure of food, beginning to waver in his resolve. Julius continued to tempt him. "Moreover, see how beautiful these garments can be. Once you wear the clothes made just for you, won't you be even cuter? Imagine the surprise on your parents' faces if they were to find you one day dressed so adorably. Wouldn't you like to astonish them?" At last, this final persuasion drew Wonkai in. The charming baby bear envisioned the astonished expressions of his parents upon seeing him adorned in splendid attire. Unable to suppress a delighted giggle, he nodded eagerly. "All right, I will follow your lead, but you must ensure there's a way for me to relieve myself." With Wonkai's attention successfully diverted and his agreement secured, Julius readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, Mary, observing her whimsical master's antics with Wonkai, couldn't help but smile, her expression a delightful mix of amusement and intrigue. Noticing the playful glint in Mary's eyes, Julius leaned in close and mockingly threatened, "Still laughing? If you continue, do you believe I won't embrace you and reenact our previous scene for Wonkai?" Startled, Mary quickly took a few steps back, fully aware that this young master was indeed capable of such mischief. And the thought of it left her blushing with embarrassment. After teasing her, Julius finally said with satisfaction, "Mary, since Wonkai has agreed, take him to my tailor. Make sure they measure him properly and ensure the garments are to his liking." As a prominent lord, Julius had a dedicated team of tailors who crafted his clothing, spending no less than a 5-figure sum on this endeavor annually. Indulging in utmost luxury, Mary nodded in affirmation and inquired if Julius had any further instructions. Julius stretched his arms and shifted his waist, declaring, "These past few days of travel have left me quite wearied. I shall retreat to my chamber for a brief rest. Please rouse me for dinner." Mary glanced at the sun, which had yet to reach noon, feeling somewhat exasperated by her master's laziness. Nevertheless, she curtsied and led the little bear cub, Wonkai, away to seek out the tailor. The gluttonous little creature couldn't resist grabbing another handful of dried fruits before departing. Julius chuckled, shaking his head as he turned and entered his chamber, where a waiting maid would assist him with changing and grooming. Once clad in soft, pale sleepwear, Julius sank into the plush bed. Succumbing to the comforts of slumber, the arduous journey had indeed taken its toll, and it wasn't long before the sound of his steady breathing filled the room. At 3 in the afternoon, Julius was awakened, not by Mary calling him to dinner, but by reports of the search for the bandit group yielding results. His demeanor shifted, and he hastily donned his attire, making his way to the reception hall. There, Dean, Cleary, and several military commanders awaited him. With Dean and Cleary on his right, the 4 highest-ranking generals stood on his left. Before commencing their discussion, allow me to introduce the esteemed military figures of the Caesar domain. The first was Cedric, the commander of the Golden Lion Legion, a robust 7-year-old man with a ruddy complexion. Despite his gray hair and numerous wrinkles, his stature and strength belied his age. The second was Daelanor, the commander of the Demon Horn Legion, a man in his 50s with dark hair and gray eyes. Notably, his younger brother, little Daelanor, though nearly 2 decades his junior, bore a striking resemblance to him, often leading others to confuse the two. Little Daelanor currently served in the Caesar military, commanding a 10,000-strong unit at the Toulon border. The third was General Duncan, the highest military authority of the first fortress of the Caesar border, Toulon Fort. Without a doubt, he was the most respected figure in the current Caesar military, having reached the venerable age of 80. Although not particularly tall, his robust physique, a hallmark of the Caesar people, remained intact. The dark yellow hue of his eyes, indicative of age, occasionally flashed with a sharp glimmer, revealing that he had not lost any of the admirable qualities of a soldier. As for the final figure, there was no need for an introduction. Sir Nick, commander of the Caesar's personal guard. Once seated, Julius adjusted his attire and inquired, "What progress has been made?" It seemed the Golden Lion Legion had made a discovery. As Cedric stepped forward and bowed, "My lord, the reconnaissance team I dispatched reported new intelligence 1 hour ago in a relatively flat forested area near the Thracian border. We discovered numerous frantic yet organized footprints. A griffin scout attempted to fly above the forest for further observation, but was struck by a sudden barrage of arrows, barely escaping with its life to return to the nearest troops. The arrows that wounded the griffin were specially crafted anti-magic arrows, and their design unmistakably belonged to the Thracians. I have dispatched 300 elite soldiers aboard griffins to intercept them. Additionally, Count Dean has thoughtfully sent a guide familiar with the terrain to assist us. I believe this band of wretched thieves will find it difficult to escape. However, we have yet to receive any further intelligence." Julius turned to Dean and asked, "Is there anything unique about that forested border area?" Dean, gazing at Julius with admiration, respectfully replied, "Your insight is truly remarkable, my lord. Following your directive, I dispatched all the wayward youths from my household to assist in the search, and indeed, they are well acquainted with many hidden paths in the border region. According to reports, although the jungle area is lush and shrouded in darkness, there is only one relatively steep mountain that must be traversed. Beyond this ridge lies the gentle terrain of Thrace, and it is likely that this band of impostor brigands from Thrace infiltrated our territory through this very path." The old servant's nephew, who accompanied the warriors dispatched by General Cedric, is well acquainted with the terrain and should be able to seize a favorable position to intercept the Thracians on their return. Julius felt a surge of joy upon realizing that his immediate assignment was indeed bearing fruit. He remarked, "Should the interception succeed, I shall reward them handsomely." Dean, his face alight with joy, expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The second in command of the Demon Horn Legion, General Dorino, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped forward and cast a somewhat awkward glance at Cedric before speaking up. "My lord, I have a small request that I implore you to grant." Julius, puzzled, inquired, "What is it, General Dorino?" The general, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I do not seek to claim credit, although it was General Cedric's men who discovered the enemy's tracks. I humbly request that you grant the Demon Horn the opportunity to exact our own vengeance." Julius slapped his forehead and laughed. "I had forgotten that I promised that warrior the right to seek retribution personally. In that case, you may dispatch a contingent to join." He then turned to General Cedric with a playful grin, saying, "And you, General Cedric, should not be too stingy. I recall your fondness for fine wine. Let Chris fetch you a bottle of 50-year-old red from my cellar as compensation." Cedric, who had not taken the matter to heart, would have suggested that the Demon Horn take vengeance on their own accord even without Caesar's prompting. Now, with such a generous offer on the table. He was naturally overjoyed. The Caesar territory is renowned across the continent for its exquisite wines. Deity is said that a bottle of 50-year-old Caesar vintage has soared to several thousand gold coins in the imperial capital. With no supply to meet the demand, after thanking Julius, Dorino offered a conciliatory smile towards Cedric, who disdainfully curled his lip and privately remarked, "Friendship aside, you are still obligated to treat me. Bring out that treasured 30-year-old wine you have stashed away." Dorino was rendered speechless, inwardly grumbling. This wine enthusiast, having just gained favor from our lord, doesn't he forget about my modest collection? One must bow one's head when under a roof. Alas, let this be a sacrifice to the dogs. Without dwelling on the under-the-table dealings between the two commanders, Julius rose, his expression turning somewhat stern, and declared, "To dare wreak havoc in my domain without leaving a profound memory is unacceptable. If any of you are unoccupied, join me in confronting that audacious band of Thracian scoundrels." The assembly resounded with agreement. No one would pass up the opportunity for vengeance. Thus, under Julius's leadership, the esteemed figures of the Caesar territory surged forth from the Lord's manor, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 74. Thieves, Stay Behind. Part 1. General Artie had spent the past few days consumed with anxiety. Ever since the day they ambushed the Caesar convoy, it seemed as though the favor of the god of darkness had abandoned them. The memory of the battle at dawn still haunted him. The fierce valor of the Caesar warriors was indeed legendary. Despite suffering heavy casualties, they maintained a relatively organized formation, fighting fiercely to the last breath, which cost Artie 1,000 elite lives without breaking the final line of defense of the Caesar forces. Ultimately, he was forced to retreat with whatever spoils could be carried, leaving the merchants hidden behind the Caesar warriors helpless. He had only completed a fraction of his master's plan. After the retreat, Artie led the remaining 4,000 elite Thracian warriors disguised as brigands swiftly towards the concealed passage from which they had come. As for the 5,000 to 6,000 various brigands summoned by his master, Artie had no intention of concerning himself with them. They were merely cannon fodder meant to provide cover, expendable once used. The abundance of valuable loot and gold they had plundered inadvertently hampered their speed, and the swift response of the Caesar army caught him somewhat off guard. After evading pursuit, by the time they reached the hidden passage at the border, several days had passed. Just moments ago, a Caesar Griffin scout had been circling above the jungle, and Artie realized their whereabouts had been compromised. Reluctantly, he commanded his warriors to shoot arrows at the Griffin, even if they could not kill it. They could at least drive it away, buying precious time to hasten their escape to the border. The bodies of the more than 1,000 fallen soldiers were buried in this foreign land of the Caesar territory. The 4,000 Thracian warriors were stripped of all burdens save for a pouch of gold and a pack of light provisions on their backs, with any untransportable supplies hidden in various secret locations. This lightened load significantly increased their marching speed. Upon crossing the dense jungle and reaching the mountain ridge that marked the border with Caesar, General Artie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once they crossed this not overly treacherous ridge, they would be safely home, with an entire legion awaiting their good news. This ridge at the border between the Caesar territory and the Thracian Empire was not particularly high, and most areas were quite gentle, save for a narrow rocky passage at the summit that could only accommodate 4 or 5 individuals at a time. The rest could be traversed in orderly formation. As Artie gazed at the mountain passage a few hundred meters away, his spirits soared. If he returned successfully, his rank would surely be elevated. Though he had failed to secure the magical procurement agreement with the Caesar convoy and the Elven Empire, the plundered cash amounting to 1,000,000 gold coins and goods worth an equal sum would more than compensate for this shortcoming. Surely his master would not be overly concerned that as the troops continued to advance towards the nearby mountain path. The excitement of the frontline vanguard was palpable. Beyond this ridge lay their homeland, and safety awaited them. With this thought, their pace quickened slightly. Suddenly, when they were 30 meters from the mountain path, several sharp arrows whistled through the air, piercing the throats of the leading vanguard with a dreadful thud, their momentum carrying them into the ground behind. The dying men stared wide-eyed in terror, futilely attempting to stanch the blood gushing from their throats. But to no avail. The blood continued to spray forth. The dying struggled for a moment before falling silent. That moment, several figures darted through the mountain path, feigning arrogance as they laughed boisterously before disappearing once more. The rapid turn of events stunned the Thracian warriors, and General Artie felt a cold sweat drenching his back. The Caesar forces had indeed arrived. Realizing that time was of the essence, Artie bellowed at his dazed subordinates. "You fools, what are you dawdling for? The Caesar pursuers are right behind us. Charge forward and seize the rocky passage, or none of us will return home alive." Suddenly roused, the Thracian warriors unsheathed their swords and frantically rushed toward the rocky passage. The narrow corridor, barely wide enough for 5 to march side by side, soon overflowed with dozens of sturdy Caesar warriors. Lined up in tight formation with 10 rows behind the initial 5, each warrior bore a fierce expression, gripping massive greatswords, their bodies radiating vibrant auras as they awaited contact with the Thracian fighters. The confined space rendered numbers ineffective, making such an arrangement entirely appropriate. However, it was not the Caesar warriors who first engaged the Thracians. Rather, the archers scaling the steep cliffs behind them initiated the assault. Under the command of their leader, 100 archers unleashed a volley of arrows upon the densely packed Thracians below. The sheer density of the enemy made aiming unnecessary. The Caesar archers were assured of hitting their targets. The volley of arrows, each adorned with white fletching, rained down in waves until the archers' arms grew numb from drawing their bows. The scene below was utterly tragic. The Thracian warriors, disguised as brigands, wore rough yellow garments. And from a distance in the setting sun, they appeared as a golden sea of wheat. Yet now, the wheat seemed to have been trampled into a large circle by an unseen force. Within the circle lay the bodies of Thracians, pierced through the throat, head, and torso by arrows, accompanied by the anguished cries of the dying, the scene resembling hell itself. This single assault felled nearly 1,000 Thracian warriors. The remaining Thracians finally displayed signs of fear, their advance faltering. General Ardi, his face ashen, shouted, "Archers, suppress the enemy's arrows. Damn it. If you don't want to die here, keep pushing forward. Charge." His words seemingly had an effect, driven by the instinct for survival. The Thracian warriors surged forward once more. This time, they finally made contact with the Caesar warriors. The sound of swords clashing echoed as the front 5 warriors, empowered by their auras, swung their great swords with precision, effortlessly cleaving the first few Thracians in half. This time, the Thracians did not hesitate. As if they had become indifferent to life and death, they continued their assault on the Caesar warriors. Screaming in fury, even the mightiest among the 5 could not withstand for long. In a moment of crisis, 5 more warriors stepped in to replace their exhausted comrades, continuing to fend off the increasingly frenzied Thracians. For over an hour, the fierce battle raged on without pause. The Thracians fought for survival, while the Caesar warriors battled for revenge and honor. The conflict was truly irreconcilable. Ardi's voice grew hoarse, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the line of Caesar defenders blocking their path home. This small line, merely a few hundred strong, was about to snatch away the survival hopes of thousands of Thracians. Ardi turned to face the dozen or so soldiers behind him, who, despite their bandit attire, appeared excessively feeble. With a bitter smile, he addressed them. "Esteemed mages, our fate now lies in your hands. Might you grant a path for the young men of Selrest?" It was evident that these individuals were indeed masquerading as mages. In any military force, mages hold the highest rank, and among them was a noble viscount from Selrest. Even Ardi, in his capacity as a commanding general, was obliged to treat them with the utmost respect. The middle-aged mage leading the group was none other than the viscount himself, whose expression was grave, fully aware that he was tied to the fate of the warriors in this dire situation. One might wonder, wouldn't the mages simply soar over the ridge? Certainly, they could, provided that Caesar's griffins did not launch an attack. Otherwise, these few would be no match for a single griffin. In fact, these mages had once contemplated such an escape, believing themselves to be of superior status, unworthy of sharing the same fate as the lowly soldiers. However, the ominous silhouettes of predatory birds circling in the distant mountains extinguished their selfish thoughts. Reluctantly, the mages accepted their grim fate, destined to share the same hardships as the soldiers. The middle-aged mage, his face devoid of emotion, nodded at General Ardi, brandished the magic staff concealed behind him, and led his group of mages toward the fray at the entrance of the passage. Ardi prayed to the dark god for their journey to be successful. The middle-aged mage and his fellow mages positioned themselves 30 meters from the entrance of the passage, observing the fierce battle below. Coldly, he commanded, "Prepare yourselves. Each of you shall cast the level 3 fire dragon spell, targeting the Caesar's defenses at the passage's entrance. Remember, do not concern yourselves with the safety of our warriors. Sacrificing 100 lives to save thousands is a worthy exchange." The mages nodded in agreement, seemingly indifferent to the plight of their compatriots battling below. Each of these mages was of considerable rank, none below intermediate level. And thus the fire dragon spell was swiftly prepared. A dark red fireball began to hover at the tips of their wands. The middle-aged mage whispered a command, "Fire dragon spell, release." At his signal, the mages uttered several arcane syllables, and the fireball shot forth toward the passage. In mere seconds of flight, the fireballs began to undergo a dramatic transformation. First, they swelled rapidly. Second, they formed the formidable head of a flaming dragon. And finally, the dragon's head elongated as if rupturing from another realm. Dozens of dark red fire dragons, each several meters long, roared as they swept mercilessly through the ranks of warriors, indiscriminately charging into the passage. The soldiers caught in their path were incinerated before they could utter a cry. The sheer power of the magic was evident. Upon witnessing the fiery dragons approaching, the Caesar warriors recognized the impending doom. The 5 frontline soldiers, unable to retreat in time, shouted desperately, "Fall back," as they summoned every ounce of their latent energy to shield themselves against the oncoming fire dragons. The soldiers behind them, tears in their eyes, hurriedly retreated, trading their brothers' lives for precious seconds. The collective might of the dozen or so mages unleashed a devastating spell, and within less than 10 seconds, the 5 Caesar warriors were completely consumed by the flames. Yet, those precious 10 seconds saved the lives of 200 Caesar warriors, who managed to retreat to the safety of the rock formations. The fire dragons surged through the 50-meter passage, colliding with a massive boulder outside, erupting in an explosion that illuminated the night sky like the most resplendent fireworks. The violent magical disturbance drew the attention of the approaching Caesar reinforcements from afar. They were astonished to discover that the Celeste army had brought along the frail mages. It was dire news, for it seemed unlikely that the 300 elite warriors would withstand the onslaught. The Caesar reinforcements comprised 4,000-strong units, 2 from each of the 2 legions. The captains of the 4 units, sensing the urgency of the situation, fervently urged their soldiers to advance at a sprint. Desperate to gain every possible second. Arty scouts, who had dispersed, also spotted the approaching Caesar reinforcements and hurriedly reported back. Arty, taken aback, exclaimed, "Brothers, the Caesar army is drawing near. For those who wish to survive, charge." With that, he drew his sword and dashed toward the rocky passage, disregarding his rank and the imminent danger. Surviving took precedence above all else. In the aftermath of the fire dragons, the Caesar warriors, enraged by the deaths of their comrades, roared with fury, brandishing their massive swords like knightly lances as they charged at the encroaching Celeste forces. Both the Caesar and Celeste factions fought fiercely for every last chance at victory. Chapter 75. Thieves, stay behind. To be frank, General Arty's final command was undoubtedly foolish, inciting the Celeste Viscount mage to fury. After much effort to clear a path, had they advanced under the protection of the Celeste warriors, utilizing magic to push forward, they could have surely broken through Caesar's blockade. Now, everything was in disarray. The congested Celeste soldiers collided with the emerging Caesar warriors, becoming entangled and blocking the entire passage. Moreover, the Caesar archers, having exhausted their arrows, cast aside their crossbows and drew their short swords, joining the fray, while the distant Griffin warriors circled above, obstructing the Celeste mage's escape route. The scene devolved into utter chaos. The middle-aged mage, his countenance dark and menacing, surveyed the blockaded passage, and his desire for survival solidified his decision. He turned sharply to his fellow mages and commanded, "Prepare yourselves for the level 5 spell, Fire Frenzy. Target the passage ahead. Begin chanting the incantation." The mages were taken aback. The level 5 area spell, Fire Frenzy, could indeed clear a path, but it would likely leave few Celeste warriors standing. Nevertheless, their selfish instincts prevailed. As long as they survived, they cared not for the fate of their comrades. Thus, none questioned the command, and they began chanting in unison. Fire Frenzy was a composite spell requiring the cooperation of numerous mages to execute. It was precisely this collective strength that earned it the title of the most powerful level 5 magic. Its drawback, however, was the lengthy incantation time. Even with their combat staffs, it would take several minutes to prepare. In such a perilous situation, they could not expend all their strength and were left to cast a simplified version of Fire Frenzy. Clearly, the Caesars would not afford them any respite. The middle-aged mage, resolute, withdrew a precious level 6 magical beast core from his collection, substituting it for a standard fire crystal embedded in his staff. The core, purer than the crystal, significantly reduced the casting time. Just 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. And they could prepare Fire Frenzy. Although it would be a simplified version, it would remain invincible as long as no Grand Mage was present. The plan was sound, Yet the outcome was tragic. As the incantation neared its conclusion, a smile crept onto the middle-aged mage's lips. The fire's peculiar, twisting form was beginning to take shape at the center of the half-circle they had formed, the nascent form of the frenzy spell. Just one more minute, and their efforts would bear fruit. Suddenly, the sound of powerful wings flapping echoed through the air as two griffins, each bearing a mage, swooped down. The middle-aged mage was taken aback before he could utter a word. The two in the sky laughed derisively, taunting, "Do not humiliate yourselves here, Selrest thieves. Stay behind." Without chanting an incantation, they casually tore open a blue scroll and tossed it into the mage's half-circle as if discarding refuse. The Selrest mages were horrified. That was a water-type scroll. Water and fire are natural enemies, and any interference from an external force was the greatest taboo during the formation of a spell. While a water spell of the same type might have been manageable, this water magic was in direct opposition to their fire magic. Even a harmless water spell like Spring Dew could utterly obliterate their nascent magic. Had the scroll been of higher grade, the violent backlash would have surely devastated the Selrest mages. Unfortunately for them, their luck had run thin. This water scroll was of considerable power, capable of completely annihilating their spell and rebounding upon their very minds. Mere moments later, the embryonic form of Fire Frenzy was entirely extinguished, and the mages stumbled, spitting blood, collapsing to the ground. Aside from the middle-aged noble mage, the rest fell silent, lifeless. The commotion finally drew the attention of the Selrest soldiers engaged in battle at the passage, and despair painted their faces. General Artie wiped the blood, whether from his comrades or the Caesar warriors, that splattered onto his face, silently gazing at the fallen mages strewn across the ground. The two griffins continued to circle above, showing no signs of departing, nor did the Caesar mages mounted atop them take any further action. Artie's heart plummeted. He knew that perhaps the remaining 2,000 brothers would meet their end here. The short 50-meter path home now felt like an insurmountable distance. The Caesar warriors blocking the Selrest forces also found themselves in dire straits. Their once 300-strong contingent had dwindled to fewer than 200, each bearing numerous wounds. The feral desperation of the cornered Selrest warriors surged forth with incredible ferocity. Had the passage not been so narrow, the Caesar warriors would have long since faltered. Even so, the Caesar forces found it increasingly difficult to hold their ground, and upon spotting the two griffins circling above the Selrest warriors, they understood that reinforcements were near, and their spirits were momentarily lifted. Correspondingly, the resistance from the Selrest warriors intensified. The two Caesar griffins were not there for mere sightseeing. The two wizards perched upon them had shown no signs of expending mental energy, save for the tossing down of a single scroll. It was evident that they were poised to take action. As anticipated, the two griffins suddenly soared to the entrance of the rocky passage, circling incessantly above. One of the wizards shouted down, "I am Alvin, a senior wizard of the Mage Guild. Warriors of Caesar, retreat immediately. This is a command." In military hierarchy, a senior wizard of the Mage Guild was equivalent to a battalion commander and indeed possessed the authority to command the Caesar warriors below. However, the warriors found this somewhat absurd and were perplexed by the order, "Retreat." Were they truly to let this detestable band of Thracian mongrels escape? Each Caesar warrior harbored this thought. They showed no inclination to withdraw, believing perhaps that the wizard above had mistakenly uttered his command. Alvin, the wizard atop the griffin, grew increasingly frantic and shouted in anger, "You must unconditionally obey my command, for it is a privilege bestowed upon me by Duke Caesar. Will you defy your lord's military order? Retreat at once." It was then that the Caesar warriors below comprehended the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the reasoning, the command of their lord Caesar had to be strictly adhered to. Thus, the warriors in the passage turned and fled, leaving the stunned Thracians behind. General Artie was equally bewildered. Could it be that Caesar's young duke was exhibiting unexpected benevolence? This brief delay of mere seconds for the Thracians allowed the retreating Caesar warriors to distance themselves from the Thracian soldiers. At that moment, no one realized that this seemingly trivial 20-meter distance would prove to be a chasm between life and death. Seeing that the two forces had finally separated, the wizards on the griffins would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. They directed their griffins into a rapid dive, and from a mere 10 meters above the passage, they hurled two torn scrolls to the ground. Upon landing, the scrolls erupted with a burst of ochre light, and the ground trembled violently. The rocky walls on either side of the passage began to crumble, large boulders plummeting down, while several sharp, spire-like rocks shot up from the ground, impaling the unsuspecting Thracian warriors. Their anguished cries drowned out the noise of the earth's tremors, and the scene was one of utter chaos. The terrified Thracians were compelled to push back and retreat, once the turmoil caused by the magical scroll subsided. The Thracians stood in shock at the sight before them, soon to be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. The narrow, rocky passage had been completely barricaded by the rising rock spikes and the fallen boulders, and it would be a mere dream to expect to clear it within days. Clearly, Caesar's pursuing forces would not grant them any respite. General Ardi, however, maintained a calm demeanor, with their escape route utterly blocked. Their options were reduced to either fighting to the death or surrendering. Realizing this, Ardi indifferently cast aside his sword and turned to retrace his steps. The despondent Thracian warriors gazed at their commander, uncertain of his next move. Ignoring their stares, Ardi continued down the mountainside until he reached a spacious clearing at the foot of the hill, where he sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly awaiting the arrival of Caesar's reinforcements. Ardi was unafraid of death. As a commoner favored by his lord and regarded as a trusted confidant, he had risen solely due to his martial prowess. His decision to surrender was driven by his desire to protect the fewer than 2,000 Thracian warriors behind him. He could not bear to witness the annihilation of the elite forces he had painstakingly trained. According to the continent's customs, even if he, as the commanding general, were to be slain by the Caesar forces in a fit of rage, his 2,000 brothers would still have a chance at survival. His lord would not allow such valiant soldiers to become slaves in a foreign land. They would surely be ransomed back. This was his plan, to sacrifice his life in exchange for the survival of 2,000 brothers. Perhaps those behind him understood their commander's intentions, and each one, while clinging to the hope of life, harbored a genuine admiration for General Ardi. The Caesar reinforcements did not keep the Thracians waiting long. After merely 10 minutes of sitting, Ardi observed a series of Caesar soldiers appearing at the foot of the mountain, forming small formations of 100 men each, totaling 40 formations, effectively blocking all paths down the mountain. Ardi looked at the Caesar forces below and chuckled to himself. Indeed, the Caesars held him in high regard. Two of the continent's most formidable legions had dispatched troops to intercept him. He thought that even in death, he would have much to take pride in. With a composed smile, Ardi rose and brushed the dirt from his garments, leisurely making his way toward the main banner of the Caesar forces, where he surmised the highest-ranking officer would be. As he anticipated, the commanding officer of this operation was General Fubine, a commander of the Golden Lion Legion, who possessed authority over 2 battalions of the Demon Horn Legion, in addition to his own. Hence, the 4 battalion commanders stood silently behind him, observing the approaching Thracian general. When Ardi reached General Fubine, he placed his right hand over his heart and performed a slight bow, adhering to the customary greeting of the continent. His demeanor was calm and composed, neither proud nor overly humble. General Fubine looked at Ardi with a cold smirk and said, "What brings you, O bandit, to our presence? Surely you do not seek to surrender." "Ah, how fitting, as it aligns with your kind's nature." The 4 Caesar commanders behind him erupted into laughter, reveling in their mockery. Ardi remained unfazed, responding with poise. "General, you jest. I trust you are already aware of our identities. I, Ardi, surrender to you as the commanding general of the Thracians, and I kindly request that you treat us according to the customs of the continent regarding surrenders." General Fubine retorted sharply, "You masqueraded as bandits, trespassing into our Caesar territory, ambushing our caravans, and slaying our brothers. And now, upon realizing there is no escape, you reveal your identity and seek to surrender. You seem to have claimed all the good fortune for yourselves." Ardi understood the anger of the Caesars. Were he in their position, he would likely feel the same. Thus, he refrained from justifying himself and continued calmly. "Esteemed General of Caesar, I have no intention of defending my past actions, nor do I seek your pity. My death is now a certainty. But the brothers behind me acted solely on orders. Therefore, I implore you to grant them a glimmer of hope for survival and allow my country to ransom them back." General Fubine exchanged glances with the 4 battalion commanders before responding. "I possess no authority to decide your fates. You shall await our lord's arrival to declare your destinies." Ardi was taken aback and exclaimed, "Your lord, Duke Caesar?" He had not anticipated the Duke himself would come personally. Fubine replied proudly, "What did you expect? Only the descendants of Saint Caesar are worthy of being our lord." Chapter 76. Conversation. Julius was exhilarated. Yes, truly exhilarated, for he now rode upon the back of a magnificent griffin, the fierce winds howling past his ears as he gazed down from hundreds of meters above. where the dense forest below resembled a lush green carpet. The griffin swooped swiftly through the air, and the sensation of dominion was indescribably delightful. Surrounding Julius were dozens of griffins providing him with aerial protection against any sudden attacks from the forest below. Admittedly, this precaution was perhaps excessive, as all the Thracians were currently huddled on that ridge, awaiting an uncertain fate. Fortunately, the journey was not lengthy, and soon they soared over the ridge. The Caesar forces had already cleared a spacious landing area for the griffins. Julius skillfully maneuvered the reins at the griffin's neck, gently guiding it downwards. When the griffin was merely a meter from the ground, it landed with a resounding thud, its powerful limbs absorbing most of the impact, but still jolting Julius slightly. Once several Caesar soldiers rushed over to unfasten the restraints binding him, Julius hopped off the immense back of the griffin, mildly exasperated by the creature's final antics that nearly upset his stomach. While Julius grumbled, he completely forgot the detailed riding instructions relayed by the captain of the aerial cavalry before he mounted the griffin at that moment. He had been too engrossed in his excitement to remember such details. As Julius disembarked, several high-ranking Caesar officials accompanying him also brought their griffins down. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Dean and Clee, the internal and external stewards, could only remain behind, slowly descending due to their acrophobia. Upon landing, General Cedric of the Golden Lion Legion smiled at Julius and remarked, "Your Grace, you are a prodigy, riding a griffin for the first time and yet so adeptly. In comparison, we old-timers are truly ashamed." Julius, puzzled, replied, "Is it really that difficult? It's merely a matter of pulling the reins to control the direction." Cedric's expression turned stiff, and with an awkward smile, he said, "That is precisely why you are a prodigy. Those 2 reins caused us old bones 2 months of hardship before we barely learned to ride." Duncan, the commander of the Toulon Legion, interjected with mock indignation, "Don't lump me in with you lot. You dare recount your embarrassing tales? Why not mention how you once failed to fasten your harness and fell from a height of several meters? Fortunately, your training in combat arts helped mitigate the fall. Or else the commander of the Lion Legion would be a one-legged lion now." Julius had anticipated Cedric's past misadventures, and he burst into laughter. The lion commander appeared quite flustered, yet he could not scold Duncan, as the latter had seniority. Upon witnessing the mischievous grin of the demon with broken horns, the leader's fury erupted, particularly directed towards the now indebted Delunuo. Cedric, his neck flushed, divulged to Julius, "Your Grace, do not merely jest at my expense. This dark-haired lad once found himself in a far more embarrassing predicament than I. When he first mounted a griffin, he neglected to secure the harness, and after ascending to a modest height, he promptly slipped from its back. The only distinction in our tales is that this lad, astonishingly, clung to the reins, dangling from the griffin's neck as he circled the camp of the cavalry for an eternity, only relinquishing his grip when utterly exhausted, plunging headfirst into the small lake within the encampment. Had it not been for the timely rescue by the soldiers, this landlubber would have truly met the demons." At 70 years of age, Cedric's reference to Delunuo, who was in his 50s, was not without merit. Considering his relative youth, Julius, gasping for breath from laughter, had not anticipated such humorous histories from these esteemed generals. As for Delunuo, burdened by his misfortune, he could only internalize his discontent, for he was currently indebted to Cedric and dared not offend him. After the laughter subsided, General Fubinin approached, having just confiscated the weapons of surrendering Thracian soldiers and gathering their spoils, though he had yet to tally them. He first paid his respects to Duke Caesar, then greeted Cedric and the other notable figures, before recounting the battle that had transpired on the mountain and the surrender of the Thracians. The Caesar warriors stationed outside the rocky passage were also summoned back by Fubinin, who had dispatched several griffin scouts for the task. Upon hearing that the 2 powerful mages he had hastily summoned had indeed made a significant impact, Caesar felt a swell of satisfaction for his foresight. Naturally, this was not the time for idle reverie, so after commending Fubinin, Julius instructed him to bring forth the surrendered Thracian commander. The recent ambush had raised too many questions, and he was eager to discern what this general might reveal. However, Julius harbored no great expectations, acknowledging that the general might merely be a pawn in the grand scheme. Before long, Fubinin returned, escorting a man with his hands bound, followed by 2 Caesar soldiers carrying a stretcher upon which lay the sole survivor, a middle-aged Thracian mage who had been struck by the backlash of his own magic. Fortunately, despite his pallor, the mage's eyes sparkled with vitality, suggesting he was not in peril. Artie cast a glance at the remarkably robust and striking youth before him. Recognizing him as the current Duke Caesar, he maintained a calm demeanor as he offered a respectful salute. Artie fit the archetype of a standard soldier of average height and rugged countenance, his expression devoid of any sign of trepidation, embodying the steadfast resolve of a soldier. Julius pondered this, yet it did not absolve the blood debts owed. Setting aside distractions, he smiled with elegance and poise, addressing Artie. This brigand has proven to be quite elusive. Now that he finds himself in my domain, I must extend the courtesy of hospitality, and I trust you will overlook any shortcomings in my treatment. Despite the courteous facade, the sarcasm in his words was unmistakable. Artie replied with composure. Your Grace, there is no need for mockery, as the saying goes. To the victor belong the spoils. Since I have been defeated, I have no retort. I only hope you will adhere to the continent's conventions regarding prisoners of war and treat my soldiers kindly. I believe my lord will offer you a satisfactory ransom. Julius refrained from interjecting. His piercing gaze fixed upon Artie for a moment before deftly redirecting the conversation. Let us defer that discussion for later. I will provide a fair judgment. For now, I have a few inquiries. Or, more aptly put, I wish to dispel some of my uncertainties. Artie responded, Your Grace, feel free to inquire. Anything within my knowledge I shall disclose. His implication was clear. Matters concerning Thracian secrets were best left unexamined. Julius, unfazed, posed his first question. Can you inform me if there are any traitors within my territory? Noticing Artie's inclination to speak, Julius quickly added, There is no need for names. A simple yes or no will suffice. Without hesitation, Artie replied, No, my arrival in your domain was based on intelligence provided by others that I shall not divulge further details. A sense of relief washed over Julius, who chuckled lightly. If you choose not to disclose, so be it. At least I now know there are no betrayers among my ranks, which is a relief. It appeared that Julius's focus on this issue diverged from Artie's expectations. He had anticipated that Julius would seek to extract every detail regarding the ambush. Instead, Julius seemed to have moved past it with ease. He casually glanced at the mage on the stretcher, adopting a nonchalant tone as he inquired of Artie. This mage, who suffered the backlash, must surely be of noble birth? He could fetch a handsome price. The surrounding military leaders and elite guards erupted in laughter. The Thracian Viscount on the ground, upon hearing this, could hardly contain his humiliation, a faint flush of color breaking through his pallor. Unperturbed by Julius's mockery, Artie calmly responded, He is a distant nephew of my lord, holding the title of Viscount in my Thracian empire. Perhaps knowing his fate was sealed, Artie no longer concealed his disdain for the noble mage accompanying him. In introducing him to Caesar, he even omitted his name, a grave breach of etiquette that would undoubtedly humiliate the nobleman. The Viscount glared angrily at Artie, who remained indifferent, having grown weary of the arrogant mage. Had the mages set aside their pretensions and joined the defense of the Caesar caravan, the outcome might have been altogether different, potentially allowing for an earlier conclusion to the battle. Julius perceptively noted the discord between the two, stifling a smirk while maintaining a facade of composure as he remarked, Let us return to the matter at hand. I shall proceed with my next question. Speak of your lord? Artie anticipated this inquiry. Understanding it was inevitable, he disclosed his lord's name and position. My lord is Prince Philip, the third son of His Majesty Emperor Rubina of the Thracian Empire and the supreme commander of the Northwest Army. After this succinct revelation, he promptly sealed his lips, maintaining a tight grip on his words. Julius, unfamiliar with the royal family of this long-standing rival nation, turned to the surrounding commanders for clarification. Veteran General Duncan immediately provided insight. Your Grace, Prince Philip is indeed a Thracian prince, likely in his 40s or 50s. However, his military rank deserves particular scrutiny, for the Northwest Army is solely tasked with guarding against us, the only neighboring nation to their northwest. I have had considerable dealings with him in Toulon. He further assessed Philip, stating, Though somewhat duplicitous in nature, his capabilities are commendable. Julius nodded, seemingly unable to resist the urge to poke fun, addressing Artie with a grin. Given your lord's esteemed position, it must be that the scheme to ambush us was orchestrated without the knowledge of your emperor or court? If it had succeeded, that would amount to 200,000 gold coins. Even if he were to rebel afterward, he could secure at least a year's worth of military funding. At this declaration, Artie's previously stoic expression shifted dramatically, his face a mask of shock and horror. The Viscount on the stretcher also displayed signs of alarm. Julius suddenly realized that his casual remark had struck a nerve. Behind him, Duncan smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "The Duke is truly insightful." Indeed, it must be so. Their aging emperor is over 90, reportedly bedridden for some time. Prince Philip and the Crown Prince Quincy are notorious for their discord, and should the emperor pass, the Crown Prince's ascension would undoubtedly spell peril for Philip. Given Philip's character, he would not idly await his doom. A confrontation between them is inevitable. This ambush of our caravan was surely conducted without the court's knowledge. Otherwise, not only would they face the crime of deceiving the emperor, but those 200,000 gold coins would be confiscated, leaving Philip with naught. Julius had not anticipated that a mere offhand comment would resonate so profoundly that he mused that perhaps divine providence indeed favored him. Yet, with his thick skin, he displayed no signs of surprise, maintaining an air of composed understanding, which evoked admiration among his subordinates, reminiscent of an unending flow of a mighty river. Chapter 77. I suppose this does not count as a breach of promise? Having struck at the heart of the Thracians, Julius resolved to re-evaluate the questions he intended to pose. Initially, he understood that this Thracian general would not divulge how they had acquired detailed intelligence regarding the caravan. So he had merely asked whether there were any traitors among his ranks. Upon receiving a negative response, he had refrained from further inquiries, recognizing Artie as a man of unwavering resolve. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. For the safety of his lord, it was likely that even innocuous inquiries could yield clearer answers. Julius lazily stretched his arms and, with a hint of remorse, addressed Artie, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Bandit, but you now find yourself in a precarious position. If you wish to keep this incident from reaching the ears of the Thracian royal family and court, it would be wise to disclose some rather sensitive matters, wouldn't it?" Artie, his face ashen, stared at Julius in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this handsome youth would possess such remarkable sagacity. Merely a fragment of information could lead to a deduction regarding his master's circumstances and the intentions behind this plan. Truly astonishing. However, this was not the time for shock. He had to decide what course of action to take. Should he surrender the informant or not? Engulfed in inner turmoil, Artie scoffed. "Doesn't your Excellency Caesar find this a tad coercive? It seems rather unbecoming of your stature." Julius waved his hands dismissively and replied earnestly, "No, no, no, Mr. Bandit, you mustn't say such things. Your master, as a prince of a nation, is capable of orchestrating the despicable act of sending impostors to ambush foreign merchant caravans. My mere verbal intimidation pales in comparison." Artie found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he could no longer evade making a decision. With a heavy heart, he said, "Before I divulge the details of the ambush, I must insist that you swear, by your ancestors, that neither you nor your men will disclose any statements detrimental to my master. Otherwise, I shall remain silent." Julius nodded without hesitation. "Agreed, I promise you." The military leaders behind him grew increasingly anxious. Old Duncan hurriedly urged, "Your Grace, you cannot make that oath. This is a fortuitous opportunity. If we send word to the Thracian capital about Philip's ambush on our caravan, Prince Quincy will undoubtedly seize the chance to expose Philip to public scrutiny. Even if he cannot be toppled, we could at least strip him of some dignity. If you swear now, wouldn't that be letting the true culprit off the hook?" The others, including the usually reticent Nick, chimed in with similar counsel. Julius feigned displeasure and barked, "Silence. I know what I am doing. I do not require your incessant prattle." With that, he silenced them all. Turning to Artie, Julius made a solemn oath by his ancestors. Once he had finished, Artie remained silent for a moment before revealing the identity of the informant. Upon hearing the individual's former identity, Julius's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Ah, the specter lingers still." It seems that sparing the List family's outer circle was an egregious error. Why did Julius say this? The informant Artie spoke of was none other than the former steward of the List caravan. It is known that 5 years prior, Dean had intercepted a significant number of smuggling parties, including that of the List family, which ignited the Marquis of List's schemes against Julius. Though Dean later annihilated the List family upon returning to the capital of Elsa out of a desire for vengeance, he had shown mercy to those on the periphery, adhering to Julius's magnanimous wishes. It was unexpected that the steward of the List caravan would not only fail to express gratitude, but would also defect to the enemy, becoming a tool for their designs. Julius's moment of mercy had brought about such substantial suffering to his own territory. To claim he felt no regret would be disingenuous. This also clarifies why the Thracians are so familiar with the geography of the smuggling routes along the border and the territories of Caesar. It was all gleaned from the years the List steward spent trafficking in these regions. Yet another question arose. Julius inquired. So, Mr. Bandit, how did you come to know the return route of my caravan? Pray tell, did the list steward divulge this as well? Surely he lacks such influence. Artie, visibly displeased, retorted, Esteemed Caesar, I have my own name, and it is Artie. Might I request that you refrain from addressing me with the prefix Bandit? It appeared that Julius's repeated use of the term had finally provoked the honest man. Julius sheepishly scratched his nose and smiled apologetically, but did not acquiesce to Artie's request, for his initial appellation had been chosen with purpose. Artie, resigned, answered Julius's inquiry. The return route of your caravan was conveyed to us by our own people. Several caravans from our northwestern provinces also journeyed to trade in the Elven Empire, and we are well aware of the majority of your caravan's activities while there. Our intelligence operatives, for the price of a few drinks, extracted all route information from your caravan's drivers. At that moment, Dean and Clee arrived via land. Having overheard Artie's last statement, Julius, his countenance darkening, addressed the perspiring Dean, saying, It seems our caravan personnel are rather lax. Return and impose strict discipline. Anyone found indulging in reckless drinking and babbling nonsense shall be expelled from the Caesar territory. Such scum I will not tolerate. Dean nodded fervently, filled with a mix of trepidation and indignation that it was astonishing how such a vast loss of personnel and resources could stem from the lure of a few drinks, as the steward in charge of foreign affairs. He felt a heavy burden of guilt. Now, Artie revived his demands, hoping Julius would show leniency towards the Thracian captives. Julius coldly chuckled, Mr. Bandit Artie, do you truly believe your master will redeem them? Since you have compelled me to swear secrecy, are you not concerned that some among them may divulge information? After all, they number nearly 2,000, each with a voice. Artie's expression faltered. He recognized the truth in Julius's words, but, driven by loyalty to his master, replied, There is no need for your excellency to concern yourself. My master has his own means of resolution. Suddenly, Julius erupted in raucous laughter, exclaiming, Mr. Bandit Artie, you are quite naive. You have suffered significant losses with nothing to show for it, and have left Philip with a potential threat. Do you truly believe he will acknowledge your existence? If I am not mistaken, you and your subordinates are Philip's clandestine private soldiers, lacking official enrollment in the Thracian military. Artie's complexion shifted as he forcefully declared, And what of it? We are my master's elite forces. Otherwise, we would not have been dispatched for such a perilous mission. Even without enrollment in the Thracian army, our treatment is certainly not inferior. No, you have misunderstood my point, Julius interjected, gesturing dismissively. What I mean is, since you are not part of Philip's regular forces, even if I were to return you to the Thracian Empire, Philip would never acknowledge your identities, for to redeem you would be tantamount to confessing he orchestrated this ambush. Thus, my oath would be rendered void. As Artie's complexion grew increasingly pale, Julius continued to press his advantage. Conversely, if Philip denies your identities, then Prince Quincy of Thrace, fully aware that this was Philip's doing, would find himself powerless without evidence. Even if you all unanimously accuse Philip, it would amount to nothing, as you possess no proof. Is that not so? Listening to Julius's mocking laughter, Artie felt his heart plummet. Though Caesar's words were harsh, he recognized their veracity, for during their operation, Philip had instructed them to surrender any weapons, insignia, or secret military badges that might reveal their identities. All orders had been relayed verbally. Originally perceived as a precaution against Caesar's discovery, yet now it became clear that it was also a means to distance himself from any fallout in case of failure. Julius had ruthlessly cut off Artie's escape route with his words, leaving him in a despondent state that he feared not death. His intent had been to sacrifice himself for the sake of his comrade's survival, but now that too seemed a distant hope. In despair, he turned to Julius and asked, What do you believe we should do, Your Excellency Caesar? Julius offered no sympathy for them. To do so would be an affront to the fallen Caesar soldiers. Once his laughter subsided, he coldly smirked and said, Do not rush to contemplate your escape. First, let us settle the accounts of my fallen soldiers. Artie looked at Julius in confusion, uncertain of his meaning. Julius spoke in a chilling tone. Though you are merely tools acting on orders, that does not grant my soldiers the right to die in vain. As the saying goes, blood must be repaid with blood. Since you cannot return, why not offer your heads as recompense? Upon hearing this, the generals behind Julius perked up, having expected that their lord would negotiate for their release after such a lengthy discussion with the Thracians. Their hearts had brimmed with resentment, But now they found themselves invigorated by this unexpected turn of events. Artie's expression shifted drastically, his anger flaring as he retorted, "Your Excellency Caesar, are you truly considering going back on your word? Such actions would tarnish your esteemed reputation and honor." Julius feigned surprise, asking, "Mr. Bandit, what do you mean? How could you accuse me of breaking my word? What have I promised you?" He spread his hands in an exaggeratedly innocent manner. Dean and Clee, standing behind him, seemed to have grasped their master's intentions, suppressing their laughter, leaving the rough-and-tumble military men thoroughly bewildered. Artie, struggling to contain his fury, said, "Before we began our conversation, you explicitly stated that you would provide us with a fair statement. It was precisely for that reason I divulged so many secrets to you. And now you wish to renege on that promise. Is that not breaking your word? What of the Continental Prisoner Convention?" Julius feigned enlightenment, shaking his head emphatically. "Mr. Bandit, you are misrepresenting my words that I distinctly recall stating. I will have a fair statement, not I will provide you with a fair statement. There is a significant difference between the two. If you misheard me, that is not my fault." Observing Artie's furious expression, Julius continued, "Moreover, the disclosure of your so-called secrets is conditional. It is merely to prevent me from using this matter to undermine your master, as attested by the solemn oath I just took." You cannot deny it. It seemed that Julius harbored a deep-seated penchant for cruelty. Witnessing Artie's despairing countenance, he did not relent but rather hurled down the final stone into the abyss. "As for your last point regarding the Convention on the treatment of prisoners of war," Caesar suddenly turned to the old General Duncan and inquired, "Old General, can you tell me if any nation or lord has ever taken this convention seriously since its establishment?" Old Duncan paused, tilting his head to stroke his chin thoughtfully for a moment, before suddenly clapping his hands and exclaiming, "My lord, it is indeed true that no one or nation has ever adhered to it with any sincerity. That convention is nothing more than a mere piece of paper, hardly superior to toilet paper." The surrounding generals burst into hearty laughter, and even the two stewards could not suppress their amused headshakes. Julius chuckled. "The old general's analogy is quite vivid, but you must also consider the feelings of our bandit friend." "No." Hearing this, old Duncan scratched the back of his head, looking rather sheepish, yet possessed a certain childlike charm. Turning to the pallid-faced Artie, Julius spoke with a gentle and amiable tone, "Bandit, sir, you see, your accusations against me lack foundation. Hence, cannot this be deemed a retraction on my part?" Chapter 78. The Madness of Caesar, Part 1. Artie truly regretted his choices. Had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred to fight to the death alongside his comrades, thereby earning a valiant reputation in his demise. But now, aside from enduring the endless ridicule from Caesar's men, the outcome remained unchanged. The more he pondered, the deeper his regret grew, and the more incensed he became. Fueled by rage, Artie gazed at Julius's handsome visage and, with a fierce cry, lunged forward. However, surrounded by formidable guards, and with his hands bound, how could he succeed? A master swordsman swiftly darted in front of Caesar to shield him, and then kicked Artie, who was restrained, away. Artie soared through the air for several meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, and when he lifted his head, he found his mouth and nose streaming with blood. A gruesome sight. Julius pushed aside the master swordsman and approached the prostrate Artie, gripping his collar to hoist him up. Gazing at the blood-soaked face, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you furious? Are you desperate? Answer me. But did you, those treacherous Thracians, consider granting my warriors a chance at life when you ambushed my convoy and slaughtered them? It is only when you find yourselves cornered that you seek justice from others. How laughable." Julius abruptly drew closer to Artie, their faces nearly touching. Observing the bewildered and despairing look in Artie's eyes, Julius felt a rush of sadistic pleasure and coldly articulated each word. "Do you know why I call you bandit, sir? Because from the very beginning, I never intended to spare you. Your identity is confined to that of the forsaken. Whether living or dead, you remain mere lost souls. So abandon any fanciful notions." With that, he released Artie's collar and turned away, leaving him to languish on the ground like a heap of discarded refuse. What was Julius up to? At that moment, he walked to the periphery of the encircled Thracian prisoners. Surrounded by Caesar's elite troops, aside from 2 guards remaining to oversee Artie, everyone else followed him, silent, as they sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Julius, even causing a shiver among the seasoned legion commanders. Each individual seemed to entertain a peculiar thought, that this young and astute Caesar was concocting something mad. After a brief pause, Julius abruptly inquired, Have the surviving warriors from the ambushed convoy arrived? Dean promptly replied, My lord. The surviving 351 warriors, excluding the 48 who are too injured to rise, have all arrived and are currently awaiting orders in the dense forest below. Julius casually commanded, Bring them forth. Dean bowed and dispatched a messenger to relay the order. Julius then turned to General Fubin, who was leading the operation, and asked, How many of the 300 warriors stationed at the rocky passage remain? Fubin quickly responded, My lord, 108 have perished, leaving 192. Julius nodded silently and instructed, Have them come as well. Fubin departed to gather them. Then there was silence. No one spoke. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Each person speculated on the increasingly likely thought that the Thracians were set to exact vengeance. Within a quarter of an hour, the two groups of survivors arrived in the clearing behind Julius. Though nearly every one of them bore wounds, their ranks remained impeccably aligned. Gazing at these valiant warriors, Julius felt compelled to say something, yet after several attempts, he could not find the words and ultimately called out in exasperation, My brave soldiers! The time for vengeance has come. I fulfill my promise to you. The fate of the encircled Thracian bandits lies in your hands. Go forth. You have free rein. With that, Julius motioned for Caesar's elite troops surrounding the Thracian prisoners to part. Creating a passage for entry, the two groups of survivors exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Finally, it was the one-eyed warrior who emerged, kneeling on one knee before Caesar and declaring loudly, Respectful lord. My master, our Caesar's warriors do not strike at the defenseless. Please grant them weapons. We wish to defeat and slay them honorably, thus cleansing our shame. Upon hearing the one-eyed warrior's plea, the two groups of warriors, totaling 495, knelt in unison, raising their voices in unison. Please, my lord, grant us the opportunity to avenge ourselves honorably. Julius smiled ruefully, for he had anticipated this outcome. The Caesar's men were far too proud. They would not deign to slaughter the unarmed. Yet, Julius had his own limits. To pit 500 injured men against nearly 2,000 Thracian warriors would likely result in few survivors, a conclusion he wished to avoid. Facing the kneeling Caesar's soldiers, Julius spoke, I understand your sentiments, and I recognize your yearning for honor. However, you must also consider my perspective. Think of your families. I do not wish for any of you to perish needlessly, as such a loss would be irreparable for me. Furthermore, your families would be engulfed in profound sorrow due to your deaths. Your fallen brothers have already left a multitude of widows and orphans in my domain. Do you wish to create even more bereaved families for me? Must I face more helpless eyes filled with guilt and remorse? At this, the 500 kneeling warriors were moved to tears, some weeping uncontrollably. Even the nearby Caesar soldiers, including the generals, felt their eyes prick with emotion. Julius took a deep breath and continued, Of course, I do not seek to deprive you of the opportunity for glory. I merely wish for you to confront the Thracian bandits on equal footing. In addition to your numbers, I shall provide you with 1,500 more soldiers, making a total of 2,000, to engage in a fair battle against those 2,000 Thracians. Seeing the warriors stir with unease, Julius decisively stated, Do not bargain. This is my bottom line. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to order the soldiers to wipe out the Thracian bandits outright, given that their master had spoken thus. The 500 injured soldiers had no choice but to acquiesce. Julius summoned Fubin, instructing, You shall oversee the ensuing matters. Remember to keep our soldiers' casualties to a minimum. Fubin nodded in understanding that I end the ensuing battle of vengeance. Julius did not attend the fray. Instead, he climbed a ridge to gaze out over the vast plains of Thracia to the south. Lost in contemplation, an hour later, Clee arrived with the results of the decisive battle. The outcome proved satisfactory to Julius, not only for the remarkably low death toll of fewer than 20, but also for Fubin's precise understanding of his intentions. Surely, Fubin had strategically placed skilled combat warriors among the 1,500 soldiers. With 500 warriors skilled in combat, the Thracians would stand no chance of resistance. Julius leapt down from the rocky perch and approached Clee, saying, Let us go. Matters here are nearly resolved, and we must return home. Clee nodded, and the two descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the aftermath had already been cleared, the corpses of 2,000 recently slain Thracian warriors, alongside an earlier 2,000 dead, were piled densely in a clearing on the hillside. The sight of 4,000 lifeless bodies was indeed chilling. As for General Arty of the Thracians, the unfortunate soul had already taken his own life by biting his tongue. and thus his body was also included among the remains. With that, the 5,000 soldiers who had come to ambush were entirely annihilated. Oh, but one remained, the vengeful mage, the Viscount, who still needed to lead the Caesar's warriors to uncover the hidden treasures. A few military leaders approached to inquire about the arrangement of the bodies. Just as Julius was about to speak coldly, a piercing cry of a griffin echoed through the air. A sentinel, ever vigilant in the heavens, swiftly descended from the sky. Before the griffin could touch the ground, he nimbly leapt from its back and rushed to Julius, exclaiming urgently, "Your Grace, we have detected signs of enemy forces on the Thracian plains. Less than 20 miles from here." The crowd's expressions shifted, and Julius, perplexed, inquired, "I have just descended the mountain. I saw no signs of the enemy." The sentinel replied, "Your Grace, I possess this telescope, which allows me to see further." He then handed over the cylindrical device that had been hanging around his neck. Upon examining it, Julius felt a wave of frustration. So it seemed that this other world had long possessed telescopes. It appeared that there would be no opportunity for imitation in the future. He casually placed his eye to the monocular and gazed towards another griffin sentinel in the distance. Suddenly, his hand trembled, nearly dropping the precious instrument. The sentinel nearby winced in pain. That device was exceedingly valuable, worth 1,000 gold coins. "By the light of the divine, is this a telescope or a microscope? I can discern the insignia on a griffin knight's chest from several thousand meters away. How absurd." Julius mused, then continued to scrutinize the device. Upon noticing the magical engravings and the embedded magical crystals, he realized it was yet another marvel of magical alchemy. The denizens of this world should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, his subordinates were far more concerned about the strength and movements of the Thracian army than Julius's curiosity. With a dismissive sigh, Julius complained, "Why did they arrive just now, during our ambush of the Thracian brigands? Do you not find it suspicious? Do not leave everything for me to ponder. Go inquire with that Thracian sorcerer." At the forefront stood the veteran General Duncan, who seemed to be the target of Julius's complaints, for the Duke was addressing him directly. Old Duncan felt quite awkward, finally understanding why others had pushed him forward to face Caesar while they remained hidden behind him. "A bunch of scoundrels. Foxes. Damn it. I thought they valued the old and the young. It appears I am the one being trained here," Duncan thought with frustration. Without further mention of Duncan's grievances, the General Fu Bin returned after questioning the sorcerer, ready to report to Julius. "Your Grace, the sorcerer stated that the army outside the mountains is one dispatched by Philip to escort them home. It is one of the 2 legions of the Thracian Northwest Army, and their official reason for being here is a military exercise." Old Duncan suddenly exclaimed, "I see. A few days ago, my spies reported that Philip was planning a so-called military exercise, but one of the legions was unaccounted for, leaving me to worry for nothing back in Toulon. They must have come here to assist the Thracian raiders. It seems Philip takes this matter very seriously. Could it be that he has some grand scheme requiring financial support? Experience speaks volumes." And Duncan's reasoning was sound. Julius shared this sentiment in silence. Just then, the usually quiet Nick interjected, "Your Grace, since the Thracian Northwest Legion is not far from here, should we retreat immediately? Although they cannot mount a large-scale assault across the mountains. I have heard that each of the 2 Northwest Legions has a formidable giant eagle cavalry unit. With our current strength of fewer than 100 griffins, we would surely be outmatched. If they were to attack, your safety would be compromised." Duncan, having long dealt with the Northwest Army, was well aware of their might and urged, "Your Grace, we must retreat swiftly. Each of their giant eagle units consists of no fewer than 2,000 soldiers. While our griffins can fight 3 or even 4 against 1, we cannot withstand such overwhelming numbers." Julius was not obstinate enough to disregard their counsel, recognizing the precariousness of their situation. He nodded in agreement to retreat. The group exhaled in relief and hurriedly prepared for their departure. Suddenly, Julius spoke coldly and devoid of emotion. "There is one matter I neglected to mention on our return. Let us bring back the heads of the 4,000 Thracian brigands. As for the headless corpses, toss them over the mountain to the Thracian side. It will be a fitting way to send them home." The crowd was taken aback. Headless corpses? What does Duke Caesar want with severed heads? Chapter 79, The Mad Caesar, Part 2. Faced with the astonished expressions of his subordinates, Julius merely stated, "I have my reasons for needing them," and urged them to carry out his orders. Several generals hesitated, and eventually, the Lion's cohort commander, Cedric, could no longer contain himself and implored, "Your Grace, I beseech you to reconsider. These Thracians, having perished, deserve to be left with their bodies intact. After all, they too fell in battle and should be afforded some semblance of dignity in death. Although the others remained silent, their expressions clearly supported Cedric's plea. Julius shook his head with a scoff. You must understand, these individuals are brigands who have trespassed into Caesar's domain, and I have never regarded them as warriors that I in my eyes. My actions against these vile thieves are far from excessive. After a moment's reflection, Julius added, I recall that in various nations across the continent, notorious criminals are executed and their heads displayed on city walls as a warning. I merely wish to borrow their heads. I do not intend to hang them on the wall. This is already a show of mercy. Seeing that his companions were about to argue further, Julius's expression darkened sharply. If I command you to behead them, then do so without delay. Why must there be so much discussion? Do my words carry no weight? If that is the case, I shall find someone else to carry out the task. With that, he left the stunned crowd and descended the mountain without a backward glance. His senior guards hurried to follow. Though the generals felt that Caesar was somewhat obstinate, none dared to defy his orders, and they collectively sighed as they trailed after Julius Caesar for executing his command. That responsibility fell to the grim-faced General Fu Bin. The 4,000 soldiers of Caesar were mostly seasoned veterans who had experienced the horrors of battle. So while they were puzzled by the decapitation orders, they did not take the matter too seriously. Thus, a horrifying scene unfolded. Soldiers in the rear brandished massive axes. Chop chop echoed as they severed heads, while others swiftly collected the severed heads into makeshift bags crafted from tent fabric. Meanwhile, 2 men lifted the headless corpses and casually hurled them over the cliff as if discarding refuse. The entire scene was both terrifying and eerily orderly. With sheer numbers on their side, the task of beheading 4,000 foes was completed in less than half an hour, following Julius's orders. Several strong warriors hoisted a massive banner, stitched together from canvas, and affixed it to the cliff where the bodies had been discarded. The banner bore the ominous words, written in blood, "Death to those who offend me," signed simply as Caesar. A legion of 100,000 marched, and despite their speed, by the time they reached the mountainous border of Caesar's domain, more than half an hour had passed. Leading the charge was none other than Prince Philip himself, demonstrating the significance he placed on this operation. However, results often defy expectations, and instead of witnessing a triumphant return laden with spoils, he was met with a horrifying sight that chilled the hearts of every Thracian soldier: a towering cliff, stained crimson with the blood of the discarded corpses. Grotesque clumps of dark, purplish blood splattered everywhere, eliciting nausea in those who beheld it. At the base of the cliff lay a tangle of 4,000 headless bodies, their twisted forms enough to make the boldest among them gasp in horror. Finally, the most notable sight was the large banner swaying gently in the wind. Although Philip was 45 years old, his handsome visage showed no signs of aging. His curly golden hair remained resplendent. Yet, at that moment, his face was ashen with rage that he understood that the plan had failed. The sight of the lifeless bodies made that painfully clear. What he found most intolerable was the brutality of the Caesarians. While death in battle is to be expected, the beheading of all the fallen, depriving them of a dignified death, was the greatest insult to a warrior. The name Caesar inscribed on the banner indicated that he was the one who had issued the orders. Philip regretted not having scrutinized the young duke's character more closely. He recalled hearing tales of how, at the tender age of 9, Caesar had nonchalantly executed a trusted confidant of the crown Prince Aaron without a hint of remorse. At the time, he dismissed it as mere exaggeration, never imagining he would come to experience Caesar's ruthlessness firsthand. He is scarcely in his teens, yet he is remarkably vicious, Philip thought to himself. This was a confidential matter. Aside from his most trusted confidants, few knew the details. Philip was intelligent and, after much contemplation, believed he had unraveled Julius's audacious reasoning. Perhaps he is counting on my fear of backlash to behave so brazenly? As Philip seethed with indignation, a subordinate hastily approached. Breathless, Your Highness, I have examined the bodies. Their blood has yet to it stands to reason that the Caesarians have not gone far. If we dispatch the giant eagle forces now, we can still catch up to them. We cannot let our brothers die in vain. This man was evidently a close confidant of Philip, well versed in the mission regarding the fallen. Philip shook his head with a bitter smile. Let us return. The Caesarians must feel secure in their position. Sending the giant eagle forces to attack may well play into their hands. We only brought 1,000 eagle warriors with us. If that merciless young Caesar has hidden 300 griffins in the forest, my aerial cavalry would be doomed. The subordinate murmured in discontent. Are we to allow our brothers to die in vain? They are the result of years of your labor. To lose them like this is surely painful for you. Is it not? Moreover, there is Artie, a rare soldier, especially one who is unwaveringly loyal to you. Before the vice commander could elaborate further, Philip raised a hand to silence his grievances and whispered sternly, "Hold your tongue. Do you think I am not pained by this? However, this matter must not be made public, for would it not provide an excuse for my half-brother, the crown prince, to act against me? The time for my uprising has not yet ripened. If my brother were to punish me in the name of our father, should I accept it or not?" The vice commander fell silent, realizing that one cannot act solely on impulse. Consequently, his previous bravado diminished, and he hesitantly inquired, "Shall we let this matter rest then?" Philip, with a darkened countenance, let out a chilling laugh and said, "Let that young Caesar revel in his moment for now. Once the storm has settled and I find the time, I shall exact my revenge." Glancing at the heap of corpses in the distance, he sighed. "For now, we must first attend to the fallen warriors." Moreover, explaining this situation to the soldiers of the Legion poses a significant challenge. The soldiers he led had believed they were merely participating in a drill, unaware they would witness such a gruesome scene. The sight of so many dead would undoubtedly incite panic and speculation among them, and Philip was at a loss as to how to address this dilemma. Turning our attention away from Philip's predicament, let us focus on Julius. 2 days later, he arrived at the site where the merchant convoy had been ambushed. It was a hollow valley, high on all sides with a sunken center. While it offered some shelter from the wind, it was not conducive to defense and obscured visibility. If the enemy were to descend from the heights, they would gain an advantage. Captain Benson, though valiant, was not a competent officer, was Julius's assessment. The area was bustling, as the genuine bandits who had conspired in the ambush were being brought in one after another, discounting those who had perished in battle and a few scattered fugitives. Approximately 4,000 bandits had been captured by Caesar's regular army and confined in the valley center. After observing for a while, Julius suddenly laughed and asked the generals behind him, "Do any of you harbor grievances regarding my oath not to leverage this incident against Philip?" The others hurriedly denied it. Julius shook his head and remarked, "Do not deceive me. I would feel the same way in your position. But do you understand my true intention? Or let me ask this. Do you believe this matter could lead to Philip's demise?" The seasoned soldiers did not possess such cunning, though Dean and Chris appeared contemplative. Ultimately, Duncan, with a boldness that belied his age, inquired, "So, Your Highness, you have a purpose in this?" Julius nodded and explained, "If we reveal the truth of this matter, certainly Prince Quincy of Thrace would use it to strike at Philip. But it would not cause him any real harm. Furthermore, given the diplomatic implications, the Thracian ministers would not assist Quincy in suppressing Philip, for such actions would make it seem as though Thrace were showing weakness to us. I ask you, would that rabble of warmongers tolerate such an impression?" Chris, puzzled, questioned, "Then by not pursuing this matter, are we not merely benefiting Philip?" Julius replied with a mocking smile, "Who says we are benefiting him? You must understand that Philip is contemplating rebellion. The more we allow him to retain his strength, the fiercer the internal strife between him and Quincy will become, and we can merely sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Cannot we? I have heard that their old emperor has but a few days left to live. The day we witness the spectacle will not be far off." The others suddenly understood, and laughter erupted among them. At that moment, an officer approached to report that all captured bandits had assembled. Julius, suppressing his mirth, inquired, "How many are there? Where do they hail from?" The messenger announced loudly, "Your Highness, there are a total of 4,281 prisoners, mostly bandits from within the empire and the territory of Baton, with some marauders having traveled from the southern plains that as for the bandits from our own domain, there are fewer than 100. Upon hearing the last statement, Julius's anger flared. "To conspire with outsiders to attack our own merchant convoy, what use do these scum hold? Issue a command. Drag those 100 traitors from Caesar's domain out and execute them to feed the dogs. No one is permitted to claim their bodies." The messenger pounded his chest in acknowledgement and departed. Moments later, the air was filled with cries and wails from the distance. Yet no one felt sympathy for them, for they had brought this fate upon themselves. Cedric and others exchanged glances, suddenly realizing Julius's intentions. The Duke intended to eradicate the bandits entirely, with no mercy shown to his own people. One could only imagine the fate that awaited the 4,000 outsiders. Indeed, the very next moment, Julius commanded the leader, "Rubino, time is of the essence. I must return home for dinner, so let us hasten this matter. As per our usual practice, kill them, sever their heads, and bury the bodies. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. What was Caesar truly planning? While executing 4,000 dead was one thing, now he intended to behead 4,000 living men. Each person felt a chill run down their spine as they gazed in trepidation at Julius's composed and handsome visage. Julius smiled coldly and stated, "Proceed as ordered. I have use for those heads. I intend to deliver a resounding message to all who covet my territory and underestimate my capabilities. Perhaps I shall earn a few infamous titles. But who truly cares, as long as I am pleased?" To speak plainly, Julius Caesar was increasingly exhibiting a ruthless and autocratic nature, at least towards his enemies. Such a disposition caused his subordinates to harbor silent concerns that he might become a tyrannical lord, which would certainly not bode well for Caesar's domain. Dean, summoning his courage, asked, "My lord, could you enlighten us on the purpose of keeping these heads?" Julius laughed haughtily, pointing to a distant small stone hill, and coldly declared, "I intend to construct a Jingguan. I want all those with ill intentions to witness the fate that befalls those who offend me, those who challenge the might of Caesar, though they may be far. They shall be punished." What is a Jingguan? Each person felt a stirring of curiosity at this question. Ultimately, the 4,000 bandits met the same fate as the Thracian prisoners, their heads left behind while their bodies were buried in pits nearby. The next step would be the so-called construction of the Jingguan. Observing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Julius suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and cautiously asked, "You do not know what a Jingguan is?" The assembled group shook their heads in unison. Julius felt exasperated. Must he now explain the meaning of Jingguan? Of course, he would not do so, as this was not a glorious military achievement, and there was no reason to boast about his martial prowess. Thus, he had no choice but to summon his eloquence and, with a straight face, spun a tale. While praying at the temple of the god of light in the imperial capital, I had the opportunity to peruse several secret texts of divine language. Among them, there were accounts of the numerous wars waged between the continent's myriad tribes and demons in ancient times. After each victory, the allied forces would collect the heads of demons and stack them into pyramid shapes to showcase their prowess and intimidate their enemies. It is said that the number of demons slain in those times was often in the hundreds of thousands. This pyramid of heads is what we call a Jingguan. Upon hearing Julius's words, the senior military leaders' eyes sparkled with admiration, their expressions filled with reverence. They seemed to wish fervently that they could be participants in the Millennium War against the demonic tide, establishing their own legendary feats. All worries about Caesar's ruthless disposition evaporated from their minds. Indeed, let us speak candidly, these individuals were not saints, having spent the majority of their lives as soldiers. Their hands were already stained with the blood of countless adversaries. Dean's focus diverged from that of the seasoned veterans. He asked in astonishment, "My lord, did you say you can understand the divine language? By the god of light, when did you learn this?" Julius felt a pang of annoyance, thinking, one should not tell such lies, for once one begins, the web of deception knows no end. He forced a grin at Dean and said, "Oh, you mean this? Well, my godfather, Sir Peter, taught me .as for the details. I would prefer you not to inquire. Suffice it to say, I understand the divine language." Upon hearing this, Dean, displaying his tact, did not press further, suspecting that this might involve the temple's secrets. Just then, a voice from the side broke the silence. "Ah, esteemed Duke, I have a piece of jewelry that has hung around my neck for decades that I have heard that the inscriptions on it are in the divine language. Perhaps you could take a look?" With that, he produced a golden ornament hanging from a silver chain and presented it to Julius. Upon inspection, Julius discovered it was a small golden lock, exquisitely crafted and adorned with intricate patterns, with the inscriptions, "No disasters, no difficulties, and longevity" on either side. What on earth? This old fellow actually wore a longevity lock. How amusing! Julius regarded the elderly man with an odd expression and queried, "Where did you acquire this item? How long have you been wearing it?" Dorino was taken aback by Julius's strange demeanor and stammered, "I purchased this when I was young from an antique shop in the market." The owner claimed it was from the era of the ancient Elven Empire, carrying a meaning of protection and safety. "So I have worn it ever since then, my lord. Could it be a fake?" Julius did not respond, but instead called over Dean, handing him the lock and asking, "Dean, can you check the small floral emblem in the lower left corner? Is it not the mark of the most renowned artist of the ancient Elven era? Michelangelo?" Dean quickly took it, examining it carefully against the setting sun, and exclaimed, "My lord, It truly is the mark of Master Michelangelo. Could this be an authentic piece? Good heavens, General Dorino stands to make a fortune. If this item were sold, it would undoubtedly fetch over 100,000 gold coins. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The others looked on with envy. Some could not help but inwardly grumble, "Damn it! What luck! Just a stroll through the market, and one can acquire the genuine works of a master artist. Is there no room left for others to thrive?" Nevertheless, Plump Kelly, having received a proper noble education in his youth, ventured to inquire, "Your Grace, I have heard that Master Michelangelo was also a renowned scholar of the divine language in ancient times, and that he possessed remarkable skill in its script, characterized by distinct stylistic features. Might you determine if these divine characters are indeed his authentic works?" It is worth noting that Michelangelo is regarded as the most illustrious artist of the ancient Elven Empire, and Julius, having been educated in the noble arts during his childhood, had frequently encountered references to him, thus possessing a certain understanding of Michelangelo's style. Upon hearing Kelly's question, he nodded affirmatively, stating, "There is no doubt these are genuine." For Michelangelo's calligraphy bears a unique trait. Each character's final stroke rises gracefully, imbued with a certain spirit, a quality unattainable by others. The 8 characters inscribed upon this gold lock all exhibit such a style. The evidence is evident. "General Delunuo has struck gold. Do remember to treat us." The crowd erupted in raucous cheer, and Delunuo chuckled broadly, nodding in agreement, preparing to hang the gold lock around his neck once more. Suddenly, Julius interjected, "General Delunuo, would you like to know the meaning of the 8 characters on this ornament?" It was then that Delunuo recalled his initial intent, having been momentarily dazzled by thoughts of fortune. Naturally, he was now even more eager to know, and the others turned their gazes toward Julius, awaiting his elucidation. That it seemed they had grown somewhat desensitized to the extraordinary feats of young Caesar. Ever since his return to the Caesar domain, he had been performing miracles, purging the poison of the demon potion, single-handedly slaying a level 7 frost giant wolf, and acquiring a high-level magical beast as a pet, all while maintaining his composure despite having dispatched 8,000 foes. Now, the revelation of his understanding of the most esoteric divine language left them wondering what other feats he might be capable of. Julius relished the admiration in their eyes and, with measured cadence, explained, "These characters, when uttered in the divine tongue, are pronounced as." After reciting it in his native tongue, he continued, "The meaning of these 8 characters conveys the notion of living a long life free from illness and misfortune, as an explanation for a protective charm." This interpretation was quite fitting, and the crowd soon grasped its significance. Yet Julius was not finished. He jested further. "Do you know to whom this item was traditionally given? It was specifically crafted for infants, symbolizing a prayer for the child's safe and healthy growth. It seems to have proven effective, does it not? Do you not think that General Delunuo's years of good fortune are a result of this very charm?" Aha! With that, he could not contain his laughter. The atmosphere momentarily froze before erupting into boisterous laughter, with several of the older gentlemen nearly rolling on the ground. Delunuo, utterly dumbfounded, wore an expression of acute embarrassment. Wishing he could disappear into the earth, the gold lock, which he had worn for half a lifetime, was now revealed to be designed for infants, his illustrious reputation utterly tarnished, amidst the jovial banter of Julius and his esteemed ministers. The distant small hill had already been completed with a pile of heads. 8,000 impressive skulls, all facing outward, had their interstices tightly packed by the army's mages using earth magic, creating a chilling and terrifying aura that struck at the very core of one's being. Julius and his companions stood at one side of the viewing platform. Even seasoned veterans among them gasped in awe at the sight of this hill of heads. Only the young duke maintained an air of indifference, as if he were gazing upon mere pig heads rather than human skulls. Meanwhile, Fubinin led thousands of Caesar warriors, standing in neat formation at the foot of the small hill, silently observing the macabre monument, each harboring a tumultuous mix of emotions, their gazes toward Duke Caesar increasingly laden with fear. Yes, fear. This was one of Julius's objectives. He had adopted the most extreme measure. If he could not earn the soldiers' respect in a short time, he would instill fear. At the very least, he had left them with an indelible impression, laying the groundwork for future placements of loyalists within the ranks, ensuring no ripples would disturb the army's cohesion. Pointing towards the viewing platform, Julius proclaimed, as if delivering a declaration, "Warriors of Caesar, a fortnight ago, my merchant convoy was ambushed by despicable bandits in this very place. My goods were incinerated, and all my gold was stolen. Yet, I am unconcerned, for I can earn again next year. What pains me most is the loss of my valiant warriors. My 649 knights shall forever rest here, leaving behind endless sorrow for 649 families. Had they perished honorably on the battlefield, I would have taken pride in them, yet they were cowardly ambushed by bandits. Although they vanquished several times their number, I cannot accept this. My fallen brothers cannot accept it either. Julius appeared to pause, as if gathering his emotions, and continued, observing the mingled expressions of anger and sorrow among the Caesar warriors. Thus, I shall cleanse the shame of my martyrs. I have erected this viewing platform from the heads of 8,000 foes. It stands as a monument to my fallen soldiers, as well as a declaration to all nefarious schemers on the continent. Dare to act recklessly in the Caesar domain, and you shall first leave your head behind. This is my territory, the ancestral land of the illustrious Caesar family. No one shall dare to wreak havoc here. There can be only one master here, and that is I, Augustus Julius Caesar. Tell me, who is your master? Whom do you serve with your loyalty? Who is your sky? Julius's final words rang out with fervor, his handsome visage flushed with excitement that it was as if madness was contagious. The thousands of Caesar warriors were ignited by the flames of passion, roaring in unison, Caesar, Caesar, Caesar. Their voices soared to the heavens, an unstoppable force. Should a charge against the enemy be ordered now, it was guaranteed that none would falter. Indeed, the adage that humans are creatures ruled by emotions holds true. One could readily surmise how that diminutive Austrian figure managed to construct a vast Third Reich through mere rhetoric. Julius's oration proved immensely successful. His fervent and iron-willed character left an indelible impression on the Caesar soldiers, who revered strength and iron resolve. That it was evident that Julius embodied these qualities brilliantly. Thus, a vision of an iron-willed youth was etched into the hearts of all present, including the high-ranking military officials. The army, once neglected by the former Duke Marcus, was poised to return under the banner of the Golden Lion of Caesar, a tide of inevitability that would crush any opposition into dust. 8,000 heads formed the viewing platform. The iron-willed youth stands alone. It is unclear who first uttered this phrase, but it swiftly spread like wildfire across the entire Divine Grace continent. It was from this moment that Julius began to rise like a star. Chapter 81, The Spacescape Project, Part 1. Julius ultimately did not manage to return to the Duke's manor for dinner, as by the time he arrived at Caesar City, it was already midday the following day. Upon stepping into the backyard, he was met with a cacophony of noise. There, in the garden, baby bear Wankai was desperately sprinting ahead, pursued by Mary and two other maidservants. Mary, with her melodious voice, repeatedly called out, "Wankai, stop. You must try on another outfit today, or there will be no fruit to eat and no honey to drink." Wankai wore a look of deep resentment, though the allure of fruit and honey was enticing. It did not inspire him to halt for even a moment. He turned back, plaintively declaring, "I don't want to. I refuse to wear those clothes. They suffocate me. Sister Mary, if you don't give me fruit, I'll tell Brother Caesar when he returns, and he won't let you." Before Wankai could finish his threat, Mary, her patience having run thin, shouted with a flushed face, "You dare, you wretched Wankai?" The sudden surge of her voice startled Wankai, causing him to stumble. Mary and the other two quickly caught up, scooping up the fallen Wankai into their arms. Mary, pinching his bare ears, scolded fiercely, "You little rascal, what did you say? Do you want a smack on your behind?" The diminutive bear blinked innocently, adopting a submissive demeanor, and smiled. "No, no, Sister Mary, you must have misheard me. That I merely said that when Brother Caesar returns, I'll let him know you made the delicious roasted meat." This clever little bear knew well the wisdom of avoiding immediate trouble, and he quickly altered his tune. Seeing that the two accompanying maidservants bore no sign of discontent, Mary exhaled in relief, releasing her grip on Wankai's furry ears, but still fuming. "Why do you run when it's just a matter of putting on a garment? You've left me with aching legs." Wankai, instantly adopting a pitiful expression, whimpered, "Brother Caesar said I should wear clothes, but you had that bunch of old men make 7 or 8 outfits for me all at once. And I'm supposed to wear them all? It's so uncomfortable when I need to relieve myself. Even bending down hurts my tummy. Please, can't I just skip wearing them? My beautiful fur is warm enough." Mary retorted, "Do you think I want you to wear clothes to keep warm? Your brother Caesar is a noble duke. You must dress in accordance with his status. Otherwise, others will mock you. Besides, don't those outfits look lovely? They're 100 times better than your bare bottom." Wankai remained unmoved. continuing to struggle against the confines of the wretched fabric, and thus began another round of their verbal tussle that I in the distance. Julius approached with a chuckle, exclaiming, "I have returned. Who among you has disregarded Sister Mary's words? Brother Caesar is going to spank you." As if witnessing a savior, Wankai sprang from Mary's embrace, scurrying to Julius's side, tugging at his garment with tiny paws, and in an infinitely aggrieved childlike voice exclaimed, "Brother Caesar, you have returned. I'm not wearing any clothes. It's going to suffocate me." Julius, noticing the two maidens holding a collection of various garments, long trousers, shorts, long sleeves, short sleeves, vests, accessories, hats, and so on, almost enough to wrap Wankai like a zongzi, spared Mary and the others from formalities. Understanding Wankai's plight, he lifted it with a smile and said, "All right, we want tea wear so many clothes. How about just a pair of trousers and a shirt?" No haggling allowed. Wankai tilted its head, pondering for a moment, and seemed to find this acceptable, nodding in agreement. Consequently, Julius selected a red short-sleeved shirt and loose yellow shorts from the pile and dressed Wankai. Once attired, Julius observed that apart from its shiny brown fur resembling a cartoon character from Earth named Winnie, Wankai bore an uncanny resemblance to the whimsical bear Dada. What a peculiar little Winnie the Pooh in this otherworldly realm. Oblivious to Julius's playful intentions, Wankai felt quite satisfied with just these two pieces of clothing, finding them comfortable and not too constricting, with ample room in the trousers for ease of use. In summary, both human and bear were thoroughly pleased. Perhaps Wankai and Mary had been running for quite some time. Julius, noticing the sheen of sweat on the little bear and the faint traces of perspiration on Mary and the two maidens, cheerfully instructed them to take Wankai to wash up first. The two maidens respectfully took the chubby Wankai and departed. As Mary turned to follow, Julius pulled her into his embrace, leaning in for a kiss. Mary shyly pushed him away, but upon realizing her efforts were in vain, she surrendered. The two young souls, newly acquainted with the sweetness of affection, lost themselves in a tender kiss. Having learned from the previous incident involving the oblivious Wankai, Julius, while holding the gentle and obedient Mary and showering her with kisses, remained vigilant, attentively listening for any sounds from outside the courtyard. After all, he was still a minor and had to be mindful of his reputation. It would not bode well to develop a reputation as a lecherous young lord. Despite the truth of the matter, just then, the sound of footsteps was heard from outside, prompting Julius to release the now weakened Mary. Whispering in her ear, "All right, my dear Mary, visitors have arrived, and weren't you heading to bathe?" Mary, startled from her reverie, cast a playful glare at Julius, blushing fiercely as she hurriedly turned to retreat to her own room in the back courtyard. Julius licked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness, contemplating his dwindling resistance toward Mary. He wondered if he would soon find himself unable to restrain his desires and indulge in forbidden fruits prematurely. Such vexation. Entering the garden was the rotund Clee. Naturally, he had not witnessed the enchanting scene between Julius and his sweet niece, as he had come at Julius's prior request. Clee first bowed to Julius, who inquired, "Has everyone arrived?" Clee replied, "Yes, young master. All the relevant officials are present. Even the farthest, the armaments supervisor, Lord Mazov the dwarf, has returned on a griffin. They are currently awaiting your arrival in the parlor with Butler Dean." Julius nodded. "Very well. Let us proceed." With that, he made his way outside without even entering his bedroom. Clee hurriedly followed in Caesar's footsteps. With a sigh of relief, Julius leaned back and proclaimed, "This is my plan. Esteemed guests, please analyze its feasibility and share your thoughts." This took place in the opulent parlor of the Grand Duke's residence, where Julius had just outlined his ambitious scheme. The expressions of the dozen or so Caesar's officials present were nothing short of captivating. The two stewards, Dean and Clee, to his right, were rendered speechless, akin to lifeless statues, while the civil officials behind them were not in much better shape. Only the military officers seated to Julius's left had gleaming eyes. Either out of excitement or perhaps overexcitement, the room was momentarily frozen in silence for a quarter of an hour. Finally, it was Dean, the most senior among them, who broke the silence. "Young master, do you truly intend to construct a city in the mountains? This plan is exceedingly grand. Might we not deliberate further?" Julius resolutely shook his head. "No, this plan must be executed. Do not rush. I will elucidate my reasoning." Julius paused briefly to collect his thoughts before continuing. "Firstly, our capital, Caesar City, has reached its population limit. Even with the current 50,000 inhabitants, it is already overcrowded. Thus, to continue our development, we must either expand the city or establish a new one. The valley north of Chuyan Mountain is approximately 3 times the size of Caesar City, making it an ideal candidate for our new settlement. Secondly, building in the valley will save both funds and time. As it is surrounded by mountains with only a narrow rocky passage of less than 3 miles for access, this will significantly reduce the costs associated with constructing city walls. Merely erecting a wall in that gorge could be completed in less than a year. And the stone materials can be sourced locally, saving us considerable gold. Furthermore, the valley enjoys a temperate climate with spring-like conditions year-round, and its scenery is breathtakingly beautiful, making it an ideal place to live. When planning the new city, we could construct numerous villas for sale, surely attracting the wealthy merchants and nobles, thus recouping the costs of construction with ease. Julius first highlighted the current population challenges in Caesar City, then proposed 2 practical solutions for building the new city, addressing both expenditure and revenue. It must be said that the civil officials, shedding their initial doubts, began to seriously consider the feasibility of his proposal. Their greatest fear had been that this young duke would squander resources and pursue grandiose schemes. Seeing the civil officials intrigued, Julius continued to amplify the allure of his proposal. Have you considered the most crucial point? Once the new city is constructed, aside from Terence, the sole gateway to the Forgotten Forest, our domain will gain another shortcut into that boundless treasure trove of resources, with Terence to the west and the new city to the east. We will provide adventurers from across the continent seeking to mine gold in the Forgotten Forest with ample choices. Our territory's tax revenue will undoubtedly increase significantly, ensuring a long-term stable income. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The civil officials were captivated by the bright prospects painted by Julius. If successful, their finances would undoubtedly prosper, freeing them from the burdens of penny pinching. The contemplative dean then asked Julius, "Young master, shall we proceed with the city construction? As you mentioned, if we do not build a new city, we must necessarily expand the current Caesar city, as it is simply too congested here. I cannot fathom why so many people choose to crowd into this vast territory." Before Julius could respond to Dean's lament, the dwarf seated to his right spoke up. This dwarf was Baron Mazov, the current armaments supervisor of Caesar's domain, responsible for the procurement, maintenance, and development of all weaponry and armor. Although he was an outsider, he was indeed a native of Caesar, as there was a tribe of several thousand dwarves that had settled here for generations. And the position of armaments supervisor had traditionally been held by dwarves. Their exceptional racial talents made them well suited for this role. Standing at a modest height of approximately 1.45 meters, Baron Mazov had an extraordinarily stout physique. Resembling a sturdy oak barrel, his gray beard hanging down to his chest obscuring much of his face, with his equally dense hair blending into it, leaving only his bright black eyes visible. Though he appeared elderly, he was actually only in his 30s, still quite youthful. Baron Mazov thumped his chest with his right hand, causing the leather armor he wore to emit a dull thud. In a gruff voice, he said, "Esteemed Duke, please forgive my boldness, but if we are to build a city, we must first consider the spatial passage issue. Otherwise, all will be for naught." After much contemplation, I believe the most pressing matter is to dispatch an exploration team to accurately measure the diameter of Chuyan Mountain. If it exceeds 40 kilometers, then the mineral veins within the mountain will be rendered unusable, and our discussions will be in vain. Julius nodded, chuckling. "That is precisely why I hastily summoned you back, Lord Mazov. For exploration, there is no one better than your dwarfs." Hearing the Duke's praise, Mazov blushed and replied, "Thank you for your kind words. My lord, that if we are to measure the diameter of Chuyan Mountain, our Caesar Black Axe dwarf tribe can certainly handle it. However, if we wish to explore the spatial magic crystal veins within the mountain, that task exceeds our small tribe's capabilities. You must seek a specialized exploration team from a larger dwarf tribe to undertake this." Chapter 82, The Spatial Gate Project, Part 2. Upon hearing the dwarf's words, Julius suddenly turned to Dean and inquired, "Old butler, I have heard that during the era of our ancestor Saint Caesar, a highly specialized dwarf team was commissioned to meticulously explore the area surrounding Chuyan Mountain for 100 miles. I wonder if any records of that exploration remain in the estate." Dean replied with a wry smile, "My young master, that was over 6,000 years ago. Even if there are records, most have turned to ash by now. After all, this is not a precious relic, nor has it undergone any magical treatment." Although Julius felt a pang of disappointment, He recognized the validity of Dean's assertion. Indeed, texts that could withstand the ravages of time for millennia had invariably been subjected to specialized magical preservation, and the cost of such enchantments was exorbitant. Even the wealthiest of the Duke's household would not squander resources on the mundane scrolls. That would simply be wasteful. It appeared that they would need to enlist the expertise of a superior to conduct a fresh survey. Julius turned to the dwarf Mazov and inquired, "Which tribe boasts the finest dwarven team on the continent? If we were to extend an invitation, what remuneration would be required?" Without hesitation, Mazov replied, "My lord, if you wish to invite them, you have but two choices. One is our sacred dwarven sanctuary, the hill dwarf tribe residing on the borders of the Elven and Orc empires, known as Stormwind City. The other is the copper furnace dwarf tribe situated in the northern region of our Oran Empire, in the city of Ice and Snow. Only these two populous tribes, each with hundreds of thousands of members, possess the capability. The smaller tribes, like our Black Axe tribe, simply lack the resources." Intrigued, Julius asked, "Oh, which of the two dwarven tribes do you believe would be more amenable to our invitation? What are the odds?" It was understandable for Julius to inquire thus. The vast distance separating both locations from the territory of Caesar made it unlikely that they could attract a dwarven mining team without a substantial reward. Hence, he sought the perspective of Mazov, who shared his dwarven heritage. Of course, in the back of Julius's mind lingered the thought that if Mazov had relatives or acquaintances in either location, perhaps they could leverage that connection. Regrettably, Julius's hopes for a shortcut were dashed when Mazov responded, "My lord, if you intend to extend an invitation, I would recommend seeking the Copper Furnace tribe in Ice and Snow City. The dwarves of Stormwind City, due to their ancient lineage from the Golden Dwarves, are exceedingly proud. Without offering a significant price, it would be impossible to secure their services, and even if they did come, one would have to contend with their haughty demeanor, which is quite exasperating." It was evident that discrimination based on lineage existed among the dwarves, much like the divide between nobility and commoners. Julius had little patience for arrogance, so he promptly decided on Ice and Snow City. But who would he send to extend the invitation? He sought Mazov's counsel and received the answer that he must go himself. Before Mazov could elaborate, Dean interjected with a rueful smile, explaining, "Young master, Ice and Snow City is the capital of the dwarven autonomous region in the Oran Empire. While they lack the authority to form an army, their other privileges mirror those of our Caesar territory. Thus, the dwarven leaders there rank as your noble equals, and it is only fitting that you conduct the negotiations in person out of respect." Dean's lament stemmed from the realization that the distances involved were daunting. While teleportation via magic would be expedient, the issue lay in the fact that Julius suffered from severe motion sickness. The thought of a lengthy teleportation could very well jeopardize his health. Fully aware of his predicament, Julius, in a fit of frustration, proposed, "How about this? Baron Mazov, return to your tribe and lead your people to swiftly measure the diameter of the Cloud Mountain. We shall commence preparations here, gathering funds for city construction, procuring materials for the formation, and we can even draft the layout for the future city. Once all is ready, I shall ride a griffin to Ice and Snow City to extend the invitation." It must be said that Julius was somewhat hasty, while his intentions were noble. The majority of those present nodded in agreement. However, the elegantly poised elf seated beside Mazov interjected with a dose of cold reality. Like the dwarf Mazov, the striking elf named Francis was also a native of the Caesar territory. His tribe was considerably smaller, comprising just over 1,000 members. Francis held a multifaceted role. In addition to serving as a senior advisor on enchanted weaponry to Mazov, he was responsible for trade negotiations with the Elven Empire. He finalized the details of each trading caravan with officials from the Elven Empire, thereby holding a position of high esteem. Moreover, this 200-year-old elf was an accomplished artist, frequently invited by the Caesar Academy to teach courses on etiquette and music, thus showcasing his diverse talents by Elven standards. Francis was in the prime of life, standing at approximately 1.78 meters, similar to Julius, though he was slightly slimmer, with long green hair cascading down to his waist, revealing pointed ears. His silver-gray eyes and exquisitely flawless face were almost ethereal, though his thin lips lent him an overly feminine appearance, a trait seemingly common among male elves. Francis executed a graceful and formal noble salute, his voice carrying a slight lilt as he said, "Forgive my impertinence. My lord, have you perhaps overlooked a detail? This short-range teleportation array exists only theoretically. No individual or nation has yet succeeded in constructing one. Should you not first ascertain its feasibility before undertaking all these preparations? It was undeniable that the elf's words doused the enthusiasm of the assembly, leaving Julius momentarily speechless. Indeed, they had no assurance that the portal would even function, yet discussions about city construction had commenced. How absurd. Sensing the palpable discomfort in the room, the elf, with characteristic elven humor, proposed a solution. However, since we have a theory, why not construct a prototype to validate it? Honorable Master, you might enlist your grandfather to assist us in implementing this experimental plan, as he is a renowned alchemist across the continent. Moreover, should the experiment prove successful, Master Dempus could personally oversee the construction of the physical portal. He concluded with a mischievous grin. Most importantly, once the experiment succeeds, the construction of the portal will require a plethora of administrative mages. Our military's combat mages would be of little use. We could conveniently invite the esteemed master to bring along all of his students for practical training. The elf's laughter had a mischievous edge. Yet, the moment he inadvertently caught sight of the disapproving glares from the row of military officers to his left, he realized that his previous remark had ruffled their feathers, prompting him to quickly apologize with a smile that Francis's suggestion was indeed astute, aligning well with Julius's inclinations. Thanks to Francis's opportunistic proposal, Julius seemed to harbor a newfound fondness for the elf. One might say they were kindred spirits. Ultimately, the consensus reached was as follows. Dwarf Mazov would still lead his kin in measuring the diameter of Cloud Mountain. This was of utmost importance. Dean would oversee the initial preparations for funding, materials, and manpower, and Cree would carry a letter from Julius, promptly teleporting back to the imperial capital to invite Master Dempus. The previously silent military personnel were also assigned duties, leading a contingent of 10,000 to guard the valley and the mountains and drive away ferocious beasts, thereby establishing a secure foundation for future construction. This group, led by Nick, consisted entirely of loyal members selected by him from the Duke's Guard. They were also given the opportunity to choose the location for the military encampment, as Julius wished for the future garrison to comprise only trusted soldiers. Thoughts of the long-absent old ox, Barton, crossed Julius's mind. He wondered where that unfortunate fellow had gone, the one who often bore the brunt of the Lord's burdens. Regarding the Duke's inquiry, Dean chuckled. Young master, about half a month ago, we were in the midst of the spring harvest, this time. The Duke's household sends representatives to each town to supervise the grain reserves. This year, Parker, that mischievous lad, was assigned this duty, so I sent Barton along with him, not only to ensure the safety of the officials, but also to help expend some of his excess energy. However, thinking back, it seems things must be wrapping up, and he should be on his way back by now. Upon hearing Dean's explanation, Julius felt a twinge of embarrassment and chose not to pursue the matter further. With the tasks now delegated, he instructed everyone to proceed with their assignments. He was an impatient man, eager to see the realization of his dream city, one that would command respect across the continent. Once the room had cleared, Julius made his way back to his chamber, still with a bit of time before dinner to catch up on some much-needed rest. However, the Duke's wandering thoughts drifted to the lovely and gentle Mary. How perfect it would be to share a bed with her. As he exited the parlor, lost in his daydream, he was abruptly jolted by a massive figure, nearly toppling over. His reverie shattered. Julius erupted in anger, ready to reprimand the intruder, when a gravelly voice lamented, "Young master, you have returned. I, old ox, have suffered greatly under Dean's watch. I've nearly lost half my life these past 2 weeks. Woe is me." Julius squinted, recognizing the familiar face of the long-missed Barton, who wore an expression of utter despair. Parker, who had returned with him, looked on with sympathy. Dismissing Parker's formal greetings with a wave, Julius mockingly chided, "Look at you. What a sight. Dean only asked you to ensure the safety of the officials overseeing the grain reserves, not to leap into a fire pit. With that woeful expression, do you still resemble a mighty minotaur?" Barton said nothing, merely squatting on the ground and grunting, as if he refused to rise without some form of justification. Amused yet exasperated, Julius turned to Parker for clarification. Parker, suppressing his laughter, shot a sympathetic glance at Barton before relaying, "To report, my lord, the situation is this. The oversight of the grain reserves was a joint responsibility between myself and Commander Barton. However, our territory is simply too vast. If we were to traverse it on foot, it might take half a year to visit all the major towns within. Thus, we have no choice but to travel by griffin. While we manage somewhat, Commander Barton has a slight fear of heights, and these past 2 weeks have truly been a trial for him, as he hasn't enjoyed a proper meal, having repeatedly lost his stomach in the air. Upon hearing Parker's explanation, Julius suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Barton, as he too experienced similar discomfort. When dizzied, he gently patted the old cow, which was squatting down to a height that reached his neck, and offered, "All right, Barton, you've endured much these past few days. Once we return, make sure to rest well. How about this? Each day, you may request a large cup of ale from the kitchen as compensation." What do you say? Just moments ago, Barton had appeared as aggrieved as a scolded spouse, but upon hearing Julius's words, he sprang to his feet, stretched his arms wide, and laughed heartily. "My lord, why didn't you say so earlier? I've been crouching here for so long. I'll remember your instructions, and I shall head to the kitchen for some ale to make up for the past few days' dough. How I've missed the taste of ale for half a month." Julius and Parker were left dumbfounded. Whoever dares to call this fellow foolish again, I shall defend him fiercely. He even learned how to feign pity to procure ale. Julius mused silently. Barton, seemingly fearful that Julius might retract his offer, hurriedly buzzed. "My lord, now that I've reported to you, I won't take up any more of your precious time. I shall go to the kitchen and drink to recover my losses. You carry on. You carry on." With that, he darted out with a speed that belied his stout physique, leaving the dazed Duke and the steward behind. Chapter 83. Do we not have funds? After the old cow Barton sped away, Julius regained his composure and noticed Parker holding an exquisitely carved wooden box. The box measured around 40 to 50 centimeters in size, retaining its natural reddish and yellow hues without any paint or varnish, appearing as a simple wooden container. Curious, Julius inquired about the item. Parker smiled as he placed the wooden box before Julius, saying, "My lord, this is a gift from the mayor of Wanyu Town, presented to you for your leisure. Haha." With a gentle push, he opened the lid to reveal its contents. Julius peered inside, initially filled with delight, which quickly turned to dismay. Within were several adorably small creatures, Snorlaxes, each no larger than a palm. The lively little beings were frolicking about in the box. Their fluffy, plump bodies were utterly endearing, and their delicate cries resembled that of playful kittens. It seemed the mayor of Wanyu Town still viewed him as a child. There were 6 little Snorlaxes in total, each with a different fur color: red, yellow, white, black, gray, and blue. The blue and red-furred Snorlaxes were particularly rare, with each fetching a staggering price of 1,000 gold coins. Clearly, the mayor had put considerable thought into this gift. Julius had long harbored the desire to present an exquisite gift to his sister, Queen Josephine, but during the 5 years of his poisoning, he lacked the energy to ponder such matters. Sending word of safety to his sister each year had been quite an accomplishment, despite Queen Josephine finding various excuses to send him countless gifts to express her longing. Now, seeing these Snorlaxes, he couldn't help but reminisce about the time spent with Josephine. That he recalled that her bedroom contained several toy Snorlaxes. Surely gifting her a few real ones would bring her immense joy. Lost in thought, Parker continued to explain. "My lord, you may not be aware, but Wanyu Town is renowned as a pet production hub within our Caesar territory and has a stellar reputation across the continent. Pets such as Snorlaxes, pocket fire lizards, white-tailed wind mice, and silver-gray minks dominate the imperial pet market. The entire town's 30,000 residents rely on pet breeding for their livelihood. The annual tax revenue from this single locality is substantial, amounting to millions, which makes the empire envious." Julius, now intrigued, asked, "Oh, where is this town located within our territory? If I have the chance, I must certainly visit." "Haha, a kingdom of pets sounds fascinating." Parker replied with a smile, "My lord, it is only a little over 300 kilometers from Caesar City, easily reachable by griffin within a day. And although it's called a town, its area is quite extensive, surrounded by several small villages. Baron Klee's estate is nearby. We even visited his residence when we passed through." Julius nodded, having heard Dean mention it before, though he hadn't realized it was in the same region as Wanyu Town. Finally, Julius instructed, "In that case, please give these Snorlaxes to Steward Klee. When he heads back to the capital, he should stop by the palace to present these little darlings to Her Majesty the Queen, stating they are my gift for Queen Josephine." Parker, understanding the sentiment, nodded in agreement without further elaboration. The close relationship between Julius and the Queen was well known among his inner circle. As Parker took his leave, Julius suddenly halted him, opened the wooden box, and took out 2 Snorlaxes, one black and one white, to cradle in his arms. laughing. I shall keep 4. I'll play with these 2 myself. Hee hee. With that, he dashed back to his chamber, leaving Parker to chuckle at the Duke's childlike enthusiasm as he departed. Julius did not intend to keep them for himself. He thought of Mary, who adored small animals, and decided to gift her the 2 he had taken. Perhaps the cheerful girl would reward him with a few more favors in return. Hee hee, the wicked Caesar. Mary was thrilled with the 2 little pets. Having just bathed, she showered one with affectionate kisses, provoking a fit of jealousy in Julius. Soon, desire welled within him. With the onset of early summer, the weather was warm and pleasant, making it comfortable to wear light clothing. Thus, Mary, clad in a thin outer dress after her bath, inadvertently revealed half of her ample bosom as she hugged the pet tighter, much to the delight of the lecherous young master. Yet, Mary remained blissfully unaware, as Julius's desire rapidly intensified, just as he contemplated his next move. The adorable interloper, the bear cub Wonkai, returned. Julius was left speechless. After his bath, Wonkai donned the outfit Julius had chosen for him, prancing about outside and garnering praise from all the maidens before returning to Caesar. Without greeting Julius, he immediately fixated on Mary. Although Wonkai was inherently charming, it did not mean he was uninterested in other cute creatures. At that moment, Wonkai dashed over to Mary, his little paws reaching eagerly for the Snorlax in her embrace. Cooing, what a cute fluffball. Give me one, Sister Mary. Mary, still reveling in her new pets, had no intention of sharing. Thus, a delightful scuffle ensued between the girl and the bear, completely disregarding Julius, who watched in dismay. Julius suddenly felt that bringing back these 2 pets might have been a mistake. Indeed, at the very least, they had stolen away the embrace that rightfully belonged to him. Julius's grand plans had finally commenced their initial chapter. Clee had returned to the capital a few days prior, and if Master Dempus had no pressing matters, he would likely arrive soon. After all, it had been 5 years since he last saw his grandson. Although he no longer worried about the boy's health based on Julius's letters, the old master and his wife surely longed to meet their only son. Nick personally led a detachment of soldiers to Terrence City, from where they would enter the Forgotten Forest. They would then trek 300 miles, circumventing several mountain ranges to prepare for their stationing in the valley, since they would be residing there permanently. Their supplies were ample, which naturally slowed their progress. Accompanying them were surveyors selected by Mazov from the Dwarven tribe. He himself remained in Caesar City to oversee the surveying work, allowing both sides to work concurrently, greatly saving time. Dean, in comparison, was the busiest of all. He was responsible not only for labor matters, but also for procuring a large quantity of supplies and materials. All of this required funding. Thus, our leisurely Julius was once again summoned by the old steward to lament. "What do you mean, we have no money?" Julius exclaimed, leaping up from his seat in astonishment. Dean hurriedly reassured him. "My lord, please allow me to explain. The expenditure for this city building project is not a personal matter for you. Therefore, the financial responsibilities fall to the territory's fiscal department. Our Caesar territory's finances are separate from the Duke's treasury. So it is the territory's financial system that is lacking funds, not the treasury. You need not worry excessively about your own expenditures. The treasury remains quite ample." Julius waved his hand dismissively. "I am not surprised about that. I am astonished that such a vast territory cannot even cover the initial expenses for building a city. I recall your initial budget was less than 2 million gold coins. Is that not so? If that is truly the case, what are we even building for?" Dean explained with a wry smile. "My lord, while the territory's finances could cover this amount, we cannot exhaust all our funds at once. In a manner essential for all other undertakings, allow me to calculate for you. Immediately after the spring wheat harvest concludes, we must sow the autumn crops. However, the seeds incur substantial expenses, and even with the most favorable prices offered by the Caesar Trading Company, we are still looking at an expenditure of several 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, we must set aside salaries for officials and city guards across various towns, which amounts to tens of thousands of gold coins. Additionally, a portion of the budget needs to be allocated for miscellaneous repairs to dams, city walls, public facilities, and so forth." Dean meticulously enumerated a plethora of budgetary items. Leaving Julius feeling dizzy, he quickly interjected, "Enough, my old steward. Just tell me, how much can Caesar's treasury possibly allocate?" After a moment of contemplation, Dean resolutely replied, "My lord, if we streamline all expenditures to the bare minimum, I can allocate approximately 500 to 600,000 gold coins." Julius lamented. Such a meager sum is hardly sufficient to repair the city wall at the mountain valley. And let us not even mention the voraciously consuming spatial gate. Are you suggesting that I abandon my grand plans midway? Observing the distress on Julius's face, Dean hesitated briefly before saying, My lord, there is indeed a solution, albeit one that may be considered. I fear others might label you as extravagant. Julius retorted, What solution? Am I to sell my own territory if it comes to that? Dean then quietly suggested, My lord, have you forgotten the treasury beneath the Caesar estate? I recall reporting it to you upon our return to the territory. Julius paused in surprise, asking, Did you mention it? I have no recollection. Dean furrowed his brow, then suddenly realized, yes, at that time, my lord was tormented by the effects of mind-dulling poison. Perhaps you did not register my report. Julius nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with battling the dark fog in his mind, neglecting external matters. Dean then elaborated on the details of the secret underground treasury. After hearing the steward's account, Julius sighed inwardly. The ancestors of the Caesar family were indeed hoarders. It turned out that since the first Saint Caesar, the lords of the Caesar family had developed a habit of amassing gold and treasures, a practice that is not uncommon among many families on the continent, intended to serve as a safeguard during times of crisis. However, their miserly nature, particularly given the family's terrifying 6,000-year history and nearly 100 generations of lords, had led to the secret treasury being filled to the brim with treasures accumulated over the ages. Of course, all this information was merely Dean's verbal account. The true contents of the treasury remained a mystery, as the vault was constructed with an almost paranoid level of security and inscribed with magical sigils. Only the direct bloodline of the Caesar family could unlock the iron door with their own blood as the key. Each generation of Caesar lords would, in their twilight years, open the treasury to deposit what they deemed their finest treasures. However, due to Marcus's untimely demise, the vault had remained untouched, and likewise, Dean, the former duke's confidant, had lost the opportunity to glimpse its hidden riches. Now, should Julius wish to access the vault, he could finally rectify this mischance. Julius rose abruptly, his eyes gleaming with a wild intensity, barely concealing his excitement. So, it appears we have a source for our city-building funds. Come, let us visit the inner treasury, with such a splendid resource at our disposal. It would be remiss not to explore it and honor my grand plans. With that, he strode purposefully toward the backyard, and Dean hurried to keep pace. Such an opportunity might only present itself once in a lifetime. Chapter 84. The Wealth of the Enemy Kingdom, Part 1. The treasury was located beneath the main building of the Caesar estate, constructed within the hillside. Thus, the underground vault was excavated into the mountain, creating a secure and concealed space of exceptional strength. Julius and Dean first arrived at a stone building nestled against the rocky hillside in the backyard. This three-story edifice, entirely hewn from massive stone, served as the estate's inner treasury, housing the majority of the estate's precious items and gold. Although only a handful of guards patrolled the exterior, underestimating them would result in dire consequences, for they were all seasoned warriors, and several elite sword masters lay hidden within. The pathway leading to the small building was cloaked by trees, appearing unremarkable, yet the branches were inscribed with alerting magical arrays. Any passerby, including the estate's master, would be detected. Upon entering, Julius and Dean encountered the tense expressions of the vigilant warriors, having triggered the magical array. It was midday, a time when visitors were uncommon, thus causing the guards to grow anxious. Julius offered an apologetic smile to the approaching guards and exchanged a few encouraging words before stepping into the building under their watchful gaze. The first floor housed ordinary items, while the gold and valuable treasures were secured on the second and third floors. Julius, however, felt no desire to explore the upper levels. His mind was solely focused on the mysterious treasury below. Accompanied by the two elite swordmaster guards, Caesar and Dean were led to a small chamber at the innermost recess of the building. This small room was utterly bare, with nothing but red-brown rocky walls. Julius, perplexed, inquired of Dean, "Have we entered the wrong room? Where is the treasury door?" Dean chuckled, "My lord, this is indeed the correct chamber. As for the treasury door, I am uncertain, as I have never entered before. It seems that only the direct bloodline of the Caesar family can unlock this door. Perhaps you might wish to inspect the surroundings?" Julius found himself bemused, thinking, what is there to see in this empty room with mere rocky walls? Is there a hidden door, perhaps? Nonetheless, he proceeded to examine the area closely. Dean and the two guards remained outside, respecting the family's privacy and avoiding any appearance of impropriety. As this place was exceedingly confidential, that it was prudent to act cautiously and not invite suspicion about one's intentions. Julius began by inspecting the floor, then stomped heavily to detect any hollow spots. However, aside from the tingling sensation in his feet, he found nothing. He then ran his hands over the rough, unrefined surfaces of the red-brown walls, scrutinizing each rock's texture in search of a vital clue. Yet ultimately felt disheartened, as the walls appeared to be ordinary stone without any visible seams or magical fluctuations. Finally, only the northern wall remained. This wall was solid, its back connected to the mountain itself. And if he failed to discover anything now, he would be utterly at a loss. Julius spent over half an hour with his eyes nearly pressed against the stone, searching diligently, yet yielded no results. Frustrated, he thought, "What a ridiculous family. Why the secrecy? Do they play such games with their own descendants? This is more secretive than the goblin treasure chambers from Harry Potter." Suddenly, Julius had an epiphany. Perhaps a password or key was required to open this place. Or maybe a few incantations like "Open Sesame" would trigger a response. With this thought, he called Dean back in to voice his suspicions. Dean scratched his balding head, pondering for a long while before shaking his head. "No. I have never heard of any keys or passwords. That I only remember my grandfather mentioning that to enter the heavy iron door, one must offer the blood of a direct descendant of the Caesar line. But the problem is, we cannot even access the outer layer. So how could we reach the iron door?" Dean too felt helpless. The former duke's untimely death had taken the means of accessing the vault to the grave with him. Were they to gaze longingly at the treasure while returning empty-handed? Julius gritted his teeth and declared, "If the iron door inside requires my blood, then I shall smear some on the outer wall and see if that works. A dead horse is better than a live one." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his pale, delicate arms. Though his skin was fair, it bore no weakness. The bulging muscles of his arms seemed to harbor boundless potential energy. Julius produced a finely crafted dagger and lightly cut his wrist, allowing the crimson blood to flow down, which he hastily smeared onto the wall. Perhaps Julius's fervor startled the ancestors of the Caesar family? Regardless, once his handful of blood touched the northern stone wall, an immediate reaction ensued. Both Julius and Dean rejoiced, their eyes fixed in anticipation of the unfolding transformation. The once unremarkable red-brown wall absorbed the blood as if it were a sponge. After several minutes of stillness, a burst of dark yellow light erupted, and the rough rocky surface began to ripple like water, its coarse edges vanishing, replaced by a neatly constructed wall of jet-black stones. This wall featured only square gaps resembling a checkerboard pattern, with two embedded blue crystals at its center. No other markings adorned it. Nevertheless, Julius felt no concern and began to smirk, following a rather absurd notion. He leaned in closer to align his eyes with the two crystals, only to discover, much to his astonishment, that he had hit the mark. This was, indeed, a version of an eye-scan system from another realm. Before Julius's eyes, two crystalline stones emitted faint blue lights that filtered into his gaze, so subtle that he barely noticed them before they dissipated after a few seconds. Following this, a tremor ensued, causing the black square stones to shift positions like a disordered stack of blocks, retreating a square space to either side every few seconds. In mere minutes, all the black stones vanished into the rocky walls, revealing a passageway leading deep into the mountains. Suppressing his excitement, Julius and Dean stepped into the spacious arched corridor, approximately 3 to 4 meters wide and high. This passage, extending over 100 meters, had been entirely carved from the rock, prompting one to ponder the immense resources expended during its construction. Of course, Julius, in the present moment, could hardly anticipate that before long, he would excavate a passage even longer, in a staggering quantity, with gold coins flowing like water. But that was a matter for the future. The 100-meter corridor was soon traversed, and at its end, Julius and Dean finally beheld the obsidian door. Rather than being a door, it resembled a solid iron plate, for the obsidian door at the corridor's terminus bore no handle or keyhole, apart from the intricate patterns resembling irises that faintly emerged on its surface. The center of the door featured a hexagram roughly the size of a large plate, which, unless closely inspected, would remain nearly invisible. Aside from this, it was merely a smooth iron slab. Learning from the earlier experience with the rock walls, Julius did not hesitate to cut open his wrist once again, allowing a handful of blood to flow, which he promptly smeared onto the central hexagram. mirroring the reaction of the outer stone wall. The hexagram remained still for several minutes after absorbing his blood, only to then emit a burst of deep blue light. The dazzling radiance illuminated half of the stone passage, rendering both Julius and Dean momentarily blinded. As the blue glow waned, the iris patterns on the door appeared to come alive, twisting and curling, all converging around the hexagram before ultimately entwining it. Once the patterns had fully wrapped around, the central hexagram was encircled by the characters. These were two symbols of the so-called divine language. Dean could not decipher them, yet Julius comprehended their meaning clearly, after a moment of stillness. Julius and Dean exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the silence. Why did the door not open? Was there another mechanism at play? The ancestors of Caesar were not known for such trickery, despite their internal frustrations. The two men had to devise a solution. Dean meticulously examined the edges of the obsidian door, hoping to uncover a clue, while Julius remained entranced by the two characters. When Dean reluctantly abandoned his efforts, Julius suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "I figured it out. This door has one final password lock. Thank the god of light. Fortunately, I am familiar with the divine language. Otherwise, I would never have made the connection." Initially, Julius had found the two characters somewhat awkward. He could not pinpoint what was amiss until, after much contemplation, it dawned on him. The strokes of the characters were excessively slanted, rendering them aesthetically displeasing. This was the source of his discomfort. Had it been anyone else, they might never have noticed. Grateful for his knowledge of the divine language, Julius felt blessed to have received the clandestine teachings of the late Grand Duke Marcus, without which he would surely have been unable to unlock the door. With great care, he adjusted the slanted strokes of the two characters, and indeed, they were movable. Holding his breath, he corrected the strokes one by one before stepping back to await the unfolding of a miracle. Within mere seconds, the corrected characters slowly receded into the door, revealing the hexagram within. However, the transformation was not yet complete. As the characters faded, the hexagram began to rotate, with each complete turn. A muffled thud resonated from within the door until it had sounded 49 times, at which point the hexagram ceased its rotation as it halted. The obsidian door finally slid into the stone wall with a series of clicks, revealing a narrow corridor of approximately 10 meters. Julius and Dean gazed in awe at the brief corridor, astonished by its opulence. For every surface, the floor, walls, and ceiling, was adorned with gold plates roughly 10 centimeters wide. The resplendent corridor dazzled their eyes, tightening their hearts as if they might leap from their chests at any moment. Walking on the golden tiles, Julius felt an intoxicating dizziness. The sheer value of the gold tiles alone would surpass 1,000,000 coins. If the corridor leading to the treasure chamber was this lavish, what magnificence lay within? At the end of the golden corridor stood an unassuming wooden door, its dimensions matching those of the corridor. It bore no paint or embellishments, nor did it feature any precious gemstones. Its simple, natural red wood texture starkly contrasted with the opulence of the golden passage, absorbed in thoughts of gold and treasures. Julius did not ponder why such a plain wooden door appeared here, or why it remained uncorroded after all these years. His gaze fixated on the door, he eagerly grasped the handle and gently twisted it. Pushing the door open, Dean hurriedly followed suit, stepping into the hidden chamber. Inside was unexpectedly spacious, remarkably so, roughly the size of 3 basketball courts. Were it not for Julius's knowledge of the scale of the Yuyun Mountain, he might have thought the mountain had been hollowed out. This treasure chamber was carved downward in a winding manner, seemingly endless, with the wooden door situated at its apex. After taking a deep breath, Julius descended the stone steps of the corridor as they advanced. The magical array within the chamber detected their movements, illuminating the magic crystal lamps, bathing the space in a bright, daylight-like glow to their astonishment. The chamber did not contain mountains of gold and gems. Instead, it resembled a library, with rows of broad stone shelves meticulously hewn into the walls, nearly 100 rows. By rough estimate, each shelf measured 2 meters wide, 3 meters high, and 10 meters long, filled with long stone boxes crafted from obsidian. Each shelf held 60 black stone boxes, and it appeared that more than half of them were filled. The black boxes varied in size, some merely palm-sized, while others extended several meters in length. Dean inspected the boxes and confirmed they were indeed made of obsidian. Although obsidian was not particularly rare on the continent, it held considerable value. It served as excellent building material and was one of the least resistant materials for conducting magical elements, thus its wide-ranging applications. Small magical arrays were often carved directly onto entire pieces of obsidian, such as these boxes. The magical array inscribed on the boxes was simple. Julius quickly grasped its purpose. It effectively isolated dust and air while preventing moisture and humidity. In essence, it created an artificial vacuum to preserve the items within from decay. Julius found himself somewhat impressed by the otherworldly proficiency in magic. This was far superior to any vacuum packaging from his past life, as long as the small magic crystal embedded in the box remained intact. The magical array would continue to function indefinitely. Judging by the current state of the magical array's energy consumption, it would likely last for another 1,000 years. As for the magical protection of these boxes, Dean was not surprised. In the outside world, they employed similar methods to safeguard valuable items. Julius pointed to the front of one of the obsidian boxes and inquired, "Old steward, do you recognize this emblem?" He was referring to a relief of a floral crown, presumably indicating the contents of the box, though he himself did not comprehend its significance. Dean leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the emblem of the ancient Elven Empire? I once heard Lord Francis speak of the fascinating stories surrounding the ancient Elven Empire's insignia. He mentioned that only the grand nobles of the Elven Elder Council were entitled to use the floral crown as their family emblem, leading to the renowned 7 families of the floral crown, each representing one of the 7 major Elven tribes. Even now, after thousands of years, their 7 floral crown emblems are still used by their direct descendants. Given this floral crown relief, it is likely that the contents of this box date back to the ancient Elven Empire. My God, regardless of what lies within, its historical value alone is incalculable." Upon hearing Dean's explanation, Julius could no longer contain his eagerness and swiftly opened the box. Unlocking the obsidian box was not difficult. He simply twisted and removed the small magic crystal that provided energy. Ceasing the operation of the magical array, with a gentle tap on the box's edges, he heard a series of hissing sounds as air rushed in, causing the tightly sealed lid to loosen. Julius carefully lifted the lid, revealing a neatly stacked collection of gold coins within, so many that the box seemed to contain tens of thousands of them. To speak candidly, Julius felt a tinge of disappointment. For despite the considerable size of the chest, it contained merely tens of thousands of gold coins. Even if all the chests here were filled with gold, the total would scarcely amount to 20 million, which fell short of his expectations. After all, this represented 6 millennia of his family's accumulation. Could it be that their ancestor, Caesar, was merely a glutton for gold? His musings were abruptly interrupted by Dean's jubilant exclamations. Dean extracted a single gold coin, no larger than a thumb, and scrutinized it under the magical crystal lamp. The coin's obverse bore the image of a unicorn, the guardian beast of the elven race, while the reverse showcased a floral crown, identical to the relief on the obsidian chest. With a sense of wonder, he exclaimed, "Master, this is an ancient gold coin from the time of the Elven Empire. My heavens, such a piece is worth no less than 500 gold coins in today's antique market. If this chest is filled with them, it must contain at least 20 to 30,000 coins. Just this box of ancient gold coins could fetch a value in the millions. By the light, my heart cannot bear this revelation." Observing Dean's astonished demeanor, clutching his chest and gasping, Julius chuckled and gently reminded him, "Old steward, let us not rejoice too prematurely. While this chest of ancient coins may indeed hold a value in the millions, have you considered the concept of market saturation? Not to mention, if we were to release 10,000 elven ancient coins into the antique market, their value would likely plummet, and we would be fortunate to retain a price of 5 to 10 times. Dean, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure and chuckled at the absurdity of their treasure-induced excitement. Julius proceeded to open several more chests, each revealing the same ancient elven gold coins. It seemed that all 60 chests on this stone rack contained similar treasures. Dean began to approximate the quantity of coins within each chest, stating, "Each chest contains 30,000 coins, and with 60 chests in total, we have 180 million gold coins. If we consider the ancient coins to multiply tenfold, that amounts to 180 million gold coins. This alone provides us ample funding for our city-building endeavors." It was evident that Dean was exhilarated. He would no longer have to fret about squeezing the meager finances of their territory to support Julius's extravagant tastes. With this 180 million, they could easily renovate Caesar City. Julius shook his head with a smile. "We cannot expend it all. We must think ahead. let us not forget the impending calamity of the 10-year demon tide in 30 years, during which expenses will flow like a deluge. He gestured towards the empty stone racks, adding, "Is it not possible that 6,000 years of accumulated treasures could fill these mere 100 racks? Surely, those that remain empty were reserved for dire circumstances. Therefore, even if I were to be extravagant, I must still plan for the future." Dean suddenly perceived that although this young master had yet to reach the age of 15, and often displayed a willful and ruthless character, he was not impulsive or arrogant. Faced with the allure of boundless wealth, he remained calm and composed, his thoughts remarkably clear, truly a testament to his profound wisdom. Casting a glance at the densely packed stone racks, Julius wryly inquired, "Old steward, we cannot possibly inspect each chest one by one, can we? I wonder if there is a catalog or inventory list we might find?" Dean snapped back to attention and eagerly nodded in agreement. Thus, the two began to circle the treasure chamber. It was certain that an inventory list existed. They had simply overlooked it at first. They soon arrived at a stone table situated in the center of the chamber, crafted from the same reddish-brown material as the racks, and found it largely empty save for a flat box. Upon opening this magically treated box, Julius discovered a thick stack of parchment made from beast hide, densely inscribed with an inventory of items. Typically burdened by financial matters, Julius casually handed the scroll to Dean, saying, "Take a look and see what treasures await." He then seated himself upon the solitary stone chair in the room. Dean accepted the parchment and began to read intently, his expression shifting with excitement at each page he turned. After only 3 or 5 pages, he clutched his chest and sighed. "Master, perhaps we should cease our examination? I am unable to withstand this temptation. Just these 3 lists have left me breathless." Amused, Julius inquired, "If even your discerning eye is so stirred, it must be quite remarkable. Do share." Dean unfurled the first piece of parchment and exclaimed, "This is the inventory of high-grade magical crystals. Earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, and space. Each type comprises an entire rack, with 60 chests in total. These alone are worth no less than nearly 100 million gold coins." He then picked up the second list, stating, "This details rare minerals, such as refined gold, mithril, stardust gold, cloud sand, azure copper, and fire-woven stone, with dozens of varieties, each boasting at least 10 chests in stock. These too are valued similarly to the magical crystals." As he examined the third list, Dean's expression grew blank with a dazed smile. "This is the inventory of magical beast cores, ranging from 5th to 8th tier, though the 8th tier is relatively scarce. The note indicates that these cores are of the highest quality, with minimal wear, totaling nearly 10,000 in stock. By the light, I cannot bear to continue reading the rest of the list. You must see for yourself. I need a moment to collect my thoughts." Julius took back the thick stack of parchment and casually asked, "Is there truly no mention of 9th tier magical beast cores within?" Dean exclaimed in disbelief. "What did you say?" 9th tier magical beasts, the cores of divine beasts. Do not jest. Throughout history, no one has ever claimed possession of a divine beast's core. Those who could slay such creatures have not been heard of for millennia." Julius chuckled softly and chose not to respond further. Was it truly the case that no divine beast cores existed in circulation? Julius found this hard to believe, at the very least. During his plea for divine favor at the Temple of Light in the capital of Elsa, he had heard old Pope Peter recount that over the past 6 millennia, there had been 5 occurrences of the demon tide, and during each battle against the demons, some nation or family had produced a divine beast's core in their most desperate hour. For the divine beast's core is an entirely different entity from ordinary magical beast cores. It possesses not only a far greater reservoir of magical elements, but its elements are also remarkably pure and dense, allowing a mage to cast spells 2 tiers higher with minimal mental exertion. This effectively adds several archmages to their ranks in critical times, serving as the decisive weapon that has allowed them to ultimately repel the demon onslaught. However, so much time had passed since the last demon tide, and such knowledge was closely guarded among the upper echelons of powerful factions, leaving the lower classes utterly oblivious to it. Thus, it was understandable that Dean remained unaware. Julius perused the thick stack of parchment in a cursory manner, much like Dean, growing numb to the revelations within. Beyond the extensive inventory of significant items, the subsequent pages detailed numerous individual artifacts, beginning with high-tier magical armors, enchanted weaponry, and staves specifically designed for battle mages, military-related items, To be sure that as he continued down the list, he encountered descriptions of precious relics, unique antiques, and priceless works of art. Each undoubtedly worth a fortune. Julius, lacking the patience to peruse the entire thick stack, soon flipped to the final page. This sheet differed from the preceding ones. While the earlier pages were a pale yellow with black ink, this one was crafted from blue beast hide, inscribed with crimson lettering. Upon contact with Julius's hand, the blue parchment emitted a faint glow, unmistakably made from magical beast hide. Captivated, Julius focused intently and gasped in astonishment.